In today's era, school violence is becoming increasingly rampant, and diligent students are being bullied. When the teacher calls on them to answer, they even hit the teacher on the head. To address this issue, the chairman proposed a project called Eugene the Overlord, or it could be called Controlling Violence with Violence. So the question arises, who will be capable enough to take over the project? And none other than this guy, a legend known as Gull. After graduating, he celebrated by giving the school's bullies a loving beatdown. Some ended up with broken arms, others with twisted backs, and some with broken legs, bringing peace to the school for a long time, leading to his invitation to join the project. Once again, he donned the student uniform and took on the school. Handsome, well-built, with a strong presence, his singing is smooth and his punches hurt, making the girls swoon. So let us not drag this out any longer. Let us get started. Our story begins with the past of Dahyun, an ordinary student at a rather ordinary school. However, due to his small stature and gentle personality, Dahyun naturally became the target of bullying by the other kids. At first, when the mischievous students threw pieces of an eraser at him, Dahyun thought they were just randomly throwing things. "Oh, it seems I threw that eraser at you by accident. Sorry." They laughed and joked with Dahyun. But who else was in front of Dahyun? So he soon realized the issue. Realizing the problem is one thing, but being able to fight back is another. Although he remained silent and endured, the bully kept throwing eraser pieces at Dahyun's head. There is a saying that if you endure one thing, you will have 9 blessings. But if you endure all 9, who can stand it? So after a short period of enduring, Dahyun turned around to ask the bully to stop. Hearing this, the bully not only felt no remorse but instead displayed a very arrogant attitude. For him, Dahyun daring to speak up was unacceptable. To save face, he thought he did not need to listen to Dahyun. On the contrary, when he saw Dahyun approaching him with an angry demeanor, Dahyun felt nervous. He tried to explain that he just wanted some peace and had no intention of insulting or retaliating against him. However, since the bully was a petty person, he preferred to use his fists rather than words. So instead of listening to Dahyun's reasoning, he stopped throwing erasers and threw his fist directly at Dahyun's face. Feeling that something was off, Dahyun tried to apologize to smooth things over. Instead of stopping, the bully continued to attack him without any hesitation. Watching from the side, the other students merely stood by to enjoy the show, not caring much about the bully's violent behavior. It was not until the teacher arrived that one of them rushed over to try to intervene. The moment the teacher appeared, Dahyun thought his life would be saved, but the reality was completely different. Despite his calls for help and signals, the teacher turned a blind eye and thought both should stop their antics. Surprised and shaken, Dahyun could not believe that his teacher could treat what just happened as a mere joke. There was no way to plead for it to stop. He felt completely helpless against the bullying. Even asking someone for help to escape the bullying proved impossible. All Dahyun could do at that moment was grit his teeth and endure. Even when the kids stuck a piece of paper labeled "No Mom" on him, Dahyun could not fight back. The reason for this was that he had no one to share his bullying experience with, not even the adults who did not care. Furthermore, there was no one willing to help Dahyun. He truly felt very lonely, even in his own classroom. However, everything began to change when another bully appeared in Dahyun's class. It would not have been a big deal if he had not come in looking for a smoke and discovered the paper stuck to the back of the author's son. As someone who disliked childish games, the kid in the white shirt lifted Dahyun's shirt to see what was written on the piece of paper. He immediately left upon reading the words "No Mom." The bully quickly interrogated and found out that Dahyun's classmate was the culprit behind this childish act. Without saying a word, the kid in the white shirt showed clear anger. Sensing a storm brewing, the bully justified that he was only targeting Dahyun, who was an orphan, and had no intention of mocking the kid in the white shirt. But a cow dies, not a disease. The kid in the white shirt was also an orphan, and the bully's antics were simply unacceptable. So without much hesitation, he mercilessly punished Dahyun's friend for being weak and enjoying childish games. The kid in the white shirt beat the bully to the point where his parents would not recognize him. Witnessing everything unfold, Dahyun felt a bit scared at first, but reflecting on how the kid in the white shirt defended his dignity with overwhelming strength, Dahyun resolved to become stronger than anyone so that no one could bully him again. Time passed quickly, and Dahyun's efforts and growth began to accumulate. From martial arts books to physical training sessions and learning about real combat through televised matches, Dahyun's skills and weight improved significantly. Thus, the training intensity increased, and he memorized more martial arts books continuously. His height, weight, endurance, and strength progressed rapidly as time went by, until he completely transformed into a new person. After a period of absence, Dahyun finally returned to school, but unlike the image of a meek little rabbit before, he now attracted the attention of girls due to his revamped physique. However, not every girl wanted to approach Dahyun, because now he had become the school's monster, a person who used violence to combat violence. That was Dahyun's past, but now he had gradually changed and was just a regular young man working as a clerk at a small grocery store. School violence, the so-called Utrin, will no longer be under the control of teachers. But even so, the bullies still become dependent on the Utrin. Those stronger than them. That is the main theme of the project that Same wants to present. With the name Dominant Utrin, through this project, Same will establish a team that will only be responsible for managing the Utrin quietly. Or we can say this is a project to control Utrin through Utrin. From Same's presentation, the proposed plan sounds quite interesting, but controlling violence with violence is a very absurd idea. So some members of the council participating in the meeting suggested the chairman reject Same's ridiculous project. However, the chairman did not care whether Same's proposal was truly a bad idea or not. After hearing what his staff had to say, he just wanted to know if anyone was capable of taking over the Utrin. Back to Digilm. Although the part-time job he has taken is quite stable, Digilm still feels very frustrated with the work he is doing, to the point where he can't even concentrate. On top of that, he is constantly being lectured by the boss, which is really annoying. Digilm would not have ended up in this situation if he had not dropped out of school. But now, even if he regrets it, Digilm can't go back. That is why right now he is really looking for a place to clear his mind. Scene shifts to an alley near the grocery store where Digilm works. As usual, the bullies drag some weak kid in to extort him, but to a weak student, they are sharks, while to someone stronger, the tattooed guy and his gang are just catfish. So when he hears the older guy tell him to stop and order him to go buy drugs, the tattooed guy and his girlfriend immediately comply without daring to say a word. Back to Digilm. After a while of being lectured, he finally got some peace. When the two others walked in, the boss broke out in a sweat, casually checking the staff room and looking for an escape, leaving Digilm alone at the cash register. Just as the boss left, he had to deal with some real bratty customers. As soon as he saw the two punks, Digilm recognized they were just high school students. Feeling uneasy when the two punks asked to buy cigarettes, Digilm immediately asked one of them to show his ed. But since they are still students, what ed do they have? So to deflect, the tattooed guy started to talk in circles to buy some time. Knowing the brat's game, Digilm told both of them to leave. Being told off by a part-time worker did not sit well with the brat, and he immediately confronted Digilm. Next to him, the tattooed guy jumped in, throwing money in front of Digilm. It had been years since any brat dared to talk back to him, and deep down, he wanted to punch the kid's face. But for the sake of making a living, Digilm still acted very politely, asking to see the kid's ed. Hearing that, the punk not only ignored Digilm's words, but also shamelessly grabbed 2 more bottles to show off to his girlfriend. It made Digilm furious, and he shouted at the guy to stop the childish act and leave it behind. Just trying to buy a pack of cigarettes and get a drink, but they were making it difficult. So the punk started getting more reckless than smart and grabbed Digilm by the collar, shouting, "Do you know who my dad is? You better lower your tone." If he did not, he would break Digilm's jaw so he could not talk back anymore. Observing from behind, knowing that the tattooed kid was not a good sort, the bar owner rushed out to intervene to avoid unnecessary trouble. Knowing he could not persuade the punk, the old man apologized and suggested Digilm step outside to settle things to avoid affecting the other customers. Hearing that, even though he did not like how the old guy wanted to let things continue, he had no choice but to deal with the punk. Desperate, the punk thought that once outside, Digilm would change his attitude and become scared and weak in front of him. He puffed up his chest and glared threateningly at Digilm. "Hey, you dog. Repeat what you just said. Now that we are outside, do you want to get beaten to death, you piece of trash?" Getting beaten outside meant this part-time worker was no longer safe. However, life is not like a game. Digilm did not care about the threats and, instead, acted tough, ordering him to let go of him. Digilm gave the punk 3 seconds to remove his hands from his collar. Hearing that, the punk's girlfriend laughed mockingly and insulted Digilm. "Haha, are you really giving us 3 seconds? This idiot must be crazy. Are we filming a show? I think Digilm must be really crazy to say such things to her boyfriend." Digilm started counting down from 3. The tattooed punk was getting ready to slap him to show Digilm what real discipline looked like, and just like that, he faded into a daze. The punk heard his girlfriend's voice calling him to wake up. When he opened his eyes, the tattooed kid realized he had just been knocked out in no time. Truly a classic case of a street punk. Even though he got his face smashed, the punk still refused to understand and thought it was just a moment of carelessness that allowed Digilm to sneak attack him. He figured if they fought fairly, Digilm would not stand a chance. Meanwhile, while boosting loudly, the punk did not forget to signal his girlfriend to call for backup. However, since he could not hear well, she urged him to speak a bit louder. Hearing that, the punk yelled louder, just telling his girlfriend to call more people to gang up on Digilm. After getting scolded harshly, she quickly ran off to gather her crew. Here we go again. The punk is starting to act tough and is calling out to Digilm. "Ha, what a loser. Aren't you from this city? Do you even know who I am or who my crew is to dare talk back like that? It sounds tough, but Digilm has taken down plenty of punks like you." So, despite his bravado, Digilm kept a calm tone, questioning the punk's age. Even after that, the guy stubbornly refused to answer. Feeling that the punk was not in the mood for a gentle chat, Dagon lightly pinched the kid's throat and squeezed. In less than 3 seconds, the tattooed youth admitted he was only 17. Despite the pain, Dagon calmly threatened that if the punk dared to come back for cigarettes again, he would make sure his parents would not recognize him. Just then, that guy's friends showed up. The punk looked humiliated seeing his buddies. Dagon remained relaxed, knowing that having a few more weaklings around did not change much for him. "You have got a lot of friends. Huh. Everyone's here, right?" Dagon said calmly. Still, no matter how you look at it, Dagon did not believe the big guy in front of him was a student. Being in high school, he wondered if the punk had called his uncle. Hearing that, the fat guy quickly retorted that he was Odhan, a student from Namdun High School, and spoke with a smug attitude. "I do not care who you are, but let me hit you first." With that, the chubby youth did not even care who Dagon was and went straight for a punch, and just like that, boom, with a mere swipe from Dagon, the delusional kid's face was sent sprawling to the ground, knocked out instantly. The girl next to him was confused, seeing such a big guy fall from just one hit. A big guy like that collapsing just like that was unbelievable. On Dagon's side, he had more work to do, so he suggested, "I can't stay here any longer. All of you, come at once. Let us get this over with quickly." Humiliated, the punks were furious and charged at Dagon. However, with just their tough looks and no real skills, Dagon easily took them down one by one. Dagon kept dodging and countering with incredibly agile yet damaging strikes, no wasted motion. Just punches, blocks, dodges, elbows, hooks. The punks kept falling one by one, gasping for air under Dagon's hands. From behind, seeking revenge for Dagon's earlier embarrassment, the tattooed youth planned a brutal attack on the author's weak side. He was caught off guard when Dagon turned around, and the punk truly got wrecked by Dagon's gut-wrenching punch, sending him crashing into a corner wall like a flying axe. In less than 3 minutes, the gang members had gathered to take a breath of fresh air. The leader immediately realized that such a strong person could only be one individual here. Not wanting to play the fool anymore, the leader of the gang casually inquired about Dagon, who had once studied with him in the past. Upon hearing Dagon's name, the weakling realized that he was the one who had led the area during the bloody times 2 years ago. However, he had been wiped out by the author's kid in just a week. "I have heard that getting shot is better than getting beaten by Dagon, but he does look quite handsome." Just as expected, rumors are just rumors, right? Seeing the imposing presence, the leader bowed his head to apologize and promised not to cause trouble at Dagon's place again, so he hoped Dagon would let him and his gang off this time. Hearing this was infuriating. Dagon grabbed the young man and told him not to say such nonsense anymore. As for the foolish kid lying on the ground, the leader volunteered to take the whole gang to the hospital. With a face as cunning as his, he had no time for hospitals. A moment later, the leader had to smack the fat guy's face to wake him up. Regardless of the confusion, what the leader wanted the fat guy to do right now was to bow down and accept punishment. As for Dagon, after a while of punishment, he warned everyone not to cause trouble at the convenience store again, or they would know what it means to say goodbye to life. Hearing that, everyone agreed, because no matter how foolish they acted, they were not crazy enough to mess with the once legendary figure from Incheon again. From a distance, while Dagon was dealing with the kids and explaining why he dropped out, someone was quietly observing him. A moment later, while lost in thoughts about past events that prevented him from completing his studies due to bullies, he realized he had not had time to study at all, but he felt he had improved after such a long time. At that moment, Dagon ran into Same right on the street, having prepared beforehand. As soon as she glanced over, she suggested having a conversation. However, since he did not have time, Dagon was not very interested, but Same was not there just to have a simple chat. Was she? With a business card in hand, she wanted to make an irresistible offer to Dagon, an offer that could not be refused from the Kim Long Education Group. In this way, Same did not disappoint Chairman Tran Kim Long's expectations by quickly finding a suitable person for the project Love Control. Conversely, when the opportunity arose, Dagon seized it and returned to high school to fulfill his dream of a press conference. Even though he was nearly 20 years old now, standing in front of the school gate, Dagon sighed. "I can't believe I am starting high school at 20 years old." Returning to the exchange between Dagon and Same. Previously, Dagon had heard about the project Love Control that Same wanted to implement. Here, she also detailed her plan more thoroughly. That is right, just like the name of the project, Love Control, and she firmly asserted that her project was completely feasible after seeing Dagon's abilities. Nevertheless, Dagon felt that Same seemed to be carrying out foolish actions under the guise of managing the education system. Whoever used violence to control violence. Right then, Same responded that, of course, they had investigated information about him. Dagon wondered, "Who are you?" She did not hold back and straightforwardly said, You are more useless than anyone else, so stop pretending to be strong, even if you think it is unreasonable. I know you are not capable of refusing. This is not the time to boast about the past. Isn't this the opportunity to make up for all the mistakes of the past? This is Dagon's chance to atone for his youthful mistakes, so refusing would just be foolish, faced with the sharp arguments from the opponent. Dagon, well aware of his situation, realized that even though Same's proposal seemed quite absurd, he had no choice but to accept it, returning to reality as a transfer student. Dagon quickly caught the attention of the girls at Kim Long High School inside the 11th grade classroom, while the blonde Jongmin was enjoying his bullying. Hu Jong, the class leader, was more interested in the new student, hearing about a transfer student. The two in the 11th grade had just lost a classmate due to bullying. First, that giant elephant dropped out. Next, I do not care what it was, but that was a damn transfer. Why did he drop out? I like that one. Wasn't it because Bak Goji had stripped her of her underwear? Shut up. That was just a slip-up. The girl next to him chimed in. Why are you asking about the transfer of the bread to do something else? You need to be careful so he can focus on buying bread for us. Hey, stop gathering and go inside. Oh. The transfer student should be here by now. While everyone was chatting loudly about bullying the kids in the class, the transfer student had already arrived. Hey, stop talking and sit down quickly. Today a new student has come. Please introduce yourself. I'm E. I am from Incheon. Nice to meet you all. All the girls are blushing. One even borrowed makeup from a friend. The boys were equally surprised by Daehol's appearance. Even Gizzy, a member of the party group, was smitten and rushed to put on makeup to impress this new student. However, Doling was feeling quite irritated that a new guy, Watcon, had come in and taken over his spot in Portlight. He was looking forward to teaching this new student a lesson. As for Dehol, the teacher said that since a student had dropped out, that is where Dehol would sit. To quickly adapt to school life, Dehol quickly made friends with the guy next to him, Min Seo, who introduced him to their school. Conversely, as soon as the old teacher left, Hu Dong, with a smiling face, approached Dehol's desk. With his arrogant nature, he quietly sneaked up and suddenly hit Min Seo in the back of the neck, telling him to get lost somewhere else. Dehol had no idea what that fat guy was doing anymore. As for the chubby guy, not wanting to waste time on the new kid, he ordered Min Seo to shut up and go buy him some sausage bread. The reason was quite simple. He said, "Your old friend used to be in charge of buying bread for me, but now he has dropped out and has no intention of helping at all. And now that little parasite has run away. Do you think you can escape? After all, you should take responsibility for your friend. Right, now you are officially in charge of buying bread for me. Congratulations." Meanwhile, due to some commitments with Same, Dehol quietly observed. Meanwhile, using the authority of the class leader, Hudong forced Min Seo to comply with his wishes. Min Seo, wanting to avoid trouble, was eager to agree, but since he had a class right after the discussion, he tried to ask Hodong to let him off this time. Next to them, Dongmin was laughing like crazy when Min Seo mentioned the discussion time with him. For Hodong, any time was the same. So in response to Min Seo's plea, Hodong ordered everyone to close their eyes so he could execute a punishment. Quickly, to Dehol's surprise, all the kids in the class closed their eyes as requested by Hodong, and right after that, the senior student slapped Min Seo in the face without missing. Watching from the side, Dehol really wanted to teach the fat guy a lesson he would not forget, but to maintain the confidentiality of the project, Dehol had to follow the bizarre rules set by Same. From Same's perspective, school was just a kingdom for weak or strong animals. In the animal kingdom, a normal lion would never become the king of monsters. Therefore, Sem demanded that Dehol not become an ordinary lion. Back in reality, Dehol was still quite troubled by the rules in the contract with Same, so he had forgotten about closing his eyes as requested. To teach the new kid a lesson, Hudong mentioned that Dehol had taken the place of the student who had just dropped out, so, to pair up, he suggested Dehol go buy bread with Min Seo. Hearing this, Dehol showed signs of annoyance. In his opinion, one person going to buy was already enough, so there was no reason for Dehol to go along. Feeling that Dehol was trying to avoid going with Min Seo, Hudong and his blonde friend laughed with delight. But laughing or not, going to buy bread was an order, not a request, so the fat guy loudly told Dehol to get up and go buy it right away. With no other choice, and not wanting to make a big deal, Dehol decided to follow the suggestion and got up to go buy some. However, first he needed some money, so he asked his friends to give him some cash so he could buy a baguette. Even though he had been the boss for a while, no one dared to ask him for money, and the chubby guy immediately grabbed Dehol's head. "Are you crazy? Don't point your finger at me like that. Of course, I am taking your money. You think I am nice. You do not have money to buy a baguette. Didn't your parents give you any pocket money? Oh. Or do you not have parents?" No matter what was said, mentioning Dehol's parents quickly led to a bitter end for the guy who dared to act tough. One punch sent him reeling. 2 punches had him completely knocked out. Immediately, this guy had to face Dehol's thunderous punch. The clueless kid was stunned by Dehol's blows filled with affection. In the face of the shocked looks from the rest of the class, Dehol no longer cared about the ridiculous rules in the contract with Sai. For him, his fists were the real law in school, so, to show everyone who was the boss in this class, Dehol lightly asked for a little headlock before the loudmouth, the current joker of the 11th grade. Unbelievable. Those were the thoughts in the head of Emundram Gozi and the rest of the class. Di Jing and Deng Min were shocked and also quite annoyed that their close brother was taken down in an instant. But whether they were annoyed or not did not matter. After taking care of the loudmouth chubby guy, the next target on Dehol's list was none other than the arrogant Deng Min. Under focus, the blonde guy was sweating profusely. Still, he tried to act like he was fine, but when Dehol reached his spot, Deng Min tried to attack first, throwing punches and kicks, but none landed effectively. Yet, the blonde's clumsy moves were still too weak for Dehol. Thus, after dodging all the attacks from the industrial chicken, Dehol's fist went straight into the stomach of the clueless Deng Min. He took just one punch and was already down for the count. Before Dehol could finish him off, Deng Min immediately hugged his stomach and raised his hands in surrender, feeling utterly humiliated. Unlike Demi, the clueless kid was still reckless. Trying to fight back against the author's son, he picked up a chair, intending to hit Dehol. But unfortunately, after this fight, his parents would not recognize their beloved son anymore. And then there was nothing after that, with a punch that landed like a bullet to the face. Dehol ended the fight with the chubby guy in the most decisive way possible. After a moment of relaxing his muscles, Dehol felt somewhat relieved. No matter how it was handled, things would always turn out like this. Love for the leader is just similar to that sort of thing, so Dehol was not too worried about the project. As for the bullies, he grabbed the chubby guy by the hair and said, "The baguettes at the food stall are really good, right?" The chubby guy questioned. Puzzled. "Huh." Dehol replied, "I'm curious. How good can they be to make you cause this mess? Get me a few." Dehol immediately ordered the fat guy to get him a few things. However, Gogulyingda did not think he had to listen to Dehol, because even though he was defeated, he was still not the real leader of this 11th grade class. Duving said, "Damn it. You think taking us down means you can control everyone?" Dehol questioned, confused about what the idiot was saying. "I am not the leader of this class. He will be back soon. You are dead for sure." "You idiot." After a moment of chaos, I finally showed up. This guy is Manhwa, the leader of the brawlers from class 1-1 and also the one backing the fat guy. The four of us exchanged glances. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Just the first day at the new school, and there is already bloodshed. Manhwa was very surprised that the new student was so aggressive. What surprised him even more was that Dehol alone managed to take down both the idiots Deng Min and Hit Yuding without even a scratch on him. Manhwa was left wondering how his two buddies had managed to not land a single hit on Dehol. Using his smooth talking skills, Manhwa successfully caught his friend's attention. Although he was saved, both he Deng and Deng Min were not sure if Manhwa could take on Dehol. As for Manhwa, he sticks to his smooth-talking tactics. He asks if anyone from the group is brave enough to go solo with Dehol, but Manhwa himself is not going to charge at Dehol. However, judging by Dehol's observation, it seems Manhwa's stance is wide and his toes are pointed towards him. Moreover, Manhwa's shoulders are relaxed, ready to strike at any moment. On the surface, the red-haired youth appears calm, but it is clear to Dehol that his opponent is actually in a kickboxing stance. Reading Manhwa like an open book, Dehol is sure that if he slips even a bit, his opponent will land a punch on him immediately. Observing from the side, Onling believes that if Dehol has no idea about Manhwa, he would definitely retreat, as Manhwa is on an entirely different level compared to him and the blonde guy. To enjoy the show, the fat guy called someone from the class to get him popcorn. However, Deng's order was immediately refused because he is no longer the top dog of the 11th grade. It is frustrating to think about, but before he could say much, when Haeding locked eyes with Dehol, he immediately switched to being a good student, stopping his reckless behavior and not daring to provoke his classmate anymore. Even the other students did not seem scared of the fat guy, which surprised Manhwa a bit. Nevertheless, he remained calm when introducing himself to Dehol. In return, Dehol also stated his name to show respect for his opponent. Taking the initiative, Manhwa suddenly attacked by pointing his fingertips straight at Dehol's face. Although it was a surprise attack, it was all just a distraction because the real strike was coming from below. Realizing his opponent was targeting his lower region, Dehol recognized the lethal nature of Manhwa's dirty trick. Simply put, this attack aims at the sensitive area between the opponent's legs. If hit, the victim would be in excruciating pain and unable to fight anymore. However, this method of attack is seen as dirty, so the aggressor often faces criticism. So, caught off guard, Dehol did not expect his opponent to use such a sneaky tactic. Out of instinct, due to men's self-defense reflexes, Dehol's body automatically reacted and his hands went down to block, and just like that, he got hit. Seizing the opportunity while Dehol's hands were busy protecting himself, Manhwa did not miss the chance and threw a powerful punch to Dehol's face. However, with his quick reflexes, Do-hol managed to evade most of the damage from the attack. Next to them, two boys, one chubby and one skinny, were really excited about their friend's move. Although everyone in class already knew what Manhwa had just shown, but the crowd believed that a newcomer like D-hol would not be able to handle it. It seemed like Manhwa was winning, but in reality, he was struggling against D-hol's deceptive attack style, unable to hold out for long. Just a slight opening allowed the red-haired guy to get swept off his feet by D-hol, losing his balance immediately. And just like that, he was out. Manhwa got grabbed by the collar and was thrown like a rag doll into the corner. Even though the odds were heavily in D-hol's favor, Manhwa's dirty fighting style made D-hol a bit wary, especially when his opponent was still confidently watching from the side. Seeing Manhwa's special move easily countered, Zong-min felt a bit anxious about his friend's chance of winning. In contrast to Zong-min, the chubby guy believed that Manhwa had not unleashed his full strength. After getting schooled by the 5-3 crew, he had learned boxing, so the outcome was still uncertain. Back to the fight. As Manhwa hoped, after tearing through D-hol's guard, both would continue the PK battle, and as usual, with his impulsive nature, Topter attacked unexpectedly, throwing a metal object at D-hol. D-hol instinctively dodged the throw, but this opened up a big opportunity for Manhwa to exploit. However, thanks to his experience, D-hol had no trouble avoiding Topter's punches, punching endlessly but only hitting air. Manhwa showed his impatience, yet he acted strangely, pretending to look behind and telling his friends not to interfere in his solo match. Hearing this, D-hol thought there were more guys sneaking up behind him, but when he turned back to check, all he saw was a nerdy kid with glasses, which seemed suspicious. Just looking at that kid's face made something feel off, so before getting hit again, D-hol quickly caught on and countered his opponent's punch. Just a glance was enough for D-hol to realize his opponent was a total amateur. One could say Manhwa's tricks were child's play to D-hol. Still, he could handle 1 or 2 times. But if it dragged on, D-hol would not be so easy to fool. To make the opponent stop acting like a little puppy, D-hol had to seriously give Manhwa a loving punch to the face. It seemed fierce, but after exhausting all his mana, Manhwa had barely lost any health. Instead, he was knocked flat after just 1 punch. For some reason, D-hol felt intimidated by Manhwa's weakness. Meanwhile, both the fat guy Chu Deng, the blonde guy Ding Min, and the entire class were shocked by D-hol's goodnight gesture. After just a light tap on the cheek, he was out cold, and D-hol had no choice but to tell Manhwa's buddies to wake him up and take him to the infirmary to recover. After that, all 3 would have to come back to talk to D-hol again, which sounded pretty terrifying. The 2 idiots did not dare to move, not wanting to be sent off the planet. When Siam walked by, she witnessed everything and thought, "D-hol, it is such an important first day for you. Normally, I would not overlook a new student coming in, so, because of what happened to you today, we will have to hold more meetings. I have high expectations for you. Could this be the end of the tragic bullying?" A female student recognized Sa-im as the director of the planning department of the organization, and she wondered what Sa-im was doing here. Back to D-hol. He was currently standing up to teach the bullies a psychological lesson. School is a place for learning. You understand me, so you should not bring that childish nonsense anymore. D-hol stood with his arms crossed, intimidating the brats. But they remained stubborn. In this day and age, who even bullies anymore? We are just taking care of them. Alright. D-hol warned. 1. Be my friend and listen to me. 2. Die by my hands. You choose. The blonde guy obediently chose the first option to be friends with D-hol, though he was not too happy about it and only secretly admitted it. As for the fat guy, when D-hol suggested he stop being a lackey to others, Hu Ding agreed, but his expression still showed some reluctance. However, he knew he had to comply with D-hol's words. Having dealt with the troublemakers, D-hol declared to all class members that if Manhwa and his gang dared to bully or disturb anyone in class again, D-hol would dismantle their trio and reshape them into better people. Therefore, everyone could focus on their studies. From now on, with the appearance of the war god D-hol, although Mincio sometimes felt quite scared of this new friend, he also believed that the atmosphere in class would be less tense. On the other side, the group from class 1-3 began to gossip about D-hol's fight. However, with the comedic acts that D-hol had shown in front of Manhwa, Sangbo, the leader of class 1-3, thought that D-hol was just lucky. Agreeing with him, Sangbo's 2 lackeys believed that Manhwa only started kickboxing because he was bullied by Sangbo, but having just finished the beginner course, it is no surprise that Manhwa lost to D-hol. Immediately, Sangbo chimed in that Manhwa was just a dirty scarecrow, always doing nasty tricks, so he never had a chance against Sangbo from the start. Then, Sangbo stood up, took off his jacket, and asked who would be the punching bag today. As usual, Sangbo always treated his classmates like his punching bags, and this time was no exception. A smaller guy in class 1-3 had to offer himself up to this narcissistic guy. He attacked very quickly, and with just 1 punch, Sangbo made the small guy vomit all his food. Feeling that his punch was very impressive, Sangbo put on a very self-satisfied expression. However, He still wanted his lackeys to bring him more punching bags to warm up before taking on D-Hole. Moving into the second day of D-Hole's high school life, he had come to a deep realization about his past mistakes in underestimating his studies. So now, D-Hole was determined to seize the opportunity that same offered to wash away his embarrassing past. To do this, he needed to secretly control the bullies at Kim Long's school. Nevertheless, for D-Hole, studying was still the top priority. So as soon as class ended, he asked Min Seo to help him copy the parts he missed during the lesson. Despite promising to stop, old habits die hard. However, with D-Hole present, the fat one does not dare to take risks. Just like his buddies, having grown accustomed to bullying classmates, Jongmin has also forgotten his promise to D-Hole and is playing tricks again. Still, the blonde guy realizes that what he is doing is not right, so he tries to change to please D-Hole. But wanting to change does not mean he can do it immediately. The sudden ban on bullying leaves Hodong and Jongmin feeling very uneasy. Therefore, both of them really want Manhwa to have another showdown with D-Hole outside the class because who knows, Manhwa might actually take D-Hole down. Hearing this, Guzi feels pity for his two friends. In his eyes, D-Hole is currently the top of the crop to attract the opponent's attention. Guzi approaches, sits across from D-Hole, and suggests that D-Hole join him for martial arts practice. Having been friends for a long time, every time Guzi turns on his charming voice to flirt, his three friends can't help but roll their eyes, thinking he just wants a hug instead of martial arts training. As for D-Hole, belonging to a powerful sect, he only thinks that his opponent is inviting him to touch the studio to learn techniques. So, despite Guzi's excitement, what D-Hole cares about right now is just the words on the board. The beautiful girl does not bother to look but keeps turning to glance behind her. Guzi feels something is off. Turning back, he realizes he is just blocking the opponent from observing the words on the board. It is frustrating to think about. He invited her to cuddle to study martial arts with her, yet D-Hole is solely focused on studying, leaving Guzi speechless. Frustrated, he tells D-Hole to keep studying hard to become a useful citizen. Still, Guzi does not forget to express a bit of anger towards his three friends, telling them they should focus on studying instead of thinking about revenge. Speaking of revenge, Manhwa suddenly remembers that the transfer student who hit him to become a match for D-Hole. This also means that Kim Min from Class 1-2 and Sim Sang-bo from Class 1-3 will try to fight D-Hole. This way, Manhwa can reclaim his title without having to fight D-Hole anymore, because he believes the two bullies from Classes 1-2 and 1-3 are quite capable. However, that is also what Guzi is worried about. If they manage to take down D-Hole, then they will all fall under that guy's command. This is truly a terrible situation for Class 1-1. The bullies from Classes 1-2 and 1-3 all have terrible personalities, so Hodong is quite concerned about the prospect of having to work for these worthless guys. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Manhwa is a bit surprised by the presence of Kim Min-jong, who is currently one of the bullies in Class 1-2. Just seeing that pump Min-jong's face made the blonde guy dislike him right away. On top of that, the opponent was also trying to stir up trouble with Manhwa. That is why Hodong really wanted to give the arrogant guy in front of him a lesson. But if he wins, he is a king, and if he loses, he has to stay quiet. So while Manhwa let the opponent insult him, he remained calm and told Hodong to drop the act with Min-jong. With the red-haired guy, if the opponent came looking for a fight, there was no need for many words, because if he wanted to, Manhwa would make Min-jong end up bedridden once again. Instead of picking up a weapon, Min-jong hesitated. Having clashed with each other many times before, even though he had a bit more strength, Manhwa was notorious for playing dirty, so Min-jong was not foolish enough to throw the first punch against the red-haired guy. Just when it seemed like things were getting tense, the argument between Manhwa and Min-jong was interrupted when Dae-gun spoke up, hearing that the author's kids said he could not study because it was noisy. Even though he really wanted to fight, Manhwa could only accept and stop the argument. Hey, I should study too, Manhwa said. Unlike the blonde guy did not show any interest in Dae-gun's words. On the contrary, upon realizing Dae-gun was the new student making waves, he seemed quite pleased, because after dealing with Dae-gun, Manhwa and his gang would naturally be below Min-jong. Manhwa and Udong were more supportive of Dae-gun than fighting Min-jong. The time had come, and the confident kid stepped up to Dae-gun to stir up trouble. At first, Min-jong thought the opponent would be fierce, but when he saw Dae-gun up close, he seemed more like a scared kid. Thinking he was tough, Min-jong leaned in, calling the opponent a coward, only to find that when he faced him, he could not even manage a word. Even with that, Dae-gun still did not speak, and Min-jong thought he was scared, so he pushed further. The dumb blonde kid reached out, planning to stop Dae-gun from copying notes again, and just like that, he was out. Dae-gun was just busy studying. A shrimp like Min-jong would crumble with just a little pressure. Min-jong boasted but could not handle the pain when it came, so in less than 2 seconds, the delusional kid was crying and begging the opponent to let go of his hand. No one understood how he ended up in tears without even being hit. The students in class were utterly shocked by what they were witnessing. Dae-gun remained as calm as ever. He was only focused on finishing his notes during recess, so if Min-jong did not want to lose a few fingers, Dae-gun advised him to come back and start trouble another time. Hearing this, Minjong pretended to agree to protect his fingers. However, that was just a facade to escape a tough situation. That is why as soon as Dae-gun let his guard down, the dumb kid Minjong immediately turned around and unexpectedly attacked Dae-gun, and so, it was game on for the second time. Overall, the strength of Minjong was not impressive at all. Besides, he could not even play dirty like Manhwa, so Dae-gun just lightly slapped him in the face, and the blonde guy was out of the game immediately. I thought the first and second class would be tough, but who knew they would go wide-eyed and faint after just one hit. But maybe that is a good thing. Dae-gun is looking for a rival, so he told Minjong's underling to take Han away. By the time Han wakes up, Dae-gun will continue to teach Minjong just like he did with the troublemaking trio from last season. Meanwhile, Min-so feels much more at ease with Dae-gun's overwhelming strength. On the contrary, Dae-gun is genuinely surprised that the first and second class issues are not as tough as he thought. Nearby, Manhwa's group, who just minutes ago were planning revenge, is now sweating bullets. If they fight now, they might end up toothless. So, the chubby guy thinks forgiveness is easier than revenge. Therefore, he decides to forgive the transfer student. Sharing the same mindset, Jong-min also gives up bullying and declares he will focus on studying because retaliating would just mess things up. Standing outside the door, he sees Manhwa's group being bullied. Unable to lift their heads, Sangbo does not hold back on the taunts. Just one day of humiliation and they are already being insulted by those from the other class. Manhwa is ready to unleash his pen. However, Sangbo is not here to pick a fight with Manhwa, so he ignores Hojong's provocations. The whole first class 3 group is only interested in the new transfer student. Dae-hun. Even copying notes is not peaceful. Although he does not want to affect his studies, Dae-hun may have to stop copying right now. The upperclassmen surround Minsu's board, creating a very tense atmosphere. Sim Sangbo politely pats Minsu's head and asks, "Hey, classmate, I need to talk to that guy for a bit. Can you step aside?" Minsu replies, "Oh, sure." Sim Sangbo sits down next to Dae-hun, his expression unchanged. Sim Sangbo chuckles lightly. "So, are you studying right now? You are quite the odd one." The student following him mocks, "Hey Dae-hun, do you want to be called handsome or a bad boy?" Another chimes in, "Hey, do not flatter that guy." Sim Sangbo leans in and whispers, "Oh." New student. "Let me introduce myself. I am Sim Sangbo from class 3. I heard you defeated Nomo Manana. I just hope you do not think you are the king after beating that fool." At this moment, Dae-hun finally sets down his pen. He quietly removes his glasses and reminds, "Hey, you really talk too much. If you have something to say, just say it. I am really busy." Sim Sangbo is taken aback. A new student dares to tell him he talks too much. He gives a faint smile. "Huh, you are really bold. I like it." Dae-hun gives Sangbo a warning look. "I have never seen big guys picking on the useless. But you really look pathetic." Sangbo is furious now, retorting, "Not bad." New student. "You are actually interesting, so that means you are not an idiot, right?" With that, Sangbo stands up decisively, saying, New student. "See you after class. You would better prepare well because I am not some fool like Manhwa." With that, Sim Sangbo orders his 2 companions to head back to class, his gaze firm, clearly feeling quite annoyed inside. Dae-hun scratched his head, feeling a bit annoyed. "Seriously, it is only the first day and the questions are already so strange. Looks like I won't be having a normal student life after all." Park Ji-rai rubbed her chin, looking worried. "Whoa, Sim Sangbo is really strong. That new student is doomed." Jong-min, seeing this, asked, "Wait, are you worried about him too?" Park Ji-rai replied, "It is because I do not like Sim Sangbo. Honestly, the new student is more likable than him. Plus, do you want to be Sim Sangbo's lapdog?" Jong-min hesitated. "Well, you have a point." Manhwa suddenly stood up and said, "I do not agree with that." He put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward. Jong-min called after him, "Hey Manhwa, where are you going?" Park Ji-rai ran after him, asking, "Hey, you are not siding with the new student, are you? Do you want me to side with you guys too?" Manhwa ignored her and turned to Dae-gun, asking, "Is it okay if I sit here for a bit?" Dae-gun firmly replied, "No." Manhwa did not pay attention. He casually pulled out a chair and said, "I heard your conversation with Sim Sangbo. I hate him, but I have to admit, he is not like those other second-year students. He has been training in martial arts, so he hits hard." Dae-gun subtly reminded, "Oh hey, I told you not to provoke him. I do not really care about that." Manhwa, with a serious expression, turned to Dae-gun, saying, "You should know I want to help you." Manhwa's group was shocked to hear that, and Park Ji-rai had to cover her mouth in surprise. Dae-gun, stunned, asked, "You want to help? Did I hear that right?" The room fell unusually silent. Dae-gun asked, "What are you planning to do?" Manhwa confidently replied, "I will analyze Sim Sangbo's tax strategy for you." "What else?" Dae-gun calmly adjusted his glasses, responding, "I do not need that." Manhwa ignored him and continued, "Sim Sang, he has been familiar with boxing since middle school." Dae-gun felt extremely annoyed, reminding him, "Oh come on, I said I do not need it. This guy is so weird. Manhwa did not care and kept going. That Sangbo is not really interested in boxing matches. He trains in boxing just to bully others. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Sim Sangbo took off his shirt, revealing his heavily tattooed body, and shouted, "So, where's my lapdog?" Immediately, 3 students glanced over, showing signs of fatigue and sorrow. Sim Sangbo surveyed the room and asked, "Where's lapdog number 4? One timidly replied, "Lapdog number 4 is in the hospital right now." Sim Sangbo asked seriously, "Huh, why is he in the hospital right now? Is it because of me?" The frightened student quietly answered, Well, it is not because of you. He just fell somewhere." Sim Sangbo frowned and continued, "Really? I was just helping him train for fitness, so it is not my fault. He is just weak." "Well, if you 3 do your best, that is fine. Now, can we start today's training? You all know if you do not fight seriously, there will be consequences. Right?" Immediately, the 3 students raised their fists, but they did not look ready to fight seriously. Each was filled with worry and fear. Sim Sangbo noticed this and reminded them, "I am serious. Fight properly. If you guys die, it won't be fun anymore. You get it? Alright, let us go." One of the 3 students charged forward, only to be punched by Sangbo right in the jaw. The first student stumbled backward without anyone to catch him. The second one saw this, sweat pouring down. He was scared too but did not know what to do now. His fist was raised but there was absolutely no strength behind it. The result was about the same. Sangbo easily landed a punch to his gut. He stumbled backward, and Sangbo yelled, "You little brat, why did not you ever hit back at Dang Hong?" With that, the second student also crumpled down, and no one came to help. The last student had not even thrown a punch and was already shaking. Sangbo raised an eyebrow in warning, saying, "Listen up, hit Dang Hong. Move forward. What are you standing there for? Hurry up before I lose my patience." Just a few words were enough to make the student pale with fear. He charged forward recklessly, but the outcome was not much better. He ended up worse off. This last student was pummeled repeatedly in the face and body by Sangbo. As he hit, Sangbo shouted, "You idiot. You can't even stay alert. You should be able to dodge my hits, or your arm will break. Move it." Everyone in the class stood by, watching from start to finish, but no one dared to cough or say a word. The students who were hit earlier sat nearby, afraid to breathe heavily. At this point, Sangbo noticed and glanced over. "Oh, look at these cowardly kids. You still dare to sit there. Do you think you are at a picnic? Stand up, you little punks. I am hitting you to help build your endurance, but you are just sitting there pretending to be defeated. You are adorable. I told you to take on Dang Hong, but you did not listen. Today I will send you all to the hospital." At this, the faces of the 2 earlier students stiffened, both wondering, is he really going to keep hitting us? Outside in the schoolyard, in the cafeteria area, people were buzzing about the new transfer student. Incredibly handsome, Misu followed Dehol, feeling a bit shy as everyone's eyes were on them, both guys and girls. Dehol set his tray down on the table. He looked at the food on his tray and felt nostalgic, thinking, "Whoa, it has been a while since I have eaten cafeteria food. I miss it so much. Lately, I have just been eating near-expired stuff from the convenience store." Remembering the old man's words, "Isa, this stuff should have been thrown away, but I see you are a good kid so I will leave it for you. Nobody else would eat this." Meanwhile, 2 girls standing from afar were also watching Dehol. The girl with glasses excitedly said, "Zena, look at the new student. He is so handsome." Zena followed her friend's gaze and replied, "Huh. That is the new student." Suddenly Zena turned around, rubbing her chin in thought, mumbling, "Is today, like, a coincidence?" At another table, some male students looked at Dehol with curiosity. One said, "Is that him, the one who defeated Manhwa and Kim Il-sung? With that smug look, he probably thinks he is the king since he arrived." A guy laughed and replied, "But I heard he only used one move." Boy in a black shirt immediately retorted, "Don't exaggerate. Who would believe that? I think that guy just got lucky. I heard he is going to fight Sim Sangbo again later." Gyu Sung, the class 7 boss, then spoke up, "Huh. Really? That is worth waiting for. Whether it is luck or skill, we will find out soon." Dehol was getting ready to eat when Juri came over, smiling brightly, saying, "Dehol, why are you eating alone? Let us eat together." She then glanced at Minsu, gently reminding him, "Hey, can you scoot over a bit?" Minsu thought to himself, am I invisible or something? Why would Dehol sit alone? As soon as Jiri sat down, the Manhwa gang joined in naturally, with Jong Bin jokingly saying, "Whoa, today's meal looks delicious." Dehol struggled to respond, asking, "What are you guys doing?" Meanwhile, at another table, a group was discussing Dehol. One person said, "Hey, that is him, the handsome guy who is the new student. Right?" Another replied, "Whoa, he is already hanging out with the Manhwa group." Okipak Duzik, the class 8 leader, laughed mockingly. No matter what, when it comes to looks, I am still the winner, his supporters immediately chimed in. Of course, that is a given, Manhwa kept urging D-Hol. Eat more, because Sim Sang-bo is not easy to deal with like me or Kim Myung-jong, D-Hol, putting a bite of rice in his mouth, asked. After beating that guy, why are you so worried now? Also, what do you want to help me with, Manhwa? Looking thoughtful, replied honestly, well, it is a bit hard to explain. At that time, I was in a battle with Sim Sang-bo or something like that. Back then, it was just me and him in a secluded spot, and he kept attacking me. Honestly, I thought I was about to end up in the hospital. My face was covered in bruises. I remember he looked at me while smiling, saying I looked like I was about to faint. He even said he would keep playing with me until my face was bruised and blood flowed like a river. At that moment, I fought him fiercely, attacking him head-on. He kept beating me to the brink of death. Oh, I forgot to mention, he is a boxer, which is obviously on a whole different level than me. He was incredibly fast, able to dodge every hit while countering me instantly. I thought I would not win that time. At one point, I managed to corner him against the wall. I felt like if I did not act now, I would never get another chance. Using skills I had not planned to employ, I seized that opportunity. Hearing this, D-Hol looked stunned, feeling a twitch in his own area, and asked Manhwa, wait, what you are saying is not what I think it is. Right, Manhwa recalled Sim Sang-bo's pained expression and confirmed. Yes, that is exactly it. At that time, Sim Sang-bo had to scream and beg me to give up, but now they are turning their backs and refusing to admit defeat. It is infuriating, I swear to God. I have never felt so embarrassed about that. Yet like everyone else, no one wants to acknowledge it. D-Hol continued eating, thinking to himself, who would admit it besides the one who did it? Manhwa recalled the fight with Sim Sang-bo and sighed. In summary, that guy is a boxer with quite a few skills. His punches are not particularly strong but always target the weak spots. After losing to me, he did not dare challenge me again, which is why Dong Min thought. He is probably scared of getting beaten again. Manhwa looked at D-Hun with a dangerous expression, wanting to defeat you and knock everyone down with him. Hearing this, Dong Min angrily said, hey, that bastard, can't he just do that? D-Hun calmly replied, hey, it is not like you can just mess with someone's life, and now you are overdoing it. At that moment, two other boys approached D-Hun, talking loudly as if they wanted the whole area to hear. The boy in a white shirt, Thome, exclaimed, whoa, Sang-bo can play without eating. If we do not eat, we probably can't do anything. Du-hun felt something was off and thought, these guys are definitely mocking me. Whatever, I do not care. The boy in the uniform next to him smiled and said, yeah, Sang-bo seems really strong today. The boy in the white shirt pretended to say loudly, come on, Sang-bo is always strong, and today he is even facing the new student. He is definitely going to win. They walked past D-Hun's table and threw something into his food tray. The boy in the white shirt pretended to be shocked and said, oh my god, I am so sorry. I accidentally did that. Du-hun shot a cold glare at them and asked, what do you want? Baegiri next to him also felt annoyed and said, hey, are you guys crazy? What kind of nonsense are you doing? At the same time, Du-hun's face darkened as he picked up what had just fallen into his food. The boy in the white shirt waved his hand and smiled. Come on, I said I am sorry. Do not be upset. Okay, whether you eat it or not is up to you. After that, the two boys walked past D-hun. The boy in the white shirt glanced at D-hun and smiled, nudging the boy in black. All right, let us go. Everyone thought D-hun would stay silent and let it go. But no, he suddenly reached out, grabbed him, and said in a low voice, stop. Where do you think you are going? This is not dried squid, it is bellflower. What do you want? The atmosphere was incredibly tense. A girl with glasses, who was with Gina, called out, hey Ina, look over there. I think the transfer student and those bullies are arguing. Looking at the group he was sitting with, I think he is also a bully. Just look at his face. He looks like he could be a bully, too. Gina, watching, felt the tension as well. The boys in green from the 7th grade watched the scene and felt a bit excited. Whoa. Are they actually going to fight? The leader of the 7th grade, with no change in expression, said. All right. Let me see what you can do. Du-hun was already angry, shooting a piercing glare at the two guys, coldly asking, I asked you where the dried squid is. The boy in the white shirt panicked. He awkwardly tried to pull his hand away, stammering, wait, what the hell are you doing? It is just a small thing, and I already said I am sorry. You jerk. D-hun had no intention of letting go. He tightened his grip on the guy's arm, muscles bulging, and asked again, sorry, huh? The boy in the white shirt looked at D-hun, scared to the point of sweating profusely. D-hun continued, you say sorry to me, but whether I accept it or not is not up to you. Is it? Just then, D-hun's phone rang. Startling him, he released his grip on the guy's arm, while warning, Stay right there and wait for me a moment. The message sent to Dihun was from his manager, asking, "Are you adjusting well to school? How's your class schedule?" He looked at the messages and immediately felt something was off. The anger from before suddenly vanished. He remembered when she told him, "Once you finish this mission, you will receive a full scholarship for university after graduating high school. We will support you in having a smooth school life, and the rules I mentioned earlier are not just to restrict you, Dihun, because security is a priority for this project. I want to remind you to act with moderation. If the project risks being exposed due to inappropriate behavior, it will be cancelled immediately, and you will go back to your old life. Dihun, you will become just another worker at the convenience store." Dihun glanced at his phone and thought, "She probably wants to remind me through this message to act with moderation and focus on my tasks, but even if I punch these two punks, the chances of getting caught are still pretty low." The two boys saw Dihun let go of his hands and immediately decided to run off. When Dihun turned around, those two had already gotten a bit away. He sighed. "Those jerks. Tesketsk. Look at them run. Do they even have any sense?" Bangogong. He popped a piece of candy in his mouth and pointed elsewhere, chewing away while reminding himself, "Whatever, let it go. They are the ones with the problems over there. Those strong kids just stand and pose, while the ones trailing behind are the troublemakers." Suddenly, he looked at Minsu, who was also staring at him. He opened his mouth wide. "Oh hey, why are you looking at me?" Minsu, a bit nervously, replied, No, I am not." Dihun rubbed his head, reminding himself, "Right, I should not get distracted. If I finish this project, I could achieve something I never even dared to dream of." While thinking, he looked at the three faces he had taken down that morning. Staring blankly, he thought, "Well, it is only the first day, and I have already gotten into too many fights, so I need to save my energy." The two 7th graders in blue were giggling, saying, "Man, why are not they fighting? So disappointing." The 7th grade tough guy looked over and assessed. This one does not seem like the others. He does not seem hasty at all. Dihun had not finished eating but stood up, telling everyone, "I am full. I am heading out first." Manhwa called after him, "Wait up, I have not shown you the Simsangbo attack style yet." Dihun replied, splashing cold water on Manho's face, "I do not need it. Thanks." Dongbin whispered to Manho, "Hey." His mood changed after looking at his phone. "Right." Manho sighed, looking after him. Tusk. This guy is really hard to read. Dihun wandered alone outside, hands in his pockets, thinking, "Agoo. I have stood out too much on the first day. I wonder what the manager will think." Dihun reminded himself, "Alright, I will be polite today." Just as he finished his thought, the troublemaking guy in white walked out from inside. Immediately, the coward turned and rushed back inside. Of course, Dihun did not miss the chance to run up and grab him, asking, "Where do you think you are going?" The boy shouted, Hey, you have got the wrong person. Wait. Dihun smirked. "Oh, what you did just now was the real mistake. You punk," the boy in white confessed. "It is because you are a new student, so you probably do not know the rules. The rule is, you can touch other students. You can only hit me if you win the Sangbo match." Dihun, looking dumbfounded, asked, "What the hell kind of rule is that?" The boy in white continued, "It is a long-standing tradition. If you do not follow it, you will become the target of the entire school." Suddenly someone approached, and Dihun reminded him, "Hey, someone is coming, so let us talk somewhere quiet." The boy in white protested, "No, I am not going anywhere. If I follow you to some quiet place, you will just beat me up." Dihun replied, "So you want to get beaten here?" The boy in white immediately agreed. In a corner of the school, a thudding sound echoed. The guy in the white shirt was punched in the stomach a few times by Dihun and lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. "You, damn it. You will regret this." Dihun glanced around and clicked his tongue. "It is cramped, but it is pretty empty here. I think we can settle this." He turned to the guy and said, "Call your boss over." The guy in the white shirt looked stunned. "Huh, are you serious?" Dihun smirked. "So, if I win against you, I can beat you as much as I want. Right, get him here so I can win right away." The guy in the white shirt hesitated. Well, theoretically, that is true, but I think he can't come right now. He is busy punching a punching bag." Dihun frowned. "A punching bag? Isn't he the one making the others into punching bags?" The guy in the white shirt sneered. "Who is pretending? You know it too, right? You have probably done it before." Dihun did not respond. He just asked, "Is he in class?" The guy in the white shirt replied, "Yeah." Hearing that, Dihun cracked his knuckles and thought, "Damn it. I can't let him do that." As he walked, he thought, "I guessed wrong. This is not the time to worry about the location." Outside classroom 1-3, Dihun stood by the door, thinking, "This is class 3. Huh." He leaned down to peek inside. Immediately, a male student was thrown against the classroom door, his face bruised. At that moment, The guy who was a punching bag seemed to notice someone outside the classroom. He asked, "Who is that?" Another person raised their hand and said, "Let me see." But just as his hand was about to touch the door, it suddenly swung open, revealing Di-hun, who said, "Get out of the way." The student jumped back. "It is a new student." The punching bag guy casually stood with his hands in his pockets and said, "But I told you to meet after class." Di-hun looked at the male student sitting on the ground, thinking, his punching bags are different. He targets the defenseless kids and just beats them up. The punching bag guy was a bit surprised to see Di-hun. He asked, "Why are you here? You want to fight now?" "All right, you punching bags. Get lost." A student who had just gotten up looked very pained, and the punching bag guy reminded him, "Hey, are you trying to act tough? Don't make a fuss like that. You idiot." While speaking, he grabbed the neck of the male student. Yet, the student did not resist. He even cried out, "I'm sorry. I am not trying to act hurt. Please. I will say I fell on the way home. It is my fault. Please let me go." The punching bag guy felt satisfied hearing this and sneered. "Right, it is because you are all so weak." Di-hun, upon hearing this, turned to look at the others curiously, just as he had predicted. Whether it was his friends or friends of friends being treated like punching bags, Di-hun understood that feeling of helplessness. Suddenly, Di-hun fell silent, understanding that feeling of helplessness with the punches to the stomach, or those times he was punched in the face until his bones ached, with Eugene and his crew continuously bullying everyone without pause. And those students could not rely on the adults pretending not to see the situation or dealing with it half-heartedly. Surprisingly, the one who dealt with all this was another bully stronger than the one bullying Di-hun. It was just a casual remark by him when he was a little angry, but it was definitely thanks to his words that Di-hun was saved. That is something Di-hun will always remember, never to forget, dealing with Eugene by using another Eugene. I am not sure if that is a good idea, but it might be the best solution, and now Di-hun will be the one to carry it out. The boy who was beaten to a pulp stared intently at Di-hun. Everyone in the class watched him closely. Di-hun stood alone in front of class 3. He told Sim Sang-bo not to pretend to be strong while hitting the weak, but rather to fight the real strong ones. Sim Sang-bo felt a bit annoyed hearing this. He frowned and said, "Are you talking about yourself?" Di-hun immediately pointed at his friend and teased him. "Well, if you beat me up and then turn to hit your friend, can I use him as a punching bag? Isn't he that unfair then?" Sim Sang-bo's accomplice got so angry that his nerves were all on edge. He said, "Take it straight. What are you saying? Are you saying I am your punching bag?" Di-hun casually replied, "Yeah, you are big, so you deserve it." The ally pulled back his words and immediately lunged with a punch, cursing, "Damn you, you straight punk." Di-hun quickly grabbed his fist with one hand and his collar with the other. Using all his strength, Di-hun pushed him back. A moment later, he quickly attacked the big guy with a punch. The big guy took Di-hun's punch squarely under the chin. As a result, he slumped to the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone saw this and erupted. One person shouted loudly, "Hey, I think I just heard a punch." Everyone looked confused. Di-hun stood there casually with his hands in his pockets, praising, "He threw a good punch. I thought he was just hitting a punching bag. Now what should I do? Which punching bag should I hit next?" Sim Sang, witnessing the scene, felt his muscles tense up. His whole body suddenly stiffened. Sim Sang-bo observed and thought, that guy just used the opponent's punching power to throw them into the lockers. He is not just some random punk. He knows how to balance weight too. Hearing this, Sang-bo rubbed his head and laughed mischievously. "Whoa. This time I have met a real opponent. This guy is interesting. Who knew you would provoke me like that? Haha." He then ordered his remaining close ally, "Push the desk forward." The ally immediately responded, "Got it." He turned back to the other students. "Push all the desks up for me. Push as hard as you can." Di-hun glanced at Sang-bo, thinking, he is an exceptional fighter. Right, it seems he wants to create as much space as possible. At this moment outside, the white-shirted boy from earlier was walking while leaning against the wall, complaining, "Damn, it hurts so much." He called out to another student, "Hey, wait, help me." That student helped the boy in the white shirt, who said while walking, "Let us go to class 3. I think the new student and Sang-bo are going to fight." The 7th graders also heard this. One said, "Did you hear that? Let us go check it out." Eugene Kadap. "Okay, let us go." The gang was still sitting in the cafeteria, eating ice cream and drinking soda. Bahogo inside. "So boring. Why is the ice cream so tiny now?" Jongmin teased. "I really do not know why. You have bulked up, you fat pig." Suddenly, crowd gathered outside the canteen. "Hey, Sim Sang-bo and the new student are fighting. Let us go check it out. It is at classroom 3. The 3 people in the crowd could not hide their surprise. Jongmin shouted, "Seriously? Whoa. Hurry, let us go see." At the door of classroom 3, it suddenly became lively. Everyone quickly rushed over to watch. Manhwa opened the classroom door and wondered, what the hell is going on? He said he would fight after class. Right. Bahogo squinted and asked, "Hey, has it started yet?" Jongmin replied. Seeing Daegun standing firm, Sim Sang-bo was also getting into position. So it must have just started. Damn it. I should be brought popcorn. Sim Sang-bo thought while observing Daegun. I know he can beat Manhwa, but in the video, he did not seem to practice much. I do not know what his fighting style is. But first, let us measure the distance. With that thought, Sim Sang-bo suddenly moved towards Daegun, catching him off guard. Instantly, the first punch was thrown, and Daegun quickly dodged it. Daegun had to shift his feet to stand firm. Sim Sang-bo's last punch was indeed fast. Yet, Sim Sang-bo continued with another unmanageable blow, his fist swiping past Daegun's face. Dodging that punch, Daegun thought. Damn it. This guy is even faster than a champion boxer. Daegun's feet were in constant motion, and no matter when Daegun approached him, Sim Sang-bo quickly dodged to the side. Sim Sang-bo continually threw punches targeting Gun's vulnerable spots, but Daegun leaned away to avoid them. Sang-bo swung at his head, and Daegun swiftly ducked. Sim Sang-bo's punches were all incredibly powerful. One hit could immediately tilt the victory to one side. Just then, Daegun raised his fist, thinking, this guy can catch up and get too close to me. Then, during the attack's gap, I can take advantage of it. Sim Sang-bo saw Daegun preparing to counter and was a bit surprised. Immediately, he lifted his feet and stepped back. The distance between the two was just right now. Sim Sang-bo looked at Daegun and smiled. Whoa. You have hit the gap between the attacks precisely. But sorry, I am not going to get hit. Daegun furrowed his brow, thinking, he moves and stretches the distance like Manhwa said. He is not an ordinary guy. He was born with sharp reflexes and with systematic training. He was very good at moving to dodge attacks. Above all, he struck incredibly fast. With that thought, Sim Sang-bo immediately launched a continuous attack towards Daegun, throwing punches at his face, but Daegun managed to dodge them all. Manhwa stood outside observing closely. He sighed, Tusk, with such relentless attacks and no gaps, he is putting himself in a corner. I do not see any chance to hit at all. Just as he thought this, Daegun unexpectedly raised his fist, his gaze steady in response. The fist moved towards Sang-bo's face, startling him a bit. He frowned, thinking, damn it, at this distance, I can dodge this. A second later, Sim Sang-bo was punched back violently. Sim Sang-bo quickly raised his hand to block the punch right in front of him. His legs also braked and touched the floor. Sim Sang-bo could not believe his eyes, his hand still blocking in front. He thought, what the hell is this? Can a human punch like that? I raised my hands to defend, but the damage was still incredibly strong. Dongmin and Bangogong exclaimed together, what the hell? What is this? I thought he was really quick, but before I could even process it, I got hit. After delivering a blow, Daegun dusted off his clothes, thinking, Tesketsk. This guy's reflexes are not ordinary, and his observation skills are also very quick. Sim Sang-bo lowered his hand, looking at Daegun with a piercing gaze, thinking, my hand is slightly injured, but it is fine. Just from that moment I already know his reach. I will hold the point of his strike with one step, wait for him to finish his attack, and then counter. Just as he thought, Sim Sang-bo's foot moved. Daegun quickly noticed this, as Sim Sang-bo charged at him with all his strength. Looking like a bloodthirsty beast, Daegun was also ready to attack. Seeing this movement, Sim Sang-bo immediately felt confident, thinking, good, just as I predicted. He is about to throw a punch. The moment Daegun threw a punch straight at Sim Sang-bo's face, he quickly stepped back to dodge the blow, watching Daegun's fist in mid-air. The corner of his mouth curled up as he thought. Perfect, just as I expected. However, there was one thing he did not anticipate. Right after missing the punch, Daegun raised his leg. At this distance, hitting Sim Sang-bo's leg was extremely easy. Sim Sang-bo winced in pain, gritting his teeth, wondering, did that guy just use a low kick? At this point, Sim Sang-bo seemed furious. He threw a punch while cursing. Damn it, you are dead. But Daegun quickly dodged. He looked at Sim Sang-bo and guessed that he was losing control. Without missing the chance, he delivered another strong kick to Sim Sang-bo's knee. The 7th grade students watching outside exclaimed, whoa, that must hurt a lot. Yuzunka next to them also commented, Sim Sang-bo is very aware of punches but knows nothing about kicks. Really lacking, it will definitely affect his movement. After being kicked, Sim Sang-bo's leg shook and he knelt down, his ears ringing against the floor but his eyes still looked up at Daegun with visible anger. Daegun reminded him. Get up, Sim Sang-bo froze. Wait, are you telling me to get up? Gradually, Sim Sang-bo stood up slowly, gritting his teeth and continuing. Damn it. You bastard. You think you can keep acting like this? I despise you. Daegun immediately kicked Sim Sang-bo's leg again. While kicking he taunted. What? Do you want to get up again? Manhwa's group gasped. Jongmin said, whoa. Look at his attitude. Hitting the same spot again. Manhwa clicked his tongue. That is harsh. He should be kicked him in the head. Banhojong also chimed in. Whoa. This is eye-opening. He won't let his opponent get back up. Daegyun, with an icy stare, looked at Sim Sang-bo and reminded him, "Your leg is too weak now. If you can't fight anymore, just lie down." Sim Sang, of course, would not accept that. He stood in an attacking stance with his weak leg, still talking tough. "You little punk, do not act like you have won. You are fighting like a coward." Without saying much, Daegyun immediately lifted his leg in response, thanking him for the compliment. Sim Sang-bo leaned to the side, thinking, "Damn it, he is hitting the same spot again." Contrary to Sim Sang-bo's thoughts, Daegyun's leg suddenly halted. With the next move, Daegyun launched a continuous attack to Sim Sang-bo's face. Sim Sang-bo raised his hand to block the blows while thinking angrily, "Damn it, that last strike was a feint." Suddenly, Daegyun stopped, and Sim Sang-bo thought, "I barely managed to block that. I am raising my hand. Just one more hit and I will counterattack." That was the plan. But no, Daegyun once again tricked Sim Sang-bo. His hand was raised right in front of Sang-bo, who was so surprised that he could not react in time. And of course, right after that, Daegyun kicked at Sang-bo's old injury, causing him to fall backward. Everyone in the class witnessing this scene was left speechless. Manho's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Whoa, that was a brutal attack." Jong Min, putting his arm around Manho, chimed in. That was quite the surprise for Manho, was not it? That technique is called a feint. Manho praised, "See, I told you, he does not have a fixed fighting style. It is impressive." The 7th graders watching the scene began to ask each other, "How many times has he been hit on the leg now?" "Probably 4 times in the same spot." Another one added, "Wait, does that mean he can't stand anymore?" At this point, Sim Sang-bo had melted down on one side, looking at Daegyun with pure anger. Meanwhile, there was a hidden camera at the house. On the screen, the live footage of Daegyun and Sim Sang-bo fighting was being shown. An older man was watching the fight. He was smoking while muttering, "Just as I expected. The best thing to watch is a fight." Daegyun, unfazed, reminded him, "What are you doing? Get up and fight me already." Sim Sang, feeling the pain, looked up, anger clearly visible on his face. But unfortunately, at that moment, Sim Sang-bo's leg had gone numb, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain, especially in front of all the students in the class. Sim Sang-bo thought to himself, "Damn it, this is so humiliating." The tough guys in the 7th grade began discussing. One said, "If you are a fighter, you have to get up and keep going. If he stands up, can he still continue fighting because of the pants he was wearing? We can't tell, but his legs must be seriously injured." When it comes to boxing, people often fear punches, but the real fear should be the footwork. First, you avoid attacks by measuring the distance. Then it is all about throwing as many punches as possible, and that is where footwork comes into play. If punches are the bullets, then footwork is the gun that fires those bullets. Sim Sang-bo is just like that, and he has a better gun than anyone else. But for his current legs, he probably won't be able to walk again. At this point, Sim Sang-bo has managed to stand up. However, one of his legs feels a bit numb because it is not a typical injury. Sim Sang-bo gets into an attacking stance with a worried expression, but he keeps trying to say, "Daegyun," while his head is still spinning. Daegyun looks at Sim Sang-bo with a piercing gaze. He wants to end the match quickly, yet Sim Sang-bo refuses to give up, so Daegyun cracks his knuckles and asks one last time, "You really want to continue, do not you?" With that, Daegyun rushes and kicks straight at Sang-bo's face, but he quickly raises his hands to block. However, Daegyun's strength is overwhelming, forcing Sang-bo to stumble back a few steps. Sim Sang-bo maintains his defensive stance, thinking that even if he manages to block, the damage will still be immense, but he can use his legs to dodge. He has to fight back and find balance. With this thought, Daegyun immediately attacks Sang-bo with a left kick, and once again, Sang-bo manages to block with his hands. The powerful strike causes Sang-bo psychological shock. The 7th graders are discussing again, with one saying, "Look, he is about to break through the defense. Is he planning to kick after keeping that distance?" Gyu Sung-won observes and thinks, "That is a clever idea since he won't need to get within Sim Sang-bo's reach." Sim Sang-bo starts to feel a bit unsteady. He turns around and realizes he is getting closer to the wall, telling himself, "No, I need to get away from this." Just then, Daegyun charges him. Sim Sang, thinking it is another kick, raises his hands to block. Daegyun comes in with all his strength, contrary to Sim Sang-bo's expectation. Daegyun punches him in the stomach, causing him intense pain. Sang-bo gradually loses strength, and his breath becomes uneven. Daegyun continues to attack Sang-bo's face, first from the left, then from the right, forcing Sang-bo to block continuously, until Sang-bo has to accept holding his face with both hands, gritting his teeth in pain. Manho stands outside, anxious, thinking, this is it for him. He is trapped against the wall and can't escape. The punch to his body was a critical hit. He has no strength left to fight back. Jong Min turns and asks, "So what should he do now?" Manho responds, "Raise your guard and curl up." He has no choice but to continue blocking the attacks. Otherwise, he will be knocked out. Jong Min looks confused. "Really? Just keep getting hit like that, Bang Ho Jong adds. Then he is just a punching bag. Exactly. Sim Sang-bo is slowly turning into a punching bag. A punching bag. Nothing more. A punching bag that can't fight back. Just waiting for someone else to hit him. Sim Sang-bo used to wear a pair of red shoes when he trained in boxing. He practiced very hard at the gym. Others would look at him and say, he really hits the punching bag hard. And some would even say, he is really a high school student. Others would say, I bet when he gets into a match, he will knock everyone out. At that moment, the teacher chimed in, saying, he claims he is not interested in fighting, surprising the male guests. Really, he hits so well, and he does not compete. That is such a waste. At that moment, a male student came in, politely bowed and said, hello, I am a friend of Sang-bo. The student walked in and called out loudly, Sang-bo, let us go. Sang-bo immediately stopped to respond. Oh, you made it, Sang-bo said as he approached the nearby changing room. Check this out. He boasted, I am going to pick this ginseng. The male student complimented. Oh, it looks strong. The two stood in front of the teacher to ask before heading home. Sir, I am going home now. The teacher called back, hey Sang-bo, you are not bullying the little kids at school. Are you? Remember to only use your fists in the ring. You know what is important for a fighter. Listening to the teacher's reminder, Sang-bo hesitated a bit before replying. Of course I remember. In the classroom, Sang-bo continuously punched a classmate. He punched the stomach, then elbowed straight to the face. Just watching it felt painful, while his classmate was in immense pain. Sim Sang-bo wore a savage grin, thinking to himself, yes, this is the feeling. It is much better than hitting a bag at the gym. One by one, students were called in. Sim Sang-bo always thought he did not need to get in the ring because there were plenty of toys to punch around here, and he always felt victorious who could complain. His friend chuckled and reminded him, Sang-bo, his endurance is tough, so you can hit him hard. Sang-bo looked and laughed. Really, that is awesome. Then the sounds of punches echoed again. The boy standing beside smiled contentedly, mumbling, poor punching bag. That boy was none other than the white-shirted student who had just been hit by D-Good, and now he was witnessing Sim Sang-bo become the punching bag for D-Good. Watching D-Good hit Sim Sang-bo from side to side, it truly looked like a punching bag. D-Good showed no mercy, even when Sang-bo was in pain. Just breathing felt laborious. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but be shocked. Mumbling, Sang-bo, how did you become a punching bag? He continued watching D-Good strike, but now it was not with Sim Sang-bo anymore, but rather with the familiar punching bag. D-Good kept hitting the vulnerable spots and then kicked the punching bag hard. The bag was hit from one side then the other. Continuously, Sim Sang-bo was feeling more and more dizzy. D-Good kept hitting without stopping, the intensity increasing with each blow. D-Good hit so hard that the chain holding the punching bag broke. This symbolized Sang-bo. Sang-bo felt all his strength drain away. He slowly leaned, his eyes vacant, no longer knowing what the ground felt like. As a result, the punching bag fell painfully to the ground. Sim Sang-bo collapsed onto the floor. He panted like a dog. Initially thinking, I can win. I can beat him. It is impossible. I have to stop. Sim Sang-bo looked up and saw D-Good coming closer. He wondered, is he going to keep hitting me? No, I can take it anymore. D-Good glared down at Sang-bo and said, I will give you 10 seconds to get back to your original position as a punching bag. Upon hearing this, Sim Sang-bo froze, never expecting someone would say that to him. These young kids are actually pretty good at fighting. The atmosphere outside and inside the classroom is more tense than ever. Bruises are starting to show more clearly on Sang-bo's face. D-Good is staring at Sim Sang-bo, and his gaze is truly terrifying. Sim Sang-bo is in so much pain that he can't get up, just sitting there in shock with a fearful look in his eyes. Everyone in the class is now gasping, wondering what the hell is going on. Can he really not stand up anymore? Is he scared? The students who were just beaten can't hide their surprise. All three of them staring blankly at Sim Sang-bo now versus a few minutes ago, looking like two completely different people. The boy in the white shirt who witnessed this scene feels anxious, thinking to himself that he knows very well why. The reason he did not go to the match, even though he had tried so hard in the boxing department, and he used various steps to run as fast as he could, and the reason he did not challenge Manhwa again when he said he could win. I also know why he likes the punching bag so much. It is because he himself is trying to appear stronger than anyone else on the outside. He may look tough, but he is also very afraid of getting beaten in a fight where he already knows the outcome. Thinking of this, the boy in the white shirt ran over to D-Good, saying, hey, stop. We lost. D-Good shot a glare at the boy in the white shirt. D-Good turned to look at Sim Sang-bo, who is sitting there looking pitiful, and ordered, hey, say it again. Sim Sang-bo bit his lips tightly, his face showing clear signs of unwillingness. Yet, D-Good hesitated before saying, I lost. Stop it. The whole class gasped in shock, their eyes wide. Everyone's face showed clear surprise. As Sim Sang-bo retracted his statement, D-Good turned and walked away, mocking, are you a boxer? Don't make me laugh. I could not even use you to replace a punching bag. Sim Sang-bo listened to D-Good's words, his head hanging down. staying in a kneeling position on the ground while the other students whispered around him. Some said, "Whoa." Sim Sangbo lost the match, while others said, "The new student is too strong." Sim Sangbo gave up after getting beaten badly. Students who were beaten earlier watched Digood's back and wondered, "Are we like a punching bag that should be spared?" Someone else replied, "I do not know, but that new student is definitely the real bully." Digood walked out of the classroom, passing by Manhwa, who looked after him. Wondering just how strong Digood really is, the silver-haired 7th grader asked Exung Ha, "What do you think about that new student?" Zuhong Ho replied, "He is definitely very strong, but I do not know what his main skill is. He might be hiding it because he knows everyone's starting to notice him. I guess we need to investigate a bit more." As Digood walked down the hallway, he encountered another person. This guy saw Digood and teased, "Oh, why are you wandering around in front of classroom 3? Are you hiding because you are scared of Sangbo after seeing him beat the punching bag?" As he spoke, a deafening scream erupted from the 3rd grade classroom. Startling him, he realized it was Sangbo's voice. The guy behind him quickly rushed to the classroom door, pulled it open, and exclaimed, "What the heck is this?" Digon silently watched. The frightened student turned to Digon with a bewildered look, stammering, "What is going on? Did Sangbo lose to this new student?" Digon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" The other student, clearly scared, instantly changed his tone, raised his hands, and replied, "Oh no, it is all good. Never mind. I am leaving right now." As he turned to run, he bumped into someone else. Lu Manho was also coming out and collided with this guy. All three shouted in unison, "Get out of the way. Do not block the door." The arrogant boy earlier said politely, Sure, but was thinking, damn that Manho. He just wanted to become a freeloader with the new student, and gradually he would become rude. Thinking this, he ran into the classroom and shouted, "Sangbo." Then he approached quietly and asked, "Sangbo, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Should we go to the hospital together?" Sangbo, hearing this, shot a deadly glare at the talkative guy. That look made the boy extremely frightened. He quickly turned and yelled at the other classmates, "Hey, you idiots. What are you looking at? Why are not you getting out of here?" Meanwhile, Sim Sangbo gritted his teeth, murmuring, "Damn it. I will never let it end like this again." In the meeting room, the projector was still on, with the manager and the chairman sitting in a meeting. The chairman stroked his thick mustache and said, "His name is Kwon Dae-gun. He is pretty sharp and fantastic." Manager Manager Lai said sternly, "I am listening." The chairman continued, "About this project, your bold idea really struck a chord with me, and thank you for working on this project. The rules are outdated. Let us throw them all out." Manager Lai was taken aback by this, but right after, she stood up to oppose. "No, sir, you do not know what that person has done in the past. Without rules, it will definitely spiral out of our control, with an extremely low chance of success." Seeing Manager Lai so sensitive, the chairman reminded her, "Hey, calm down. Why have you been so loud lately?" At this moment, Manager Lai realized and stopped. She did not understand why she was so worked up. The chairman continued, "Don't worry too much. We can set it up in school. After all, what power does a person without anything have? He is just a cat catching dirty rats. And that cat is in our grasp, so let them go crazy and run around as they please." Manager Lai just listened without responding. Outside the school, everything looked very peaceful. In the 4th grade, suddenly a loud bang on the table echoed. The class leader, wearing jeans, jumped up joyfully and said, "Aha, I get it now, hee." "Hurry up, give me 40,000 won," a friend asked. "Hey Jean, what are you planning to do?" Jin counted the money while laughing. "I do not know. Who cares? I will give you 10,000 won back." Meanwhile, in class 9, a boy with glasses asked, "The class ranking will officially start. Right, can I participate?" This is Lee Si-hong Hun, the boss of class 9 and also the university prep class. He wears glasses that give him a trustworthy look. Next is class 6. Boss Ujiseo, hands in his pockets, called out, "Hey Kim Won-wong, stop playing games and listen to me. I did not even notice that man defeated the boss of class 3. I feel like I could take him down if I wanted to." "Hey, I am getting ready to take down all 6 classes," I said. "Did you hear me?" Kim Won-wong, uninterested, continued playing his game and replied, "I do not really care whether you do or not." UGCO played with his hair and continued, "What is up with that new kid? He is a bit strange. I feel like we should come up with a plan. If we do not take this seriously, he could take us down." At this moment, a girl with a big chest standing next to UGCO, named Baek Suji, spoke up, "I am really tired and bored with the boys acting like bosses. I will let you know if you and the others get caught." UGCO replied with a playful tone, I would not do that. I can't bring a junior to fight a freshman." After that, Seo was about to leave but patted Kim Won-wong on the shoulder, reminding him, think about my proposal until school is over. Somewhere, discussions could be heard. I bet the other class members are super nervous right now. I can't believe Dae-hun can take down 3 classes so quickly after just transferring. Dae-hun was on his way back, turning around to ask the people behind him, why are you guys following me? Smart little ones, of course. We have to stick together now. Dong-ho laughed. Now we are a family. Manhwa walked ahead, turning back to remind them. They are being very cautious right now, but since you are the one stirring the pot, I bet they are starting to make moves. Whether you want to or not, you will end up in a fight. So you would better get ready, I said. I do not know how it is elsewhere, but here it is really complicated. Dae-hun had a cold expression, seemingly uninterested in that. Dong-ho walked behind, prompting, when it comes, think about it for a bit. Let us go to the internet cafe. I just got some cash yesterday. Dong-min laughed. Haha, that is crazy. How long did it take you to get that cash? Mano saw Dae-hun still glued to his phone and asked, Hey Dae-hun, you are coming with us, right? As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he spotted a familiar car, thinking to himself, that car. The director is. Then he turned back to decline. I'm sorry, but I have an appointment, so I need to go now, and you guys can sort out the game issue among yourselves. Oh. If I did not have an appointment, I would not play games either, I said. I am not into playing for cash. After that, Dong-min and Bang-ho felt like they were splashed with cold water. After Dae-hun left, Bang-ho cursed. Damn, just as I predicted. We need to get revenge on that jerk. Dong-min agreed. Right. Manhwa, what kind of attack do you prefer? As Dae-hun stepped into the car, a girl watched him. It was Ji-in-ni. Girl noticed Ji-in-ni's strange expression and asked, Ji-in, what is wrong? Ji-in looked at the car, thinking to herself, that car must belong to the manager. Yes, that is definitely her car, but why is she with the new student? Ji-in watched the white car drive away, her mind racing with thoughts. I have a strong feeling that she is planning something else. Based on recent events, it has to be true. Manager Lee's car zipped through the streets. While driving, she asked, it is just your first day, and you have already caused such a fuss. Dae-hun felt a bit awkward and wanted to find a reasonable excuse. Manager Lee remained expressionless. Dae-hun turned to her and admitted, I just greeted some new students, and I do not know why everyone ended up fighting. I just wanted to defend myself. As Dae-hun spoke, he observed Manager Lee's demeanor. Her silence made him anxious. He scratched his head, sighed, and said, okay, so you are planning to punish me. Right, just tell me what the punishment is. Contrary to Dae-hun's thoughts, Manager Lee praised him. Why would I punish you? You did great today. We acknowledge what happened and have decided to change our plans a bit. In the future, we intend to ease the firing rules for you. Dae-hun's face went blank. He looked at her and asked, what does that mean? Manager Lee replied coldly, it means things will be just like today from now on. Dae-hun began to contemplate what Manager Lee meant by like today. Does that mean I have to be active every day? 1 guy. 2 guys. Then 3 guys. Thinking of this made the corners of Dae-hun's mouth lift slightly. He said, good, then I won't have to try to hold back my patience. Manager Lee looked at him and sighed. Have you ever been patient? Dae-hun suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Manager Lee, hey, how did you know what happened today? Are you watching me? Manager Lee looked a bit flustered, adjusted her glasses, looked away, and said vaguely, this, I can't tell you. In Dae-hun's mind, an image of his classmate Min-soo appeared, and he wondered. Surveillance. But how could the school do that, unless Min-soo is a spy? But that would be really funny. That idiot can't be a spy. If that were the case, there would surely be rumors in school. Manager Lee parked in front of an apartment building. Dae-hun watched Manager Lee open the door, wondering in his mind, is this home? Dae-hun opened the door and stepped inside. The room was spacious, airy, and clean. Manager Lee said, from now on, you will be staying here. Dae-hun was extremely surprised and asked, really? Forgetting his words, he happily ran to the sofa to relax, looking around and exclaiming, whoa, I can't believe I am living in a place with a sofa like this. Amazing. You guys really treat me well. But something felt a bit off. Why did it seem like someone had lived here before? Manager Lee adjusted her glasses and replied, well, this is where I used to live. Dae-hun blushed and exclaimed loudly, wait, what? So, I am living with you? That is crazy. How can that be? Aren't kids supposed to share beds by age 7? Manager Lee glared at him, asking what he was talking about, and what did they have in common? Dae-hun was taken aback, cursing himself for possibly mishearing. Thinking, oh, really? Alright then. Manager Lee opened the documents and returned to the main topic, saying that the center was very satisfied with his performance, so they decided to relax the regulations and fully trust his judgment. Dae-hun. But of course, using violence outside of school is beyond the school's control, and even within the school, The teachers are unaware of this project. The center will help you, but you can't go too far, Dae-hun thought. Huh. Basically, she is asking me to stay within limits. After saying that, Manager Lee placed a black card on the table, gently stating that he would be alone in this house and could use this card for daily living expenses. Upon saying this, Manager Lee turned to leave but paused to add, "Anyway, you must be quite stressed about getting used to this new environment, so take a break. Good luck, and remember what I said." Dae-hun turned his face away, responding, "All right. Got it." Then thought to himself, "I do not remember anything. She talked too much and gave me a headache. I just know to follow orders." Manager Lee stepped out into the hallway and chose to take the stairs instead of the elevator to go down. She slowly and casually descended to the lower floor. She opened a room right below Dae-hun's. Inside that room were a few smaller rooms, each equipped with a password, and Manager Lee raised her finger to unlock them. Inside was a dark room filled with countless computer screens lit up. Dae-hun was resting in this room. Manager Lee began sitting at the computer desk and observing, seemingly keeping an eye on Dae-hun's room from earlier. The next day was clear and breezy. Dae-hun went to school but felt extremely sleepy. Having only slept on the floor before, and now sleeping on a bed was too painful. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling Dae-hun. "Hey you." Dae-hun panicked and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, sir." The teacher scolded Dae-hun, saying, "You, how dare you close your eyes while I am talking? It is only the first day and you are already fighting. You troublesome kid. I will have to call your parents." "Oh, you mentioned you do not have a family, right?" Dae-hun looked away, feeling a bit hesitant. Yes, sir." He had just brought up the teacher's words when the teacher coldly continued, "That is obvious. But do you think your parents down there will rest easy knowing their son is fighting like this?" Hearing the teacher's words made Dae-hun feel overwhelmed. He was a bit angry but had to hold it in. The teacher ignored the student's feelings and continued, "My teacher used to scold me even more than this. You know, at this young age." This scene caught Gi-ina's attention. Gi-ina held her homework but kept glancing at Dae-hun being scolded by the teacher, until the teacher called her. "Hey, you are the top student in the school, the class president, right?" Gi-ina shyly replied, "Yes, sir." And the teacher continued, "Remember what I reminded you?" Gi-ina flashed a bright smile and replied, "Yes, teacher." She walked away but her eyes stayed on Dae-hun, who was still being scolded by the teacher. As she left, she thought, "Whoa, I heard that guy who just transferred got into a fight. He really seems suspicious, but the question is, does he really intend to be a bully?" While thinking, Gi-ina leaned against the door, quietly observing. In the 6th grade, Bixuzi asked UG-seek to take a picture. She pushed her chest out and covered her face with her hands, asking UG-seek, "Hey, do I look pretty?" UG-seek replied, "Pretty, but why cover your face?" Suddenly, someone called from behind, "Hey G-seek." He turned around to look. He asked, "Do you guys want to see me?" The boy, Sangbo's close friend, looked at Yugi-seok and replied with a sly look, "Hey, have you heard about Sangbo?" Yugi-seek casually replied, "Yeah, I heard. I can't get in touch with him at all. Just leave that idiot alone." The boy in the white shirt continued to ask, "By the way, there is a new student who just transferred. Are you planning to do anything?" Yugi-seek responded indifferently, "Well, since Sangbo ended up like that, all the kids on the first floor are in the same boat." Sangbo's friend tried to add fuel to the fire, saying, "If we just let it be." In the end, just then, Kim Won-ong suddenly leaned closer and asked loudly, "In the end, what?" The boy looked over at Kim Won-ong, immediately realizing the familiar face. He was startled and quickly raised his hands to explain, No, I did not mean to say you guys would lose, not even Yugi-seok or Won." Kim Won-ong, eyes glued to his phone, waved the boy over as he approached. Sweating profusely, he continued to explain, "I did not mean to say you would lose. Just that in the end, we might have to fight." At that moment, Kim Won-ong immediately punched him in the face. The boy's nose began to bleed. Seeing this, Kim Won-ong waved his hand again, signaling him to come closer. The boy obediently stepped forward once more, and as expected, he got hit again right in the face. Both the boy and his friend stood frozen, their faces clearly showing fear. Kim Won-ong shot a warning glance at the boy, telling him to be careful. The boy quickly said, I am sorry." Kim Won-ong continued playing his game, sighing, "What idiots. Let me handle it later, just get lost." The boy and his friend left but not without glancing back at Kim Won-ong, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Once outside the classroom, the two immediately whispered to each other about whether they should transfer schools. Yugi-seok stuffed his hands in his pockets, grinning, "Look at you, you are so cool right now, and you are doing the right thing." Kim Won-ong, eyes still on his phone, replied, "Honestly, I just want to bully some poor kids." Yugi-seok said again, "But we can't ignore what they are saying. Right, maybe we should just take it slow." Kim Won-ong suddenly shot a mysterious glance at Ishii-ok, saying, "Hey, Do you know that in the gaming world right now, auto-playing is all the rage? Ji-Seok leaned against the window, sighing. Yeah, I can't handle those games that do not have a pause feature. Kim Won-ong's screen showed the game in auto-battle mode, and he chuckled. Exactly, so why is pausing such a big deal? Not seeing Ji-Seok reply, Kim Won-ong turned to him, answering his own question. Because we might not need to use our hands. Outside, the school looked very peaceful. Di-woon adjusted his glasses, thinking. Just noticed, why is Minsu suddenly wearing glasses today? After thinking, he boldly asked Minsu. Hey Minsu, are your glasses a camera? Minsu was very surprised, staring blankly, asking back, what do you mean? What do you mean by camera? Why do you think that? Seeing Minsu's dumbfounded face, Di-woon felt he was overthinking it, forcing a laugh. Haha, in spy movie, cameras are often attached to glasses. But why are you wearing glasses today? Minsu replied honestly. Oh, back in the day, I used to wear glasses a lot. He recalled how a chubby friend was bullied by having a lock put in the middle of his glasses. The bully was none other than Bang Ho-gyeong, who made a chubby male friend wear them to buy bread for him. Seeing that, I was scared the next person would get bullied like that, so I switched to contact lenses, but since you moved here, I do not have to be afraid anymore. Di-woon, hearing that, immediately felt annoyed inside. This guy? Seriously, Bang Ho-gyeong, eating bread, suddenly felt a lump in his throat, and seeing Di-woon's gaze, wondered, oh, are you looking at me? Seeing that, Bang Ho-gyeong immediately put the bread away and turned to Jongmin. Hey Jongmin, bored? Want to play something? Jongmin coldly replied. I am just chilling. Seeing this, Di-woon stood up loudly. You guys think with your brains. I already said we can't eat bread anymore. Suddenly, Bang Ho-gyeong lay down on the ground in a military punishment position from the 2000s, and Jongmin startled, swearing, what the hell are you doing? Minsu felt something was off, adjusting his glasses slightly. Unfortunately, that moment was spotted by Di-woon. Di-woon looked at Minsu and asked casually, Minsu, adjusting your glasses feels a bit off. Huh. Minsu looked at Di-woon and replied, what? It has been a while since I wore them, so I am just getting used to it. Di-woon noticed this, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh. Really, I have been a bit sensitive lately. Sorry. As he spoke, he thought, but why do I feel like someone is watching me? At that moment, outside, a male student with a scar on his right cheek was looking into Di-woon's class. He was staring through the window at Di-woon for a moment, then wondered, is this Di-woon? He looks quite ordinary. At the same time, someone else was also thinking about Di-woon, and that was Ji-ina. She was also standing at the window looking inside. Both of them were looking at Di-woon and thinking, he seems so ordinary. Ji-ina moved forward while the scar-faced guy had his hands in his pockets. Not intending to move, an unfortunate incident happened when Ji-ina's arm brushed against the scar-faced guy. She quickly said, oh, sorry, I did not mean to. The scar-faced guy shot her a warning look. You better not get too close. Get lost. Ji-ina quickly replied, okay, I will get lost right away. As she walked, she glanced at his face and thought, what a jerk. No matter how you look at it. Just then, misfortune struck the chubby guy. As he heard some commotion outside and turned to see him, their eyes met. The chubby guy jumped, hurriedly leaving while cursing. Startled, not knowing how long that guy had been watching him, in the 9th grade, Ji-ina's classmate patted her shoulder and asked, hey, did you go to 1st grade earlier? Ji-ina hesitated. Huh. Yeah, but how did you know? Her classmate excitedly recounted. It is not just you. Every girl here went there to see the new handsome guy. You too. Right, I thought you only liked studying, but turns out you like handsome guys too. Ji-ina was taken aback and wanted to explain. She stammered. What? Before she could finish, her classmate interrupted. It is okay, I get it. He really is handsome. I was surprised too. Ji-ina smiled awkwardly, feeling shy, and replied, yeah, you are right. She thought to herself, all right, if I accept it like this, I will have a reason to keep an eye on that new student. Outside, it was late afternoon. Ji-ina followed D-Hole, looking at his tall figure and thinking, his name is D-Hole. He moved here from Incheon. Ara said so, remembering Ara's face just moments ago. She recalled how Ara knew all about him, his home address, what floor he lived on, everything. Which way does D-Hole usually go home? Ji-ina wondered, smiling weirdly at Ji-ina. Seeing this, Ji-ina felt a bit scared, thinking, why does Ara smile feel a bit strange? Ji-ina, wearing a gray coat, carefully hid behind a post on the street, thinking, this is so boring. Am I any different from a stalker? As she thought this, she cautiously glanced at D-Hole as he walked by. All the way, Ji-ina noticed D-Hole was walking alone. Curious. She wondered, oh, is not he with his manager today? Also, what kind of relationship do they have? I even want to know why he transferred schools. At the same time, A group of students was gathered discussing something. A guy with a scar, Jang Jinwoo, looked confused and asked, "What? Why do we have to do that?" Kim Won-wong, never taking his eyes off his phone, glanced at Jang Jinmo and replied, "Just do what I say, the four of us can let him off easy." A brown-haired guy seemed hesitant and explained, "Sure, we can, but the council is not even present. We are not the leaders, and attacking the third-grade guys now would be..." Kim Won-wong frowned, showing his displeasure. He sneered. "So what? Back in middle school, you guys were not that useless. It is just because of me and Jacob that you could not show your full potential in that class. You guys would probably take out half the class if you switched to another one. But why do you care about the rules those guys set? Jacob and I will just take control later. So what do you even care about?" "Alright, I will stay back and watch. You guys wrap it up quickly." Kim Won-wong's words struck four male students who had no way to refuse. No one else spoke, and Kim Won-wong immediately picked up his phone, stood up with a smile, and said, "Call me when it is done." A guy replied, "Okay." As soon as Won-wong left, the four of them started arguing. Jang Jinmo shouted, "Won-wong is really impressive. When I saw him in the next class, I realized he was something else. And he is handsome too. Alright, let us take this chance to get some numbers." Just as he finished, Daegun came over, and Jang Jinmo said, "Hey, is not that him?" Someone replied, "That is right. Let us get to it." As Daegun passed by Jang Jinmo, the fat guy quickly drank all his water and then threw the empty cup to the side, ordering his buddies to follow him. As they took a few steps, Daegun noticed them. He immediately led them down a different path. Those guys just followed Daegun, moving from this small alley to another main street. Jae, following behind, saw the group trailing Daegun and felt scared. She wondered, "What is happening? Are they from my school? Why are they following him?" Saying that, she quickly ran to catch up. Unfortunately, a noise from behind caught Jang Jinmo's attention, and he turned to look. He saw Jian dressed oddly, with an equally strange attitude, and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Jae, flustered, pulled out her phone and pretended to answer a call, saying, "Hello, who is this?" Suddenly, the fat guy ordered the other three, "You guys go ahead, I will follow." Jang Jinmo stood in front of Jian and said, "Stop pretending to be on the phone. Be honest. You have been following me this whole time." Jae, scared, replied, No, I am just going this way too." At that moment, Jang Jinmo took a closer look at Jiana's face and remembered she was the one who bumped into him earlier. He asked, "Hey, why are you following me?" On the outside he seemed calm, but inside, Jang Jinmo was screaming with excitement, thinking, "This girl must like me. Whoa, she is cute." He stepped closer and said directly to Jiana, "I get it now, you are cute. But why are you following me? I am really busy." Jiana was stunned, unable to respond. The fat guy kept rambling, oblivious to Jiana's demeanor. He said, "Hey, do you want to see me work?" Jae, confused, thought, what a weird thing to say. "What work?" The fat guy casually put his arm around Jiana and smirked. "Hey, after we are done, how about we get a room and have some fun? You in? I have a little more work to do." Hearing this made Jiana feel goosebumps. She firmly pushed the fat guy away and shouted, "Are you crazy? Let go of me. You creep." Jang Jinmo glared at Ina and snapped, "Damn it, you little brat." Then he lunged forward, raising his hand to hit Ina while cursing. "You like me, that is why you are following me, and you are acting all high and mighty." Jiana quickly covered her face and explained, "That is not true. You are acting like a monkey." Just then, a loud scream drew the attention of the other three, who turned back when they did not see their companion. Dian also looked after them. Jang Jinmo held his face and moaned, "That hurt so much." "What are you doing?" Jiana held a large pepper spray can and said, "You brought this on yourself." The others returned and asked Jang Jinmo, "Who is this girl?" Jang Jinmo replied angrily, "This one is trouble. She sprayed pepper spray in my eyes." The others looked at Ina and asked, "Are you from the same school? I warn you, drop that before you get hurt and come here." Ina nervously held the spray tightly and stammered, "Wait, hold on. He is the one in the wrong." The other two moved closer to Ina. One said, "Alright, our girls are not scared, so let us go together." Ina looked at the fierce-looking guys and felt scared. She took a small step back and weakly threatened, "Wait, do not come closer. I will spray." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "What are you doing?" Daegun had appeared behind them, standing tall with a cold expression that made everyone freeze. Ina saw Daegun as her savior, with tears almost spilling over. She thought, "Is he a new student? Is he here to help me?" Daegun asked sternly once more, "What are you all doing?" The two bullies took turns glaring and shouting, "What is it to you? Get lost." The guy with the buzz cut joined in. "Damn it. What is going on?" Jang Jinmo was crying, holding his head. Why? What is happening? What is going on? One of them replied. The D-Gun guy started talking to us first. It is lucky he brought it here. D-Gun raised his head and said, what I meant to ask is, you guys have been following me for a while now. Right, so how come these two tough guys are still arguing? They are raising their voices. Hey, do not blame us. D-Gun pointed in another direction, his tone cold. I have things to do too. Let us go somewhere else. Shall we? What do you all think? Jang Jinmo rubbed his eyes and replied. Alright, let us go. Follow us. China wondered, what is he planning to do? Is he really risking it just to save me? In a narrow alley, unused items were scattered everywhere. Two students from another school appeared, wearing Bongan uniforms. One was a boy named A Jungman, the top student from Bongan Public High School. The other was also a top student named Cha Jin Woo. A Jungman scoffed. What are you nerds doing here? You have already taken this spot, so get lost, Jang Jinmo replied. Slightly awkwardly. So you guys know Won Woong? Right, I am here doing a little favor for him. Hearing this, Do-woon's expression changed as he thought to himself, Kim Won-woo, who is that? The two Bongan students waved goodbye, not forgetting to warn, okay, we are leaving out of respect for Won-woo. But if you misuse his name, you will regret it sooner or later. Right, haha, have a good day. Jang Jinmo clenched his teeth silently. Damn it. What a terrible luck today. Why did I have to run into them here? The pretty boy Che Jin-woo brushed past Gina. He immediately turned back to ask Jang Jinmo, hey, is that girl working with you guys too? Jang Jinmo replied, no, she is not. Che Jin-woo sighed. Oh, that is too bad. Alright. See you. Do-won overheard this and sighed. Thinking, these guys really have strange thoughts. At the internet cafe, Ji-seok and Kim Won-woong were casually playing on the computer. Ji-seok asked, you said you were going to deal with that transfer student. So why are you here? Kim Won-woong replied nonchalantly, I had Jang Jinmo take care of it. Ji-seok was surprised. Jang Jinmo, can we really trust those guys? It is not easy to deal with that transfer student. Kim Won-woong responded. Yeah, I admit he is strong. But even if he is not, if the tough guys catch him, that new guy won't be able to come to school anymore. Those tough guys fight like it is 1954, and besides, if Jang Jinmo does this well, the new guy will know not to mess with us. If not, he is in for a rough time. Meanwhile, Do-won was also starting to get into a fight, standing in the corner, scared of getting involved. Asks firmly, can I leave since this is not related to me? Jang Jinmo turns around and shouts, shut up, you little brat, just watch me fight. Gianni is clearly terrified. He puts his backpack aside, looking at Ina, wondering why this kid has been following him since school. Did that guy make him stick with me? Should I tell him to go away? Thinking this, he tells Jang Jinmo to let him go, and Jang Jinmo angrily replies, hell no. Who do you think you are? Gianna suddenly changes her mind. She wants to see what this transfer student can do. Jang Jinmo puffs up, taking off his white uniform. Thinking he can't lose face and needs to show that girl how strong he is, Jang Jinmo reaches into his pocket for something, teasing D1. You here to get beaten up? Right. D1 pulls his collar a bit and replies, I do not know who is going to end up on the chopping block. D1 stares at Jang Jinmo without blinking. Thinking, from what I just heard, did he say Kim Won-woong? Isn't he the one who brought those punks to this fight? Jang Jinmo takes a puff of his cigarette, and Do-won leans in to warn him. Just so you know, if you blow smoke on me, I will knock you out. But that fat guy does not listen. He continues to blow smoke in Do-won's face. Do-won warns him again. I have told you, do not spit on me just to show off. With that, he covers the fat guy's mouth with his hand, making it hard for him to breathe, then swiftly tosses him aside. The two sidekicks look stunned, surprised at how strong their opponent is today. D1 gently kicks Jang Jinmo's leg, then strikes down with great force. Jang Jinmo, lying on the ground, can react or counterattack in time. Then what has to happen? Happens. A punch lands right on his face. Jang Jinmo gets hit, his face skewed. One more good punch and he might just lose his consciousness. Gianna watches this scene, thrilled and speechless. The rest of the group whispers to each other, oh my god, am I seeing this right? He is too strong. I did not know he was this scary. D1 slowly stands up, raising his voice. It is because he did not listen to me earlier. You all see this. You all know you are about to end up like this. Right? The other guys grit their teeth. Determined. They think, no matter what happens, we do not care. If we can beat him, the gang will take us out anyway. So let us just dive in. With that thought, they all step forward to attack D1 together. The big guy was imposing, but in front of the D-hoon. Everyone froze. The brown-haired guy asked, hey, why are not you going up? The guy with the short hair turned and urged. Come on, you go first. The last guy hesitated. Well, I guess I will go. D-hoon mocked. What are you guys doing calling me out here if it is not to fight? Fine, I will go first. D-hoon pulled back his leg and started moving. He glanced at the short-haired guy, but then his hand swung back. hitting the guy nearest to him square in the face. The short-haired guy was startled, thinking, what the hell, is this a distraction? With that thought, he decided to charge in with a fist. Di-hoon surprisingly dodged that punch and went straight for the brown-haired guy behind him. The brown-haired guy saw this and froze, unable to move. He thought to himself, well, this is it. There is nothing left to cry about. And just then, powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him flying several meters back. The brown-haired guy was knocked out cold with one hit. Di-hoon looked at the two remaining guys. They still had not given up. The short-haired guy told his partner, damn it, that guy's out cold. You can still hit him. Right, it is still 2 against 1. Let us hit him together this time. As Di-hoon finished his words, he kicked the short-haired guy in the neck. The result was not much different from what happened to the brown-haired guy earlier. The last guy, now scared, stepped back a bit, still cursing, this crazy guy again. But inside, he thought, damn it, if I do not fight back, I will get beat up anyway. So whatever. With that, he charged forward with all his strength, shouting, you bastard, die. Di-hoon easily grabbed the thug's arm and asked, who did you just call a bastard? With that, Di-hoon used his other hand to punch repeatedly into the thug's stomach, scolding him as he hit, if you are asking me for something, you should know to be polite. That is the bare minimum. Do not you know? The guy was getting pounded by Di-hoon, so much so that he did not even have time to fight back. One of Di-hoon's hands gripped the thug's arm tightly, then he easily tossed him aside and lifted his knee straight into the thug's face. However, just a few centimeters away from that guy's face, Di-hoon suddenly stopped. He muttered, that was close. I almost accidentally killed him. At the same time, at the net on out cafe, Hoo-eun was looking at his phone screen, which displayed the results of the match he had lost. Kim Hoo-eun cursed as he saw the results. Damn it. This sucks. Shit. Of glanced over and reminded him, don't come to the cafe to play games on your phone. Hoo-eun sighed. Damn it. I set it to idle and still lost. Shit. Off laughed lightly. Haha, that is true. There are limits to idling. It is not as good as actually playing yourself. Just then, Hoo-eun's phone rang. He picked up and said, hello, it has been a while. Do you know how long I have been waiting? At that moment, Kim Hoo-eun suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming loudly, what? The whole thing. Jang Jinmo woke up, his face drenched in sweat. It seemed like he was running away from something. Hurriedly rushing through a dark tunnel, he kept running for his life, glancing back to see if anyone was following him. The footsteps behind him grew closer, and Jang Jinmo became more panicked. Suddenly, a huge hand shot up from behind, and Jang Jinmo screamed loudly, what the hell is that? Tears started to fall, but that did not make him run any slower. He closed his eyes and ran, shouting, get lost, get lost, get lost. Suddenly, a way out appeared ahead, and Jang Jinmo joyfully thought, whoa, there is light. If I can get out of here, I can live. He laughed, haha, if I get out of here, you are dead for sure. Hey, buddy, he said. But just then, that huge hand suddenly touched him lightly. Immediately after, it covered his nose and mouth, and Jang Jinmo could not breathe. He was running faster and faster, seeing the exit and encouraging himself, just a little more, I am almost there. Keep going. Finally, Jang Jinmo successfully escaped from that dark tunnel, exclaiming, here it is, I am out, haha, oh my god, I am alive. As soon as he said that, Jang Jinmo looked up and froze. Dae-hun suddenly appeared out of nowhere, towering over him, raising his fist to punch Jang Jinmo. Jang Jinmo froze, wondering, why is there a transfer student here? Dae-hun's punch came down, and with no other choice, Jang Jinmo continued to sprint forward. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling, wake up, wake up. You monkey. Jang Jinmo opened his eyes, drool still dripping. Dae-hun leaned in close, asking, oh, you are awake, huh? Jang Jinmo, still dazed, asked, oh, this transfer student. As he spoke, he saw his buddies also stretching and massaging themselves. Mumbling, those guys do not seem too well. Dae-hun kicked the fat guy, saying, get up quickly. You losers, line up straight. Dae-hun ordered the four to line up straight and scolded, damn, are you guys cowards just hanging out together? Meanwhile, someone in the distance was watching them, holding a phone and saying, that is right, you are not hearing wrong, he is handling 4 people at once. Father Jinwoo asked quietly, is there anyone here like Kim Long? Someone replied, no need to ask, he is the transfer student from the countryside. On the other end, Kim Won-wong, feeling annoyed, said, I know he is strong, but can he really take on 4 at once? Alright, thanks for letting me know. Over here, Dae-hun placed a hand on Jang Jinwoo's shoulder, asking, come on, tell me, who ordered you? Jang Jinwoo replied. Who ordered? There is no such thing, Dae-hun said bluntly. I remember you said Kim Won-wong earlier. Jang Jin-woo felt a chill and thought, damn it. I should not have said that. I am going to die at Won-wong's hands. Oh my head, Jang Jin-woo spoke softly. You misunderstood. It is not Won-wong. As he spoke, Dae-hun's hand moved. In an instant, Jin-woo felt paralyzed, and Dae-hun said gently, oh. Really? You think I am joking? Jin-woo recalled Won-wong's terrifying aura. He thought, damn, Won-wong is scary. But this guy is much worse. What to do? What to do? Whatever, just tell the truth. He thought, looking at Dae-hun pleadingly, his voice trembling. Yes, yes. Please do not say I told you. Okay. Ji-in watched Dae-hun intently, thinking, this new student is truly impressive. He is really about to spill the beans. Dae-hun suddenly turned to look at Anna and asked Jin-mo, but how did this girl end up here? Jin-mo quickly replied, oh, she keeps following me saying she likes me. Ji-in, hearing this, got annoyed and explained, what the heck? I do not like you. I always say that, so why do you keep acting like this? Are you crazy? I hate you. Do you even look in the mirror? You look no different than a monster. This is what a human body looks like. It is terrifying. Every word Anna said felt like a dagger piercing Jin-mo's heart. Jin-mo's mood sank, and he said, I get it, so let us stop here. I'm sorry. But it feels like you have been secretly following me. So I thought. Dae-hun, after hearing that, turned back to look at Inna with a doubtful expression. Inna, flustered, explained, according to you, watching a movie for over 180 minutes. Right, that is a misunderstanding. It is not like that. I am serious. With that, she turned around, adding, by the way, I do not like getting involved in these violent situations, so I am leaving. The teacher did not say anything as Inna hurried out from this hidden corner, and Dae-hun watched her go without saying a word. Once outside, Inna ran into a young man, who was standing there. Inna walked past him quickly. As she walked away, she thought to herself, everyone here is so ridiculous. It is scary. Jin-woo's eyes were fixed on Ji-in, grinning, saying, so, how is she? Beautiful. Right, a young man replied. Yeah, she is different from the girls in school. All right, let us go. We're done here. Meanwhile, Dae-hun was getting the other guys a phone numbers, instructing them, then exchanging phones. So once we set foot in school tomorrow, bring that jerk Kim Won-won to me. Speaking, Dae-hun glared at Jiang Jinmo, who was frightened and replied, yes, yes. I understand. The next morning at school, Dae-hun sat in class, feeling annoyed, thinking, the third period is over, but why has not he shown up yet? He opened his phone and saw a message from Jiang Jinmo saying, Dae-hun, I'm sorry, but I have not seen Kim Won-won at all. I think he is not coming to school. Really, please believe me. Dae-hun wondered if he should trust him. However, right after that, Dae-hun stood up suddenly, sighed. If he is not coming, then I will go straight to find him. I wonder if that jerk calls himself Kim Won-won. Whatever, I will find out when I see him. At class 6, Dae-hun decisively opened the classroom door without hesitation. Jiang Jinmo was standing there, typing on his phone, and turned to look. Dae-hun, wearing glasses, placed a hand on Jinmo's shoulder and asked, hey, where's Kim Won-won? Jinmo, still not recognizing him, asked back, who are you? Dae-hun did not answer, just gently massaged Jinmo's shoulder a bit, and Jinmo immediately recognized him, yelling, oh, that hurts. I remember this feeling now. You must be Dae-hun. Right, I did not recognize you because of the glasses. Oh, please spare me. The loud shout attracted countless gazes from everyone, and he continued without caring, I clearly said to come here yesterday. Just then, Big Susie walked into the classroom. Warning, hey, what is going on? Why are you causing a scene in someone else's class? And you, Jiang Jinmo, why are you just standing there? Big Susie continued. Break it up, everyone is watching you two over there. Finishing her words, she turned to grab Dae-hun by the collar. Warning, wait a minute, on second thought, are not you the new student who has been causing trouble these past few days? Who do you think you are coming in here? Dae-hun coldly replied. Why are you suddenly sticking your nose into my business? Are you looking for trouble? Just after he finished, Big Susie immediately slapped Dae-hun, causing his glasses to fly off, yelling, are you crazy? The glasses fell and hit the ground. Big Susie crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, asking, you probably do not know who I am. Do you? Plus, are not you old enough to know how to speak politely? Dae-hun bent down to pick up his glasses and replied, yeah, I do not know, but what if my glasses broke from that slap? Big Susie casually brushed her long, thick hair and said, forget it. You just moved here so you probably do not know. I am Big Susie from Australia, the captain of the Kim Long Hong High School. Dae-hun had not even put on his glasses yet. Without them, his beauty shone through. He looked at Big Susie and said, so what if I do not know? In front of his perfect looks, Big Susie was taken aback. Her body suddenly felt warm, her cheeks flushed, and she stuttered, Big Susie from Australia is my girlfriend. She thought to herself, what is going on? Is he really that handsome without his glasses? Dae-hun replied nonchalantly. So what? What does that have to do with me? Just then, another male student walked in. He brushed past Dae-hun, who wondered, who is he? Won Wong. The student was indeed Won Wong, who walked straight to Jin Mo and kicked him in the stomach. Poor Jin Mo. Dae-hun turned around in shock, thinking, what the hell is that guy doing? Jin Mo was grabbed by the hair by Won Wong, then punched in the face. With that, Kim Won Wong raised his hand again and slapped Jin Mo on the other cheek. Dae-hun heard the loud slaps and could not help but feel anxious. Muttering, what is happening all of a sudden? Jin Mo held his face and looked up at Won Wong, feeling very pitiful at that moment. Jin Mo stubbornly called out, Won Wong, what are you doing? Dae-hun heard Jin Mo calling that student Won Wong and asked back, Won Wong, are you really Kim Won Wong? Kim Won Wong turned and flashed a confident smile, replying, yep, I am Kim Won Wong. I heard you were looking for me. In classroom 6, the atmosphere became more intense than ever. Kim Won Wong still wore a big grin and asked, alright, I am Won Wong. What do you want? Dae-hun stared at Won Wong without blinking and replied firmly, yeah, I am looking for you. Then he turned to look at everyone, who were all wide-eyed, staring at them intently. Dae-hun felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to himself, whoa, too many people are watching. This is annoying. Remembering what Manager Lei had told him, from now on, we have decided to relax the management rules for you. Dae-hun asked back, so that means I can do whatever I want. Manager Lei confirmed, yes, you can do whatever you want. Back to the present, Kim Won Wong smirked arrogantly, looking at Dae-hun and asked, you are that transfer student. Huh. What reason do you have to look for me? What is your business here? Dae-hun scratched his head and replied, business, this business. As he spoke, Dae-hun's fist shot out immediately. Kim Won Wong was caught off guard and stood there in shock. Suddenly, another arm blocked Dae-hun's punch. It was none other than Ji Seok, and Kim Won Wong was so surprised that he did not dare to move. He had indeed underestimated his opponent. Ji Seok reminded him, hey, we were just talking, why did you suddenly punch someone? Dae-hun turned to look at Ji Seok and asked, who are you? Don't interfere in my business. Ji Seok replied, loving Ji Seok. 5th grade, even though I am in a different class, this is still my business. Ji Seok wanted to let go but could not. Yin Jiang Yin thought, what the hell? I can't push him down. I can't move even an inch. Damn, this guy is strong. Dae-hun maintained his calm demeanor, assessing Ji Seok. Oh, good strength at the hips. You want to take me down? Go ahead. Ji Seok shyly pulled back his hand and rubbed his arm. He crossed his arms and continued. Whatever. It is not that important. If this place has to turn into a chaotic battlefield, I should at least know why. Kim Won Wong regained his composure and threw an arm around Jin Mo, smiling and saying, a new student came to find me because of the cancelled engagement. Huh. Then he grabbed Jin Mo's hair and whispered, hey, that damn waiter. You have something to explain. I think that guy knows I made you do it. Jin Mo stammered, about that. Before he could finish, Jin Mo was hit by Won Wong again, and with a thud, Jin Mo was thrown back. Dae-hun watched this scene and felt a bit confused. Kim Won Wong forced Jin Mo to bend down and curl up like a dog, kicking and cursing. Now that I think about it, this is humiliating. How could a waiter like you humiliate me? Huh. Jin Mo held his head. Even though he had not done anything wrong, he kept repeating himself, I'm sorry. Do not hit me anymore. I promise I won't do anything wrong again. I'm sorry. Please do not hit me. Won Wong. I'm sorry. Kim Won Wong was so angry that his face turned red. He shouted, you little punk. What the hell is wrong with you? How dare you make me look bad like this? Dae-hun watched this scene and felt something strange in his mind. Kim Won Wong finally stopped and said, yeah, I admit that is my fault for not managing these guys well. Then he turned to Dae-hun. His eyes widened as he asked, why would someone like you pick a fight with an innocent person without evidence like that? I did not do it, but because I misunderstood, I feel incredibly humiliated. Dae-hun felt strange at that moment. He stammered, evidence, Dae-hun crossed his arms, looking at Jin Mo sitting below. Seeing him struggling to breathe, Dae-hun sighed and said, nice. Right, I really do not have any evidence. Kim Won Wong looked at Jin Mo, ready to hit again. Cursing, do not pretend to be hurt, you damn dog. What can you do to fake it? Ji Seok pretended to intervene. Won Wong, calm down, I know you are upset. Then he turned to Dae-hun and said, hey, anyway, you are already misunderstood. We do not care about the rankings. It is better if you do not care either. Just then, the bell rang. It was time to go to class. Dae-hun rubbed his head, thinking, he is right. In this situation, there is nothing I can do anymore. Hearing that, Dae-hun turned back to the classroom. Kim Won Wong looked at Ji Seok and smiled. Hey buddy, you handled that well, Ji Seok replied. Yeah, I am a little worried too, but earlier I only experienced a bit of it. That guy is really strong. Just as you said, it is best not to confront him directly. Kim Won-wong opened his phone and searched through his contacts for a while. He sighed. Alright, then there is only one way left. This time we have to make it work. In class 1. The teacher was lecturing. Dae-hun could not focus on the lesson. He was thinking, oh, I am sure the one behind this is Kim Won-wong. But how are they manipulating things so that I can say anything anymore? Since Kim Won-wong started beating Jiang Jinmo, and that bastard Yeo Jiso-si from 5th grade butted in afterward. He has been denying he is the culprit non-stop. So even if I manage to beat that guy who claims he does not care about the ranking, I will just turn into the villain myself. Jiang Jinmo is the only one that guy beat again, because in this case, it is hard to identify the victim, and the internal investigation with the title of the top bully is difficult. The teacher is still lecturing on the board. In the history of war, the excuse is extremely important. Of course, it is natural for people to seek benefits, but there still needs to be an excuse to justify it. Dae-hun heard this part and thought for a moment. An excuse? Huh. The teacher continued speaking on the board. Alright, now let us explore the excuses used to justify wars. Dae-hun sat attentively listening. He thought, surely that person is helping me think of ideas. What a coincidence. In a corner of the school, 1 guy, 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, each got punched in the face, and only Jinmo got an extra punch on the other cheek. He thought to himself, what the hell, why did I get hit twice? Kim Won-wong paced back and forth on the phone, constantly cursing. How stupid. 4 guys could not even take down 1. Jinmo thought. Damn it. Why do not you just hit him yourself? He thought that in his head but obediently said, I'm sorry. Won-wong, but that transfer student is no joke. Kim Won-wong hung up the phone and ordered Jinmo, shut up right now. Jinmo obediently replied, yes, sir. On the other end of the line, Dungman also picked up. Hello, is that you? Won-wong, what is going on? Hun stood up and walked closer to the hallway, ordering his buddies. Alright, I will take the call for a bit. You all keep going. Dungman asked Won-wong. Oh, I am curious about this. What happened yesterday? Won-wong sighed. I think we need to gather Jin Woo's crew. I intended to handle this internally, but it did not work out. None of you are useful. You all just beat that guy nearly to death, and I will take care of the rest. Dungman replied. Yeah, he is really strong, but we have a lot of people. Gang up on him. We should be able to handle it. Jinwoo suddenly leaned close to Dungman to suggest a private chat. Dungman told Won-wong, Jinwoo wants to talk to you. Won-wong wondered. Jinwoo, what is going on? Won-wong turned to look at Jinmo and said calmly, that girl from yesterday. Jiang Jinmo. Who is she talking about? Jiang Jinmo broke out in a cold sweat, recalling in his image from yesterday. He thought, oh, what does she have to do with this? Why? Jinmo frowned and asked, but what about her? What does she have to do with anything? Kim Won-wong irritably said, sure. What do you mean? Just beat her. On the other end of the line, Jinwoo's father straightforwardly said, oh, that girl is pretty much my type. While you all deal with that transfer student, I will go hang out with her a bit. Hearing this, Jinwoo's dad gave a strange yet slightly perverted smile. Kim Won-wong laughed upon hearing this. Haha, this will be interesting. Alright, I will bring her along too. Okay, see you later. Jinmo listened and could not hide his confusion and worry. He thought, what does this mean? What does she have to do with all this? Won-wong ordered Jinmo. See that? He wants us to take that girl with us. Jinmo heard himself muttering, no, I won't let him get into danger. Jiang Jinmo was sweating. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. He quietly thought for a moment. Well, the school rule is that unless you have fought the class leader, you can't take on that class, and you can't pick fights with students from other classes. After thinking, he decided to tell Won-wong, hey, since that girl is in 9th grade, Lee Si-woon-hun, the leader of that class, won't just let this go. Won-wong casually replied, Lee Si-woon-hun. Tough guy, it is no big deal, since he does not pay protection fees. Jiang Jinmo felt a bit embarrassed. Won-woo recalled that he had met that Lee Si-woon-hun before. He looked like a bookworm. He chuckled, well, even if he is the leader of the losers stuck in 9th grade during the entrance exam. After this, I will take over that class, so do not worry about Lovin. Remember to bring those two along. Jiang Jinmu, feeling embarrassed, agreed, yes sir, and then thought to himself, damn it, how can I get those two to come with me? In class 1, a loud voice rang out, I am really sorry about what happened yesterday. Dae-gun lightly reminded Jiang Jinmo, who was kneeling in front of him, hey, what are you doing? You are embarrassing me. Jiang Jinmo bowed his head and said loudly, I'm sorry. This won't ever happen again. Dae-gun. Meanwhile, the group of guys sitting below whispered. Jongmin said, I heard that Dae-gun took down both Jiang Jinmo and 3 of his underlings by himself yesterday. Minho asked in disbelief. What? Without using weapons? Bang Ho-jong exclaimed. Whoa, he truly is a legend, Jong Min sighed. Oh man, I want to befriend him so badly. Is there any way? Bang Ho-jong shook his head. No, we hardly get a chance to interact with him. Daegun stood up and lightly kicked Jang Jinmo, scolding him. Hey, do not you see this is your fault? Jang Jinmo instinctively covered his face and kept saying, I'm sorry. Suddenly seeing this action from the fat guy reminded him of when this guy got beaten by Guan-un, and a bit of sympathy arose within him. He thought, this jerk, sometimes he is really pitiful. Daegun sat on the chair and ordered Jang Jinmo. Straight, rest. Jang Jinmo followed his command. Daegun continued, but you need to go apologize to that girl from yesterday. Jang Jinmo awkwardly looked away and replied, oh. Of course, but Daegun, can I treat you to a really nice tteokbokki as an apology? Daegun looked surprised and replied, huh, you are inviting me. Are we going together? Jang Jinmo hesitated a bit. Looking at his face, he really did seem pitiful. Thinking this, Daegun put his arm around Jinmo and smiled. Fine, let us go eat. Jang Jinmo was shocked. Really? Thanks, man. Daegun gave a perplexed smile. Hey, if you are inviting me, I should be the one saying thank you. Buddy, you have worked hard too. In 9th grade, Ina leaned against the wall and asked Jang Jinmo, huh, you want to invite me to eat tteokbokki as an apology? I am not going. Why should I go? Jang Jinmo quickly raised his hands to explain. No, I know you do not like me, but I do not mean anything else. I swear, I just feel guilty. I want to invite you and the transfer student too. Daegun. Hearing the name Daegun, Ara popped her head out from the class and said loudly, what? The transfer student? Ina then reminded, hey Ara. Cool it. Ara did not care. Ina's eyes lit up as she said, sure, let us go. Jang Jinmo sulked, but I did not invite you. Jaina then reminded her, hey, Ara, that is not cool. It will be awkward. Let us just go eat tteokbokki. Just the two of us. Ara felt disheartened. She turned to Ina with pleading eyes. Ina, that is my wish. Besides, there won't be another chance to hang out with the new student. Jang Jinmo scratched his head and said, aha, how about I invite your friend too? Let us make it a double date. Ina eyed Jang Jinmo skeptically. Jang Jinmo quickly added, just kidding. I am just kidding. Sorry. Jaina could not refuse Ara's pleading. She sighed and said, fine. This is not a great idea. But alright. I agree. Right after that, Ara cheered. Yes, Anna is the best. Jang Jinmo forced a smile. Okay. I will come back after school. He turned and left, thinking to himself, oh no, what am I doing with this dumb head? What should I do now? I accidentally made it sound like we are really gonna eat tteokbokki. Damn it. I can believe I invited a girl who has nothing to do with this. Damn. What now? While thinking, Minsu suddenly brushed past Jang Jinmo. Jang Jinmo immediately recognized Minsu. He remembered passing by Daegun's class and seeing Minsu was Daegun's desk mate. An idea crossed his mind, wondering if the two of them were close. At the end of the day at Bongjin School, a junior asked Dung Man, hey, this is internal business at Juryeong Coma. Is it okay for us to get involved? Won Wong is not even coming with us. Dung Man replied, that is why Won Wong has to hide behind us. On the surface, it has nothing to do with us. But the transferring student will surely know it was Won Wong's doing. But what can he do? If we make him suffer, he won't have any standing left. If that happens, he will have to transfer again or drop out, because once Won Wong takes over Juryeong Coma, he will help us take over Bongjin, increasing our gains. All of them are students, yet they ride big bikes. Dung Man sighed, to be honest, I really want to stop sitting behind. And of course, to do that, we need to make sure we crush that new student. As dusk set in, Jang Jinmo and the other three strolled down the narrow alley. Daehun glanced at An-nae and thought, what a weird combination. Ji-in-ni was also thinking, yeah, I feel really uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Ara was glued to Daehun's back, thinking, whoa, I can believe I am going to eat tteokbokki with the new student. And so soon too, Daehun noticed that all the shops ahead were closed and asked Jinmo, hey, we took a wrong turn. Everything's closed here. Are you sure we are going to eat tteokbokki in a place like this? Jang Jinmo awkwardly stammered. Yeah. For sure, Ara excitedly replied. But good restaurants are usually in places like this. Sometimes they do not even have signs. Jang Jinmo scratched his head and replied, ha ha ha. You really know your stuff? Ara smiled lightly. Of course, I know all the good restaurant spots. But I do not know if there are any good ones around here. As she said this, she looked around. It really was a strange place. Daegun anxiously turned to ask Jinmo, hey, what is the name of that restaurant? Jang Jinmo hesitated, confused, and replied, oh, the name of the restaurant. Daegun sensed something. What is up? Why are you so restless? It is like you are planning something bad. Following Daegun's words, he turned his head to the right and immediately saw a group of students from another school waiting there. He raised an eyebrow, feeling like they were waiting for him. Almost 10 of them. It could not be a coincidence. He turned to Jang Jinmo and asked, "Hey Jang Jinmo, what the hell?" "Explain yourself." Jang Jinmo immediately knelt down with his hands together, saying, "I'm sorry. I am really sorry. You can kill me when it is over, but I really can't back out. Whoa whoa. Please understand." Jian stared at Jang Jinmo in shock, wide-eyed, asking, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't tell me the reason you brought us here is for this." Ara, a bit scared, turned to ask Inna, what is going on? Inna did not respond, scolding Jang Jinmo. "You are such a coward." Jang Jinmo did not know what to do, just bowing his head and continuously saying, I am sorry. I really did not want to drag you into this, but if I do not, I will get beaten to death." Jian angrily shouted, "What the hell is this? At least you should not drag Ara into it. She has nothing to do with this." Meanwhile, Jingu, from a distance, saw Inna angry and laughed loudly. "Whoa, she looks so cute when she is mad." Jungman smirked, saying, "But is not that guy kneeling one of Guan Wang's underlings? He is kneeling in front of someone about to get beaten up." How ridiculous. As he said this, Jungman approached Jin Mo. "Hey, big guy. What are you kneeling for? You gathered us here for that guy to kneel." Goon then muttered, "Hey Jang Jinmo, if you do not call, I will kill you after the fight anyway." As he shot a deadly glare at Jang Jinmo. Jang Jinmo broke into a sweat upon hearing that. The rest of Jungman finally realized, "Hey, wait a minute. Is that the bastard who won in that 4-on-1 fight?" Another person looked at Guan and clicked his tongue, replying, "It is probably because his 4 opponents were all idiots. Look at that bastard. He looks so weak. If that kind of guy faced Bong Jian, he would be finished long ago." Jang Jinmo coldly replied, "Yeah, that guy did make Zhurong lose face. But do not let your guard down. Jung Man and I have seen it. His strength is not something to underestimate." Dihan put his bag down, thinking to himself, "I really do not want to do this." One of Jung Man's friends mocked, "Haha. He looks like a toothpick, and everyone says he is really strong." Min Bin, cracking his knuckles, confidently stepped forward and said, "Hey everyone, before we go up, can I step forward first to stretch a bit? I am curious too. How strong is the boss of Zhurong really?" Min Bin Gan walked closer with his confident demeanor, boasting, "Just so you know, I am in the top 10 of my first year at Bonjin Technical High School. Even if I were a Zhurong student, I would not be disappointed because at least your skills are at the level of a boss." Dihan looked around, cursing, "Damn it. While I am talking, why is he looking elsewhere?" Min Bin Gan is a bit annoyed, his temper flaring up. "Damn it. That poor guy likes this whole situation. You do not know where I am looking. But let me tell you, I am staring right at your face." Dihan casually replied, "Well, I do not know if you are really looking at me. If you plan to hit me, then go ahead." Min Bin Gan threatened Dihan by raising both hands and exposing his big belly. Continuing, "With my special skill, a skill no one knows, I have developed a vision far beyond ordinary people. Sooner or later, you will regret looking into my eyes." As he said this, the chubby guy quickly ran towards Dihan. Getting closer to Dihan but still talking a lot, he confidently declared, "You little brat, because sooner or later, you will be begging for mercy. So before I smack you in the face, get on your knees." Dung Man, who had been listening, started to feel a headache. He sighed. "Damn it. He used to turn me into a cripple." Min Bin Gan looked a lot like a fraud, but his words had to be taken seriously. "In the past, when I fought him, I had a tough time looking into those eyes. I needed to focus on the opponent's eyes to counterattack, but his eyes were terrifying, looking like a bull's eyes, making it hard to take a hit. Even if I could match him with my wrestling skills, I do not know what he will do in this situation, but I am sure it won't be easy." Just then, Min Bin Gan suddenly found himself in a chokehold from Dihan, struggling as he hugged Dihan's arm. Dung Man saw the scene and exclaimed, "Oh, what the hell is that?" He squeezed tightly around the neck. It would be very hard to escape since his arm was tightly gripping the neck, but he was still very alert. "Right." Dung Man got furious seeing this, his hand clenched tightly. "What the hell? With those eyes rolling around, how can I tell if you are alert or not? Damn it. This is annoying." Seeing Min Bin Gan struggling like that, Dung Man shouted, "Hey, it is over. Just give up." That was all Dihan needed. He tightened his grip, and Min Gan let out a yelp. A moment later, Dihan slowly released him, and Min Bin Gan's arms dropped. The others witnessing this fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The fat guy collapsed to the ground. Dihan asked in a deep voice, "Do you think I will forgive you just because you are losing?" "Never." Min Bin Gan lay on the ground, white fluid starting to drip from his mouth. Dihan did not care and continued speaking. "You came here to settle the score with me, right? You even brought innocent people here too. If you keep crossing the line like this, I will hit you with the determination to kill you." The high school students from Bongjin felt a little scared but still bravely said, "This damn dog is trying to act cool. I do not think you understand what is happening right now." Taking one person down does not mean it is over. You bastard. Daehan said nothing, while another guy in a gray uniform mocked him. Hey, can't you see? There are 9 of us standing right in front of you. Do you think you are the last one standing? Wake up. You idiot. Daehan handed his bag to Ara and told her, I will handle it myself, so you can take my bag. Alright, it is dangerous, so let us get out of here. Ara replied, okay, fine. The moment Daehan turned away, Ara imagined 7,749 scenarios in her head, her face turning bright red. Jinnah, knowing exactly what she was thinking, reminded her, hey, this is not the time for romance. Daehan twisted his body a bit to warm up, shouting, all of you, come up here with me. The group of gray uniform students started strategizing, with the leader commanding, first, surround him, then attack him with 5 guys. We do this to keep our formation intact. If he goes down, we will make sure he is in the hospital for months. With that, they all charged forward, 5 guys surrounding Daehan, who stood in the middle looking around, calculating in his mind, if they surrounded him, then he could use the wall to his advantage. He rushed forward, grabbing one guy standing near the wall. He slammed the guy's head into the wall repeatedly, and feeling that was not enough, he landed a few punches straight to his face. The leader saw this and charged in, cursing. You bastard. Daehan quickly grabbed a nearby branch and threw it at the leader. The leader did not catch it in time and shouted, damn it. You cheater. The blonde guy also rushed in, aiming to kick Daehan hard, but unfortunately for him, Daehan was faster and grabbed his arm. He threw the guy to the side. As another one charged in, Daehan swiftly ended it with an uppercut, sending the blonde guy staggering to get back up to fight. However, before he could fully stand, Daehan kicked him hard in the head. Jiang Jinmu, watching the whole time, muttered, damn it, I knew he was strong, but not this strong. But looking at the current situation, it seemed he would defeat Kim Won-wong and Yuji Sikook. It looked like he might even become the top guy in his first year. No, I am sure of it. Daehan quickly took down another guy, and another rushed in, his expression unchanged. He dodged the guy's punch and successfully delivered a powerful blow to his neck. At this moment, the gray uniforms felt a bit scared, and Cha Ji-woo reminded them, hey, what are you doing? You should move up too. Hearing this, the stupid guys rushed in, and Daehan, not resting, charged at them. Another guy got punched straight in the stomach, followed by a hit to the waist. The last hit was to the cheek, and just as he finished with this guy, another one came rushing in. Daehan casually kicked him right in the stomach. With just one blow, this guy was foaming at the mouth, gasping for air like a dog. Daehan, seeing this, did not hold back and kicked him in the head, sending him crashing to the side. In the end, he lay unconscious on the floor. Daehan stood in the middle, breathing heavily. Just 2 more leaders left to deal with. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, 7 down. It is definitely tough fighting 7 at once. But it is good for my health. Just 2 more of you. Come on. Cha Ji-woo laughed, his eyes filled with fear, and shouted, come on, haha, is that all you can do? Even though you are a monster, that is it. Just then, Jung Mai reminded him, Ji-woo, I think that guy has taken down many at once. He knows how to use strategy. When both of us charged straight at him, he always positioned himself to force them into a straight line, making it impossible for them to corner him from any angle. Then, the person at the back gets blocked by the one in front and can't attack him. That is how he took down each one of them. The first time we surrounded him, he leaned against the wall, very experienced, knowing how to fight multiple people and making them fall into his trap. Just then, loud footsteps approached. They whispered among themselves, Tesketsk. Not admitting to being strong, but only strong to that extent. Daehan scowled, cursing, what the hell is this nonsense now? The gray uniform still had some left, and the leader was still armed. Father Ji-woo asked Janokia, are you staying here? He replied, yes. But wait, have those idiots been taken down already? Then he looked Daehan up and down, clicking his tongue, saying, Tusk, how strong is that guy? With that, he leisurely picked up his bat and walked towards Daehan, smiling brightly, saying, whoa, I am really glad this bat has a purpose now. Awesome, my dream is to hit guys like you with it. Dungman grinned. Daehan, you are something, but who told you there are only 10 of us here? Even if you took down those idiots, you are definitely dead today. Daehan scratched his head, thinking, starting to feel a bit annoyed. Then he asked, so how many of them are there in total? Seeing Daehan calm, they replied, you think you can take us all down by yourself? Suddenly, another voice came from behind Daehan, saying, who said he is alone? Father Ji-woo and Dungman looked towards the sound, and Daehan turned around, curious. It turned out to be Min-soo. Daehan asked, hey, Min-soo, why are you here? Before Min-soo could answer, there were footsteps of a few more people behind. Dae-hun was startled and said, "Hey, guys, how did you know?" Manho and his two close buddies replied, "Well, if the boss is getting ganged up on, we have to come join in the fun." "Right," Manho chuckled. "Right, we came to help you. You can't handle these kids alone." Manho stepped forward, his eyes fierce, saying, "It looks like you are on the verge of getting wiped out, so we came to help. I do not like that you are taking my position as the leader, but I can't just stand by and watch you die." After hearing this, Mi's expression turned puzzled, wondering how he knew to come here. Besides that, Dae-hun also noticed a familiar face next to him. It was Jinmo Seo. Seeing this, Jinmo raised his hand and signaled, "Shia. Be quiet." The current scene was making Jongman feel uneasy. "What is this? Didn't you say Dae-hun was in danger?" "But anyway, I told Manho to come here." "Right, haha." Jinmo awkwardly scratched his head, stumbling over his words. "I was just mumbling to myself." Whoa, he really is perceptive. How did he hear that? Jongman got angry, his face scrunching up. "You are messing with me, are not you? Hey, it is all your fault that this happened." "Alright. Anyway, Gonong will kill you," Jongman said without a pause, spitting out harsh words. "Just wait and see how I will fix both you and that Dae-hun. You are done for." The opponent's reckless actions were making Jinmo increasingly uncomfortable, his words lacking any kindness. "Seriously, that guy makes me do all sorts of degrading things, so I do not like him at all." Jinmo began to raise his voice, declaring, "I am not some pushover for you to trample on, and I do not want to work for a loser like you anymore. Kim Won-wong, you guys are about to die, you piece of trash Bong Gaeun." These statements shocked both Jongman and Jin-gu, leaving them stunned. Seriously, Norman-ho quickly seized the opportunity, glancing at Jinmo and saying, "Alright, so now you are on our side. Huh. Great. We have got another person." Looking at the current situation, Norman-ho assessed, on the other side, there are about 7 to 8 guys, and the toughest ones are definitely those two, Jongman and Jing. After some consideration, Manho gave directions, so Dae-gun can handle those two easily, while we will support the others. "Okay." Additionally, Manho carefully advised, "And Min-soo, just stay here." Min-soo knew he was weak, and he nodded immediately. "Okay, I do not know how to fight anyway, so it is best for me to stay here." Manho could only helplessly agree. "Right, you respond quickly." On the opposing side, Jongman was beginning to assess the situation. That red-haired guy is their old boss. He still looks strong, seems like he is still on par with the boss, and the guy next to him is Jayum Ryong, looking like he is around 40. Really pathetic. I can't believe they even hired an uncle to fight here. Suddenly, Nam turned his gaze towards Manho, speaking up. "Thanks for coming to help, but I am sorry, because aside from looking cool, I do not trust you guys much. My house is always very concerned about the current situation." He noted, each person should handle 1 or 2 guys, but they have weapons too. Hearing this, Manho's determination surged even more, affirming, "I am no Manho, an unyielding warrior. Those weapons in front of me are just props. No need to worry." Manho immediately dropped his backpack to the ground. The sound and impact were extremely forceful, a declaration of war. Ready to begin, the remaining teammates also slowly put their hands in their pockets. Words ready. It has been a while since I have used these. They all seem to be pulling mysterious items from their own bags. Confidence rising. Even with a wall of steel in front of them, it is all good. No Manho pulled out a big weapon. Even Dongmin was ready with metal in hand, prepared for battle. The jagged wrench sat firmly in the hands of Jiam Jaong. At this moment, no Manho had to assert once more to the opponent, "Even if I lose in the arena, this is outside of school." Nam looked at his teammate with a questioning glance, wondering what was wrong with these guys. Why carry weapons in their school bags? And why come to school at all? Amidst the boiling tension, a fat guy speculated, "I heard that the red-haired guy is skilled with all kinds of weapons, a weapons master." The teammates beside him were annoyed and wanted to cut him off. "What are you talking about, you fat nerd? You are too into games." Regardless, the fat guy continued to spill his thoughts. "But I think that guy is not even our age." Dong Bin overheard a few words from the opponent, quickly leaned into Manho's ear. "I think they are talking about you." Manho responded immediately, his voice rising. "Hey, the guy with the baseball bat. Do you even know how to use that?" The guy immediately replied, "I just know how to smash someone's head. What else do I need to know?" Taking advantage of the opponent's confusion and anger, Manho quickly provoked, "Of course, a fool would not know anything. Come on, I will teach you a lesson." Right after that, Doohee lunged forward, shouting, "Damn it. If you get a concussion, I want to take responsibility." Manho, even more excited, called out, "Let us see what you have got." Despite being a bit scared, Doohee had to push forward. "I am gonna kill you." through the opponent's movements and swings. Manhwa realized, got it. That guy is right-handed. A rookie with a baseball bat. He would raise it to the right and swing diagonally. The way to block this attack is, not knowing what would come next, Manhwa launched a move, first using flour. The flour that appeared made Do-hee close his eyes in pain. The golden opportunity arrived. Manhwa raised his arm high to build up for the attack, a direct stab to the chest. Die. The powerful stab went straight into the food path, causing Do-hee to spit out strange objects. The situation was not ready to stop yet. Manhwa kicked straight into the opponent's weak spot. The kick precise to the millimeter. Everything was pushing beyond limits. Do-hee could not hold on any longer. His knees buckled in pain. Manhwa, always careful, even gave the opponent a kick that sent him looking up at the sky. The brutal actions unfolded before their eyes, leaving the young men quite scared, their gazes filled with concern. This is crazy. This guy is really doing this. Ignoring the criticism around him, Manhwa confidently declared, yeah, I am really good at playing ball. Manhwa fought even more fiercely, his gaze fixed on the four in front of him. Taunting, come here now, all of you. The remaining team members began to lose their composure after witnessing Manhwa's actions, fearfully arguing back, is it twin swords? What the hell are you talking about? I do not have time for that. This guy assessed the situation and guessed that the other one had a variety of weapons, and we need to find a way to deal with those dirty tricks. Manhwa, seeing the opponents hesitating, called out provocatively, if you are too scared to come at me, then I will take the lead. If you want to live, then crawl over and beg. The little punk started to muster up courage, pretending to threaten, while this jerk was still calculating how to both defend and attack. However, he had not fully pondered the situation when Manhwa approached him like prey. A swift kick struck his side, sending his body weightless. The chubby guy, being stubborn, had a triumphant look on his face, but everything remained just a plan, as Uncle U40, GM Ryan, delivered a wrench with a booming voice. Where are you? The chubby guy took a wrench to the face, his expression twisting in pain. Why did you suddenly jump in? With that third arrogant question, a stance was ready to strike straight at the chubby guy's head. The tense situation revealed the weaker side, and the others grew increasingly panicked. These guys are insane. Try something as a weapon. One guy pulled out a soju bottle. I have this. Is not it too dangerous? Another replied hurriedly. Now's not the time to think about that. Just when those two had their ideas, Jongmin shut them down. A punch from him left the opponent disoriented. But while Jongmin could handle his teammate, the coward tried to sneak away, dying straight away. However, he immediately faced the consequences. The fat guy landed a kick straight to his gut. You should just die. Our hero could only stand and watch for a moment, his words filled with exasperation. Damn, this is chaotic. He moved straight toward Jongman, taunting, looks like the other side can't do anything now. Are you planning to just stand here and fight? Why not step up and face me? Jongman and Chejin-gu struck cool poses and said, we are planning to make our move last. But if it is 2 against 1, that is fine too. However, Jongman had to reaffirm after Chejin-gu's words, I prefer a one-on-one duel. In this early stage, Jongman was very confident. Even if he faced 10 opponents, they would still lose to me if they did not know how to fight against a boxer. Jongman's steps headed straight for Dae Gwon-kwon's position. Earlier he had instructed his teammates, I will go first. If it gets rough, you stay back and support me. Jongman's gaze was confident, his mind racing with thoughts. Before, with just 1 or 2 punches, he could leave these guys confused. So this time, I am definitely winning. Jongman's first move, like a charging bull, struck directly into our hero's stomach. However, there was no damage or movement from the main character at all. The situation left Jongman frozen, unable to comprehend. That guy could easily counter one of my moves like that. Noticing Jongman was off, Chejin-gu rushed in to help, hitting our hero sneakily. Kicks also came in unison. The main character still tried to dodge. However, he could not escape. Our hero was surrounded from behind. Jongman held the leg tightly, confidently declaring, you are dead. In wrestling, do you know what it means to be caught from behind like this? It is the end. The main character suddenly panicked, wondering. A wrestler. His legs were shaky on the ground. The arrogant Jongman behind tightly held the leg. I will teach you some manners. He noticed the main character preparing to change direction, yelling, where do you think you are running? You can run. You dog. That muscular guy was determined not to let our hero go, holding on tightly like a stubborn leech. Now let us finish this. The situation was increasingly beyond the expectations of the leg-holding guy. The muscular Jongman lifted the main character. It was this attack that gradually revealed to him that back suplex. To explain the back suplex move, a wrestling technique where the opponent is grabbed and thrown back by the wrestler. As expected, the main character, Jongman, is trying to muster all his strength to lift him up like an appetizer. That dangerous situation made the protagonist determined not to let go, his arm clinging tightly to the wall. Strange situation began to rise. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Jongman looked confused, wondering in his mind, what the hell? Why can't I move like this? After a moment, the dense-brained Jongman finally noticed Dagon's arm, and he cursed under his breath, that bastard is trying to get close to the wall. As soon as he realized the protagonist's intention, Jongman fiercely resisted. Damn it. With just one move he managed to break the main character's hand away from the wall. Both of them fell to the ground. Although the situation seemed to favor Jongman, he was still very scared, thinking to himself, I can only manage a light suplex. I can't let him get away. Even though Jongman is big and heavy, I still struggle against him, not backing down in front of my opponent. A struggle ensued between the two sides, one trying to hold on tightly, the other trying to break free. After rolling around for a while, their positions suddenly shifted, with the main character moving from the bottom to the top. No matter what, Jongman could not expect Dagon to counter with such incredible speed. Terrified, Jongman's face changed along with his thoughts. No, if I am underneath, then it was indeed too dangerous. The protagonist brought his fist straight down. However, behind him was still Cha Ji-won rushing in, always ready to take advantage of the protagonist's distraction to strike. Truly a dirty player. A powerful kick knocked Dagon's fist away. He could not stubbornly continue to fight Jongman. Pulling back cautiously, Dagon felt frustrated. Damn it. These two are combining too well. Cha Ji-won had just landed and immediately asked his teammate, Jongman, are you okay? Jongman was still unable to shake off his fear. Sitting down. Thanks. Jin-gu, that was really dangerous. It seems we have to be careful when approaching this guy, he suggested to his teammate Jin-gu. Maybe we should attack him with Injun style. If only he is good at that. Jin-gu is essentially a ranker from Bongjin Technical High School, specializing in Taekwondo. Jin-gu's eyes began to fill with determination. He instructed Jongman, I will attack him relentlessly, so you stay behind and cover me. Right after that statement, Jin-gu charged forward, full of energy, and the main character was not to be outdone, his gaze fearless. Jin-gu's rapid kicks were indeed unexpected, fast and powerful. Luckily during the first few, the main character was still able to dodge. In the next few moments, Jin-gu accelerated rapidly, his legs moving without mercy. In just seconds, 1,000 stances were created, and those kicks finally made contact with Dae Hun Kwon's body. Our man's arm seemed to have sustained an injury. Jongman watched from the outside, his gaze hesitant as he asked, are you sure this will work? Thinking it over, Jin-gu's attack style was anything but simple. Perhaps these two were evenly matched. The main character and Jin-gu were facing each other directly, and the battle dragged on as both sides were evenly matched. At one point, Jin-gu even executed a kick at a 180-degree angle. At that moment, the main character suddenly realized his specialty was kicking. Dae Hun quickly devised the next course of action, so he decided to close the distance between them. However, Jin-gu was quick to observe, his eyes darting back and forth with a few basic movements. The distance between the two quickly widened, and Namjem launched a fierce attack. However, the main character changed direction, determined not to let his opponent achieve their goal. The two faced off directly, their eyes locked in a fierce showdown, raising the tension of the battle even higher. Dae Hun predicted based on the earlier actions. He was trying to widen the gap, which was a basic skill of the Western Konoha. That guy was trying to maintain distance to kick. When I approached, he would kick or punch depending on the distance. Then retreat. The main character looked far away. Even Dungman was in his sights, and thoughts of analysis filled his mind. I think that guy is observing the situation first. He will jump in when he sees an advantage or finds an opening. The battle is tense, and suddenly the three of them pause, an ambiguous look appearing before them. That Jin-gu is feeling very pleased with himself and his teammates so far. Seems this strategy is working. There is a chance to win. At the same time, the protagonist is squinting, realizing roughly what is going on. Time to take care of this dog. Pulling back his thoughts, Duhol charges straight for Jin-gu, full of momentum. The main goal of this attack for the protagonist is to close the distance with the opponent. As the distance shortens, every punch and kick from Jin-gu misses. Jin-gu's arm strained to reach Duhol, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks. But unfortunately, in this exertion, he does not land any hits. In contrast, Jin-gu's face is covered in wounds, blood dripping from his nose. Questioning himself if he really got hit, Donga notices Jin-gu is in a weak position and rushes in to help, throwing a punch that veers toward our side. Jin-gu watches in surprise, not fully understanding the situation, wondering what the hell is happening. I just lost consciousness for a moment there. Damn it. I let my guard down, but thanks to Dongan, that guy has not taken me down yet. While his teammate charges in, Jin-gu keeps reassuring himself to stay calm, as Dongan buys time. This time he will look for a suitable distance. On the other side, Dongan is doing his best to keep the protagonist occupied. However, his actions are immediately caught. leaving no hope for success. Du-ho reminds him, "Hey, that is too obvious now. Even if you try to fake it with your wrist, I know you are going for a lock." Just like that, the protagonist chooses to exploit the opponent's weaknesses and styles, tightening his grip on Dongin's neck. At the same time that Dongin is taken down, Chae Jin-yu regains his composure, mustering up his courage to charge forward with a wary gaze. This unending scene is raising goosebumps on Du-ho. "Your friendship is making me sick. You guys are not giving me a moment to breathe." Ignoring the protagonist's words, Chae Jin-gu pushes himself to accelerate. As soon as he finds the right distance, he launches a direct attack, his eyes filled with determination. However, the main character remained completely calm in response, his gaze assessing, "I already know all your skills," because he had figured out all the techniques his opponent could use. Most of the next moves from our side were just defensive against Chae Jin-gu. A punch earlier had left Chae Jin-gu's face dumbfounded. His whole body could not take it anymore, the weight pressing heavily down on the ground. But as the opponent hit the ground, Duel swiftly executed a kick straight down. Chae Jin-gu seemed to understand the impending outcome for himself without a hint of hesitation. The actions of the main character struck like a thunderbolt. In contrast to his earlier confidence, Chae Jin-gu's face twisted in pain, saliva uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. At the right moment, fueled by fierce momentum, our side combined kicks and punches. Wherever the punch landed, light followed, causing the opponent's face to fade away. Blood flowed in a gruesome sight. In an instant, Du-ho collapsed to the ground, his arms going limp. The blood on our side's hands was still dripping. He also called out to the others, "Hey, the last guy is standing over there. Come on over here." The Chae Jin-gu, who was initially assessed by Dung Man to be on par with the main character, was now flattened on the ground. Min-soo stood at a distance in fear, acknowledging, "Du-ho is really strong. Whoa. He is just like those main characters in webtoons." Ji-jin standing beside him brushed off the idea. "What main character nonsense." On the other side, our guy tousled his hair, appearing cool, sighing with relief, "I have taken one down. Where's the other? Are you up yet?" After a few taunts from the main character, Dung Man finally sat up, his eyes burning with hatred. Damn it. Hull did not want to waste any more time on pointless things. He moved closer to his opponent. Every movement rushed. He spoke right in front of the opponent. "Let us finish this quickly. It is truly a waste of time. Why do not you just come out here?" In the face of our confidence and pride, Dung Man could not suppress the pain inside. His voice fell. "Shut up." Dung Man kept thinking in his head, "It is as big as a monster. I can T-punch or grapple with it. I do not think I can win." Although he knew his strength was limited, Dung Man still wanted to give it his all, his legs speeding up. Determined, he thought, just one last time. His goal was coming into focus. The main character quickly saw through it and called him out. "You are trying to take me down again, Du-ho." Feeling exasperated, threw a punch, his big fist right in front of Dung Man. The punch certainly left the opponent's face twisted in pain. I am over this. Although Dung Man was muscular and imposing, in the end, he was numbed by our punch. The chubby face was swollen, with teeth jutting out awkwardly. Dung Man, exhausted, lost his balance and fell backward with no support. To increase the pain for his opponent, he tightly hugged Dung Man and threw him backward. In an instant, his goal was achieved, crushing his opponent to the ground, the impact echoing as Dung Man's back hit hard. The situation had completely changed. The main character sat triumphantly on Dung Man's body. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he could not escape, panic filling his mind. Damn, this position is too dangerous. I need to find a way out. His legs trembled, wanting to act against it. The main character fully controlled the situation, asking his opponent, "What are you doing? You do not have the strength to escape. Earlier, you had me in a bind, and now you want me to finish this." Dung Man felt cornered, as if he had nothing left to lose. Mumbling incoherently, his words seemed like provocations to the main character, who was determined to unleash maximum power in his punches. Wherever his punches landed, the opponent's face distorted, saliva flowing like rain. All the pent-up emotions of the main character finally burst free, his punches serving as a mental salvation for him. Ji-jin, standing at a distance, had to change her expression, completely different from her previous indifference. She was now in a state of utter surprise. The main character still did not want to end this fight, his fist ready to deliver another blow, but was halted by a voice saying, "Stop, I give up." Dung Man lay defeated at the feet of the main character, unable to bear the pain, begging, "Please, stop, I was wrong, I won't bother you anymore." The main character, Vu Dai, wanted to know more, saying, "Look at this bastard," while Dung Man continued to rant, "Are you really going to mess with me again?" Immediately after his nonsensical words, he received a flurry of punches, each hit twisting his head more and more. His teeth and face stiffened. The main character felt that the opponent still was not being obedient or sincere, so he had to let the guy shut up. In pain, Dung Man could only plead, "Stop. Please stop." The main character reminded him, Don't be stubborn. Today you will die chasing someone named Kim Kwon-ong. What has that bastard done to you? Can he even do anything? Faced with these words, Dungman fell completely silent, only able to scream. Main character looked at the chubby guy and said, "It is obvious why you came to this school to disrupt the order of Kim Long. Right, now who do you think can stabilize Kim Long?" He presented Dungman with two choices, Kim Kwon-ong or the one choking you. In the park, Jiang Jinmo angrily looked at Kim Kwon-ong. Seeing Jiang Jinmo with his hands in his pockets, Kim Kwon-ong raised an eyebrow, annoyed, and reminded him, "Hey, what is with that attitude? Take your hands out of your pockets." Jiang Jinmo said nothing and took a few steps forward. At this moment, Kim Kwon-ong found it strange, looking up at Jiang Jinmo. Confused, he leaned down and saw Jiang Jinmo clenching his fists. Kim Kwon-ong wore a puzzled expression. Thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Jiang Jinmo immediately threw a punch at Kim Kwon-ong's face. But unfortunately, Kim Kwon-ong quickly dodged. He followed up with a hook, and Kim Kwon-ong was lucky enough to dodge again. He cursed under his breath, "That son of a bitch Jiang Jinmo." Frustrated, he landed a punch straight to Jiang Jinmo's waist, causing him to cry out in pain. The red-haired guy saw this and jumped in. Kim Kwon-ong gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn these guys." The red-haired guy kicked Kim Kwon-ong. The gray-haired guy also rushed in. This time, Kim Kwon-ong could not dodge. The gray-haired guy's fist landed squarely on one side of his cheek. The other black-haired guy took the opportunity to rush in while Kim Kwon-ong was dazed from the punch. The black-haired guy kicked Kim Kwon-ong, sending him falling back. Jiang Jinmo added another punch to his face. With a swollen face from the punches, Kim Kwon-ong was furious, cursing, "These damn bastards." He stood there like a statue while the four of them approached like zombies, eager to tear him apart. At the hospital, Ina looked very sad. She recalled the time Di-han led the group into a fight and wondered if everything needed to be solved with such violence. Back to Kim Kwon-ong, he really could not take on those four alone right now. At that moment, running was the best option, so he sprinted away. The four of them chased after him, their pent-up frustrations making them act like rabid dogs. Kim Kwon-ong ran for his life, while Jiang Jinmo and the others followed closely behind, running from alley to alley. Kim Kwon-ong had to look back to see if he had shaken them off. Unfortunately, he tripped over an obstacle on the road. Jiang Jinmo saw this and quickly threw a punch at him. Luckily, Kim Kwon-ong managed to maintain his balance and dodged Jinmo's attack, successfully hitting him back. But the reality was, one could hardly fight against four. Kim Kwon-ong was kicked hard in the stomach by another guy. He slammed into a nearby wall. The gray-haired guy frowned and said, "We will go easy on you, you bastard." Jiang Jinmo laughed along. "Ha! Why are you running away in such disgrace? No one has done anything to you." "Right, I told you. What goes around comes around. After treating us like this, are you enjoying it? Look at this bastard's face. It looks like a monkey's butt." "Ha!" Kim Kwon-ong leaned against the wall, feeling a bit worried. Jiang Jinmo frowned and continued, "By yourself? You can't do anything anymore. I can't believe you can lose like this. I was really stupid back then to always listen to you." Kim Kwon-ong, "Let us hope I never see a bastard like you again." At the hospital, a young man was in a coma. Ina looked at Ji-won with a heavy heart, feeling increasingly burdened. She pursed her lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable, thinking to herself, "Ji-won, those who did this to you will pay, so please wake up. I am begging you." At school, a guy raised his phone and said, "Hey, did you hear? I heard Kim Kwon-woong got totally wrecked by Jiang Jinmo last night." With that, he opened the video for his friends to watch, and his buddy exclaimed, "Whoa, Kim Kwon-woong really is a loser. He always acts tough, but look at this." Just then, a hand reached in to pull the classroom door open. Jiang Jinmo swaggered into the classroom, and everyone looked like they were on cloud nine. Friends whispered to each other, "Slow down, the class leader has changed." Right, as Jiang Jinmo entered, he casually propped his feet up on the desk. He shouted loudly, "Hey, where's that punk Kim Kwon-woong? I bet he is too scared to show up today." Haha. Two seemingly well-behaved students approached and politely called out to Jiang Jinmo, Jinmo, what about the running errands? Do we need to do it like usual?" Jiang Jinmo eagerly turned to his dark-haired teammate and asked, "What do you think? What should we do?" The dark-haired guy grinned and replied, "Let us hold a race and choose the winner to be the errand runner." Just then, footsteps approached, and Jiang Jinmo turned quickly to see who it was. Seeing Dagon, Jiang Jinmo immediately became flustered, stammering, "Oh, Dagon. Good morning." A moment later, he pulled his hands out of his pockets. His feet were no longer on the desk, replaced by a somewhat timid posture. His tone softened as he stammered, "Well, what are you here for?" Dagon smiled lightly. "Congrats on becoming the new leader. You seem really happy." Jiang Jinmo scratched his head awkwardly. I have never felt this way before. But thank you, Dagon. It is all thanks to you that I am like this now." Suddenly, Dagon's expression turned serious as he glared at Jiang Jinmo, saying, "Make your choice. Do Do you want to challenge me as the leader? Or do you want to get beaten up and call it quits? Jiang Jinmo stood up slowly, covering his lower body and pleading. Dagon, please, go easy on me. I am begging you. Dagon replied. Easy. Huh. Okay. The others nearby did not dare to make a sound. Dagon raised his fist with a smile. Alright, I will go easy. His fist made light contact with Jiang Jinmo's cheek. Suddenly, it felt different. Jiang Jinmo felt significantly better. Dagon's punch made him feel light as a feather. He thought, whoa, he hit me, but why do I feel so much relief? Or did he really go easy on me? Why do I feel like my body is floating in the air? Floating like this? Suddenly, Jiang Jinmo realized, oh damn, what the hell? How far am I going to float? Stop it. There is no way one punch could make me fly like this. Turns out, just one punch made Jiang Jinmo slump down, his spirit flying away. Dagon looked after him and sighed. Tusk. That kid. He suddenly remembered a few others and turned to ask. Oh, you guys are all together, right? Should I take you on too? Seeing this, the dark-haired guy quickly raised his hand in surrender. Hey, brother. We are not together. We disbanded that group 3 seconds ago. Dagon placed a hand on the dark-haired guy's shoulder and sighed. Fine. He leaned in to whisper a reminder. Just remember, do not go around bullying anyone and making a scene. Okay, from now on, live quietly and know your place. Immediately, all three of them replied loudly. Yes. Understood. As Dagon left the classroom, the girl with the red pigtails whispered, from now on, my dream is to be a crushed can. The gray guy chimed in, do you want to compete to see whose life gets crushed first? I am confident I will win. As soon as Dagon stepped out of the classroom, the gray guy changed his tone and exclaimed, whoa, he is really the strongest person I have ever met. Turning to Jiang Jinmo, he gave him a light punch and called, hey, wake up. You idiot. After defeating the Class 4 leader, Dagon stepped out into the hallway like a god descending, handsome and skilled in fighting. Everyone had to look up at him. In just a week since transferring schools, he had conquered Class 4, back in class, wearing glasses and doing homework. But the Manhwa group kept making noise next to him, screeching like monkeys. Jiang Min shouted, hey, Dagon, you are the biggest treasure in this grade. Manhwa jumped up, laughing, I can't believe it. You really beat Class 4, that is impressive. The drama was flying high, and Bang Ho Rong whispered, whoa, that is amazing. Love it. Dagon felt extremely annoyed. He lightly tapped the three monkeys with his book and reminded them to be quiet. Bang Ho Rong rubbed his face and said to himself, hee, compared to the first time I got hit, that was just a gentle touch. Dagon, when will you agree to hang out with us? I just ranked up over there. Dagon sighed and adjusted his glasses, saying, geez, you guys are really annoying, but fine, let us try after class. Jiang Min was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. Oh. Divine being, it seems my prayers have reached you. Manhwa chuckled awkwardly. Oh. But I just ranked up. Ha. Bang Ho Rong immediately chimed in. Hey monkey, there is more. Jiang Min. Be quiet. This is giving me a headache. Just go before Dagon changes his mind. Dagon reminded them. If you all keep acting up, I am staying home. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Jiang Min's shirt, saying, I want to go too. Jiang Min replied straight-faced, but Pak Ji-ri, you did not invite Lin Min. Pak Ji-ri argued back. I did. Jiang Min shot back. Nonsense. What rank are you? Pak Ji-ri was flustered and did not respond. Jiang Min continued. Hey, Liar. You are lying because you want to go with Dagon. Right? Ha. Immediately, the delicate girl punched Jiang Min in the face and yelled, shut up. I can sit and play Pikachu next to you guys. Chaos erupted, and Manhwa hurriedly pulled Pak Ji-ri back. Bang Ho Rong jumped in to intervene, but it was futile. Pak Ji-ri kicked and cursed. Sometimes being quick-witted is a curse. You idiot. In Class 5, UGS called on the phone, but the other side kept hanging up. Susie crossed her arms, looking displeased and asked, is Kim Won-wong thinking of dropping out? He did not get into fights or lose in duels. So what is the problem? UGS remembered what Kim Won-wong had said. Of course, I would not go to school if I ran into those second-rate losers. It would be so embarrassing. UGS sighs. Perhaps he will never come to school again. Bitch. Susie furrows her brow. But that new student is handsome and good at fighting. It is really annoying. He is too perfect. Turning to UGS, she asks, so what are you planning to do now? You do not intend to give up to that new student, do you? You are alone now, so you are not confident. UGS. He awkwardly replies, well, I am a bit worried. Bitch. Susie sighs. Well, you should not have been so eager for fame from the start. Or you should team up with everyone else. UGS sighs in frustration. Teaming up. It is not like I have not thought of that, but the other classes are 4, 5, 7, 8, and 9. At this point, UGS suddenly felt it was a bit strange. He turned to ask, hey, Did not you say you did not care about reputation? But Susie turned her face away and replied, well, that is true. I do not care about those rankings. All Susie could picture in her head was the events of that class. Suddenly, her body felt hot. Susie bit her lip, thinking, I can't believe I actually called him Appa that day. That annoying guy. What should I do to bully him now? The next morning, in class 1, Jongmin walked in excitedly and said loudly, hey, is Daegun here? Did you get home safely yesterday? Daegun suddenly felt a bit shy, feeling strange to receive someone else's concern. Seeing Daegun writing notes, Jongmin came over and smiled mysteriously. Whoa. You have already studied this morning. Huh. Daegun replied nonchalantly. What is up? Jongmin bluntly said. Tusk. Daegun looks more suited for studying than gaming. Daegun thought to himself, this annoying Jongmin is just being petty again. At the net cafe yesterday evening, Jongmin shouted, Daegun, eat. Eat now. Let us go. No. Not there. Suddenly, the screen displayed to fit and Jongmin, feeling a bit annoyed, turned to Daegun and asked, hey Daegun, did not you say you would carry the team? Are you really playing safe now, not using any skills? At this level, how can you compete? Just then, the sound of the mouse clicked, and Jongmin looked at how Daegun was clicking and suddenly felt a chill down his back. Daegun reminded him, do not get too absorbed in the game, or it could put you in danger right now. At that moment, Rai also glanced over and chimed in with Jongmin, hey, shut up and keep playing. Do you really want to risk everything for a game? After scolding, she turned to Daegun, her left hand absent-mindedly running through her hair, and gently said, Daegun, do not mind him. After all, those guys risk their lives for games do not know anything. Daegun replied, yeah, thanks. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table interrupted the class. Rai shouted, what the hell? What are you doing, blocking my way? After banging the table a few times, Rai exclaimed, oh, I won. Daegun, sitting next to her, was astonished and did not know what to say. Suddenly, someone raised their hand on the table, none other than the net cafe owner, who looked at Rai and reminded her, you students, do you see the sign that says no banging on tables or chairs while gaming? Rai looked in the direction the cafe owner was pointing. Behind him, he smiled warmly and announced, you all are being kicked out. Remembering what happened yesterday made Daegun feel a bit embarrassed. He pretended to cough a few times and said to the group, hey, if we do not get kicked out, I will show you my real skills. It has been a while since I warmed up my hands. With that, Daegun stood up and sighed. Alright. Anyway, I have to visit another class. Jongmin asked in confusion. Is there someone else who wants to challenge again? Daegun removed his glasses, revealing his incredibly handsome face as he casually replied, no. There are a few issues I need to pay attention to. Daegun walked alone down the hallway, thinking to himself about the violence control project, which is not just about dealing with bullies. The ultimate goal is to improve the school's image. Daegun stopped in front of a classroom and asked, where's Kim Myung-jong? Kim Myung-jong stood in front of Daegun, looking scared, and said, haha, what are you doing here? As you said, we are living quite quietly now. Daegun crossed his arms and continued, so, how's your hand? It looks like it is doing better. Kim Myung-jong excitedly waved his hand and replied with a smile. Oh, turns out you came here to ask about me. No need to worry, my hand is almost healed. I can move my fingers now. Suddenly, a light flashed by. Daegun cut across Kim Myung-jong's wave. Kim Myung-jong exclaimed, what the hell is that? Daegun reminded him, I told you to stop being reckless, did not I? After saying that, Daegun turned to leave but reminded him again, you would better live like this, to do not do anything reckless again. Daegun walked to class 3. Scanning the room, thinking, I need to keep an eye on them, but where are the Simsangbo guys? They have not shown up at school. He glanced into the classroom and saw everyone happily chatting, thinking to himself, whoa, that guy who used to fight is gone. They seem fine now. In such a peaceful classroom, there should not be any problems. Right. Alright, I will move on to the next class. In class 6, everyone was joyfully playing with each other when suddenly someone slammed their hand on the desk and shouted, this is awesome. Jang Jinwoo, wearing glasses today, held a book and yelled, can you all shut up so I can study? Jang Jinmo's friend cursed, what the hell? A guy who never touches a book wants to study now. You are playing soccer. Right? He continued, just one warning and you do not listen. Jang Jinmo ignored him, his mind filled with thoughts of Jian thinking, yeah, Jian is one of the top students in school. To be the right guy for her, I have to study hard. Just then, a female voice rang out, hey, Jang Jinwoo. Big Susie, flipping her hair, clearly showed her annoyance. If you want to study, shut up and study by yourself. Why bother reminding others? Jang Jinmo felt scared and stammered, sorry, Susie. Haha. Jang Jinmo's friend turned back, whispering, hey, why are you being rude? You idiot. Don't you remember Big Susie is here? We gotta keep our skins intact. Big Susie continued to comb her hair, but suddenly recalled the previous day's events and felt an unusual sense of unease. That day during the fight with Dae-gun, she accidentally called him Appa. She thought to herself, actually, I made up an excuse that day, but I wonder if they believe it. Thinking that, she turned to gesture for Jang Jinmo to come over. Hey, you loser, come here quickly. Jang Jinmo hurriedly grabbed his book and rushed over like a headless chicken, saying, sorry, sis. Jang Jinmo got closer to Big Susie and asked quietly, yes, what is up? Big Susie asked. Do you remember that time? Jang Jinmo blankly replied, yes. When was that? Big Susie reminded me of that day when Dae-gun came looking for you, and I showed up to save you. I slapped Dae-gun and broke his glasses then. While he was fixing his hair, he picked up the glasses and looked at me. At that moment, I was so flustered that I said some not so nice words. You remember I did not call Dae-gun bro. Right, I did not mean to, but I thought of my boyfriend, so I just blurted it out without any intention. You get it. Jang Jinmo was listening and responding like a robot. Oh yes, yes, I understand how you feel. Suddenly, Big Susie lowered her voice and called out, hey, are you even listening to me with that indifferent attitude? Jang Jinmo quickly replied, no, I am paying close attention to what you are saying. Big Susie sighed, fine, I will let you off this time. Now, listen up. What I meant was, suddenly, a familiar voice called from outside, Jang Jinmo, where are you? Upon hearing this, Jang Jinmo turned and rushed over to Dae-gun, happily saying, Dae-gun, did you call for me? Big Susie felt an indescribable sensation when she saw Dae-gun. Her body felt hot like fire, and her hands clenched tightly around her phone without saying a word. Dae-gun stood at the classroom door and told Jang Jinmo, all right, just do it like that. You understand what I mean, right? Jang Jinmo scratched his head and replied, oh, got it. No worries, I will try my best. Dae-gun waved goodbye as he left, not forgetting to add, if you spill a word, you know what will happen. Right, bye. I am off now. Jang Jinmo politely bowed. Yes. Take care, I will do my best. After finishing with Dae-gun, Jang Jinmo hurried back to Big Susie with a smile. Sorry about that. Hee. I was just following Dae-gun, so I got a bit hee. But, can I ask what you just said? Susie, upon hearing this, closed her eyes and ordered, take your glasses off. Jang Jinmo sensed trouble but still removed his glasses. Immediately after that, Big Susie started hitting Jang Jinmo on the head with her phone, shouting, how dare you? How dare you walk away while I am talking to you? You fool. Jang Jinmo did not know what to do except hug his head and repeatedly say, I'm sorry. Hoo, it is my fault. Please let me off this time. Big Susie, feeling a bit calmed, stopped and sighed. I am sweating now. Because of you, my makeup is smudged. So annoying. I want to hit you again. Jang Jinmo looked up hopefully. So I can leave now. Right, Susie waved her hand, ordering, the three of you in Jang Jinmo's group, come here. Jang Jinmo was confused, not understanding what was happening. He turned back to Susie and saw her face had turned serious, as she coldly ordered the other three. You three, beat him up for me. Following her words, Jang Jinmo was grabbed by three guys, one pulling his arm and another grabbing his collar to drag him away. The three guys were hitting him while saying, Jang Jinmo. Meanwhile, Big Susie took out her makeup kit and started reapplying. She mumbled, what should I do about Dae-gun? How can he act so high and mighty? Thinking this, she turned to the three guys and said, okay, stop hitting him. Go get Ji-seok from the boys' class for me. Ji-seok immediately walked over and asked, what is going on? Suddenly noticing Jang Jinmo sitting on the ground, he curiously asked, what is wrong with this guy? Is he dead? Big Susie casually replied, he made me angry. Ji-seok pulled out a chair to sit down. Susie asked him, hey, do you remember what I said last time? Ji-seok replied, the alliance. I am thinking about it. Suddenly, a few questions popped into his head. He looked directly into Susie's eyes and asked, but why do you want to do that? Susie awkwardly replied, I just want to bully that guy. That is it. Ji-seok continued, if that is what you want, just tell your boyfriend, and it is done. Susie suddenly blushed. She was startled and replied, no, I can't say that. If I say it, that guy might die for sure. This is too hard. I simply want it like this. One day, that guy has to kneel at my feet to support them. He has to say to me, thank you, Susie, thank you for giving him the chance to support my feet, and at that moment, I will make him call me Miss Susie, ha. After hearing this, Ji-seok could not help but say, what the hell, that is outrageous. Big Susie grabbed Ji-seok's collar and shook him. Do you understand what I mean? I just want that guy to come and support my feet. I do not care, you all have to make it happen. Ji-seok thought for a moment, if all the big shots from grades 4, 7, 8, and 9 come together, that could work. Luckily, I also have a good relationship with them. Alright, I will just call them. There is no other option but to form an alliance. Really, I want Kundiding to be eliminated. At the golf course, Director Kim was watching Director Lee show off his skills with a bodyguard. After seeing Director Lee make a shot, Director Kim praised him. Whoa, that is impressive. Director Lee is really something. Your golf stance is perfect. You deserve to be a sports model for this prestigious golf sport. Director Lee heard this and slightly smiled, while focusing on his next shot. He replied, Director Kim, you are going overboard. I am just playing for fun. Director Kim laughed. Haha, do not be shy. There are middle-aged men on the top as models too. Director Lee looked at the young man next to him and asked, Who is that next to you? A new employee. Director Kim smiled. Yes, that is right. He is quite capable and gets the job done. Just then, Truong Fong walked in, and Director Lee continued to praise his employee. Look at him with that model-like physique. How did he end up being a bodyguard? There are so many strange things these days. Truong Fong approached politely and greeted. Hello. Chairman. Hello. Director Kim. Lee smiled and said, Oh, you are here. Truong Fong, holding some documents, replied, Yes, I am here to give you the draft plan for this project. Do you have time to look it over? Lee took the tablet and scrolled through it for a while before saying, Looks good. This project is quite interesting. Kwon the Yin seems to be doing a great job. This progress is satisfactory. I think I need to meet with Principal Truong Bonggahan to discuss a few things. Please arrange an appointment for me. Same place as before, Truong Fong replied. Understood. Yes. I understand. Chairman Lee continued to play and reminded. Ziyin is doing well, but please pay extra attention. This is an important project that needs to minimize mistakes. Truong Fong nodded and politely said, Excuse me, I need to go take care of work. Enjoy your time. Truong Fong left, and the bodyguard looked after her sneakily. Director Kim chuckled and said, Whoa, your work seems really busy lately. Huh. Director Lee replied, Yeah, I am managing some important projects. I will discuss that with Director Kim later. Truong Fong stepped outside, then suddenly turned back and looked inside, feeling an unusual sense of unease. At school, in the afternoon, the old area was strangely quiet. Inside the G-Shiap room, the remaining leaders were invited for a discussion. He started the meeting, saying, Whoa, everyone is here. Kopik Duzik spoke up. Alright, there are only 5 of us, so if you have something to say it quickly. Wu Sunghwa added, You gathered everyone here for a reason, so let us get to it. Everyone is busy and does not have much time. Pak Dojin did not seem to care much about this. He was constantly looking at his phone, cursing. Damn it. This is really frustrating. Like Sunghun, who looked knowledgeable yet was also a 9th grade senior, laughed and said, Haha, I am guessing this meeting is about that new kid. Right, he just arrived but has already taken down some leaders from lower grades. Everyone knows about it, and the incident has caused quite a stir at school, Ji-Shiap replied. Yeah, you are right, but aside from that, we also need to discuss something else. Given the current situation, we should also consider forming alliances between our classes. Siyu and Ninimpu replied coldly. Then I disagree with that. Ji-Shiap was taken aback and responded. What? Do you have an opinion? Siyu Nivake narrowed his eyes and continued. I do not care about the hierarchy of leaders after an alliance. I want freedom without being restricted. I do not want to be controlled by anyone. That is simply how it is. Koko Kedusi also voiced his opinion. Your point is not bad, but we have not really clashed much, and we are not that close, so I do not see the benefit of forming an alliance. I think we should reconsider. This is not really necessary. Is it because that guy has been getting on your nerves lately that you want to do this? Or are you afraid that one day it will be your turn? Ji-Sopa felt a bit irritated after hearing this and tried to remind the annoying guy to keep it down. Dude. Shut up. You only have one mouth to eat with, so be careful with your words. The annoying guy started to act cocky. Ola, what do you want? I can handle anything. Jusiyu Ningyopa saw this and egged him on. Come on, stop acting like a little girl. If you want to, then go for it. It has been a while since you two competed, has not it? Last time, you both ended up in a draw, so why not take this opportunity? Pakdon tapped his phone against his palm and laughed. Whoa, it is rare, is not it? I am on a losing streak here. I will bet 50 against the annoying guy. You in? GCU Nungopor replied. If you want to, I will join too. GCU Ninganepa felt a headache coming on inside. These guys always have different thoughts. No one is willing to back down. This meeting seems like it is going nowhere, so we might as well stop. Suddenly, in the corner, Ly Seung-hun raised his hand to express his opinion. I completely agree with this. Pak Dojin and Gyu Sung-woo turned to look at him, quite surprised that this bookworm was also interested in this matter. The annoying guy turned and asked, so what is the point of the alliance? Just gathering a bunch of guys together. Everyone has their own agenda. Who listens to who? It will just be chaos. But since you went through the trouble of calling us here, Why not present your idea? I think Sang-hun's idea of holding back is quite unexpected. I used to think he was just an annoying person who does not listen to anyone, but it seems that is not entirely true. He looks like a diligent student, but he is also a well-known tough guy at school. With that appearance, he has always been avoided. It seems the alliance is benefiting him this time, which makes him excited. Dusich reminded him, "Hey, are you listening? What do you mean?" I just think simply, I have no idea who is better between me and that guy, but he has already taken down more than half, which is quite impressive. He just started, and he has already taken out some pretty tough guys. That breaks the existing order at this school. We need to rein him in a bit. GC Yuninge interrupted. You are reasoning too much. It has always been the case that the strongest person leads, and that is natural. GC Yuninge stood up and said, For me, if he messes with me, I will fight back. If not, then I won't. Anyway, I am going to rest now. My house is busy, and I have to sit here listening to your reasoning. It is giving me a headache. Beefy Jint, not taking his eyes off his phone, saw Guzing leaving and quickly said, What about the bets? I am still too far behind here. If it goes like this, who is going to lead? If the money is unclear, then that is not good. I am out of here. Duzik also stood up, stretched, and followed suit. Those two are gone, so I have to rest too. It is quite annoying when the meeting does not resolve anything. The results are quite bad, but not unexpected. Next time we want to have a meeting, we should rest at home first. Gusiak narrowed his eyes at Duzik and reminded him, You are something else. I have watched you in the meeting quite a bit. Duzik is not afraid of anyone. He waved his hand provocatively. Oh, are you feeling tense? The meeting did not go as you wanted. Huh, just when I wanted to stretch my muscles. Come on, come at me. Lizing saw that and quickly said, Hey, guys, we are all in this together. Calm down. Duzik laughed dismissively. Haha, we are in the same group with this bastard. Did you hear what he just said to me? With that attitude, it is too much. Even though we are all leaders at school, do not lump me with this guy. It is ridiculous. Lizing adjusted his glasses and continued. It is up to you. But first, listen to this story before you decide. Everything is not as simple as it seems. In class 4, a loud bang echoed as the coins on the desk jumped around. Park Dojin waved to the boy sitting opposite him. All right, it is your turn, the chubby guy next to Dojin asked. So what did the leaders talk about in the meeting? Park Dojin shrugged. Nothing new. Just discussing that new guy. The boy slammed his hand on the desk, causing the coins to bounce up and fall again. He quickly said, Oh, sorry. Park Dojin held the money and said, It is a total of 40,000 won. Right? The boy nodded. Yes sir. Park Dojin smiled. This guy, there is winning and losing in this game, so let us add more. He continued to slam his hand hard on the table, but the result was still not what he wanted. He sighed. Geez, this is boring. The boy in front also slammed his hand down. And surprisingly, the result seemed to be very good. Park Dojin looked at the coins on the desk and sighed. Nice. It seems a bit small today. And just like that, when I pulled out the money, the veins on my arm popped up, and I was clearly annoyed, so I have to send you another 40,000. Right? The guy saw this expression on Dojin's face and quickly raised his hand to concede. Come on. It is just a game. You do not have to give me anything. Haha. Park Dojin heard that but still handed over the money, feeling extremely annoyed. Damn you, it is clear who wins and loses. Here's the money. Take it. Hey, I am adding more too. He tossed the crumpled bills onto the table and made the guy play again. Really rude. The guy had no choice but to play along. The next round had the same result. Park Dojin looked at his hand in frustration. Damn it. What is going on today? I am having the worst luck. My hand feels numb. The guy noticed and spoke up. Well, if you are not feeling well, let us take a break. Okay. Park Dojin did not respond. He kept staring at his hand. The next moment, he slapped the guy across from him. Everyone in the class was stunned and did not dare to approach. The chubby guy was startled and said, Whoa, that slap must hurt a lot. The guy held his swollen cheek, looking at Park Dojin. Park smiled a hollow smile and said, Sorry, I am a bit upset, but it seems I am getting lucky again. Sit back down and hurry up, or I will slap you again. Do not make me angry. This arrogant Park Dojin spoke up. Are you gonna sit down quickly or not? You better behave before I lose my temper. A slap came out, causing the opponent to clutch his face in pain. A red handprint marked on his cheek. Park Dean kept asking, What is taking you so long? Or do you want another slap? Terrified, the student covered his face. His eyes wrinkled, not daring to look. Park Dojin, feeling empowered, pointed at him. Haha, look at you. Are you that scared after just a little bit? You are really weak. Everything did not stop there. Dojin glared. What are you doing? Get back to playing. Are you done for the day? The student obediently replied. Yes. The hand extended nervously. Park Don stared intently, His words were clearly stammering. In this situation, the student no longer resisted. I beg you. I give up. I want to take that winning money. Park Dojin narrowed his eyes. He asked suspiciously. You are backing out, right? The opponent, still scared, replied. Sorry. Next time I will bring more money. Park Dojin smirked. Fine. Then you hand over all your money to me. The scared guy raised the money. But this is my money. What about right and wrong? This Park Dojin insisted. Do you even know the rules? If you back out, you have to take the loss. Right after he said that, he reached out and snatched the opponent's money. Hand it over to me. Being a robber and still lacking self-respect, Park Dojin threatened. Next time, before you play, make sure to learn the rules. You idiot. But this time, you better remember to bring a lot more. After making a lot of money, they left together, chatting about how well he did while I am losing a ton here. You must be betting online again. Right. The bullied friend stood still, feeling overwhelmed, thinking to himself that the jerk treated him like a thug. I am so stupid, he just swiped 500,000 from me. Damn it. Right after those guys left, the bullied friend seemed to have a plan. Mumbling to himself, do not blame me for doing this, the scene shifted to room 15 where Bake Suzy entered, saying, Yuichi, there was a meeting between the leaders yesterday. Yuichi glanced over and welcomed her. You are here, Suzy. The female friend beside her waved and said, Hello, Suzy. Suzy seemed polite, her tone softened. Sorry to bother you. I just want to have a private chat with Ji-seok. Ji-in immediately understood and replied cautiously. Got it. You two go ahead. Though she appeared gentle in front of them, Ji-in cursed under her breath as she walked away. That bitch. Who does she think she is telling others what to do? Suzy's face was always tense as she leaned closer to Ji-seok and interrogated. Is this when you can flirt? You two look too happy. Ji-seok had to explain. It is nothing. We are just arguing. The meeting went nowhere because none of the leaders listened to each other, so it was dismissed. Suzy kept thinking and still could not understand. How could it be like that? Flashing back to the meeting atmosphere, boss Lik Sung-hun expressed, You all know, it is almost the end of the month, time to collect protection fees. So now's the time for the leaders to choose alliances and decide who manages the money. Jia Raongo had a lot of money to collect. This was a goldmine for the leaders. Seung-hun looked at Ji-seok and Du-saya, confirming, You two do not seem to care about money yet. But for Pak Do-jin and Gu Sangwa, money is their lifeblood, especially that Pak Do-jin. Anyone who touches his money has to step over his dead body first. Those two may seem slow-witted, but wait and see. Once they have money, they act fast. Seung-hun continued to analyze the situation in detail. There is another guy, the new transfer student. He manages an entire area, and when it is time to collect money, he will have plenty to offer. At that time, groups would clash over their interests. So it is best to wait until after this round of collection is over before taking the next steps. In that moment of the meeting, Ji-seok really had to think seriously. Indeed, Lik Sung-hun was as sharp as they say among the bosses. I need to pay more attention to this guy. He might pull off some unexpected moves. Sujae, who had been listening, curiously asked, so the meeting just ended like that? So boring I could die. She even intentionally blamed Ji-sai. You are really useless. I guess I will have to do it myself. The scene changed to a small amusement park where a motorcycle was zooming down the road, the sound and revving engine echoing continuously. A group of people eagerly awaited this character's arrival, continuously asking, You are here, huh? The blonde guy just got out of the car and sarcastically remarked, Hey Do-jin, is this your introduction? It feels like a scam. I am suspicious. Do-jin asked in surprise. What about yours? Ji-seok replied. I sold everything, and once I reached the top, I let it all go. This left Do-jin stunned. Why did not you tell me right away? Was I the only one left behind? Damn. How could I not see that? Look, I learned this from the guys on the forum too. White-haired guy laughed at Do-jin's pain. Come on. They have already led you like a chicken. This time just follow me. Do-jin was still very distracted. The white-haired guy confidently asserted, Do not worry. I just had a hunch. This coin seems pretty solid. Let us lock it in together. Do-jin felt frustrated. What do you mean? I do not have a dime to follow you. Well then, I will accept my position. Can I go deliver with you? A guy next to Do-jin reminded him. Is not it almost time to collect protection money? I will share a part of mine with you. Even though he received the money, Do-jin's face still did not show any joy. So how much is this? Just a little while after sitting down, the white-haired guy was already packing up to leave. Well then, it is up to you. I am going ahead. Call me if you need anything. The chubby guy looked on. Already leaving. Still, the white-haired guy quickly got into the car. His voice echoed back. Make sure to gather the money. This coin is hot right now. If you follow me, you will be in the clear in no time. Do-jin's friend suggested. Should not we go ahead for this collection? To pocket a little extra, the amount from each class is too little. You want to have enough to invest in it. Every time he heard about money, Jin's eyes lit up. You are thinking like me. So which class should we start with? When it comes to money matters, Jin always had a plan. I already have a goal in mind. Those big guys all have their own connections. If we touch their rice bowl, we 1 TB apiece. That new kid who just transferred there seems like an easy target. That bastard is currently the leader of 4 classes. Haha. If I just sell him some goods, a ton of money will come my way. This time I can invest like crazy. The friend sitting next to him kept suggesting plans for Jin. Well, I have a brilliant idea too. If you two make a move, we can organize some betting and earn a bit more. The chubby guy, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Haha, not a bad idea. I think we should target that new kid. If he has already taken control of those 4 classes, he is no rookie. Hearing this, Jin was even more provoked. Glancing sideways, you are something. Friends who do not look out for each other. Let me give you some sincere advice. You would better follow me, or you will regret it. Just talking about it gets me heated. When it comes to money, I am already annoyed. Let us find someone to get moving a bit. In the distance, a few figures walked by. They looked confused seeing Jin. Over there, is that Jin? The 3 chubby guys confirmed. It is him. As soon as he saw the 3 chubby guys, Jin nervously lowered his head. Hello, big brother. The chubby guy grunted angrily. Go ahead. Feel free. Jin looked at the other guy and spoke up. Hello, I heard your work has been going smoothly lately. Right, the chubby guy replied dismissively. Not really. Recently there have been many things a bit out of control. Mentioning issues out of control made Jin's eyes light up. Oh, is there something bothering you? Big brother. The bullied guy from earlier suddenly appeared. The chubby guy immediately spoke. Hey kid, what is this? You are making things awkward for me. I did not expect the target to be my little brother. The bullied friend replied, I do not really know either. The moment he saw the character earlier, Jin scornfully said, Hey, Kim Do-hyun. What are you doing here? Kim Do-hyun waved his hand. Still scared? No. It is not what you think, the fat boss angrily told Kim Do-hyun. With me here. What are you afraid of? He is your junior. Once outside, in the underworld, trust is the top priority. Otherwise, how can juniors and clients respect you? Kim Do-hyun mumbled, thanks to you, and the fat boss continued. That kid should at least give me some face. Your job is just to prepare the money. Jin listened a bit and understood. Confirming. So you are taking that jerk's money to beat me up. The fat boss tried to deny it. Come on. What are you saying that hurts brotherhood? Feelings are feelings. Business is business. You should not mix them. Jin's laughter rang out, like a mockery for the fat boss. He kept throwing out words. Haha, is this how you do business outside? It is no different from those thugs protecting the school. You make me laugh so hard. Every word from Jin hit the fat guy like a slap. Twisting his face in anger, his friend behind reminded Jin. Hey, are you crazy? How dare you talk to him like that? Still, Jin confidently replied, you are too timid, back in school. What did the boss mean? The fat boss angrily retorted, you talk big, but just recently you did not see me as anything. It has been a while since I have taught you. So you dare to act like this, but this time, I will put you in the hospital for a few months. The fat boss's big hand hit Jin's head, along with many scoldings. You little jerk, your head needs to be checked. Gambling too much has made you stupid. I need to remind you of those painful memories from school so you can stop being so reckless. Another punch was about to be thrown as the fat guy kept mumbling. You can't escape. Jin stood in front of this dangerous punch with no fear in his eyes. He did not dodge. He chose to take that hit. What unfolded in front of the fat guy surprised him. This little brat took a punch like that and was fine. Jin even got bolder. Nice. After graduation, your punch seems weaker than before. Throwing punches like this just scratches me. Maybe I should show you what a real punch feels like. The fat guy felt deeply insulted and charged straight at him. You stupid jerk. He charged so fiercely that spit flew everywhere. Seeing that, Jin wanted to provoke the older guy even more. What is wrong, pig? You are too fat now to react quickly. Huh. Jin countered with another punch to the older guy's stomach. Indeed, his power was overwhelming, making the fat guy gasp. Huff, huff. His whole body slumped halfway down. Jin casually asked, how are you doing? Older brother, just a warm-up and you are already squealing like a pig. I think you should exercise more. Being this fat only makes you a punching bag for others. Right after those arrogant words, Jin delivered another punch straight to the older guy's face. Everything happened so fast that even the older guy's juniors could not stop it. They all stood there in fear. Watching, Kim Do-hyun could not hide his fear. Sweating profusely, even Jin's 2 friends were surprised that their former boss was defeated by Jin, who arrogantly declared that he was now powerless after being humiliated. As for the others, do you need me to warm you up? I am just getting started, not even warmed up yet. The fat boss was knocked down hard. his eyes wide with resentment. The lackeys behind could only watch helplessly as their boss got beaten, feeling utterly useless, their eyes seemingly wanting to deny the situation. Dujin's friend nervously warned, "Hey, you are being a bit too rough," while the other could not hide his fear, saying, "Hey, Dujin, what is wrong with you, man?" Dujin, with an arrogant expression, replied, "What? They said they would pay to get rid of me. Having money to feed 3 pigs means he must have a lot of money. Right?" Dujin's eyes glinted with greed at the pile of money, thinking that if he had that much money, he should give it to me. "You guys have nothing to do with this. All that money is mine." The 2 lackeys of the fat guy started to show their irritation, threatening, "That jerk is risking his life for just a few bucks." However, right after that line, Dujin charged like a bolt of lightning, preparing to unleash a strong attack on his opponent. The fat guy had not even figured things out before he took a punch right to the face. As Dujin struck, he confirmed once again. Of course, the painful punch from earlier made the fat lackey scream in frustration. While the scene opened wide, Dujin relentlessly punched his opponent, saying, "With money, I will be fine, and so will you." Anyone who tried to stand in Dujin's way would be eliminated by him, using every trick from stabbing to twisting necks. During the fight, Dujin was once knocked away, his exhausted body sprawled out on the pavement. But quickly, he regained his footing, eyes glaring ahead. His legs moved swiftly toward his opponent. The guy in white facing him sensed danger closing in and hesitated, looking to observe. However, everything was out of control. Dujin unleashed his dirty trick, kicking straight into his opponent's face. The fat guy in white could not withstand his massive form and heavy build. Being pushed back, the bun face suddenly swelled up, the wrinkles crumpling together. Witnessing his opponent in danger, Dujin grinned with joy, but the smile was immediately extinguished as the fat guy in black rushed at Dujin from behind, creating a romantic scene like lovers. The romantic moment was quickly shattered as Dujin's friend rushed over to say, "I will help," but Dujin brushed him off. "No need." Just like that, the fat guy in black lifted Dujin without mercy, his whole body hanging in the air, flailing about for a while. Indeed, once Dujin did not need help, he had already calculated in his mind, resisting the fat guy so fiercely that the latter's eyes widened in fear. Dujin turned the tables, slamming his body down and leaving the fat guy in black dazed and confused. But in that moment, Dujin elbowed him right in the face. The impact was so strong it seemed the fat guy might lose a tooth. The spinning movements continued, Dujin striking wherever he went, leaving his opponent injured. Before one side could recover, the other was already swollen. The final outcome for this fat guy was a perfect push-up. Kim Hunho was truly terrified. Everyone he brought had been knocked down, money was wasted, and the revenge was only multiplying. After taking down the fat gang, Dujin turned to Kim Hunho to demand, "Hand over the cash fast, unless you want to die." Sensing no chance of escape, Kim Hunho immediately fled. Dujin was slightly surprised by this behavior. He laughed. "Ha! What are you doing? Huh. You think you can run away from me?" Dujin's strides were indeed unstoppable. But this time the fat guy in white had regained consciousness and aimed a weapon straight at him. Dujin quickly sensed the lurking danger. However, the situation escalated too fast for him to react, and Dujin took a direct hit. The wooden bat had a significant impact, and pain shot through his arm from the blow, yet he still had the audacity to threaten. "You messed with the wrong guy." Suddenly, the fat boss was struck from behind by one of Dujin's friends without mercy. Collapsing forward, Dujin's gaze turned extremely dangerous as he seemed to be plotting something. The fat boss was trapped in the grip of Dujin's crew, his face devoid of color. Seizing the opportunity, Dujin unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists driving deep into the fat boss's face. After several hits, the fat boss could no longer withstand it and toppled backward. Dujin looked around, questioning, "Where did that guy go?" The spot where Kim Hunho stood was completely vacant. Dujin exclaimed, "He is quicker than I thought." Before leaving, he reminded his 2 friends, "Look, if he does not show up at school, then there is nothing we can do." His friend anxiously asked, "Dujin, are you okay?" They began looking at the remnants on the ground and discussing, "Hey, do you think we are done for? These guys are from the underworld." Dujin assessed the situation and confidently stated, "Nonsense. They are just putting on a show. Don't worry, my side is stronger." The scene shifted to the school where he was with Min Soo, discussing, "Nothing beats school food, just enjoy it." Min Soo. Just as they were walking, a character appeared out of nowhere. This guy urgently said, "Oh, Daegun, you showed up just in time. Can we talk privately?" Min Soo, could you step aside for a bit? The main character, Tivin, walked with suspicion, asking, "What is going on? If it is nothing, you guys are in trouble." Norman Ho seriously expressed, "I need to discuss something with you. You said you did not care about grades. But really, you just want to take down the freshmen, right?" Daegun was taken aback and instinctively queried, "Huh, why do you ask that?" Another guy chimed in, Not everyone thinks that way. And I think it could be you, the main character retorted. You have 2 lives or something. I am pretty sure I warned you that you would be done for if you said anything pointless. Suddenly, a hand shot out to stop him. Wait. Dagon, it is not pointless, Norman Ho angrily remarked. Listen, you are the top of class 4, and you will soon receive the operational fees from all 4 classes. Norman Ho also emphasized, I do not know your situation, but you came to head Julian because you want money. Right, I came here because I want money. What is this nonsense? The class president will buy stuff, and if there is leftover money, they will buy hamburgers and give them to the kids. Is that the kind of money? The guy with the golden hair moved closer, saying, No. Dagon, you are really knave. The main character turned his head. What the hell? Golden hair pointed and said, It is listed as an operational fee, but it is understood as protection money. On the surface, it is money paid under the name of an operational fee, but in reality, it is money collected from others. It is called protection money, and is meant to keep you from being bullied by other classes, going straight into the pockets of the class leaders. Memories of the past slowly came back. The words rang out, You probably do not know because you are a new student. But there is a rule, you can't mess with other classes. You can only touch me if you beat my girlfriend. I thought, is that the rule you mentioned earlier? Some rules came to light, and the leader of each class would fight each other and rank themselves to distinguish levels. If you become a leader, the money they receive is doubled, so they can't resist the desire to become the durian leader. The guy continued to flaunt in front of the main character. Now you will get 4 times what the others get. Something like that. I am pretty sure the others will always be on your tail. I appreciate your explanation. But why are you here? Golden hair confidently replied. Oh, I forgot to mention. You will be targeted by other classes from now on, so I will be your right-hand man. Right after saying that, the main character punched the golden-haired guy in the face, to be clear in front of golden hair. This guy, you do not understand me, he repeated. From now on there will be no such thing as an operational fee. Do not collect money. The other guys looked confused. What? They protested. You can do that. It is not just our issue. If you do that, the money collected by the first guy will end up in the hands of the second and third guys. His eyes locked onto the golden-haired guy, saying, That would make the whole school turn against you, and no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to handle it. His words made me think, if it is a school-wide scale, well, the risks are quite high, but my job is to come here and eliminate it. I can ignore the bad behavior happening right in front of me. I am not too interested in these activities, he said as he walked away. I am leaving now. The chubby guy rushed over, saying, Hey, can you come with me for a bit? Someone wants to see you. The main character thought more and more. Why is everyone looking for me? It is making me tired. He angrily shouted at the other guy. Jinmo, you will be dead if you keep talking nonsense. The story continued to shift scenes. I was walking and talking with Jinmo. You are not planning on gathering people to use me like last time, are you? Jinmo denied it. No way. Even 10 Bingjun students can't handle it. Need at least 100. That woman sat silently observing. The main character looked and said, Is that her? The one who wants to see me? Jinmo nodded. Yeah, she is Beach Susie. The main character interrogated. Hey, do you want to die? I told you not to do anything stupid. Susie shouted. Let go of me. The main character immediately turned his gaze to Susie. She kept insisting. Let go. When I was not angry yet. In a corner behind the school, Beach Susie crossed her arms and proudly said, Hey, did not you hear me? I said let him go. Via Hoon, holding Jiang Jinmo by the collar, looked confused, while Jiang Jinmo, trying to suppress his pain, forced a bitter smile. Here comes Susie. Beach Susie brushed her hair and said, Even if he deserves to be beaten, only I have the right to do it. Zine calmly retorted. Oh really? But according to your rules, in 6th grade, I can do whatever I want with this guy. Beach Susie took a few steps closer. She picked up Ding Jinmo's hand and sighed. Oh, you must be new here, so you do not know. I am the one who set those rules. Saying this, she pulled Jiang Jinmo towards her and looked at Ah Hoon with a scornful gaze, reminding him, You should not act like a leader in front of me. Stop being a pushover and let Jiang Jinmo go. Jiang Jinmo stumbled as Susie pulled him, his face blank and dazed. Suddenly, Wee Hoon decided to compete as well. He grabbed Jiang Jinmo's other hand and pulled him back towards himself. He boldly said, What is going on? He is mine. I am not letting him go. But Susie raised her eyebrows. Feeling a bit annoyed, she loudly exclaimed, What? You won't let him go? You really are an arrogant jerk. Meanwhile, in another corner of the school, the guy in the gray shirt sitting on the bench stood up, confronting the 3 boys in front of him. You guys are so reckless. You know that. Not only are you defiant, but you are also greedy. It is really disappointing. He slowly stood up, his shiny head reflecting the light, sighing to appear serious, stating, This is the consequence of being a puppet to filthy greed. I will save you from those pathetic ways. I won't kill you, so stop looking so worried. The boys looked blank, their faces clearly showing their anxiety. The bald guy held a weapon, his eyebrows slightly raised in amusement. He confidently said, "I will just beat you half to death. Is that okay?" Indeed. He was the second male leader of the Sala gang, one, who looked intimidating just by standing there. Next was the second male vice leader, Zugong Maihung, also from the Sala gang. He stood with his hands in his pockets and continued, "I will show you why you need to pay your dues on time, you bunch of bastards." Bafigian watched with delight. "Haha, you look so scared. Are not you supposed to be the tough guy?" The vice leader replied, "No, only when he is in a bad mood." Bafigian curiously asked, "But if you manage all the second males, how much money can you make?" The vice leader coldly raised 3 fingers, and seeing this, Bafigian asked, "Divided evenly." "Right." The leader nodded slightly. Bafigian thought about it and felt greedy, putting on a face of desire. "Sure, I hope so. I really want to take down that new kid." Suddenly, Gong Maihung remembered and asked Tiden, "But the important thing is, what happened yesterday? Why did he suddenly get so angry?" Bafigian shrugged. "Oh, some things just can't be held back." He turned to see that guy still beating up those boys. Sighed. "Nice. Look, he always tells me to hold back, while he nearly beat someone to death just because they were late a day on their fees. But whatever, everything is going smoothly." "Right," the deputy leader chuckled lightly, saying there is no need to worry too much. These guys are not even trainees. They just come up with some gang name to collect money. Jiaok seemed to hear this. He turned back to continue the conversation, saying it is not easy to cultivate and suffer in Buddhism. "Du dun. You should remember not to stray from the path you need to take." BC Duden crossed his arms and laughed. "Haha, right. I was thinking about making those boys pay for protection. But first, we need to deal with that new student who just transferred from Kunmai to Gyu." After handling the student issue, Jiaoko could not hide his excitement upon hearing Baixi Dudun's words and said, "Good. We should not just postpone what we want to do. You boys listen up. You are going to face consequences for delaying what you need to do, so be prepared. I am giving you until tomorrow. You better shave your heads, get rid of your shame and greed, and then come find me. Your sins are too great. Just a punch won't be enough to get you back on track." "Got it. You need to shave it so it is shiny and smooth." "Understood." Baqiyu laughed heartily. "Haha, indeed a leader. Quite impressive. By the way, speaking of fighting, I have an idea." Jiaok immediately caught on. "What idea?" "I heard there is a shop selling a new type of sausage bread," Baqiyu replied, understanding the hint right away. "All right then, let us talk while we walk." Meanwhile, in a corner of the schoolyard, shouts of "Mine, mine," echoed. Jiang Jinmo had been mercilessly tugged at by those two, his arms probably stretching a few centimeters by now. Feeling a bit tired, Jiang Jinmo thought to himself, "What is going on? Am I really that important? Being treated like this actually feels pretty good, although I am a bit dizzy." Suddenly, Bitch Suzy pulled hard, unintentionally placing Jiang Jinmo's hand right between her chest, and she yelled at the Yen Gen, "Hey, you stubborn guy. What is wrong with you?" Jiang Jinmo wore a delighted expression, pretending to glance casually while thinking, "Well, this is not so bad, but that spot, I have to admit, it is soft. Hee. Feels amazing." Seeing Jiang Jinmo freeze, Li Wen leaned down to look closer. "Hey, what is wrong with your face? You look dazed and happy." Jiang Jinmo startled and stammered, Nothing. Just, Buck Suzy then realized that she had unconsciously let the guy's hand touch her chest. She frowned, glaring at Jiang Jinmo with a deadly look. Jiang Jinmo smiled foolishly. He really did not mean to. It was clearly her own doing. Sure enough, a moment later, Jiang Jinmo received his punishment as she slapped him hard on the cheek. Jiang Jinmo flew to one side and landed headfirst. Bish Suzy ordered, "I am giving you 3 seconds to get out of my sight." 3, 2, 1. Struggling to get up, Jiang Jinmo hugged his neck and said, Okay, I got it. I am leaving right now." He hurriedly ran away, legs pumping, shouting in fear. But on the flip side, Jiang Jinmo was running blissfully as if he were in heaven, thinking to himself, "This feels so good, that softness is really nice." Suddenly, Bitch Suzy approached Yang En, whispering, "I do not care about that jerk, but I have another reason to call you here." Ian looked confused, his face blank as Beach Suzy grabbed his collar. She dragged Gimen towards a nearby phone booth. Suzy moved closer, but Dijian said nothing. Suzy stammered, "I want." Digin leaned in, asking, "What do you want? Speak up, I can't hear you." Suzy looked up and met Digen's gaze. Her body felt like it was on fire. No matter how strong-willed she was, that look made her toughness melt away. Dijun looked back, not understanding her reaction. Suzy lowered her head, panting. She thought, "Whoa, just looking into his eyes and I feel overwhelmed. But I have to do this. Why is my heart racing so fast?" Suddenly, a loud crashing sound filled the air. Digun looked around and asked her, Did you hear that? Is there construction nearby? When Suzy did not answer, he gently touched her hand and said, well, I have some things to do. If you have something to say, make it quick. If not, I am leaving. Suzy looked up at Dijun. Her face flushed like a tomato as she whispered Appa. Dijun looked confused. Suzy quickly explained. No, I meant last time when I said Gappa. It was not directed at you. Dijun sighed in relief. Oh, I see. You meant Baek Sugun or something. Right, you called me out here just to say that. Baek Suzy looked him in the eye and continued. Shut up. That is very important to me. Dijun felt a bit anxious. He thought, damn, is it important enough for her to explain? Does she know my real age? No way. Right, Baek Suzy pressed Dijun, saying, you are really arrogant. You probably do not know this. I just moved here, and one word from my brother could change this school. You know, but it seems you do not know, so I will let it slide because you are kind of cute, but I won't do that again. Just one word from me and you are done. At that moment, Dijun coldly grabbed Suzy's hands and pulled them away from his shirt. He held her hands tightly with one hand while adjusting his shirt with the other, mumbling to himself, you wrinkled my shirt. Baek Suzy stood awkwardly and stammered. What is this position? What are you doing, you idiot? Dijun replied casually. I am handcuffing you. Baek Suzy embarrassedly shook her hands. This is ridiculous. Let go. Damn it. Why can't I break free? Let me go. You are making a mistake. If I tell my brother, you are in big trouble. As she spoke, she struggled halfway between wanting to stay and wanting to leave. Dijun stood there calmly and said, okay, go ahead and call Baek Suzy out. Baek Suzy froze, her eyes wide as she stammered. Huh. What? What did you just say? Dijun lowered his head and repeated. Keep mentioning his name. I heard you loud and clear. Bring him here. I want to meet him. Baek Suzy shouted. What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? No way. If you meet him, you are really dead. You idiot. Dijun replied nonchalantly. Oh. Were not you the one trying to scare me with him? Suzy nervously replied. True, but forget it. You absolutely can't meet him. Dijun was now pulling closer, threatening Suzy. Enough already. Call your brother here, or do not expect to be released. Baek Suzy's face turned even redder. She whispered, you are handcuffing me for life. Well, if that is the case, I wanted that too. The two kept arguing with each other. And coincidentally, the North Dugin crew passed by and saw the scene. North Dugin exclaimed, oh, that is the new guy. And the deputy leader replied, oh, is that him? The bald guy raised an eyebrow. Is that him? And that girl, she is the sister of Baek Suzy. I see. Hearing that, the bald guy approached them and said loudly, it is really annoying to see a scene like this at school. What are you two doing in a teaching environment? This is a place for learning. What is with the flirting here? Dijun narrowed his eyes and replied, hey, what are you saying? Bald guy. North Dugin and the deputy leader heard this and tried to hold back their laughter. The leader went crazy upon hearing this. An aura of death surrounded him. Dijun was asking for trouble again. The atmosphere behind the school suddenly became strangely silent. The bald first-year leader frowned and said, you, what did you just say? Repeat that for me. At this moment, Dijun thought to himself, oh no. I think I just slipped up, remembering a time working at the convenience store. He was studying while glancing at the manager and reminded him, hey, you have white hairs. Let me pluck them for you. The old man quickly swatted Dijun's hand away and shouted, hey, that is not allowed. Everything has its own value, and this hair is no exception. Dijun was puzzled, not understanding what the old man was saying. The old man then asked, isn't it true you pluck hair for your dad at home? Dijun adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, no, I do not, because I do not even know who my dad is. The old man suddenly got furious, pointing at Dijun's face and ordering, all the expired stuff in the store needs to be thrown away today. Got it. Dijun was bummed and replied, yes. But you said I could keep it. The old man shouted again. No exceptions. Get rid of everything today. Back to reality. He thought he should not make fun of others. He brushed his hands off and said, I am sorry to you, buddy. I did not mean to call you bald. It was just a habit. Just then, Pak Don burst out laughing from behind, clutching his stomach and saying loudly, haha, I like this funny guy. Pak Dojin laughed so hard he was in tears. He turned to the deputy leader and said, but that guy is not actually bald. He just shaved his head. Right, he is really not bald. The deputy leader then leaned over and whispered, hey, just so you know, he has a hair loss condition. That is why he shaves it. Pak Dojin was taken aback. Whoa, is that true? Oh, then I need to apologize. After saying that, Pak Dojin popped his head out and waved at Dagon. Hey, you were right, he is bald. Not just shaving his head. The leader felt extremely angry inside but kept mumbling to himself, if I were not devoted to Buddhism, I would have taken you down. Dojin, the deputy leader waved his hand, ordering, you freshman, This is not your business. Get lost. Dagon, confused, turned to Suzy and asked, "Who are they?" Suzy crossed her arms and frowned. "That is Jugong Meng, and that guy is Jang Jung Bang. The bald guy is the second-year leader named Jaka." Joki then looked up and warned, "Hey, new student. You should know your place and get out of my sight." Dagon shrugged, pretending to be clueless. "Oh. Why's that? I do not really get your point. Clearly, I came here first. You are the one who should move." Suzy, hearing this, was a bit panicked, worried that Dagon could not handle all three of them, and she reminded him, "Hey, what are you saying? Why provoke them?" Jake is a bit surprised. "Oh, did I hear that wrong?" Biki Dajin is still laughing, unable to close his mouth, muttering that the new kid transferring here is really crazy. Jake starts to loosen up, rubbing his hands together, his face serious. "Damn it. I get your point now. I did not want to get involved, but it seems you do not want that either." Suzy suddenly picks up the phone. "Hello. Yes. What is up? Where are you?" The vice leader sees this and hurriedly pats Jake on the shoulder. "Hey, wait." Suzy's big brother is tough to deal with. Look, it seems she is calling Suzy from Australia. He is hard to handle. Fake Suzy looks at the two guys with a challenging expression. She tries to speak loudly. "Yes. Are you coming over to my place?" The two male leaders clearly show their annoyance. Dagon hears this and leans in to ask quietly, "What is going on? Is Suzy from Australia coming here?" Suzy nods, replying to the other end of the line. "Yes." Just like that, I am hanging up now, as soon as the call ends. Suzy sighs. "All right, that is enough." Fake Suzy suddenly grabs Dagon's collar and turns to the two guys. "So, what else do you want now? If there is nothing else, can we leave?" The vice leader of the highway nudges Jaka, who is about to lose his mind. "Let us go then. The matter ends here. We do not want to bring more trouble. Suzy can't do anything else." With that, he changes his tone to Suzy. "It was just a misunderstanding. You go ahead. Send my regards to your brother Suzy from Australia." Fake Suzy does not respond. She pulls Dagon and tells him, "It is fine. Let us go." It is really annoying, but this is where it ends. As Dagon and Suzy turn to leave, the vice leader whispers, "Whether we like it or not, we need to be cautious. Being under Suzy from Australia means we can't mess around. Everything will be fine and as we wish. Just handle it carefully." Not seeing Jaka say anything, he suddenly raises his voice. "Hey, are you okay?" Jaka nonchalantly replies, "It is nothing, just focusing on my mind. It is really nothing." But the expression on his face says it all. He asks Dojin, "Hey Pakdojin, do you have any thoughts? Is our business done here?" Pakdojin stares at Dagon without blinking, muttering, "Is it over? Let us see." Seeing Dagon's carefree demeanor, Pakdojin gets even more frustrated. He says, "It is not good. Letting them go like this is such a waste. I can just sit still. I need to do something to relieve my anger." As he says this, Dojin smiles eerily. The vice leader turns to ask, "Dojin, what are you planning to do? Do not be reckless. Just stop." Pak Dojin does not listen. He licks his lips like a predator and replies, "Just let me see." As soon as he finishes speaking, Pak Dojin rushes towards Dagon like a bullet, thinking, "Oh no, I need to test if this guy is as dangerous as the rumors say." Dagon, hearing the footsteps behind him, starts to sense something. His gaze sharpens, and he immediately reaches out to wrap an arm around Bake Suzy's waist. He pulls her into his embrace decisively. Pak Dojin misses his attack, and Dagon quickly hugs her and pulls her towards him. Dagon tells Suzy, "Hurry. Get back." After his failed attack, Pak Dojin immediately turns around to attack again. Pak Dojin leaps towards Dagon once more. The first punch barely grazes Dagon's face. Then comes the second punch, which Dagon also quickly dodges. Pak Don kept laughing and throwing punches non-stop. After dodging a few hits, Dagon noticed Pak Dojin's opening and raised his palm. The back of his hand landed squarely on Pak Dojin's face. All 5 fingers making contact, Pak Dojin enjoyed the sensation but quickly broke into a strange smile. Like a madman, he charged again at Pak Dojin. As if that slap earlier was just a light scratch, Dagon thought to himself, "Whoa." He took that hit like it was nothing. Dagon turned to look at Suzy, who was standing too close to him. He thought, "I need to create some distance." The vice leader also realized the issue and ran back to Dojin, cursing, "This bastard is such a hassle. Hitting Suzy is really exhausting." Pak Dojin kept throwing punches, and Dagon kept dodging. When Pak Dojin attacked, Dagon caught his arm tightly, but quickly, that guy managed to pull his hand back. Pak Dojin's eyes sharpened, as if he found Dagon's weakness. A slight smile crept onto his lips. He kicked hard towards Dagon, forcing him to step back a few paces. Dagon managed to stop himself just in time. Pak Dojin looked at him and laughed. "Haha. Nice job. You actually blocked that one. I commend you." Dagon felt more at ease now. He saw the vice leader dragging Suzy aside and thought, "Great, she got out of here, and with this distance, I can act more freely." Pak Dojin continued to wave his hand provocatively. "Hey, why are you still standing there? Aren't you tired of dodging?" Dagon looked over at Suzy. She was arguing with the other guy and thought to herself, "Fine, I will warm up my hands before the real fight begins. Pak Dojin approached Dagon with a smug look, saying, haha. Focus now, love-struck rookie. You are making me really curious. As soon as he finished speaking, Dagon charged to attack. Pak Dojin quickly raised his hand to cover his face, narrowly escaping a punch to the head. He smiled with delight. Oh, looks like you are not dodging anymore. Dagon quickly stepped up and kicked Pak Dojin right in the face where he was injured. This time, it was Pak Dojin who was pushed back. He looked at Dagon in surprise and laughed. Whoa, you really have some skills. Without letting Dojin recover for long, Dagon continued with another kick. As a result, Pak Dojin was knocked back, hitting the ground but not breaking anything. Soon, this crazy guy sprang back up, crawling around wildly. He wiped the sweat off and charged at Dagon, shouting, "You bastard. You are really getting on my nerves now." Dagon casually pulled at his collar and replied, "Oh really? Is your hand still okay?" Pak Dojin then noticed his unhealed wound and growled, "Oh, my hand. It is still fine. Nothing to worry about." However, he peeled off the outer bandage, revealing a bruise underneath. He recalled their previous fight and sighed internally. Damn it. This is not looking good at all. That fat guy really got to me. Dagon chuckled softly. Hemph, whether you are fine or not is your problem. Dagon started to chuckle, saying, "Anyway, you should be careful. I am just getting started." Pak Dojin huffed, tossing that aside. He raised an eyebrow. What the hell? Just a little hit and it turned into this. Dagon laughed. "Hope you are okay to take my next hits, because I am just getting started." Seeing Dagon laugh in his jacket, Susie covered her eyes, feeling shy. Kwon Dagon, why are you laughing like that? Dagon replied nonchalantly. "Oh, I was just laughing at the jacket." Susie blushed and argued. "Well, it looks the same." Susie added, "And you should not laugh in a crowded place like this." Dagon, not understanding, responded, "What crowd? There is no one here." He glanced around the room, noticing that a group of students had gathered in a corner, watching him intently. Some even had their phones ready to record. He thought to himself, "Whoa. When did everyone gather here?" The girls, upon seeing Dagon, exclaimed in awe, "Whoa, he is so handsome." His physique and facial features were perfectly attractive. Dagon frowned. He did not like having so many people watching him fight. He thought, "I need to end this quickly." Biki Tu Jin rubbed his wounds, grinning. "Finally, I get it. It is a shame we have to end it here today, but next time, I will make you pay for it." "Just wait." Dagon looked confused. He did not understand why this guy was so riled up. After saying that, he shouted toward the students standing by, "Get out of the way. Do not make me angry." The girls grumbled as Jin walked past. "He is just walking by. Why is he acting so tough?" Some even said, "He is so strong. I kind of like him now." The vice leader glanced at Dagon with a smirk. "Yeah, you are feeling regret, huh? Don't worry, we will meet again soon." Dagon put on a serious face and replied, "Why have you been jumping around since earlier? You could just stick to him. I do not want to fight just you, so do not think I regret it." The vice leader got angry. Clearly, what he just said was disrespectful. He muttered, "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? You are just a first grader." As he spoke, the vice leader clenched his fist and lunged forward, but suddenly another hand grabbed him. The leader reminded him, "Wang Myung, did not you say not to get worked up over a first grader? We need to go." The two turned to leave, and the vice leader rubbed his head, following Jia. "Right. Thanks for stopping me. I almost lost control there. Honestly, it is closer to my home than yours." Jiaok did not care, holding his bracelet and murmured, "Whoa, I just realized, I think I have not trained enough. I was so arrogant to think I had no weaknesses." Zi-Hoon furrowed his brow, wondering, what are those guys talking about? At that moment, Susie leaned into, "Hey, it is Zi-Hoon." Zi-Hoon responded, "Huh. What?" Susie pulled his shirt. "Are you crazy? Don't you hear what I am saying? They are the bullies from the second grade. They are trouble." Zi-Hoon replied confidently, "Who is the threat? It is not them. I think I am the threat to them." Susie continued, "Whoa, you are so confident. But seriously, I do not know if you are brave or just overconfident. You might be strong, but trust me, those second and third graders are beyond what you can imagine." As bitch Susie turned to leave, Kini paused, thanking him but confused about why he could pull another girl's hand so forcefully. Embarrassed, he continued, "Well, I thought I was holding you tightly. I am really sorry about that." Suddenly remembering something, Zi-Hoon asked her, "Oh, you said Beach Susie from Australia would be here, right?" Susie replied nonchalantly, "Come on, that is a lie. Can't you tell? You do not believe me at all. I lied to protect you. You idiot. Otherwise, we would have died before meeting him. Why do you even want to meet him? Ji-hoon imagined a fight between the two and hesitated before responding. Well, I can't talk in front of his sister. Bitch. Suzy looked at Ho-hoon warningly. You will be in big trouble if you mess with my brother. I am just saying, I am a bit worried about you. Let me give you some advice. Do not worry about my brother anymore. Just keep an eye on those guys. It is not just Biki-da-din. They are all out to get you. As he turned to leave, he added, Oh, by the way, since I just saved you, we are even now. I'm off. Do not follow me. Ji-hoon was taken aback, wondering, wait, did not you call me here first? If you saved me, then I am worried about you too. Suzy blushed, thinking, what a stubborn guy. It is really annoying. He just makes me more worried. But why do I even care about someone like him? In class 4, Baek-Yu-din walked in with his hands in his pockets and asked, Has Kim Do-hyo not arrived yet? The guy named Bae replied, If he has not come, he is probably out looking for something. By the way, what happened to your arm? Bae-Din sat down and raised his hand to massage it, while Bae asked, Hey, what is going on? Bae-Din casually replied, I just had a fight with the transfer student. This is going to take some time to heal, but I like that guy. I have to beat him. As he said this, Baek-Yu-din rubbed his head. Looking troubled, he muttered, I need to observe as much as possible, but the problem is I do not have money, and that jerk Kim Do-hyo, I need to find him and kick him out. He then waved his finger, signaling, Hey, class monitor. Come here. The class monitor hurried over. Looking worried, Baek-Yu-din asked, Do you know Kim Do-hyo's address? Give it to me, along with this week's allowance. The class monitor replied with a blank face, I have the address, but not the allowance for this week. Hearing this, Bae quickly interjected, Wait, what do you mean by this week? They will come after you if you change things up on your own. Right, Bae-Din replied nonchalantly. Oh, that is exactly it. If you do not chip in, you won't succeed. The class monitor reminded him, Hey, Bae-Din, we can just go doing things our way. Baek-Dun raises his hand to suggest, Then let us play rock, paper, scissors. The class leader is puzzled. Why? The class leader, having no other choice, plays the first round with Baek-Dun, and the result is Baek-Dun loses. He laughs. I lost. Okay, let us go for another round. In this round, the class leader loses. Baek-Dun said, I have won. Right? Go ahead. The class president hesitated. Worried. Yeah, but I am not sure if it is okay to use rock, paper, scissors to decide on collecting money. Suddenly, Baek-Dun threatened him by putting his hand in front of the class president. Are you doing it or not? This is not just about collecting money. It is a gamble. Hurry up and put your hand out. Seeing the class president still hesitating, Baek-Dun pushed, Get closer already. Do not make me stand up. The class president reluctantly brought his hand closer. Baek-Dun laughed loudly. Are you ready? From behind, the guy with the bowl cut shouted, What are you doing with your fingers? It looks ridiculous. Baek-Dun licked his lips. Then, a sound like a gunshot rang out, and the class president fell backward. Stunned, Dudine laughed with delight. It has been a while since I got to use this. The classmates were all frozen, and the class president cried silently in frustration. He looked up to see that Duden had already raised 2 fingers. He laughed and reminded, Remember, I chose scissors. Let us play again. After hearing that, the class president was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, Oh my god! Help me. Dihwan stepped into the classroom, mumbling to himself, Damn, I still have not met Bak Suyuk. It would have been easier if I had encountered that jerk along with that bald-headed guy, but Bak Suyuk had stopped collecting money. But that damn Bak Dudin is driving me crazy. Remembering how he effortlessly dodged my punch, I could not help but laugh in disbelief. Truly, he is unlike anyone I have fought before. His strength is really impressive. Dihwan looked at his hand, lost in thought for a long time. Damn, I do not expect to handle this. Maybe it won't get noticed much. I think I can do it now. Thinking this, Dihwan smiled softly. Yeah. Honestly, my opponent just needs to be able to take my hits, and that is enough. That is my attack style. In a small alley, it was dark, and a guy was standing in the middle of the road, trying to call someone. Turns out it is Kim Jong-il. The phone kept beeping. The number you dialed is out of service. He cursed while holding the phone. Damn it. Why are not you answering? This is really frustrating. You scammer. You said you would kneel in front of me. You disrespectful jerk. Because of you, I can go to school. Damn it. Who else can do it? Kim Jong-il recalled someone at school saying, The new kid is pretty good. All the bullies in the class have been taken care of. The bullies hardly come to school anymore. 1 or 2 still go, but they seem to have learned their lesson. I did not care back then, but now it seems that information was true. Kim Jong-il pondered. I think I should pay that transfer student. What would happen if I asked him to beat up that bastard Park Do-jin? Alright, it is fine. Everything will be okay. You better watch out, Park Do-jin. Just as he finished speaking, Park Do-jin appeared right in front of Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Without saying much, Kim Jong-il was immediately headbutted by Park Do-jin. With just one move, Park Do-jin left Kim Jong-il dazed. Do-jin slammed Kim Jong-il into the iron wall and said, "Son, I am sending you back to your mother right now." Then there were screams and cries for help. Kim Jong-il could not take it anymore and shouted, "All right. Stop it." Surprisingly, Do-jin actually stopped laughing. "Okay, I have stopped. This is ridiculous. I feel like I am the main character in all of this." Kim Jong-il was so scared that tears were welling up in his eyes, and Park Do-jin laughed loudly. "Haha, why are you crying? Isn't this fun? Come on, let us play again." A new day arrived at the school campus, accompanied by the sound of a student lamenting. "This is hard. Honestly, this problem is the result of research by mathematicians." Several students were discussing the homework animatedly. "I am not good at math. Explain it to me again." Surprisingly, the one solving the math problem this time was Norman Ho. He glanced at his two friends and said, "Everything has its own principles. Pay attention to the volume calculation and the distance in the problem." After hearing Manho's explanation, Jong-il shouted, "So, I just need to apply that and I can do it, right?" However, Norman Ho immediately rebutted, "It is not the same. If you do not know the formula, start with your fingers." On the other side, the sound of vegetables being chopped continued. "I won. This English test is a total victory." Hun, sitting nearby, could not help but chime in, "Haha, Jinmo won, while we are left helpless." Damn it. At that moment, Juri suddenly appeared out of nowhere, advising the main character, "Daegun, I have already hinted to you." But he replied nonchalantly, "Sorry, I do not get your point." Juri tried to figure it out. "What is wrong? That is where you promised to do jujitsu with me." Daegun, confused, finally said, "The question is Beth, so the answer is the bed, right?" Hun could not understand it more. "I think you have learned a lot. How could you lose to Jinmo?" Jinmo, standing beside, smugly said to the main character, "Daegun, you need to study harder." Right after he said that, Jinmo was grabbed by the other side and scolded, "You do not need to act all high and mighty." Jinmo, scared, kept apologizing, while Daegun insisted, "Try taking off your glasses and say it again." The truth is, if there were an advantage in status, Daegun would definitely be winning. Manho and Jong Min watched from a distance, and Manho exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Jinmo here to study with Daegun? Isn't he that too close?" Jong Min replied mockingly, "Are you jealous?" They were still astonished by the appearance of this character. "Huh. Are you here to study too?" "That is Baek Do-jin from class 4. The young man was holding a book as he entered the classroom. As soon as Do-jin walked in, Man-ho and Ho-jong jumped up, asking, "What the hell are you doing here? Do you want to start trouble?" Juri immediately sensed something shady, thinking to herself, Baek Do-jin looks very strange. Upon arriving, Baek Do-jin ignored the chatter and silly questions around him and immediately shouted, "Step aside. I want to talk to the new transfer student. It won't take long." Do-jin stared directly at Jinmo's seat, his gaze calculating. "Get out of my way," he said, and Jinmo, surprised, did not understand. Do-jin confirmed again, "Who else is here? Don't make me angry. Get out of here now." Jinmo felt the arrogant words pierce through his ears, and he thought, "That jerk. This is a bit risky." Jinmo had his own sharp calculations, knowing he could not win against him, but if he left, he would really be a coward. He looked straight at his opponent, and the question slipped out with a hint of confusion. "Why are you doing this?" Jong-in, watching from afar, was scared and advised Jinmo, "Hey Jinmo, just stop. You know Daegun won't let this go." Pak Jin's smile was fierce, with arms raised high. Before he could even act, Jinmo quickly dodged. Even so, he explained right after, "I did not dodge, it was just a natural reflex." Pak Do-jin's relaxed face looked a bit strange. He laughed and explained, "I was not hitting you. We were just playing rock, paper, scissors." Jinmo felt a bit relieved hearing this. "Oh, haha. Rock, paper, scissors. All right, let us do it." The two quickly played rock, paper, scissors, and Jinmo chose paper. Losing to scissors, he exclaimed, "I lost. Okay, I will leave. You go talk to Daegun." After their conversation, Jinmo happily left. "Whoa, I am alive. Thank God. Not only did I survive, but I got to play with him too." He hurriedly concluded, maybe he really is a good person. However, just as he thought that, Do-jin pushed his hand into Jinmo's. "Where do you think you are going?" A girl stormed straight into Jinmo's face. She hit him so hard that he could not handle it and vomited some food out. Do-jin quickly explained his actions, saying, "You have to suffer after losing." Do-jin's actions had always been violent. Jinmo's large body quickly fell flat to the ground without resistance. Jong Bin and Manho discussed from a distance. "That looks painful. Serves you right." Jin Mo. After dealing with the obstacle, Pak Do-jin moved to pull the chair out from its position. He sat down opposite Nam Chen, saying, "I told you we would meet again." "Right," Dae-gun immediately replied. "Oh, so do you want to fight or something?" "Sorry, but I have to take an English test now." However, Do-jin clung on like a leech, explaining, "What a coincidence, I just need a little time, because we are definitely going to fight." Mentioning a fight, Pak Do-jin's eyes lit up with excitement. "I want to set a condition. Let us make it a fair match." The scene shifted to another place. With the sound of chatter about renting a room, Seung-woo affirmed, "Yes, but we can do it in my class's closed room." Hearing this, Gong Myung felt a bit grateful. "All right. Thanks. But if it is just you and me, do not use honorifics. We are the same age." After all, Seung-woo shook his head in disagreement. "No, we have to follow the rules for each grade." Myung looked at Seung-woo's current posture and reminded him, "Can you stop standing like that? If someone sees, they will think I am bullying you." Despite the advice, Seung-woo expressed his fear. "I am scared this muscle will shrink." Please understand. These two kept gossiping about other things. Myung brought up the transfer student. "Have you seen him fight? Is he capable?" "Based on my understanding and observations," Seung-woo confidently replied, "he can match Sim Sang-bo, so I think he is pretty strong, but he is hiding his real power. It is clear he is training, but he does not show it at all." Myung's eyes darted around. He mentioned another name. "What do you think of Pak Do-jin?" Seung-woo smirked and replied, "That guy is really interesting. I see his power is quite impressive." In short, that class is full of strong kids like him, especially when you observe the advantages. Seung-woo recalled some moments he witnessed firsthand. Then he asked Do-jin, "What are you doing?" At that moment, Do-jin was leading. His movements were remarkably agile. Flexibility leads to recovery, and recovery brings strength. Not only that, Do-jin burst through the second-floor window. Seung-woo was surprised and asked, "Where do you plan to train?" "This is the second floor." Ignoring the warning, Do-jin boldly shouted, "Let us go." Instinctively, Pak Do-jin always poured all his strength into his strikes. Seung-woo reiterated, "Our technique is indeed lacking, as it depends on physique, plus his personality is reckless and emotionally uncontrolled. Sometimes there are changes depending on the situation." Myung was pondering. Pak Do-jin loves gambling. Should I trust him or not? What do you think? In a short time, Seung-woo kept receiving tough questions. His gaze was confused and lost. "I do not know, but you can imagine. That guy started working out before we even knew anything. But he can defeat everyone in the gym with his physique. And the question is, how can you defeat Pak Do-jin?" However, on the other side, he was angrily exclaiming, "Hey, I lost. It seems I have not been very lucky lately." Pak Do-jin kept his eyes on the main character and asked, "How are you so good at this game?" The indifferent guy replied, "Are you kidding? Why do not you go back to class?" In my mind, I was contemplating, it has been a while, but my body still acts out of habit. Winning like this is pretty bad. He was thinking, will I play fair with him? Losing right now is making Pak Do-jin unwilling. His eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. Let us play one more round. The main character did not want to waste time on these silly games. He advised, no matter how many times you play, it is still the same. You have already won. Right, Pak Do-jin was still confused, not understanding the issue. But the indifferent guy reiterated the conditions we set earlier. I accept. Pak Do-jin was still unwilling. Sounding pitiful, what does my win mean? Who do you think will win? However, Do-jin suddenly paused to think. Wait, this is not the time to argue. Ignoring other trivial issues, Pak Do-jin replied, "Okay. You have nothing more to say. Fine. This Wednesday, come to the place I told you about. My house stays calm against everything." Responding, "All right. Take care of your hand. I do not want to see you cry." After a match was arranged, Norman Hawk spoke up, suggesting to wait a moment. He moved closer to the main character and said, "I do not know what winning or losing means to you, or if it is okay for you to accept his challenge." Duho looked straight at Manhwa and advised, "I would really appreciate it if you had a ring ready for our match." Norman Hawk suddenly spoke seriously, emphasizing, "Not quite. Instead, I have some doubts about fighting someone with experience. Besides, that guy is the second male. What is being discussed right now is gym rules." North Dojin arrogantly reminded the male lead, "The second males will come to watch our match. What do you think? You won't have to worry. I won't play dirty like those other guys." Manhawk and Jongmin were curiously asking, "Who is he referring to?" Jongmin brushed it off. "I do not know. Our buddy is quite interested in what Dojin said. I do not know what your plan is bringing those two along, but the more the merrier." The current situation seemed to be going in the direction Dojin anticipated. He smiled widely, saying, "I like your craziness. All right, let us go." Dagon looked at his opponent with disdain. He already had a plan in mind that after dealing with North Dojin, it would be best to clean up the second males. then tackle the funding issue of the first mail. Jinmo lay exhausted on the ground. A voice called out, "Hey Jinmo, are you okay? If not, then get up and sit here." Looking back at this, Jinmo still tried to lie flat on the ground, thinking to himself, I wish the whole world would just disappear. Sob sob. Right after North Jinmo left, Kim Do-hyun looked around calculatingly. He peeked into the classroom and mumbled, "There is a transfer student named Kim Dae-gwon." Following the male lead's seat, Kim Do-hyun entered saying breathlessly, "Excuse me, are you Kim Dae-gwon, the male lead?" Confused, did not know who was in front of him. "Who is this?" Jill Reader kept asking Kim Do-hyun back. "What the hell? His name is Kwon Dae-gwon, not Kim Dae-gyun." Kim Do-hyun immediately felt awkward. "Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for asking this even though we just met." Hoonho's sharp voice piped up, "That bastard North Do-jin is about to make a bet. A second-year guy is betting money with him that you will fight Do-jin. And more importantly, you need to lose." Hoonho's words left our side baffled. In this classroom, conversation showed no signs of stopping. Dae-gwon faced that student and asked, "Why should I lose? I have no reason to lose at all." "Then what?" Kim Do-hyun's face fell, his words hesitating and unable to come out. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy night. North Do-jin arrogantly mocked Kim Do-hyun, saying, "You really are an idiot. You must be moved to tears thinking I would kneel and apologize. Right?" He continuously asked Kim Do-hyun, "How much did you pay these guys?" Hoonho, terrified, finally had to admit, 50. Right after finding out the other party has a lot of money, Do-jin tries to dig deeper, meaning your account balance is still there. "Right, hand it over to me immediately. It is only $50 to trade for those guys." The scene gradually shifts to under the stairs, where Baek Do-jin arrives to find an unpleasant sight. The door is closed. Do-jin is incredibly frustrated, his words harsh. "Damn it. My $500,000, but Kim Do-hyun is even angrier. That is my money. You fool." However, in his desperation, Baek Do-jin spots something interesting. He is excited, with a scheming expression. "Do-hyun, I need some cash." Besides taking money from Do-hyun, Baek Do-jin adds, "But using your name." This quickly makes Do-hyun understand the issue. A personal loan. Do-jin does not want to hide anything. He admits the truth. "Yeah, that is it, but I will pay it back quickly. I will take down that new transfer student. If I win, you will make a lot of money. Because I, Baek Do-jin, am the winner. You know, right? I will pay you back, so you do not have to worry." Baek Do-jin hands Do-hyun a business card, urging him, contact him quickly. After retelling the story, Do-hyun can hide his fear, exclaiming, "So if you win, I want to get that money back." Juri understands the situation after hearing it. She confronts Do-hyun. "Hey, you do not want Baek Do-jin to beat you up because he is too strong, right?" Do-hyun nod. "No." Juri responds. "Yeah. Right." Juri squints and says with a hint, "If Baek Do-jin wins, let us see if I should smash your head." Kim Do-hyun is still confused about what he did wrong. "What do you mean?" The more she talks, the angrier she gets. "Do you want to die by coming here saying that?" The story continues in classroom 11. Kim Do-hyun is still trying to explain himself in front of our teacher. "So if you win, I can pay back." Juri quickly adds clarification for Do-hyun. "But do not you want someone to take revenge on Baek Do-jin? Do you even know what you are saying?" At first, Juri manages to stay calm, but the more she talks, the more frustrated she becomes, trying to leap up, saying something that makes sense. Norman sees things getting out of hand and rushes over to stop Juri. He calls out to those around, "Do something, call for help, please stop them." Juri insists, "Let me go, I have to teach this guy a lesson." Over here, the main character remains calm, looking straight into Do-hyun's eyes and asks, "What will happen if I beat Baek Do-jin?" Do-hyun is completely surprised by the question. Can you lower yourself a bit?" While our main character is talking about fighting, he suddenly shifts to schoolwork. "Can you speak English?" Do-hyun responds, "Why are you suddenly talking about English?" "Well, I know a little bit." After updating the information, Do-hyun makes a suggestion. "Let me see, what you are asking is not possible, just like you can speak fluent English. Anyway, I will still defeat Baek Do-jin. Meet me after class." The main character's words quickly frighten Do-hyun. Why? Do you want to fight me too?" The main guy explains a bit about his intentions. "I have an English test so I need your help. Is that okay?" Juri rushes over to remind him. "Dae-gun, I can teach you English." But Dae-gun brushes it off, saying it is not really necessary. "No need to trouble you." After saying that, the main guy tells Do-hyun, "We will start from today." Regarding this issue, Kim Do-hyun has no reason to refuse. "Yeah, okay." Given the current circumstances, he has his own thoughts. Defeating Baek Do-jin is not that important right now. But things outside of school really are beyond my capability. The scene shifts to the late afternoon. On the street, the sound of conversation rises. "Dae-gun, so this is What? Kim Do-hyun expresses his thoughts. I am busy thinking about something. He seems only focused on translating the meaning. Thinking quietly, Do-hyun tries to continue speaking. Okay, so if you really can take down Befsi Do-jin, what are we going to do with the betting money? Daegun is still focused on translating. Money means money. Do-hyun is curious. If you beat Do-jin, then I will die from losing the bet. Will you lend me some money? What do you think? The main guy looks directly at him and confirms. Money. But I do not have any money either. Do-hyun seems to have guessed the situation, pointing with his arm. What a coincidence. This is where Biki Do-jin and I usually lend money. He originally understood Do-hyun's intention from the start. He took off his glasses and said, that is why I intentionally said this while we were walking. Do-hyun replies, the brain works better when we go for a walk. Daegun dismisses this lead. It is not a problem. Daegun looks ahead and asks, so what do you want? Do you want me to go borrow money? Do-hyun's gaze is hesitant. His words falter. I really did not think you would borrow money from me. The main guy tries to ask what the other is worried about. Just say it. I want to hit you. A nameplate of Sun. The main guy looks at it and remarks, I think they are members of a gang. Let me see how they are. It would be better if we try borrowing money here. I will go in alone. You go home. The scene gradually shifts to an amusement park. The question arises, do you have money now? Excitedly responding, that bastard Do-hyun finally agrees to help. Me and Kim Do-hyun will place it from the hands of the beloved Sun. Basi Do-jin's face is smug, his eyes gleaming with certainty. Adding to that is the money from fundraising at school. That is more than enough. Oh God, how will I use the money I earn like that? I think I will invest a little first. See if I can hit the jackpot. A comment cutting through Do-jin's arrogance. Wait a minute, money from those fundraising classes. Do-jin's friend reminds him of the situation. You are still fighting with the new transfer student. Do not think it will be easy to beat him. Do-jin continues to shout back, so, the friend tries to analyze the current issue. Until the fundraising day, do not think you will be able to collect all the money from the classes. You have to beat him to control his classes. Despite his friend's advice, Baekshi Do-jin, once determined to do something, will follow through. He only mentions the issue. Who knows? If there is high risk, there is certainly high reward. The robust body of Do-hai quickly causes the stick to fall to the ground below. He glanced over and continued. If you want to eat more, you have to take risks. Just leave it to me. The guy is trying to knock on the door, but it seems like there is no response. He is confused. Is there no one home? Or should we just go back? Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone appeared and said, Who are you? Here to borrow money. This character was struggling to open the door while complaining. Damn it. I told those idiots not to go out with girls. And now they have locked the door and gone out. Wait a minute. However, this man tried to peek through the door, his words probing, But you are a student. Right? Why would students like you come to borrow money? Before the main character could explain, the uncle urged him to go inside, saying it was already getting late. Stepping into that room, the main character sat across from the man, facing a barrage of questions. What are you working on? How much do you want to borrow? Hold on a second. First, let me ask, how old are you? When it came to the question of age, he felt quite sensitive. The guy hesitated to say, 20. Then he lowered it to 17. That number made the man across from him confused. 17. Seeing that reaction, he changed his mind. No, it is 20. The more he talked, the more he felt this was not right at all. The lender snapped. What are you talking about? Is this a place for jokes? You little punk. Feeling embarrassed by his clumsy lie, he bowed his head and said, I forgot I was hanging laundry at home. I will come back another day. However, just as the main character was about to leave, the lender stopped him. Wait, what about your clothes? It is not cold or raining. Hey, if you want a reason, use your brain. He deliberately tried to catch the main character off guard. With that way of talking, you will definitely be suspected. Who exactly are you? That question really left him stunned. He tried to walk away quickly while saying, I will be back later. But things were not as simple as the way he came here. The lender grabbed him forcefully. The old man spoke with an annoyed look. Wait, I am not done talking. Where do you think you are going? Punk, you are not allowed to act tough with me. Where are you from? What is your purpose in coming here? The barrage of questions was increasingly making the main character uncomfortable. He deliberately gripped the other's hand tightly and ordered. Let go. The guy emphasized again. I said I am leaving. What right do you have to stop me? Don't follow me. Got it. The main character warned while twisting the other's hand painfully. The old man was furious, just spitting out words. You dog. The lender's arm was trying to grab an ashtray to counterattack. The attack was about to launch violently. His face was set with determination. However, the main character quickly recognized the action the other was about to take. He forcefully swatted the lender's hand away without mercy. The main character's arm countered, striking directly at the head of the guy with the shoulder. The hit landed like a concrete blow, and the guy's head seemed to want to form into a crown. His whole body fell into the chair. The main character looked at his opponent and muttered, "Damn." I hit him reflexively without thinking at all. Dehol turned away with the words, "I will come back another day." While he was unconscious, I should check through the pile of debt records. Our guy was trying to look through the papers on the table, thinking, this is the name Kim Do-hyun. If I steal this, will the problem be solved? After looking through the documents for a while, our guy was surprised to see this person, a character involved in the transaction. Dehol thought to himself, isn't he the principal of the school? Why is his photo here? While the main character was busy examining the documents, outside the door, laughter echoed. Singing, "That place is really great, especially the girls." Dehol sensed danger approaching, and he muttered in frustration, "Damn it." The situation was not good. He began to move gradually, realizing he needed to leave first. However, just as he reached the door, the group came in, and this surprise made our guy freeze. The fat guy entered and examined the main character, asking, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Dehol found it hard to explain the unconsciousness of the guy with the shoulder, saying, "Oh, him, those stupid lackeys were talking. Oh, you are here too." I thought he was sleeping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the main character quickly moved to the door, saying, "I am done with my business." Our guy moved out the door, but the sounds inside still echoed in his ears. "Yesterday, a bunch of middle school students came here to borrow money. Hey, are you asleep?" The group was worried about their brother, their words awakening. "Hey, wake up. Come on." In an instant, the thugs understood the situation. They rushed to the door to block the main character, yelling, "Hey, you little brat. Catch him." The scene shifted to night. Dehol sat in a chair, mumbling, "I should not run away from this mess. It is like a poked a hornet's nest, but they are not chasing me anymore." The main character was not done processing what just happened. He looked up and said, "The weather is really pleasant and cool. I should not mention drying clothes when it is not raining." He resolved, "I will investigate the principal's photo soon. But first, I need to handle the situation with Pak Do-jina." Dehol prepared carefully, checking the weather and saying, "When was the last time he mentioned the match?" "Friday." "Right, it is going to rain heavily this Friday." A rainy day. That really did not please Dehol at all. The rain was getting heavier, drowning out the sounds around. The footsteps in the rain echoed. And finally, the long-awaited day had arrived. The friend asked Do-jina if his hand was okay, to which Pak Do-jina confirmed, "I told you I did not need to go to the hospital." However, Pak Do-jina could not deny that it still hurt a little. His sly gaze scanned the surroundings, his words dripping with arrogance. "After all, the fight with the transfer student was truly the main event. No one could hurt me." The red and black delivery truck rolled in. Do-jina was even more excited. "Everyone is here, right? Come on." The friends following Do-jina were making a ruckus. "Damn it. Is this the place?" the chubby guy exclaimed. "Haha, let us go in." Pak Do-jina tightly gripped Do-hyun's neck and said, "The auditorium is locked. No one can watch from here." As Do-jina began to open the door, he mumbled an explanation. "Some time ago, this was the school gym, but now our group has taken it over." His eyes glanced around and he grimaced. "Hurry up." An remarked that there was quite a bit of preparation. Do-jina was still trying to ask Do-hyun, "It feels like a real match, right? What do you think? Who will win this? From now on, it is no more playing around. It is a real fight." Kim Do-hyun shook his head. "I am not sure about that." Regardless of the opponent's response, Do-jina boldly continued, "I am just joking. You are not interesting at all. I never thought I would fight here. Have not the other big guys arrived yet?" The truck drove straight and said, "Oh, they are here now." The arrival of the big guys surprised the crowd. "Oh my god, they are here." This new group was the neutral class. The others bowed in unison. "We are friends of Pak Do-jin." "Hello everyone." Belle tried to look up. Someone exclaimed, "Whoa, this is impressive. Can you feel the atmosphere of the impending battle?" A big guy expressed, "Your hair looks annoying," and that quickly scared the other guy. "I will cut it right away." The new guy looked at Do-hyun and asked, "And you are a member of the second class gang, right?" Do-hyun stopped. "I do not understand what you mean." The poorly worded response led the big guy to conclude, "You look kind of dumb. How can you be tough like that?" The truck driver advised, "We have prepared a spot for you in the stands." "Thanks." "No problem." The bald big guy looked around with curiosity. "Has not the transfer kid arrived yet? I hope my patient today won't be challenged by him." A group of people was gradually approaching, their umbrellas overlapping as they moved through the rain. It turned out to be our group. He was trying to turn and advise his friends, "You really do not need to follow me." But Jong-min immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? Of course, we have to go together." Even Norman-ho was fired up. "We can let you charge into the 5-2 den alone. You have always helped us, right?" Nam-shun looked closely at Norman-ho's back and asked, "Then what is that bag for?" Manhwa looked a bit confused. Oh, your opponent is pretty tough. So I prepared quite a bit. Manhwa's plans were quickly thwarted by Nam Chun, leaving him behind. Jongmin hurriedly provided some information to Dae-gun before stepping in. Oh, I just learned about Pak Do-jin's fighting style from someone with intel. I thought this info would pique Dae-gun's interest, but his attitude was pretty indifferent in response. Fine. I realized it only took one punch. Jongmin and Jongho exchanged confused glances. Whispering, huh. One punch. Is something wrong with my ears? Ignoring the distractions around them, Nam Chin focused on something on his phone. After checking it out, he firmly stated, sorry, but you guys have to go first, which surprised his friends even more. Jongmin tried to probe. What are you talking about? Without you, no matter how hard we try, we will be cut off by Nam Chen. I will be there soon. The scene shifted to the prearranged location. Manhwa arrived with his friends first. And notably, Nam Chen was not among them. He really had to leave because of an important issue. In this direct confrontation, both sides looked at each other with no warmth. The older guy seriously examined the opponent. The transfer student still had not arrived. He just threw out a line saying he would be there soon, so there was no guarantee at all. Pak Do-jin smirked, questioning no Manhwa, is he so scared he ran away? Manhwa confidently replied, do not worry. He is not that kind of person. The guy suddenly changed his facial expression. Curiosity rising, the red-haired guy, you are no Manhwa, right? So we just need to wait for him. Alright, let us find a place to chill. Meanwhile, Jongmin suddenly crouched down, boldly stating, hey, I bet 100% that Manhwa will save us. The pressure from the 3 highways is really intense. The top 5 are all here, notable figures like Agu 52. Top 3, Go Sangzu. Top 4, and top 2 are here, along with Kim Samuan. Top 5 from Highway 52. Jongmin looked at the open door, gasping. It is just the 52 crew from the highway coming in. Cheers erupted. They have arrived. Crowd from 52 poured in, their faces cold and displeased. Greetings were brief. Hey, we are the legendary 52 gang of Fierce Blood. The Fierce Blood leader Ma Ji curiously stepped forward to ask, why did you guys come all this way just for a showdown with the top guys? Another guy responded, it is just that this guy is not an ordinary top guy. The gang suddenly locked eyes with a certain character, and he exclaimed in surprise, that guy Lee Sung from 9 is here too. Yeah, okay. Right after seeing the arrival of the new character, the atmosphere turned welcoming. You are here. Make yourself at home. As soon as they appeared, this prominent character confidently stated, it is packed. Unfortunately, we will have to sit at least 1 seat apart. The others replied about the seating situation. It is fine. 1 seat is not too important. Ji was very curious. Looking around, so where's the transfer student? Hasn't he arrived yet? Questions about Nam Chan's whereabouts grew more frequent, and Norman Hall and Jongmin genuinely did not know how to respond. Worry and sweat poured down as they thought. Come on. When will you get here? A phone filled with red and green fluctuations in the currency market. Basidajin watches it intently, his face showing displeasure. The prominent characters seem to be getting sleepy from waiting too long. Frustrated, Bafijin can't take it anymore and slams his phone down on the floor. He kept muttering, why is not he here yet? I am about to lose my mind. He could not hold back his feelings. Mumbling, come on, someone show up. Anyone from first or second year will do. Dojin's urge to fight seemed to escalate, and his friends fearfully tried to hold him back. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Bakesi Dojin. Calm down. Even the laid-back one could not stand this waste of time any longer. His gaze fixed ahead in a loud voice. He declared, right, we are not here to waste time. I think we need some entertainment. Bakesi Dojin, itching for action, called out, hey, Norman Ho from first year, get over here. It was still pouring outside as a character with an umbrella approached, mumbling to himself, I guess I am a bit late. Norman Ho was slightly surprised by the challenge. Are you calling me? Dongmin behind him could not help but worry. What now? Norman Ho, braver than ever, confidently stated, as a member of first year, we have a responsibility when Ziyun is late, so, wish me luck. The tense situation was quickly interrupted by Aksai Ungwa who chimed in. Wait, I have an idea. We need to ensure the best conditions for the competitors until the main event. We can e-waste B Dojin as strength. However, seeing one's suggestion was cut off by Bakesi Dojin. Shut up. I need to warm up before the fight. No matter how crazy Dojin got, Ungwa calmly asserted. No, you can do that. In my class, 2 members from the special physical education class will compete. Bakesi Dojin, in his arrogant manner, shot back. You think it will be fun to fight those idiots? Amidst the noise, Gumyoung advised, fighting with those guys is not so bad. Think of it as entertainment. Everything seemed to pause for a moment as an official character opened the door. I guess I am a bit late. The open door made Norman Hao and Jong Min extremely eager. Even Biki Dojin was excited, thinking it was Kwon Dae-woon. But it was not. The character that appeared was young Jong, and he could not stop rambling as he arrived. I wonder if Kwon will make Bochin cry today. If I bet on Dae-woon, maybe I will get a bigger apartment. But what if he gets beaten by Bexi Dojin? Young Jong, fresh on the scene, poked at Bidini's mood with every word, making Dojin's face extremely displeased. What is wrong with this idiot? Jong Min understood the anger brewing in Bicey Dojin and advised young Jong, hey, shut up, come on out. Young Jong continued to ask back, hey Jong Min, what about our big brother Dae-woon? Jong Min felt helpless with this talkative situation. Damn this hopeless idiot, come on out. Young Jong was like someone who had not spoken for ages. Rambling on, oh, now that I think about it, who should I bet on? We are not playing games here. I need to go withdraw money for this big bet. The outrageous things happening right now are making Dojin furious. Boldly saying, hey Kim Young-jung, you were the boss of Class 2 back then. Right. As soon as he received this question, Young Jong replied, have you ever been knocked out? Now I am loyal to Dae-woon. Immediately after that arrogant remark, Young Jong was sent flying by the group behind him, with the one delivering the punch being Park Dojin. It was a wild punch that left his opponent bloodied and his face instantly disfigured. The viciousness of Park Dojin was fully revealed through this punch. He was not done with his reckless actions. As he tightened his grip around Young Jong's neck, a light shove was enough to send his opponent sprawling. After this series of life-threatening actions, Park Dojin continued to charge forward crazily. Young Jong was now terrified, his arm trapped, and blood could not flow anymore. Park Dojin unleashed his signature move, a massive foot landing squarely on Young Jong's face. Norman Ho, witnessing the brutal fight, felt a rush of excitement, wondering why they were just letting it happen. Another guy responded, at least, I think the other bosses are enjoying it. Jia was eagerly observing the situation, noting that there must always be an appetizer before the main course. Just like eating eggs before steak, no one intervened, and the scene continued to soak Park Dojin's hands in blood, as if he were about to kill Young Jong. A door to a mysterious room appeared, a shadowy figure slipping through suspiciously. Photos emerged, including one of the school principal. Alongside those photos was a blood-stained residue, a group of people lying sprawled on the floor, blood and flesh scattered. The scene shifted to the gathering place from earlier. After torturing Young Jong for a while, Park Dojin's face seemed far more numb, confidently stating, this is not even the warm-up yet. You idiot, it will be a while before I am done warming up, called out the main character. Norman Ho. Just then, footsteps approached, a voice interrupted, what the hell? Aren't you fighting me? This made Jockey take notice, his gaze focused intently. This appearance was definitely our main character, his expression completely calm as he questioned Park Dojin. Can't you wait for that moment? Park Dojin was extremely excited, responding fiercely, bring it on. Even Norman Ho's group was surprised by the main character's appearance at this dangerous moment. Others chimed in with exclamations about the situation. Finally, he is here, the transfer student. Our main character moved deeper inside, expressing, sorry for being late, but the main character is stepping in. Park Dojin immediately retorted, no, you are really late, because you came late. I was planning to beat up your friends to relax a bit. Jinmo rebutted, who said that. The confident and arrogant look on Dojin's face was clear as he declared, if you are late any longer, your friends will all be gone. Is not Kim Hung-jong your friend? After being tormented by Dojin for a while, Yui Hung-jong's face was covered in blood, a terrifying sight. Dion had been there for a while and grasped the situation, his expression calm and astonishing in the face of everything. Nam Chien stepped forward, dramatically removing his outer shirt, saying, so, you have warmed up, right? Dojin quickly replied, yes, but one is not enough. Suddenly, the normal scene erupted into chaos with a loud crash as Nam Chun delivered a powerful kick. The target was Dojin's two friends, and Dojin witnessed the fall with wide eyes. The face of the fat friend quickly contorted under the pressure of the kick, blood pouring from his mouth, while the other friend was also severely injured. The stunned onlookers could not take their eyes off Dagon's unique actions. Dojin's stance began to falter. Nam Chien declared to him, I am just getting started with your friend. An impressive start, making the opponent fall and unable to move. Dagon looked super cool, grinning while talking to the opponent. It is a pity we only exchanged words last time. But today, I won't stop until I take you down. The main character had a bloody nose, and one side of his face was swollen. Manhwa and Dingin were startled, frozen in place. The main character fell to the ground, and Dagon calmly said, there, I took care of your friend. Park Dojin looked at his friend lying sprawled on the ground, a bit surprised. He did not think Dagon would go this far. A smell of blood wafted from the fallen main character. Dagon slowly pulled off his tie, continuing, I remember last time you mentioned you regretted not being able to do anything worthwhile. Right? But today will be different. As he spoke, Dagon rolled up his sleeves, vines popping, with a determined gaze at Pak Dojin, gently warning him. Today, things won't end like last time. Watching Go's Gufka made him feel so tense it was hard to breathe. He muttered, "Here we go. It is finally starting. Right. Those two are going to fight just like the Class 1 Big Brother said. And today will be the chance to see how the match ends." Lizing smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Tight. Just as I predicted." The leader behind Pak Dojin commanded, "Hey you slackers over there. The ones lying on the floor. Hurry up and get them out of here." Pak Dojin frowned in annoyance as those boys were being moved. He called out, "Kwon Dagana, just as I thought. It is really fun hanging out with you. You are the one I always wanted to have a real fight with, which is why I regretted it last time. All my favorite guys like you ended up defeated by me." Dagon looked at Pak Dojin, his expression unchanged, still as cold as ever. Pak Dojin thought of his previous opponents as stuffed animals and could not stop laughing. "Ha, I feel sorry for them, remembering how I am going to crush them. It still excites me, which is why I am worried about you, kid." The boys clearing the area could not hide their curiosity and turned back to look several times. Just then, Pak Dojin could not hold back anymore, shoving other students aside to rush forward, looking like a predator on the hunt. He shouted, "I can't hold myself back anymore. Dagon, I promise to enjoy this fight for a long time." Haha. Dagon remained calm, his gaze steady. Silently observing, Pak Dojin threw the first punch, and Dagon quickly dodged it. Dagon stepped back from Pak Dojin. Pak Din turned to continue the attack, while Dagon seemed to be calculating something. He suddenly did not fight back. Seeing this, Pak Dojin attacked more fiercely. 1 punch. 2 punches. Then 3. Dagon always quickly dodged Pak Dojin's strikes, and Pak Dojin cursed. "Damn it." Pak Dojin shot a furious glare at Dagon. He angrily shouted, "What the hell? Why are not you fighting back? You little dog." Dagon did not reply. He continued to dodge the attacks, while Pak Dojin cursed. "You coward. Stop dodging." Dagon stayed silent, continuously avoiding the blows, in contrast to Pak Dojin, who kept attacking recklessly. Pak Dojin, furious, began to lose control of his attacks, hitting and shouting, "Damn it. Fight back. You idiot." Bangogong. Jong Min asked wide-eyed, "What is going on? Why is Pak Dojin hitting but not connecting?" And Jong Min rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Maybe their strengths are just too different. But why does Dagon keep dodging? Min Soo, sitting next to him and observing the whole time, spoke up. Maybe he is analyzing his opponent, remembering past fights, against Manhwa, against Sim Sang-bu, against that bully from another school. In these one-on-one matches, Dagon did not care about the opponent. He would just dodge first and think later, but after dodging a few attacks, once he has analyzed the opponent's moves to some extent, he would start to counterattack. At this point, the corner of Min Soo's mouth suddenly curled up. He observed the situation like a true researcher. Pak Dojin was still using all his strength to attack. Dagon seemed to dodge again, but he struck hard into Pak Dojin's waist. Pak Dojin was hit in a sensitive spot. His strength slightly diminished. He twisted around to attack Dagon again. Dagon noticed the opening, his expression unchanged. He gently kicked hard into Pak Dojin's knee joint. Not only that, he followed up with a powerful punch to the face. After taking the punch, Pak Dojin collapsed to the ground, feeling a bit dazed. However, it did not take long for his madness to keep him from giving up. He used his foot as a springboard to push himself up. The last hit was indeed quite strong but still could not keep Pak Dojin down. Pak Din was furious, charging in with a punch and shouting, "You bastard." His punch had not even reached Dagon when Dagon countered with a kick to his knee. Then, he swung his fist straight into Pak Dojin's face. Pak Dojin nearly got knocked out. Breathing heavily, feeling something off in his body, Pak Dojin sensed he was losing his cool. Hands touching the ground, he told himself, "Wake up, take it slow. Calm down." His counterattack is indeed quite strong. Just as he thought this, Dagon coldly delivered another blow to Pak Dojin. Pak Dojin staggered. All he saw now was a blurry haze. Dagon would not stop. He reached out and struck hard into Pak Dojin's face again. Pak Dojin was so dazed he stood still like a punching bag. Seeing that his last hit did not mean much, Dagon kept attacking with his legs, kicking straight into Pak Dojin's stomach. This kick sent Pak Dojin flying several meters away. He gasped for breath, his muscles tensed, and his strength drained. The vice leader felt a bit worried, thinking, he just sent a muscular guy like Pak Dojin flying with one kick. Is he even human? The 7th grade bully said, "Nice. Are you just going to keep getting beaten like this? You did not even hit any of Dagon's guys earlier. If he keeps flailing around like that, it will be hard to even touch Dagon." Blood dripped to the ground as Pak Dojin wiped the remaining blood from his mouth. Smiling bitterly, "Whoa, that really hurts. You bastard." The man next to Pak Dojin was a bit shocked to see him get back up. He told Jong Min, "Damn, He got kicked away like that and still got back up, Jongmin replied. That is insane. Dagon is really strong, but Pak Jin is also a monster. If someone else joined in, this fight would have ended long ago. Dagon clasped his hands together with a sigh. Nice. You take a hit well, I commend you, but I have not had the chance to really hit yet, so I hope you can hold out a little longer. Pak Dojin maintained a confident smile. So, you mean you have not really gone all out yet? Let me tell you, I am the same. Just as he finished speaking, one of his feet shot back to kick. In the next moment, he lunged at Dagon like a starved tiger, shouting, "You are done for, you bastard." Dagon stood still, not moving, yet Pak Jin attacked before even getting close. Dagon paused for a moment, wondering, oh, he has not even gotten close to me and he is already making his move. Thinking that, Dagon went for Pak Dojin's stomach. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted as he thought, yeah, this guy is really funny, he knows how to pretend too well. Does he mean to say that things won't end so easily? Right. He must have just realized that attacking like this won't be effective at all. He is really stupid. He does not know what is important. Dagon thought, it does not matter how strong his hit is, but anyway, the result is still the same. Still getting beaten to a pulp. Look at those eyes. Is there a bit of worry in them? Dagon landed a kick right in Pak Dojin's weak spot. Then he followed up with continuous strikes to the same spot, causing his face to swell up. The boy standing next to Pak Dojin, who was being robbed of money, felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart, thinking, that bastard Pak Dojin is getting beaten like a dog now. Serves him right, that damn dog. This fight is so one-sided. No one expected it to be like this. It seems Pak Dojin really can fight back. Le Zhongan also felt a bit scared, thinking, whoa, I knew he was strong, but is he this strong? At the same time, Manhwa turned to Jongmin and said, do you remember when Dagon said he tested Pak Dojin with that coin game? Jongmin replied, yeah. Why? Manhwa said seriously. Now I understand what that means. Pak Dojin and Dagon are still fighting intensely. Dojin attacks but keeps missing. Dagon has figured out Pak Dojin's weakness, so he strikes every time. Pak Dojin's attacks seem to lack a specific strategy. He just keeps attacking and getting dodged. Dagon easily hits very vulnerable spots. Manhwa continued talking to Jongmin without noticing that Le Zhongan was listening. You know, Pak Dojin's physical strength is very superior. He can also apply it to the coin game. If we throw the coins with a certain force, then all 4 coins will float in the air, meaning these coins have a high chance of flipping over. That is also why he made that hill on the notebook. Bang Gaozong chimed in. Yeah, sounds like pole vaulting. Right, Jongmin sighed and explained. Nice. You mean if you are strong, it is much more advantageous because you can jump higher. Right, Manhwa, looking serious, replied. Yeah, that is right. Minsu, watching this scene, thought, whoa, they look so serious. Manhwa rested his chin on his hand, eyes fixed on the match, mumbling, if that is the case, his physical strength will really help him. But unfortunately, playing the coin game does not require strength, it requires skill. To play a coin game, you need to master the following skills. You have to see where the coins are, how many there are, we need to aim accurately and control the force well. Pak Dojin does not have the skills for the coin game. At that moment, he acts whenever he feels like it without thinking. And that action of his has also been applied in this fight. He does not analyze or understand what kind of opponent he is up against. He just relies on his strength and attacks whenever he wants, which is really foolish. However, he has the physical capability to endure many hits for a long time, but now his opponent is no ordinary person. His opponent knows exactly how to throw that coin and strikes his weak points with pinpoint accuracy and enough force. Duhul is truly someone who knows how to play. He does not even need to exert too much effort to take down that guy. He is definitely a formidable opponent, right in this school. Heejin shouted, Hey Kwon Duhul, what are you doing? Seriously, you are making me so frustrated. Do not just swing and hope for luck. Duhul was dazed at that moment, scratching his head awkwardly. Oh, I see. Heejin continued, throwing the coin is the basic step in a fight. Did not you know that? Heejin pointed at the table enthusiastically, telling Duhul, look, hit it where you want with a certain force. See, it is not that hard. Right, give it a try, he said, pulling his hand back for Duhul to try. Heejin reminded him, don't let your hand touch the coins on the table. Duhul raised his hand, recalling Heejin's advice, aimed carefully at the target, and kept his eyes fixed on it until he threw it. Watching the coins fly, Duhul felt a bit tense. He stared at the coins on the table without blinking, then raised his hand and struck down. Back to the present, Pak Dojin was punched squarely in the face by Duhul. Duhul glared at him. The punch sent Pak Dojin flying, but he managed to stop in time. That crazy guy kept rushing in without thinking. Duhul looked from top to bottom, pondering where to punch next. Pak Dojin gritted his teeth and charged at Duhul. Duhul chuckled softly. Alright, I will hit there. Thinking that, Du-hol threw a punch right at Pak Dojin's face, causing blood to spray out like a pig's blood. Du-hol held his hand up in the air, a light punch that did not take much effort. The bespectacled guy began commenting on the match. Hey, did not you say Pak Dojin was strong? He once bet against Du-hol's team, and he was not even a match for them. It is really laughable to put a wager on such a one-sided fight. Lee Song-hun calmly watched the match, thinking to himself, Pak Dojin really is strong, but it seemed like his opponent was much stronger. Still, he should be grateful that Pak Dojin is this tough. He has lasted this long thanks to his endurance. But that data is not enough. It is hard to gauge Du-hol's strength while he is using toys. Pak Dojin seemed to be getting tired. If he pushed a bit harder, he could still manage. He wiped his mouth with his hand, starting to smell the metallic scent of blood in the room, looking at Du-hol and wondering, damn it. Why can't I fight back against that guy? Du-hol looked completely unscathed, casually rolling up his sleeves and telling Pak Dojin, come on, try a bit harder. This is getting boring. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me up your way? But it seems like you hate me. Huh. But what can you do? I am stronger than you, that is undeniable. Right, Butch Susie, sitting in the internet cafe, exclaimed loudly. What? Why are you just saying this now? Yu Jaxiruffy replied, slightly surprised. Oh, why are you so surprised? I only heard it from the car window. Looks like the second graders are all there too. Susie lightly shook Yu Jixi's hand. Damn it. I should not have pushed myself so hard. Let us go. We need to get there. Yu Jaxiruffy was surprised. What? You want to meet the new student? Suddenly, a male student nearby playing a game shouted, haha. Why's that? Probably because the girl likes the new student. Right, can't you see it? The guy did not notice Susie standing right behind him, his hand still moving quickly on the machine. The player on the other side suddenly won, and she thought, oh, I won. No way. Thinking that, she stood up and looked across to find that the male student had somehow been knocked down on the table. She gasped and called out, oh crap, what is going on? Why did you get hit while playing? UGC watched Susie leave, wondering, whoa. She left in a hurry. Why is she so anxious? He kept watching Susie's figure disappear, questioning why she was acting so strangely. Butch Susie, holding an umbrella while walking in the rain, felt her heart burning with anger. She thought, what the hell? Why did he go to that place? If he acts recklessly, what will happen? Is he really fighting in front of second graders? No way. That is too dangerous. Thinking that, Susie disregarded the rain and ran, tossing the umbrella aside. Bathi Jinim was hitting his face, first on one side, then on the other, repeatedly slapping himself. Everyone watching was a bit shocked. Ojijul leaned over to whisper to the leader, whoa. I can't believe he is actually hitting himself. What kind of suffering is this? The blonde guy whispered back. What happened to that idiot? Kim Jo-hoi replied, I guess he is trying to taste his own hand. Bathi Jin looked at his hands, wondering what the hell he was doing, unable to even touch that guy's skin. What was happening to him? Kim Jo-ho watched Lee Detujin with delight, thinking that during the last game, he also slapped himself to check if he was still awake. But now, his fingers could not even touch the skin of Yang Gun. I am sure he would not even notice whether he could feel my hand or not. Yi Gian saw Baekhyujin standing there like a statue and reminded him, hey, are you done acting? Seeing this, Kim Jo-hui felt a rush of excitement, stifling a laugh. Good job. Yi Jian. At this point, money does not matter anymore. Just hit him, you gambling addict. Baekhyujin breathed heavily, looking at Yang Gian and said, damn it. I do not know what is going on, but it is strange that I can only land one hit. Even when the stakes are down, someday it will go up again. He pulled back like a moth to a flame, charging towards Ye Guan, who calmly stood his ground watching the fool rush at him. Baekhyujin punched Yi Gan in the face, then lightly kicked Baekhyujin in the stomach, sending him stumbling back. However, that guy quickly regained his footing and charged forward like a madman. This time he changed his attack method, using one leg as a pivot. The other leg kicked Yi Jin, who easily dodged it again, causing Baekhyujin to lose balance. He slammed into the ground, but quickly bounced back to attack Zigan from behind. Egon swiftly dodged and delivered an uppercut. Baekhyujin was both in pain and furious, shouting, you bastard. His actions began to spiral out of control, swinging wildly without landing a single hit. Instead, Ian gently landed a punch to his face. After being hit repeatedly, Baekhyujin was growing exhausted, his back starting to touch the ground. Just as he was about to fall down, Baekhyujin told himself that no matter how much he hit him, it did not matter. Once again, the handsome face of Igungan slipped past Baekhyujin's punch, then delivered a solid hit to the cheek of that earthling. Baekhyujin cursed silently. Damn it. Why is this happening? It hurts so much. No, I can take it. Come on, this is my chance. With that, Baekhyujin gathered all his strength and pulled his hand back. He threw a straight punch at the Yegun's face, thinking that punch would surely land. But once again, Egan easily dodged it, and since the fight began, he had not even touched a hair of Egan. What a disgrace. At that moment, Egan's punch lightly grazed Ivashijin's face. The impact made Baekhyejin stagger, blood streaming from his mouth and nose like a fountain. Baekhyejin was completely drained. Collapsing, he wondered why. He still could not understand why he could not hit him, not even once, as he sat there, blood pooling on the floor, the room filled with a metallic smell. Egan naturally seized this opportunity to finish things, grabbing Baekhyejin by the hair. Baekhyejin was powerless to resist. Baekhyejin felt this fight was like a flip of a coin. He slammed his hand down on the table. Baekhyejin felt something was off. He hit the next thing again. The book on the table shifted to one side. Baekhyejin was furious. He struck the book again, and it moved to the other side, hit, then hit again and again. Baekhyejin was furiously smashing everything. He furrowed his brow, putting all his strength into hitting the table one more time, cursing in his heart. Damn it. What the hell? Why can't I hit it? Suddenly, another hand grabbed his. Stopping him, it was Egan, who reminded him. You idiot, that is not a smart way to play. Baekhyejin was confused. Staring blankly, at the same time, another hand grabbed his head. Egan shouted loudly, "This is how you play smart? You fool," and then slammed Baekhyejin's head down onto the table. Back to reality, Egan slammed Baekhyejin's head onto the wooden floor, blood splattering everywhere. Unsure if he was still alive, his limbs no longer showed signs of struggle like before. Thanks to you, I am getting heated. The people from the Bear Gang were all tense at such a result. The 7th grade bullies were no different. Manhwa and his crew were also a bit shocked. Murmuring, "That is brutal. So brutal." Like Sung-hun did not dare to move much. The atmosphere in the room was incredibly tense. Everyone was anxiously waiting to see if the Iljin would make any moves, but it seemed the answer was no. The group on Baekhyejin's side was still frantically training. The bags kept moving non-stop, while Eunjin was lost in thought. Looking serious, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey buddy, why are you just staring at your phone instead of training?" This person kept reminding Baekhyejin, even if the coach wanted to take care of you because he said you had special talent, it would be pointless if you just stayed like this. This coach pointed out in the distance. "Look at those guys over there. They are training hard. Do not you feel anything?" The people over there were intently focused on something, and he saw them all looking in one direction, ignoring the advice. Baekhyejin arrogantly asserted. "So what? I am still going to beat them anyway." The opposing young men, after hearing Jin's confident words, gradually broke out in a sweat. The coach continued speaking to Liu Jin. So what are you watching?" Liu Jin would not take his eyes off the phone screen. Replying, "Checking the market cap." The coach became even more curious. "Do you want to analyze this and invest in it?" The Liu Jin furrowed his brows, muttering, "Analyze? Haha, I am just going with my gut. I do not know anything about analysis." The coach suddenly looked annoyed, reminding him, "Kid, you are training like this. Relying on your gut is why you are not improving. Playing like that, if you train based on instinct." The words of the senior were quickly interrupted by Baekhyejin. Damn it. What do you know? It is so noisy." The coach was left bewildered after hearing Iljin's words. What did you just say?" Baekhyejin always brings surprises to his opponents. This time, he stood opposite the coach, leaning back with a cocky attitude. "Coach, you said you were once the champion. Right, I am officially challenging you. Do you want to fight me seriously?" His words grew more brazen, leaving the coach stunned in front of the cunning Baekhyejin. Just after retracting his statement, Baekhyejin swiftly took down the coach in an instant, leaving his opponent sprawled on the ground. Baekhyejin looked at his opponent and judged. Why is he the weakest? Saying such things, those around began to fear and freeze. In the gym where Dujin was so arrogant, no one dared to speak up, only watching in silence. Dujin sneered and said, "Even if I rely on instinct, I can still win. Only the weak depend on technique." His large hand slammed hard on the table, expressing his utmost anger. Although he exerted a lot of force on the wooden table, not much seemed to change. Dujin was surprised by what he saw and questioned himself. Was it ineffective? The more he looked at it, the more frustrated he became, his suppressed attitude clear in his eyes. Muttering, "Damn it, that bastard Baekhyejin never wanted to lose to anyone." He raised his massive arms high, his jaws grinding together, a fierce determination in his mind declaring, "This will end if I destroy it." Baekhyejin's violent desire was to obliterate everything, and with his strong, dark arms, he broke the table in half. His face, after achieving his goal, was terrifying, his teeth bared like a fierce tiger. The footsteps followed one another across the floor. Baekhyejin tried to speak up to shift the situation. Dion suddenly became curious about Dujin's words and asked back, "What do you mean by continue?" His face, filled with wounds and blood, did not stop Baekhyejin's thirst for battle. He confidently declared once more, I am just getting started. Norman Hao and Jong Min stood outside, observing every detail of the match. Commenting, after being hit like that, can he still fight? Another person, concerned, asked about the current situation. Is everything okay? Shouldn't we stop them? The one beside replied hesitantly, I am sure that hurts a lot, but my housemate looked at the opponent with a confused gaze, saying with disdain, that is disgusting. At least wipe your blood off first. After the reminder from Nam Chun, Pak Do-jin used his own shirt to wipe the blood from his mouth. The shirt revealed bruises on his crossed body. And even in this situation, Pak Jin still tried to talk a lot. Now I know why my attacks can't hit you. It is because you have figured out my fighting style. Right. After a while of wiping the blood, Do-jin's shirt became soaked. Unable to bear it any longer, he threw the shirt down on the ground, continuing to analyze my housemate's strategy. That is why you can dodge all the attacks like a bug. Because you are just trying to slip through the gaps I cleverly created, are not you? Pak Do-jin madly turned the tables, intentionally using threatening words to undermine Da-han. Confidently declaring, but what if your body can't keep up with your head? Even if a bug tries its best, it will burst in a person's hand and die. That is the difference in physique. Du-hein stood outside witnessing the entire match, hearing every word from those involved. Du-hein himself could not help but think, you are the bug here, you damn rat. Pak Do-jin. Sung-ho watched the match with a tense expression. He sensed that from now on, it was for real. The person behind him did not understand, muttering about what that meant. The truth revealed is that our brain limits physical ability to prevent our bodies from collapsing, and we do not just fall down on our own. Therefore, those character creations that could endanger the body would gain speed and strength beyond human limits. Sung-hwa looked at the current developments and confirmed that similarly, if Pak Do-jin's emotional inclination peaked, with the sheer desire to win fueling his speed, he was willing to sacrifice his body. Just by looking at Do-jin's haggard appearance but determined eyes, you could see how desperate he was for victory. His legs kept moving forward, fighting hard to endure a tremendous amount of training. Nan Chen sensed that his opponent was pouring all his strength into attacking him. Do-jin was betting everything on this moment. He was pushing beyond human limits. And Men Niet, witnessing such brutality, was also terrified, his eyes filled with concern. In reality, this look was a warning of concern for his opponent. Nanchin quickly grasped Pak Do-jin's movement direction. His arm struck down Do-jin in an instant, and Menata tried to ask more. What are you talking about? The current punch made Do-jin's bloodied face look even worse. His expression was one of sheer panic. Yi-ingen looked at his opponent and calmly asserted, I told you I was just getting started. I am no longer interested in you. Norman Hao and Jong Min were stunned as they witnessed the match nearing its end, their mouths agape. What? The other onlookers could not hide their surprise either. Wonjook was completely frozen, his brows knitted in confusion. The friend behind was curious about Sung-hwa's earlier thoughts, and even Sung-ho did not know how to explain. He spoke up awkwardly. Well, characters can be created, but Pak Do-jin is just a human. After temporarily knocking down Pak Do-jin, the main character turned to talk business with Wonjo-ok. I have heard everything. That you guys are collecting protection money or something. Right. Menata confidently pointed out the opponent's guilt. You are not even gangsters. So why are you collecting protection money? The main character looked at those students and asked. You are still a student. Right. No more collecting protection money from now on. Anyone who opposes me will become the second Pak Do-jin, which means I will smash your head. Menat had just finished speaking when the thug Wonjook rebutted. You only know one side of the story. Money is just a formality. Only after receiving stability through protection money could they feel comfortable and walk the streets. The nonsense words that floated by the main character only made him feel disgusted. Do-jin provoked Jae-ok. Crazy dog, come down here. I will smash your head. Wonjo-ok, after hearing this provocation, his face flushed with anger, and he replied that everything should follow a sequence. Gong Marang outside also tried to interject his words to respond to Di-jen Ayan. After hearing him, he must think he is something now. Who do you think you are? You jerk, at least swallow all those top guys before talking. The older guy also tried to step in with a condescending tone. Seriously, these kids today do not know any manners at all. Ji-seek mumbled explanations in front of the main character. You are just a new student who just transferred, but you are trying to abolish the extortion tradition. The rules of this school. We are only a year apart. Why are you so foolish? It is not that simple, kid. And it is hard to explain everything clearly with words. Right after that, Ji-seek's expression changed. His smile turned strange. He is trying to mess with us. So let us go and experience it ourselves. Ji-seek ordered his followers to charge in, his words firm. Teach him a grand lesson. The followers took their orders, each stepping up fiercely, their faces ready for a fight as if they wanted to devour Dae-gun alive. Naminho, witnessing the increasingly complicated situation from the outside, could not sit still anymore, his body trembling. Dae-gun, those guys are really tough. We will help you out. However, the scene before him left Naminho stunned. The strikes were incredibly decisive. moving so fast it felt like the wind cutting through the air. Jessica's followers were taken down in an instant, each one lying awkwardly on the ground in disgrace. Main character glanced at Nam and Ho and said, "No need." The others continuously looked at the main character, ordering each other, "What are you doing? Get him." It was a sudden ambush from behind. Dae-gun quickly noticed the intention, his gaze darting towards them. He felt annoyed. Even with just a few swipes, he could easily take them down. A strong slap could send the opponent to the hospital. Dae-gun handled the situation confidently. "I do not need to warm up anymore." Their followers were quite numerous, charging in like moths to a flame. The main character had to go along with them, delivering a brutal punch to each one. Dae-gun did not just throw punches, he mixed in grapples, using his hands effectively to deal with many opponents at once. Witnessing the main character's ability while fighting against Nam Hae, Norman Ho was left speechless. What the heck is that? Gong Marung was sweating nervously, only daring to mumble, "Is he really fighting all those guys alone?" Indeed, that was the main character's intention. He did not need any help, his hands constantly dealing with the annoying crowd around him. One arm reached out to grab a chair tightly. This guy was trying to sneak up behind Dae-gun, desperately waiting for the right moment while the main character was distracted with the others. Norman Ho could not just stand by and watch the main character get hurt. He quickly ran over and shouted, "Dae-gun, behind you, they are using weapons." However, once our guy was focused on the fight, the others were just obstacles. He understood the situation and quickly turned to twist the face of that attacking guy. Dae-gun sent him flying far away, landing in a ridiculously awkward position. Norman Ho and Jongmin were completely taken aback. The situation unfolding felt like a series of surprises. Nam's gaze was directed at him, his expression filled with confusion. Indeed, that guy, Bi Fi-jin, was standing up, creating an atmosphere of chaos for everyone present. The long-haired guy questioned, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" The long-haired guy tried to ask loudly, "What the hell are you doing?" The noise became unbearable, and Baekhyun could not take it anymore, swiping his arm back without hesitation. With just a swipe of his hand, Baekhyun made the long-haired guy understand what it felt like hit the ground. His mind went blank, confusion spread across his face, wondering what the hell was happening. The others could not hide their surprise either, questions flooding in. What just happened? Did he just take down all the second-year bosses? Baekhyun dragged himself toward Nam, muttering, "No, no, wait, this is not over yet." Our hero understands the resentment and fighting spirit of Baekhyun, so he prepared himself, assuming a defensive stance for the final time. Ho observed Nam's current stance, thoughts spilling into words. This is the first time he has used such an impressive stance. What kind of athlete is he? It is not normal to stand like that. Felt confused, wondering if everything he had shown us up until now was just a joke. Back to the bloody-minded Baekhyun. He was trying to hold his head, mumbling, "I do not know what you are talking about. I do not know anything about that, but right now, my body feels incredibly light. If I am in this state," Baekhyun said as he charged towards Egon, his mouth gaping. "I can tear you apart." Nam was ready, keeping his words to a minimum. It has been a while, has not it? It seemed like it had been a long time since Nam's determination and fists were put to use. But with this crazy guy Baekhyun, it was unfortunate. But today, our hero was determined to finish it. This confrontation would end with just one strike. Somewhere, the image of a gun flashed for a moment. Nam's leg shifted, grounding himself as the sound echoed powerfully. Baekhyun's body took a heavy hit. That big body could also be sent flying after Gun's strike. Jin's face, once drenched in blood, now looked even more tragic, with no trace of the true color of his skin left. After taking the hit, Nam still appeared completely unfazed, not a single drop of blood on him. This time, Baekhyun seemed completely defeated, lying on his back on the ground, his face covered in blood. Boss Won Jaok was astonished, assessing the situation just moments ago, thinking he had seen something extraordinary. Not only was Jaok surprised, but Jiseo was also bewildered, muttering, "What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot." It had even happened in an instant, leaving everyone curious about what it was. Kim Do-hyun could not spot the unusual issue in Nam's strike. He was only concerned about that bastard Pak Do-jin. Is he really done for? Looking at the injured body of his opponent, he became more certain. With this blow, it is over. The scene shifts to another location, a chaotic setting with everyone acting as if they were part of something extremely mysterious. A question arises, "Are you ready?" The other person replies, "The seniors will finish it." The photos that Nam had always been curious about were slowly appearing. These people were discussing something very shady. All those photos. Yes, now I just need to burn this stuff. The photo even showed Nam, and these people continued their work, doing a great job. Yes, thanks for handling that complex task. The big brother Won Jockey was surprised as he assessed the situation earlier. Just now, I felt like I saw something different. Not only Jaka found it strange, but Jiseo also looked confused, mumbling, "What was that attack? It sounded like a gunshot." It even happened in an instant. Everyone was curious. What was that? Kim Do-hyun could not spot the unusual issue in Nam's strike. He was only concerned about that bastard Pak Do-jin. Is he really done for? Looking at the injured body of his opponent, he became more certain. With this blow, it is over. Bong Hyun-di and Dung Min could not hide their shocked expressions. They exclaimed, "Hey!" If you are saying that, the group from the strong car broke through the atmosphere of fear, their faces collectively showing a strange worry. Pak Do-jin lay on the ground, his body stiff and unmovable. Blood on his face could not stop flowing down. Nam-shin looked at his opponent, speechless before this stubborn fighter who kept wanting to fight. Degin gradually walked away, confirming that, indeed, this is the end. The tragic state of Do-jin made him think deeply. After all, those previous blows had been enough. To be honest, he could only take one more. As things were winding down, Nam-shin approached the blonde guy, asking, "You are a friend of Pak Do-jin, right?" The blonde guy, scared, stammered, "Yes." The last thing Nam-chun wanted to say was, "Take your friend away." Following Degin's command, the blonde guy hurriedly ran to lift Pak Do-jin onto his shoulder, doing his best to carry this wrestler. The remaining characters from today's match had trembling limbs. Losing control, Gong Mai-rung glanced over with a playful look. Mai-rung saw his friend next to him sweating profusely. He tried to ask, "Jiao." In the current situation, Jiao could not help but reminisce about the past and confirmed quietly, "I do not know why. It feels just like that person." Gong Mai-rung did not understand who Jiao was referring to. Who is that person? Jiao dark memories resurfaced. Burly figure from the past had advised, "Jaya, that is you. Later on, the second-year students will need you." Gong Mai-rung, sitting next to Jiao, saw him frozen, trying to shake Jiao. "Hey, Jiao, can't you respond?" "So, what are you looking at? Why are you looking up instead of at big brother Su-huk?" Seems like Jiaok's mind was lost in old memories. Jiaok gasped in fear as he saw the figure appear before him. It was Azura. "I see Azura in his eyes." Mai-rung outside tried to shout loudly to wake Jiaok's thoughts. Hey Guanjia," but Jiaok kept mumbling. Azura, frustrated with this clueless friend, Gong Mai-rung slapped Jiaok hard across the face. That crazy guy. The sharp slap indeed made Jiaok come to his senses as he held his face and exclaimed, Gong Mai-rung. Mai-rung was still curious. "Hey, are you awake yet?" As soon as he saw Jiaok was back to normal, Mai-rung asked him about the current situation, how to handle the transfer student, or if he would confront them directly. Jiaok dismissed those ideas, saying they would not work. My outstanding spirit could not overlook this lack of training. After everything that happened, Jiaok reluctantly declared, "No one here can defeat that person." Mai-rung was surprised that his usually bold friend would say something like that. He exclaimed, "What are you talking about? What do you plan to do?" The main character shouted from a distance. Now that Pak Do-jin is done, who is next? The scene shifted to another place. Hurried footsteps ran up. The girl's hands reached out quickly to call a taxi. Her expression showed that something extremely urgent was happening. The car door quickly closed, and the girl settled into the vehicle. As soon as she got in, Suzy instructed the driver, "Sir, hurry up and go." The driver looked through the rearview mirror and deliberately remarked, "Haha, how come you do not have an umbrella in this rain?" "Oh my god, your clothes are all wet." Suzy, who did not like others to pay attention to her personal matters, sternly reminded, "Sir, if you still have time to talk nonsense, you should use it to step on the gas." During the car ride, Suzy could not stop worrying, thinking to herself, "Dagon, that idiot, always makes others anxious." In fact, Suzy did not know that the main character was the one who made those around him scared and worried. The second-year students gradually fell under Dagon's attack. The long-haired guy who was fierce earlier was now the one lying down, panting the hardest, his eyes glazed over. The other guys had grim faces, their lips swollen as if they just got filler. After fighting for a while, the main character still had an abundance of energy. Asking, "Who is next?" Everyone was silent, not daring to make a sound. The main character grew more excited. "Is everyone out?" "No one." "Then I will choose." Dagon hesitated. Looking left and right, he said loudly, "Which side should I choose?" Just at the moment he was about to pick someone, the main character received a call, and the caller was Lisa Im. Without any hesitation, Dagon answered the call. The voice on the other end of the line was initially shocking. "Dagon, are you there?" The main character responded immediately. Startled, "Why are you yelling like that?" Lisa asked. "Dagon, what are you doing? Where are you right now?" The main character paced back and forth, responding to the voice on the other end. "What is up? I am conducting a project very well." Lisa sternly reminded the main character. "Now you will have to act according to my instructions." First, interrupting the phone conversation, the scene shifts to the expressions of Hodong and Dongmin. As they discuss the situation, Hodong shakes his head in frustration, saying he does not know either, having dealt with the second-year seniors and now receiving a phone call. Lisa emphasizes over the phone, "Do you understand? I will call you back later." After ending the call, the main character's face shows an added sadness, eyes filled with existential doubt. Lee So-im on the other end keeps complaining about Dagon's actions. wondering why he went alone like that. You just need to play the bait a little, but you are doing pointless things. The phone conversation ends as our main character speaks up, saying, "Today you guys are lucky. I'm busy, so I will head out now." He is here to pick up his shirt, adding a few sharp words to provoke the opponent. "I was planning to take down all those second-year seniors today. I will let you go today." What is this called again? Oh right. Compassion, is not it? Our main character's words hit the guy like slaps to the face, making him feel more humiliated with every word. Before leaving, our main character calls his friends. "Let us go." "Come on." Kindle seizes this opportunity, running after them while trying to join in. "I am coming too." One guy chimes in, "I thought Park Dojin was the strongest, but what about this transfer student? Can he really win?" The guy's face is always in a squished state. Responding, "He is strong to the point it is hard to believe, but in front of superior techniques, no matter how strong you are, it becomes meaningless. And to master my technique, do not you know how rigorous my training was? If we compare techniques, who knows who is better?" The main character has not fully left yet. He remembers to remind the second-year guys at the door. "Oh right, we are collecting money next week." "Right," Daegun declares fiercely, "I will find and kill that guy." The eyes of Gong Mai Rung and Jiaxok are filled with utmost fear upon hearing the threat from the main character, their expressions shifting to an uncontrollable state. The main character quickly opens the door, preparing to leave. Just as the door opens, Suzy rushes, her body colliding with our main character. Daegun is surprised to see the figure in front of him, asking, "Back Suzy." She replies, "Daegun." Suzy's flustered expression and worried demeanor prompt her to ask, "Are you okay? Why are you acting normal? Why are you so normal?" These questions leave the main character confused about how to respond in a way that pleases Suzy. Thinking, "What? You want me to not be normal?" Suzy's clothes are soaked from the rain as she leans against Daegun, looking around, but there are clearly second-year guys here. But when she looks closely at the floor, she is surprised to see, wait, they have all been taken down. The more Suzy looks, the less she understands what is happening. She presses for information from the main character. "Did you do all this?" Our main character, who is in a hurry, replies casually, "If you had not come to find me, I would have left already." Suzy stopped, waiting for Daegun's words. Thoughts raced in her mind. No way, is this even possible? He is already this strong in just his first year. Before the main guy left, he even awkwardly offered his jacket to Suzy, saying, "Here, wear this." It just fell to the ground, and it is just a jacket. Suzy exclaimed, "It is Daegun's jacket." Out loud, she tried to refuse, saying, "Why would I wear a dirty jacket you have worn?" But inside, Suzy was unusually excited, thinking, "Whoa, this is amazing." The love of her life encouraged her. "Just put it on. You look so embarrassed right now." The main guy felt shy looking at Suzy's fruit basket, but she imagined sweet moments. Romance. Words from somewhere appeared like an illusion. "It really suits you. It fits you perfectly." Suzy imagined herself in a wedding dress next to Daegun. Sweet words in response. "Sure, I can wear it myself. Why are you making me wear this? It is so embarrassing." "What about our honeymoon?" Suzy's sweet memory was quickly interrupted by a reminder. "Aren't you coming?" Jinmo called out. "Suzy, are you okay? We are leaving now." Hearing this, Suzy hurriedly ran after them. "I am coming too." Jin was confused seeing the current scene. "Wait, who is that new student? What is his relationship with Baek Suzy? This is all so confusing." Another person replied, "No way, it is obvious. In 2000 he was her rival. He is just using his relationship with Baek Suzy to manipulate Baek Suik." Meanwhile, Suzy was trailing behind, calling out, "Hey, Daegun, let us go together." The scene shifted to another area. Streetlights lit up the neighborhood. Kim Do-hyun followed the main guy and said, "Daegun, congrats. You won. Right?" The love of her life intentionally asked about Do-hyun's feelings. "Aren't you happy?" Do-hyun, feeling shy, replied, No. Seeing Baek Do-jin beaten up like that, I thought it was worth it, and for him, it is like hell. He can't move properly now. Haha. But is that all? Jinmo scratched his head and replied, "I guess so." Inside, Young Jong was lying down, thinking, "Damn it. I wasted time waking up. How much longer do I have to pretend to be unconscious?" Though he was out cold, his blood-stained shirt was still very clear. Daegun, I knew you would win. I made the right choice. But it is a shame I did not bet any money. The main guy was worried about everything. Looking around, he asked, "Has my wire and Jong come out yet?" Jinmo then remembered my wire. Jong's appearance. Before leaving, Daegun instructed, "Sorry, could you keep an eye on things for me? I have to go first." Jong watched the way Suzy's group walked and said, "You seem busy. Huh. You even arrived late." Namin added, "Yeah. You are not going to meet someone, are you?" The scene shifted back to the remnants of the previous setting, and a voice called out, "Is the director here?" The director moved in with a sneering tone. "Oh. All right, what is this? If you beat him, do you think he can still speak?" "How pathetic. What a sight. So why would you dare stab someone in the back?" The subordinate spoke up. "I need to step out for a bit." The director, curious, asked, "What? Isn't everything taken care of? The guy should be done by now." However, the subordinate explained, "It is not about work, I have a personal matter to handle." The director was confused, watching the subordinate's retreating figure while muttering to himself, "Why does he suddenly need to handle a personal matter? Is he going to meet some old friend?" The others chimed in, "Is that true?" The conversation continued in a dimly lit area, with voices echoing, "How many times have I been here already? My friend was still engrossed in a phone call. And earlier, I had sent a picture to that suspicious number. The only place to think of was this one, and now I was here." Kwon Dae-hun moved up the stairs. Hearing the response from the other end of the line, "I still have not found any information on you. That is for sure. Let me double check." They had indeed cleaned up very thoroughly. The main character had just made it upstairs when he was taken aback, seeing a suspicious group searching for something. He reminded the person on the other end, "I am hanging up now." The whole group of people in black moved forward in unison, their question ominous. "What are you doing here?" "Get lost." My friend did not stay quiet, glancing around to assess the situation. The thugs were getting more brazen, and when Dae-hun did not respond, they stepped forward to provoke him, saying, "Hey, I am talking to you. What are you looking at?" Things were not stopping there. One thug raised his arm, cursing, "You dare to look at me?" The main character had had enough of the noise and immediately struck back with a painful blow. Every hit from my friend felt as heavy as a rock falling on someone, causing his opponent to collapse instantly. The other thugs, witnessing their comrade being defeated, were left speechless. Confused and afraid to charge in, my friend shot a glance at the remaining thugs, reminding them, "I told you to wait." Although they were furious, they could not do anything, their mouths only muttering, "Damn it. Who do you think you are?" The tension was escalating, and a voice interrupted, "Hold on, buddy. It is dangerous. Don't get involved." The thugs still looked bewildered, exchanging glances and questioning. "Dangerous? That punk, is he for real?" The newcomer placed a hand on the shoulder of a younger member, his tone serious. "When I say it is dangerous, it means something. You understand, right?" After speaking to the younger member, this new character turned to face the main character, reminding him, "Long time no see. Still doing well?" Dae-gun, upon hearing this greeting, gradually recognized the person as Park Hee-jun. Transitioning outside the previous room, the main character and Park Hee-jun were seated, conversing privately. Dae-gun exclaimed, "I can't believe we ran into each other here." He was slowly piecing together some hidden details. "So, it was you who sent that message." At the moment I received the message, I panicked and rushed over, but all that remained was chaos. The scene was filled with unconscious figures and a wave of confusion. What happened here? The main guy is curious to know the truth straight from the horse's mouth. "Did you do it?" The other guy confidently confirms, "Yes, that is right." Hee-jun admits the issue. "They are the ones who secretly investigated my organization. And just when they resolved that, they got your information. Maybe they investigated and suspected you were one of us." Hee-jun reassures our side, "Do not worry. I am the only one who knows about this." Hee-jun looks at the main guy with a curious expression. "So what exactly are you doing?" "That is a uniform." "Right." Our side has a hint of sadness on his face as he replies, "What am I doing? Going to school." Of course, mentioning school makes Hee-jun freeze in surprise. "School? You?" Kwon Dae-hun does not want to hide anything. He admits, "Yes, it is normal, but it is frustrating." Hee-jun keeps his smoking posture, his eyes fixed on the main guy. He continues, "Fine. I won't ask you anymore. I do not know what you are up to, but at least I know it is related to a woman named Sem. Don't trust her too much." Our guy, after hearing the warning from the opponent, quickly brushes it off. "Tough. It is just what you think." Sitting for a long time makes the main guy feel bored. He gradually stands up, reminding the other guy, "Have you forgotten how to see things normally? I just want to live a normal life, that is it." The main guy currently has very simple wishes. To graduate, go to university, just like everyone else. Before actually leaving, our guy reminds the other, "It was nice to meet this time. As for next time, I do not know. Do not mess with my life anymore." Hee-jun tries to hold him back before he leaves. Dae-gun, is studying worth it? As soon as he hears this question, Dae-gun thinks of the class. Jin-most laugh at her. "Haha, I am the best at these English phrases." Because of those memories, the main guy looks at Hee-jun with disdain. "Do not show up in front of me again. What do you guys know about English phrases anyway?" Wait a second. Suddenly, thoughts flash in our guy's mind. North Hee-jun said he had handled all my information. I wonder if he will check it later. Scene shift to tomorrow morning. The main guy just steps in and confidently talks about his next plan. I need to learn some vocabulary in English. The other friends all advise him. You have studied enough. Take a break. It is the weekend. Relax a bit. Jongmin excitedly adds, we should celebrate our victory in class 4. Right, Daegun. Nam-Manho not only congratulates, he also gives the other guy a gift. Daegun. Take this. It is a present for you. The gift Manho gives is a ballpoint pen. The main guy happily accepts the gift. A pen. Oh. Thanks. I will study hard. However, Nam-Manho reveals a surprising use of the pen. What nonsense. It is for fighting. Hold the pen straight and stab down from the top. They excitedly chat. What are you doing? Hurry up. You intend to stab straight. Nam-Manho confirms. Of course. Daegun. You hurry too. Oh. Have you bought a new bat yet? Our guy watches his friends, thinking to himself, in this normal life, you are the biggest anxiety. Juri suddenly grabs the main guy's hand, urging, Daegun, let us go up there too. The scene shifts up as the baseball bats are gradually taken out from the bag. Nam-Manho loves playing these games, and he quickly tests their balance. Namcha stands by it, observing every move of Manho, thinking to himself that Manho's swings in fights are also worth looking forward to. The ball he hits always creates an impressive trajectory. Manho is intensely focused on the ball, every part of his body leaning forward to hit it as perfectly as possible. Namching crosses his arms, commenting on how bad he is, and Ding Min chimes in, Manho, are not you using that? Manho immediately responds, I just wanted to test my new bat once. He adds, now I am using it, as he feels the familiar grip of the bat. Manho uses a teasing gaze and voice. Come on, bring it on. The ball is quickly hit, spinning in an unpredictable arc. This time, the ball does not just fly a short distance, it goes far away. It keeps getting further out of sight, soaring toward the high-rise buildings. It has been a while, and there is still no sign of it landing. Avinia, curious, asks, what is this? Why are you suddenly hitting so well? Receiving this compliment, Manho nods proudly. Too much praise. Ian glances over, a bit curious about what technique Manho used. Manho confidently replies, that is a move I came up with. Wanna know? Let me tell you. Namchen tries to refuse but fails. No, you but Manho interrupts. Explaining, it is simple. Just do this. Manho carefully guides him through the technique. Just open your eyes wide and look like this. These confusing actions are making Anias' face stiffen as he asks, what is that for? Is there a reason? Manho teases, try it, and you will understand. Still. Namchan, bored, shakes his head. No thanks. Manho feels his reasoning is not convincing, so he quickly offers an explanation. I will tell you, when you open your eyes wide like this, your vision starts to blur, and you can see two things. No exceptions. Even the ball too. Your ability to hit them increases when you see two balls. What I mean is, that is why focus on the target. After hearing Manho's nonsensical tricks, Namchen sighs in frustration. You are really crazy. Li Yen pats Manho on the shoulder and advises, if you ever fight someone, remember to call me. Manho, confused, asks, why? A ding calls out from afar. It is my turn. Right. The balls continue to fly after the swings. The earlier hit was thought to be a Hidong-esque practice, but in reality, that guy is trying to avoid getting hurt as the ball hits him. The ball rolls from one trajectory to another. A Ding is doing his best to dodge and touch the ball. Dongmin watches curiously from outside. Why is not Haedung hitting? Ogung responds to the question. I did not bring a bat today. Dongmin keeps judging Haekye's expressions. Whoa. His face looks old now. Aduning tries to explain the changes. I am conserving my strength. I am Bang Hig, the one who took Dion's punch. Blood was everywhere in the decisive battle. The main guy even praised Hachidung for holding up well. At this moment, Hading remarked, I came to my senses after seeing that bastard endure that brutal attack. From now on, my path will be about endurance. Seeing Ding's current state, the main guy seized the opportunity to intimidate him, raising the bat and saying, whatever you say, let me help you. The Haeding gang started to fearfully back away. No. The main guy kept advancing provocatively, saying, come on, I will take you down. Dungbin and Haeding were hiding nearby, arguing. Dihan, relax. I already said no. Juri was standing somewhere, hearing the flattering sounds around her. Whoa. Crazy. So handsome. Other girls were staring in admiration at our guy. Look at that arm holding the bat. I want to get hit too. Two girls were pushing each other, asking for his number. Get your hands off my shoulders. For a moment, Juri turned to glare at those two girls. They quickly understood and whispered unflattering comments. That girl, is she tired? Is that her boyfriend? The noise of the crowd grew louder. Whoa. Still so cocky. Do you want to die? Another group of people showed up. The annoying leader shouted. What are you looking at? Who dares to touch my crew? You guys want to die? Juri glanced over, tiredly remarking, they are back again. That leader was really cocky, with a fierce look questioning. Do you even know who we are? Manhwa gradually focused on the new arrivals, his gaze assessing the situation. An instinctive awareness warned him to be careful. Manhwa's next move would instinctively make the opponent shrink back in fear. The guys following him were surprised by the attitude of the guy in front. What is with that intimidating stance? Manhwa confronted the newcomers with questions. Jai, is that you? What do you want to say? The guy in the blue shirt sneered. What do you want? Are you crazy? The guy in front fearfully stopped his teammates. Hey, do not. Let us go. The guy in blue still refused to heed his teammates' advice. What are you talking about? The arrogant guy in blue accused. They are messing with my crew. They have got eyes. Right, the blue guy shouted. Get off. He did not understand what his teammates were doing. Jai, what is wrong with you? The other guy explained reassuringly. The thing you want, to live happily and have kids with Minji, is just a dream. The blue guy replied irritably. Why are you telling me that? I told you it is not possible. Dongbin and Manhwa stood from afar, not understanding the commotion. What is up with them? Manhwa predicted. I do not know why they are causing trouble like that. The noise kept rising. I told you I knew. Just get off. Minji tried to run out, shouting at Namchin. What are you doing? That guy is messing with me. Our home was peaceful, and now it is tangled in trouble. He looked out with confusion, wondering what was going on. This time, Namchin faced off against that group directly. The leader, scared, recognized Namchin. This is the Dagon gang. Terrified, he pushed the arrogant guy in the green shirt away. Get down and fight. Don't push me. If I fall. Even better, the noise was really annoying for Namchin. Dongbin watched and asked, isn't he that the guy from when we fought the Bongjioni? Who Dong even recognized him. He was among those beaten to death. Right, look at him run. The scene gradually darkened, and a voice reminded, I told you running is useless. Those running steps did not slow down at all. There were still many people chasing after them. Pak Do-jin frantically searched for a way to escape, his face in shock. After running for a while, he found himself cornered. Terrified, Do-jin shouted, what do you want? Why are you chasing me? The gangsters quickly scoffed at Do-jin's attitude. He still seems relaxed, in a tight spot. Do-jin tried to negotiate. I told you I would pay. I just need a little time. Ignoring Do-jin's explanations, the gang surged forward, following orders to catch him. The end was nearing as the thugs rushed to grab Pak Do-jin. They were also discussing their plan. Look, a student, who brought a bat. However, Heejin intervened. No need, I will handle it. As Heejin stepped up, Pak Do-jin fearfully asked, who are you? Heejin replied directly. You do not need to know. You think you can resist. After saying that, Heejin prepared his stance. I will finish this quickly. That familiar stance quickly made Do-jin realize. That stance. Indeed. Because of that stance, Pak Do-jin was taken down once again. Heejin stood in front of Do-jin and said, if you have no money, how will you pay? You will have to pay with your body. A new day came to school. Kim Do-ha walked into class, his face confused as he realized Pak Do-jin is not coming to school. At school, Pak Do-jin has not shown his face since that incident. Kim Do-ha walked into school feeling much happier. He thought to himself, whoa, I can't believe my school life is this peaceful. Am I finally free? That Pakajin is not coming to school anymore. However, some individuals did not realize the situation, like that bowl-cut kid, who today came up to us reminding us not to put our hands in our pockets. Of course, times have changed. I shot a glare at him, and the bowl-cut kid still seemed oblivious. Naturally, I pulled out my phone, pretending to call D-hole. The bowl-cut kid immediately begged for mercy. Haha, this is school life for you. Hee. In class, Kim Do-ha met To-hole to update him about the task To-hole had given, which was to investigate the bullies and report back to him. Kim Do-ha quietly opened a secret club for To-hole in the library. With the password for entry being the bullies will get shot, he named the club the Anti-Bullying Association. He sat at the desk, seriously taking attendance of each class, with members including those D-hole had saved from each class. During the meeting, a member suddenly asked, so, is D-hole ready? Kim Do-ha immediately stood up and smacked his head, reminding him, hey, you fool, how dare you misname the savior To-hole? This guy is definitely ungrateful. Kim Do-ha thought to himself, there will occasionally be some foolish ones like this, but as the president of the association, I have to understand them. On the way home, Kim Do-ha continued to ponder. There are some things troubling me. It seems that the special classes 7 and 8 can't attend due to needing to practice after school. As for class 9, it seems no one gets bullied there. It seems no one in class 9 gets bullied. Is it because they all study so much? Well, that is true. If you study well, why would you bully anyone? Whoa. Tonight I will get to sleep well. It really feels strangely peaceful when I can go to bed without worrying about school tomorrow. Just as I was dozing off, the face of Baekhyun Do-din suddenly appeared, and Kim Do-ha jolted awake. He sat up, dripping with sweat, mumbling to himself, no, it is okay, it is just rain. The next morning at school, the feeling of peace was strangely overwhelming. In class 9, everyone was sitting straight and studying hard. Suddenly, a boy in the back of the class got the urge to mess with the person in front, throwing a small rock at the head of the boy sitting in front and shouting, "Hey!" The boy with glasses turned around, puzzled, and replied, "What do you want? If it is just because you are itchy, then forget it," the boy in the back repeated mockingly. Yeah. If it is just because you are itchy, then forget it." He laughed loudly. "Haha, you guys are still studying during recess. Studying won't make your grades go up. During recess, you should be playing. You idiot." Ina immediately turned around to remind him, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you being so childish?" The boy shrugged and replied, "Who is old? Good students should not care. Just study." Ina frowned and continued, "But why should not I care about you? If you are bored, go play outside by yourself. You should not interfere in other people's business during recess. I am very curious about that. Concerning studying, do not you have no right to talk about grades?" At the same time, outside, a pair of legs stood by, listening to the entire conversation. The boy, hearing Ina's words, became angry, his veins bulging as he muttered, "Damn, this annoying girl. I am giving you a break because you are a girl." Lee Sung-hun suddenly stepped in front of the boy, smiling. "Oh, so you are here. Can you help me with this? I will explain while we walk. Let us leave the class." The boy stood there dumbfounded but still agreed. In a secluded corner of the school, Lee Sung-hun kept hitting the boy, scolding him, "Why do you dare to talk nonsense in class? Huh. You idiot." The boy could only hold his head and cry out, It hurts too much."
Wait, I'm sorry.
Lee Sung-hun kept shouting, "If you are stupid, be stupid alone. Do you want to force others to be as stupid as you? What the hell are you pretending to bully for? Don't you look at yourself and see who you are?" Lee Sung-hun put his hands in his pockets, stopped hitting him, and let out a long sigh. You idiot. People like you ruin the school's image. Do you know that it is best to be careful from now on? School is supposed to be fun. Right? As Lee Sung-hun said this, he adjusted his clothes. The boy looked at Lee Sung-hun with a grim expression, and he reminded him, "You should go home early today. You look awful." Cutting his words short, he pulled out his phone to check for messages. Lee Sung-hun ordered the boy, "All right, you can go home now." He raised his phone, a smile appearing in his eyes, and said to the person on the other end, "We should meet up. There are only 3 of us, so we need to meet often." A moment later, in the school's storage room, Wadu sighed. Who knew, he easily defeated Baek Dojin. But how could he be strong enough to take down the whole group of boys? He even said if we collected money, he would kill us. Is he crazy or what? Yu-Gi-Oh added. Yeah, that guy is leading the boys. And it is hard to believe. Lee Sung-hun chuckled. Yeah, that new student is strong. But he has crossed the line. Now he even says we can't collect protection money anymore. He is practically the school's enemy now. Yu-Gi-Oh sighed. We can deal with him later. But we need to handle this money collection issue first. We have to do it before he notices. Wado looked at Yu-Gi-Oh mockingly. Are you scared? Are you admitting you are stupid? You are still this timid at Juryong. Why not go flatter that new student instead of trying to collect money? Sensing the tension, Lee Sung-hun reminded them. Come on, do not worry. I have got it all figured out. We will take care of that guy before we collect any money. We will have a specific plan. I told you, that guy has crossed the line. Protection money? No. He has shattered the unwritten rules of Juryong. Now he is just on a self-destructive path. Di-woon was talking with Kim Jo-hun. Raising an eyebrow he asked, why are not the 7th and 8th graders here? Alright, just keep an eye on them and let me know if anything happens. Kim Jo-hun replied. Dos. Di-woon, standing there teasingly, said, Hey, you remember his name now? Kim Jo-hun patted his chest. Of course. Who do you think I am? Thanks to Di-woon, a lot of kids are going to school happily now. Not only that, but Di-woon's fans have also noticeably increased. Baek Suzy appeared out of nowhere, reminding Kim Jo-hun, Hey, can you stay out of the way a bit? Kim Jo-hun responded with a slightly annoyed tone. Sure. Baek Suzy glanced at Jiri and then turned to hand a shirt to Di-woon. Here's your shirt. I washed it, but it got makeup on it. Di-woon reached out to take it. Jiri deliberately said loudly, What? How does your shirt get makeup on it? Did you smell it? Baek Suzy was startled. She imagined herself holding Di-woon's shirt and sniffing it like a drug addict. Feeling like a complete weirdo, she blushed too much. Hey. Speak properly. Why would I do that? Suddenly, Suzy chuckled lightly. Hey, Juri, are you still practicing jujutsu? Let me pass a message to my brother. You like him, do not you? Juri crossed her arms as she replied. That is old news. I do not remember anything. Suzy would not back down, teasingly saying, Oh come on, you forgot already. It was just last year. Oh right, but you probably are not that smart. Always thinking about fighting and stuff. Juri turned red in anger, cracking her knuckles lightly at Susie. Hey, it has been a while since you fought. Huh. Wanna spar with me? Susie pretended to consider. Oh, I will tell my brother. Okay. Juri was furious. Donna mentioned that idiot from Australia again. Manhwa turned to Di-woon and asked, Hey, Di-woon, are you really planning to take down all those money collectors? Even the guys from the gang are collecting money. And you have not dealt with the girls yet. Di-woon thought to himself, the sooner the better. Because he needed to do this before living a normal school life. Di-woon's gaze dropped. Remembering the chairman and the director, he told himself, I will definitely do it. What you want, I will accomplish with all my effort. In the 8th grade, the guy with the golden hair who was obsessively checking his phone was Cha-ji-gu, who was staring at his phone thinking, whoa, the deadline for the protection money is coming up. Once I have the money, I will get that shot. On the phone screen appeared a picture of Cha-ji-gu with a bunny filter. He smacked his lips, appraising himself. Whoa, this filter is insane. I could totally be an idol with this, but why are my followers not increasing? Saying that, he turned to a nearby student and asked, Hey, class president, do you know why I'm not gaining followers? The class president laughed. Haha, I have no idea. You really look like the center of a music group. That is cool. Maybe it is because you are not being promoted. Cha-ji-gu did not respond and turned to the girls in the class who were shaking their heads and reminded them. Shut up. You all look like ghosts trying to act cute. The guy in the yellow shirt argued. Hey, that is not fair. They have more followers than me. Just then, someone walked to the classroom. Woo-duk-sich, holding a can of Coke, shouted, What is going on? This class is as noisy as a market. Where's the class president? The girls immediately pulled Woo-duk-sich's arm, swaying their hips. Duk-sich, come do a quick video with us. Just show your face to the camera for a bit. Woo-duk-sich replied bluntly. So annoying. He walked straight to the class president and asked, Have you finished collecting the fees? The class president looked confused and stammered. We are collecting the fees. Woo-duk-sich, looking irritated, asked, What is wrong? Why are you answering like that? The corners of the class president's mouth twitched, and he said, Hey, did you hear about the new student who is not collecting fees? Woo-duk-sich replied nonchalantly. So what? How does that affect our class? Are you saying you do not want to collect the fees? Upon hearing this, the class president's courage vanished. Woo-duk-sich added, You think I will lose to him? You want me to lose? Right. The blonde guy saw this and ran out to add fuel to the fire. Whoa. You are doing this because you do not think Duk-sich can handle that new student. Right. You do not see him as a big shot. Do you? The class president, scared, waved his hands. No, that is not it. Why would I think that? Duk-sich is really handsome and strong. He looks just like a big shot. Woo-duk-sich smirked, holding his half-finished can of Coke above the class president's head and said, Yeah, you really know how to flatter someone. You are just buttering me up with those words. Let me tell you, I do not like zero-calorie Coke because it tastes fake. Just like the way you always suck up to people. The class president stood there in resignation, not daring to cough or say anything, just standing still while Duk-sich poured Coke on his head. Woo-duk-sich emptied the can and then warned, This soda is sweet but full of toxic substances. Just like you better listen to me and collect the fees. The girls who were shaking their heads earlier took out their phones to record secretly, and the girl with short hair said, Oh my god, that is so pitiful. I will record it and post it to defend him. The class president stood frozen, not coughing or anything, as Woo-duk-sich turned to leave, reminding him, Clean this up. Do not make me remind you again. You need to collect the fees by noon tomorrow. As Woo-duk-sich reached the classroom door, his phone beeped with a message. The message was from Pak Jae-hoo, telling him he must transfer the money tomorrow. Woo-duk-sich showed his frustration, thinking to himself, What is with this idiot? Always nagging me. In class 5, the atmosphere was suspiciously gloomy. Yoo-ji-shik was fiddling with his hair and thinking, Woo-duk-sich has never met Dagon, so he does not know that no one in this group can defeat Dagon. If I collect the money, what if Dagon comes looking for me? But if I do not collect it, it will show that I am scared of him, and then I am done for anyway. Suddenly, a girl in front raised her phone and said, Hey, look at this shirt. It suits you. Ji-shik looked at his phone and exclaimed, Whoa, it really is nice, but it is so expensive. The girl replied nonchalantly, Aren't we about to collect protection money? Ji-shik nodded. Yeah, you are right. Send me the link. After saying that, he thought to himself, All right, let us just collect the money first. Lisa Hong-hun will probably handle this. In the 9th grade, a boy in front of Lisa Hong-hun said, Hey, I did not know you were collecting money. Even though I am the class vice president, sorry I can't help you. If you are not busy, could you collect it for me? Lee Song-hun replied politely. Oh no, that is the class president's job. Thanks. But about collecting protection money, our class won't be doing that, so do not worry. Today, the school had an unusually peaceful atmosphere. At Vangthan School Library, the 8th grade class president looked around and wondered, Is this the place? Kim Jo-hun popped out and asked, Are you still planning to collect money after that guy said all that? But it is okay. It is good to be here. If you accept my proposal, I promise you will have a bright future ahead. The class president looked at Kim Jo-hun's empty expression and thought, damn, what is with that face? Kim Jo-hun continued, our next target is to go after the 8th grade class president. After hearing this, the class president's eyes lit up. If it is him, then he might take care of his friend Ji Hong-hyu too. Right, Kim Jo-hun sighed. Well, it depends on that person. It is not like you can just hit anyone you want. Right, outside the school, a voice rang out. I just got the cash from the money I collected. The guy stood with one hand in his pocket and the other on the phone, saying to the person on the other end, I will definitely collect the money. But there is another issue. That new student is giving me a headache. But you do not need to show up yourself. You are very busy, so I will find a way. But right now, probably, as he spoke, he kept looking around nervously, fearing someone might eavesdrop. Just then, Lee Sung-hun suddenly appeared and asked, who are you talking to? The guy jumped and turned to curse. What the hell? The person on the other end asked. Huh. What did you say? He quickly explained. Oh no, I was not talking about you. I am hanging up. He turned back to Lee Sung-hun, a bit annoyed, reminding him, hey, do not do that again. I almost lost it. Lee Sung-hun laughed. Haha, it is nothing. I just wanted to ask who you were talking to. The guy retorted. Who are you? My dad. Why do you need to know so much? You idiot. Lee Sung-hun raised his hand in surrender. He forced a smile. Haha, I was just asking about history. Be careful, it is sensitive. I am just a little out of it right now. Then, switching back to a serious demeanor, he continued, by the way, is the money collection going smoothly? The other guy casually replied, yeah, it is fine. What about you? Have you dealt with the gang yet? Lee Sung-hun continued, of course, everything is under control. Don't you worry about the new transfer student. I have a clear plan. You will continue living your life as usual. The gang won't be able to touch you now. In the 1st grade, Kim Jo-hun was reporting. His name is Wadusik. He is from the 8th grade and wants to be famous. I heard he is collecting money today. Daegon replied. Is he still collecting money? I do not think he can become famous. Though, with that, he stood up and walked alone to the 8th grade. His tall and elegant demeanor really caught people's attention. As he walked, he mumbled to himself, all right, let us check on the 8th grade. Since he is still collecting money, I will go give him a piece of my mind like I said before. In the 8th grade, the guy with the golden hair kept styling his hair and thought, whoa, if I become a V-Pro idol, I will aim for the Billboard charts. I think I will be famous across the universe. The class president could only laugh in response. Haha, I think so too. Not only are you handsome, but you also have great qualities. However, deep down, the class president thought, damn, I just want to punch you in the face. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired guy smirked. The class president, thinking it was not enough, added, oh, and you are the one and only unique one out there. The golden-haired guy's expression changed instantly. Thinking, feels like I am flying high. This guy is spot on. I really am incredibly handsome. Haha. He thought, then blurted out, you are ugly, but at least you have good taste. The class president smiled awkwardly. No, it is because you really are handsome. So handsome that even the famous Meppy would have to bow down to you. Cha Jeong-gyu turned to the 2 girls who had been practicing their dance and wondered, but why are not those girls complimenting me on my looks? Do they have such strong willpower to hold back their compliments? The class president smiled kindly, thinking to himself, do you really think they are holding back their compliments for you? That idiot. Jeong-gyu sighed, these kids should just be honest. The 2 girls immediately reacted with annoyed expressions. The short-haired girl whispered to her friend, that fool actually thinks he is handsome. If it were me, I would rather be yelled at or hit. The long-haired girl agreed. Seriously, I feel sorry for whoever has to be class president. Jeong-gyu continued to check his reflection in his phone and asked the class president, hey, what part of my face do you think is the best? The class president, not needing to hesitate, replied, all of it. It is all ugly as hell. The golden-haired guy immediately turned to stare at his desk mate. The class president instantly shut his mouth, thinking, oh no, I messed up. My mouth is faster than my brain. Oh no. Oh no. Jeong-gyu casually continued, hey, what is wrong with you? I did not ask about my face. I asked about yours. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside. It was Daegun. The class president thought, why the hell is this new student here? The short-haired girl turned towards the door as Daegun opened the classroom door and asked, who is that idiot? Jeong-gyu felt a bit annoyed and said, what is this new kid doing here? In contrast to the golden-haired guy, the class president could not hide his excitement, thinking, whoa. Finally, he is here. The 2 girls noticed Daegun suddenly acting gentle. The long-haired girl asked Daegun, is something going on with the idiot? The short-haired girl nodded repeatedly. Huh, what is going on? The idiot is not here, Daegun replied. When will he be back? Both girls answered. Not sure. Daegun looked outside. Thinking it might have been a waste of a trip, he said quietly. All right, I will come back later. The class president felt anxious. Thinking, no, you can leave. You should punch that idiot G1 gun before you go. Just then, the girl pulled Daegun back, boldly suggesting, you are the new student Daegun. Right, you are really handsome. Daegun felt a bit shy and replied, oh yes. Thank you. The girl continued, you must be used to compliments by now. Right, by the way, do you plan to become a young idol? Daegun looked confused and said, no. The thick-skinned short-haired girl suggested, can you help me film a TikTok video? You are tall, so you would get a great angle. It would be perfect. Chaji-won-gun, seeing Daegun being admired by a girl, cursed. Feeling extremely annoyed, the class leader thought to himself, oh, I see he is staying. Good, just wait until that guy returns to class. Daegun finished with the girl and bluntly refused. No, I'm busy. Let go. The class leader was even more surprised, thinking, whoa, he is really rejecting even a beauty. Just as Daegun was about to leave, a loud voice shouted, you are so ugly. Chaji-won-gun. The class leader stood up and pointed directly at the blonde guy, shouting, you are as ugly as a dog. Let me tell you, I know my place. But you, Chaji-won-gun, you are ugly and still criticize others. You fool. Everyone knows you are ugly. Only you do not realize it. Idiot. The group of girls was astonished. The short-haired girl widened her eyes and exclaimed, what is wrong with the class leader? Whoa, he is gutsy. The other girl, hiding behind her, encouraged him, keep cursing to knock some sense into him. After being insulted, the blonde guy was left speechless, just staring at the class leader. Suddenly, he burst out laughing like a madman, saying loudly, this is hilarious. I can't take it. Haha. The class leader's face turned pale, confused about why this guy was not bothered, and he thought, I will have to continue this. Thinking this, he felt empowered to continue. Am I just your punching bag? Why do you keep coming to my space and showing off, claiming to be an idol? What a joke. You're dumb in class and still try to show off. At that moment, the blonde guy suddenly stood up, reminding him, that is enough. Even if it is a joke, I am already annoyed. He turned to the class leader, muscles tensed, cursing, did you take the wrong medicine today? You dare to speak loudly to me? The class leader, surprisingly, felt light inside, smiling to himself, whoa, I feel better now. I must admit, a person has to be honest to live decently. Just then, a punch landed on the class leader's right cheek with a deafening curse. This crazy guy. Immediately, the class leader fell to the ground. Quickly holding his head, Chae Jin-gyu angrily kicked him while cursing. You dog. You are really gutsy. Though hit, the class leader thought to himself, you are done for. It is okay. It hurts a bit, but the new spirit will come to save me. Thinking this, he looked towards D-Hole, who was just standing there watching the class leader getting beaten. His face was expressionless, seemingly having no intention of intervening. The class leader was kicked by Chae Jin-gyu, cursing to himself, damn it. Did that Kim Do-hoo trick me? He clearly said the new spirit would deal with all the bullies. At the same time, two girls asked, should we step in? The other one replied, wait a moment to record this. Do-hole saw the female student holding a camera and thought, filming. Is she really shooting? That is going to be hard to intervene. Then he turned to look at the class president who was being beaten, thinking to himself, well, I can't just stand by like this. Alright, let us make her stop first. Without hesitation, Do-hole walked towards Chae Jin-gyu, and the female students agreed, saying, whoa, get a close-up. He must be going over there to check it out. Do-hole reached out and touched Chae Jin-gyu's shoulder, reminding him to stop. I know he is exaggerating, but you do not have to act like that. Chae Jin-gyu replied, why do you care? Get lost. The short-haired girl whispered to her friend. Whoa. Chae Jin-gyu looks like a squid next to that new guy, and that class president friend of his is just as ugly. He, the golden-haired guy, heard all this. He turned back to glare at the group of girls. But they were not scared. Someone said, look, they are watching. He can't do anything to us. Haha. But I admit he really is ugly. Both angry and embarrassed, the golden-haired guy went off track. He struggled with D-hole and shouted, let go of me. You dog. Who do you think you are to dare? At this point, Chae Jin-gyu even dared to grab Do-hole's collar and asked, who do you think you are? How many followers do you have? You are not even that handsome. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, the whole class fell silent. The two girls were stunned and whispered, damn. Does he really think being handsome means being like him? Do-hole chuckled lightly. Yeah. Wait until you see that face and talk about looks. Do not you know how to control your emotions? Or are you acting like this because there are girls around? With that, Do-hole gently locked the golden-haired guy's arms, putting him in an uncomfortable position. He struggled and yelled, hey, let me go quickly. Why do not you let go? You jerk. Do-hole leaned down and whispered to Chaeryeong, I am giving you a chance while I am still being nice. You should sit still and prepare for the next lesson. If you do not want to embarrass yourself in front of the girls. Cheryongu listened, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. The girls were still filming. Wondering, oh, what is he doing? The other replied, who knows? He must be helpless because his hands hurt. Whoa. That new guy is really something. And he is handsome too. Hearing this, Cheryongu felt annoyed. Muttering, damn it, is this for real? Thinking that, he turned to look at D-Hole and pouted. Deep down, he thought, if my hands can't do it, then I will use my feet. D-Hole saw this and panicked. What the hell? Do not tell me you are going to do that. Just as he finished speaking, he twisted the guy's neck to the side. At the same time, the saliva from his mouth sprayed out. D-Hole let out a sigh. Woo. That was close to being messy. Can't stand it. At that moment, the short-haired girl's phone fell. The saliva from earlier landed right on the back of that girl. She yelled, oh damn this jerk. So dirty. The other girl hurriedly ran to get some tissue. The atmosphere around D-Hole suddenly changed, and the golden-haired guy realized, well, this is it. D-Hole did not keep him waiting long. He tried to control his strength and gave him a solid punch. He thought to himself, oh my god, this feeling of being punched is so strange. Why does it feel like my brain is about to explode? With just one move, it sent Jin-Gyu sprawling. The class president was now struggling to get up, staring at Jin-Gyu without blinking. Constantly amazed. Damn, this is unbelievable. One move and he is already out. The girl with long hair turned back to give her friend a wet wipe and then asked, what is up? I have not seen anything yet. Did something just happen? The other person sighed in disappointment. What a bummer. The scene was beautiful but I missed it. Just then, there was a voice from outside the door. What is going on? It was Wadu-sig. He stepped into the classroom and asked, what a mess. What is happening here? He then looked at D-Hun. Surprised. Oh, a new face. What are you doing here? Do-Hun frowned and asked, are you Wadu-sig? It seems like you were not in the auditorium last week. Right. Wadu-sig did not respond. He glanced at the class monitor and Jiangu, then turned back to D-Hun. What have you done to them? D-Hun thought for a moment, feeling too lazy to explain. He responded, let us just say that, what do you plan to do? The conversation continued in classroom 1. Block 8. Amidst the chaotic scene, the male lead boldly asked, are you Wadu-sig? The person across from him immediately replied, yeah, that is me, but why are you here making a mess? The girl next to them chimed in to explain. D-Hun, Jin-Gyu, and the class monitor did that. Right, I even came back. Do not blame the new student directly. Do-Hun listened to the explanation and felt a bit reassured. Oh, then never mind. But why did you come here? He cut straight to the point. I have a proposal for you. Why not go somewhere quiet to talk? Immediately after receiving the male lead's proposal, Do-Sik was thinking to himself, a proposal? What is this about? Lee Seung-hun said he would deal with this jerk directly. But if he is here, it means he lied. What is that sly Lee Seung-hun up to? A series of books appeared. It seemed like this was a reading area in a library. Kim Do-hyun was caught off guard by a greeting. Stammering, huh. Oh, hi, you are the class leader Lee Seung-hun. Right, Seung-hun smirked and said, oh, you know me, I am really curious. Why are you here? Not letting Do-hyun ponder any longer. He explained, I heard some of you were cheering for Do-hyun gathering here. I want to join you guys, a completely new proposal at this moment. Do-hyun was stunned. Huh. But you are the class leader. How come someone like you is here? Lee Seung-hun could only laugh and say, someone like me? Do you know me well? The situation became increasingly complex. Kim Do-hyun felt anxious just standing there, sweat pouring down, his mouth stammering, no. I mean. Meanwhile, the male lead was firmly commanding the opposite party. You were not there, so I am giving you a chance. If you return the money, I will let you off. I do not want to hit you either. I have heard you are about to get famous. You should protect your face. Do-Sik was angered by the male lead's words. This jerk really knows how to get under people's skin. Finally, Do-Sik firmly declined. Sorry, but even if I wanted to, I can't give you any money. His disrespectful answer made the male lead turn to him with irritation. His eyes burning with anger, Do-Sik kept saying, I have spent all my money, which made even the friends who were unconscious look up in surprise. They struggled to sit up from their fainting state. Questioning, you have spent it all, but I still need to get my shot. Ignoring everything else, Do-Sik boldly stuck to his answer. Whatever, because I do not have any money now. Thanks for your suggestion, but you should get out of here. Nam Chin is turning a blind eye to this, his voice filled with sorrow. Fine, I will leave first today. However, before leaving, D-Hun did not forget to show his power with a reminder. I will give you until tomorrow. Think carefully, it is hard to become famous with that scarred face. Oh, there is more. As soon as Nam Chan left, the female students sighed in relief. I thought you two were going to fight. That was close. Why do all the handsome guys love to fight? Suddenly, the expression on Dusich's face changed. He smirked cunningly. His legs slowly shifted backward as if preparing for some action. At the same time, my guy moved in the opposite direction, but his eyes sensed something dangerous behind him. He glanced back cautiously. As expected, nothing was beyond Namchin's anticipation. The bloodthirsty Dusich had made his move, raising his leg high as if to take Dihun down with a blow. The first strike seemed unsuccessful, and Dusich stumbled back to the ground. Ready for another go, his gaze reflected determination to challenge. Faced with such moves, Namchin always had the perfect way to respond, standing tall in every situation. Dusich was not backing down. He kept complaining, "Why does everyone think I will lose?" In response to the opponent's doubt, Namchin explained, "They are quite smart, yet they also know the obvious things." The current situation gradually led to a fight, and everyone focused their attention. Murmurs surrounded them. They really are fighting, but Dusich can't have a scar on his face. The girls outside could not hide their curiosity. Why are two handsome guys fighting? But I need to post on TikTok, a friend nearby said anxiously. Can I post it? The other girl replied, who knows? Shoot first. Worry later. Dusich's legs once again arrogantly shot straight up without hesitation. He struck right at my guy's arm, throwing a punch straight at Namchin. But my guy quickly anticipated his moves and blocked it. After failing to hit with his arm, Dusich changed direction and swiftly lifted his right leg, hooking it around Namchin's neck like a lethal weapon. After a moment of exchanging blows, my guy sensed the tempo. He thought about his opponent, who struck very quickly and nimbly, and was quite strong. Dusich's kicks were still powerful, with quite a high frequency and intensity. My guy observed the surroundings and assessed. It is not too hard to deal with, but just when he spotted a female student recording with her phone, Dihun felt truly annoyed. To avoid being caught on camera, my guy made up his mind. He had to dodge out of this angle. Although Namchin tried his best to stay out of the frame, that girl kept screaming, "What the heck, no matter the angle, I will catch everything." Right after the girl's words, my guy switched his attack position, rushing toward the phone with a confused expression. With some shifting and arranging, the figure in front of the frame was now Dusich, and that girl filming just had to scream, "Wait, why can we only see Dusich's back?" The more Dusich fights, the angrier he gets, feeling confused as he thinks, how can this bastard avoid everything? I am quick, but Namchin is just as sharp. His fighting skills always leave others in awe. The guys outside are trying to cheer Dusich on, telling him to hang in there, while he pulls his friend from behind to rally for him. Dihun's gaze darkens once again as he tries to observe his surroundings. Just as Namchin holds Dusich's leg, he pulls it straight and charges forward with force. Dihun squeezes the face of the cheering blonde, contorting it in pain. Due to his weak state, the blonde cheerleader lunges toward the girl filming. The phone flies high into the air, and the girl screams in panic, "What are you doing, Chajiunga? You crazy guy." While our guy deals with the filming issue, the shouting Dusich comes over to remind him, "You still have time to be distracted." After this subtle reminder, our guy shifts back to a confrontational stance. He rushes straight toward Dusich, and instead of attacking from above, he ducks down low, saying, "I will dodge." Dihun utilizes his agility, quickly moving behind Dusich and unleashing a flurry of powerful punches, causing the opponent to writhe in pain. Pain is evident on Dusich's face, his eyes filled with anguish. Unable to take it anymore, Dusich completely loses his direction, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. The guy still warns the opponent, one more punch is needed. The punch lands, causing Dusich's mouth to open wide, his face turning a terrifying shade of red. Namchin always looks cool after a confrontation. He does not even want to turn back to see how the opponent is doing. The other friends, still fighting and arguing, gradually shift their attention to Namchin. Before leaving, Kwon Hun warns the opponent, "May, remember to bring money. This time there is no negotiating. If May does not obey, I will smash your face." His bold words echo in Dusich's mind, causing his confidence to wane and his face to turn pale with worry. Those around are surprised by the fight, their mouths agape. They think to themselves, Kwon Hun is really cool, truly a living legend. After finishing up in Class 8, our guy looks ahead and asks, "Next up is Class 5. Right, the scene in Class 5 quickly comes into view. Inside, there is chatter, and a female classmate says, "GXE, later I am going out with the others. Are you coming too?" GXTC curiously asks back, "Is it just girls?" I am not going." The classmate is surprised. "Why not?" "They want to go with you." GXE, not wanting to join, deflects with a question, "Is that jacket nice?" The girl looks over and compliments, "It is really nice. My taste is spot on." She does not forget to encourage GXEOC, "You should go show off your jacket. They will definitely say you look handsome." The mention of this boosts GXQC's ego, and he agrees, "Alright, I will drop by for a bit." But suddenly the girl screams in fright, "Oh my, GXE, they say that the new student beat up the 8th graders." Upon hearing this, Ji Sikok was stunned. Huh. Right now, his classmates confirmed the news. "Yeah, and he is coming here. He wants to fight you." Huh. Upon hearing the rumors, Ji Sikok was furious, biting his lip. Lee Seung-hun, that poor guy. The scene shifts to a discussion between Do Hyun and Lee Seung-hun. Seung-hun asks, so this group has no specific purpose, right? Do Hyun awkwardly explains, I am still working on it. My brotherhood with Do Hyun is strong. Suddenly Seung-hun asks, what about me? This aimless question confuses Do Hyun. Seung-hun is leading him on. He suggests, let me lead this group. Do Hyun straightforwardly replies, no, I will take orders from Do Hyun. Suddenly Seung-hun's expression changes. His tone drops. He is trying to remind Do Hyun, are you slow on the uptake? This statement makes Do Hyun hesitate. Seung-hun, from now on you are the leader. In an instant, Seung-hun achieved his negotiating goal. He pats Do Hyun's shoulder. Haha. Do not call me that. I will do my best. I just want Dagon to wipe out the bullies. They only know how to cause trouble. What a toxic atmosphere in school. Among them are those who do not even realize they are being bullied. On the other side, Ji Sikok looks a bit scared. He declines the invitation. I have to go home early. Something came up. The girl nods in response. Okay. You will come later. Right. Ji Sikok quickly heads out of the classroom. However, as he reaches the door, he bumps into Dagon. Dagon just appeared, his gaze locked onto Ji Sikok. He reminds Ji Sikok, class is not over yet. Where are you going? The scene continues in classroom number 5. The main character just steps in and reminds the others. Class is not over yet. Where do you think you are going? Ji Sikok's face turns pale at the sight of the main character. He glances back without daring to face him. Knowing he can avoid this any longer, Ji Sikok suggests to Dagon, let us talk outside. The scene shifts outside. Dagon is curious about the current situation. Why go so far? Ji Sikok responds to the main character's question, saying we should handle this where there are not many people. Right. Dagon feels that makes sense. Ji Sikok frowns, secretly determined, thinking to himself, this guy has defeated the Yong army. I have to make him pay today. Ji Sikok looks around and tries to assess the situation. He is indeed strong, but what if I attack unexpectedly? Although Ji Sikok knows that his upcoming actions are cowardly, he decides to go through with it anyway. The more he faces the main character directly, the tenser Ji Sikok becomes. Grinding his teeth, he fully realizes his own capabilities. Damn it. I have no chance of beating him. Ji Sikok's legs tremble. He seems to almost abandon the idea of a sneak attack. His voice rises. It is about the money. Right. Ji Sikok clenches his fist. Taking time to think it over, he finally speaks up. I do not know why, but I will follow your lead. So what should I do now? The scene at school gradually shifted to late afternoon. While I was packing my books, I felt confused. And then there was 7th and 9th grade, and the boys in 2nd year. I did have a desire to scare them. But before hitting them, I need to find the one I need to hit first. Dae-hun thought carefully. Kim Do-hyun told me to just ask them directly if they were collecting money. But when Nam-chin asked, predictable situations arose. Are you going to collect money? That guy replied to Thang. Immediately after that answer, Nam-chin would strike, so die then. If they were willing to answer everything honestly, that would be easy. But if they denied it, then Dae-hun would be even more troubled, stumbling over his words. Oh really? At that point, our only option would be to walk away, while the other group would laugh happily. Ha! Idiot, I am collecting so much money here. The more Nam-chin thought about the aspects, the more complicated the situation felt. He realized it would be easier if someone went to investigate for him first, transitioning to classroom number 9. Over here, everyone was also gradually finishing school. The students reminded the last ones to leave. Si-hun, remember to lock the door. Si-hun replied, okay. Stay safe, see you later, goodbye. As soon as the class ended, Do-sik rushed into the classroom, looking upset and shouted, get out of the way. Si-hun. You jerk, what kind of business are you doing? Si-hun seemed to anticipate this situation would happen. He faced it with a very calm expression. Then he even tried to worry about the other person, saying, everyone is watching. Do not you feel embarrassed? You really do not know anything. Do-sik just stepped in and received criticism. His face stiffened. What did I do? Are you really crazy? Along with Do-sik's presence, Ji Shiop also showed up. Surprised? He asked. Hey Do-sik, you are here too. Everything seemed to be in disarray. Do-sik shouted. What the hell is this? Si-hun welcomed his friend's arrival with a confrontational tone. Ji Shiop is here too. You guys did not make any agreements. Si-hun kept attacking with words. You losers are planning to team up. Do-sik, with his hot temper, after hearing these words, got furious and declared, hey, you Ji Shiop, I want to let this guy go today. Despite the threats, Si-hun calmly observed the situation. Do-sik was charging recklessly, throwing a punch straight at Si-hun. Ji Shiop was determined to take Si-hun down at all costs. However, that determination was quickly extinguished, as Si-hun struck faster, landing a punch that twisted Ji Shiop's handsome face. Not stopping at just the punch, Si-hun aimed a kick at his opponent without mercy. Ji Shiop stood outside, observing the situation with surprise as he saw Dusik sprawled on the floor, looking at Si-hun. What the hell are you doing? Ji Shiop had just finished his words when his face was met with a powerful punch. This fight was boosting Si-hun's confidence. He boldly challenged. What are you doing? Hurry up and fight. Do not just stand there. He sneered, getting hit and still not giving up. Huh. Ji Shiop took a punch straight to the face. His eyes filled with anger. This damn guy. The situation was getting increasingly tense, and Ji Shiop refused to back down. He turned and threw a punch at Si-hun. But Si-hun was quick and dodged backwards. But in that moment, he managed to grab Ji Shiop's hand and would not let go. In no time, he had Ji Shiop under control. No matter how much Ji Shiop resisted, he could not break free, his face turning red with anger. Everything did not stop there. This violent Si-hun pushed Ji Shiop's face back. That face was in pain, his whole body being pushed backwards. At one point, Ji Shiop's head even popped out of the classroom. However, Si-hun quickly pulled that head back in. Everything happened so fast that there was no trace left behind. Classmates passing by heard the noise, turned their heads back, but did not notice anything. The classroom door was completely shut, concealing Si-hun's shady actions. The scene shifts to the gym. Inside, it was extremely noisy. What are you doing? Come back and fight. In the center of the scene, two people were fighting, while another was cheering. Fight back. Come on, he is already lost. The guys in the fight were bullying the weaker one, while those outside were just chatting loudly. Hey, hold that guy back. Their weight class is too different. The fight seemed increasingly one-sided, leading to danger. The shouts of stopping were incessant. Stop it already. That guy's unconscious but he keeps hitting. The chaotic punches made those outside rush to intervene. Hey, stop it. Is this guy crazy or what? Si-hun glanced at the fighters and commented. Looks like he can't control his adrenaline. Is he playing baseball? The guy next to him confirmed. Yeah, he is a pitcher. Si-hun added. He knows how to use his power well, but since he is not used to fighting, he can't control his strength. After overdoing it with his opponent, this guy said, Oh, I'm sorry. Before the training session ended, Si-hun advised for the next ones. Starting tomorrow, we will double the intensity of training, comforting the excited kids. Today is enough. The scene in classroom number 9 appeared again. The weak guy lay flat on the floor. Meanwhile, Ji Shiop was battered, blood dripping down his face continuously. Si-hun's feet moved closer. He asked his opponent, Do you know your position? Si-hun was becoming more confident, declaring, I am going to make Di-hun the boss around here. Just know that because fake guys like you have no right to choose. The sunset was gradually setting. The sunlight was diminishing, turning a golden hue. The main character was happily walking on the road, heading straight home. However, as he walked, Di-hun sensed someone following him. He stood still. A thought crossed his mind. Is someone following me again? Who is it this time? My house is full of schemes. He did not want to act rashly. His steps kept moving, thinking in his head, this building is very small. Then he would just stick to the path, move slowly and then turn into the area inside that wall. Di-hun's appearance rushed quickly behind the wall, prompting the followers to speed up as well. But the chance for the follower to peek in, the male lead climbed the wall cautiously. The whole body of the month landed after the follower. The more this follower looked, the more confused he became about the place we entered. It was indeed a dead end. Just then, Di-hun questioned the other person. Why are you at a parking lot with no cars around? The face of this follower appeared. It was Ara. She looked confused and said, Di-hun. The male lead was a bit surprised. He asked, Is that you? Why are you following me? Ara shyly replied, No, I only intended to follow a bit. I saw someone watching you, so I followed because that person looked very suspicious. But then that person suddenly disappeared, so it was just me. Even so, we pointed out Ara's fault, so you really were following me. Ara was embarrassed. Her words stumbled. I'm sorry. Di-hun, I did not mean any harm. It is just that I have not had a chance to thank you for saving me. The male lead replied. I will give you my number. If you need anything, just call me. Hearing this, Ara joyfully widened her eyes. Huh. Really? Ara mumbled while fiddling. My number is not that great. I should have switched to a prettier one. The male lead listened for a while, feeling confused. What are you talking about? Since I am very busy. Di-hun took his leave. I am going now. It is not dark yet so you can go home by yourself. Still. Ara pouted. Take me home. The scene shifts to the male lead's house. The male lead just got home and mumbled. It is really dark now. Luckily I took her home. I do not know if everything around me, or this whole world is chaotic too. The more Di-hun thought, the more confused he became. He lamented his fate. And how many times have I been followed? When I first got involved with Kim Won-wong, Yang Jinmu, and their friends, plus 2 girls from 9th grade. Luckily they were still kids. But it was not just them. Around the male lead was Park Hee-jun with a group of private investigators too. He was showering while unable to escape his thoughts. I did not even realize I was being stalked. It would be very troublesome if this happened often. Park Hee-jun suddenly appeared. I do not know why he came all the way to Didong, but it definitely has something to do with management. What is his relationship with the manager that he told me not to trust her? The more he thought, the more Dihun's mind got tangled. I really do not understand what he means, but I just need to do one thing. The scene of the school in the early morning appeared, along with some introspective lines. I really do not like that Lee Si-hun. Du Hai-hun was assessing Si-hun. His eyes were sharp. I knew it. He is not a failure like me. He is a bully. How dare he interfere in my relationship with Di-hun? I have to speak ill of him to Di-hun. Du Hai-hun was determined to compete. The position of the club president must be mine. However, when Kim Du Hai-hun just stepped into the classroom, he had to stand stunned. The male lead looked at Du Hai-hun and said, "Oh, you are here. I heard about it. That Si-hun pretended to be friendly." "Hello, Du Hai-hun. I just told Di-hun about that." As soon as he heard that, along with Si-hun's expression, Du Hai-hun felt helpless and frustrated, shouting in his head, "Di-hun, do not trust him." Let us go back a bit to the scene of the sunset that day. On the way, the male lead was taking Ara home. "My dear," I looked around and asked, "where is this? The atmosphere is so different from the alley across." Ara hesitated a bit before replying, "Well, Di-hun, there is something I have always wanted to say to you. Thank you for saving me back then." Di-hun responded to the gratitude. "Well, if it was back then, what is there to thank? I am the one who feels guilty for getting you involved." When it comes to that day, Ara seemed to remember well. Jian was harsh. "Right, I thought you would be hurt too." The male lead did not care much about harsh words. He expressed, "Well, those words were somewhat true. Because of me, you all got caught up in it. That is the truth. It is nothing to be hurt about. Do not worry." Ara awkwardly raised her arm. Her voice was hesitant. "Actually, Jian felt very guilty, although I can tell you the exact reason. Jian is also struggling a lot because everyone has their own weaknesses." Di-hun seemed to understand well. He nodded in agreement. "That is right. Depending on the circumstances, one can feel desperate too." Ara became more agitated. She clung to the male lead, her voice cautious. "Though you can think too much right now, someday he will come to apologize, so don't be too upset. Can you wait?" My dear immediately agreed. "Sure." But he still had some doubts. "I was curious about this." Ara was so happy just to hear Di-hun's agreement. "Really? Go ahead and ask. I like eating steamed buns and watching detective movies." Di-hun brushed aside the answer, focusing on the main question. "Not that. The 9th grade is the top university entrance class. What is the atmosphere in that class like? There are not many troublemakers there." "Right." Ara quickly responded to every question from the male lead. "At first, that is probably true. All the girls could not match Jian, and the boys all listened to Si-hun. This made Si-hun increasingly pique my curiosity about his identity. According to Ara's explanation, this guy is the class president of my class. If Si-hun takes the time to communicate, everyone is obedient. He has leadership skills. Everyone listens to him, so the atmosphere is quite good now." The male lead just replied casually. "Oh really?" Ara tried to hold on to Di-hun. "Are you curious about that?" "Anything else?" Di-hun still replied casually. "Probably." The matter comes to the chapter male lead was contemplating. Even though he was with the second male lead at that time, he might not be a bad person. From that position, he could already see his declaration of collecting money. Sooner or later, he would have to confirm. Just then, my dear was about to leave when Si-hun stepped forward. Saying briefly, "Di-hun." The male lead was surprised and turned his head. He took off his glasses to look at the other person. The guy who just arrived introduced himself. "I am like Si-hun from the 9th grade. Let us chat a bit." The conversation continued in classroom number 1. Kim Do-hun was still very surprised by what was happening in front of him. He asked, "Have you two met before?" "That was fast." My dear simultaneously informed Kim Do-hun. "Although the time was quite short. You have worked hard. What you did, this friend will do now." Do-hun tried to point out some of Si-hun's strengths, and Do-hun knew too. Si-hun is the boss of the 9th grade. "The boss? Isn't he a bully?" Si-hun immediately put on a friendly face, explaining, "Because I am the boss, so you call me a bully. That is one way to think about it." This Hun even deliberately twisted Do-hun's words. "D-hun is the boss of the 6th grade. Then D-hun is also a bully." Those words stuffed in my mouth made Do-hun scared and refuse. "No, what I meant was, how could I mean that?" I felt a slight headache. He brushed it off. "I know what you are worried about." Actually, I had the same prejudice at first. Back to when we were talking earlier. I just saw X-hun kissing, and before I could even ask, I was wondering if I should talk it out with a punch or not. The main guy had not even tied me up yet, and that X-hun already asserted himself. "No charge." I stopped being mean. "Obviously, you said not to." "Right, this X-hun is originally a sly one." He used sweet words. "D-hun, you really are something. I admire you." While D-hun seemed clueless, his face was frozen. "What is this?" This X-hun kept saying soft words. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I do not have to charge. I am really in a lot of pain." He was trying to play the victim and complain. As the class leader of the 9th grade, I had no choice but to charge to protect my classmates. Carrying the title of boss on my shoulders, I could not escape the bad reputation of being a bully, but I always sought ways to destroy that prejudice. He placed a hand on the main guy's shoulder, whispering, "D-Hun, knowing your presence has given me hope. Can you give me a chance to help you?" After listening to the other's explanation, the main guy replied, "Since you have talked like that, I can feel your sincerity. There might be a prejudice of being a bully, but you said you would entrust this to XA Hun." Kindo Hun immediately brushed off that trust. No, I kept going. "Anyway, let us officially delegate to XE Hun." After saying that, he even played matchmaker. "Come on. Shake hands." These two were one pretending to be friendly, the other awkward. "Okay. Oh. Like you. Okay." D-Hun outside followed the main guy's words, but he was extremely bitter about XE Hun. This bastard XE Hun was trying to act like a good person. Sounding excited. "Anyway, from now on, before we officially start, let us all gather together. Would not that be good?" The scene gradually shifted to the empty room. Doombin was confused, looking around, judging. What is this, suddenly appearing like this? Adu was also puzzled. When did they get so close? That Axie Hun was standing confidently, speaking to grab attention. All present. From now on, I will begin the anti-bullying meeting. Wai Hung sitting below asked, "What? An alliance? With money? What can you do? Explain clearly." Si-Hun smiled friendly and explained, "It looks grand but it is nothing. Just the anti-bullying club." He declared in front of many people about his purpose. Bullies must be caught. Moreover, they must be eradicated. That is what it means. Sorry for calling you all here just to say that. Nah man. After hearing that, raised his question. Let us say that is true, but why is the 9th grade boss in charge? The main guy explained, "It is because of me. I want to break the rule of charging money in this school. To do that I think Xi Hung is very suitable." Si Hung was trusted by the main guy. Interjecting, "I have the same goal, and I can help D-Hun a lot." He arrogantly introduced himself once again, saying he is both the boss and the class president of grade 9. As you all know, collecting money is the responsibility of the class president. I have joined the student council of the school, uniting everyone regardless of gender, so I can keep track of the money flow, knowing which class collected funds that year, and figuring out who to target. No matter how powerful the gun is, if the target is unclear, it is useless. We need to set clear targets and aim accurately. Si Hung Hun seemed to be applying his speech in a meeting, believing that if D-Hun is the gun, then I am the scope that precisely sets the target. Upon hearing this, the others reacted with discomfort. "Oh come on," Dong Bin interjected. "Wait a minute. What was your relationship with Nam Hai before? Why were you hanging out with them?" Si Hung Hun raised his hand to calm everyone down, acknowledging that the situation could be misunderstood. "But do not worry, after the meeting with the teachers, we just went together." Meng, who was sitting below, felt bored listening to the long-winded speech. He spoke up, "This is too lengthy. I do not have much time. I still need to study my English vocabulary. So what is the precise plan?" Si Hung Hun replied, "If you want to ditch the money collection, there is only one way. Boss 5-3 Bak Su Hyuch." According to Si Hung Hun's explanation, currently, for reasons unknown, the 5-3 class leaders including Bak Su Hyuk are absent. Therefore, we will target 5-2. If we stop the collection from the 5-2 students linking up with 5-3, then the pests are hiding. Oh no, because we might pull 5-3 in. So, Si Hung Hun laid out the plan, stating that besides the money collection, we must clean up first. We are not done with all of the first-year issues yet. Although the collection had started, Si Hung Hun believed it was still a mess that we needed to clean up. Kim Do-hein suddenly voiced his opinion, stating, "Well, I have not heard anything special so far. After school, I just do sports, so I did not bother them. I really do not know anything." Si Hung Hun shouted at everyone. Pure malice without bad intent is pure malice. His obsession with technique had turned him into a demon. He needed to explain what he did after school. The person X Hung Hun was referring to was X Hunghwa, who was in a special physical education class that had a lot of different sports. Wux Hunghwa utilized that to satisfy his desires. The others were curious. What desires? Si Hung Hun stated that the desire was to fight against others. It made one think of brutal hand-to-hand combat. Si Hung Hun analyzed carefully. What characteristics does each type of martial arts sport have? We need to analyze the data to exploit them. Kim Do-hun, growing increasingly curious, asked, "Why do that?" The baseless analysis of X Hungwei echoed. He was not satisfied training his technique alone. Through the information obtained, he would make others bleed to refine his technique. Perhaps he would approach Di-hun first. This assumption made Nam Chin a bit confused. "Why?" Si Hung Hun confirmed. "It is obvious. Remember last time at the gym with Pak Du Jin? He had seen that technique. It was the technique of someone obsessed with skills seeing it for the first time. Would he just let it be? Maybe now. On the physical education side, Si Hungwa pulled the shoulder of that crazy young man. He asked, "What are you doing? You can stop now," to which the crazy young man replied foolishly. But he still had not completely fallen down. Upon hearing this, Si Hungwa immediately frowned, raising his arm to signal that it was wrong. Just like that, his hand went straight to the neck of that uncontrollable young man. The opponent's entire body was engulfed in pain. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Si Hungwa made it clear that it seemed he needed to experience what limits felt like. His friends behind him shouted in confusion, "Why are you?" Si Hungwa continued to tighten his grip on the opponent's neck, his harsh words making it clear that there was no way to escape this half-hearted attitude. You must overcome it to achieve something at the highest level. You must surpass your limits. One afternoon, as dusk approached, the scene shifted near the school. Norman Ha's group was leaving together when Jong Bin suddenly voiced his dislike for Lee Exa Hung Won. Norman Ha, confused, asked why, to which Jong Bin replied, "That guy is too cocky, telling us to do this and that." However, Norman Ha thought he was right. The truth is, he could help Zia Hun, and Jong Bin was fully aware of that. But Jong Bin had his own perspective, saying, "It is not about that, I just feel that way. Anyway, I do not like that guy with the glasses." Jong Bin glanced over and reassured, "Minsu, I am not talking about you." Finally, Jong Bin brushed it off, saying that if Thie Hun was like that, then so be it. "Let us just play some games to relax." His other friends chimed in teasingly, "Is it really to relax? Or are you just getting more stressed? Haha. Shut up." The sky darkened. An image of a house appeared. Someone's arm reached out to open the door. Ji, sitting inside, spoke up, "You are here." Xi Hung Hun was the one who had opened the door earlier. As he entered, he said, "Praying, here to see bitch Su Hiu. You came here after meeting him, right?" Xi Hung replied irritably, "Yeah." "Not yet." Si Hung Hun was confidently speaking. Analyzing, "I told you there is nothing. It has been a while since I stopped worrying about school." Jie Hung became more curious, asking, "What are you doing here then?" "So what? Go ahead, tell me your plan." Xing Hun, who was originally scheming, slowly revealed, "Don't worry, everything will go according to my plan. There will be a signal soon, so get ready until then. Prepare for the storm that is coming." The scene shifted to the area of the house. A voice called out, "Hey, what is up? Is dinner ready?" "You are crazy." Su Hai, just after opening the rice pot, was already annoyed, shouting, "You idiot. I told you not to add protein to the rice. I do not like it. You can eat it all." Su Hai looked around, surprised. "Oh, money on the dining table. You should have said it sooner." "Got it. I will take this." She counted the money and felt surprised. "What is this? What is wrong with that guy Butch Su I see lately? Where did this money come from?" An image of the gym area appeared. Inside, it seemed very lively, with a scene of a fight taking place. One side still looking quite intimidated. On the other side, the fight raged on, with punches relentlessly driving into the opponent's face. He kept hitting from when the opponent was still standing until they were lying flat on the ground. The face and eyes of this guy were filled with a fighting spirit, his fists always ready to strike. The guys outside started to chatter, saying, "Sung Ha, that Butch Jaich guy who sang that song. After you knocked him out, he seems to be fighting better. I thought you suddenly went crazy because of that action you have never done before. So from now on, we have to tighten our necks before fighting." Sung Ho was focused on taking notes while arguing back, saying it was meaningless. His friend seemed to still not understand what was going on. "Like, what?" Sung Hwa frowned, explaining the issue in the way I have analyzed until now. "The limits are clear. He is physically no different from an ordinary person." That friend jumped, not believing it, saying, "What? The one fighting right now has to be different from normal people, and you guys are researching those who join with special skills." This friend kept accepting the issue, trying to dig deeper, asking why it suddenly changed. "Since this was something you did a few years ago, why say it is meaningless now?" Songhwa suddenly shouted loudly, causing everyone to stop. His shout attracted everyone's attention as he called for the 10 best with special skills, and also Baekek's Hard Oo. Everyone gathered, and when Baekek's Hard Oo heard the call that included him, his face was blank as if he did not understand what was happening. Sung Hwa stood in front of the gathered characters, trying to sound serious, saying he needed their help for special research. Sung Hwa approached Baekek's Hard Oo, putting an arm on his shoulder and asking, "Baekek's Hard Oo, when I knocked you out, how did you feel? Pain? Or did you feel your limits? Or something extraordinary?" Sung Hwa looked at the silence of the opponent, then shifted to guess. "Not always. So you could not feel anything at all, but that is okay, because you have a special role." Scene shift to the Zinat housing area. The group was gathered, looking around in confusion, chatting. "I do not know what Sung Hwa is thinking anymore. That is what I am saying." Sung Hwa's close friend arrived and started to address the noisy crowd in front. What are they talking about? Are they saying Sung Hoi is doing something meaningless? Everyone has different thoughts. Then let us confirm what to do. That friend moved closer to Baekexuo, acknowledging him, saying Baekexuo, your role is important. While the crowd focused on Baekexuo, another guy sent a message to Sung Hun. The message said, you are Lee Sung Hun from 9th grade. Right. There is something to inform Kwon Daegun. Do you know Sung Hun from 8th grade? He has gone crazy now. Sung Hwa's close friend shouted to gather everyone, asking if they were all ready. Let us start. Faced with this, Baekexuo was confused, looking scared and unable to speak, wondering how to fight. The others looked at Baekexuo and said, we were also ordered to do this. Do not hold a grudge. Right after those words, the punches kept landing on Baekexuo's face. Scene shift to another location. In the room, a question was raised. How's the situation with Kwon Dok lately? Kim Samuin replied warily. It is quite chaotic. I have tried to contact Du Gong Myung and Baek Soo-hak, but there has been no contact. Whatever it is, the rumor about the third male lead seems to be true. Sung Hun is distracted during the conversation. He keeps looking at his phone. Then he immediately stood up, waved goodbye, saying, sorry, I have to go first, leaving everyone behind a bit confused. You have to go already. What about the ceremony? Kim Samuin continued. I actually want to be in the same place as you. Sung Hun replied with a faint friendly attitude. Yeah, me too. Anyway, we will meet again next time. As soon as Sung Hun stepped out of the room, he picked up the phone to make an urgent call. Our phone rang, and Kim Do-hyun, who was sitting next to him, reminded, it is Di-hun. Lee Sung Hun is calling. The main character immediately answered the call. Wondering why, Kim Do-hyun next to him could not hide his annoyance. Silently thinking, why is that guy Sung Hun calling? Is he trying to regain the presidency by any means? I am not even taking money for English tutoring. And Di-hun seemed surprised by what the person on the other end said. What news? Where are you? I will be there. After informing the main character about the current issue, Sung Hun walked while intently looking at his phone. The updated images from the physical group were streaming on the phone. Sung Hun looked at them and thought, the 7th graders are ganging up on someone. This was ordered by Sung Hun. He understood his opponent well, thinking that although he knew this guy did everything for research, he was not the type to enjoy such low-level violent behavior. I could roughly guess one thing. But first, let us see how things go. The English book on the table had been closed, replaced by the sound of conversation. Indeed, Do-hyun was chatting on the phone, continuously confirming with a serious expression. I know, that suspicious guy Lee Sung Hun might be hiding something. Kim Do-hyun glanced around while talking on the phone. If I directly called Lee Sung Hun, it would be a bit. What could be scarier than that? But still, it is better that you contact him than me. Norman Ho on the other end replied calmly. I got it. Let me call Lee Sung Hun. Jong Min, who was sitting next to him, became excited and inquired, what is going on? Norman Ho quickly explained the current situation to his two friends. Kim Do-hyun called. It seemed Lee Sung Hun had called Lee Sung Hun, and the content of the conversation was about some kind of fight at the construction site. Jong Min was genuinely surprised by the information he received. Reacting dramatically, just call Lee Sung Hun directly. It seems like it is really worth being there. Jong Min was confused, while his friend just kept eating and dozing off. He reminded, stop eating, let us get up quickly. After finishing his noodles, he asked, do you know where we are going? Jong Min thought about the situation and suggested, I heard it is the construction site. Are we renting a bus to fly there? The construction site is within walking distance. There is only one place. The footsteps gradually moved toward the construction site. The person showing up this time was Sung Hun, who was observing the phone and thinking, first of all, that is the construction site where that guy sent the location. There is nothing better than arriving early. There is still a little time until Dae-hun arrives, so I will observe for now. The position where Sung Hun was standing was at a building. He assessed that this building had a clear view of the construction site. Sung Hun kept his attention focused on the construction site. His sinister gaze and continuous thoughts revealed that Sung Hun was more interesting than he had expected. In the center of the battle, punches kept flying, hitting Bi-shu relentlessly. The blows came in a flurry, striking Baekexu hard. He could not even lift his head. The one attacking had a strange demeanor. Hen was curious about how long this would go on. The others just shook their heads, saying they did not know. Just keep hitting. The crowd was in a state of confusion, murmuring questions about when Sung Hun would arrive. They had no idea. He could already be here, or somewhere else doing who knows what. It seemed Sung Hun was across the street, using binoculars to observe the situation at the site. His close friend appeared at the same time, curiously asking, Sung Ha, how's the research going? Any progress? Sung Ha replied, not yet. The friend brought some news, saying, I told that guy to pretend to call for help. Hen has called Sung Hun. and both Sung Hun and the D Hun troops will be here soon. They should arrive shortly. Just then, this friend noticed something. Sung Ha, look over there, below is Nam Chiam, and they were confused. That is a D Hun soldier. Right, is he alone? Only Ni just arrived and immediately picked up the phone. I am here. Where are you? The jerk Sung Hun replied with a lie. D Hun's here. Sorry, I suddenly have something to do, so I will be late. He said it was Qian Zhen Gong. Or you go ahead. Nam Chin replied from the other end. No need to rush. You do not have to come right away. Sung Hun continued to feign a response. No way. It is dangerous alone. I am on my way. D Hun did not care whether the other party was coming or not. Responding indifferently. It is up to you. Li Sung Hun was enjoying a relaxed moment. Cheerfully saying, the view from this rooftop is great really, it is so open and nice. Regardless, it truly was a fake reason. So Nave, Sung Hun, from the building across, could see everything unfold. He quietly assessed the situation, planning to observe D Hun from there. The scene at the construction site was chaotic, with the crowd following orders to fight aggressively. Nam Chin was slowly making his way up the stairs below. The sound of footsteps echoed continuously. D Hun accelerated up to the higher floors. Finally, he approached the opponent and said, "This spot is pretty good. I like this place too." Amola loosened his tie while declaring to the opponent, "Even if we fight to the death, no one will ever know." The others began to feel scared, looking at each other and then at Nam Chan. "How do you know this place?" They were confused. "What is going on?" "No Sungvi." Mullen was also curious. "Where's Sunghua?" "Oh, no need to answer. If I am watching you fight, he must be on his way." On the other side, his close friend kept questioning Sung Ha. "Is it starting? What is this research about?" Using a fake reason to fight Baeksu, Sung Ho observed everything carefully while replying. "An ordinary person like Baeksu can't break through limits. It is predicted that only the chosen ones can. It is clear that the chosen ones can only be those with a clear goal to enhance themselves, constantly training their willpower. That guy still does not understand the ultimate purpose. Even though those in grade 7 are quite strong, just behind us, can you really expect that much?" Sung Ho replied, "No, I do not want them to get stronger. They will soon be sacrificed for Kwon Dagon. However, the information gained from their sacrifice for Kwon Dagon will help them learn that technique and become one level stronger. That is what I am looking forward to." At that moment, a new character appeared. Judging words, seeing friends as sacrifices. "How wicked," Sung Ho replied. "You arrived just in time." This Sim Sang Bo seems to be really looking forward to it. "I am not too late, am I?" Sung Ho confirmed. "No, you arrived just in time. Over there, some guys are stomping around. I am taunting them. Once is fine. But do you want a one-on-one?" That guy retorted. "Just causing a distraction is enough, because I am an outboxer like you." The story continues on the construction site. Voices of discussion arise. The question is, what do you need to fight well? Sung Wei explains. The answer usually involves two things. The first is physical strength. Muscle power. It is developed through exercise and strength training. If you train a lot, you will have muscle strength. Talent is not always necessary. Sin Sang, curious about what comes next, and Sung Hua straightforwardly explained. The second thing is the boxing skill you are practicing. The boxing that Sin Sang Bo trains in daily. It is technique. With the right strikes, you can inflict damage on your opponent. Using technique to control your opponent, or techniques to break your opponent's bones so they lose their ability to fight, or techniques to knock your opponent out. People usually talk about these too, but there is one more important thing that does not require using your body. It requires your brain. That is information. Sungwa carefully analyzed for Sin Sang Bo to understand. Before each fight, you need to investigate your opponent's information, from their strengths and techniques to their habits. Then analyze the information and come up with a suitable fighting method to knock out your opponent. Fighting is not just when you stand in the ring. The fight starts even before you step onto the mat. Finally, Sung Hun teased the opponent. "When have you ever participated in a match to know?" Sin Sang Bo responded with an irritated expression. "What are you talking about? Are you mocking me?" Sung Hoa continuously spoke theories related to fighting. "Do you think I am wasting my breath?" Remember, before big matches, those so-called strategists always gather information to create strategies. Sin Sang, having limited understanding, asked. Annoyed. "What is your point? Just get to the point already. You can hit me now if you want," Sung Ho replied. Explaining, "The reason you lost to Kwon Dae-gun. Do you think it is because his physical strength and technique are better than yours? No, it is because you lacked information. You did not know anything about him, but he knows all about you thanks to Norman Hall. Therefore, Kwon Dae-gun figured out how to take you down even before stepping into the ring, and that is what led to your defeat. Since you know nothing about it, you could not do anything when he started hitting you. Otherwise, you would not have lost so badly." Sim Sang-bo brings this up, and it all goes back to who responded. Of course, if I understood it, he would be done for. Seonghwa also talks about his own purpose. So now I am investigating Kwon Dae-gun to find a way to beat him. Sim Sang-bo immediately expresses his gratitude, saying thank you, but why is it just a small tube? The guy next to him grows more suspicious, thinking to himself, can Sang-bo really beat Dae-gun this way? Clearly, he saw Dae-gun fight against BC Jojin. That Dae-gun. How can Sang-bo be his match? He is exactly a monster in this guy's mind. Our guy looks intently at the opponent's attack. He mutters in surprise. What is this stance? The opponent commands Dae-gun. Keep your distance from me. The main character replies. Are you planning to use a lot of space? Is it boxer's technique? The opponent is caught off guard by the main character. His face shows confusion as he responds. Whatever. What can you do? The legs of that guy are ready to spring up. His whole body is directed straight at Dae-gun. Yet all he needs is a dodge to throw the opponent off balance. Punches keep getting thrown, but none have touched even a hair of Dae-gun yet. He is trying his best, hoping to land a hit on the main character, but his weak punches combined with slow speed are completely ineffective. While dodging the attack, our guy begins to think, this kind of attack reminds me of someone. This time, the main character won't just dodge anymore. He prepares to counterattack. His legs move quickly forward, his whole body ignites with energy, and a kick forms from a high stance, landing straight into that guy's legs. Receiving such a brutal kick, that guy can only grimace in pain. Main character, of course, does not hold back any longer. He continuously counters, first attacking the legs, then switching to strike straight at the face. The kick to the face causes that guy to crumble to the ground, unable to hold on. Bai Chu looks at the main character, his expression full of sympathy. Sim Sang-bo observes the situation, unable to deny in his mind. Indeed, just like when fighting against me, the main character gradually takes off his shirt and declares to the others, if this were a sports class, then surely each of you would be doing different sports. How interesting. But anyway, the main character needs to focus on the main task. He throws off everything that is weighing him down. Pushing forward, his provocative words. Hurry up, I am not waiting. This time, our guy is fully immersed in the fight, stepping up to strike. A strong slap strikes straight into the opponent's face. Fast and powerful to the point that the naked eye can see the movement of his hand. All the remaining guys start to get agitated. Shouting loudly, let us all go one-on-one. How long will this take? Right after that bridge, many other guys rushed in to fight directly with our man, but they were all knocked out instantly. The main character was fully focused on the battle, unleashing his moves with absolute effectiveness, causing the enemies pain and suffering wherever he struck. The others seemed not to give up yet, all charging in like moths to a flame, desperately trying to take down our man. They swung and turned, but their moves were weak and delayed, continuously falling into our guy's traps. Once he caught the opponent's moves, the main character counterattacked, exploiting their weaknesses, and with each counter, the enemies fell to the ground. While the main character was holding one guy down, another rushed in wildly, but at that moment, our team's fighter threw the weapon he held as a barrier against the incoming attacker. Our man's feet never stopped. He was gearing up for a new powerful strike. The punch combined with the incredibly quick footwork was enough to make the opponent's face sink. There were still many of them left, continuously surrounding the main character, their figures chasing for a fight. The main character's punches were extremely lethal, always utilized by our fighter. His speed was so fast that the path of his punches created a red blur like flames blazing. While the main character was focused on fighting here, another guy was running in to attack. His kick was launched immediately, hoping to surprise our fighter from a distance, but he had already prepared for it, dodging just enough to keep everything in check. Right after dodging the attack, our fighter spun around to trip the opponent. The trip caused the opponent to fall hard to the ground, their back slamming down, and a painful cry escaped. Once again, our fighter's legs were lifted high. He gathered strength to dive down towards the ground at an angle, delivering absolutely powerful damage. The guy on the ground was completely paralyzed, his body glued to the floor, while the others looked on in horror. However, these guys still decided to fight on, their arms raised to try to take down our fighter. Yet the main character quickly anticipated their movements, making it easy to block them. A huge arm from our fighter struck directly into the opponent's face, distorting it completely. The other guys were targets the main character could not ignore. He spun them around effortlessly. Our fighter's legs kept rising high, threatening the lives of those around. Every kick instilled fear in the opponents, leaving them looking worn out after the fight. Baikake Shu was astonished as he witnessed the entire situation unfold. Every guy was taken down by the main character in just a few seconds. One guy spoke up, expressing surprise at our fighter's actions. The main character moved straight ahead. Curious words came out. What about you? Do you resemble them? I have high hopes for you. Those guys did not satisfy me. Sim Sang-bo observed the entire fight. He felt a mix of fear and awe. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Is he really that strong? Or are those guys just too weak? Seonghwa warned Sang-bo. You saw it. There is one guy left. You know him, right? Sang-bo replied. Yeah. I have heard rumors about him. He is pretty capable, Seonghwa had to admit. Besides me, He is the strongest in the physical education class rankings. That guy is provoking the main character. Come on to see if I am like them. This guy thinks to himself, I will use a technique called Speed King. Quickly approach and take down the opponent. The main character on the opposite side is also excited to launch a high attack, both sides facing off in a tense standoff. In reality, only the opponent feels the tension, while our side remains calm, throwing straight punches at the opponent. Blood splattering everywhere, his face completely distorted. Not stopping there, this guy gets knocked down by a tackle. In the end, he lies flat on the floor. Bikes X looks at him in fear. The damage received is too great. Blood keeps flowing out. He is completely unconscious. The main character once again brings the opponent down. Just like you and that guy. Just then, a group of people rushes over. Dong runs after them, shouting to slow down. My back hurts too much. Dong Min, stop being so hasty. Norman Ho, while running, is a bit curious. Dong Min, why are you in such a hurry? Dong Min immediately explains his assumptions. That guy Lee Sum Hoon has gathered those guys and is pretending to be the leader, calling the tackle over without telling us. Do you think he has some scheme? What if he lures the tackle into a trap? Norman Ho, hearing this, begins to understand the situation. Nodding his head, Dong points to that construction site over there. But Dong Min stops him. Wait a minute. Look over here. Sung Ho is over here. Right after that, Norman Ho decides, let us go up. At the opposite building, Sung Ho is still trying to analyze how to win, but Sangbo interrupts. Enough. I already know. You guys just watch. I will take him down. Sangbo leaves. Both Sung Ho and his friend are worried about his outcome. As Sangbo walks, he thinks to himself, it is just because those guys are too weak. I will be different. I have observed and understand that guy to some extent now. He still does not have any clear techniques, but he uses his sense as well. I do not think he is trained in a school. As Sangbo walks down the stairs, he freezes. Ahead is Norman Ho's group approaching, their faces serious as they call out, Jim Sambo, what are you doing here? Sangbo confidently replies, what is up? You bastards. Over there at the ruined construction site, the main character tries to grab the guy's head and asks, where's Sung Ho now? The guy still refuses, I do not know. The main character strikes the opponent's head down. Don't you know? That guy is still speechless, his eyes wide open. Devin corrects him immediately. I do not need an answer like that. If you do not know, go find out quickly. Norman Ho's group is getting closer and closer. Sangbo tries to ask, what do you want? Speak quickly. I do not have time. Norman Ho immediately gets straight to the point. You are heading to Dan. Right. Sangbo suddenly bursts out laughing. Ha! Sangbo sneers back. You call his name so affectionately as if a parent calls their child. Look at yourself. Do you still have any value left? What does he have that is worth you following him like a dog? Just as you think, I am going to meet DDN. And then, I will take him down with a boxing punch. This arrogant statement is what makes Norman Ho laugh. He smirks and says, you are confident. Huh. But too bad that will never happen. Because if you want to beat DVN, you will have to step over my dead body first. Norman Ho also warned Sangbo beforehand. You better beg me for mercy before it is too late. Sangbo's face was turning red with anger from Manho's remarks. He snarled. You bastard. You dare, Manho confidently declared. You know if I dare or not. I am not the same at school as I am outside, Sangho said as he adjusted his shirt for the fight. His eyes narrowed. Oh. Really? Then be ready to take my hit. With that attitude, do not blame me if I beat you to a pulp. Jongmin suddenly felt uneasy. He told Manho, you forgot your bag at home. Right, Manho replied. Yeah, because I did not want any bloodshed. So, in the current situation, Norman Ho had no weapons. Jongmin worried about his friend. He suggested, then the three of us will. However, Manho flatly refused. No, I will fight one-on-one, and just this pen will be enough. Before the fight began, Norman Ho instructed, you guys go up there first. I will fight him. Both Ojong and Jongmin felt anxious, but asked, is that okay? In the end, they followed Manho's advice and left. You have to win. We will never abandon you. The situation was being watched by the guy in the car. Sangbo got into position, confidently declaring, you have no chance, dog, because I will be the one to defeat you. Right after that declaration, Sangbo sprinted forward so fast that he was almost on top of Manho in no time. You are amazing, Manho thought. No, Manho was a bit surprised by his opponent. He thought, he is too fast. Regardless, Manho was determined to strike, his gaze focused and ready for battle. Sangbo's eyes were cunning as he glanced around. A punch from Sangbo landed straight on Manho's body. The hit truly made no Manho feel pain. He grimaced and endured it. More punches followed relentlessly as Sangbo became aggressive, throwing wild punches at No Manho. After a struggle, No Manho managed to push back his opponent, regaining his stance and avoiding being off balance. No Manho was determined to charge at Sangbo. His legs sprang up for an attack. However, due to his slightly slow speed, Sangbo seized the opportunity to counterattack. A strong punch knocked Manhwa back, leaving his face bruised. Manho's fighting spirit returned. He regained his stance and swung his arm back at Sangbo in an instant. Using his pen as a weapon, Manhwa continuously thrust side to side. But unfortunately, Sangbo was faster, so he had not had the chance to hit the guy yet. Sangbo was fighting but still had time to curiously ask, "What is wrong with you? Why do you keep stabbing at thin air? Is that really all you can do? You can't defeat me if you keep defending like that." Manho's arm was raised high, his gaze focused entirely on his opponent. It seemed the moment had come. He was about to strike. Above, Seung-hun was observing the situation. Thinking, what is N doing? Is Manhwa really that weak? It is pointless to keep defending like this. The Ung-hun-kar observed the series of attacks and commented on the curves created by the pen. In contrast, Sangbo threw a straight punch because the distance between Manhwa and Sangbo was too close. Before Manhwa could stab with the pen, Sangbo had already thrown a boxing punch. Sangbo looked straight into Manho's eyes and said, "You have the pen, so you can't do anything to me." Right after pulling back, Sangbo was knocked down by Manho's kick from behind. Still in shock, Sangbo grimaced. It was the kick that injured his leg. Everything was shaking, and his body swayed. Sangbo gradually regained his stance, his eyes filled with anger as he said, "Damn it. I knew you would use your legs. You were not planning to stab me with that pen. I expected this. On the contrary, my punch will hurt much more than your pen." However, Sangbo suddenly shouted when he looked at his hand. "What is this? What is wrong with my hand?" Manhwa quickly replied, pointing, "That is it." Manhwa raised his arm, revealing a series of watches, and declared to Sangbo, "Maybe it is because of my weapon. I am a person who keeps time. This is my weapon." Sangbo's eyes filled with accumulated anger, his teeth clenched. "Damn you." Manhwa seized the opportunity to throw a kick at Sangbo. However, this guy's eyes once again showed cunning and danger. He attacked while saying, "Earlier when you kicked me, did you think I was not prepared?" That revealing statement made Manhwa look around in confusion. This Sangbo was indeed extremely dangerous. He threw a punch, and Manhwa noticed just in time, throwing his whole body back to dodge. Although he could avoid the first hit, Sangbo managed to touch Manho's face with the second. Right after hitting Manhwa, Sangbo became even more confident, saying arrogantly, "Even with a weapon, you are still the same. Taking you down as a piece of cake." The scene shifted inside the building, where the Ung-hun-kar and his friend were startled to discover someone coming. Jong-min looked around and asked, "Hey, there are two guys over there." Jong still can't see the main character. "Where's Dae-gun? Why are there only two of them?" The Ung-hun-kar was surprised to see these two newcomers. "Huh. How did you know to come here? If you are looking for Dae-gun, he is at the construction site." Jong immediately turned to scold Jong-min. "Damn it. You led me the wrong way. You are making me mad. I will kill you." Jong-min tried to explain. "So you really believe what that guy said?" Regardless of the truth, Jong went crazy. "I will kill you. You bastard." Jong-min pulled out his phone. "Let me call Dae-gun. I did not know the Ung-hun-kar was here. I will call him right now." However, just as Jong-min took out his phone, the close friend of the Ung-hun-kar rushed in quickly. He grabbed Jong by the shoulder. From there, he built momentum to lift himself up, his legs prepared to stomp down. It turned out he aimed to kick away the phone Jong-min was about to use. He acted so quickly that Jong-min was easily kicked back. The legs of the Ung-hun-kar's close friend moved backward. He swept his foot strongly, causing Jong to take the full hit, his hefty body falling backward. This guy asked arrogantly, "Why call Dae-gun? I will fight you guys. This guy is Chi Joman." The athlete. Jong was hit painfully, his face twisted, mouth cursing, "That damn dog." Chi Joman charged in. That guy did not stop cursing Jong. "I won't repeat myself. Loyal dogs to their master." The arrogant words in Jong's ears made him unable to hide his frustration. He shouted, "Who are you calling a loyal dog? You bastard. I will show you my strength." However, Chi Joman immediately raised his foot to Jong's face, taunting him. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Jong's big face was being stomped on by that guy. It hurt like hell and shook him. The car urged his friend, "Sangbo probably took that guy down already. We should go too." However, Chi Joman arrogantly shrugged it off. "What are you worried about? You pig. Just one hit and it is over." Returning to the fight scene of Manhwa, both sides were still in a tense standoff. Manhwa spoke up saying, "Let us end this match quickly." Sangbo curiously looked up and said, "What? End it? Who is going to be the one to end it?" Sangbo's legs accelerated forward once again. He threw punches while declaring, "Of course. This time I am the one who is going to make you a mess and finish it." The pen in Manhwa's hand probably needed to be used with precision. The first strike brushed across Sangbo's body, but the guy dodged too quickly for the pen to cause any damage. But having the chance to dodge Manhwa's move, Sangbo rushed in, arm raised with a fist ready. Suddenly, Manhwa kicked at Sangbo's body. However, the level of damage was not high. Sangbo froze and declared firmly, "I told you, your kick does not even scratch me." But right after that statement, Sangbo grimaced. His whole body slumped down as if he had eaten something toxic. He was confused, not knowing what was happening in his body. The bewildered question, "Damn it. What is this? Manhwa's kick has never been this strong." Manhwa saw his opponent confused, so he explained, "This kick is not like the previous ones. I did not use the old technique of kicking with the top of the shoe. Instead, I used the power from the tip of the shoe. The truth is, if you kick with the top of the shoe, you won't feel much pain. But if you kick with the tip of the shoe, it is like a stab. You will feel pain that is indescribable. So who do you think will win this match?" Sangbo was trying to stall for the outcome of this fight. "It is not over for me yet." While Sangbo was still sitting on the ground, Manhwa intended to kick him again. Sangbo cried out, "Wait, give me a moment. Wait for me." He was in extreme pain. Mouth mumbling, "Help me." The fight finally came to an end, but Manhwa also sat down. He felt that even though he had won, he was in so much pain that he could not move anymore. Manhwa looked up and thought, "Hu Dong? Dong Min, have you found Dagon?" Suddenly, footsteps approached, and the eggshell cracked as well. The question for Manhwa was, "What are you doing here?" Finally, our friend appeared. He asked, "What happened?" Manhwa stammered, "No, nothing happened at all." Ho is very surprised by everything, exclaiming in shock, "I can't believe Norman Ho won, which means we won't get to see the match between Kwon Dagon and Sim Sangbo. But we also got some very useful information, so that is that we will just have to come back next time." Ho was about to leave but saw his friend still furiously fighting. Tiredly saying, "Aren't you done yet?" Joman, after a while of fighting, helplessly shouted, "Damn it, I can't understand this pig. I fed you, and you still won't give up." Hu Dong stubbornly resisted his opponent, asserting, "I am busy contacting Dagon. Just one message." Ho stood outside, increasingly anxious. He asked, "Hey, are you going to finish this or not?" Helpless, Joman clung to the big Hu Dong, unable to do anything. "No matter how much I hit him, he does not budge." Ho stepped up with a suggestion, saying, "What I mean is, you need to deliver a single, decisive blow." Then, Ho tightly hugged Hu Dong from behind. He lifted Hu Dong up and guided him. Like this, a powerful slam made Hu Dong crash down to the ground. Both his back and head were severely injured. Joman stood outside, observing, trying to justify, "It is because that dog's body is not normal. It is not that I am weak." After they took down Hu Dong, they glanced at Jong Min. "There is still one more." Joman ordered Jong Min, "Stand up straight." Ho stood behind, only able to look sideways, commenting, "It is true that Hu Dong's body is a bit strange." Jong Min was very scared, trying to signal our side with his phone. At that moment, another character appeared, kicking Joman hard with arrogance. As a result, Joman's body flew back, losing its balance. Joman was kicked away. Feeling angry, his face scrunched up, raising a fist to threaten, "You." The actions did not stop, as Joman continued to be kicked, each powerful kick injuring his opponent. Blow landed directly on Joman's face, blood starting to splatter from it. Jong Min, still in shock, stared intently ahead. It turns out the fighter earlier was Lee Seo-hoon. He was confronting Jong Min. "I did not text to let you know, so why are you here?" Jong Min widened his eyes and replied, "Why? Because I thought Dae-gun was in danger." Seo-hoon immediately dismissed Jong Min's words, saying, "He does not need your help. Weaklings just get in the way." "Right." Jong Min was very curious and asked, "Then where is Dae-gun? If you want what is best for him?" Right after that question, the main character appeared. "It is me, Dae-gun, and I brought Manhwa." Manhwa worriedly asked, "Jong Min, are you okay?" He looked around and asked, "It seems like things are not good. What happened before I got here?" Jong Min responded with information. Seo-hoon's side has gathered a lot of guys. Dae-gun, not wanting to waste time guessing, directly asked the opponent, "What is going on here?" Seo-hoon immediately replied, "It is nothing. There are about 10 guys from my side at the construction site. I want you to take them out. Just to learn more about you." Jong Min jumped in, accusing the opponent. "You come to gather information but then you want to take these guys down." Seo-hoon frowned, his words sharp. "I am being honest. This time I just want to understand you, so let us meet again later. I have to go now." As he intended to leave, my side immediately blocked him. "Who said you could go? You have to stay here and have a showdown with me." Seo-hoon smiled wickedly, his voice rising. "Now I understand why North Dujin went crazy over you. If you want, I am up for a fight anytime." The scene grew darker. A pile of money was placed on the table along with the words, "Is this enough?" The opponent replied. Then, the other guys took aim, splitting us up. My hurriedly ran over, calling out, Jai Kasif, Jia Fi replied. I am here. Jia was very curious. Have you paid the protection fee 5-3 yet? My unconfirmed. Yeah, but I have not met Batch Suta QC yet. I sent someone else to deliver to him. You know where he is? Right. Why do not you meet him directly and see how it goes? Jia frowned and thought. Speaking up. You know, he is very hard to meet since the beginning of this year. Jeju and Sang-soo are holding a stack of money and discussing. We have a lot of money now. What should we do with it? Sang-gu replied. Of course, I will buy some beef to grill. The greedy mind of this chubby Sang-soo wandered to dishes. Fresh cut beef, grilled over charcoal. Perfectly cooked, still a bit raw inside. My sitting next to them, suddenly felt uncomfortable hearing about the food. Hey, Sang-soo. Shut up. This is not the time to talk about spending money. Jeju glanced at my and reassured him. It is just that guy from VA Jun. What is the fuss about? That guy is not a big deal for you to worry about. Sure, he is strong, but I trust Azura. He will handle it well. Jeju spoke confidently. Jioc had seen Azura before. You know, Jalafi's intuition is never 100% right. Azura is just a henchman bringing money to Brother Buck Sudi UX. I have mentioned Azura's abilities before. It is all true. Jeju tried to get my to understand. You think that guy would dare to come here alone and take us all on? Sang-soo glanced at Jeju and warned, your mouth is too loose. Watch out. He might really come. The door creaked loudly. Sang-soo quickly concluded. There, I told you. Open the door and see. Kim Sam-woon walked into the room, his eyes scanning suspiciously. Did you change your number? The question arose simultaneously. Are you Sam-woon? My Curious. Fired off questions. Why did you take so long? Kim Sam-woo replied. Just a bit for dinner. We agreed not to mess with those lackeys. Mung glanced around and said, on such an important day, what a pity. Mung tried to stay alert. He wondered, by the way, that guy is not coming. Right, I heard he is with Gu Seung. Jeju commented, whoa, if Seung is there, that is something. However, Mung was still very worried. The issue is whether Seung can win or not. Jeju tried to calm him down. I think it will be fine, even though he is in a lower grade. He is our age and has mixed blood, so he is in pretty good shape. It is embarrassing to say, but among us, very few can beat Seung. Mung observed the situation and asked, what do you think? Who will win, Gu Seung or Kwon Dae-gun? The reply became confused. The surrounding chatter echoed in his ears. Look, even the reply does not know. On the construction site, the main character exclaimed, this is so boring. Seung got hit by my shoe. His annoyed gaze replied, why? I am a professional boxer. I do not know why you said that. But this is a professional match, just in a smaller space than usual. My shoe suddenly floated in the air, finally landed in Seungwa's hands, and he exclaimed in confusion, are you messing with me? Not wearing shoes and hitting someone else? Half smiling, Seungwa was very confused. He kept accusing Nam Chen. Are you trying to provoke me? Right after that statement, Daegun's other shoe hit Seungwa in the face. After hitting Seungwa's face, the shoe went straight down to the ground. Nam Chen looked at his opponent and advised, too much talking. Let us go. Seung was shifted into a ready position. His response was, all right then. Seung Hun stood outside, observing the entire match, his mind filled with judgment. His stance looked more like judo or boxing than wrestling. Could he win after gathering information about his opponent? Nevertheless, Nam Xian spoke up again. It seems my provocation is having an effect. Seungwa was ready, declaring a serious fight, while his opponent was rushing in for battle. We stood still, trying to remain calm, and he advised Seungwa to stay relaxed. Nam Manhwa was originally a sports specialist. He quickly saw the issue and commented, he is coming in. Does he want to use a shoulder throw early? Seungwa's legs moved fiercely. His speed was incredibly fast. Nam Xian observed every detail of his opponent's actions. He noticed he attacked from the left. No, that was a punch. What is it really? Seungwa's attack was quite confusing. Standing oddly, Dae-gun observed for a while and finally realized it was a shoulder throw technique. Seungwa's arm was raised high, his attack direction pressed forward rapidly. Nam Chihan's gaze was fixed on his opponent. Every movement was clear to Dae-gun. Seungwa's current moves were all seen through by Nam Chen and were easily countered. Seungwa watched the match and thought to himself, he uses the stance of a shoulder throw to deceive the opponent into focusing on protecting their lower body, but then uses a hook to the opponent's face. Seungwa looked at his opponent with great annoyance. That guy's arms were clenched tightly. Every punch thrown was caught by Dae-gun, who dodged completely. Although the technique was not effective, Seungwa was still eagerly throwing his next strike. A series of actions up to now had made me think, what is this? Earlier, I thought it was wrestling techniques, but it is actually boxing techniques. Seungwa has a variety of fighting moves, all aimed at me. Norman Ho stood outside the fight, his eyes intensely focused, commenting on the action, noting the height and long reach. It was an impressive attack from the heavyweight boxer, and on top of that, he also utilized kicks, which should not be underestimated. Roman suddenly woke up. coughing, and Jong Min immediately glanced over at him. Roman revealed the truth. Do you really think a wrestler would be weak in a fight? You clearly do not understand. Norman Ho was surprised by the information he received. Are you serious? Roman confirmed that, in fact, Seung-hwa is a wrestler, but he also participates in IMA, so he is quite versatile and skilled in both boxing and wrestling techniques. Roman got up from the ground, his battle-worn face advancing, speaking arrogantly, saying that the ring is not a place to show off physical strength, and lacking knowledge of techniques would lead to failure. Unfortunately, Kwon-Gun is just an amateur. He needs to try harder. Just as Roman finished speaking, the image of the male lead Seung-hwa flashed back. The powerful punches seemed unstoppable. Seung-hwa's face contorted whenever he got hit, his jaw shifting as a result. Roman watched in disbelief as Seung-hwa was brutally beaten, his face showing shock. The scene shifted to the dormitory. Susie was focused on applying makeup, utilizing all her cosmetics laid out on the table. After washing her hair, she was concentrating on drying it, her eyes darting around. Suddenly, her phone lit up with a message from her brother. Susie, I want to be coming home. Upon receiving this message, Susie was so happy she raised her arms in joy. Feeling free, she even forgot she was wrapped in a towel, which fell to the floor. Susie, feeling relaxed, mumbled to herself, am I all alone now? Should I call someone? The name Kwon popped into Susie's head, and she wondered, no, not him. What is Kwon-Daegan doing? The scene appeared at the construction site. Continuous fights were raging, with the male lead and Seung-hwa in a very tense showdown. Jomin witnessed this clash, his eyes wide with fear, his face reflecting all the worry for his friend. Seung-ho was getting hit without missing a beat, his face getting battered. That guy's eyes tried to widen to see the male lead, but his gaze was also distorted. After a while of fighting, Seung-hwa could barely hold on, clinging to the ground to keep his body steady. Jomin rushed over worriedly. Seung-ha, are you okay? Although he was in pain, Seung-hwa still managed to reply, yeah. No problem. Finally, I am fighting him. Just as I thought, he is really strong. Seung-hwa found himself in a disadvantageous position, but his eyes remained critical as he made technical assessments, saying, his punches are accurate, but to me, they are nothing. Jomin, surprised by these words, asked, seriously? You are still testing him with your punches? Seung-hwa regained his composure, standing before the male lead and said, I know I can win with just punches. Let me tell you, my expertise includes other techniques too. It is not just about strength or endurance. This is a skill that takes time to develop step by step. The first time I learned this was at 9 years old, and I have practiced it for the past 9 years. Seung-hun stood outside, quickly pointing out the mistake in Seung-hwa's statement. Miscalculating the time, Seung-hwa's gaze tried to assert that, over the years, I have overcome many difficulties to master it. Jong-bin stood outside, realizing, he is a year older than us. Norman Ho nodded. That is why he has a good relationship with the second-year students. Hu Jong also chimed in on this lively discussion, saying that I thought he seemed a bit older. Turns out he is physically a year older than us. This Seung-ho guy continued, why compare me to you? Because I believe what you say is true. But physically, the Daegan guys look much more mature. Jong-bin stood outside, just going along with the flow. Yeah, that is true. In this aspect, Daegan does look that way, right? Norman Ho agreed. I also think he looks more mature than my older brother. My housemate awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, oh, that is because I drink calcium, exercise regularly, and, well, let us not talk about that anymore. Daegan turned his gaze to his opponent, his tone dropping. Instead, I understood your technique. He had a firm grasp of his opponent, every word clear. Is it true that the technique would have a higher striking power at close range? Even so, I would still accept it. Seung-hwa frowned in confusion. He was curious. What are you planning to do? My housemate declared straightforwardly. I do not know why, but I want to beat you. The feet of both sides gradually moved straight forward. Seung-ho was a bit surprised. He tried to ask Daegan again, are you ready to fight at a distance that favors me? I am really impressed by your confidence. I won't pass up this opportunity. This Seung-ho guy began to dig into his memory and apply techniques that could directly take down an opponent to the ground. It is called judo. Seung-hwa's arm reached out. He tried his best to touch Daegan. However, everything was not simple. The main character's speed completely overwhelmed his opponent, and before he could react, he landed a solid punch right in the face. That punch seemed excruciating. Seung-ho just wanted to scream, stop. The arms of both of them struggled back and forth dramatically. Seung-hwa tried his hardest to block the main character's arm, but he could not have expected it. His face was getting smothered by Daegan. Daegan's actions became increasingly brutal, using his hands to make his opponent stagger. Seung-ho began to feel fear, desperately screaming, if not, I would fall. Indeed, this guy predicted my fate correctly. He lay flat on the ground after my housemate's hit. Even in this painful fall, Sung-ha still radiated determination through his gaze, thinking to himself, as for me, this is an opportunity. Who falls does not matter. The main character observed his opponent carefully. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Sung-hwa's arm did not allow the main character to get up, while his legs moved quickly to trap my housemate in between. Sung-hun, standing outside, also noticed Sung-ho's intention. His legs are trapping Dagon. The main character tried to observe every movement of Sung-hwa's legs. As soon as he realized that guy intended to trap him, he was ready to throw a punch. Finally, it went straight into Sung-hwa's face. The punch caused significant damage. Sung-hwa's face turned red, and his limbs went limp. Because of that, the protagonist was able to quickly escape, regaining his balance and preparing to strike. Sung-ho lay flat on the ground, looking toward Dagon, starting to fear as he realized the protagonist was using his knee. This is bad. Our hero charged in like a tyrant, his body pressing down to flip his opponent over. Sung-ho spun around on the ground, his body colliding painfully. Thanks to his good physique, he regained his stance after being knocked down by Dagon. Sung-ha's gaze was judgmental. His reflexes were not bad. It was unclear whether he knew my technique or if it was just a coincidence. I need to confirm if he knows my technique or if he just got lucky. The protagonist moved closer, expressing that he did not like fighting in public at all. Sung-ho ignored the protagonist's words, getting into a ready stance, determined to use that technique seriously this time to take him down immediately. Sung-hwa's legs slowly advanced forward, having caught the opponent's movement direction. Our hero observed every detail carefully. Sung-ho did his best to throw punches at the protagonist, which looked like a straightforward attack, but in reality, Sung-ho was combining a series of hidden techniques. He struck while spinning around, looking very strange. Joman, standing outside, muttered to himself, "It is about to end. This is Sung-ho's ultimate technique." Sung-ho lay flat on the ground, his arm trying to grip the protagonist's leg. Our hero was also very curious about the opponent's intentions, wondering what he was planning to do under the protagonist's foot, and what technique he was hiding. This guy was gripping the protagonist's leg tightly, trying to lift that leg and body up, but everything did not go as expected. Sung-ho not only failed to lift our hero but was even met with an excruciating counterattack. Right after countering, the protagonist delivered a powerful kick. Joman stood outside, his eyes wide with fear, worry washing over him. How can Sung-ho do this? Is that guy really 100 kilograms? Our hero flipped the table on the opponent, saying, "You suddenly wrapped your legs around me. So you wanted to play dirty." Joman and Joman-ho standing outside were continuously commenting, "This is unbelievable. Is he performing magic?" Sung-ho was also surprised, realizing that the technique he just used was the ultimate jujitsu technique. He wondered how the protagonist managed to handle it. Sung-ho grimaced in annoyance, mumbling, "You humiliated me. I see you do not know much about techniques." Sung-ho raised an eyebrow, declaring, "You resisted me with your body reflexes. Right? Then I do not need to learn your techniques anymore. This fight is not just about skilled fighters anymore. If not skilled fighters using techniques, then I will definitely win." The protagonist was increasingly confused about what his opponent was saying. However, in his observing gaze, Dagon realized that Sung-ho was trying to use a chokehold. Hem was very determined to strike, his eyes filled with lethal intent, launching strikes directly at Dagon. The main character is surprised when the guy throws a punch. Dagon is determined not to let his opponent interfere in front of him. He tries to land a blow straight to Sung-ho's abdomen. The punch causes Sung-ho to grimace in pain. The tension between them escalates, with relentless strikes being exchanged. The main character always combines fighting while carefully observing his opponent. Suddenly, Sung-ho's arm shoots up high. This action is immediately blocked by the main character. Dagon swats that arm away, but as the opponent stumbles, he delivers another punch straight to Sung-ho's face. Dong Bin, standing outside, suddenly realizes the issue, shouting out, "Usunghe." He is pretending to use basic techniques, constantly switching up his moves. Sung-ho adds to this commentary, always looking for ways to take down Dagon with confidence. Sung-ho's arm struggles to reach the main character's body to inflict damage. However, Dagon is meticulous with every step, blocking the opponent's approach effectively. Just as the outside commentary suggested, Dagon's stability makes it difficult for Sung-ho to achieve anything. Sung-ho raises his hand in an attempt to trip the main character. However, all his efforts just earn him fierce blows and a strong rebuttal from the main character. With each moment, Sung-ho finds himself receiving more brutal punches from Dagon. The main character aggressively grabs Sung-ho by the head and neck, spinning him around. Dong-min notices and realizes, so it is a case of the tortoise defeating the hare, nodding in agreement. But looking at the current fight, it still feels a bit off. Even knowing he is being hit, he still tries to cling to Dagon. Sung-ho's demeanor is very strange. Even the main character notices it. He is always looking for a way, even knowing he has been punched hundreds of times. This guy keeps raising his legs high. He struggles to cling to Dagon, finally managing to latch on in a gorilla-like position. But once he succeeds once, he will always try his best to hold on to his opponent while his legs buckle. Sung-ho's legs tighten around Dagon even more. The main character and Sung Ha are now in a position of grappling each other. Jongin does not quite understand the current situation, but he hears it being explained that in jujitsu, this is called a lock. No matter how strong Dae-gun is, if he does not know the technique, he will find himself in danger. Seonghwa confidently declares, welcoming you to the mat. He continuously asserts this technique, saying no matter how strong the lion is, if it gets trapped in a swamp by a crocodile, what can it do? Our guy asks, what are you planning to do? The opponent responds defiantly, you think I can't do anything? When my opponent is you lying on the ground, I have a huge advantage. Sung-ho keeps boasting, I am a master of all techniques, so I have hundreds of techniques I can use in this position. Let us see if you can handle it. In the dim night, phone call is coming in for Bake Suzy. Suzy is surprised to receive a call from this person. As soon as Suzy answered, she shouted, hey, what are you doing? Jisoo replied, what is up? After finishing the conversation, Jisoo instructed, see you later. I will come to your house. Seonghwa confidently asserted, you could say I am at the peak level of Cho because I have many powerful techniques to take you down easily. There are hundreds of techniques I can use in this position that you can't handle. Just as Seonghwa finished speaking, Mi rushed in quickly, determined not to let the opponent jump again. Dae-gun raised his fist and examined the opponent. What is your deal? You can't tell up from down. Sung-ho was continuously put in a weak position by the main character, his face hardening as he looked around, thinking, damn it. I can't let myself get hurt. The opponent was increasingly tortured by Dae-gun. He pinned Sung-ho down to the ground. All the strength and energy from his arms compressed down. Seonghwa still held on a hope, but if he lost balance, the force of the punch would decrease. The main character's body kept swaying during the fight. Sung-ho was determined with his moves, thinking that when the time came, he would use his techniques. The first step in this guy's plan was to grab the collar. Next, he aimed for the elbow. Seonghwa carefully observed around the main character, his gaze reflecting a devious intent. The final step in his plan was to deliver a kick to the head. Finally, as Dae-gun's arm was raised, Sung-ho wanted the main character to feel real pain. Everything seemed just like Sung-ho's imagination, as the main character was truly the one in control, continuously striking the opponent hard. He was pouring out his will. Just once, he just needed to grab it once. Sung-ho's gaze suddenly shifted. His hand tightly grasped the main character's hand. That moment filled Sung-ho with joy. All right. He strained to prolong the weakening of the main character's grip. The main character, seeing this, began to feel annoyed, his gaze playfully looking ahead. Dae-gun's arm was still tightly held by that guy. He did not want to let go. The main character, not wanting the situation to drag on, punched straight into the opponent's face. The painful punch made Sung-ha unable to bear it, his hands instinctively letting go. He panicked in fear. Let go. No, if this continues. He had to change his position. This time Sung-ho twisted his body, placing both legs straight onto the main character. Dae-gun sensed the intent from the opponent, his eyes closely following. The question arose, you want to kick me down? Don't even think about it. After each failed counterattack, this bastard Sung-ho would receive many more hits, his face now covered in bruises. The opponent's demeanor was quite good, so our side focused on launching a strong and powerful attack. Sung-ho's eyes were filled with rage as he glanced around. The main character ignored Sung-ho's glare and relentlessly pounded the guy's face with powerful punches. He punched from the right side of the face, then swung to the left. The punches gradually moved down to the lower parts. This frenzied punching suddenly struck fear in Sung-hwa. What was happening? Jongmin outside could not grasp the situation either, surprised that he had not used any techniques. Norman Hogarth nodded, acknowledging that Dae-hun was impressive, even if he did not know much about techniques. Sung-ho mumbled outside. This fight was not about skilled fighters going against each other. It was about raw power defeating those skilled in techniques. Dae-hun did not need to use any techniques, just relying on his physical strength. Meanwhile, Hu Sung-ho kept looking for ways to utilize his martial arts techniques with incredibly fast and nearly perfect moves. But Dae-hun quickly caught on and blocked his opponent's moves immediately. Sung-hwa's face was always exposed, like a fast-moving ball in front of Dae-hun. Even the accuracy of his moves stood out. In Sung-hun's view, it made him look like neither a living being nor possessing any strength. In reality, it was exceptional vision, like a toy waving in front of an animal to grab its attention. Just like a cat playing with a piece of yarn and then flattening it. The cat lifted the yarn to examine it lightly as if nothing had happened. Sung-hun thought about that but did not dare to continue. Oh, wait, sorry, that comparison is not quite right. Dae-hun. He resembles exactly like a rocket, and no wall could stand firm against it. A rocket using devastating punches, it could break through any wall, no matter how solid, posing an immense threat to Sung-ha. The main character was trying to remind his opponent, but thankfully he was still lying still. Sung-ha's bloodied face was speechless. In these tense moments, he felt even more confident in asserting, I am not done yet. Looking at Dae-hun's finishing punch now, Sung-ha seemed to realize his fate. Oh no. The scene shifted to an area where the sounds were extremely lively. Monsters, a group of kids gathered around, continuously shouting, "Die, die, monster." That moment was when 9-year-old Sung-ho was present, memories from his childhood resurfacing. Sung-ho was extremely annoyed and retorted to the others, "Monster, son of a monster, I am neither." The other kids did not stop. They not only cursed but also tore at Sung-ho's body. "Hey, let me kick his leg." How could he not escape? The aggressive actions continued despite Sung-ho pleading, "Do not do that." Sung-ho sighed warily. They went so far as to shove Sung-ho back. Laughter echoing. "Ha, he fell down. I made him fall. Ha." At that moment, it must be said that Sung-hwa deliberately fell, accepting the hits from those guys, even the insults. "Die, monster. Take this, die, monster." Suddenly, the sound of a bag dropping echoed. Along with that was a shocked curse. Those kids were terrified and shouted, "Damn it, this is bad, let us run." The newcomer angrily held them back. "You better stop right now." This woman felt it was unfair to witness the bullying. She shouted. Seriously, at such a young age, acting all tough, Sung-ho stood up and reassured her. "Sister, Ivan," she asked back, "aren't you going to fight back? If you hit back, you will win. Why just lie there taking hits? This girl is Elm, Vika, Sung-ho's sister." The sister looked at her brother and advised him, "Forget it. You did not do anything wrong. It is those who abandoned us who are at fault. Come here." "Sung-ha, are you okay?" Young Sung-ho rushed into her arms. "Yeah, Ivan." In the meantime, he explained to his sister, "Because his hands are weak, it did not hurt. I made him slow down and lose balance." His sister was surprised by him. She asked, "Who taught you that?" Sung-ho replied, "Oh, that is just something I came up with myself." Cut to the jiu-jitsu gym. Since that time, Sung-hwa had been going to the gym where his sister often went. By observing others, he learned a lot, and by performing like them, since he was born with a large physique, he could learn almost everything. The gym manager had to admit to his sister, "Honestly, I can't believe it. Does your family have some special genes? Your brother's physique is truly amazing." Even the fitness instructor acknowledged that Sung-hwa had an impressive build. His sister sat on Sung-hwa and pressed him. "Do you have any special techniques? Don't you dare lose to me." During that time, Sung-hwa understood that even though he was his sister's brother, he was still trained harshly. He dedicated a lot of time to practice with others. He learned all the techniques, leaving none out. When he fought with opponents, he learned their techniques and made them his own, taking lessons and practicing relentlessly. Day by day, the bricks to build the wall began to take shape. The wall was tall and incredibly sturdy. It seemed like no one could break it, solid and durable. Sung-hwa's hand touched it. However, right now, everything on the wall was being shattered. He helplessly wondered, "My wall. What has happened? Who did this? The one who broke this wall is our nemesis." Emotions within Sung-ho completely shattered. He denied the reality. "It can't be like this." The sound of a barrier being breached rang out. "Stop. Stop it right now." Despite the warnings, the girl is determined to break down the wall, her arm reaching straight for Sung-ho's face. Jomin stands outside, worried, unable to hide his emotions as he exclaims, "Sung-ha, snap out of it." Sung-ha's eyes suddenly widen. His arm appears, gripping the collar of the girl tightly. Sung-ho declares with determination, "My wall. I will never." Even though Sung-ho tries his best to pull the male lead back, the girl still shakes off the pull with strength. "You should build something else," he says with a clenched fist and a warning. "This one's just too ugly." The series of brutal actions leaves Jomain outside stunned. He and Norman Ho are equally surprised. Sung-ha, on the other hand, is thoroughly satisfied watching the fight. The scene grows dimmer by the moment. The construction site seems silent, replaced by the sounds at the center of the battle. Sung-hwa is completely knocked out. He has been outplayed by the male lead. He lies on the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. Realizing that he has been defeated, his legs scramble to run fast. Jomin fearfully calls out, "Sung-ha, are you okay?" Sung-hwa replies confidently, "This is the best match ever. In all the matches I have participated in, I have gained incredibly useful information." Jomin stops bragging about his friend. "I can't believe you are still gathering intel." After the fight, the girl and her team move back, starting to discuss. "Sung-ho is weak. You said he was strong and resilient. How did he get defeated then?" "I did not say he was all that." Witnessing the fight, Sung-hwa has to affirm, Woo Sung-ho is clearly superior to regular folks, but Daegun not only can beat him, it feels like he is playing with him. Jomin chimes in with praise. Daegun just needs a few hits to finish it, the wall he worked so hard to build. But he still survived. Norman Ho looks at the male lead and says, "You have taken care of Daegun. The obstacles and troubles with Nam Nahat are resolved. Now you are a part of Nam Nat, so..." "Big bro." Jomin suddenly interjects, "So, now we have become representatives." Norman Ho retorts, "I am not talking about you. How can you call Daegun a representative?" Sung-hun chimes into the conversation. "Daegun, you know being a part of Nam Nahat does not mean it is over, right? This is just the beginning. Seung-hun is quite snarky. He provocatively continues. Let us deal with the other guys tomorrow. In some classroom scene, the sky has turned very dark. A supervisor shining a flashlight asks, Hey, why are not you home yet? The student, frightened, turns his head, stammering a response. I am just finishing up. As night falls, the sound of schoolgirls chatting in the yard. So, what now? Karaoke. Just a little. A girl in sportswear drinks water while looking at her friend on the phone, asking, Did you invite any guys? Or what? When are you going to introduce me to some guy? The girl in the black uniform replied, Not inviting anyone. Are you out of your mind? Your standards are really high. The girl in the gray uniform argued, Hey, there are plenty of handsome boys at Juryong High. Do not hog them all. The girl in the uniform reminded, Hey, be quiet. It is all good. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The girl in the gray uniform exclaimed, Whoa, is not that a new student from your school? He has an enviable body ratio. The girl in the uniform answered messily, No, that is Ji Seob, but he is not supposed to be around here. Why is he showing up here? Ji Seob was still thinking. He wondered, so Suzy is home alone, remembering what Lee Sung-hun had once asked. So you two are close, but you are not dating her, right? Ji Seob just shyly looked away and answered awkwardly. Of course. We have known each other since we were kids. We are just best friends. Lee Sung-hun smiled politely. Haha, it is good that you know so much about her. You know that Bixix is not here right now. Go find out why she left. Also, can you tell me a bit about Bixij? Like what she likes? Ji Seob was stunned and asked back, Why? Lee Sung-hun looked annoyed and reminded him, Why are you so nosy? Just be quiet and do what you are told. If you follow me, you won't be at a disadvantage. My guy, Kwon-gun and Bixuji, all of Zurine will head towards happiness. Back to reality, Ji Seob pondered. People who say that are not good. It feels a bit uncomfortable. But Suji won't be in danger. Even if it is Lee Sung-hun, he would not do anything stupid to provoke Su Haik-hyen. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Ji Seob. He turned around and saw the two girls from earlier. The classmate Lee Sujung smiled and asked him, What are you doing here? Her friend behind her, upon seeing Ji Seob, gushed. Oh, so handsome. Ji Seob was a bit surprised. He stammered, Lee Sujung, I came to see her. Lee Sujung's friend quickly introduced herself. Hi Ji, I am Sujung's friend. But do you know what? Sujung always tells me you are really handsome. Whoa. I finally get to meet you. It is really true what she said, is not it? Lee Sujung turned her face closer and reminded, Hey, get lost. Be quiet for me. Ji Seob smiled awkwardly. Haha. Thanks. Lee Sujung smiled sheepishly. She waved her hand and said shyly, Sorry. She mistook you for someone else. But who are you here to meet? The friend behind her thought to herself, What an idiot. Meanwhile, Baek Soo-jae also arrived, wearing a very sexy sports outfit, with those curves in her small face with big round eyes. Seeing the two girls, she asked Ji Seob with a puzzled expression, What is going on? Didn't you say you were going with someone? Ji Seob quickly turned around to explain. I just ran into them while coming to see you. Lee Sujung shrank back upon seeing Soo-jae. She tried to act normal and smiled. Oh, so you are meeting Soo-ji. Soo-jae, hi. The friend behind her, still clueless, shouted. What? Who? Soo-jae. Then she put her hands in her pockets, looking confused, telling Lee Sujung, Soo-jae, I have heard that name somewhere before, but did not you say he was your significant other? What kind of relationship is that if they are meeting at this hour? She is dressed way too provocatively. Oh, I remember now. Sujung, I think you mentioned her name before. Was not it something like the queen or princess? At this point, Lee Sujung snapped, Shut up already. Seeing this, Baek Soo-ji leaned in to provocatively ask Sujung, Hey, why are you whispering next to him? Look at that attitude. Take your hands out of your pockets. Lee Sujung's friend furrowed her brow in annoyance, ready to retort, Huh. Are you talking about me? Why should I have to comply? Suji did not reply, just stared intensely at Lee Sujung's friend, her gaze genuinely intimidating. Lee Sujung's friend tried to hold her ground, but there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Lee Sujung, standing nearby, felt the tension in the air. She was worried a fight might break out. Yuwuji then told Baek Soo-jae, I am not here for this. We are not together, so do not worry about it anymore. Come over here and talk, he said, placing his hand on Baek Soo-ji. She gently took his hand. The next moment, she violently twisted it back, catching Yuwuji off guard, making him exclaim, Wait, what are you doing? That hurts. But Soo-ji ignored him, looking at Lee Sujung's friend again and repeating, What are you doing? Are you deaf? Lee Sujung's friend felt extremely uncomfortable, not wanting to comply, but that gaze was too frightening, so she reluctantly pulled her hands out of her pockets, just as Soo-ji said. Once that was settled, Soo-ji turned around and pulled Yuwuji along, saying, Let us go. If it is something stupid, You are in big trouble. Lee Soo-jung's friend gritted her teeth and asked Lee Soo-jung, who the hell is that crazy girl? Baek Soo-ji. Damn. What is her deal? I will call my brothers to take care of her. Meanwhile, Lee Soo-jung could only think about one thing. What is the real relationship between those two? Yuji walked alongside Soo-ji, asking her, so what about my brother? Yuji was confused. I am a bit curious. It has been a while since I saw Suho. Soo-ji replied honestly, I do not know where he went, and he said he would not be back for a while. Yuji frowned and asked further, for how long? Soo-ji put on a thoughtful expression. A month. 2 months, maybe a year. I really do not know. He did not tell me where he was going. Yuji awkwardly continued. Oh, more than a month is quite a long time. Being alone is dangerous. I can help you with that. Before she could finish, Soo-ji interrupted him. Hey, I am just saying hypothetically, don't he get involved with Ian? You are not planning to ask my brother for protection. Right, you are not that stupid. Are you? You want to drag my brother into this? Right, you said you would not bring first-year problems into your 3rd year. Right, as she said this, she turned around. And honestly, her body was so eye-catching that everyone noticed. Yuji was furious, his veins popping on his face, as he stammered, mentioning Yi-gin in every other sentence. Yuji bravely asked Soo-ji, hey, do you like Yi-gim? You said you did not like him before, but now you do. But Soo-ji blushed. Too embarrassed to admit it, she rushed to hit Yuji in the chest, shouting with a stutter, what the hell are you talking about? I will say it again, I do not like him. Yuji raised an eyebrow and replied, alright, I was just joking. Don't worry, Yi-gin is just a freshman now. What is there to stress about? After hearing that, Soo-ji covered her mouth, thinking, oh no, Yi-gin is already so advanced, the darkness has enveloped the school. The bald security guard waved goodbye, saying, alright, go home. Be careful, the polite male student replied. Yes. Thank you, sir. Min-soo hurried home, checking his phone as he walked, calling someone, and the phone on the other end rang. A slender girl was exercising. She picked up the phone. Hello, Min-soo, what is up? After listening to the situation on the other end, she nodded, saying, okay, great, I will check it right away. And about Gi-eun's feedback, I understand. With that, she raised her hand to hang up and ran, one hand managing her hair. She replied to the other end. Alright, I got it. You are speaking a bit fast. Can you slow down a bit? Min-soo, a bit flustered, said, haha, is that really my role? Alright, I will do my best. Meanwhile, the manager had stopped exercising and was leaving. She reminded him, be careful with your work, I will call you back later. Goodbye. The next day at school, everyone was whispering, hey, have you heard? Egon is the fresh new king now. Nian walked down the hallway, receiving curious glances, some filled with admiration. Suddenly, 2 boys were talking. Hey, he is really good at fighting, but he studies a lot too. In class, Kim Gi-hein ordered another student to write on the board, make the letters as big as possible, prettier for sure, and remember to add cool at the end of Gi-eun's name too. No, add more cool expressions instead of just cool. Shouldn't the handwriting be a bit slanted? Yin had been standing behind Kim Gi-han for a while and quietly reminded him. Erase it. Kim Gi-hein jumped and exclaimed. Oh! Ian Jian. When did you get here? Kim Gi-hein turned around, excitedly congratulating. Congrats on becoming the freshman king. From now on, I will support you with activities. Yi Yingin responded. What about H.E. Loi? Lyceum. Kim Gi-hein frowned. Huh, Lyceum. Kim Gi-hein lowered his head, looking a bit disappointed. He replied, he must be somewhere. I will call him right now, at Bongjian Technical High School. Cha Jinwoo said. Finally, that guy has become a freshman. A Dungman replied. Hemph, is not it obvious? As strong as he is, Cha Jinwoo agreed. That guy is a monster. Damn it, a guy with squinty eyes exclaimed honestly. I can't even remember how he beat me that day. Meanwhile, the hallway was bustling. Jiang Jinmo opened the classroom door and shouted. Hey bro. Congratulations. You have become the new king of the school. Zi Yan felt a bit annoyed and gestured for Jiang Jinmo to tone it down. Jiang Jinmo, feeling a bit awkward, turned to him and said, Hey, he is a bit busy right now. We are closed. Haha. Yi Ying was talking to Li Xiang. I have a headache, Di-gun said slowly. I told him to take the day off, but for some reason, he got dragged away. But now it is a shared problem for us. So suddenly someone else interrupted. Do not get too proud after becoming the freshman leader. Beak Suzy strutted in with her arms crossed, telling Jiang Jinmo, do not block my way. Suck in that belly. You fatso. Jiang Jinmo could only comply and step back. She walked straight over to Di-gun and continued. I heard you have become the freshman leader. Congrats. But you do not look too happy. Oh right, it is just being the freshman leader. What is so great about it? Baked Susie said with a disdainful look, but in her mind, she reminded herself, come on, calm down the excitement. If I ignore what he did, maybe he will pay more attention to me. Contrary to Susie's guess, Dagon did not pay her any mind and continued chatting with Lee Sung-hun. But Susie, of course, felt embarrassed. She grabbed Dagon's collar and said, hey you, are you ignoring me? But Susie pulled so hard that several buttons on Dagon's shirt popped open, revealing his fair skin and stunning collarbone. Baked Susie blushed and awkwardly explained, I did not mean anything, but her eyes were glued to Dagon. Dagon was surprisingly calm. He grabbed his collar and said, it is fine. Damn it. I can T-button it back up. The button's gone. But do you have anything else to say? Baked Susie was all flustered, but she still crossed her arms and pretended to be normal, saying, of course, I have more to say. You must know I am the queen. Right, you should come to ask me after becoming the freshman leader. Dagon did not understand, thinking to himself, what childish game is this? Lee Sung-hun kindly laughed and said, normally when a freshman leader appears, tradition says they should visit the sophomores and juniors to greet them, but I do not think Baked Susie is involved in that. Bitch Susie shyly turned away, pouting in embarrassment. Dagon, is not it normal for the king to come greet me? I am the queen of the freshman king after all. Suddenly, Yang Jinmo spoke up, hey, if Dagon is the king, and Susie is the queen, what is their relationship? Those words made Baked Susie embarrassed. She rushed over to hit Yang Jinmo while scolding, are you crazy, you useless idiot? Actually, in her heart, Baked Susie thought, this rumor is quite nice. She pressed her lips together. She gathered all her courage to hand her phone to Dagon and shyly said, give me your number. Do not get me wrong. I am asking because I will need to call you if something comes up. Dagon was surprised and asked back, huh, what is this? But Susie awkwardly threw the phone at him, yelling, hurry up and give it to me. Do not say anything else. Dagon held the phone in confusion. But why should I help you? Baked Susie shouted. That is what the freshman leader should do. Lee Sung-hun, seeing this scene, suddenly chuckled. But Susie immediately returned to class after finishing her task. She had to push Yang Jinmo aside. Lee Sung-hun asked Dagon, are we good to go now? Like Beach Susie just said, you should go greet the upperclassmen. Dagon looked at his white shirt, then back at Lee Sung-hun, wondering if he could go like this. Lee Sung-hun smiled. It is fine, but this time, I want you to be sincere. No more fighting like it is a game. Dagon's brows furrowed at Lee Sung-hun's words. He replied, a game. All right, I will handle the shirt and be back later. On the stairs, everyone was talking about Dagon. Someone said, is not that Dagon from the first year? His build looks really good, but why is he here in the second-year hallway? Another replied, maybe he is here to pay respects to the seniors. In the first-year classroom, two hands were forcefully pressing against a male student's neck. Seeing the dazed student with white fluid dripping down, laughter erupted around. Ha ha, look at his face. He is on his way to heaven. Right. OG stood with his arms crossed, saying, this is the Tenawana Express. Going to heaven is nothing, but let him go. It would be hell if something happened to him, so stop while you are ahead. Just then, another pair of legs appeared from behind. Dagon quickly stepped in. The student guarding the door blocked him. Hey, who are you? Just a first-year dare to step in here. Dagon swiftly delivered a punch to his face. Jeju turned around at the noise. Immediately, Dagon punched him on the right cheek. The guy staggered back. Everyone in the classroom was thrilled. No one dared to do anything. Dagon adjusted his collar slightly. He asked, you are the second-year Jeju from the highway gang. Right, I am just here to ask, a guy nearby shouted. What do you want? Dagon turned to look at his friend sitting there, asking, are you his friend? The male student was furious. He glared. Damn it. How do you ask like that? Are you crazy? How dare you? The student raised his fist but was immediately knocked back. Dagon coldly kicked the male student away. Another student in a white uniform saw this and cursed. Oh shit. This is getting serious. Forgetting his words, Ing Jang Inolo charged at Dagon with a fist. Dagon raised his fist from below and punched the arrogant bastard in the stomach. With just one punch, the guy immediately collapsed to the ground. Dagon coldly said, shut your mouth if you do not want to get punched. Someone like you is too easy for me. Jeju finally struggled to stand up, wiping his mouth and coughing. Looking extremely miserable, he looked up at Dagon, his voice shaky. You are Dagon. Right, don't you know who I am? Dagon took out his phone and read clearly. OJG, second-year student, previously involved in gambling, cheating, and using violence. Oh, quite the record there. Truly a failure, and yet you dare to bully others. Even though I warned you not to collect protection money, but you still chose to do it. Impressive. Just as he finished, Jeju lunged at Dagon, shouting, damn, stop talking so much. I will do what I want. Dagon decisively kicked Jeju's leg, then grabbed his head. Using immense force, he slammed the bastard's head against the wall. Dagon coldly shouted, "How dare you not listen to me?" Oh Jeju was unconscious. Dagon smirked. "Huh. You are as weak as a worm, yet you are so confident." The bullied student looked at Oh Jeju in shock, thinking to himself, "Huh, is Oh Jeju really that weak?" Dagon looked at the bullied student and asked, "Are you okay?" The student was startled, thinking, "Wait, is he asking me? Does he want to help me?" Suddenly, a thought crossed the mind of the boy. He looked at Dagon and thought, "Wait a minute, should I feel proud? Is this using violence for a good cause?" Just then, another tough guy walked in, looking no different from a modern-day bully. He cheerfully ran in. "Oh, geez. Get up." Seeing everyone in the class unconscious, the tough guy felt a chill, but he quickly regained his composure. He pulled out a utility knife. In the next moment, he charged toward Dagon, laughing loudly. "Haha, you little punk. You showed up late and did not give me a heads up. Let me show you my knife." The chubby guy was almost there, but Dagon casually picked up a nearby chair. He swung it at the arm holding the knife, causing the guy to drop it. Dagon coldly looked at him and said, "Why do I need to report to you?" He glanced at Dagon, realizing he had not even thrown a punch yet and was already worn out. Seeing this, Dagon rushed at the chubby guy and kicked him again. Shouting, "You damn pig," he flew right out the classroom door. The chubby guy coughed a few times. Dagon slowly stepped outside, standing in front of the chubby guy, wondering what he could do next. Everyone around noticed the chaos and shouted, "There is a fight. That top thug is here, and even that third grader." Just as the chubby guy was about to stand up, Dagon kicked him square in the face. Everyone was stunned, and the hallway fell unnaturally silent. Dagon turned to the group of boys watching. "Warning, I am here just to ask the second years. You guys are so annoying, get lost now." At that moment, Lee Sung-hun was also moving through the hallway, thinking as he walked, being in a higher class does not mean having higher authority. Sometimes, you will face failure. He slowly climbed the stairs, seeming to want to see how Dagon handled the situation. Thinking, what if Dagon takes down the school leader? Even though it is the famous Australian brawl, if a single individual is seen as an enemy by the whole school, they will face more difficulties than benefits. But what if he really shows up? I have not even seen him yet. Can Dagon handle it? Dagon, if you want to see a peaceful school, then you should achieve it perfectly. Lee Sung-hun peered out. Dagon stood facing the second years, who, taking advantage of their higher class, shouted at Dagon, "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? This is the second year." Dagon did not respond, smiling quietly to himself. "Hemph, do you guys really think you can attract me? I will make you realize you are just a bunch of ants. It is my responsibility to deal with bullies like you." The boy did not know his limits and rushed to punch Dagon. Dagon remained unfazed, quietly saying, "The more aggressive you are, the quicker you will die." He directly slapped the boy across the face. At that moment, another guy charged from behind. Dagon quickly turned around. He delivered an uppercut. The boy fell unconscious to the ground. Dagon leisurely walked into the next classroom. Inside, there was a loud commotion. Chaos erupted, and someone yelled, "What the hell is this damn dog doing?" The first guy got knocked out of the classroom. Inside, it was still chaotic. Someone shouted, "Kill him. Surround him." The noise continued for a while before suddenly going silent, and the last guy was thrown out of the classroom. Dagon stepped out of the classroom, checked his phone, and murmured, "Great, that is class 2 done." Next up is Kim Samyum from class 3. He entered class 3 and asked, "Is anyone here named Kim Samyum?" Suddenly, a guy picked up a chair to hit Dagon. Dagon casually kicked between the guy's legs. A sharp pain shot from below to the top of his head. Seeing this, Dagon threw a punch right at the guy's face, saying, "Sorry, I did not want to do this, but it is an emergency, so I had to use Manhwa's technique." As the guy with the chair flew back, another one charged in with a different weapon. Dagon just glanced at him. The guy with the broom rushed at him. Dagon quickly threw a punch in front of him. While the broom guy swung, Dagon delivered a straight punch to this idiot's face. Another guy ran out with a chair. Dagon quickly dodged this attack. He stomped on a chair and asked, "Where is Kim Samuel? I do not want to waste time." Yet that stupid guy would not spill. Frustrated, Dagon punched him, thinking these guys were wasting too much time. Dagon looked around again and asked, "You guys know where Samuel is, right? Just tell me where he is." Suddenly, another idiot rushed in, not knowing his limits, swinging a fist. He shouted, "I told you I do not know." Dagon quickly dodged the punch, feeling irritated. "Damn it. You guys are really annoying." Dagon immediately hit that guy hard. He fell over, hitting the ground without a hint of ego left. Dagon looked around, thinking it would be great if he came to meet me. Just then, he locked eyes with a guy lying on a desk. The chubby guy was shaking, clutching his phone. Thinking, "This is crazy, I am gonna die." What kind of person is he? I wonder where Gong Myung and the others went. Damn it. He texted Du Gong Myung. Where are you? There is a guy looking for you. Du Gong Myung replied. No way. Are you serious? The chubby guy was about to text more when he sensed something was off. Dagon had somehow stood beside him, asking, Hey, who are you chatting with? The chubby guy stammered, and no one. Dagon peered at the screen and continued. Is it Du Gong Myung? The chubby guy hesitated. Yeah. Something like that. Dagon could tell from his expression. Sighed. You idiot. Just admit it. No need to be so long-winded. Then Dagon threw his arm over the chubby guy's shoulder and complimented him. Hey, you should have told me this from the start. I am totally supportive. Now, get all of them over here. Hurry up. The chubby guy was sweating bullets from fear. He stammered. Okay. A moment later, in class 1, a voice called out. Min-soo stepped out of class with his phone, saying, Hello, you should not call when I am at school. Is there something up? The manager on the other end replied, I want to talk about Dagon, the one responsible for the troublemakers. Suddenly, Dong Min yelled, Wait a minute. Min and his gang came in from outside and saw Min-soo's actions. Hey, who are you talking to? Your girlfriend. Before Min-soo could explain, the two turned and walked away. Dong Min exclaimed, Whoa, this room stinks. We need to clean up better before school. Manhwa followed behind, curious about where Dagon was. Min-soo watched everyone leave and turned back to talk to the manager. He said, The next target is the second years. But he might need more time since they are not like the first years. As he spoke, Min-soo kept looking around, afraid someone might notice him. He sighed and continued. Most first years go solo, not in groups, so they are easier to deal with and save time. The second years usually stick to their gangs. Their gang merged into one massive entity, working together to take down a rival. At that moment, the highway gang was also together on the second floor. As D. Gong Myung entered the classroom, he found a pile of people sprawled on the ground. Unconscious, Dagon was comfortably sitting on a desk. The chubby guy from before had to serve him. Upon seeing D. Gong Myung, he reminded him, Hey, you are late. Is it because of that money? Du Gong Myung felt a fire in his heart upon seeing Dagon, looking at his friends beaten and unconscious. He shouted, What the hell did you do? You are just gonna mess with the second years. Dagon replied coldly. So what? But do not just stand out there. Come in and talk for a bit. In the dimly lit room, Seung-hun suddenly spoke up from behind. Dagon, can we talk for a minute? Tomorrow you will be going to mess with the second years. Right? Don't you want to have influence in the whole school without causing chaos? Meaning to pause to think when hearing this question, Seung-hun was observing closely. He continued, Isn't that a bit too weird? Dagon, do not do those things. Seung-hun seemed hesitant. Pondering something, a narrative ran through his mind. You know, in this world, there are always those who will become stronger. Back then, a kid declared, "You will become the strongest." That kid boldly challenged everyone, asking, "Who is the boss here?" His words gradually caught the attention of others. He fought with enthusiasm, calling out, "Who is next? Bring it on," after each fight with another class. Always striving to be the strongest in every battle, he always aimed to crush his opponents. Mumbling, "I am the strongest," these actions were to prove and showcase his own strength. That kid craved power, only affirming in his words, "Haha, I am the strongest." To be precise, it was an act of bragging, like a lion just coming into adulthood, always wanting to win in battles. Skilled, and immediately becoming a leader. Seung-hun looked at D-Hol's imposing demeanor now and asked, "But it is a bit strange. Even though your goal is to be the strongest, why do not you want to show your power? There are many battles where we need you to step up, but you prefer to stay hidden." Seung-hun delved deeper into the analysis. Mumbling, from another perspective, "It is like you are trying to hold back your strength when defeating others. So I think, your goal of becoming a clone is not to show off or prove strength. If you want to defeat Eugene because of what happened in the past, you can choose Eugene to be your ally since they like to fight, just like in those anime series. But in this case, you might be on a mission." The main character approaches the opponent, placing a hand on their shoulder with a serious kiss. A reminder, only say what you need to say. Being long-winded is really confusing. The kiss observes every reaction of the main character, their eyes judging. Mumbling, "Indeed, I do not know what your purpose is, and I do not want to know." Wanting to defeat Eugene's management. That is the common ground between you and me. The kiss also made a suggestion for our side. "Could you read my notes a bit? I have prepared notes for you." Consider this the list version of Death Note. Right after you say that, the kiss hands the main character a phone with instructions. "This is the list of tasks you need to do tomorrow. The time is 1 day. Death Note stares at the phone. At first, he seems to not understand what is happening in front of him. This kiss always acts very seriously, instructing our side, At least tomorrow you have to fight Eugene, the second man, at Juryongbangsa Road. This is your schedule. The main character feels like he is being arranged. An annoyed look questions. What are you doing? This kiss is accompanied by his underlings complaining irritably. Saving a life in trouble shows compassion. As a second male student, this is something I have to do. These guys are extremely serious. Declaring loudly, I will teach these fools a lesson. This kiss pretends to sympathize, saying, poor kid, let him go. On the opposite side, the main character still sits confidently, with someone behind massaging his shoulders. The kiss confidently challenges, come here a bit. The fat guy is suddenly pushed forward by the main character. He mutters in surprise. What? What are you doing? The kiss instructs, you go first. The first opponent for our side is this fat guy. He punches him hard. The fat guy's face turns red upon colliding with the opponent, perhaps due to being too weak. After just one punch from the kiss, he crumples down, clutching his body. The others charge forward aggressively. Do not bite me. Get away. Why are you here and still? But that guy has not been aggressive for long before he loses his form. The scene of them colliding is chaotic. Each one falls to the ground. The main character uses his arm strength, lifting the opponent up, causing that guy to turn pale with fear. After the lifting actions come earth-shattering punches. The main character punches the opponent left and right, leaving them standing. The others stand afar, adding insults to their teammate. Dude, why did you stick your face out to take a hit? If the path is blocked, you can climb on the table. Following what the guy behind says, this guy immediately climbs onto the table. Our side observes everything happening with wide eyes. He extends his leg to block the opponent's path. That guy is weak. Just being pushed by the kiss on the table has already caused him to fall forward. His face in shock, the protagonist seized the opportunity as the opponent leaned forward, throwing a punch straight to the guy's face without hesitation. The others, still fearless, rushed into attack as they witnessed their teammate being pummeled, but each of them faced a brutal counterattack. The atmosphere in the center of the fight was incredibly tense, and the other onlookers could only stand there. Speechless, they tried to find a way to escape, but after just 2 steps, one of them shouted that the path was blocked, urging everyone to go through the back door. Terrified by the situation, the chubby guy ran for his life, so fast he lost all sense of direction. While running, he suddenly encountered a head poking out from the window, blocking their path. Panic set in, and they immediately changed direction, urging each other, this way. This way. The chubby guy led the way, but after only a short distance, his face twisted in panic. His eyes seemed to collide with something extremely terrifying. They were all sent flying backward, their bodies twisting and crashing down. The protagonist was still in fighting mode, hunting down every remaining opponent, his powerful fist driving straight to the enemy. The other guy was caught off guard and could not react in time. Another one, seizing the opportunity while the protagonist was busy fighting, attempted to strike him with a chair. However, below was a teammate. The two exchanged glances, signaling to each other, no, wait. As a result, due to their poor skills and being called out by Dehol, they ended up hitting their own teammate, knocking him flat. The remaining guy quickly collapsed after Dehol's kick. Truly, wherever our hero went, the opponent had to yield. His momentum grew stronger as he advanced forward. The remaining forces were still numerous, gradually moving forward, their fists ready for battle. Our hero glanced around, assessing the situation. After a careful look, he charged in confidently, moving straight into the center of the fight, his arms blocking any moves from the opponent. The fighters did not communicate well. One trampled on another, ultimately all getting pummeled by our hero. Unable to see the light of day, Dehol violently charged from one side to the other, trampling over a whole group. This relentless power made him feel as if he were playing with the opponent. A slap to the first guy left the one behind confused about what to do next. Another slap was dealt to both of the guys in front, leaving them writhing after receiving a huge hit from Dehol. The fighting scenes began to blur as our hero moved too swiftly and decisively. Mung stood outside, sweating profusely, his eyes filled with thoughts. He is strong. No, not just strong. More importantly, he knew how to block every advance of his opponents. Whenever the enemy intended to strike, our hero would thwart them right from the start. He always forced the opponents into one-on-one situations, fully controlling the circumstances. Moong was in a whirlwind of thoughts. Despite being just a freshman, it was impossible no one any age could achieve this. He fought while skillfully controlling the battlefield. No matter how many people came, it was all the same. Anyone who approaches Dehol gets knocked away in an instant. Outside the room, the students are gathered in large numbers, and the battle involving the main character seems to attract a lot of attention. Mayung is still pondering over his thoughts about the main character. Just a first-year student who has defeated almost all the second years. It is hard to believe. If that is the case, he has made up his mind to step forward. This guy is acting all shady, pulling out something very suspicious. He rises with the weapon, thinking to himself, even though this method is not exactly great. Inside classroom number 1, loud noises are echoing. What is going on? Norman Hall is informing the other members. I just heard that a Min D-hole is fighting all the second years right now. Jong-min stands in shock. What? Should we go lend a hand? They start discussing the matter. What? Are you serious? The second years are strong. Another opinion insists. We are friends. Right. In this situation, only Minsu remains calm and observes as the three from Norman Hall rush off. Minsu quickly follows. Let us help him out. Me too. The scene shifts to classroom number 6. Suzy is twisting Jinmo's hair while talking. If that is true, then why are you still sitting here writing clumsily? Jinmo replies confusedly. Huh. What, Suzy? I do not want to interfere between the first and second years. I think he just wants to say hello. Jinmo starts to speak but is immediately interrupted by Suzy. Take the bowl and go, pig. Suzy directs Jinmo. Hurry up, go help the spirit. Even though he is being forced, Jinmo still tries to resist. Wait, let me send a message of love to my mom first. The scene gradually shifts to classroom number 3 of the second years. Inside, there are remnants that the main character has dealt with. People lying flat on the floor without knowing when they would wake up. The knife in Mayang's hand suddenly slows down. His eyes widen in fear as he faces the main character. His whole body stiffening. Unable to escape, he perceives the main character as a giant monster. What is this? Mayang can't believe his eyes. He deliberately takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes hard, but when he removes his glasses, standing right in front of Mayang is the main character. Powerful body is confronting Mayang directly, and he begins to mumble in fear. Get lost. Idiot. What just happened? What are you? What is that on you? The main character pays no attention to what his opponent is saying. He raises his fist and declares, I do not understand what you are saying, but if you have taken off your glasses, it means it is time for you to get knocked out. Powerful punch lands squarely on Mayang's face. His fragile body can't take it and is pushed back. The students standing outside are frozen by the scenes they witness. The display of the main character is truly impressive. In just a moment, he has taken down all the second years. At that moment, the group of friends also arrives. Norman Hall urgently asks, Are you done? Norman Hall does not even need the main character to reply. Just looking at Mayang lying on the ground is enough to understand. Unbelievable. Did he take down all the second years by himself? The main character brushes off the small talk. He looks at his phone and says, the discussion with Dugong Mayang is over. Still forgot to say okay. I need to know where he is. I know you are close to him. I can't wait any longer. This time, that guy has to face our clan head on. The heavy footsteps of Rauk are approaching. That guy seems to sense the impending crisis. On the other side of the classroom, Norman Hall has arrived, and the question arises, what is going on? Don't tell me it is just one person. Dagon. They have defeated all the boys in the second year. Is he really alone? Seung Hun suddenly spoke up. Oh, Manhwa and 2 others. I thought this day would never come. Jongmin immediately reacted sharply. 2 people. Where did those 2 come from? Seung Hun seemed to forget the names. Muttering Manho, Jongmin, and... Frustrated, Jongmin had to clarify. Manho, Hu Jong, and Jongmin. Amidst the chaos, Suzy stepped forward, pushing Manho aside, wanting to know where Dagon was. Upon hearing a strange sound, Seung Hun turned his head, thinking, why is Suzy here? After observing for a while, he realized what she wanted. Maybe I do not need to figure out what she likes anymore. Suzy just walked to the classroom door, froze, and exclaimed in surprise, What? What happened here? Manho turned to discuss with the others. Remembering, wasn't Min Su here with us? Jongmin nodded. Right, he disappeared somewhere halfway. It turned out Min Su did not show up because he had escorted the homeroom teacher here. The teacher witnessed the brutal aftermath and could not hide his anger, raising his voice. What the hell did you do? The scene shifted to the teacher's lounge. The teacher turned his head left and right and questioned the main character. Are you some kind of troublemaker? You have broken all the doors. You have really caused a big mess. The main character stood there as the teacher scolded him. Don't make me call you up here again. All right. If you want to fight, do it outside the school. Why act like a troublemaker here? Min Su stood outside, listening to the conversation between the main character and the homeroom teacher. Feeling curious, it has been a day since defeating the Nam gang, and yet nothing happened. Why was he called in for a warning right after dealing with the Nam 2 gang? The issue was that the homeroom teacher had no idea about this project. The situation became less chaotic because I told him to postpone his time, but I do not know what he did instead. Just then, Min Su stood outside, and a voice sounded, Give me a gift. Min Su quickly bowed respectfully upon meeting this person, saying, Yes. Hello, sir. Min Su felt that the man had arrived just in time. The homeroom teacher was sternly lecturing. You are so naive, you need money to defeat others, but you do not have a single penny. You idiot. It is no longer the time to beat others with just muscle. The homeroom teacher continued to scold. Visibly irritated, you probably never think about the consequences. I can't call your parents to warn them because you are just a little orphan. It is frustrating. The chairman appeared, immediately drawing attention. Chairman, you have arrived, he said. The chairman looked ahead and instructed. I have something to do. The homeroom teacher bowed and greeted. Hello, sir. Chairman. But the chairman did not pay any attention to him. He was too busy asking about the homeroom student. It has been a while. How have you been? Is your studies going well? The main character replied. Yes. While the homeroom teacher bowed his head, feeling embarrassed and flushed, he did not understand what was happening. Looking up and thinking, what is going on? Do they know each other? The chairman had a serious face, glanced at the homeroom teacher, and instructed. Lai, come with me for a moment. The command made mid. Lai fidget. Yes, sir. Chairman. The scene shifted inside the chairman's office. Lai was bowing his head on the carpet, while the chairman was advising. You should teach your students with compassion. The teacher does not think it is right to let him off the hook instead of scolding him like a dog just because he has no money. Teacher Lai bowed his head and replied. Yes, sir. You are absolutely right. While bowing his head, the homeroom teacher kept feeling bitter. Damn it. Who is that Dehol kid anyway? I have researched thoroughly that he has no relatives and has to stay in an orphanage. How could he know the chairman? The male lead stood right in that room. He directly heard the chairman's voice. Please treat Dehol kindly. You understand what I mean? Right. Only then can I consider you a human being. Teacher Lai nodded and replied. Yes. I have remembered what you said. Sir, the chairman continued to lean on the homeroom teacher, threateningly saying, Oh, what about what I asked you the other day? Teacher Lai replied quietly. Oh yes. Nothing happened. In this atmosphere, I felt something was a bit strange. I was not sure if my thoughts were correct. The sound still echoed in Dehol's ears. All right, you can go. He clearly sensed something was very unusual. Both the chairman and the homeroom teacher. After the homeroom teacher left, the chairman turned to talk to the male lead. Dehol. The first time you saw me was in that project meeting. Right, he straightforwardly suggested to the male lead. Let us talk a bit. In classroom number 3 of male lead 2, the group was still unconscious. The scene became really chaotic. Meng's glasses fell to the ground. A panicked voice exclaimed, Huh, my friend Meng, my brother in arms. However, this brother was sleeping deeply on the floor. Jie was surprised when he arrived to find Meng lying unconscious. He was so angry that the veins on his head were bulging. What is going on? How could this happen? Kim Samuel, standing behind, claimed that it was Dehol who caused this. Jaya, feeling more curious, asked, Samuel, why are you still unscathed? Samuel confidently replied, Oh, because I was outside. He deliberately stayed away from trouble, but then acted as if he were a good person. This is my fault. But you, where were you? The decapitated rat only happened because of you. Jia's face was still extremely tense, his voice sounding unpleasant. I think you know, I came back after witnessing the execution of Batch Su-hyu. Kim Samuel was even more curious. Huh. So he planned that knowing you would be absent. I do not know which dog from our gang informed him of that. Jia suddenly became silent, emitting a strange atmosphere. Kim Samuel asked, Where are you going? Jia walked away while uttering a philosophical statement. Put yourself in others' shoes to understand them. The male lead was facing a guy talking nonsense. The old director spoke incomprehensibly. The ridiculous idea of Director Lai is amusing. Using a baton to combat school violence, the chairman thought, is not that a bit childish? However, in the end, the old man's expression changed. His voice shrieked, but I find it really interesting. I had a joyful moment because of this. I almost forgot about this project since I did not see any special reports, and I have been too busy lately. Even though I am interested in it, I am also a very ambitious person. The old man slammed his hand on the table and asserted his life principle. A man who wants to achieve a lot in life must seize and crush some others. It is all about raising your own value. You can do it if you stay low-key. Someone like you should understand what I am saying. Right, the chairman pointed straight at Death Un and ordered. You, take them all down. The male lead was not too interested in the philosophical nonsense. He was more concerned about the issue of the broken door. The chairman reassured him. Don't worry. Why are you even concerned about that? Whose private school do you think this is? The name of the person is written here, on the chairman's nameplate. Everything belongs to Joe Gabriel. Faces are starting to show up. The expressions reflect some worry. Steps are slowly moving forward. In classroom number 1, the noise erupted once again. Chaos everywhere. Jongmin is trying to stop Jong from shouting, I told you not to eat, while Norman Ho sitting next to him anxiously intervenes. Come on, stop causing a ruckus. Jongmin, annoyed, responds. Seriously, I just need to go buy it. Norman Ho worries and urges. Hurry up, class is about to start. Following his friend's advice, Jongmin quickly moves to open the classroom door. However, just as he opens it, a very large figure appears before him. It is none other than Jock. This musky figure truly overwhelms Jongmin. Jock's face radiates an extremely displeased expression, looking like he wants to eat his opponent alive. Jongmin stands in fear, his eyes stiff as he mutters, Is that smoke coming from your body? You should not be this hot-headed. Despite trying to calm him down, Jock can't help but throw a direct punch. The punch leaves Jong Min's face swollen, blood rushing to his head, making his body feel like it is on fire. Norman Hao and Ho Jong witness the scene unfold in an instant, their worried states rushing over Jong Min. Jock is still trying to grab Jong Min by the neck. Preaching philosophy. Good deeds bring good results, evil brings evil. The consequences of one's actions are called karma. Hu Jong, feeling annoyed, thinks, what kind of crazy talk is this? Norman Hao senses the situation is spiraling out of control. His serious gaze warns Ho Jong, hand me a weapon. Hurry. In no time, they are armed and ready to confront Jock, who loudly asserts, what I am doing today is due to the karma of those pathetic losers. You pathetic losers. How could you ever reach the top? Hu Jong, usually weak, stutters. Manhwa, I am really scared. Can we actually win? Norman Hao has to admit, that is the second-year boss. He is extremely strong, but let us do what we can. We will attack him with plan 2 against 1. Right after discussing the strategy, both of them rushed to confront Jock. Norman Hao found himself in a difficult situation, forced to think carefully about his strategy. A massive body like that might focus on strength rather than speed, so Norman Hao determined his next move. Jock quickly lifted Ho Jong high. Ho Jong's large body was mercilessly thrown down by Jock. Norman Hao seized the opportunity while Jock was distracted, rushing in from behind to attack with his weapon. Powerful strike landed directly on Jock's body. However, Norman Hao did not feel any sense of relief after that blow. Instead, his mind was filled with anxiety. Oh no, this is bad. It can't be. Jock stood up, criticizing Manhwa. You are such a fool. Have you ever heard of a body made of stone? Manhwa stood there, stunned, realizing that his strike had done nothing to the opponent physically. His mouth was left agape. Right at that moment, Jock's face was distracted and unfocused, and thought that the voice he heard was from Ho Dong. Norman Hao found a gap and declared an attack, thinking any stone-like body would be weak there. The action plan seemed perfect, but Manhwa was already read by Jock. His foot firmly gripped Manhwa's weapon. Jock's voice rose again casually. I will take your knowledge, but I understand you are pretty tough. Jock read Norman Hao's thoughts, realizing he always focused on one spot, causing the opponent immense pain. Unfortunately for you, I have no intention of doing that. Just then, Jock struck directly at Norman Hao's face. The blow was so strong that it sent Norman Hao flying backward. With Manhwa down, Ho Dong quickly regained his stance, his face fixed straight ahead. Jock quickly adjusted to the opponent's movement. Turning to face him, Jock's arm raised with the prayer beads. He recalled his prayers at the Buddhist door. My beads have touched the essence. Jock's arm with the beads confronted Ho Dong's weapon-wielding arm. Jock asserted that his beads were harder than steel. Indeed, it was true. Ho Dong's steel weapon was quickly knocked away. Taking advantage of the opponent's lost weapon, Jock struck a blow to Ho Dong's stomach. The painful kick distorted Ho Dong's face, his eyes wide with shock. Jock was not done with his brutal actions. He raised his arm high. In the quickest, fiercest, and most vicious way, Jock poured all his strength into stabbing Ho Dong's back. At this point, the pain had accumulated enough. Ho Dong could no longer lift his head. Jock kept mumbling philosophical phrases. Karma will be repaid through the law of cause and effect. He was walking towards Norman Hall, asserting, therefore, anyone connected to Kwon Dae-hun must die. Norman Hall kept reminding himself deep down that he was not an ordinary person. He would never win. If I am not careful, I will surely die. Norman Hall evokes a sense of sadness, reflecting on life's brevity and the many weapons he has yet to use. Suddenly, a strange voice cuts through the fight. What are you doing? Jiyuri appears, curious about what is happening. Seeing her, Norman Hall immediately warns, it is dangerous. Do not get involved. Jock steps in to talk to Jiyuri. You are with Kwon Dae-hun, right? Jiyuri, unafraid, asserts. What? Is there a problem with you? Jock, getting angry, declares, if that is true, you will pay for it. Kwon Dae-hun. Norman Hall anxiously keeps insisting. Jiyuri, run away. Jiyuri hesitates at his urging. Jiyuri, run. Suddenly, she dodges to the side. Her dodge causes Jock's punch to miss completely. It seems someone pulled Jiyuri out of this danger. That someone is none other than the main character, who arrives just in time and successfully carries Jiyuri away from the danger. Dae-hun looks straight at his opponent and declares, you finally showed up, Kwon. The scene shifts back to the school. The main character looks at Jiyuri and asks, are you okay? Jiyuri, a bit panicked, replies, yeah, I'm fine. Wishing she could be with him again, Dae-hun warns her, I am not carrying you for fun. It is too dangerous, so stay back. That Garok guy is still wearing his flip-flops, slowly approaching our side with taunting words. There you are, Kwon Dae-hun. I have been waiting for you, my highway gang members, and yet you managed to take them down. But I want your friends to pay first, but because you have to take responsibility for everything, I can't hold back anymore. Jarok declares firmly, I will send you to the underworld. Outside the hallway, news spreads wildly. Kwon Dae-hun and Kwon Jarok are fighting. Unbelievable. Where is this happening? The footsteps become increasingly urgent as a crowd gathers. Kim Do-hyun arrives and curiously asks, "What is going on?" Responding to the news outside, our main character replies to Jaira, "People will misunderstand. I fight you because you deserve it. I said I would do this if you tried to extort money again." While the main character discusses serious matters, a voice calls out, "Dae-hun, do not let your guard down. That guy is strong." The main character looks around. Curious, "It is you, Hamano." Sure enough, it was Mano hiding behind a door, calling out to Dae-hun. "That guy is quick, his strength and speed are no joke. He can take hits so well that weapons won't work on him." Our main character, knowing what he needs to do, reassures Manho to calm his worries. "I know. But what are you doing there?" Manho, caught off guard by the question, responds, "I can't move, so do not ignore my advice." Okay, he is on another level, not like those guys we have fought before. Despite being quite confident, Manho's urgent reminder makes the main character feel uneasy and pay attention. Even Dagon can feel it. This time the energy he radiates is very different. Perhaps before he did not have the courage to face me because of... Maybe it was due to that. This reason is hinted at by our master. But the main issue right now is clear. His mind is in a state of intense focus. His arm is still tightly gripping the string of pearls. And he admits that my hard work has not been enough. I know I have to forgive instead of being harsh with a normal person. But this time, I can't let it slide. Those who dare to touch what they should not must bear heavy repercussions. So for you, Dagon, that will be an unforgivable crime. There will be no mercy for you. Our Dagon has always been very confident, with an impressive demeanor, and his blunt words often respond, "Fine. Let us see if you are just delusional." I should confirm that. Right, the gaze of this guy starts to freeze. In front of him is a gun poised and ready, an unseen attack with no clear path or action. But the force of iron is enough to send him flying without a second thought. He peeks through the door, unable to hide his surprise. What is this? Juri must assess the situation. After taking that hit, there is no way that guy is still intact. The scene in classroom number 6 is still very noisy. Suji is pounding on Jinmo's head again. Who is he fighting with this time and where? Jinmo can't even study peacefully with the girls around him, so he responds, with Big Bro 52. But Suji suddenly retorts negatively. No, Jinmo still does not understand the issue. He is curious and asks, "What do you mean? Want to go save him again? You saw those 52s get taken down earlier. Right, if it is Dagon, it should be fine." Even so, Suji is still very worried. He thinks, "You do not understand. Dagon is different." Especially in this case, old memories start to flow back for Suji, recalling a time when some members of the highway gang were attacked by Bongjin High School while collecting protection fees. After that, he went to confront Bongjin alone and took down all the senior members there. He is truly a monster. Suji worries and mumbles, "It seems Dagon really likes money. I have always wondered if there is any way to stop him from fighting this battle." Suddenly, Jinmo interrupts with a comment unrelated to fighting. "Do you want me to carry you? I can carry you around the school twice." Immediately, Jinmo ends up carrying Suji, complaining about the weight. So heavy, Suji quickly scolds Jinmo, "Shut up and run. You pig." The classroom doors fly open as they rush past. Juri is hiding and observing the situation. Judging. What? Even after getting hit like that, he is still okay. This guy from Dagon is still standing firm after Dahon's seemingly deadly blow, and he speaks with difficulty. Is this the blow that North Dajin can't withstand? Impressive, but it won work on me. Nam Chi Yin Lung does not explain much. He simply raises a fist along with a probing question. "Do you know what Chi is?" That guy from Dagon is moving his arms and legs as if he is ready, looking forward and declaring, "Who has received the wisdom of the Buddha will never be harmed." Kim Do-hyun stands outside, contemplating whether Dihun's gun will affect him, blocking the outstanding showdown between the second year and first year Big Bro. In this match, Do-hyun's train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a punch, an annoying voice pushing him aside. It turned out to be Susie's sharp shove. She arrived and immediately complained, "It is crazy." And finally, they started fighting. Everyone's attention was focused on the center of the fight between the protagonist and the enemy. Dongmin suddenly equipped himself with a steel fist weapon. Slowly approaching the enemy, he ran fast to attack, his words declaring bravely. He was getting the hang of it too, but this was revenge for the sudden attack earlier. However, Dongmin had not acted yet when the enemy's shout froze him in place. The guy yelled loudly, stopping him. The emotion within him seemed to be truly exploding. He cursed, "Enough of the foolishness. Just now, I could have killed you. You are nothing but an ant to me, and I do not have time to waste on something as insignificant as you. Soon you will understand that you will be swept away, along with that lowly scum." The enemy's feet were pounding the ground relentlessly, creating a sound that pierced the earth. That was the sixth move, a swift step. The enemy was pouring all his strength and speed into an attack straight towards our protagonist. His teeth clenched tight. The protagonist carefully observed every move of the enemy, Admitting to himself, he was too fast. The punches and attack speed were extremely brutal. He punched as if unleashing 1,000 men that had yet to be explored. Jory, standing outside, was also affected by that punch, her body swaying as if it would fly away. Our protagonist was not falling behind in this battle. He raised his divine fist. The machine gun was ready, turning the tide, preparing for a decisive battle with the enemy. A rapid and brutal punch was fired straight down at the enemy's body. The enemy's face contorted in discomfort upon receiving the impact, but the opponent was fighting back. Our protagonist aimed for the enemy's head. After identifying the target, protagonist fired a sniper shot, a relentless barrage. The force of the impact shattered the window glass completely. Despite that, the enemy remained defiant. That stiff demeanor did not faze him. His punches continued to form through the waves of anger, desperately trying to strike through the protagonist, but the superior dodging speed of our protagonist always left the enemy frustrated. Wondering if his body was injured, the protagonist's gaze was fixed forward, a determined expression on his face. This battle is far from over. Our protagonist still has many skills left to showcase, each move causing the opponent unbearable pain and despair. The enemy's teeth ground together, his legs straining to keep him standing. The more the enemy tried to hold on, the harder the protagonist pushed forward. The strikes came relentlessly from one side, then flipped to the other. Finally, they reached the center of the enemy's body. Kim Do-hyun, watching from the sidelines, muttered, "So many techniques. I can't even name the secret moves he has left. What other weapons has not he used yet?" Seung-hun appeared in disgust with Do-hyun. So it was him, the one naming Do-hyun's useless techniques. Do-hyun replied, "Yeah, but were not those moves fine?" Seung-hun immediately dismissed it, saying, "I am not so sure, but instead of using your gun and rifle." I think while Seung-hun is thinking of names, the battle is still very tense. The main character is trying to find openings in Jia Kwok's fighting style to jab in and attack. Somehow, Do-hyun's punch had incredible power that sent his opponent flying. Seung-hun named this move Pai Benkai. Once the spear tip is attached, it will pierce the target at high speed. Jia Kwok's eyes showed a fierce determination. While outside he was still calculating his moves. As long as he used them with a sturdy pair of gloves close by, no matter how tough the opponent was, the main character was conquering them. No matter what in this world, Arm will not back down or concede, determined to fight the opponent to the end. Everything was pierced through, with parts falling around brutally. The main character in Jia Kwok suddenly froze after the previous move. Jia Kwok's knee buckled down to the ground. Seeing the opponent weaken, our Emmy grew more confident and stepped forward. Where has the Buddha's protection gone? Is there even a Buddha? Jia Kwok's mentioned the revered being he worships made his attitude harsher. "Don't insult me." He still would not stop, trying to unleash another Buddha's hand move. The main character looked at this technique, not understanding Jia Kwok's intent. Buddha's hand. What do you mean? The main character's arm suddenly gripped Jia Kwok's hand tightly. It seemed he was angry. Words erupted reminding the opponent. "Should I let you continue? How long will the facade of a fake monk last? If it is real, then you better ask for more protection because you are going to get hit even more." The scene shifted to the game room. Complaints echoed. "I am so bored because I did not go to school. No jerk dares to mess with me here." The guys looked at each other in disgust. "Has Samyun contacted you yet?" The other replied, "Not yet." Like Seung-hun said, "The outcome is clear." "Yes." "The moonlight is fading. What a pity. I should have witnessed that monk getting beaten myself." These guys kept reassuring each other. "Don't worry about that. Just gather as many kids together as possible." "Never mind. Also, let us say they brought something along," the other guy confidently said while holding his phone. "Don't worry about that. Let us see what can cause pain." The main character's punches continued to fall with a very steady rhythm. As the opponent was taking all the hits, Jia Kwok's eyes and facial expression were extremely fierce, as if he wanted to rip Arma's spine out. But in the end, Jia Kwok only stopped at making expressions of intimidation, while he was still getting hit repeatedly, each blow powerful. Seung-hun and Do-hyun stood outside, focused forward with shocked faces. Even Suzy was surprised, thinking to herself, "Whoa. Jia Kwok. He can't even fight back." Hoon Ye-kwok was almost in despair, his mind constantly urging thoughts. "No, I can't keep being brought down like this. I have a great ambition and a goal in mind." The relentless punches to Jia Kwok's face had not broken his determination. His gaze and state always reminded him of himself. Who am I? I am the third-generation heir of Jia Kwok, a young man of status." On the approaching birthday, his father even asked, "Jia Kwok, is there anything you want this birthday?" All the control over his life. That is what Jia Kwok had. When asked about a gift, he thought for a moment and said, "A Rolex Datejust watch would be nice." Right after suggesting the gift, he received the watch proudly on his wrist. He got what he wanted, a young heir born with a silver spoon in his mouth. However, one day, while Jia Kwok was showering, he looked down at the drain. Feeling annoyed, "Why is there so much hair? The pipes are clogged again. The maid is not doing her job properly." After finishing his shower, Jia Kwok went to style his hair, but while styling, He noticed his hair was falling out more and more. An unpleasant feeling washed over him. Jiaquok felt extremely curious. He intended to ask his father, Dad. However, his questioning gradually stopped when he looked up at his father's bald head. And at that moment, all his doubts were clarified. For a perfectionist like him, someone who does not know what flaws are, this was too difficult, too bitter for him. He could not keep this hair. Could he? He felt completely helpless with the increasing amount of hair loss. There was a lot of Jiaquok's hair scattered on the floor, and then one day, just when it seemed like the darkness of despair was overwhelming, a glimmer of light appeared. News about hair transplant services spread online. The sooner the better. However, the problem was that getting a hair transplant required money, a lot of money, but for the third-generation hair. Jiaquok, money was not an issue. When he read the information, he quickly ran into his father's room shouting, "Dad!" As soon as he entered the room, the first image that struck him was his father kneeling down, surrounded by a group of suspicious people. His father looked dejected. His shaky voice spoke up. "Jiaquok, you are back."
I'm sorry.
"It seems like the family's belongings have been taken." The information hit Jiaquok like a bolt from the blue. The feeling of losing everything was, for Jiaquok, nothing short of hell on earth. He needed a spiritual support to lean on. At that moment, Buddhism was the only thing that brought him strength. He shaved his head. No matter how painful it was for him, he absorbed the philosophy of emptiness. And once again, he felt peace of mind. Not having hair did not bother him much anymore. And on a cloudy day, Jiaquok looked up at the sky, lost in thought. He murmured the phrases of the philosophy of emptiness. The philosophy of emptiness. Suddenly, Jiaquok's anger flared up. He declared, "You are just a tree." That is why Jiaquok punched that tree hard and threatened, "Do not be so gloomy." Although I practice Buddhist teachings, the world of Jiaquok still has its mundane and vulgar aspects, with thoughts and words appearing abrasive. For me, Unengiak, to think about not having everything I want in life. No, I can't help but feel down. Time passed quickly, and he enrolled in Juryong High School, where one could earn money if skilled in fighting. Who could defeat someone with a heart as desperate as his? After mastering a year's worth of studies in an instant, he made money multiply. While waiting for the day to return to a vibrant life, the day Jiaquok envisioned would come soon. He was just waiting for that day to arrive. However, in reality, everything was utterly shattered. Jiaquok was left to pick up the pieces of his old dreams. The one who shattered Jiaquok's long-awaited day was none other than my brother, Kwon Dae-gun. Jiaquok was very upset by the appearance of Namchine, with a wary glance and a racing mind. Until this guy showed up, in the tense battle, especially when facing a strong character like Namchine, Jiaquok was trying to hold him back with his hands. However, no matter how hard he tried, Dae-gun pushed him away with a decisive hand motion. Namchine hesitated, observing his opponent's actions, muttering to himself, "Just a little more. If I could just get a little more, everything would be over." Driven by Jiaquok's insatiable thirst for money, he struggled to push back, his large body pressing Namchine backward. However, Dae-gun held his ground firmly. He immediately shifted his stance forward, using his legs to launch an attack. As soon as he regained his footing, Dae-gun flipped his opponent backward, and Jiaquok's large body slammed against the wall. Namchine asked casually, "You still have some strength left to struggle?" Jiaquok replied, "Not just a little. Right now, I am overflowing with energy like never before." My brother's gaze and demeanor remained calm, his words nonchalantly reminding him that there was no need to be reckless. "If you agree to return the money you stole and swear never to do it again, I will forgive you. After all, I am a compassionate person." However, the money-hungry Jiaquok absolutely refused, bluntly declaring, "What nonsense are you saying? Collecting money is essential for everyone. That is just how it is." Shifting focus to Hodong and Norman Ho, they watched the center of the battle in fear, whispering about what else he might say.
"Oh,
"You are awake now." My after being beaten by Namchun and feeling numb, was now crawling to eavesdrop on the situation. "Damn it. Let us see a little." Mayung's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, mumbling, "Jiaquok, that is him." The image behind Jiaquok was quite bizarre. Mayung thought he had finally reached a state of enlightenment. In this state, Jiaquok felt even more confident to declare war. "I will show you why. The true endurance begins now." The complete realm of enlightenment, a series of long and short arms raised in front of Namchine. Jiaquok called it the Heavenly Hand. The punches and moves from Jiaquok began to take action, initially unable to challenge Dehan. During the face-off with Jiaquok, my mouth observed carefully all his actions, analyzing thoroughly in my mind. Although he did not know it, this was his adjusted state. Mayung was an outsider but eagerly commented on the match through the broken glasses of Avalokiteshvara. Avalokiteshvara saved beings with his 1,000 hands. Regardless of how strong the opponent was, how could a person handle 1,000 hands continuously? Mayung shouted loudly, "Now he is definitely dead," instantly catching Susie's attention. She looked over and thought, "I thought he had already shown up before." But now it is getting serious. Although she did not know much about fighting, Suzy could see the basic movements. She noted that Jiaquok was just swinging his punches really fast, but even so, their speed was incredibly high. Because of such high speed, my house had to find perfect directions to dodge, avoiding getting hit by those powerful punches. Jiaquok kept punching, yet the opponent showed no signs of backing down. Angrily shouting, "You stupid criminal, why have not you come to your senses?" The male lead, no matter how much the opponent yelled or punched, moved gracefully. Dodging, Jiaquok's words echoed in the air. Everyone had been quiet before my lesson. Don't you understand that you are taking away everyone's peaceful life? The punches combined with Jiaquok's instructions sounded like a symphony. If it were not for you, they could have absorbed my thoughts effectively through taking my money. They could have progressed toward enlightenment to Japan and helped me afford a hair transplant. But then, Jiaquok suddenly hesitated, realizing he might have revealed his true intention. My standing outside, was also confused by Jiaquok's thoughts. A hair transplant. My recalled Jiaquok saying before that he did not need hair. It was a symbol of suffering in the human realm. You would better shave your head. My remembered those exact words. Didn't he say that before? The male lead immediately recognized the hidden thoughts of his opponent. So that was your true intention. The male lead's punches got stronger, as if he wanted to awaken the opponent with his insults. Outside, he pretended to care about others. But inside, he was just satisfying his own greed. I heard that greedy people are often easy to provoke. So it is true. When it comes to hair, Jiaquok goes crazy. Stop it. You know nothing. Jiaquok's punches formed an unbeatable style, targeting the male lead. Despite what the opponent was showing, Dihan remained calm in response, stating that teaching Jiaquok, on the surface, he looked strong, but beneath that surface, he was completely hollow. A hollow object could easily be destroyed by the male lead in this battle. Jiaquok stubbornly looked up high, declaring, "I still have 999 hands left." Just as he finished speaking, the main character rushed over and grabbed Jiaquok's hand tightly. He taught Jiaquok that usually, there are only 2 hands. A punch landed squarely on Jiaquok's face as the main character wanted to call him out, urging him to wake up. Other punches followed, continuously piling up on Jiaquok's body. This guy still did not want to give up on his ambitions. Thoughts screamed in his mind. No, it can't end like this. The arm of the main character gripped tightly onto his opponent. An indescribable pain caused Jiaquok's gaze to shift. Jiaquok's face turned pale, as if he did not understand the situation he was in. He was facing something extremely terrifying. Too scared, his jaw clenched tightly. The main character had become absolutely dominant. His strong body and fists were 1,000 times larger than an average person's. Jiaquok, confused, stepped back, questioning, "What the hell is this?" Despite his fear, this guy still tried to confront him stubbornly. Whatever it takes. The Buddha was still watching over him. Jiaquok's faith in the Buddha began to fade when he saw the main character's physique. That guy's gaze drooped, lost in thought, unable to articulate any words or thoughts. A thunderous punch from the main character was thrown. Heaven, grant his soul peace. This punch went straight into Jiaquok's empty head. His face contorted in pain. The main character was determined to deliver a powerful blow at the last moment, causing his opponent to fall completely. Maivan stood outside, anxiously calling out, "Jiaquok." All the other characters witnessing this tense battle were amazed at the outcome. A message popped up, a text from Samuel asking how things were going. This person replied, "Just finished. I dealt with the highway gang." Sung Hun, with a shady expression, assessed the situation, thinking that since Jiaquok was defeated, the boys were out of time. When Kim Samuel received this news, he muttered, "All right, the third guy is feeling woozy." Currently, at Jurong High, no one was stronger than Jiaquok's. The tense situations continued. Sung Hun hatched a plan next, thinking he could use Baek Suzy to lure Baek Su Hyuk. Suzy had witnessed the fight from the beginning to the end, unable to hide her surprise as she thought to herself, "The Daegan army, I can't believe he defeated Jiaquok. How strong can he be?" Other female students flocked to cheer. "He is so cool. His arms are so muscular. His physique looks amazing. It looks amazing. Just for you." Suzy felt annoyed hearing this, her eyes glancing sideways. She quickly moved to the group of girls, raising her fist to intimidate them. "Why are not you leaving? Get back to class now." The girls hurriedly scurried away. Okay. Suzy just encountered this situation but felt very irritated, thinking to herself, "This is so annoying. Those messy girls really get on my nerves." The scene gradually shifted outside. Seung Hun trailed behind, saying, "Hey, Kim Samuel," the 5th member of the highway gang. Hearing this voice, Kim Samuel asked, "What are you doing here?" Seung Hun was gradually probing into his psyche. "I am sure you are really attached to the highway gang. Do not you feel lonely?" Kim Samuel turned to glare at Seung Hun. "Don't he say stupid things? You are making me sick." Seung Hun, not knowing what embarrassment was, kept questioning to achieve his goal. You have been a spy here for a long time, have not you? Samuel brushed off the topic. Forget it. I have contacted the Blood Gang already. What about you? I am talking about how you can lure Baek Soo-hee out. Upon hearing this question, Seung-hun suspiciously laughed. Oh, that might be easier than I thought. Baek Soo-hee likes Kwon Dae-gun. You know, Kim Samuel wanted to confirm this information, asking, "What did you say?" Seung-hun seemed to have figured out the next steps. His voice was confident. You know about Baek Soo-hee, right? Why has the vocational school Bongjian recently been afraid of Juryong High School? He began to analyze carefully. Last year, Juryong and Bongjian were the two most prominent schools in the Daegong area. During the fierce battle between the factions, a shocking incident occurred. After that, the Bongjian faction suddenly disappeared. It was not just a simple match between the factions. Baek Soo-hyuk and his 4 followers caused that incident, and with just 5 people, they flattened the entire factions. The car crash concluded the matter. So after that incident, the Bongjian faction did not dare to speak up against the Juryong faction anymore, and Baek Soo-hyuk decided not to intervene. Even if the Bongjian and Juryong factions fought, what made him show up in that battle? Just as I thought. It was because a member of those factions was infatuated with Baek Soo-hee and followed her to her doorstep. Kim Sam-eun listened to the situation and developments. Questioning, so now are you saying that Daegong's troops should bring flowers to Baek Soo-hee's house? But does Dae-hul even like Baek Soo-hee? This car crash guy is overflowing with schemes, his words dripping with ambition, bringing flowers to her doorstep. Hee. Sounds cute. Sounds interesting, but still not enough. We need a stronger trigger, that Dae-hul's troops should just go inside her house. Upon hearing this, Kim Sam-eun felt that things were starting to get tense. Exclaiming, "Whoa, that sounds more effective," but the car crash guy countered. No, he pointed out, it won't really be effective if he does not enter her bedroom. Scene shifts to the familiar school after the shocking incident where the first-year boys defeated the second-year boys. In just one day, the atmosphere at the school suddenly changed. Jong-in and Ho-jong were both surprised as they looked ahead, seeing a long line. What is this? Everything changed so dramatically that people could recognize it immediately. Ho-jong asked, why are they all in line? His influence has spread throughout the area. Along with that, there were also rumors. Have you heard about the Juryong incident? The first-year boys beat the second-year boys again. Hee. It is really chaotic. Those Juryong guys are such pushovers. A school of warriors. It is ridiculous. Scene shift to classroom number 1. He glanced at his friends and asked, why are you here? You said you were going to the store. Jong-in replied with a joyful expression. Do you know what is happening now? Ho-jong continued. All the first-year and second-year students in the school are extremely cautious around us. Right? You know, thanks to Dae-gun, Ho-jong excitedly said in front of Namchain. Now we are the most powerful people. Right? Hearing this, Nunla frowned at Ho-jong and said, why are you so pleased? Ho-jong knew what he needed to do. In response, oh, it is not about that. Then what? Sorry Dae-gun, I won't cause them any trouble. Jong-in moved closer to Namchen and expressed, but Dae-gun, in the second year, there is not only the Highway Gang, but also the Bloodline Gang. When did we stop seeing them? Ho-jong, being choked, tried to reply. Do you think they dare to come to school anymore? Maybe they are afraid of Dae-gun and stopped coming. Namchain tiredly said, I do not have time to study anymore. It is better if they leave on their own. While our side is getting ready to study, Norman approaches Jio and Dae-gun, asking, I am serious, your target is Bitsuhio Namba. Right, Jong-in feels scared at the mention of this name. But I heard that Suhito-thi has been absent from school for many days now, and no one knows where he is, besides Bisuji, the strong one. Should I ask Bitsuji to spill the beans? Ho-jong immediately counters Jong-in, saying, if it is you, failure is guaranteed. That is right. The car suddenly pops its head out, feigning friendliness. What are you guys talking about? Namchain asks in surprise. Where did you come from? The story continues at Juryo School. The car is offering advice to our side. If that is the case, it is too easy. You can approach Bisuji and ask her to speak up. Right. Jong-in gets frustrated and says, how can he approach someone who claims to be a queen like her? I am sure she will torture you into talking. Ho-jong, sitting next to him, nods in agreement. Exactly. Jong-in suddenly shifts his gaze towards Juri. Aren't you close with Beach Suji? Juri, feeling annoyed, raises a fist in refusal. Shut up. I won't do it. The guy in the car claps his hands, suddenly coming up with an idea. Hey, I just thought of a brilliant one. Why do not we hold an outdoor barbecue party to celebrate Dae-gun becoming the new leader? Mentioning food makes Ho-jong and Jong-in jump up with excitement. Exactly. That sounds great. Perfect idea. It is a party that everyone is excited about. The words come out. The barbecue you mentioned sounds great. We should practice. Right. However, our side shakes their head in frustration. This idea is too much. I do not like it. Ideas for food keep coming from Jong-in and Ho-jong. What about drinks? Alcohol goes well with meat. Hey, Dae-gun is looking at you. He seems to hate that. Going back to when Dae-gun was 20, he was a part-time worker at a convenience store, drinking from a filled cup while mumbling, life, you are my only friend. Namchin sips his drink, feeling enlightened, as alcohol is the only friend that helps him wash away his exhaustion, both mentally and physically. But now, 17-year-old Dae-gun, a high school student, when he thinks back to that time, alcohol and meat make him crave them so much. The guy Seung-hun starts observing the situation. The provocative words go around. Since we are students, we should not drink alcohol. Well, let us find a way to drink without being seen. So everyone has to go, no one can be absent. Our group is still hesitating. I think I need some meat to replenish my energy. Should I go? Dongmin turns his gaze to Jiri and says, Catch Jiri. You can't go because you have to study. Right? However, she quickly expresses, I want to go too. Dongmin tries to make excuses. You have a practice. But no matter what, Jiri wants to go. I said I will go. Ho-ding reminds Dongmin. Be careful, or you might end up eating and getting caught. Dongmin panics. What about bitch Susie? Seung-hun smirks with a smile, reassuring him. Don't worry, I will call her. The sky gradually turns dark. Everyone has gathered at the barbecue restaurant, chatting and complimenting. The barbecue party is the best. Dongmin looked around in amazement, unable to believe a place like this exists. Lee Seung-hun really chose the perfect spot. At the barbecue table, everyone chatted naturally, but why has not Min-soo arrived yet? He said he had something to do at school. I feel so awkward. It is just us enjoying this. Whoa. Look at those beautiful colors. It looks so delicious. Suddenly, a hint of sadness crossed Min-soo's face as he thought, still no alcohol. In the end, he reassured himself, it is fine. This is better since I am still a student. Suddenly, Ara spoke. Dihan, do you like meat? The main guy nodded along, while Ara chimed in. Me too. We are the same. Right. Park Ji-ri could not hold back and interjected. Who here does not like meat? It is a common favorite for us. Ara replied with a smile. Oh. Really? I did not know. Park Ji-ri seemed annoyed by Ara's presence. She turned to Dongmin and asked, Hey, why is she here? Dongmin shook his head in confusion. I do not know. Lee Seung-hun called her over. The table became lively. Ara called out, Dihan, let me grill the meat for you. The main guy quickly refused. What? I can do it myself. Dongmin did not want everyone to fuss over him. He reminded Park Ji-ri, come eat over here. But Norman-ho helplessly brushed it off. Let her be. Let us just enjoy this meat together. When it came to eating, Mano seemed quite experienced. He instructed. Dongmin. Who Dong? This is not the time to think about that. We need to focus on this. It is our chance to practice. Even when grilling, Norman-ho was meticulous, guiding them. Use both hands and grill like this. You need to pay attention to both sides. This is the most basic thing you need to know. However, while Norman-ho was engrossed in grilling, Park Ji-ri suddenly punched Man-ho in the face, commanding, open your eyes, hurry up and let me grill it. Man-ho, you are too focused. Ju-ri's attitude and words startled the main guy, making him look over. He then turned his attention to Ara, who was saying, I think it is ready. I will taste it. Actually, the main guy was not looking at Ara. He was gazing into the distance, thinking, that looks like a bottle of alcohol. Right. The dining table was still noisy as Ara called out, Digun. Eat up. Oh. Thanks. Seeing this, Juri got furious, her eyes turning red. She held up a piece of meat and said, Digun, this one is tastier. Come on. Open your mouth. Jongmin reacted strongly to this situation. Hey, that piece is ours. Seung-hun reassured them. There is still plenty. Just enjoy it slowly. However, Jongmin could not take it anymore. It was not about the quantity. It is the principle. Jongmin looked up and asked, Oh right, what about Bake Susie? Have you called her? The car replied. Oh. She will probably arrive soon. Just then, Susie walked, wearing a tight outfit and confidently said, Hey, why do you keep calling me? The queen could not miss the debut of the new joy. I came because I had no other choice. Jongmin was shocked, saying, Oh. She really showed up. How did you get her here? The car changed its mindset, nodding in its head. Of course, she had no other options. The car quietly observed Ara's conversation. Did you know? Dae-gun also brought her home. How could he? Through their dialogue, the car realized that Ara in their class also liked Dae-gun. In classroom number 6, the car invited Susie, but she firmly rejected, saying, What, a barbecue party? Why should I go? The car tried to convince her. Well, it is just to celebrate Dae-gun. Although she seemed to refuse, Susie genuinely wanted to go. Suddenly, Susie grew shocked. Really? Why should I congratulate him? The car seized the moment and added, Ara from my class will be there too. As soon as she heard that name, Susie perked up. What? Ara is a girl. Who is she, if she is in your class? She must be something special. Right, the car replied slowly. Oh, nothing too special, because she likes Dae-gun. Seung-hun focused on digging deeper into Susie's feelings. Dae-gun is busy studying English. They might have exchanged homework. It would be more fun if you went too. After this, Susie declared, I will go. That is why Susie showed up now. Susie glared at the others, thinking, what? They are both sitting right next to him, and way too close. The car pointed out, Susie, you are sitting here. Ara waved hello to Susie, who replied briefly, yeah, hi. The other girl seemed excited to chat with Susie. I'm Ara. Nice to meet you. Upon seeing Ara, Susie thought, she is such a simple girl. Even though I do not like her, I have to admit she studies well. I am the snobbiest one here. Ju-ri, curious, asked, hey, Susie. Doing okay? What is that? Susie replied, oh this. It is just an English book. I am studying English. I thought you knew. Ju-ri, feeling challenged, jumped in. What? Nonsense. I am good at English too. Ara asked, Susie, are you studying English? Susie gave a weak smile and replied, yeah. That is right. A voice rang out, hey, why do not we drink something? The car prepared and quickly replied, oh, wait a moment. I will bring it right out. After preparing, the car announced to everyone, everyone's here, let us raise our glasses to celebrate. But if we drink normally, one to be fun. Now I will mix in 8 types, a little of each. Many opinions swirled around this idea. That is so childish. One said, while another argued it would be fun. They all raised their glasses, toasting to Daehan becoming the new leader. Everyone raised their glasses to drink, all enjoying the refreshing moment. After drinking, I felt a bit let down. I was really looking forward to it, but this wine seems pretty average. After everyone drank, they announced, I am done. Me too. Same here, and I have none left. The male lead curiously asked, did you mix them together? He then raised his hand in apology. Oh, sorry about that. So boring. Oh, I'm sorry. Jiri suddenly sensed something unusual. Susie looks really strange. She is blushing and appears exhausted. The male lead worriedly asked, are you okay, Susie? Susie exclaimed, it is too hot. He continued to ask, are you sure you are okay? But was immediately slapped by Susie. I told you it is too hot. Everyone worried about the male lead after he was hit, asking if he was okay. Susie seemed possessed, struggling to take off her shirt. It is too hot. I can't stand it, she said as she removed her top. Everyone stared at her in shock. Stammering, are you okay? Susie commanded, hey, Daegan. Come here, you. Come here. She insisted, sit next to me right now. As night fell, Susie began to feel dizzy. She softly called, Daegan, who turned to look but did not respond. Seeing he was silent, Jiri tapped on the nearby table and said, I am talking about you. You jerk. Susie sat cross-legged, chin resting on her hand, her cheeks flushed and her body feeling hot. She looked at Daegun and smiled gently. Come sit next to me. Can you hear me? Come here. Daegun felt a bit tense, looking away and thinking, no, I can't get involved with her. It will just be trouble. Seung-hun suddenly woke up and rubbed his eyes, checking his phone and thinking, I must be really drunk now. This is great. On the rooftop, the sounds of laughter continued, and there were also faint noises from downstairs. A message popped up on the phone, notifying that all necessary procedures were completed. Second-year student Jiri got up angrily and said, Susie, why are you flirting with him? Do you think you can flirt with anyone? And pull your shirt down. Susie gently brushed her hair, her body swaying gracefully, and sighed. What nonsense are you talking about? I just feel too hot. Susie ignored Jiri's words and boldly held up a cup of water. Daegun, let us drink together. Daegun awkwardly covered his face. Minsu saw this and stood up for Daegun, saying, Susie, let me drink for him. Susie looked at little Minsu annoyed and scolded. Get out of the way. Why do you keep sticking to Daegun? By the way, Daegun, what is your type? Someone smart. Right. Ara sat next to him, excited too, really curious about Daegun's type. Susie casually pulled out a book and said earnestly, hey, I am good at English too. Listen to this, Gulat and chop. Triangle chop. Grip. Before Jiri could finish the page, she yelled, hey, are you even reading? It is all the names of Jiri Suma moves. Susie replied, I am good at Jiri Suma too. Jiri sighed, but you said you were reading English. Why are you reading that? Oh my. Susie did not care. She turned to look at Daegun as if she wanted to devour him alive, twisting her hot body with her full chest, her eyes sparkling. She said to Daegun, Daegun, do you want to battle Jirisu with me? The winner will make the loser their slave, and I am definitely going to win against you. Jiri could not take it anymore. Afraid of being outdone, she stood up, flexing her knuckles and told Susie, I warned you. Today you are going down. So annoying. Do not show off in front of me. Bung-ho felt heated and asked Dong Min. Hey, should we learn Jirisu? Dong Min honestly replied. Should I tell them now? At school, there was strange noise coming from the president's office, and Ina had sneaked in without anyone noticing. She held the documents in her hands, looking through them, thinking, there is nothing new here, but to be sure, she took out her phone to take pictures of the documents. Thinking, strange. There has been an added movement direction for the president since yesterday, so I will take a picture just in case, to study later. Then she quickly left the president's office, checking around to make sure no one was there. She casually walked outside as if nothing happened. Just as Min Soo approached, thinking to himself, I heard a sound from the bug, so I came to check, is this a completely different person than what I had data on? He followed Ina with a question in mind. What is she doing here? Should I tell her I know? Or just figure it out for now? Back in the old room, Baek Suji slumped over the table, and Juri exclaimed, it was not me. She just fainted like that. Ara looked over, saying, seems like he is asleep. Looks like he is leaning against something. Jiamin jumped up in panic. Hey, did someone spike his drink? Bang Ho Gyeong chimed in. Was it because the Hun cup got mixed in earlier? Manho felt a bit confused, saying, but where's the Hun cup been all this time? Bang Ho Gyeong Jio just noticed. He agreed. Where is it? Jimin jumped up. What the heck? Just vanished like that. At the same time, at the entrance, the loud car was busy with its work. He locked the door with a padlock. On the rooftop, Daehun remembered the bottle of liquor nearby. Daehun looked at the bottle in his hand, a smirk forming as he thought. Dangerous drinks like this should be handled by an adult like me. My party is just getting started. He turned to the others and asked, hey, does anyone know where Baek Suzy lives? I should take her home. Juri quickly rushed over to Baek Suzy, whispering, let me take her home. Bang Ho Gyeong Jio asked, can you handle alone? Manho expressed concern. It looks heavy. Juri shot them a cold glance and said, sure, but I can let you guys handle her. Baek Suzy leaned entirely on Juri, who shouted, hey, hold on to me tight. Baek Suzy mumbled back, yeah, got it. Suddenly, Juri's expression changed as she saw a group waiting in front of her. The green-haired guy laughed and said, whoa, what is wrong, little sister? Did you drink too much? Do you need my help? Juri awkwardly took a few steps back, and Manho immediately asked, hey, what is going on? What is wrong? Juri. Maji nudged the green-haired guy and said, that is Baek Suzy. Let it go. The green-haired guy turned off his grill and replied, oh, what a pity. I know. As he retreated with his crew, he said, if I let the girls go, then it is fair if these guys take a beating too. No mano. Dong Bin. Bang Ho. Dong Di. I never expected tonight's party would end for this reason. Maji scoffed. Yeah, truly a memorable night. Did you guys have fun? But can I ask if Daehun is drunk yet? That guy must be drunk. Right? Oh. Wait. Not really. He still seems pretty sober. Daehun, annoyed, pretended to be dazed, mumbling, what is up with you guys? I am already drunk, but I do not know what you came here for. But is it really necessary to crash a party like this? That is so rude. The blue-haired guy turned to Maji and whispered, he does not seem that drunk. What should we do? Maji gritted his teeth in frustration. I swear, that Lee Seung is such a pain. It is hard to even handle this. Hearing that, Jimin shouted, what did you say, Lee Seung? So that guy is indeed on your side. I told you he is hiding something from us. Maji scratched his head and sighed. Come on. Do not you guys know, as human beings, we should use our brains. Fighting openly is not romantic. It is just stupid. Alright, now I have two choices for you. Weapons or no weapons. Manho laughed loudly. Haha, to be honest, choosing to use weapons sounds fun. But you also have to know how to control the risks. Manho then pulled out a stick from his back. He continued. Remember, using weapons can sometimes backfire on yourself? Alright, blue-haired guy. That stick of yours must be expensive. Where did you get it? The blue-haired guy looked up at Manho and replied nonchalantly. Huh. What do you know? This is my loot. Manho, one hand grabbing a piece of meat, laughed mockingly. Haha. Got it. Then I welcome you. I need to fight really well. The blue-haired guy frowned and replied, what the hell have you been rambling about? He threw the piece of meat right at Manho's glasses. The blue-haired guy exploded with rage, cursing. What the hell are you doing? Manho also got into a stance, ready to attack. He replied, come on, pick up your weapons and let us fight to see who wins. As he said this, he coughed loudly. You guys go back to Daegundi. The blue-haired guy was so furious that his veins popped out. Sneering, what is this? Friendship is as vast as the Pacific Ocean. Alright, let me take care of this punk. Maji, you take out that Daegundi soldier. Maji told the remaining brothers. Do you all understand? Not even one of you can slack off. They are thick-headed but have dealt with the whole common path. Do not think of them as humans, Just treat them like beasts and attack. Daegundi chuckled. Yeah, you say it well. After that, he placed the bottle aside. Then he turned back to remind Jongmin and coughed. Hey, do not let Ara, Juri, and Suzy get caught up in this. Jongmin replied firmly. Yeah, I got it. Daegundi casually walked over to the punks, speaking very slowly. And hey, if they are not idiots, they should focus on me only. Do not get too excited and rush in. Maji whispered from behind, reminding his teammates once more. You all remember what I said. You must seize it, precisely and carefully. Daegundi took off his tie and coldly replied. You are a bit mistaken. Bringing weapons to gang up without choosing a card is good enough. He tossed his coat and tie aside and continued. Like I said, my punch power will vary depending on the opponent's card. The thugs were annoyed and cursed. Damn. Look at that arrogant face of his. Daegundi stepped forward. They were a bit shaken. Damn it. There are more than 10 of us armed. You idiot. Daegundi did not care. His gaze coldly replied. I know. That is why I said I want to let you off. Daegundi identified the 2 leaders as his first targets. Thinking this, he quickly moved in 2 swift steps. The 2 thugs could not catch up to counter and just grimaced. Daegundi muttered, Man, these guys are really dumb. If they stick together like this, how can they wield their weapons? They are just kids. The remaining thugs still did not notice their openings. Standing closely together in a long line, Daegundi punched left then right, giving each of them a powerful blow. Quickly breaking their formation, he punched one in the stomach. And another rushed in trying to swing a bat at him. Daegundi swiftly knocked the weapon from his hand. Then he straightforwardly delivered an uppercut, and another thug with a bat charged in. Daegundi lightly lifted his foot. He jumped forward, kicking the next guy away. Mazisek watched his teammates go down one by one. Worried to the point that sweat trickled down his forehead, Mazisek anxiously glanced to the other side. The green thug was also furious. Damn it. What are you doing here? Manhwa continued to dodge the blows, making the green thug go crazy. Damn it. Do you think I am filming a martial arts movie with you? Are you just going to dodge like this? Manhwa calmly replied. Oh. Got it. I have basically grasped it. I will finish this lightly. Do not worry. The green thug confusedly asked. What do you mean? You have got my movements down. Right. Manhwa smirked and corrected him. No. I am just checking if that stick you are holding is real. It is real. Right. I have been toying with you just to test it. The green thug froze upon hearing this, then rushed forward while yelling. You idiot. Suddenly, he paused, thinking, wait, can T hit him? Where did he go? Manhwa then struck, hitting the green thug hard in the left side. The green thug was enraged. Damn it. How dare you hit me? He reflexively swung at Manhwa, but once again missed. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. Manhwa quickly struck again at the green thug's back, causing him to scream in pain. The green thug gritted his teeth, intending to turn around and hit back, but suddenly he realized something was wrong. One eye was blurred, and he wondered, could it be the reason I can see him? It was because of the meat he threw earlier. Damn it. It really was that bastard who did it on purpose. Manhwa laughed from behind, saying, What is wrong? You have got grease all over the left side of the mirror. That is the clear fat from the pork belly. It is tasty but really sticky. That green bean is losing it, swinging his stick around while shouting at the same time, You cowardly bastard. So you have only been hitting to the left because of that. Right. The corner of Manhwa's mouth curled up. Too late. Huh. He then hit the guy 3 times, in the head, chest, and groin. The green bean gritted his teeth in pain, cursing under his breath. Damn it. This bastard is playing dirty. At the same time, Maji noticed that Baek Suzy and Juri were still not back. The corner of his mouth twisted in a very mischievous way. He rushed towards them, shouting, Sorry, you all are gonna be our hostages. Juri shot back, Hey, just because we are girls does not mean we can be treated like that. Without hesitation, she stood up and kicked Maji right in the groin. Cursing, You are such a coward. Maji was left speechless. The kick from Juri sent pain shooting through his brain, and Juri grabbed him by the collar. She effortlessly lifted Maji off the ground and then slammed him down hard, her eyes glinting differently than usual. She looked at Maji and said, You think girls are weak? She looked towards Dagon, who was fighting the bullies over there, and firmly said, I have to go help Dagon. Maji then reached for his stick. Juri quickly noticed Baek Suzy was slumped over to the side. Unaware, while Maji did not care who Suzy was related to, he lunged to hit Baek Suzy, yelling, Damn you, die. He continued, I do not care. Tonight, either I win or we both die. Damn it. Just as he swung his stick down, Juri quickly rushed in to take the hit for Baek Suzy. Juri gritted her teeth and turned to glare at the coward Maji. He looked at Juri and gave a strange smile, saying, Whoa, these girls are so cute. Are you crying? Tears of friendship. You are really touching me. Juri lifted Maji up again and threw him down hard. With a very determined look, she told Maji, You get lost. And once again, She emphasized. Don't you think just because I am a girl, you can do whatever you want? Meanwhile, the green-haired guy was already down, and Manhwa picked up a stick lying nearby. He examined it, saying, "Whoa, this is nice. Definitely high quality. It is so smooth. From now on, I will be your master. Thanks." Green hair. After saying that, he turned to look at Dae-hoon, sighing. Whoa. Dae-hoon looks really tired, but he must be almost done. Suddenly, a sandal flew in from nowhere. Ara was standing right behind Manhwa, her mouth agape as the sandal flew by. Dae-hoon quickly showed off a bit of skill with the new stick, bending a little and quickly knocking the sandal away. Manhwa turned back to ask Ara, "Are you okay?" Ara finally snapped back to reality and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Manhwa nodded and continued to admire his prize stick. Whoa, this is beautiful. Then he asked Ara, "Do you think this stick is nice?" Ara's face turned bright red, and she did not respond. It seemed her heart was racing a little. On Dae-hoon's side, it was still lively and bustling, as the male students kept hitting Dae-hoon with sticks. Dae-hoon retaliated with a strong punch, causing the boy to feel pain all over but still grit his teeth to endure it. Dae-hoon saw this and threw a punch right to the guy's face. At the same time, another guy charged at him with a stick, and Dae-hoon kicked him hard in the stomach. From behind, the guy with shoulder-length hair also refused to back down, rushing in like a bullet, but Dae-hoon quickly spotted him and landed a punch straight into his gut. The stick fell from his hand. Dae-hoon grabbed the guy's head, ready to hit him, when a voice from afar shouted to stop immediately. He turned around to see Juri being held tightly from behind by Ma Ji-seo, who had a box cutter in his hand. He shouted, "If you move, I will cut her." As he spoke, he brought his hand to Juri's mouth, glaring at Dae-hoon with hatred, threatening further. "Try me. Every move you make, I will slice her a centimeter." Jang Min and Bang Ho were taken aback and froze at the scene. Ma Ji-seo whispered in Juri's ear, "You better know your place and go along with what I want, and I will let her go. Don't be stupid. If you do anything foolish, I will slice you from your belly to the top of your head." Suddenly, someone's legs quietly approached from behind, gently taking Ma Ji-seo's hand. Then a hand squeezed right at his throat. With his hand twisted behind his back and his throat squeezed at a crucial point, Ma Ji-seo screamed as if he were being slaughtered. The box cutter dropped to the ground. It was Lee Seo-hoon, who had locked Ma Ji-seo's neck, proving that those who wear glasses are often very dangerous. Lee Seo-hoon leaned in close to Ma Ji-seo and whispered, "Indeed, every day talking to you just irritates me. You are going too far now." Dae-hoon, still holding the thug's hair, was extremely surprised to see Lee Seo-hoon, saying, "I thought you betrayed us, but it seems that is not the case." Then he glanced at the guy in his grip. He decisively slapped him hard. Dae-hoon looked at Lee Seo-hoon with anger, saying, "Lee Seo-hoon, explain yourself clearly." Lee Seo-hoon, holding Ma Ji-seo's head with one hand, waved his other hand, saying, "Everyone calm down and listen to me. Things are not what you think. You know what? The truth is I lied that I had no connection to Bang Hae-than. I am sorry about that." Dongmin was really upset. That bastard again. Ma Ji-seo was thrown to the ground by Lee Seo-hoon. He smiled and explained, "Just let me explain quietly. I did collaborate with them. At first, they will attack you after you get drunk, but that drink was already consumed by Bak Soo-ji. Right?" Dae-hoon wiped the sweat from his hair, replying, "You should not make plans like that and drag others into it. I can't trust you anymore." Dae-hoon brushed past Lee Seo-hoon, who continued to wear a smile as if nothing was wrong, saying, "Sorry, I did not intend to deceive you like that. That is just how it is." Dae-hoon walked over to Juri, who was sitting on the ground, helping her up while asking, "Are you okay?" Juri, touched, replied, a little hurt. "Thank you." As he stood up, Dae-hoon turned to look at everyone once more and continued, "Well, luckily everyone is alright." Meanwhile, Juri quickly turned to where Ma Ji-seo lay to vent her anger, kicking him while shouting, "You dead dog, die, die." Dae-hoon glared at Lee Seo-hoon threateningly, saying, "If this happens again, you will end up in that pile too." Lee Seo-hoon replied with a smile, "Okay." Dae-hoon ordered Lee Seo-hoon to clean up this mess. Manhwa stopped Juri, saying, "All right. Calm down. Your wrist is hurt. You should see a doctor first." Lee Seo-hoon asked everyone heavily, "Hey, are you all okay?" Manhwa held the newly grabbed stick, saying, "Whoa, this stick feels good. Let us take a moment to check it out." Bake Suzy sat in a corner, drunk and disheveled, her face flushed from the heat. Lee Seo-hoon looked at Dae-hoon and suggested, "Dae-hoon, you are okay, right? Can you take Bake Suzy home?" Juri's hurt hand now. Dae-hoon replied blankly, "Huh." Without hesitation, he walked over to Bake Suzy and picked her up, asking, "So what is the address?" Juri, feeling anxious, shouted, "Hey, no, let me take her home." Dae-hoon hesitated, "But your wrist is injured, right?" Juri quietly replied, "Yes, but at least do not let Dae-hoon take her home." At the same time, Jongmin and Bang Ho chimed in, saying, "Oh, let me take her home too." Jiri looked at those two and felt they were untrustworthy. Immediately saying, "No way," Lee Seo-hoon urged Dae-hoon at the door. "Dae-hoon, hurry up, we can't stay here any longer." Night fell, and it got quieter outside. Dae-hoon kept walking straight, while Lee Seo-hoon gave Dae-hoon the address and pretended to care, asking, "You are okay, right? After everything, I truly regret what happened." Dae-hoon felt annoyed and replied, "Just shut up." "Forget it." Lee Seo-hoon no longer followed, waving goodbye to Dae-hoon. At that moment a familiar figure appeared behind. Lee Seo-hoon turned around and saw Juri panting, calling for Suzy. He asked, "Juri, why are you here?" Juri replied breathlessly, "I heard Suzy was drunk, so I am taking her home," Lee Seo-hoon said. "No need." Dae-hoon heard the conversation behind him and turned around. Lee Seo-hoon quickly hugged Juri and pulled her inside, then turned to Dae-hoon, saying, "Dae-hoon, do not worry. You should go." Lee Seo-hoon, with a gloomy face, turned to Jiri and said, "Thanks for coming to help carry Suzy, but you know Suzy's address, so you do not need to be here. You can go now." Jiri stubbornly insisted, "But I want to take her home." Suzy, when drunk, can become rude, and strangers will have a hard time with her. Lee Seo-hoon did not want to hear another word and patted Jiri on the shoulder, saying, "All right, go home and rest. I am feeling uncomfortable." Jiri, confused, asked, "What do you mean? Why are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lee Seo-hoon did not answer and directly kicked Jiri. Jiri grimaced in pain. He crouched down, and Lee Seo-hoon boldly stood in front of him. Continuing, "I told you, my leg feels uncomfortable." Luckily Dae-hoon took her away. "You are just standing around here like a scarecrow. I know you are worried about her since you two have been friends since childhood, but so what?" Jiri watched Dae-hoon carry Suzy away, anxiously. He thought, this is bad. Usually, when Suzy is drunk, she challenges to jujitsu. If Dae-hoon takes her home in that state, I am sure something will happen. Jiri sat there helplessly watching Dae-hoon carry Suzy away. Suzy was feeling drowsy. She caught a faint scent. She slowly opened her eyes, first seeing a blurry white shape. As she looked closer, she realized it was a semi-shirt and a man's well-defined chest. Her own breasts were being pressed against him. She glanced down at her thigh. Dae-hoon was also directly touching her. The thought made her more embarrassed, and Suzy did not know how to speak. She looked up at him. It was Kwon Dae-hoon, and she wondered, what is going on? Why did Kwon Dae-hoon bring me here? But from this angle, he really is handsome. Dae-hoon was carrying Suzy through a narrow alley. Suzy's face turned red as she thought, but why is he carrying me? Am I still dreaming? Indeed, this is a beautiful dream. Everyone was looking at them, and Dae-hoon shot a glance at some men staring at them, saying, "What is there to look at?" Standing by the side of the road, he called a taxi. Suzy gently stirred and told Dae-hoon, "I do not feel very comfortable. I can't sit in a car." Dae-hoon heard that and simply replied, "Hey, are you awake now?" Suzy blushed and did not answer, pretending to lean on his shoulder. The driver in the car looked out and asked, "Hey, are you guys going or not?" Dae-hoon hurriedly replied, "Oh sorry, we are not going." Suzy thought to herself, "Oh no. Do not leave me behind. I do not know if this is real or a dream, but I want this moment to last forever." Dae-hoon sighed, thinking, "Fine. If you do not want to ride in the car, then that is it. I really did not plan on using this, but what can I do now?" Thinking that, he stepped forward, his gaze suddenly becoming unusually sharp. Then he quickly charged forward. This was called a burst of speed. The driver in the car, after being rejected by Dae-hoon, thought to himself, it seems the girl does not want to take a taxi. As he was driving along, a white shadow suddenly flashed by. He stopped, puzzled, saying, what was that? Right after, he shifted gears and accelerated. The driver felt humiliated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He shouted, daring to look down on my taxi driving skills. Fine. If you want to race, let us race. What is there to be afraid of? I will show you what 20 years of driving experience at 57 years old is like. 2 minutes later, the car crashed into a roadside pole, and the hospital was in chaos. The emergency department rushed out with a stretcher, and a nurse shouted, "This man crashed into a pole while driving, in a children's area, with a speed limit of only 30 kilometers per hour. That is just crazy." Coincidentally, Minsu was also at the hospital at that time, and he noticed something suspicious. He read the nameplate outside the patient room. Someone named COG1. He thought for a moment. It seemed he had heard that name before. Inside the patient room, COG1 was still on life support. Jaein sat beside her, talking. "Jae-won, are you okay? Do you know Ara? My friend. Do you know Dae-hoon? The one I told you about." Ara said she likes him. Minsu overheard the conversation inside. He was very surprised and thought, COG, is he Seo-ne's younger brother? Minsu felt tense, thinking, oh no, I am in trouble. I can make decisions on my own. Minsu quickly took out his phone, his hand trembling. he thought. I need to report to Director Lee. At that moment, Inna stepped out of the patient room. Minsu was so shocked that his eyes widened, and sweat streamed down his cheeks. As night fell, it got colder, and V-Hone sighed at the house in front of him, thinking how hard it was to find tea. Where the heck was this place? Z-Hone opened the gate, and at that moment, a stalker spotted him, and took out his phone to snap a picture as the door opened. V-Hone stepped inside and said, "Sorry, is there no one home?" He called out, "Baek Seoji." "Wake up, we are home," Baek Seoji lazily replied. I can get to the bed. If I do not sleep now, I will throw up." Z-Hone frowned. "I do not care if you throw up." Saying that, he tossed Beach Seoji onto the bed, leaving Seoji lying on the bed without covering her. Seoji was on the bed, and Z-Hone continued, "I have to go now." As he turned to leave, he added, "But I can believe he got that drunk off one drink." Just as he turned away, Seoji suddenly yanked his collar. Lee-Hone stumbled and fell, with Beach Seoji sitting on top of him. Z-Hone looked at her in shock and asked, "Hey, what are you doing, planning to eat me?" Baek Seoji bit her lip and said, "I want to fight jujitsu." But Seoji looked at Lee-Hone, her body heating up, as she pressed her thigh against him, her hair falling down alluringly. She repeated, "I want to fight jujitsu." Suddenly, the door slammed shut tightly. Seoji pinned the male lead down on the bed. Lee-Hone was surprised by the situation. Stuttering, "Well, what are you doing?" Seoji stared at him, her lips pouting as she replied, "What else? Of course, it is jujitsu. I just said that." In their current position, Seoji was very close to him, their bodies touching, and she boldly declared, "Whoever loses will become a slave." Lee-Hone glanced at Seoji and affirmed, "Slave? What are you talking about? Do those things still exist in this day and age? I am not fighting jujitsu, and I am not becoming a slave. Get off me." Seoji, being stubborn, insisted, "I do not care. Right now, I need to determine who is on top." The position Seoji had him in was knee on belly, a pressure position using her knee on his stomach. She used that position but still seemed confused, questioning Lee-Hone. "Even now, you do not feel any pain. I wonder how long you can last. The only way for you to get out of this is to submit to me." The male lead lay beneath her, his eyes filled with confusion, thinking it was hopeless. He had to end this quickly. Lee-Hone's arm was pressed against Seoji's leg. Trying to fight back, he slowly pushed her leg away with force. However, everything seemed to be under Seoji's control, her gaze fixed and irritated. Once again, Seoji pressed her entire body against him, this time hugging Lee-Hone beneath the bed, whispering in his ear, "You are trying hard, but that is not the way." She was very pleased to see the male lead's counterattack fail, continuously teasing him, "It is simple, just push my knee and leg away, and I will hold you like this." The male lead was stuck beneath her, thoughts racing in his head. It seemed easy, but her grip was strong. Staying close and leaving no gaps is also a high level of skill. Di-Hwan nodded in acceptance of the situation, finding a way to counter. If that is what you like, then so be it. Focus is what he is seeking. But with this good opportunity, Di-Hwan pushed himself up with all his strength. This technique is called breach, a method that uses core strength to lift the opponent and create space. Core strength is very important. The past Kwon Di-Hwan trained his body thoroughly without neglecting any part. Thus, Kwon Di-Hwan's core strength exceeded that of an ordinary person. And from this moment, Suzy had to be wary and think to herself, what kind of monstrous strength is this? The confrontation between the two was still ongoing, with the next moves aimed at widening the distance. During that fight, Suzy made a mistake with her breach. Suzy chose to hold her neck tighter. The moment she clutched her neck, she would have no hands to touch the ground, and she would easily lose her balance. Suzy's astonished gaze fell on her opponent's sweep technique, and she watched it without taking her eyes off. A specific description of this sweep technique. Switching from a disadvantaged position to a dominant one, our hero could completely turn the tables. From being the one on the bottom, Dagon became the one pressing down on Suzy. The male lead looked directly at Suzy and teased, "Looks like I have won." Suzy lay there, accepting defeat, her eyes filled with resignation and unable to speak. The scene shifted to another place, where Seal Ji-in was surprised to run into a classmate, asking what is wrong. Min Sushali nodded in response to Seal Ji-in. "Right, what a coincidence running into you here. Why am I here? You ask. I came to visit someone sick. My dad has breast cancer, so that is why." Min-Su was still very anxious, trying to leave quickly. Before leaving, he called back, "I'm busy, so let us talk another time. See you at school later." Jian felt something was off upon hearing this excuse. Breast cancer. Huh. As soon as he was out of sight of his classmate, Min-Su called on the phone urgently, saying, Seol-yi, a freshman in 9th grade, seemed to be targeting the president. I suspect she was admitted under false pretenses. After hearing the news, her expression immediately tensed as she responded on the line, "I'm busy. I will call you back later." The president was right beside her, glancing over and asking, "What is going on?" She could just go ahead, but seeing her hesitating and unable to speak, well, but, the president walked away, reminding her, "It is okay, I have director back with me today. Call me back tomorrow." She nodded in agreement. Understood. The scene shifted to the restricted area. The person walking beside the president suddenly complimented, "That girl is pretty good. Taking care of him." The president laughed heartily. "Haha, director back is clearly very." That guy shook his head, waiting for the joke. "Oh, that is not what I meant." The two men walked and discussed the situation back and forth. "You have seen so many things like this, right? So from now on, you will see a completely different world." The other party excitedly replied, "How is that? You make me feel a bit uneasy." Just then, they were stopped by a voice. "This is a construction site. It is quite dangerous, so entry is restricted." As soon as he was blocked, the chairman sighed, saying it was just a formality, not to worry too much. The guard seemed cautious and reported to the inside department through his device. "They are coming in." The guy next to the chairman walked in, annoyed, exclaiming, "Oh man, this is brutal. Should I get involved?" The chairman chuckled in response, reassuring him, "Haha, Director Back has worked with businesses before, so he is probably not used to this. At this moment, I want you to broaden your perspective a bit, because having a lot of money does not mean you can go anywhere. There are some things only the chosen ones can enjoy. For example, pure masculinity, fighting just to win." The old chairman kept explaining, "I had laid out some regulations, and a battle was unfolding right in front of us." The barrier lifted. "Hey, what is going on?" Director Back was also taken aback by what he witnessed. "Oh no, why is this happening?" The guard from earlier rushed in to stop the fighting, shouting, "Are you all crazy? If you want to fight, do it sooner." The guy who just fought swaggered off, his voice fading. "He is done for. Thank me. How dare someone like him come here? Not interesting at all." Director Back, curious, asked the chairman about what just happened. The chairman turned to explain, "I am just bringing the boys with fiery blood together. It is a normal thing here. What do you think of this appetizer?" Director Back gradually realized the issue. "Could it be that what you just said is that?" The chairman directed Back's gaze forward and continued, "Oh yes. But I feel like you still do not fully understand. That is my player's waiting room." Director Back's eyes shifted to pure fear. The scene in front of him became blurry. The sound echoed in his ears calling, "Director Back." Sweat poured from Director Back's face. His eyes filled with shock. The calling sound still persisted. "Hey, Director Back." The door in front of him slowly opened, revealing a bright gaze that pierced through. The image that appeared was that of a fierce lion, its bloodthirsty gaze staring out. Director Back completely lost his confidence. His eyes glazed with fear. He could not stand and collapsed to the ground. Unable to hold himself up, Director Back could not hide his emotions about what he witnessed. He cried out, Is there someone there?" The chairman beside him remained calm, saying, "Haha, what are you talking about?" Just then, a hand reached out to support him, asking, "Are you okay?" Director Back gradually calmed down. Thank you." The student who just arrived helped him up. "It is nothing." Director Back looked at the outfit the other was wearing. His curiosity turned into a question. "Your uniform?" The student bowed respectfully, greeting, "Hello, Chairman Lai." The chairman replied, "Long time no see. What is your name again?" The student raised his head to introduce himself. "I am Ham Sung-jin, a third-year student at Jingryong High School." After this introduction, Chairman Lai gradually remembered. "Oh, it is Sung-jin, the one who manages things here." Sung-jin curiously asked the chairman. "Yes." Chairman Lai has arrived at the waiting room. The chairman shook his head. "No, I need to meet someone first. Take care of everything here." "Okay." The student, witnessing the departure, respectfully said goodbye one last time. "Yes." "Be careful now," Director Back mumbled as he walked away. "That guy is a high school student." "Right," Chairman Lai explained while walking. "Oh, I forgot to mention. It seems that the contestants I want you to meet are my high school students. Over there." Sung Jin quickly ran to call out to Soo Hee. "Oh, what is that? Why do you look so scary?" Indeed, Soo Hee's muscular build was surprising to see. A knock on the door sounded. "Director Kim, nay is he?" The voice inside immediately ordered upon hearing the knock. "Come in." Director Kim was excited as the door opened. "Chairman Lai, why are you so late?" The chairman replied as he entered. "It has been a long time since we met." Lai noticed the unfamiliar figure and asked, "Who is that contestant over there?" Director Kim quickly instructed the young man, "You step outside for a moment." Hearing that, the chairman became even more curious. Why does it have to be a secret? Despite the probing questions, Director Kim remained firm in his answer. "I need privacy." Director Kim suddenly changed his tone. "Oh, but if Chairman Lai knew, it would be quite a surprise, would not it?" The scene shifted to another location. Soo Hee and our buddy were still joking around on the bed. The male lead was currently lying underneath. His arm tightly clung to Soo Hye's arm. The two were in a very close, face-to-face position. In these situations, our buddy was even more contemplative. So I thought she was just being flirty, but she is better than I expected. Suhei's entire body was snugly pressed against the bed, looking very determined and strong. Even her large back was pressed close to the male lead's face. Everything too much made our buddy conclude. Her strength is impressive too. Suhei suddenly changed her attack direction, swiftly lunging at the male lead. She extended her leg, moving extremely fast. The male lead quickly anticipated her attacks, reaching out to block them just in time. Although Suhei was pressing down on the male lead, her legs could not inflict any damage. After being blocked, Suhei pondered, what is up with this guy? How could he still block so well? If I did not know jiu-jitsu, I should have won by now. The two of them were still rolling around. The male lead pushed himself up. The fabric of the bed was suddenly torn apart. The bed's arm took advantage of the chaos to spread wide. The moment happened quickly, and our buddy had already firmly grabbed Suhei's hand. Suhei was scared. What is going on? The male lead, on the other hand, was very pleased. Got you now. He was holding the opponent's hand without any mercy. Suhei struggled against it, sarcastically saying, you are being a bit rude. Our buddy looked around and assessed the situation. I know what the key point is now. It is the right leg, is not it? Also from that suddenly appearing leg, it made Suhei bewildered. She silently concluded, right, but what about that leg? Don't tell me you are really, indeed, infatuated with our house. He acted immediately. Terrified, Suhei shouted, wait, what are you doing? The male lead was tightly wrapping Suhei's upper body with a cloth. He even pretended to reassure her. Calm down. Suhei was confused and panicking. But what is the point of this? After finishing up, he stood up and said casually, because if I do not do this, I can wrap things up. After neatly wrapping Suhei, the male lead left. I'm off, ignoring her cries of let me go. As he stepped outside, he murmured, it is so sunny. Suddenly sweating for no reason, the male lead continued on his way outside, looking composed. Suddenly, from somewhere, a shadow was watching him. He even used his phone to take pictures of our house. This Kim Saming guy kept asking questions after seeing the male lead, looking very neat, sweating for no reason. Really? Well, thanks to that, the photo turned out better. On the other side, a voice called out, Suhei, get ready. Just then, a notification sound from Sung Jin's phone went off. The sender was unknown. The content included, hello Hem Sung Jin, a third-year student at Jihungryeong High School. I have something I want to show you. I will send you some photos. Sung Jin was completely surprised when reading these messages. The name he mentioned was Suji. It immediately caught Suhi's attention, and he rushed to grab the phone. Curious, the photos were gradually being stared at by Suhei. Sung Jin pretended to be confused, saying, hold on, the source of these photos is not clear. I do not know who the sender is. The man in the picture looks similar, but I do not know the situation. The appearance and face of our house were clearly shown in the picture. Sung Jin tried to reassure, hey, Suhei, do not jump to conclusions. I will find out about it soon. Suhei officially showed his anger. Growling, how soon is soon? He even smashed the phone screen, ordering Sung Jin, hurry. Tell me. The scene turned dark. Inside that room, Suhei was struggling to escape from the blanket, her knees bruised from the earlier struggle. After a while of wrestling, she finally managed to break free from the blanket. She tried to call out loudly, Su, but when she looked around the room, there was not a single person. She was confused. Did he leave so quickly? After the struggle, Suhei was breathing heavily, mumbling continuously. That jerk. Can he stay a little longer? What is going on? What happened to Yang? Shifting to another dark corner, smoke was slowly rising. Just as Baek Hee-jun was smoking, a subordinate rushed over to inform him. Senior, the match is about to start. You are looking forward to this match. The match against Baek Suhai. Hee-jun did not want to delay any longer. He replied, that is right, let us go. The scene gradually shifted to the center of the match. The announcer began, let me introduce the players, crossing countless mountains. This man, hot as a furnace, just wants to cool down, a true hellhound, nicknamed Ham Theech, the challenger of the Met Club. He is warming up with expressive words. It is really hot. Extremely hot. Hee-jun just arrived, his attitude already showing annoyance as he asked what was in front. Is this the one who has to face Suhai-ex? Director Kim quickly replied, yes, that is right. He comes from the Gyu Dike. The confusion while looking at Ham Theech. Where are his clothes? Director Kim firmly asserted, it is hot. What more do you want? Still, his skills are impressive, so it should be fine. We should have brought him along. The Messi continued to introduce as they entered the battle center, and he will fight the terror of the arena, the king of beasts. Director Baek stood outside, his face looking blank like a cow, glancing over at the chairman and asking, are you talking about the contestants? Ham Theech started witnessing the appearance of his opponent, the champion of the Mete Club. He was eagerly mumbling, So loved, the Lion King was slowly bringing money inside. Namthich hesitated, unable to speak, unsure of what kind of person he was. He predicted his opponent would pull out. Probably, like a lion. And indeed he looked just like a lion, exuding terrifying strength and charisma. Namthich felt completely small standing before his opponent. His gaze narrowed, mumbling in fear. This is a bit too much. Still, you are just an ordinary person. Right? The character appearing like a lion is none other than Baek Suhigu, the champion of the Meter club in the region. Even the MC was momentarily stunned upon seeing Suhigu, looking astonished as if witnessing it for the first time. The Misi tried to calm Suhiyu. It is not me. You are fighting this contestant. While Namthich remained oblivious to what he was about to face. Still laughing. Hehe, you blind fool. Sungjin stood outside observing the match, feeling a bit worried as he stared intently. Mumbling predictions. Seriously, it must be that Suji is going crazy. Alright then, if he saw this picture, he would not be calm, especially with Suhiyu. Sungjin prepared to leave, his words filled with reluctance. But do not worry, I am Hamsanjin, a person with 15 years of delivery experience. Trust me. The Misi led the match to continue with their speech before starting. There are a few things to note for security reasons. Now I will explain. Just as the Messi read the announcement, a powerful figure burst in, causing the Misi to freeze, standing still in shock that Namthich is too hyped, showing off with rapid movements, his words haphazardly dismissing. That stuff does not matter. Jun, watching from outside, silently nodded about Namthich. Quick indeed, but his opponent is Baek Suhiyu. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected. Suhiyu's face was being pummeled by his opponent. The actions of that Namthich seemed extremely brutal, relentlessly targeting Suhiyu. Director Bichi and Chairman Lei were surprised by this initial move. The situation was beyond their expectations. Director Kim expressed his feelings. That was a good punch. The feet of the magma creature moved with a solid approach towards Suhiyu, throwing punches from every direction. Not only did it aim for Suhiyu's face, but it also struck at his lower body. He landed a few solid punches, his attitude becoming arrogant, his voice dripping with sarcastic confidence. What is going on? Aren't you going to fight back? Suhiyu seemed a bit different. Accepting the beating, Director Beath could not hide his emotions. Hastily noting that it seemed like the contestant was not doing well. That is life. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Jun, despite seeing the scene before him, acknowledged that it was indeed powerful, but that guy was not the type to be easily attacked like that. Right now, Sugu was not focused on fighting at all. The magma creature kept reminding Suhiyu, Hey, what are you doing? Defend yourself. With every hit like this, strange glances appeared. Suhigu was enveloped by a thick, dark aura, something extremely heavy surrounding him. The magma creature felt annoyed, turning its face away and shouting, What the hell? Hey ref, are you kicking me out? Its hand gripped Suhigu's hair tightly. He was really annoyed. Expressing, Hey, you dog, are not you going to fight back? You think I came all this way just to hit a punching bag? I have had to fight countless national matches to get here, and people say you can fight until someone dies. The magma creature still clung to Suhiga's hair, its tone condescendingly pressed. You have to be ready to kill or be killed here to make the fight interesting. Right. So if you want to live, get up and hit back properly. I do not even understand why you are allowed to fight here. A confusing phrase spilled out. Suhiyu had truly returned to the rhythm of the match, throwing a punch straight into the opponent's stomach. The magma creature's face twisted in extreme pain, saliva flying out disgustingly. Both of his legs completely buckled to the ground after Suhiyu's powerful punch. Unlike the cocky demeanor from earlier, the magma creature had to taste the ground, blood spilling from its mouth, its body shrinking, its facial muscles twitched, the expression one of disbelief at why it had fallen so quickly. At this moment, Director B dared not say a word, and Chairman Lee spoke up. You know, in the Empire of Ancient Times, they put lions and humans in the arena to fight each other. It is a place where you either eat or get eaten, a game of survival or death. In light of the current developments of the match, the magma creature was completely seated before Suigu. This was a very favorable condition for the old chairman to add his philosophical remarks. Which side do you think has won? Director Bick hesitated. Of course. Just then, the magma creature slowly began to rise, justifying itself. Just a bit careless. A hit like that is nothing. Now you want to fight. The magma creature narrowed its eyes. Its voice resolved. Fine. From now on, I won't hold back. Its steps became quicker and lighter, with a punch ready in its hand. It declared, I am going to kill you. Suhi's gaze pierced through the opponent strangely, the light flickering abruptly. Namthach struggled to strike, but Suhi would not back down, delivering a punch straight to Namthach's arm. Because of this impact, Namthach's arm felt like it was about to burst. It hurt so much that his arm completely flew out. and he could not continue attacking his opponent. Following that punch, another hit landed directly on Namdach's torso. The blow sent his opponent writhing in pain, his head bobbing from side to side. The skin on Namdach's back began to break, with red light continuously emitting. In this relentless barrage, Namdach could not endure any longer, blood pouring from his mouth without stopping. His body collapsed with no weight at all. He was ready to fall completely after the hits from Soo-hee. Soo-hee moved closer to Namdach, gripping his head tightly. It seemed the opponent was too frightened, raising his hands and stuttering. "Stop. Stop it." Namdach tried to speak to salvage the situation, but it did not stop Soo-hee from continuing to punch him. Namdach raised his arm in an attempt to block, not wanting to take a punch to the face. However, with just his bare arm, it was not enough. He still had to take the hit from Soo-hee. Blood streamed from his face continuously. Despite Namdach's large size, he did not hold back. Chairman Lei took the opportunity to explain that for humans, even a light attack from a lion could be fatal and threatening to life. In the arena, humans and lions do not compete against each other. No one expects the human to win. They will watch the Lion King hunt, simply because it is very entertaining. The scene of the fight was incredibly intense. Soo-hee had just started, yet Namdach could not hold on and lay down. Soo-hee curiously approached his opponent, asking, "What is your name?" The other replied weakly, "Niham." "Niham-thach," Soo-hee continued. "Didn't you ask me before the reason I came all the way here?" Soo-hee suddenly opened up to his opponent. "I have a beautiful and lovely little sister. For her, I would do anything. Aren't you curious to see how beautiful she is? I really want to show you. But unfortunately, the reason you are here is to fight to the death. Right? There is a saying that the brave fighter drew his sword, but as soon as he faced the lion, he immediately took a hit and he had no choice but death." Namdach truly understood how dangerous his opponent was. He groaned in plea. "No, we do not need to fight anymore. I do not want to. Please. Please. Spare me. I am begging you." The situation was too dangerous, cornering Namdach. He shouted, "Stop the fight. Right now, I really will die. Get me out of here. Help me. I will return all the money. Take it all." However, Soo-hee had a firm grip on Namdach's leg, reminding him, "Wait, I'm sorry. But that is not happening. You know, these fights usually make a lot of money, so I can buy good food for Soo-hee." The scene shifts to early morning at school. The group of friends at Norman Hall is speculating whether Dion is in class or not. The response is that he is probably studying again. As Norman Hall steps into the room, he is surprised to see a line of students. Kim Do-hai, who gets nervous every day, is standing in front of many people reminding them to line up. No cutting in line. Get to the back quickly, and do not come empty-handed to the king. Got it. Move quietly now. Norman Hall and Dong Min are wide-eyed in disbelief. The king, is Dihan really in line? Our beloved is writing, but he can't focus. The broken pencil is making him more irritated as he shouts he can't take it anymore. "Can't you see I am working? Stop fooling around. Go somewhere else. Right now, our beloved is officially the boss of the freshmen and sophomores." Jong is trying to act tough and yells, "No! Dihan, you need to listen." Jinmo immediately runs over to intervene. "Good, it is my turn." That Jong guy keeps trying to shout. "Listen, we do not need much, just a little." Another character appears to push back those in line. The noise there is still quite loud, and I am not talking about any collections, because we even have a sophomore here already. This female character appearing is capturing the attention of many people. Jong is trying to speak in front of the male lead, so even the smallest help becomes useful. The junior has left, so we need to take advantage of this opportunity. Just after that statement, a kick goes straight to Jong's face, and his expression twists in pain. Jinmo is also confused as the desperate Jong suddenly gets sent flying away. Suzy appears with a sharp reminder, "Don't tinoi me. Get lost." Jong is not getting kicked in the face, but he is clearly angry. "What the hell are you doing, you crazy girl? Do you want to die?" Jinmo steps, grabbing Jong's shirt. "Damn it. This is my problem. I should be the one kicking you." Suzy is mainly here to see our beloved. Speaking up, "Hey, Dihan, look at me." She tries to get closer to pull the male lead's shirt. "Are you ignoring me?" Our beloved starts to get annoyed, taking off his glasses to complain. "I can't study at all." Suzy looks at Dihan's face after he removes his glasses, thinking to herself, "Seriously, what is up with this? So handsome it is frustrating." The male lead tries to find out what is going on. "What is wrong?" Suzy, frustrated, clenches her fist and replies, "Because yesterday, you were too enthusiastic, so the forest got ruined." Just one sentence from Suzy changes the expressions of those around her dramatically. Jinmo, who was arguing with young Jong, can't help but turn his head. Jongmin and Hojong seem to collapse upon hearing this news. Suzy huffs and declares, "You have to take responsibility." This intense situation makes someone who usually is not scared, like our beloved, freeze up. Everyone is stunned hearing Suzy's words. Jinmo and Jong also have to stop arguing to listen to the story Suzy is mentioning. Jongmin and Hojong are stunned hearing Susie's words. A few humming sounds break the tense atmosphere. It harmonizes with coughing, and the air, as tense as a guitar string, starts to loosen. The main guy stared directly at Susie and asked, "What did you just say?" "Be careful with that, Susie." Susie looked around, her words still blaming the house. "I do not know. You take responsibility." Daegon was already annoyed. "He is too big for that responsibility." Susie kept saying confusing things. "That is not it. The blanket is wet too. It is hard to wash." You know, one arm clenched in frustration upon hearing the conversation between Susie and the house. Susie was very angry. Thoughts of her big brother surfaced. How could this happen? Calm down. Sanjin. Susie has always been good. Sanjin recalled a moment from the past. When he was walking, a sweet voice called out, "Hey, big brother." Sanjin was surprised. "Oh, is that you, Susie?" This memory was of Susie from 10 years ago, a naive girl pointing and asking, "What ice cream are you buying?" To Sanjin, that little Susie was so cute. She commanded, "Buy me some." "Okay." 3 minutes. Susie not only ordered her brother around but also scolded and hit him when Sanjin was late. "You are late. Do you want to die?" Even now, Sanjin still clings to the memory of such an adorable Susie. In the current situation, Sanjin kept standing up with his hands on the table, calming his thoughts. Stay calm. That does not matter now. He could not overlook that reason. The house was not paying much attention to Susie's words. He looked out the door, slightly confused. Who just went out? But Susie's gaze stopped him. She kept asking, "Where are you looking?" Dihun expressed curiosity. "Is there someone like that in our class?" Susie tried to act tough, grabbing Dihun's collar. "Don't change the subject." Yet the main guy remained firm in his thoughts. "I have never seen him before." Susie replied indifferently. "Of course, he is in your class." Suddenly, Sungun walked over. "This is rude." Jongmin, who really disliked Sungun, immediately asked, "Aren't you in a different class?" "What do you know?" Sungun simply replied, "Are you guys here too?" "Okay, can we take a moment? I have something to say." "Oh right." Ignore Dahan. The main guy interrupted the conversation. "Why are you leaving me out?" The scene shifted to a private classroom. Surprised voices exclaimed, "What?" Sungun confirmed once again. The guy earlier was Hem Sunjin, that male student. It seemed the male trio was starting to take action. Jongmin was still confused. Why is the male trio? Ajong assumed. The male trio is pretending to be the top guy. Are not they? No. Are you secretly sitting in class? That is scary. Sungun continued to analyze. It is all thanks to his unremarkable appearance. He is Soo-hik's sidekick, which means they will come here to keep an eye on Dae-hun. You could say he has started to take action, and the male trio is two. To be precise, Baek-hike and 4 others under his command are called the 4 Heavenly Kings. Ajong laughed loudly upon hearing this name. "That is hilarious," Jongmin curiously asked. "The male trio?" "Right. Norman Ho also had a headache over that name." "Oh my, why is it called the 4 Heavenly Kings?" "That sounds annoying." According to Sungun's explanation, they had been playing together since elementary school. Jongmin casually put his hands in his pockets and assessed the situation. There are only 4 people. It should be quick. Catching that Baek Soo-hik should not take long. Right, Dae-hun? The main character moved out of his seat. "Speaking seriously, we can't underestimate them just because they are few or look weak." After the reminder, Armi turned to ask, "Do you know that Juryong is controlling the Daejong area?" Sungun added more information. "So Baek Soo-hyuk and those 4 guys mean there are 5 people holding this area. Those 4 people are completely different from the second-year students." "Oh no. Even now, fighting against anyone is different from those guys here." The main character suddenly curiously said, "I have a question. When is the midterm exam again?" Sungun replied immediately, "It is in 3 weeks. What is up?" RM hurriedly said, "I need to study for the midterm. The first exam is very important, whether it is 4 guys or 40 guys. We all need to go." Sungun started to realize that RMZ was really eager to learn, but then he asked, "Daegun, if you are okay with it, I will lend you my notes." When he received this offer, Daegun was as happy as can be. Surprised, "You are lending me something so important. You are really a good person. I want to hit them really fast." "No, I want to study instead." That Sungun is absolutely cunning. Acting kind on the outside but plotting inside. "I also want to defeat you. I have kept the picture to use as bait. I wonder what they are up to. What will happen next?" The scene gradually shifted to dim. Messages were sent but received no reply. Sun Jin irritably spoke up. "What are these guys doing? Damn it. No Raf, this is ridiculous, and a gun always talks nonsense." Sun Jin thought, "If I talk to Soo-hyuk," but that thought quickly faded. "No, Soo-hyuk is very busy. I need to handle this myself." The street lights shone brightly throughout the night. A group of students rushed out, their chatter loud. "Damn, that last class was so boring. I am not going anywhere. I have to go to extra classes again. Just finished at the learning center. Now heading out again. that other friend helplessly complained. You know my mom, it is tough. You are the same. Is there anyone here not studying hard? I guess so. The education standards here have changed. Hanambe just left the tutoring center. Looking dazed as he walked, after moving a little, he spotted a noisy group of people gathering. Damn those rich kids in this area. So disappointing. It is your fault. How is this jerk responsible? The bully's gaze was fixed on Nambe, looking like he had bad intentions. A loud voice called out, "Hey, four-eyed. Black pair. White shirt. Black pants. Black sneakers. It is you." "Yeah, you." Nambe felt a bit confused when called out. The leader was confidently calling out to Nambai. "Haha, look at him, the button all the way to the neck. Must be a model student." But when Nambe got closer, the leader was frightened. "What is this? Bigger than I thought. You must work out." "Right." These guys kept discussing in front of Namba. "This is our area. This guy is special too." Another guy chimed in, bragging, "Just take his money." Nambe stood there for a while, looking around confused. The gang leader demands from Nambe, "You heard that right? Pull out the money, or you're a pat." "Where are you looking?" It turns out those guys are trying to bully Sun Jim. The gang leader in front is looking to threaten Nambe. This dog is a jerk. Doesn't he understand the situation? With that, he slaps Nambe right in the face. I have to hit him a few times to wake him up, but by the second slap, Nambe blocks the opponent's arm, refusing to take another slap. Contrary to his earlier swagger, Nambe grips the gang leader's hand tightly, causing him to cry out in pain. His fingers feel like they might break. Nambe does not stop. His strong arm seems to want to pull the gang leader down by his shirt, just because he was not awake yet. The opponent vomited everything he had in his mouth. Nambe's current demeanor is extremely furious, his aura radiating brutality, while other goons, puffing on cigarettes, curiously watch. What is up with that kid? They gradually advance, their voices rising in threats. Are you crazy? Do you know who we are? Nambe straightens his collar and replies, and Hagan's lackeys. Right. You have come a long way. Or do you prefer to explore? It seems the big boss has appeared, reminding his underlings. It is too noisy. No need to drag this out. Beat him up. The underlings, taking orders, respond with more confidence. Okay. A large hand grips Nambe's shoulder. The cigarette falls to the ground, extinguished, with a threatening tone. That is right. Just cuff up the money and leave. You loser. These guys went crazy. They all charged in, searching his pockets and kicking him a few times. Nambe did not want to stir up trouble, but the storm kept coming, his eyes determined to fight back as soon as the opponent gets close. Nambe lightly counters, taking the opponent down to the ground. The others still refuse to back down, their hulking forms throwing punches back and forth, showing their brutality. However, their skills and speed are very slow, making them easy targets for Nambe. He counters each of them with a punch right in the face. The movements in the fight are still very intense. The thugs try their hardest to get close to Nambe. Powerful punches land directly on his weak green shirt. The others continue to join after their teammate gets beaten up by Nambe. With his large build and distinctive aura, Nambe attacks and counters effectively. Seemingly the opponents can't even touch him, but when the opponents fall into a weak position, Nambe relentlessly unleashes brutal punches. Wherever he punches, the opponent's face twists and bleeds. Their bodies fly backward. The heroic demeanor from before completely vanishes, replaced by their terrible cries. The scruffy boss pushes his girlfriend aside. You get out of the way. Despite the girl calling, "Hey, hey," the scruffy boss starts to draw his weapon, with a confident look and declaration. It is fine. You have just stirred up a hornet's nest. Nambe looks at this petty weapon with disdain. Who needs a weapon? Only rookies have to use them. The legs of the bastard were running fast forward. He intentionally approached Nambe, then stabbed hard. Shut up, you dog. However, Nambe was extremely alert, leaning back to dodge perfectly. The moment Nambe saw an opening from the opponent, he grabbed that guy's arm tightly. A punch landed straight into the opponent's back. Just from that punch, the thug was in so much pain he could not bear it, spilling guts all over. Not stopping there, Nambe deliberately smashed the weapon out of the thug's hand. With a weak body and poor resistance, the thug quickly lost his weapon. His whole body lay flat on the ground. Unable to get up, the girlfriend began to panic, her legs trembling and unsteady, still trying to film with her phone. She even tried to threaten him, saying, "I am recording everything. I will report you." Collective violence. Nambe's legs moved closer to the girl. She screamed in fear. Dunti. Do not come here. Dunti, come here. Nambe did not even want to listen. He just looked for a way to smash the pink phone down. As soon as he got close to Nambe, the girl was so scared her body trembled, unable to handle it. She collapsed onto the ground, but at that moment, Nambe snatched the phone from her hand. He tried to search and check what was recorded inside. The next step was to delete all those photos. At the same time, Nambe suddenly had a realization as if he discovered something. A voice reminded, "Come out here." Right after that call, Sun Jin moved out, mumbling in fear. Have I been discovered? Nambe curiously asked. Sun Jin, why are you here? Sun Jin took a defensive stance, loudly asking. I should be the one asking that. Why are you here? He did not even bother to answer. And the four heavenly kings. Nambe reassured his friend. Don't worry, Sun Jin pointed and reminded. That guy, there is no time for extra lessons. Not wanting to waste time, he just said, what do you want? Sun Jin started to explain a lot. It is urgent. I had to skip. There is a guy I need to deal with. He has got a bunch of second-year guys with him. Moreover, without Su Hyu there, he is also a member of the Yuri Onk school. You should go teach him a lesson. However, Nambe immediately rejected. I refuse. Do not look for me for this stuff. Sun Jin was very surprised by Nambe's nonchalant attitude. About that school thing. Before leaving, Nambe reminded Sun Jin, I do not want to do it. Find someone else. Hearing that, Sun Jin got even angrier. His hands clenched tightly. Damn it. I want to forget this. On the way back, Sun Jin kept complaining and cursing. Damn it. I thought he was a friendly guy. The other three are tough to control, but I have no other choice. I do not know much, but the strength is definitely there. The phone's dark screen suddenly lit up when someone called, a brutal torment on the face. This guy answers the phone with a harsh tone. What is up? There is a call. Who is it? Calling so much. I'm busy. This guy picks up the phone with an extremely annoyed attitude. Fine. I am really busy. Just give me the class name. And how much do you want me to hit this show off? No one else. Hen is actually the king of an Hagan. I am not so sure anymore. At school, in the cafeteria area, Bang Ho Rong and Jong Min swaggered in to grab some food. Whoa. I am so hungry. Get out of my way. Let me order first. What should I eat? Bang Ho Rong stands in front of the food counter. Madam, I will have 3 sausage buns. Please. Jong Min sees this and immediately chimes in. Hey. Get 4. There is also that QBO guy. Bang Ho Rong brushes his hands. No, I will just get 3. You buy some more. Jong Min angrily scolds him. You pig. Do not you want to eat any more? Meanwhile, 2 female students are watching Jong Min's group. The short-haired girl says, what is going on? Who just cut in line? The girl with black hair whispers. Do not you know, he is the top male student. The short-haired girl, not believing her eyes, replies, the top male. No way. The black-haired girl insists. Judging by his attitude, he does not seem like it at all, but the kid next to him is even stronger. The short-haired girl keeps observing the 2 of them. She clicks her tongue. Tusk. Why are the male students from class 3 afraid of the top kids like that? The black-haired girl leans in closer, her face tense as she whispers. It is because they are close to Kwon Dagon. The top guy is like the boss. The other girl's eyes widen in surprise. Wait, are you talking about Kwon Dagon? The one known for being both aggressive and handsome. The black-haired girl bursts out laughing. That is right. Super handsome. The short-haired girl joins in. He looks even cuter up close. So annoying. 2 male students pass by and hear them mention Dagon. The student in a blazer tells his friend, hey, did you hear about this? Bake Susie and that top guy slept together. Can you believe it? How could he go against Susie? Meanwhile, Hemsanjin is sitting not far away, quietly listening to the 2 male students discuss Susie's situation. Remembering the last time, he had called for help, but they all brushed him off, telling him not to talk nonsense. Just thinking about it makes me mad. At the top of Class 1, Lee Si-hong is standing in the middle discussing. Class 3 still has other opponents. I am curious while looking for more info about the 4 kings. This is the first time I am hearing about this. I wonder when that kid is. Manho nods along. Oh. First time hearing this. Dugun does not care. He is still focused on his work. Lee Si-hong continues. Oh. There is someone named Chun Sim. Jong Min finally speaks up. What is that? Chun Chima. Bang Ho Jong leans on his hand, repeating, no, it is Chun Sima, but that name sounds a bit odd, does not it? Jong Min mimics him. Yeah, I think so too. Chun Chim. Chun Chun. Sounds ridiculous. Right? Manho sighs. Hey, do not hide their name anymore. Bang Ho Jong raises his hand to argue. Hey, I am not hiding their name. Not hiding it at all. Jong Min chimes in. Hey, for real. What we mean is that their name sounds so ridiculous. It is too much for Dai Gun. He could not study. So he turned to Lee Si-hong and told him to kiss. That is it. What is next? Lee Si-hong kissed and smiled. Well, I just wanted to remind you to be a bit more careful. Because there really are people like that out there. In the first year of Class 3, 2 boys with shocked expressions said, hey, how should we respond to this? 2 girls from the canteen pointed at the 2 boys and scalded them. Come on. You losers. Can't do it alone, so you need to find backup to save face. What a bunch of chickens. The 2 boys, seeing this, shot back. Hey, shut up. Do not praise him just because he is handsome. After saying that, the 2 boys changed their attitude and continued. Dude, there is neither Suayuk Tungayan Soy here. It is just you left. Chun Sim, You are the only one who can help us out. The big-bodied boy shifted slightly, responding, is he really handsome? The two boys looked at each other honestly. Well, he is somewhat good-looking, but he is not really my type. Chun Sim's voice rang out again. Okay. Keep going. The boy suddenly looked at Chun Sim and smiled lightly. Hey Chun Sim, you look really cute today. Just then, the chubby junior from Suoi-uk rushed to the door and shouted, hey Chun Sim. He ran into the class and said loudly, hey, I need your help. There is a guy named Kwon Dae-gun. Chun Sim could not take it anymore, her voice starting to get sharp. Hey, it is so noisy here. Turns out Chun Sim is a petite girl. She crossed her legs and turned to ask, who is Kwon Dae-gun anyway? You guys have been giving me a headache. The boy who had been standing in front of Chun Sim stood up and asked her, hey, have you finished learning makeup? Chun Sim waved her hand. Whatever. Alright, you can go. Hey, I messed it up again. Could you help me? Hem Sanjin scratched his head and suggested. Chun Sim, can we talk for a bit? Chun Sim casually replied, sure, but she opened her phone to play a game. Han Sanjin continued, there is a kid named Dae-gun. A notification sound rang out from the phone as Chun Sim won the game. Chun Sim was completely focused on playing on her phone, and Han Sanjin felt a bit uneasy but could not do anything about it. Chun Sim won the match. She cheered. Yay! I passed. After that, she turned to tell Han Sanjin, hey, why did not you bring Tunian along to deal with that Suoi-uk guy? Han Sanjin scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you know Suoi-uk is very busy. Right, Chun Sim sighed and said, what about Toon-gian? Is he busy too? Han Sanjin did not respond, and Chun Sim suddenly changed her tone and said loudly, this one do. I have to teach that guy a lesson. After saying that, she stood up and walked straight to the classroom door, asking as she walked, where is he? Han Sanjin looked after her, confused. Hey, I do not think we should handle it like this. You need to have a plan or something. At the canteen, Dae-gun was sitting eating rice, while the person across from him talked to him like a machine. I have to find a way to confront that girl named Chun Sim. My instincts tell me she is not an easy target. People say she has the ability to charm Toon-gian. That is the rumor. Manhwa made a dangerous face while looking at Dae-gun non-stop. Dae-gun chewed his rice and replied, hey, that is so ridiculous I do not even want to eat anymore. What is the big deal? At most, it would just take one punch to end it. As he said this, he felt someone behind him. Dae-gun turned around to see a petite girl standing there, staring at him. Dae-gun asked, huh, who are you? Chun Sim suddenly asked, is Kwon Dae-gun really that strong? He looks strong enough. Dae-gun replied, yeah, but who are you? Chun Sim introduces herself, saying she is Chun Sim, a third-year student. Hurry up and get up to follow her. All four look at Chun Sim, their faces showing disbelief. He turned to Dae-gun with flowers and said, hey, the name Chun Sim clearly sounds male. Right, Dae-gun finished his last bite of rice and chimed in, sure, I do not really care. Seeing no one was listening, Chun Sim turned around and shouted, hey, are you guys daring to ignore me? Dae-gun placed his utensils down. He slowly stood up, towering over Chun Sim like a giant, making her feel a bit intimidated. Chun Sim had to look up at Dae-gun, thinking to herself, whoa, he is like a giant. This place has seen countless fights before. Chun Sim stood firm, looking at Dae-gun and shouted, hey, are you the one from the rumors? You know I am in my third year. Right? Do you want a beating? Dae-gun looked at the kid in front of him, thinking, whoa, I am 20, but she is so small yet shouting so loud. Chun Sim then pointed directly at Dae-gun's face, cursing him without holding back, as if she would never had the chance to curse before. Dae-gun just stood there listening, thinking, this girl is something else. Noticing Dae-gun did not respond, Chun Sim swung her arm, ready to hit him, shouting, what? You have been quiet this whole time. Huh, you have got some guts. So here's a punch for you. Chun Sim put all her strength into her hand reaching forward, but suddenly her tiny arm stopped mid-air. She had to grab Dae-gun's jacket. Quickly, she pulled back her hand and said, oh, what was I saying? I just wanted to test you. Honestly, I am not afraid to mess with anyone. Dae-gun remained expressionless, watching the little girl in front of him talk like a machine. He thought to himself, man, this is giving me a headache. Was she really testing me? Or just could not reach? Seeing Dae-gun silent, Chun Sim got irritated and shouted, hey, say something. If you keep this up, you are gonna regret it. At that moment, Chun Sim looked like a little dog barking at a stranger, shouting at Dae-gun, I am giving you advice because I am worried about the freshman. Why have you been quiet this whole time? Suddenly feeling tired, she rubbed her forehead and sighed. Alright. I think I might be gone a bit too far with this warning. I feel bad. Let us stop here, Chun Sim said. Planning to leave, Dae-gun reached out and grabbed her wrist, asking, what warning? Come back here. I need to talk to you. Chun Sim was quite close to Dae-gun, suddenly feeling warm, her mouth starting to stammer. Huh. What do you want to say? But just so you know, I am not like those pilots. Meanwhile, from a distance, someone in a snake-patterned outfit was laughing to himself. What is he doing over there? A mother and child walked by, and the child pointed at him, asking, Mom, who is that guy? The mother hurriedly advised, Don't look at him. Daegun leaned in and said to Chunsim, I want to know more about those 4 origins, or whatever they are. They seem to be watching me. Bring them here right now. Suddenly, a shadow appeared nearby, loudly saying, Aha, here it is, Daegun. Daegun turned around and saw a familiar face, asking, What is going on? Why are you here? Yuzingaka, after a long silence, he said, I have learned my lesson from the last match. You really are a master fighter. Daegun looked at Yuzingaka, completely clueless. Chunsim stood behind, pressing down and asked, Hey, babe, what is your connection to this guy? From behind, a group of using K.quotes underlings. As he approached, he rambled on. I have observed your skills and realized something. Ordinary techniques won't work on you. Even though this guy is not battle-ready, I have prepared a destructive secret technique that surpasses any current method. The underling stood behind Yuzingaka. He stepped back for a moment, his legs ready to flee, then quickly ran towards the underlings. The group coordinated to grab Yuzingaka and shouted. Pushing him, using the underlings as leverage, he lunged forward directly towards where Daegun was standing, his feet aiming towards Daegun. Daegun quickly pulled Chunsim to the side. Yuzingaka was incredibly fast, soaring like an arrow. Daegun swiftly dodged as Yuzingaka's head flew past him, and he raised one hand. Yuzingaka furrowed his brow, thinking, Damn it, this is it. Daegun delivered a punch, knocking Yuzingaka down. Daegun muttered, What a hassle. He turned to see Chunsim had fallen to the ground. She cried, her tears flowing, scolding, That guy, it hurts too much. Just then, the fat guy behind the big tree looked on with deep concern. Daegun felt a bit guilty and extended his hand, saying, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Can you get up? Chunsim replied, It is okay. It is not your fault. I just got startled. Just as she finished speaking, the fat guy Unyu flew over, shouting, Chunsim, let us go to the infirmary. Chunsim replied honestly, Oh, I've lied. No need for the infirmary, Hem Sanjin worriedly said. No, if you do not clean the wound, it could get infected. But can you walk? After saying that, he did not forget to glance at Daegun, who stammered, No, it was not my fault. When he looked again, he suddenly realized this person looked familiar. He wondered, Hey, are not you the one who was in my class earlier? Without letting Daegun say another word, Hemsanjin dragged Chunsim away, shouting at her, You have to go. Quickly. Meanwhile, Guzungokefa lay unconscious on the ground. In fact, he was not unconscious. He was just closing his eyes, waiting for Daegun to beat him up. He thought, Damn it, so my professional wrestling technique failed. What other technique should I use? Should I just lie here and let him beat me? Daegun then noticed Guzungokefa and shouted, This is all your fault. Do you want to die? Guzungokefa pretended to lie still, sweating bullets. Daegun repeated, Hey, get up. I know everything. This can't go on. Daegun looked at the underlings and called out, You guys, come here quickly. Everyone bow down. At the same time, outside the fence, a young man smiled eerily, muttering, I came here just to punish a loudmouth, and again sighed, looking enviously. Old man. Not bad, but his eyes. What is up with them? It is such a shame to have to eat someone so delicious. The teacher suddenly rushed out and shouted loudly, Hey you. What are you doing here? I came out because everyone said there was someone suspicious around. While speaking, the teacher pointed at Anh again and scolded him relentlessly. Suddenly, the teacher raised his voice. It is you, is not it? No wonder I felt you were familiar. You are that guy who rarely comes to school. Right? Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. A moment later, the teacher woke up, finding himself lying on the ground. Teacher sat up, looking around, wondering, why am I lying here? He seemed to remember and shouted, Did he dare to hit a teacher? That damn kid. In the evening, it was time to finish school. Daegun was walking home, thinking about that guy. It is so late. I want to finish quickly, but I do not understand why I have to listen to him explain everything. Earlier, Guzungokefa told Daegun, Do you know, Daegun, you will soon have to face one of the 4 resetters. So let me tell you this. Just then, Lee Sung-hun appeared, asking Daegun, Hey, Daegun, do you need a notebook? Hearing this, Daegun's eyes lit up, replying, Yeah, thanks. Turning to Guzungokefa, he said, All right, let us talk later. Guzungokefa reminded him, This is important information. I will wait for you. Daegun felt a headache coming on. Thinking that he really would wait until school was over, he even threatened to attack me with some strange technique. It is getting late. Suddenly, there was a convex mirror nearby. Daegun stopped to look at himself in the mirror, brushing his long hair and sighing, Oh man, It is time to get a haircut. I am a student, so my hair should not be messy like when I was at the shop. It has to be neat. While admiring himself, a young man suddenly rushed in from behind. He immediately punched Dagon. But fortunately, Dagon quickly dodged. Dagon steadied himself, looking at the guy in front of him. Roykama saying, "Who are you? And what are you trying to do?" And Hagen stood there for a moment while Dagon observed him from top to bottom. At this moment, and Hagen turned to look at Dagon and burst out laughing. "Ha, me. Guess who my dad is?" A shadow enveloped the entire neighborhood. Dagon stared at the crazy guy in front of him without blinking, starting to laugh off the tension, saying, "You approached me on purpose without intending to tell me your name. Huh." And Hagen laughed loudly. "Haha, your imagination is really vivid. I just said that anyway. Do not think too much about it. Now that you know my name, the result will be the same. It won't change anything." After saying that, and Hagen kicked Dagon square in the face. Looking excited like someone who just finished a game of soccer, the missed kick only made him more aggressive. He punched Dagon, but Dagon quickly dodged again. Dagon observed the speed of this guy, feeling a growing suspicion. Could it be that this guy is one of the resetters? And Hagen continued to attack relentlessly. Dagon could only avoid for now. Dagon thought, "This guy does not really look like a student, and now he is all alone. I should not hurt him." Thinking this, and Hagen charged at Dagon like a madman. Dagon thought, "Damn it. This guy is attacking like he wants to kill someone." Seeing this, Dagon hardened his expression. He held one leg as a lever and then lunged forward, putting all his strength into a punch to Hagen's face. He thought, if he is attacking me like he wants to kill me, then I can't just let him get away unscathed. At school, Lee Seung-hun waved goodbye to another classmate. Saying goodbye, "You did well," the girl smiled back. "Okay. See you." After a few steps, Lee Seung-hun ran into someone he knew. Gu Seung-ho and his crew had been standing there the whole time. He approached and called out, "Hey Gu Seung-ho, why are you still standing here after school?" Gu Seung-ho replied, You see, we are being punished, so we can't go home yet." Lee Seung-ho was surprised. "Oh. Punished? Who could punish you?" "Oh. I remember, you caused trouble and got punished by Kwon Dagon. Right?" Lee Seung-ho looked at the guys behind and then back at Gu Seung-ho. He smiled faintly. "Huh, why do you get to stand like that? Just because you are the boss? Tesketsk, I do not believe you are that kind of person." Gu Seung-ho felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Well, I have to stand still as punishment. While they are getting to train, I am just wasting time. Why can't I sit on a chair or something?" After hearing this, Lee Seung-ho could only give a forced laugh. Lee Seung-ho then asked, All right. What were you and Kwon Dagon talking about for so long?" Suddenly, Gu Seung-ho's face turned serious. He turned to look at Lee Seung-ho with a dangerous expression and said, "Do you want to hear it?" At the same time, a few of his underlings whispered to each other, "Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Seung-ho, let us go home." Gu Seung-ho did not care. He continued to tell Lee Seung-ho, In some places, they call them to Kim Thaki too. Those guys are all friends, coming from the same place. As Gu Seung-ho said this, his underlings could not take it anymore and decisively stood up to leave. They said goodbye to Gu Seung-ho, who still did not care, as he focused on telling Lee Seung-ho, "As far as I know, their group was famous for being too strong, but recently I have heard that instead of being strong, they have gained a reputation for being cruel. That is what people are spreading." And Gu Seung-ho's face was getting uglier by the moment, remembering before, in a dark and deserted place. "Oh. Director, do you know Than Lok is training with Gu Seung-ho's crew?" That day, they were practicing fighting as usual. "We were training at a construction site." Gu Seung-ho asked, "Who wants to fight Than Lok next?" Suddenly, from the darkness, a member of T-Gian So-I appeared. He asked Gu Seung-ho's group, "Oh. What are you guys doing?" The whole group looked confused, not knowing who he was, and Ann Hagen continued, "Whoa. It looks like you guys are trying to turn this place into an underground fighting ring." The underlings turned to ask Gu Seung-ho, "Hey, who is that?" Gu Seung-ho replied, "Oh, it is Ann Hagen." Ann Hagen stepped closer to everyone, and Gu Seung-ho continued, "This is the 3rd floor. Above ground. It is not an underground fighting ring like you said." Ann Hagen laughed loudly. "Haha, okay, but talking to you guys is so boring. Are you all planning to play a children's game or something?" Suddenly, Ann Hagen's expression hardened as he proudly asked, "So, who is the strongest here?" Just then, Gu Seung-ho was about to step up but was stopped by Seo-duck, who scolded Gu Seung-ho. "What are you talking about? You punk, wanna die?" Seo-duck turned to introduce Ann Hagen. "Seo-duck, this is not school, so I am the strongest here." Ann Hagen laughed. "Haha. Nice name, kid." As he spoke, Ann Hagen lightly stepped over some metal bars. Seo-duck understood the situation and sighed. "Well, even if you are a senior, I won't go easy on you. It is all business." Ann Hagen chuckled. "Haha, you are fun to talk to. Let me show you what underground fighting is all about, Seung-ho anxiously said. I told you this is above ground. Another guy pulled Seung-ho's arm and said, Forget it, Seung-ho. Meanwhile, Oseo-duck kept his eyes locked on his opponent. Anne Hagen looked at Oseo-duck and smirked. Well, you seem like a tough opponent. Not bad. As he finished speaking, Oseo-duck began his attack, and Hagen exclaimed in surprise, Whoa, is this what you call a zwoosh? He looked incredibly excited. Oseo-duck continued to attack Anne Hagen's face but missed every time. Anne Hagen kept dodging side to side, laughing and mocking. Whoa. This is quite interesting. Anne Hagen bent down, laughing and mumbling. Whoa. This kid. Let us see what you have got. Oseo-duck threw punches wildly at Anne Hagen. Getting frustrated. Damn it. If I miss again. He threw a punch but missed again, and Anne Hagen easily dodged all of Oseo-duck's attacks. Gu Sung-ho stood by, observing and mumbling. He dodges pretty quickly. I have never seen that technique before. His body moved like liquid. But is this really a dodging technique, or is he just messing with his opponent? Oseo-duck had been throwing punches but could not even touch a hair on Anne Hagen. He angrily shouted, Damn it. No way. You better stop messing with me. Suddenly, Anne Hagen's expression changed. He smiled oddly, thinking, Oh, are you getting mad? Good. Let us see what you can do. Suddenly, a circular flash appeared in front of him, and Anne Hagen seemed to transform into a large foot, grabbing Oseo-duck's arm. One of Anne Hagen's hands held Oseo-duck's arm while the other rested on his shoulder. Then he twisted. Oseo-duck cried out in pain. His scream startled Gu Seung-ho and the others. Anne Hagen laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. What is wrong? Dislocated a joint. Sorry. That must hurt. Huh. But you should change your name to War Horse Oseo-duck. I think it suits you better. He then looked around and said, So, is there anyone left? Are you all gonna let him fight alone? Where did everyone go? The match is not over yet, Gu Sung-ho quietly said to his buddy. We need to find a way to stop him. Thinking quickly, Gu Sung-ho stepped up and said to Anne Hagen, Wait, stop the match. Anne Hagen, uninterested, snapped back. I do not want to. I still want to keep playing. Gu Sung-ho continued, If you keep going, someone's going to get hurt. Anne Hagen did not care. Taking a step forward, he dashed towards Oseo-duck and shouted, Return. That is exactly what I want to do. Fight with you kindergarten kids. Oseo-duck saw this and quickly tried to intervene. Do not do that. Anne Hagen glanced back and noticed Sung-ho was also chasing after him. He touched one hand to the ground, seemingly intending to pursue his target. In no time, he wrapped around Sung-ho like a large snake. He whispered in his ear, Got you now. Anne Hagen embraced Sung-ho, laughing. Ha! Caught you. Gu Sung-ho was almost choked to death by Anne Hagen's grip. Everyone quickly rushed in to intervene. Hey, let go. Anne Hagen laughed maniacally. Warning, you take one more step and I will tighten my grip a bit more. Get back to your original positions. If you stubbornly get closer, I can guarantee this guy will make it back in one piece. The remaining brothers heard that and stopped, silently cursing, Damn that bastard. Anne Hagen saw their dumb faces and laughed. Haha, what a bunch of cowards. If it were me, I would have charged in already. Friends should help each other. Gu Sung-ho heard that and also lost hope. When he finally came to, he was stunned to see everyone sprawled out on the ground. He thought in horror, This is the first time I have tasted the feeling of fighting someone from the four elders. Back in reality, Gu Sung-ho told Lee Sung-hun, his name is Anne Hagen, one of the four elders. Lee Sung-hun did not care. Thinking, Oh, why is he standing so oddly? He blurted out, Are you addicted to telling life stories that you have to share this one with me? Gu Siehuo continued, Well, you know, I used to think that a guy like me all of us being beaten by someone like those punks would hurt a lot. But somehow, the pain disappeared. Honestly, we have no idea what he used. We really want to know. Lee Sung-hun thought for a moment and smirked. Sounds like you want to join the Daegu side. Gu Siehuo continued. You probably know, among the four elders, there are those four enemies. He was cut off by Lee Sung-hun. Enough. I do not want to hear it anymore. I am getting a headache. In the alley, Daegun brushed off his arms, blood already staining the ground. Anne Hagen held his bloodied mouth, and Daegun asked, What are you planning to do? It won't work on me. Anne Hagen looked at Daegun with resentment. Truly unbelievable. Daegun rolled up his sleeves, his body still intact. Apparently unharmed, he asked, Who the hell are you? I have not even given you permission to speak. And you are not answering me. Anne Hagen spat blood to the side. Daegun noticed and warned, Hey, my patience is running out. If you do not talk, I will keep going. The school scene appeared as he observed the images on the phone. Unpleasant sounds rang out. What the hell is this bastard trying to do? Want to fight outside? Sung Jin kept pushing out his words. Damn it. He has to be taught a lesson in school for everyone to see. He said it was to teach him a lesson to regain fairness. Let us see the area near the school. After confirming the target was close to the school, Sung Jin rushed out, declaring he had to stop it first. Sung Jin's chubby figure running looked quite awkward. It really caught the attention of those around him. Suong Hun even stared intently and asked, "Who is that, and why is Sung Jin in such a hurry?" Suong Hun, who always thought deeply, seemed to have gradually understood something. Realizing the situation, he quickly followed Sung Jin's lead. Suong Yi, still confused, stretched out his arm and called out, "Suong Hun, where are you going?" Suong Hun only responded loudly as a guide, "Following me," even though it felt very strange, and there were many questions in his mind. Suong Ho still tried to run after Suong Hun. The two of them ran, unable to fathom Sung Jin's speed, wondering how he could run so fast. But why run like that? The scene shifts to an empty area where the sound keeps echoing. "Who the hell is your dad?" And Hagen is feeling very uncomfortable. The words are insulting and ridiculous. I am the one who should be asking that. "Who the hell are you?" And Hagen keeps staring straight at where we stand and asks, moving his body and throwing punches, "Are you really a freshman? Even losing to a freshman is fine. But you do not look like one at all." Dagon feels a bit uneasy upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "What? Does Hen doubt my age? But Hen surely does not know about the project. Right, this body and strength are a bit much for a freshman. If I seriously compare myself to those famous 16-year-old fighters," Dagon still claims, "it is not much different. I am just normal. Surely I won't get caught. Right," and Hagen is constantly checking the information. Lucky to come from a good training camp, the lead character tries to calm an inside. "Stay composed. Nothing to worry about. Just do not get hurt. One finishing blow will do." Dagon approaches Hagen with a determined fist, and Hagen does not fully understand the danger yet. The words come out, that is quite a stance. Right. Your eyes." This Hagen guy intends to move his hands toward the eyes of the lead character, with a look of determination ready to strike, his jaw clenched tight. However, his slow attack is quickly interrupted by our guy. A punch lands straight on Hagen's face like lightning. The feeble figure sways back and falls flat on the ground. The lead character turns around to ask, "What were you about to say just now?" What could he say, faced with our protagonist's question? The other guy could only lie there in pain. At that moment, Sung Jin rushed over, witnessing Hagen sprawled on the ground, panic clearly visible on his face. However, Sung Jin quickly noticed Dagon staring intently at him, the aftermath of the scene making him a bit uneasy. Sung Jin wondered if he had really lost, and with his arrival, both Seung Hun and Seung Ho were also present. Seung Ho was genuinely surprised to see that the one lying flat on the ground was Hagen. The commander, did he really defeat Hagen? The commander, the scene shifted elsewhere, where a shooting game was happening with high tension. The snake on the screen was swiftly taken down by precise shots. This girl, Chun Sim, shouted, "Haha, that was easy. I finally took down C-Check." In her mind, she gradually recalled our protagonist, muttering that she was almost driven crazy just by that top guy. But after all, he was her junior, and she was his senior, so she should not hold a grudge against someone younger. With that thought, she felt she was acting like an adult. Right, Sung Jin also was not exactly mature, calling the commander to team up against a top guy. What was he thinking? While playing this game, Chun Sim did not forget to mutter judgments about the outside. Did not he know how strong the commander was? The scene gradually shifted to late evening. The lights had completely dimmed, and Hagen was still lying on the ground, showing no signs of waking up. The main character pointed out, "This guy is Hagen of the commander," and Seung nodded in response. "Yes, that is right." Our protagonist felt uneasy, quickly moving closer to Hagen, saying, "Get up, are you planning to sleep here?" However, as Dagon's hand barely touched Hagen, a fierce snake suddenly coiled around his arm, looking extremely aggressive. Hagen truly played dirty, taking advantage of the main character's moment of distraction to pull his hand. His actions forceful enough to change our protagonist's expression. In that instant, the main character seemed to feel a giant snake licking his face, a slimy substance invading him. Nevertheless, Dagon was determined to shake off that venomous snake with his own hands. He threw the opponent off with great force, but this time Hagen did not fall over. He found his balance and stood firm again, his face still excited. He praised, "Quick reflexes there." The main character approached, feeling helpless against the opponent. "Now you are finally awake." Hagen looked confused, asking, "Am I awake?" I get it. Damn it. This crazy guy keeps pulling his hair, his face showing a dangerous look with a confirming statement. It is just a side effect of the drugs. Sung Jin stands from a distance, his worried face reminding, "And Hagen, you really are. I said to deal with him at school. Why did not you follow my advice?" The casual tone of this statement truly surprises Sunghwa and Sungun. And Hagen, annoyed, reminds Sungjin, "Hey pig, watch your mouth. Do you need to choose where to fight? Then go fight on your own." Sungjin begins to feel scared, his face sweating profusely. "Drugs? Are you on drugs?" Hagen crazily pulls his hair, responding, Of course, you really do not know. How naive. I use it every time I encounter someone too strong. This kid is not just any freshman. He is not a light snack. He is a great dinner for me. And Hagen keeps looking toward our guy and comments. This freshman is not an ordinary one. Got it. Sungjin glances around confidently and declares, well, then hurry up and finish him off. Look closely at how your friends are getting beaten. What else are you waiting for? Go hit him first. Sungjin takes the opportunity. Every word is quite engaging. These freshmen are very rude. So let them know how formidable the 4-gen handsome guys are. He even has the guts to point directly at the lead character. You are dead, kid. The lead character does not even bother to look at Sungjin, his gaze focused on the opponent. Now he is serious. He really looks different from before. He seems more focused now, but there is something truly odd. Nevertheless, the main character remains determined. A fight will reveal everything. The official battle enters a tense phase, with our hero unleashing powerful punches in a vertical trajectory. Hagen's eyes show no fear. He is still acting cocky, lifting himself high. Our guy's punch needed to go straight up, and following that trajectory, Hagen's arm tightly wrapped around it. He feels quite proud, thinking he has our guy under control, but Deagle is equally strong, probing the opponent to see what he will do this time. You can't dodge this. A punch goes straight for the opponent. Hagen's grip is like a constrictor snake, crushing our guy's arm, growling fiercely and aggressively. This technique caused the onlookers to freeze. It made the referee feel the pressure. At the moment the opponent raises his fist, he would circle from the outside to the inside. Just like that, he places it on the opponent's shoulder and pushes down hard. However, for our guy, things do not seem simple. He strikes a punch straight to Hagen's face. Unlike any opponent caught in a grip, the unexpected moment leaves Hagen stunned, his eyes widening. The entire match is shifting. Hagen's body is sent flying back, but he still struggles to resist, trying to hold his ground. Hagen's eyes reveal his frustration. Damn. This time it did not work, even knowing in advance. It is hard to react in time. However, he thinks to himself, what a joke. My previous failure was due to lack of strength, and now his vision and speed are still faster than mine. Unbelievable. Sung is watching from outside, ready to comment. He seems to be indicating he wants to use that move. I think he not only wants to win, but also wants Deagle to lose his fighting ability entirely. Sung agrees, but it seems he is not doing anything. The chubby Sung Jin once again arrogantly chimes in. How naive. You guys know nothing about this. That is true. Still too young. Want to hear it? Let me tell you. As everyone is getting ready to listen, Sung Jin cuts it. Oh, never mind. Sung angrily yells. What is it? Why do not you say it? Sung notices this anger. He is starting to feel restless with this information. Sung Jin remains confidently asserting in his mind that An Hagen's strength and physique are now beyond normal. But why is that? The guys just can't understand. It is called immersion. Super focus. Super awareness. The brain's potential is being maximized. Not just the mind, but physical strength is also far from ordinary, revealing the maximum capability that a person can reach. In this state, the senses become super sharp, feeling time slow down and everything around becomes clear like a film. A film depicting An Hagen's actions smoothly. Everything feels like flipping through each frame to perfectly capture the moment you desire. Even in this fight, our side is gradually sensing the movements of An Hagen happening right in front of us. He silently wondered, is this what everyone is talking about? The opponent's embraces are relentless. He tries his best to block the blow his head. He could not let this situation drag on any longer. He pulled his arm away forcefully. Seeing that, the opponent would not give up, tightening his grip like a leech. The meanings appeared. Dodged. So then, punch you in the head. The punches were thrown continuously. Just knowing that he had mastered the move, he perfectly dodged and laughed loudly. Slipping away, this time it was with his hand. The spirals of his hand were tightly wound. However, his arm raised high would not back down. He struck his opponent, forcing him to dodge continuously. The scene continued to be missed. Hagen was still very pleased to see our side failing to touch his body. Oh! Missed again. The main character looked straight at his opponent and calmly said, you cling on like a leech. Seriously? Sticking on, wrapping your hand around, even more than Seung Ho. Seung Ho standing outside was also being teased. Not to mention, our side further observed. However, the speed of movement was very different from the beginning, in terms of reflexes, vision, and even physical strength. Is he really getting into it? Seung Hun tried to think and wonder. Getting into it, Sung Jin was officially surprised. Oh my, is that really the best guy? Gun was still talking. It is not that he just appeared, but he must have been through that state for a long time. Hagen was excited. Go on. Continue talking. The main character showed no hesitation. Continuously speaking, he must have been trained to utilize it in many ways, thoughts in his mind flashing at the same time. Just now he clearly felt it. There is a difference. Hagen rotated his wrists and ankles then muttered, why did not you say anything more? The main character kept thinking until it hurt his head. It really was very different. Too complicated. I do not even know what it is anymore. You only know when you really fight. The result on the game screen sent. You lose. The annoying shout rose. I lost. That is really unreasonable. A game like this? Really? Smash it. Chun-Shin was truly dissatisfied with this result. She angrily slammed the panel. Not only did she slam, but she also kept yelling. Smash it. Smash it. A man appeared from behind and spoke. Oh heaven. Damn it. He looked at Chun-Shin's attitude with disdain. It is not like those dogs. But why bark loudly like that? Just shut up and go play. This remark made Chun-Shin turn her head to look at the speaker. Our side was still stepping forward. He confidently ran his fingers through his hair, his words rising. Just based on the fact that I know. Ifeng was grimacing, an uncomfortable expression with his words. What, comparing to reality is, the gaze and expression of an He-gon were distorting. The grin became frightening. He called out to our side. Try it. See if there is anything different. The main character waved his arm calling out. I do not know. Try your best to save me. Nam's confident demeanor is making Hagan feel insulted. Words spoken. Talking can wait, responding to Nam's request, and again gradually steps forward. Speaking leisurely. Okay, that guy is as aggressive as a bulldog, his legs moving quickly, his body imposing on the opponent, his arms flailing, trying to corner the one in front. Hagan eagerly lunges forward, his gaze fixed on Nam's position. He exclaims, I also prefer action over words. Before his sentence was complete, Nam landed a punch right on his face. This punch felt like a new breakthrough, sending the opponent flying far away. However, Hagan still stubbornly resists. Anger is clearly visible on his face. He thinks for a moment, still unable to comprehend why he was hit. The speed of the action left Hagan stunned, unable to process what just happened. Sun Jin gasps and says, and gone. How could you let a minor take you down? Don't he degrade the dignity of the male lead? Hagan angrily laughs in Sun Jin's face. That pig. Look closely, you lost to a minor. At this moment, Hagan's base is about to be heavily attacked. He quickly dodges the danger. The actions from our protagonist are becoming increasingly intense, making Hagan feel overwhelmed, his eyes squinting. When did this happen? He never expected the power of Detwan to be this great, the attacks relentless, and the assault unending. Thoughts race through his mind. I have to counterattack. Although he understands how our protagonist fights, Hagan constantly finds himself unexpectedly dodging attacks, struggling in front of him. He continuously feels annoyed. Thinking, why has this guy suddenly become so fast? Hagan's plan to suppress the male lead is slowly taking shape. He needs to find an opening to strike. His eyes shine like headlights. His arms twist together and grip tightly around the legs of the protagonist. Hagan sits down, grabbing onto Digant's leg. He feels as happy as a child with candy, bursting into laughter. He finally caught you. Unfortunately, the male lead does not appreciate a leech on his leg. It is too annoying, and he kicks Hagan back. The kick makes Hagan furious, his embarrassment showing as his face turns red. Xi Ho and Xi Yan have been closely following the fight from start to finish. Our protagonist slowly approaches Ngan, looking incredibly confident and calm. The situation is becoming increasingly dangerous, and something feels strange to Hagan. The male lead asks the opponent, what are you doing? Let us see how you fight, because I have something to confirm. This Hagan is like an item on the ground, taking multiple hits. His body gradually shifts. The male lead throws punches with ferocity, looking aggressive. However, his punch is not as fast as our protagonist's movements, approaching the opponent, leaving him stunned. Deegan observes the punch with great precision, a strange aim. Identifying this opening, our protagonist delivers an uppercut to Hagan's face from below. Once again, Hagan quickly dodges the punch, his teeth gritting as he lifts his head high. The arms strain to widen. He wanted to seize the opportunity to crush our hero's nose. Hagan easily struck with quick, powerful, and precise blows, causing pain to his opponent first. It was precisely due to his timing and accuracy that Hagan could not refuse this punch. Even though he was punched in the face, Hagan still managed to utilize his twisting hand to reach our hero's arm. He bravely tried to punch with his formidable hands. 2 punches were thrown, but in terms of speed and position, our hero had the upper hand. Moving his arm close to Hagan's nose, that punch once again sent Hagan flying and crashing down hard. After executing his move, our hero stood completely calm. Sung Jin was surprised, analyzing everything, wondering why Hagan, immersed in focus, was being pushed back. Hagan himself could not believe what was happening before his eyes, thinking to himself, damn it, what ridiculous nonsense is this? I threw my punch first. Why did that bastard hit me first? In a state of deep focus, even with the hammer and sickle, Hagan confidently asserted he would see what his opponent was planning within his line of sight. It should be said that he was extremely sharp. However, now was completely the opposite. He was clearly in a focused state but could not beat our hero even once. Faced with Deegan's imposing and brutal presence, Hagan's thoughts began to crumble. Thinking about the hammer and sickle against that guy, even Seoang outside could not deny the truth, affirming that Regardless, the victory in this fight belonged to Dagon's side. Seoung thought the same. Yes, I have noticed it several times, even when Hagan anticipated the move. He could not do anything. At that moment, Seoung's collar was pulled awkwardly. Sung Jin shouted, "What do you guys know? Don't you pretend to be all-knowing. You think you are that smart. Damn, you really are smart." The more he thought and witnessed the current overwhelming scenes, the more frustrated Sung Jin became. Life does not follow any order of achievements. He pointed out to Seoung that, ultimately, just observe, and Hagan's true weapon is not just his punches. The real terrifying weapon is on the other side. Hagan was trying to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, mumbling to himself, "So what if I see his punch? The problem is that the moment I see it, I have already been hit first. But still, the most important thing is that I can see it." He remains determined to approach where our hero stands. Dagon narrowed his eyes and had an unusual expression. Thinking he might have misjudged, Hagan was moving his body back and forth, his hands tangled together to prepare for a move. Thinking more carefully, is his punch faster than mine? So, Hagan had his own action plan after those failures. This time he would play the hammer and sickle with our hero. Dagon's gaze suddenly changed remarkably, as if he had discovered something. The encounter between the two became tense once again, both sides lunging at each other as if to devour one another. True to his plan, Hagan would use the hammer and sickle to quickly grasp Dagon's hand. Indeed, using the sickle would be more advantageous than using the hammer. Hagan seized our hero's hand in that tense moment. The left-handed pushes back and forth were defiant, and Hagan's eyes widened in terror, making anyone who looked at him feel fear. He was still fixated on the movements of Nam Chine. The punch that Manhwa threw was exactly what Hagan wanted to block. However, things were not easy. Dagon quickly saw through this vile scheme. He moved his arm at full speed, landing a punch straight to Hagan's face, blood splattering viciously once again. The punches kept escalating in damage. Showing no signs of letting up, Nam Chine indeed unleashed moves that left opponents in agony. Facing this punch directly, Hagan spit blood, leaving streaks on the floor. Dagon warned his opponent, saying he had already told him not to grab, which was really frustrating. The pain on Hagan's face kept piling up. He thought having a specific plan would successfully capture Nam Chine, but this guy only ended up hurting himself. The Ungwakar sensed the intensity of the fight quickly. He did not care about being caught and threw a full-force punch. Sung Jin's face showed surprise, his eyes wide open, unable to speak. After fighting for a while, Nam Chine moved closer to the fainting Sung Jin, saying, "Hey, wake him up and take him away. Take care of your friends. Letting them faint too long can be fatal." The fight ended with this round, and Dagon left feeling disappointed. Having nothing left to watch, it was not immersive or anything. However, everything was not over. The winding marks were still flowing across the ground, and Hagan was waking up with a vile scheme behind him. He rushed quickly to Nam Chine's position, causing panic among those around him, reminding, "Hey, Dagon, watch out behind you," which made our side curious enough to turn and look. Just as he turned back, that bastard Hagan hugged him tightly, looking utterly ridiculous. He was still quite pleased, laughing joyfully, understanding well that if he remained unconscious for too long, he would die. So he said, "You die," proving Hagan's words were indeed filled with madness and chaos. Sonhwa and Seohon's attitudes outside grew even more curious about the next developments of the fight. Sung Jin took the opportunity to continue commenting on Hagan, noting that Hagan's nickname was Chan Anaconda, not simply because they shared a name. Sung Jin pushed Sungun and Seon aside, saying, "You are smart, so you must know what happens if Chan Anaconda catches you." Chan Anaconda wraps around any target. The harder they struggle, the tighter the grip becomes, leaving the target unable to move. And just like that, they would be eaten alive. In the current situation, that bastard Hagan was still trying to cling on to Nam Chine's back, according to Sung Jin's observation, and Hagan's body was flexible and tough, just like a giant Chan Anaconda. The prey wrapped around could never escape. And Nam, taking advantage of not being threatened, acted arrogantly. Sung Jin's words are quickly interrupted by Sung Hun. "I have seen that somewhere before. A giant Chan Anaconda wrapped around a spotted leopard. This means the leopard has no choice but to be eaten." However, from another angle, the Chan's neck has already been bitten off by the leopard. So, Sung Hun still confidently points ahead, asking Sung Jin to take a good look. The Chan Hagan is having a hard time. His body is being dragged painfully by the main character, unsure if he can keep his head. Dagon's massive arms, once they get hold of the opponent, easily cause damage, blood flowing like a river. Right now, Hagan's neck is in bad shape. Just looking at it makes Sung Jin anxious. Our side is completely holding the head and neck of the giant Chan Hagan. Seeing that, Sung Hun feels even more pleased. "As I see it, the Chan's neck has been bitten off. Dajian has enough strength to make the opponent collapse to the ground." The main character approaches Hagan and reminds him, "You really want to push your limits, huh? If you know I have spared you, you should know to lie still. Why are you still fighting for your life?" "Then I have no choice but to push my limits too." The scene becomes more gruesome. Sung Hun feels it. The main character has crushed the collarbone. Like that, It will not be impossible to fight immediately, but it will be a semi-permanent injury. I think a bit more. Just thinking about it makes Sung Hun angry. Sungjin, who was confident just now, is now shrinking back. No way. The main character reminds him. What are you doing? Aren't you going to take care of your friends? Scene shifts to the game shop. A head pops up. Threatening words. You are making a lot of noise yourself. How can you talk back to others like that? The others start to speak loudly. Hey, you are hurting him. Another comrade intervenes. Do you know who that is? Wanna die? A big young man is helping Chung Sim. And that cute dog could use a little help too. Right, that guy was so scared. Stuttering. Saying, yes, please spare me this time. This young man with white hair even turned to ask Chung Sim, isn't he that right? Chung Sim, she is angry. What is she saying? Calling me a dog. This friend burst out laughing. Teasing. I said you are as cute as him. Anyway, let me help you deal with these guys. Just say the word, and you can send them packing. This bold character is the fourth element. Balul. The scene slowly shifted to darkness. The rowdy guys who had been insulting Chung Sim earlier had to bow their heads in unison, apologizing for causing trouble. With support behind her, Chung Sim sat confidently, commanding, all right, I will let this go this time. The group, still scared, responded neatly, yes. Understood. Chung Sim did not want to make things difficult, saying, you have worked hard. Now go. However, she still had a suggestion. Wait, before you leave, check this out. A game stats display that Chung Sim showed to them. They still did not understand. What is this? The girl boosted. This is my record. They looked puzzled. Oh, is there a problem? Chung Sim exclaimed. Can't you see it as number 1? Hearing this, they began to understand what they needed to do, clapping their hands continuously. Whoa, that is awesome. Number 1. You are really impressive. Chung Sim received plenty of compliments. Feeling delighted. All right, you can go now. The group bowed. Yes, we were rude. Wish you a good evening. As they left, they started gossiping. That was a close call. It is Ixim Ring, the fourth element. Balul. Whoa, I heard he has got blood on his hands. Balul. He rubbed Chung Sim's head and said, Chung Sim, do not lead them away. I told them to go buy your favorite snack. The head pat made her uncomfortable. Reminding him, don't he touch my hair. As instructed, he said, I have brought the drinks. A lull. Seeing it, she quickly ordered, leave that and get out of here. Upon seeing the drink, Chung Sim frowned. Hey, why is it whole milk? I specifically asked for strawberry milk. A lull. He explained, because whole milk has more nutritional value than strawberry milk. Regardless, Chung Sim was still unsatisfied. Clarifying, so you mean to say I should drink milk to grow taller? A lull. Was feeling helpless with her. Responding dismissively. Did I say that? Chung Sim still wanted to argue over this. Hey, do not even think about escaping. They joked with each other. Sorry. Chung Sim. I do not want to get hit. Please let me go. The scene shifted to the street. Chatter echoing. Really? So it really is annoying. Everyone is just talking about that top guy. Chung Sim expressed her frustration to Elul. That guy is such a hassle. Always bragging about being the top element. Come on. How can that top guy be a rival to you? Why does it have to be this serious? After Chung Sim's recount, a lull finally figured out the message in their group. Chung Sim raised her hand confidently and said, so I got really angry. A lull asked in surprise, huh, you met that top guy? She nodded, saying he seems like the kind of guy who does not know how to adapt. I warned him not to be arrogant. I heard he is quite handsome. So I went to check it out. He looks good, and this information only piqued Li Bal's curiosity more. He clung tightly to Chung Sim's hand and asked, Chung Sim, what are you saying? He is handsome. Really? Handsome than me? What about his height? Is he tall? The girl felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. She pulled Idul's arm hard. Hey, why are you like this? Let go so I can answer the phone. Chung Sim picked up the call. Hello, Suddenly, as he listened more, the expression on his face changed. It turned out the person on the other end was Sung Jin, who said, if you are asking where I am. After listening for a while, Chung Sim nodded hurriedly. Okay. Got it. A lull. Standing beside was very confused, not understanding what was happening. What is wrong? Is something going on? Chung Sim's face tightened, tears welling up. I was close to him. While Elul was still very curious, her eyes following every word and action of Chung Sim. The night sky grew increasingly murky. A scene appeared elsewhere. There were stealthy appearances coming from somewhere. This person was Suzy, trying to observe. Let us see. Catch Jiri. After watching for a while, she managed to spot Jiri. Jiri was intently looking at her phone, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Suzy questioned the opponent's movements. She had not come yet and was instead at the gym. Indeed, her arm was in a cast, so she could not train. Susie recalled that day, always blaming herself. No matter what, it was her fault that it turned out this way. Now that she was here, what should she say? Many questions popped into Susie's head. Are you okay? Or should I thank you? I am not good at this kind of stuff. Just then, as Juri sat inside, she saw a shadow lurking outside the door. Quick as a flash, she ran to the spot where Susie was hiding. A voice called out, "Susie." A tight grip made it hard for Susie to move or react. Juri pushed her opponent against the wall, her face showing determination to question. Susie suddenly found herself in this pinned position, her eyes wide with confusion. "What are you doing?" Juri kept reminding Susie. "Speak up. What did you and Dagon do that caused such a mess?" Susie's lips trembled as she hesitated about this matter. "Oh, that. You already know. Why are you asking?" This ambiguous statement only left Juri speechless. You are dating Dagon. What kind of relationship do you two have?" Susie kept bringing it up. "It is just that, on the bed that day, we were all over each other. I was the only one embarrassed, while he did not care at all." But she kept stirring the pot. "It is that kind of relationship," provoking Juri's anger, leaving her speechless. Juri reminded Susie, "Don't you think lightly of your relationship with Dagon." Regardless of the reminder, Susie arrogantly thought it was none of her business. Juri, looking ahead, mentioned the current dilemma. Soyukappa and Dagon could end up fighting at any moment if this goes on. Then, who would you support? Faced with this difficult question, Susie's confusion was evident, and she could not come up with an answer. Chunsum had just arrived at Dalad, and Hagina, "How did you end up like this?" Outside, Illa was inquiring about the situation from Chunsum. "The guy you mentioned earlier, is he the one? He seems like quite a piece of work." Sunsum shouted angrily. "I told you, this is not a normal situation. It is something serious." Illa ignored Chunsum's opinion, casually answering the phone. "Hello, is this Hanambe?" Chunsum jumped up when he heard that name. "No way, Hanambe is not answering my calls." Illo kept talking to the person on the other end. "Oh really? You called, but you have been disregarding it. You are doing great. Do not act so casual in front of the subject. It is not a big deal, so just keep ignoring it." Hanambe was still curious. "What is going on?" Before he could finish, Ilil hung up. Sunsum angrily questioned Ilil. "Hey, you said to keep ignoring it. What are you planning to do?" Ilil did not understand the situation and maintained a condescending attitude, saying he would kill. "I will kill whoever makes Chunsum cry." This fierce declaration and confidence truly scared Sunjin. Chunsum's phone rang, and Sunjin suggested, "Wait a minute, I will take this call." This time, the fat guy seemed very sneaky, whispering, "What is this? What wind blew to have you call me first? Now you are curious, huh? You must feel something's off." The caller was Hanambe, reminding Sunjin that personal matters could wait. He needed to clarify the situation. This fat guy quickly seized the opportunity to complain that Chunsum was crying loudly. "The guys from the first year are acting like big shots, so the guys from the third year can just act carelessly. The atmosphere in the school is falling apart to the point where you can't even use the cafeteria as you wish." During the important conversation, Sunjin interjected. "Oh right, what kind of bread does Chunsum like? In short, whose fault is it? It is all because of that first-year idiot." Hanambe listened for a while and understood the situation. "Got it. I am hanging up now." Sunjin was the one exaggerating everything. He was calculating that indeed, the focal point of the issue was Chunsum. Although I might be exaggerating a bit, there was no other way. Just to be safe, after the call, Hanambe made an effort to fix his appearance before entering the classroom. A message came in at that moment, and Hagen was defeated by that guy. This is not a trivial matter. This pencil case gradually reminded Hanambe of his next actions. He was determined to take this pink pencil case with him. Transitioning to the next morning at school, in classroom number 8 for the first year, surprise sounds erupted. "What?" Xinung nodded, confirming what he would heard. Kwon Yi-won. Sumo is a master analyst, his words full of meticulousness. He attacked the Trichia by destroying the Vienna move. It seems he will suffer for a while. Others started gossiping. That and He-gun really got what he deserved. The Oxydoc was injured in the shoulder and is in so much pain. We should have seen that scene. Right? Yeah. He should get hit a bit more. That guy asked further. "Hey XD, you have fought him before. How did you survive?" Xianghua thought about it and still did not understand. "I even doubted it. Back then I thought it was worth a try. But looking back, it really was unreasonable." Coolly Yix. "From now on you need to observe the fights and study more." This time she said she would come back early, so I will ask my sister. The other friends were very excited to hear this news. Sister Xongho will go back to South Korea. Come to play at your house. Me too. Xamo quickly reminded about this issue. She will definitely ask for high-intensity boxing training. Can you handle it? At this mention, the group fell silent. They all simultaneously recalled certain images. After thinking, they all said together, "It is fine. Both arms are okay. Both legs too. At most we lose one. What is the big deal?" Xung Ho was also helpless with this stubbornness. "Why do you have to go that far? You do not even know English. In classroom number 1, the sound of conversation arose. The 4 elements have taken down an hien. Song-ho was surprised, saying no way, just said it was fixed right away. Is not that right? Norman-ho looked at his phone with some suspicion. Is this an hien? The male lead questioned Seung-hun about the related image. What is this? Why take a photo like that? Seung-hun justified. It is for memories. The stories related to fighting in our house are always a topic of interest. Do-min added. This shows that the 4 elements are not that impressive. Right. The rumors just exaggerate. Reality is only like this. Seung-hun quickly explained to Do-min that it is just that they do not see it. An Aegon is not an ordinary level. It is just that Diggle is too strong. Ding boldly declared. Well, if they want to come, let them come here. They will be cleaned up by Diggle. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the window. Our house quickly realized that issue. Their eyes scanned. While distributing papers, Diggle paused his pen and thought clearly. He assessed that Gan is a deceptive person, with an attack that exceeds the standards of a simple fight, a standard of creating illusions through immersion. At this level, what would the other 4 elements be like? I am really curious. The gate gradually opened, and the legs slowly stepped inside. Hanam Bey stood in front, his state even firmer. It has been a while. Not going to school. In the class, everyone was chatting noisily. Only Diggle was focused on studying. Suddenly he felt something strange. His eyes turned towards the window. He wondered, what is that? Is someone watching me? Diggle did not care. He turned back to his lesson, muttering to himself, it is probably nothing, just my imagination. Chun-sim was outside, banging nervously. She panicked thinking, oh no, I almost got caught. She boldly leaned back, reaching her hand up to the window. Then she lifted her tiny head up. Diggle was still studying hard. Chun-sim thought, was that the first year who defeated Haejin? He must have done something. Or did he play dirty? Did he sneak up from behind or use some trick? Either way, I am sure he played dirty. What a jerk. I will make him pay for this. Thinking that, she peeked up again to look at her opponent. Then she slumped back against the wall, breathing heavily. Although Hagen said he was fine, there was no way that was true. I do not know why that first year is targeting the 4 main original members. But they should not fight to prevent that unfortunate incident from happening again. Luckily, everyone was busy with their own issues and could not come to school. So what can I do? Chun-sim thought for a while and then reached her hand up to the window again. Then she poked her head up again, smiling confidently, thinking, now I want to give him a piece of my mind right now. Just then, Chun-sim suddenly hesitated. Daegun's desk was empty, and she wondered, where is he? At that moment, Daegun was standing at the classroom door. Peeking out, Chun-sim was startled and panicked, thinking that running was the best option. Just as Chun-sim took a step, suddenly her legs were hanging in the air. The distance from the ground to her feet was getting higher and higher. Daegun had quietly approached and lifted Chun-sim into the air. The little girl turned around, surprised, asking, so what do you want now? Do you have something to say? Daegun stood there with a blank expression, thinking, oh, this girl. Clearly, she was the one sneaking a peek at me. He said to her, hey, that is what I wanted to ask. Do you have something to say to me? Chun-sim glanced at Daegun. She stammered, I do not have anything. And seeing Daegun not reacting, she scolded, hey you, I mean it, put me down now, or I will kill you. Daegun replied seriously, I can be killed, and if you do not want to say anything, then stop sneaking peeks. Got it. Chun-sim's face turned red, asking, what do you want? Why do you sound like you are talking to a junior? I am your senior, I will beat you up. While saying that, she kicked her legs back, trying to kick Daegun. Unfortunately, her legs were too short to reach Daegun's pants, and at that moment, she softened her tone, saying, if it were not for my short legs, a guy like you would be taken down in no time. After saying that, Chun-sim's feet finally touched the ground, and she looked around, preparing to take off running. Daegun smirked. Yeah, you talk big but can't follow through. At the school gate, a handsome young man with platinum hair approached. Named Owl, he smiled lightly, saying, whoa, it has been a long time, has not it? Then he scratched his head awkwardly, mumbling, I want to see Chun-sim right now, but I came here to kill that first year, but I can kill him anytime. I need to meet Chun-sim first. At the same time, Daegun was talking to Chun-sim, lightly reminding her, I will say this one more time. If you do not take me to meet the 4 original members. As he was speaking, Chun-sim suddenly exclaimed, oh, wait a second. Chun-sim looked at her phone screen, her face clearly showing her surprise. Thinking, what is going on? Why did he suddenly come to school? Chun-sim was nervously reading the message, asking Daegun, hey, where are you? I am at school. After a moment of hesitation, Chun-sim replied, so, you really want to meet Daegun that badly? Without waiting for Daegun to respond, Chun-sim grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. As they walked, she shouted. If you want to meet him that much, then hurry up. Chun-sim dragged Daegun down the classroom hallway, and at that moment, Min peeked out. He cheerfully asked, "What is going on?" "But whatever, Chun-sim looks super cute right now." "Sure. The one controlling Yang. What is their plan? Why are they dragging Daegun away like this?" Behind the wall, in the equipment room, Chun-sim stood tense at the door, locking it tightly. Daegun called from inside. "What is happening? Why are we here? And what about Daegun?" Chun-sim hesitated, replying, "Oh right. We have to come here. Here's the thing. I have talked to them, so just wait a moment." Daegun sighed at Chun-sim's nervousness, saying, "Hey, is not it better here? If you fight in class, someone will break it up. You have never fought before, right? You are clearly a newcomer." "But whatever, this class is fine." Daegun looked at Chun-sim, silent, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Chun-sim tried to act calm, adding, "Who does not? You do not know how to fight, which is why I am here. I know a little about fighting because I have done it a bit on the street. Right? Fighting is really important." So, she did not notice Daegun slowly stepping closer. He stood before Chun-sim, saying, "This girl looks really suspicious." Chun-sim felt a bit scared but still tried to act tough. "Hey, I am older than you, so watch your tone." Daegun bent down, facing Chun-sim with a different look in his eyes. He smiled slightly. I think I know why you brought me here." Chun-sim started to sweat, her voice trembling. "What? Why?" Daegun replied nonchalantly. "After locking me in here, you are going to call Yang and his gang to come beat me up. Right? If that is the case, you do not have to hide it. It actually works out for me." Chun-sim's face turned pale. She was truly startled. Daegun casually walked inside, saying, "Just tell them to hurry up before I get bored waiting too long." Chun-sim ran her fingers through her hair, forcing a laugh. "Haha, you figured it out. Looks like you are not too dumb." After saying that, she covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, thinking, "You fool, I locked you here so you would not meet T-Gyn." Then she opened her phone, telling herself, "Alright, I need to buy as much time as possible." After glancing at her phone, Chun-sim looked over at Daegun, thinking, "What should I do with him being alone here with me in the equipment room? Hey, wait a minute, is not this situation a bit weird? No, we are innocent. Stay calm. Stay calm. What should I do?" Daegun sighed. "Man, I should be brought a book to read. This is such a waste of time." Hearing this, Chun-sim turned to him, asking, "Read, want me to teach you, in class 11-1? Owell sighed as he looked at Chun-sim's desk. Where did Chun-sim go? What a pity. Just then, 2 other male students rushed in, shouting, "Oh, Owell, there you are. You came to teach the top guy, right?" Owell was not really interested and replied, "What are you talking about? Where's Chun-sim?" The 2 guys immediately scratched their heads, clearly not knowing either. At that moment, the chubby guy showed up and said, "Sanji, Chun-sim went to meet the top guy. That Daegun dude." Owell asked, "Meeting that guy? For what?" "And that guy is in 1st grade." Just as Owl turned to leave, a big figure entered the classroom. The 2 boys yelled, "Whoa, Hanambai is here too." Hanambai and Owell faced each other, neither saying a word. Owell frowned in confusion and said, "Why are you here? I told you to forget about him. You should go learn what you like." Hanambai did not respond. He looked inside the class and said, "Oh, looks like Chun-sim is not here either." Then, that stubborn guy turned to leave, but a hand grabbed the collar of Hanambai, who quickly swatted it away. Hanambai turned back to grab that hand, their palms touching. Owell stared at Hanambai without blinking, a smile creeping on his lips. He told Hanambai, "Let me handle it myself, so stay put in class." "Okay." Hanambai braced himself and replied, "I refuse. Teaching the top guy is my duty." Owell pushed Hanambai again, challenging. "Oh really? You want to fight?" Hanambai replied, "Don't make a scene. It is just wasting my time." The 3 boys stood quietly on the side watching. At that moment, the 2 let go of each other, and Owell stubbornly insisted, "Fine. I will deal with the top guy. You take care of his group." Hanambai still firmly replied, "I disagree." Owell, furious, shouted, "Alright, then let us fight. You come at me, and I will take you down." Hanambai remained calm, his gaze suddenly shifting as he warned, "Hey, the swamp, do you want to get stuck in it?" Owell wiped his face and replied, "Oh, you too. You look serious. Then let us decide who will take on the top guy by playing rock, paper, scissors with me." The 2 boys heard this and questioned each other. "Hey, rock, paper, scissors, that is ridiculous, is not it?" Sanjin, who had been watching, thought, even though this is not a big deal, their rock, paper, scissors, when they want to get into the swamp, is different from regular rock, paper, scissors. Getting into the swamp here means doing something that leads to bad consequences. Are these 2 competing? This is an endless strategy, trying to figure out the opponent's tactics and strike with lightning speed. I am really curious to see who among them is stronger. Being the top guy in first grade, Kim Mi, the excited master, walked in and loudly announced, "Daegun, is he here?" As he entered, Jong Min, who was already inside, replied, "I do not know, he just left." Kim Mi then asked, "Where did he go? Do you know?" Jong Min casually answered, "No way, I am not telling you. You want to demand protection money again, do not you?" Kim Mi, serious, warned, "Watch your mouth, you want to die. You are just Daegun's dog. Do you think you are important?" Jong Min shot back, "Dog? What did you just say?" Jiang Jinmo popped up out of nowhere, smiling and chatting. Hey, you two young guys, do not fight now." Jong Min turned to Mai and said, "All right, do not bother Daegun anymore." Kim Mai replied, "Damn it, I told you that is not it. I have something important to discuss." Jong Min argued, "You are lying. You came here on Big Susie's orders, did not you?" Just then, a voice called from outside, "He is not here." Everyone looked outside. A male student said, "Man, Daegun is not here. What a shame." Two arrogant male students walked in and looked at Jong Min, saying, "Hey, I am here to keep an eye on you guys. You all should just stay put in here. You will get served soon enough." Kim Mai turned around and replied, "What the hell are you talking about? You dumbass, stop rambling and get lost." The student in the jacket was taken aback. Hun jumped up, pointing at Kim Mai and shouted, "What did you just say? Say it again." "We are the seniors here. I have to serve you guys." Kim Mai calmly laughed, "Haha, I know you are seniors, but you better leave before the freshmen beat you up. I am warning you." The senior could not take it anymore and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Damn it, I will beat you to a pulp." His friend tried to pull him back, advising, "Come on, let it go. They will be here any minute. Just hold on a bit." The senior exclaimed, "You do not feel humiliated when the freshmen talk like that? I can't take it anymore. Besides Daegun, those other guys are nothing." With that, he charged at Kim Mai from behind, saying, "Damn it. Just wait. I will teach you a lesson." Kim Mai remained strangely calm, saying, "You really are an idiot." With that, he stepped forward, causing the senior to miss his punch. Quickly circling behind, Kim Mai kicked the senior right in the face. The senior flew from the back of the classroom to the front, and a student in a white shirt looked on worriedly. Kim Mai casually put his hands in his pockets and said, "I told you, that is the consequence for those who think I am useless. I am the White Devil." Kim Mai, after witnessing this, Bong Ho whispered to Jong Min, "Oh no, I forgot he is a big shot. Who told him he got beaten up too much?" Jong Min sighed, "But this guy is something else. Fighting while mentioning skills is a bit ridiculous, is not it?" Kim Mai walked over and pushed the remaining senior, saying, "Oh, this jerk again. If you do not want to die, get out of my way." Just then, a large figure stood at the door and called in, "The freshmen do not seem as polite as rumored." Kim Mai looked out and asked, Who are you?" Hanam Bey stood at the door, his body very muscular, and he said slowly, "All right, you guys need to be educated." The student in white saw his ally and smiled brightly, saying, "Oh, Nam Bey, you are here." Kim Mai asked back, What is your name?" Without waiting for a reply, Kim Mai rushed in and said, "Tesketsk. I am already annoyed seeing guys with glasses. Fine. Before I deal with that white shirt guy, I will take care of you first." At that moment, Jong Min was stroking his chain, thinking, "Hey, Nam Bey, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before?" "Oh." Remembered it. As he turned around, he froze in shock. Kim Mai found me, Dung lying on the ground unconscious, and there was no loud noise at all. Jong Min, startled, stepped back in surprise. Jong Min looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is one of the four greats, Hanambe." At that moment, he heard someone behind near the tool shed asking, "Where's the military target?" Yaoan kept calling Chunsim, but all he heard was the constant busy signal. He wondered why Chunsim was not answering his call. Suddenly, Yaoan's gaze shifted to the tool room. He thought seriously, what is that strange smell? Hanambe stood still, watching the chaos with Namba. Kim Yaoan, visibly annoyed, said, "What kind of education is this? Fine. I will take you out first." With that, Kim Yaoan ran off towards Hanambe. Hanambe stared at Kim Yaoan without blinking. He thought to himself, truly, a young and inexperienced one. Thinking that, he threw a punch at Kim Yaoan's face. Yaoan did not have time to scream. A few seconds later, he collapsed unconscious on the floor. Jong Min watched, completely terrified. He and Bang Ho looked at Hanambe. Hanambe slowly recounted, "When I was still in school, I never dared step on the shadows of my seniors." Jang Jinu, seeing the chaotic situation, quietly tried to sneak out the front door while Hanambe was talking. Suddenly, Hanambe grabbed a triangular ruler and started spinning it around. A moment later, It was stuck firmly into the board right in front of Jang Jinmo. Jang Jinmo broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes darting towards the ruler that had been thrown at him. Hanam Bei maintained that pose and asked Jang Jinmo, "Where do you think you are going?" Citizen education class is just starting now. In the tool room, Daejun and Chunsim sat on the mat. Chunsim told him, "All right, this time the question will be simple." "Guess quickly," Daejun replied. Let us see what it is." Chunsim read the question very quickly and counted. 3, 2, 1. Too slow. Daejun, confused, raised his hand and said, "Wait, you counted too fast." Chunsim pointed a finger at him and said, "Come on. If you do not guess it right, that means you lose. Losing is losing." Daejun protested. "But I..." Just then, Chunsim got annoyed, stood up, and said loudly, "You talk too much. Give me your hand. I will show you what is what." Daejun, enduring it, brushed his hair back and told Chunsim, "All right. Go ahead." His handsome face sharp and defined. Chunsim felt a sudden heat rising within her, covering her mouth and looking away. Then suggested, "Hey, can you close your eyes?" Daejun asked in confusion. "Why?" Chunsim, shy and flustered, replied, "Because of you. Because you are so handsome." "Oh, no, it is because I can concentrate." Daejun sighed and closed his eyes. "Okay, but hurry up." Chunsim reached out, one hand covering her face, reassuring herself. "Come on, Chunsim, you need to pinch him really hard. But, he is too handsome. I can concentrate." "No, I need to focus." After a loud pop, Chunsim, the tiny girl, flicked Daejun on the forehead with a satisfying snap, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. Chunsim proudly asked him, "So, what do you think of my skills?" "All right. Next question." Daejun brushed his hair down and said to her, "Okay, now it is my turn to ask. As the oldest sister, you must know a lot, right?" Chunsim smugly replied, "Not telling." Daejun laughed. "All right, if you are wrong, you get a flick." Chunsim confidently said, "All right, I won't be wrong." Meanwhile, outside, Owol had been trying to reach Chunsim with no luck, his face showing clear concern. He thought to himself, "It should be fine, but why is not Chunsim picking up my calls?" He strolled over, thinking that Chunsim mentioned Daejun was not in class 1, so he told Hanam Bei to go there. But now, without being able to contact Chunsim, how could he know where Daejun was? Owol's eyes once again glanced toward the storage area. He looked around, sensing that there was something he wanted to find. He turned to check it out. Out of nowhere, 2 pretty girls appeared, cheerfully saying, "Hey, Owol, long time no see." Both were stunningly beautiful. Standing in front of him, the girl with long hair asked, "Why did not you call us when you came?" The other chimed in, Right. What have you been up to that made you late?" Owol smiled awkwardly. Wait a second." But the 2 pretty girls continued to chatter. "We missed you so much. You are going back to school, right? What will you do next?" Owol coldly repeated. "All right. I am not here to see you guys, so please step aside." Hearing this, the 2 pretty girls pouted sadly. Then they rushed over to pinch him, scolding, "Hey, Owol, I hate you. How can you talk like that? Didn't I tell you to speak nicely?" Owol forced a smile. "Damn it. Why are you girls like this?" Outside the equipment room, everything was still quiet, but inside, it was a different story. Daejun happily watched Chunsim, truly the main character Sara, so handsome it was crazy. He gently told Chunsim, "Come on. Show me your forehead." The close distance made Chunsim flustered. She stepped back a bit and said, "Ooh, you are too funny. Move aside a bit." Daejun softly replied, "All right, stop talking so much. Bring that forehead here." Chunsim pouted and muttered, "Fine. Go ahead and flick." She imagined her forehead as a target. She looked at Daejun, who seemed a bit scary, unusually serious. His strong, pale figure seemed ready to send her flying with a flick. That look in his eyes seemed like he wanted to kill someone. Chunsim fearfully shouted, Hey, wait a second." Daejun asked, What is wrong?" Chunsim quickly replied, "Why does your face look so scary when you are about to flick me? You are freaking me out. Do you want to kill me?" Daejun forced a smile. "Kill? Come on. Just bring that forehead here." "Hurry up." Chunsim gritted her teeth and endured it as she brought her forehead closer to Daejun's hand, the muscles in his arm bulging as if he was getting ready to fight. Chunsim was so scared that tears welled up, and then ping, Daejun had flicked her. Daejun pretended to sigh. "Who pretended? I am really bad at this." Chunsim let out a relieved breath, her body suddenly buzzing with excitement, her eyes wide as she looked at him, one hand rubbing her forehead. She hesitantly asked him, "Hey, why did you do that? It was really light." Just as she finished speaking, Deegan pulled out his phone and started scrolling. He casually continued, "All right, let me ask you this." Chunsim suddenly became shy. She gently replied, Okay. However, Her whole body tensed up. Chun-sim nervously clenched her fists and continued speaking. Ping. Normally I am not like this, Chun-sim said. But D-gun. Not understanding, continued scrolling on his phone. Chun-sim grabbed the hem of her dress, her legs tightly pressed together, her full figure making her look a bit flushed. Just a slight movement from Chun-sim could make others feel something. She shyly turned her face away and whispered, I am not usually like this. I will allow only you to drop the formalities with me. D-gun looked at this girl in her early teens and thought, what is up with her, acting so strange? Seeing that D-gun was silent, Chun-sim felt embarrassed and scolded him. Hey, say something. I treat you specially and you do not respond. Suddenly, he stood up, his gaze becoming sharp as usual. He said, I admit I have not been polite, but we have been waiting a long time. Are they coming or not? Are we just gonna wait here forever? Chun-sim looked up at him, her round face clearly showing a sense of warmth. She asked him, but I want to know, why do you want to fight with T-Gun? Do you really think you can win against them? D-gun remained serious and silent. Chun-sim, feeling awkward, added, why not resolve it with words? Just then, there was a loud knocking at the door that startled her. D-gun turned to look. He wondered, who is out there? Did someone just bump into the door? As he spoke, the knocking grew even louder. Chun-sim jumped up, intending to go over, but D-gun stood in front of her. Stay there. The knocking grew stronger, and the door now showed clear signs of being dented. Chun-sim, scared, clung to D-gun's arm. Panicking. Ha! What is happening? D-gun turned back and said, we should not stay here any longer. I think they have other intentions. Just then, the iron door was kicked open. Chun-sim hid next to D-gun as the door flew into the room. Chun-sim cuffed lightly a few times, and D-gun raised his hand to shield her. Outside, Owol stood frozen, and seeing this, D-gun asked, hey, who is that? Owol's expression changed. He gave a wry smile. Ha! I am the one who should be asking that. Why are you with Chun-sim in this room? Chun-sim then ran up from behind and said loudly, Owol, why are you here? First, calm down. It is not what you think. D-gun stood beside her. Confused, Owol rubbed his head, sighed in distress. What is going on? Chun-sim, why did you do this to me? Seriously, if you have a boyfriend, you should tell me. D-gun stopped and said, wait, what did you just say? Two female students at the table earlier came over to eavesdrop. Whispering, so, he is D-gun. Right, isn't he dating Baek Soo-heek's sister? The other one replied, how would I know? What if he is two-timing? Owol looked at D-gun with a disdainful expression. He laughed. Oh, so you are D-gun. D-gun looked back at him and replied. So what? Owol continued. So I understand a bit now. Chun-sim likes strong guys. No wait. Wu likes the strongest. That is why he said he would wait until I become the strongest. Chun-sim looked confused. What are you talking about? I never said that. Hey, do not say weird stuff anymore. Owol did not reply. He looked straight at D-gun and said, while I was away, you charmed her. D-gun turned to Chun-sim with a gentle gaze and asked, so, is this your boyfriend? He talks like he thinks I like you. As D-gun finished speaking, Chun-sim's face turned bright red, her hands tightly clenched showing her embarrassment. Maybe D-gun did not notice, but Owol did. He whispered, Chun-sim, is that really how you feel? Chun-sim did not hear. She was still being honest with her feelings. Owol felt a pang in his heart, his gaze changed, thinking to himself, that expression is too clear. This is the first time I have seen her like this. Owol suppressed his pain inside. He told D-gun, I understand now. So I have a proposal. You are a man so you probably understand. If I beat you, you can't be involved with Chun-sim anymore. Chun-sim heard this and quickly exclaimed, hey, who are you to make her do that? And why do you two have to fight? The two girls outside overheard and were all fired up. One of them excitedly said, what is going on here? Hee, a love battle. Just then, Kim Ja-hun walked by. The long-haired girl called out, hey, come here. Do-in turned back and replied, yes. What is up? The girl ordered, go to the kai and get me some popcorn. Hurry up. Kim Ja-hun felt confused. He was about to argue back when he saw D-gun. He wondered, D-gun, what are you doing? And who is that person? Chun-sim clasped her hands and pleaded with D-gun. Come on, just ignore him. D-gun casually shoved his hands into his pockets and walked outside. Responding, oh, I was going to do that anyway. Your issues have nothing to do with me. If you have a problem, settle it among yourselves. I am leaving. We will talk later. D-gun said. Standing in front of Owol, he noticed Owol was not moving aside and reminded him, there is nothing else going on, so get out of the way for others. At least show some courtesy. Owol stood still and did not respond. Seeing this, D-gun warned, I need to meet the 4 origin prints, so move before you regret it. Just then, a punch suddenly flew at him. D-gun quickly dodged, losing his balance and stumbling back a few steps. Owol grinned. Oh, you dodged? Nice. I like that. Then he raised an eyebrow at Daegun in a challenging way. But what were you saying earlier? What is this four-origin prince? And what do you want? I am the four-origin prince. At this point, Daegun loosened the collar of his shirt, his expression changed, and he smiled lightly. Oh really? Well, that changes things. Owell asked, so, do you want to fight to win Chun-Sim over? Daegun affirmed, no, I am not fighting over her, this is just a duel. Chun-Sim, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. She did not know what to do. Owell reiterated, this fight is for Chun-Sim. Daegun frowned and decisively replied, no, this is simply a duel, between me and you, not for anyone else. Chun-Sim, hearing this, felt her ears ringing. Looking at the two of them tense up like this, she truly did not know what to do. Kim Do-hyun observed the two from a distance, thinking to himself, so, this is a duel between the four-origin Prince Bae Owell and Daegun's crew over a girl. I have to report this to everyone. A little later, in the first-year Class 6, Baek Suji sat there sighing heavily, appearing very bored, recalling Gil Reese words that Daegun and Soo would fight one day. She wondered who she would cheer for. Baek Suji raised her eyebrows, thinking, damn, that is true. He was right. So I feel really conflicted. If Daegun's crew loses to the four-origin prince, that would be bad, but that is unlikely to happen. Right now, I really do not want Daegun to lose at all. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside the classroom. Daegun's crew and the four-origin prince were fighting. She jumped. Looking outside, without thinking much, Baek Suji quickly stood up, her face showing concern. Wondering, what the heck, why is this happening all of a sudden? I have not made my decision yet. Baek Suji hurriedly ran to the classroom door, asking while running. Damn it. Where are they? First year Class 1. Hanam Bae, standing next to Kim My-wong, said, all the first years are on Daegun's side. Right, I do not see Daegun here. If you do not want to face the consequences like him, let me know fast. Your answer will determine your survival, so let me repeat. Where is the Daegun army? Jong Bin confusedly explained. I really do not know. Sir, how could we possibly know? Sir, Bang Ho Jong whispered to Jong Bin. Hey, did not he go with Chun-Sim earlier? Jong Bin shot a glare at Bang Ho Jong, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Shut up. I do not think we should spill that. At that moment, shouts from other students echoed in the hallway. Everyone, the four elements are taking down Bae Owen, and a male student from the Daegun army is fighting. Hanam Bae thought. Bae Owen, is he playing me? Thinking this, he turned away but not before saying to Jong Bin, you guys are lucky. I will deal with the Daegun army first and then come back to educate you all. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp pencil suddenly flew at Hanam Bae. Aiming for his eye, Hanam Bae quickly caught the pencil. He turned toward the thrown pencil and calmly asked, who threw such a dangerous pencil? Norman Ho watched as Hanam Bae easily caught his pencil. Indeed, he is the four elements ace. Bang Ho Jong looked pale at this sight and whispered, oh no. Man Ho, Norman Ho, unfazed, slowly told Hanam Bae, the Daegun is fighting with another member of the four elements. Even if the Daegun is strong, they can take on two opponents. Even though I know we can win against you, we will do our best to hold you back, all three of us. Jong Bin clenched his fists and said, well, if we know we are going to lose, then we will just go all out. Bang Ho Jong, sweating profusely, replied, okay, I agree. We can let you handle this alone. Hanam Bae looked at Man Ho with a judging gaze and returned to the equipment room. Yuan asked Daegun, so, do you have any rules? Even though we are fighting one-on-one, but some might say I am more skilled, that would not really be fair to you. Right? Just then, Chun-Sim jumped in between them, raising her hands and loudly saying, wait, do you guys really need to fight? And besides, my heart is mine to control. Yuan looked at Chun-Sim affectionately and gently said, Chun-Sim, it is not like that. Can you step outside for a bit? It is really dangerous here. Chun-Sim gestured back, saying, oh, I do not want to. Do not think about fighting. Daegun found this a bit annoying. He waved his hand and said, hey, just listen to him and go outside. You are blocking my way. Hearing this, Chun-Sim felt hurt, her eyes filled with tears, and with a shaky voice, she looked at Daegun and said, how can you say that? She ran off, and Yuan looked worriedly after her and shouted, Chun-Sim, it is not blocking. It is just too dangerous. He let out a deep sigh. Yuan turned to look at Daegun with a piercing glare. Speaking slowly, you think it is okay to talk disrespectfully to a senior like that? Your attitude is too rude. I will help you fix that, even if it is unfair. Daegun observed Yuan, thinking, this guy seems to have issues. Chun from Yuan began to move. He jumped up. Yuan confidently said, this arrogant guy, die. Daegun quickly leaned back to dodge the first kick. Yuan braced himself and turned around. He used one leg as a pivot and kicked straight at Daegun's head, but missed. He quickly stepped forward, then took another step. He focused on Daegun's leg to aim. Daegun quickly noticed this. A flash of light crossed his mind, and he felt a bit tense. The kick came in fast and fierce, leaving Daegun no choice but to block it with his hand. He felt somewhat tense. He thought, what a question mark kick. Although it is a common and predictable kick, it is still somewhat dangerous. Yuan landed a hit on Daegun, grinning ear to ear. At the same time, two third-year girls outside watched and screamed, "Whoa, that is so cool. Did you see that? Amazing. Yuan looks so awesome fighting." Hearing their cheers from outside drove Yuan to fight even harder. He kicked strongly at Daegun but missed. Daegun analyzed Yuan's kicks, realizing that his attacks were quite flashy and powerful. Outside, a crowd had gathered. Biksuji rushed over and shouted, "What is going on? Are they really fighting? How did this happen?" Kim Do-ha in turn looked and replied, "We do not know either." Biksuji slapped Kim Do-ha in on the shoulder and shouted, "What do you mean you do not know? Didn't you see everything from the start?" Nearby, two people were observing and discussing. One asked, "Who do you think will win?" The bespectacled boy thought for a moment and replied, "It is hard to judge from this distance. But from what I see, Yuuk's attacks look quite flashy and cool, but they are wide range and predictable. On the other hand, Kwon Daegun seems to be fighting defensively." At this point, the short-haired girl suddenly yelled, "Can you two be quiet? You are way too distracting." The other girl patted her friend's shoulder and said, "Look, Yuan is kicking like a pro. Kwon Daegun has great physicality, but it seems like Yuan will win." Just then, Biksuji crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and reminded, "Hey, please, everyone standing here, be a little quieter." The third-year girl replied in irritation, "Huh, what do you mean?" Biksuji took a step closer and shrugged, saying, "I did not finish my thought. Just because it looks cool does not mean it is a good fight. What looks cool has nothing to do with fighting. If you do not know anything, you should just keep quiet." The long-haired girl was too annoyed, saying, "Hey, you little brat." Seeing her friend about to argue, the short-haired girl quickly intervened. Hey, stop it. That girl is Soo-hyuk's sister. Her name is Biksuji." The long-haired girl got angrier and said, "Fine, just wait and see." Biksuji casually flipped her hair and replied, "Oh, if you want to go ahead." Daegun and Ewell were still fiercely fighting, while Ewell continuously attacked with kicks. Daegun skillfully dodged each blow. Ewell confidently aimed a kick straight at Daegun's head, thinking to himself, "Fighting this Akin guy is boring." Daegun quickly leaned back to dodge the dangerous strike. Ewell mocked, "Oh, you managed to dodge that, huh? From a little brat like you. Just like the rumors say." Daegun replied while dodging, "Oh, thanks. But you are actually more predictable than I imagined." Just then, Ewell's punch grazed past Daegun's face. He looked at Ewell with a scornful gaze, then suddenly punched him square in the face. Blood sprayed from Ewell's nose as he lost his balance and fell back. The two girls outside were startled by the scene. Ewell tried to regain his balance. Blood started to flow from his nose, and he looked in shock at the blood on his hand, wondering, "Wait, am I bleeding?" Daegun saw this and reminded him, "Come on, stop wasting time. If you want to look cool, just stop acting. It will help you in a fight. If you keep pretending to be tough, it will be humiliating when you lose." Ewell wiped the blood off his face and laughed. "Haha, you have only hit me once and you are acting like this." Suddenly, Ewell stepped forward and looked outside, saying, "Where's Chun Sim? The main character should be here." You know, although Chun Sim talks big, he is actually quite weak inside. That damn guy. You are right, in a fight, winning by any means is what is important. Daegun looked at Ewell without saying a word, and Ewell's mouth curled up slightly. He asked Daegun again, "So it is true what they say? You are not just any nobody. Huh, so, I will win by any means necessary, even if I have to play dirty." With that, Ewell quickly reached for the pile of ropes nearby, which turned out to be a huge net, and he threw it straight at Daegun. Daegun was a bit surprised, momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back to reality and turned to run back, glaring at Ewell. "What the hell? What are you doing?" Just as he turned around, Ewell's foot appeared in front of Daegun. The sudden kick made Daegun stop and lean back. At that moment, he felt something strange. That Ewell suddenly moved unusually fast, reaching out to grab Daegun's face. Daegun thought he was about to be caught by his hand. Just as Daegun dodged, Ewell attacked with a kick. Daegun sensed something was off. He thought to himself, his movements have changed from before. No, his gaze has changed. Could he be getting serious? Indeed, Ewell's eyes were different now. While before they were full of confident bravado, now they sent chills down the spine. Chun Sim sat alone, holding her head in a secluded place. She whispered to herself, sighing, "They really are fighting now, but I do not have the courage to stay and watch. What should I do? I am afraid it will turn out like last time." For the first time in her life, Chun Sim witnessed such a terrifying scene. In front of her was a narrow alley, where Ewell single-handedly took down all those guys, leaving them all unconscious on the ground, except for one last guy. Ewell grabbed his hair and punched him square in the face, blood splattering everywhere. Another guy desperately ran up to Ewell. Ewell subtly extended his two fingers back. Instantly, blood splattered on that guy's shirt, and he let out a wretched scream. The last guy also received a kick to the head and fell unconscious. Once everything was settled, he stepped on the head of the guy he had just beaten. Just then, Owell spotted Chun-Sim standing there, witnessing everything from who knows when. Instantly, Owell's expression changed. Under the red moonlight, he looked like a vampire that had just fed, smiling gently at Chun-Sim. Chun-Sim, what is wrong? How long have you been watching? Chun-Sim covered her mouth to keep herself from screaming. Lily asked, what is going on? Owell, is that blood yours? Owell raised his bloodied hand. He quickly said, oh no. You do not have to worry, it is not mine. I want to bleed because of scum like them. Owell saw Chun-Sim always smiling brightly. As if only Chun-Sim could make him smile like that, he told Chun-Sim, Chun-Sim, it is because you smile at everyone that this happened. But do not worry, anyone who bothers you, I will take care of them. Back in the present, Chun-Sim held her head, remembering Daegun. She thought, could it be that Daegun's army? Could he also die? He may be a bit rude, but he is not a bad person. If I just ignore it, that would be ridiculous. With that thought, Chun-Sim stood up to motivate herself. No, this is not the time for me to be scared. Protecting the juniors is the responsibility of someone like me. With Feist words shooting forward, I ran while shouting, I have to stop Owell. Daegun, hang in there. Returning to the equipment room, Owell was going all out, fighting like crazy. Gradually, it felt like Owell's attacks were getting out of control. Daegun was lucky to dodge those strong blows. He thought to himself, he is definitely in the zone. He fights like a wild dog. Daegun threw a punch but missed. Owell had moved back at some point. Daegun continued to attack, and Owell easily dodged. Daegun sighed. It looked like he was just throwing punches randomly from the outside, but in reality, he was adjusting the distance well. With this vision and stamina, he was completely different from earlier. Owell lunged to attack Daegun, who raised his arms to shield his face. He intended to grab Daegun's head with one hand while punching him in the face with the other. But unfortunately, Daegun noticed and quickly brought his hands up as a shield. Owell punched continuously, and Daegun looked through his hands, thinking, this guy is different from before. Suddenly, he raised two fingers, aiming to poke Daegun's eyes. Daegun quickly ducked, proving that Owell was indeed fighting strategically. Daegun threw a punch that landed right in the palm of Owell's hand. He quickly used his other hand to punch Daegun in the face. Daegun immediately turned sideways. The punch missed. Daegun looked at him, thinking for a few seconds. Just as Owell sprang up, he kicked off the basketball hoop, causing the ball to fly everywhere, then grabbed the nearest ping-pong ball. He shot it straight at Daegun's face, but Daegun managed to dodge it. He jumped up again. He charged at Daegun like a wild beast. This time he successfully grabbed Daegun's arm. Then he boldly punched him in the face but missed. Daegun glanced at Owell, thinking, this is the demeanor of someone wanting to win a fight, not just showing off anymore. Bitch Susie stood outside, witnessing the fight with her arms crossed, sighing. This is so annoying. People call this playing around. The female Cinnambai shrugged and remarked, oh, it does not matter how they fight. What matters is winning or losing. Bitch Susie smirked. Yeah, the attitude is definitely different. The two boys standing there observing began to whisper, what kind of guy is he? The bespectacled student rubbed his chin, appearing thoughtful, his demeanor different from before. Did Chun-Sim know about this change? Daegun and Owell continued to fight without pause. Everyone watching felt anxious as the two seemed evenly matched. Owell threw a punch past Daegun's face, then used his other hand to hit him. But Daegun raised his arm to block while grabbing Owell's arm. Taking advantage of the distance and opening, Owell punched upward from under Daegun's chin, but unfortunately missed. Daegun grabbed Owell's arm, thinking to himself, so what I predicted was right. This guy is the same. Owell struggled to pull away, but suddenly both stopped. The corner of Owell's mouth curled up. Huh. What is with your face? Daegun looked directly into Owell's eyes and replied, huh. Just like last time with Enagan. Why do you make me feel like you are really into this? Owell laughed. Haha, really into it. Compared to the other guys, I think you are quite different. As he spoke, he leaned down towards Daegun, grinning. What else are you wondering about? Why do you feel like I am really into it? Haha, because I really am. With that, Owell bit down on Daegun's arm. Daegun jumped back, saying, oh, what the hell are you doing? At the same time, Owell's arm also went up. He aimed to punch Daegun in the face, but Daegun turned and used his body to push Owell. He shoved Owell's face down close to his thigh and then kicked him with all his strength, sending Owell's head flying back. Blood from his mouth and nose came gushing out. Only then did Daegun begin the real fight, grabbing Owell by the neck. Then he moved closer to the wall, continuously slamming Owell into it. Daegun slowly said, let me tell you, that is not being into it. All four of those Tegayan guys are like that. It is something strange that I can sense. Owell glared back at Daegun, cursing. What are you saying? Damn it. Then he pushed Daegun away with all his might. He also stepped back a few paces. Owell looked at Daegun, panting. He breathed heavily. You do not know a damn thing about being into it. Just as he finished speaking, his body froze. D-Gun moved quickly in front of him and forcefully threw him against the wall. D-Gun frowned, replying, "I would not be asking if I knew. You bastard." Outside, more and more people gathered. Chun-Sim had also returned. She panted while asking, "How are Owl and the others doing?" She peered inside to see Owl bent over, gasping, blood everywhere on the floor. Owl became dazed, struggling to breathe, his entire chest covered in blood. He smelled the iron scent on himself, noticed the fresh blood, and wondered, what happened? That last attack came so fast. I did not even see it. More humiliating was that he was injured just from one attack. Chun-Sim saw this scene and was terrified, her eyes wide with worry for Owl. She called out, "Owl," then thought to herself, "I knew it. It is bleeding again today." Owl heard Chun-Sim's voice, quickly covering his mouth as he looked outside. D-Gun also looked over, his body completely unharmed. Chun-Sim looked at Owl in shock, thinking to herself, what is going on? D-Gun is still perfectly fine. So is that blood on Owl's body. Owl was in the most pain. Looking at his bloody palm, he kept asking himself, why? Just one hit and my body is like this. Chun-Sim shouted, "Owl, you are bleeding." Owl jerked and looked outside. He whispered, "Chun-Sim, when did he come back?" D-Gun looked out without saying a word. Chun-Sim continued, "All that blood on you, is it yours? You do not look good at all." Seeing Chun-Sim so worried, Owl quickly reassured her. "Chun-Sim, why did you come back? It is too dangerous. You should get away fast." Chun-Sim showed her concern. She said, "Look at that blood. Owl, you are losing a lot of blood." Owl raised his hand and laughed lightly. It is just a little blood. Do not worry, Chun-Sim. A little bleeding is nothing." Then Owl turned to D-Gun and continued, "What is the big deal about a little blood? Isn't it enough to just win?" D-Gun, although I do not know what answer you want, but you want to hear the answer. Because you are about to die. Owl accelerated and charged straight at D-Gun. He threw a punch at D-Gun's face, his movements becoming more and more uncontrolled, and D-Gun easily dodged them. He kept throwing punches but hit nothing. D-Gun calmly evaded the attacks, thinking to himself, this guy is losing it. Suddenly, D-Gun started to counterattack, landing a direct punch to Owl's face. He did not fall back but even swung his arm to attack back. Unfortunately, this punch was a miss, and D-Gun took the opportunity to punch straight into Owl's side. Owl instinctively let out a grunt. Owl was now out of control, swinging wildly at D-Gun. He dodged every punch, and Owl was like a child throwing tantrums, her strength gradually fading. D-Gun lightly clicked his tongue, thinking, whoa, this guy is going crazier by the minute. Owl could not land a single hit, not even brushing against his uniform. He shouted, "You bastard, just die already." Then charging at D-Gun, he finally received a punch back from him. Chun-Shin, standing outside, felt pity for her friend. She was anxious, not knowing what to do. At that moment, Ham-Sun Jin stood behind her and said, "Chun-Shim, Owl looks really strange. Do you know his nickname? Bay. Owl. It is the Mad Dog. With his awakened state, he becomes extremely excited. That is when he switches to Mad Dog mode. You probably know about the blood incident in the past, right? It was the Bay incident. Owl was in Mad Dog mode. Under the moonlight, he had drawn blood from all of Eugene, and today marks the start of the second bloodshed. With that arrogant bastard as the sacrificial victim, suddenly a familiar silhouette appeared behind. Suzy gently reminded Sanjin, startling him. She said, "Hey, can you please talk less?" Sanjin quickly took a few steps back and said, "Huh, is Suzy here too?" Suzy raised her eyebrow and reminded him, "Hey, just stay quiet. Do not disturb others like that." Sanjin awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I have been too excited. Sorry, I will keep it down." Suzy pointed to a tree in the distance and said, "No. And also, do you see that tree way over there? 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth tree." Sanjin followed her finger. "Oh, I see it. Over there," Suzy ordered. "Yeah. Go on. Just go over there and talk nonsense by yourself," leaving Sanjin speechless. Suzy, annoyed, kicked Sanjin in the butt and said, "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave?" Kindo Hain, standing nearby, witnessed their conversation. He thought to himself, what a pity, I want to hear more. Besides, I heard bitch Suzy usually does not call others bro. He glanced over at Suzy, who was intently watching the match, and wondered why she called the senior bro. Chun-Shim, hearing the commotion, turned around to see what was going on. Upon seeing bitch Suzy, she thought, whoa, so she is Suhega's little sister, just as the rumors say. Quite intimidating. Then she turned away, reminding herself that what was truly frightening was Owl's state that Sanjin had mentioned. Owl was still relentlessly attacking D-Gun. D-Gun calmly dodged the attacks, while he remained composed. Owl was almost losing his mind. D-Gun, with a bloodied face, thought to himself, that style, so impulsive, really reminds me of back then. Chun-Sim, Stepping outside, truly did not want to see Ewell's madness anymore. Ewell desperately charged at Daegun, disregarding his own safety. The two of them had been at it for quite a while now. Ewell's strength was rapidly declining, yet he stubbornly kept attacking Daegun. Daegun was tired of this cat and mouse game and punched Ewell, sending him stumbling back. Ewell struggled to recover and lunged at Daegun again, but this time it was another missed attack. Daegun decided not to hold back and punched Ewell straight in the face. Ewell gritted his teeth in frustration and retaliated. Daegun thought angrily, damn this guy. He looks fine on the outside, but one more hit and he will be down. But what could he do? His condition was only getting worse. As his body began to lose control, he realized there was nothing left to fear. With that thought, Daegun ended the fight with a powerful punch to Ewell's face. The fighting spirit in Ewell's eyes was fading. One of his legs buckled, and soon his whole body fell to the ground. Yet this guy still tried to get back up. Daedal kindly reminded him not to overdo it. Ewell smirked. Ha. Overdoing it. You are really good at talking. After struggling, Ewell managed to stand up, speaking in a weak voice. Fine. I admit you are strong, but I still have one more move. Just as he finished speaking, Ewell collapsed, his arms and legs in pain. Losing control, Chunsim, watching from outside, shouted, Ewell, get up. Ewell tried to stand. He saw Chunsim worrying about him. He thought, how ridiculous. I have only been hit a few times and my legs are already this weak. Am I really going to be defeated like this in front of Chunsim? No way. I do not know about other situations, but I can lose in front of Chunsim. Ewell's eyes sparked with determination again, while Daegun sighed and reminded him, looks like you want more. Huh. You are going to regret it. Ewell ignored him and charged at Daegun again, thinking, I do not care about anything else. What is important is to win, that is all. He dragged himself on the floor, then suddenly fell flat, just as Sanji had said. Crazy dog. Ewell rushed in, clinging to Daegun's leg and biting his thigh like a rabid dog. Daegun pushed him away with his hand but to no avail. Ewell bit down hard on Daegun's thigh with his strong teeth. Daegun had no choice but to grab a handful of Ewell's hair with one hand. He slapped Ewell in the face to bring him to his senses. The two female students outside were visibly scared. The short-haired girl said, Ewell, what is going on? It is really starting to frighten people. It seemed the slap was too light for Ewell, who got up again, charging at Daegun with a bloodied face. Looking like a living nightmare, Daegun punched Ewell again and shouted, You idiot. Are you still not done? The punch caused the blood to gush from his wound like a waterfall. Yet that stubborn idiot got up and rushed at Daegun once more. Daegun decisively punched him away. Even now, Ewell thought, it is fine. I can take it, as long as I can win. It is worth it. Being dirty is one thing, but looking weak is not an option. On a beautiful day, the traps for catching insects were lined up. Oh! Chunsim, the 10-year-old girl leading the group, happily said, everyone is keeping up with me. Right. Then she turned around and shouted, Bae Ewell, are you keeping up? Ewell, at 10 years old, was a carefree boy and replied, Chunsim, I am right here. He do not worry. Just as he finished speaking, he tripped over a stone and fell face first onto the ground. Meanwhile, the others laughed at him. Ha! Idiot Ewell. Chunsim saw this and turned back to Ewell, scolding her friends. Don't say that. Keep going. Ewell was hurt at the knee, tears streaming down his face. Seeing this, Chunsim consoled him. Come on, are you okay? Hey, boy should not cry. Then she took his hand and said, Come on, let me see. I told you to be careful, but now you need some medicine. Ewell stopped crying and observed Chunsim checking his wound, thinking to himself, Chunsim is really cute. Suddenly, he rubbed his head against her hand, startling Chunsim, who said, Hey, what is wrong? Ewell smiled broadly and said, Whoa. Chunsim casually rejected him. Oh. Really? Well, I do not like you. I like strong boys. Weak ones like you make me have to take care of them. Ewell was stunned. Her rejection hurt him deeply. He was about to cry again, and Chunsim thought to herself, did I say too much? She nervously corrected herself. What I mean is, you have to become really strong. Okay. Very manly. Upon hearing this, Ewell excitedly grabbed Chunsim's hand and asked, If I become strong, will you like me? Chunsim, at 10 years old, replied, Well, let us see. Ewell was left speechless. This Chunsim really knows how to tease. Back to reality. From that moment on, Ewell has been working hard to become stronger. He worked out daily to build his physique, constantly thinking about becoming a strong man so Chunsim would like him and he could be her support. In the gym, there were weights of 500 pounds, and Ewell successfully trained to lift 500 pounds with ease. In the gym, many girls noticed him. One boldly approached and asked, Hey, I have been watching you for a while. You seem to be really good at this. Can you show me how to use the equipment? Ewell coldly walked away, leaving behind a decisive remark. No, you can do that yourself. You are bothering me. In Ewell's heart, there was always a shadow of someone, Just seeing that person made him feel that life was still very joyful. Chunsum followed Ewell to the gym. She was fiddling with her phone. Ewell called out, "Chunsum, we need to exercise. Why are you playing games?" Chunsum, eyes glued to her phone, pouted and replied, "What are you saying? You begged me to come along. That is why I am here." Ewell crossed his arms, proudly showing off, "Well, whatever. But did you see? I lifted 500 kilograms now. Pretty impressive." "Right," Chunsum replied nonchalantly, 500 kilograms. "Really?" Ewell smiled awkwardly. "Yeah, it is really high." Chunsum said nothing further and dropped her phone to show off. "Look, I scored 1200 points." Ewell awkwardly laughed. "Oh. Congratulations. 1200 points. That is really impressive," Chunsum happily replied. "Of course, I am just that good." Ewell always practiced to be recognized as strong, tirelessly working out every day, even engaging in activities like fighting, so no one could deny his strength. Oh no. Just to have Chunsum acknowledge him was enough. Just look at that petite figure. So cute. "Chunsum, I will definitely protect you at all costs." Ewell's face was contorted, bloodied. His whole body seemed to soar into the air, yet his gaze never left Chunsum. She was very worried about him, and suddenly a strange force pushed Ewell. Waking him up, he laughed loudly. "Ha, I can let this go on." With that, he kicked off the ground and bounced back. His body returned to an attacking stance. Ewell told himself, "Ewell, wake up. Charge ahead." Then he lunged forward like a wild dog. Dihan stood there watching this fool charge headfirst into danger. He thought, well, there is no helping it. Chunsum panicked and shouted, "That is enough. Ewell, stop. You can stop now." Dihan looked at the fool in front of him and thought, this guy can take more hits than I thought. Ewell's hands moved like a dog's front legs, helping him navigate the ground. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on one thought. No matter what, he must defeat this guy, become a strong, masculine man like Chunsum said. No, he must become the strongest. Dihan looked at Ewell with a bullet-like gaze. He whispered, "The fight is over. It is time to stop." Dihan punched hard, sending Ewell flying backward. His eyes were all white, blood sprayed from his mouth like rain. Slowly, Ewell completely lost consciousness. A moment later, he collapsed onto the ground. This time he could not get back up. Dihan stood there, completely unaffected. Ewell lay curled up on the cold ground. Chunsum was frozen in fear. The two female students who witnessed the scene were equally stunned. None of them could say a word. Only Baek Suzy, from start to finish, believed in Dihan. She smiled lightly. Kim Do-hyun saw the scene and felt a bit scared. He thought, Dihan is really strong. The others, including Ham Sanjin, could not hide their shock and astonishment on their faces. One of the four original members was knocked out. Ham Sanjin was horrified, mouth agape, unable to speak. To talk to Ewell again. "Hey, I want to hear a bit about the medicine, but you can't use so-called conversation with animals. Right?" Ewell lay unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. Chunsum could not hide her worry upon seeing this. The two female students also could not hide their surprise. Only Baek Suzy stood with her arms crossed, looking as if she already knew the outcome. Baek Suzy pretended to brush her hair and said casually, "Whoa. What did I say? You can't beat Dion. Look at him, his uniform is still clean." The two female students glanced at Dihan again and agreed. "Yeah, that is true." The girl with long hair seemed a bit shy, asking her friend, "Why is Ewell like this all of a sudden?" The girl with short hair forced a smile, saying, "Hey, I am a bit disillusioned. Dihan looks cooler than Ewell. Right, from this moment on, I will be a fan of Dihan." While everyone was discussing the match results, Chunsum rushed inside, calling out, "Ewell." She sat next to Ewell, shaking him while calling, "Ewell, are you okay? Please be alright. Ewell, are you still alive?" Suddenly, a hand appeared. It was Dihan. He gently lifted Ewell onto his shoulder and looked at Chunsum, saying, "Dihan, my life, let me take him to the infirmary." Chunsum stood still, confused, asking him, "Why you?" Dihan replied nonchalantly, "Because I am the one who fought him and caused him to end up like this. You do not need to worry," he said while stepping out of the equipment room. Chunsum called after him, "Wait, I do not understand. I will go with you." As Dihan stepped outside, he met Suzy, who asked him, "Dihan, are you hurt?" Dihan replied softly, "I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry." Suzy felt a bit strange, responding, Dihan headed straight to the infirmary, and Chunsum hurriedly followed. Suzy suddenly felt something was off, wondering, what is up with him? Why is he being so friendly all of a sudden? I wish I could be a couple with him. Just as she finished her thought, the two female students behind her intentionally spoke loudly. "Whoa, Dihan won now. I wonder if he is going to date Chunsum." The other girl laughed along, saying, "Is not he dating bitch Suzy?" The girl with long hair replied, "It does not seem like it. Hee hee." Suzy turned around to look, and the girl with long hair smiled at her, saying, "Hey, it seems someone is eavesdropping on us, but never mind. Did you see how someone is staring at Dihan like they are obsessed? Haha, look over there, they seem regretful." Suzy, annoyed, turned around and shouted, "You too. What do you want?" The two female students quickly left, saying as they walked away, "Oh my, I am scared of that person. Let us hurry." Suzy looked at Kim Do-eun, and he suddenly shook his head, showing he wanted to comfort her. Suzy, annoyed, punched him in the stomach. She shouted, "Damn it, you crazy bastard." Suzy stood with her arms crossed looking at Kim Jo-hun and ordered, "Now, explain to me what is going on." Kim Jo-hun breathed heavily. He replied, "Huff, I am not sure, but the reason Dion and Owl are fighting is to compete for Chun-sim." Suzy was stunned. Her whole body stiffened, thinking to herself, "What? How could that be?" Kim Jo-hun continued, "Let me explain the whole story. Starting from the beginning, it all began when those two were together in that old room. While Kim Jo-hun was engrossed in telling the story, in the distance, Hem Sanjin was angrily clinging to a tree, thinking to himself, "Damn it, both of those guys were taken down so quickly. How could this happen? Oh right, I remember Hanambe is still here. In the first class, the pencil flew like an arrow. The arrow quickly grazed Jong Min's cheek, catching him off guard. Hanambe remained calm, always ready to take on multiple opponents at once. Norman Ho was not afraid. He charged forward and shouted, 'Do not be afraid, brothers, because fear is what he wants to see.' The band of Hojong did not know when they started using weapons. Seeing Jong Min overwhelmed by fear, he called out, 'Jong Min, snap out of it.' Just as he finished speaking, Hojong also charged in to attack. However, Hojong was not as fast. He was easily hit in the face by Hanambe. Blood gushed from his nose. A moment later, Hanambe grabbed him by the neck and hit him in the stomach. With one hand holding Hojong's arm, he slammed Hojong's head into the nearby locker. Jong Min regained his composure and charged in with a weapon. He aimed straight at Hanambe's head. Hanambe easily blocked Jong Min's arm, then struck him again in the middle of the arm, landing another blow that knocked Jong Min's head back. At that moment, it lunged to grab a weapon from Jong Min's hand, intending to attack from behind after Hanamba punched Jong Min in the face. It quickly turned back to continue the assault. It held a pen in its hand and attacked Hanambe with all its strength. Just as the pen was inches from Hanambe's eyes, he stepped back, and it was hit directly in defense. Jang Jinmo grabbed a chair from above, aiming to hit Hanambe. Hanambe had to block while also dealing with it. As he turned to handle guys like Jang Jinmo, he did not hesitate to punch Jang Jinmo right in the face. Jang Jinmo fell backward, and Hanambe quickly grabbed the chair. While it struck Hanambe, the chair in Hanambe's hand flew towards it, but it managed to dodge just in time. The fight paused for a moment. Hanambe thought, "This kid is not bad." Meanwhile, the fat guy and the blonde guy, after taking a punch, were out of the fight. Leaving just it, Hanambe coldly said, "Now it is just you left. Do you want to surrender?" It remained very confident, saying, "Not a chance. I am enough on my own. Come at me." Hanambe continued with irritation, "You are wasting my time. But fine. I will finish this quickly. Good luck, red-haired kid. By the way, looking closely, are you no Jingu's little brother? If you are, I am really concerned." As Hanambe finished speaking, it suddenly turned to the side, wondering why he knew about his brother. Hanambe relaxed a bit, saying, "All right, just be at ease." It could not help but ask, "How do you know my brother?" Hanambe slowly replied, "Everyone says he caught the Iman and took the magic bag. I just wanted to verify. Does no Jingu really have a magic pouch?" After saying this, Hunamba pulled out a pink pencil case. And indeed, while it looked strong on the outside, it was weak inside. Hanambe continued, "Here I only have a pencil case and a red pen." No Manitou exclaimed, "Wait, are you serious? It is just a red marker." Hanambe held the red pen and replied, "That is right, just a red marker." He then waved his hand, signaling no man. "Come on, let us go. It is time for me to teach you some citizenship education." In the infirmary, Daegun lay down on the bed. As Daegun turned to leave, Chun-sim called out to him, Hey," and when Daegun turned back with a confused expression, he asked, "What?" Chun-sim sincerely said, "Thank you for bringing him here." While saying this, Chun-sim looked back at Aon and said slowly, "There must be some misunderstanding. He is not the reckless type. Maybe he has some special feelings for me, and, as for the other general things, I do not know what others think but..." Just as she was saying this, Daegun coldly interrupted, "Do not say any more. That is not my business. To you, he is a friend, but not to me." After saying this, Daegun felt a bit awkward, thinking, "What am I even trying to say? Aren't we also satisfying ourselves by using violence to fight violence? Maybe me and 4-Element General or others think the same." My head is already pounding. Daegun rubbed his face, sighed, and said, "Okay. Anyway, his injury is not too serious. It is just bleeding. The hit was light so he has not broken any bones. The last time it was due to a hit on the jaw. Chun-sim listened but did not understand anything. She stared wide-eyed at him. Daegun sighed and made up a reason. Well, I think I have been hit with something, so I am drained of energy. Take care of him for me. I am heading home now. As Daegun turned to leave, Chun-sim pulled his sleeve and said, "Wait a minute. We have not finished talking yet." Daegun turned back to listen. Chun-sim spoke hesitantly. "Well, it is about those two fighting. It is because of that, it is hard to explain. But anyway, they fought because of me. And besides, you already won," she said, looking away shyly. Her cheeks were flushed. She spoke while shyly looking up at his reaction. Suddenly outside, Minsu rushed in calling loudly, "Daegun." Both turned to look, and Daegun asked, "What is going on?" "I have been here for a while," Minsu said awkwardly. No, it is not that. The urgent issue now is in Class 1. That remaining 4-element General Hanambe is fighting with no Manhwa over there. Chun-sim looked surprised, and Daegun's expression changed. Thinking to himself, "Fine. I will handle that too. Let us wrap this up today." In Class 1, red ink was smeared on the white uniform shirt, on this arm, then over to the other side. Hanambe quickly marked spots on no Manho's body with a red marker. Manho tried to block Hanambe's attacks, but the more he fought, the more he slipped. Hanambe grabbed Manho's arm and quickly marked his armpit, a very tricky spot. No Manho became even angrier, using all his strength to attack Hanambe. One hit then two. Hanambe easily marked a few more spots on Manho's shirt, secretly chuckling to himself. "Haha, this kid is pretty good," no Manho thought to himself. "Damn it, he moves too fast. I do not even know when he got behind me." Manho irritably turned around, and Hanambe bent down. Just as Hanambe was about to make a mark on the uniform, no Manho quickly hit Hanambe's arm. Unfortunately, he did not have enough strength, and Hanambe lightly left a red ink mark on his face. No Manho was furious, his actions starting to spiral out of control, while Hanambe secretly laughed. Hanambe quickly grabbed No Manho's wrist and twisted it back behind him. Hanambe lightly struck No Manho's hand, causing him to drop his weapon. The weapon clattered loudly to the floor. At that moment, Manho was left with only a black pen in his hand, and he swung it back, aiming to stab Hanambe's cheek. Immediately, Hanambe easily blocked it with one hand. Hanambe said, "Just give up, little bro." No Manho grew even angrier upon hearing this, and he resolutely lunged straight at Hanambe's face. But No Manho's speed simply could not match. Hanambe just lightly dodged to the side. Then he quickly marked another line on Manho's wrist. Manho cursed under his breath. "Damn it. That bastard." No Manho continued his powerful attacks, swinging fiercely at Hanambe. He then aimed to use an old move to strike at his opponent's weak spot. Hanambe was startled. Hanambe looked at Manho and said, "Playing dirty, huh?" No Manho paused and looked back. Hanambe mocked, "Whoa. Knowing you are his little brother, I was really hopeful earlier, but using that elbow really let me down. Look at your shirt. You should really get a new one." At that moment, No Manho finally looked at his shirt, gasping as he thought, "Oh crap. How did it get like this?" No Manho reluctantly replied, "Fine. I admit, if that is not real ink, then it must be my blood. But if you think about it that way, then would not you be dead from that injury? I was aiming for your heart." After all, Hanambe looked a bit startled. He raised a hand to feel his back, wondering, since when? He rubbed for a while and then thought, is there really any mark? Just as he was thinking, the pen in No Manho's hand was getting close to Hanambe's face. No Manho quickly trimmed off a few strands of Hanambe's hair. Hanambe leaned back to dodge the attack, and as he returned to his stance, he saw No Manho charging towards him. He stabbed the pen into Hanambe's shoulder but missed. Hanambe coolly kicked one of No Manho's legs, scolding, "This kid is really wasting my time." No Manho lost his balance, getting thrown back and crashing into a locker, while Hanambe scolded, "Lying is not allowed. You know." No Manho, in pain, looked at Hanambe angrily, thinking to himself, "Clearly, I had already corrected that earlier." Manho struggled to stand up, and Hanambe then pulled out another pen, this time a sharp-tipped ink pen. He pointed the pen at Manho. His face turned serious and said, "All right, it is time to end this." Hanambe opened another pen, this time using a sharp-tipped ink pen. He pointed the pen at Manho, his face filled with rage. Hanambe ordered sharply, "Get up now. Your punishment is just beginning." No Manho looked at the pen in Hanambe's hand, feeling a bit scared inside. He stammered, "That pen seems familiar." Then No Manho gently wiped the ink stain off his face, raising an eyebrow at Hanambe, clicking his tongue. "No wonder I thought that pen-holding technique was not normal. Anyway, this time it is really going to be dangerous." No Manho said as he struggled to stand up. He nervously looked at Hanambe, thinking to himself, Manho would be confident in a pen duel, but with this difference in skill, it might be tough. Manho suddenly remembered his older brother, wondering how far ahead he was. Looking at Hanambe, Manho felt a bit uneasy, knowing he practiced every day to catch up with his brother. So in order to step out of his brother's shadow, He could not let this Hanam-Bei get in his way. No Manho also grabbed a pencil, feeling a little tense as he looked at his opponent, thinking to himself, even though I do not know what makes him different from others, but someone like this in front of me needs to be crushed by my own hands, with my own strength without relying on anyone else. Suddenly Manho quickly raised his hand, startled, shouting, wait, someone like him will be dealt with by me personally. Hanam-Bei looked back, but no one was there. The two pretty boys then turned to look at Manho. It turns out that earlier was just a trick for Hanam-Bei. He took the chance when Hanam-Bei was off guard and charged to attack. Hanam-Bei quickly blocked this strike, looking at Manho, cursing, damn brat. Then Hanam-Bei knocked the pen out of No Manho's hand and forcefully jabbed the pen into Manho's elbow. Hanam-Bei pushed Manho back, causing him to struggle to breathe from the pain. Manho slammed against the student lockers, and Hanam managed to grab Manho's pen. Hanam-Bei ordered sharply, damn it, you tricked me twice. You are really a lousy fighter. Hanam-Bei suddenly frowned, thinking, damn it, the drug is wearing off. It really needs to end now. Just as Hanam-Bei was approaching Manho, Manho looked out the door and said, Dae Di-gun. Hanam-Bei irritably replied, this brat, I won't fall for your trick a third time. That is not funny. Just as he finished speaking, Hanam-Bei was hit from the left. Being kicked, Hanam-Bei was knocked into the corner of the classroom. Di-gun, with his muscular frame and long legs, slowly walked towards Hanam-Bei, speaking while walking, so you are Hanam-Bei. Manho saw Di-gun and got excited, shouting, Di-gun, you made it. That is right, that guy is the evil Hanam-Bei, a really bad dude. He even uses weapons, and he stole my pen. It is chaos. Di-gun, you have got to beat him up for me. Hanam-Bei struggled to stand up, muttering, this really sucks. Then he looked at Di-gun in front of him and asked, are you the Di-gun? If you have made it here, that means you have beaten Bei Yel-guk. Right. Hanam-Bei felt a bit tense, thinking to himself, Bei Yel-gun who has used a weapon is not an ordinary guy. Winning against Bei Yel-gun while still completely clean, I can't rule out the possibility that he used some other method. At this moment, Manho found a solid support, pointing at Hanam-Bei, signaling that he would be killed. While smiling confidently, Hanam-Bei stepped forward, his voice dropping, asking, are you also a weapon user? Then I will deal with you accordingly. Don't you think I will spare you for messing up the school's order? Just as Chun-Sim stepped in, she moved closer to Hanam-Bei, and he said, Chun-Sim, it is very dangerous here. You should step back. Chun-Sim immediately kicked Hanam-Bei in the butt. She kept hitting him, saying, why are you here? Why are you here causing trouble? And you are holding a dangerous pen too. I should hit you hard for this. Hanam-Bei was unusually flustered upon seeing Chun-Sim. Di-gun shouted out, all right. You have hit enough. Now step aside. Chun-Sim hurriedly reached out to stop Di-gun. No. Wait. Do not fight. Can we just wait a moment? Di-gun shoved his hands in his pockets and replied, no. Chun-Sim pleaded with Di-gun. Please. Listen to me. Nam-Bei is not like that. Di-gun seemed annoyed. He shrugged her off and said, I got it. Let go and we can talk. Hanam-Bei saw Chun-Sim rushing to Di-gun and felt something was off. He wondered, what is going on? Isn't he Chun-Sim being pressured by Di-gun's gang? But looking at Chun-Sim's actions, it seemed like they were close. Plus it was clear that she had asked Hamsun-jin to pass a message. Just then, Hanam-Bei's gaze met Hamsun-jin standing outside the door, and upon being spotted, Hamsun-jin bolted. Hanam-Bei seemed to realize something. He sighed lightly. Well, this is awkward. Then he looked at Di-gun and continued, I might be misunderstanding, so I need time to understand the situation. Sorry, but can I ask you a few questions? Di-gun coldly replied. Sorry, but I will ask first. Hanam-Bei nodded. Di-gun mentioned a word, suck. After hearing that, Hanam-Bei fell silent. He looked around the classroom and then reminded Di-gun, there are a lot of people here. This is not a word to say in a place like this. Suddenly, the outside became noisy and chaotic. Everyone was whispering about Hanam-Bei. It seemed like there was a fight with Di-gun's gang. Di-gun looked outside and saw that indeed, more and more people were gathering. He turned back to Hanam-Bei and said, seems like it, changing the location would be better. Hanam-Bei took a step forward, affirming, no, I can't cause more chaos in school. Tonight at 8 p.m., meet me on the rooftop of the Central Union. Oh, and remember to come alone, because we can make noise at the center. Hanam-Bei glanced at Manho and Manho reminded, what about my pen? Hanam-Bei frowned and said, it is fine. We will see each other again eventually. After saying that, Hanam-Bei walked straight out of the classroom, and Manho looked after him confused, saying, aren't you going to give my pen back? Damn it. I can just buy another one. Suddenly, Hanam-Bei froze. He looked down and realized there was a smudge of ink on his shirt. He clicked his tongue. Looks like at some point, I got smudge. Quite lucky. It must not be blood. Right. At that moment, Minsu was observing from a distance. Minsu kept watching until Hanam-Bei disappeared. In the evening, at the apartment complex, the manager pulled out a chair and holding a cup of coffee said, you are saying out of the 4 people in the gang, 2 have already been eliminated. Next, there will soon be a showdown with another person. Hanam-bae, on the other end. Minsu replied, yes, I think it is moving too fast. At this rate, the project will finish sooner than we think. It would be better if the gang could delay things a bit longer, but the 2 earlier were easily subdued like deer. I heard that the one named Hanam-bae who is about to face us has quite strong combat abilities. The captain interrupted him. Wait a moment. I can confirm the information about the elemental fighters through Mood Club. Minsu replied, anyway, have we pulled someone too strong into the project? I feel like he is getting stronger and stronger. By the way, have you seen Dagon fight recently? The captain calmly replied, no. Is there something special? With that, she took off her glasses, revealing her sharp and incredibly beautiful face. Minsu on the other end continued, maybe you should see it once. It is very different from when you were at the convenience store. It turns out the glasses were foggy. The captain pulled up her nightgown, revealing her smooth white skin and alluring body. She replied, yeah, okay. First of all, I know what you are talking about, but it does not mean anything at this moment. Then she put her glasses back on and looked at the information on the screen. Continuing, the person named Hanam-bae seems to be the type that frequently uses weapons. Even if Dagon is strong, there will still be limits to his weapon usage in the fight. Let us not rush. Even if Hanam-bae gets defeated, there is still another person. Jaboram. Even if the opponent is Dagon, he is still a huge wall that cannot be easily overcome. Besides strength, there are many other factors at play. Minsu, try to think of a way to buy us some time. I am out of here. Minsu forced a smile and replied, away. Huh. Yeah, I got it. I will get going too. Minsu stood at the corner of the street, scratching his head and said, what the heck? Do you think there is a way to pull this off? But then again, he is going to the center to meet Hanam-bae. And coincidentally, Dagon is also concerned about studying. Oh, seems like I just thought of something. The nightlife in the neighborhood looked incredibly vibrant. Dagon finally arrived at the center. He looked up and wondered, is this the place? But it is where others come to study, and here I am to fight. Is not that a bit odd? He walked inside, waiting for the elevator, thinking to himself, geez, how did my fate end up like this? Dagon stood behind a female student, who turned around startled. Dagon also felt awkward. He turned away thinking, anyone could see me as an uninvited guest here. The elevator doors opened, and Dagon stepped inside while the female student kept tapping on her phone. As he stepped in, he blamed himself, geez, this is not a place for someone like me. I need to wrap this up quickly and leave. At that moment, the female student was busy texting on her phone. The elevator began to move. First floor, second floor, third floor. Finally reaching the floor Dagon needed, he stepped out, his eyes darting around continuously. This place is full of female students. Everyone freezes when they see Dagon. He thinks, whoa, this is where the 4 elemental kings study. Then he continues looking around, wondering which way to the rooftop as his friend told him to go there. Anyway, let us leave this spot. I will probably find it if I walk around. Suddenly, a female student runs up to Dagon. As she passes by, someone calls out, Maxine. The girl pretends to turn around and replies, oh, what do you want? Just then, Dagon walks by, close enough that Maxine sneaks a glance at him and pretends to scold her friend. Why did not you say anything? Dagon approaches the reception desk, and the 2 female students from before huddle together giggling. Dagon asks the receptionist, excuse me, and she laughs, interrupting, oh my, are you here to register? You made the right choice, she says, and just then, 2 Bay boys step out. One calls out to Dagon, and sure enough, the troublemaker is him. Dagon. Over here. Follow me. Another female student sees this and purses her lips. Oh, so you are friends with that giant. Coincidentally, Ara is also studying here. She spots Dagon and happily exclaims, Dagon, what are you doing here? The 2 girls see this and rush over asking, whoa, do you know him? Can you tell us about him? Please introduce us. Ara, startled, runs away, stammering, I do not know anything. But the 2 girls chase after her, shouting, hey, do not run. You can escape. Quickly. Catch her. Outside, it is unusually quiet. Gongmin has also found a perfect hiding spot. Gongmin looks down and says, whoa, they are here. The 3 quickly stand up, and Bang Ho Gong says, oh, where? Gongmin hurriedly covers Bang Ho Gong's mouth. Hey, you idiot. Get down. Gongmin looks down and sees Hunba and Dagon facing each other. He says proudly, just as I told you, this is the place with the best view. Chun Sim arrives and tells Gongmin, hey, quiet down. We need to hear what they are saying. Dagon looks at Henbai and asks Vuvr, does that center really help with studying? Henbai honestly replies, although there is some favoritism, it has helped me with my studies to some extent. Dagon laughs, oh, I see. Now let us get to the main topic. Hunbei asks, Do you think a four-elemental king like me does not fit in here? Dagon answers straightforwardly. No way. I am pretty dedicated to my studies too. Hanba continues. Alright. Today I want to say that this is also for Chun-sim. Dagon's expression does not change as he curtly replies, "Oh, is that so?" Mbia adjusts his glasses and continues. Strength varies according to each person as subjective view. For me, strength is just blah blah blah. Dagon, annoyed, thinks to himself, what is he talking about? It feels like I can't even engage him. Why do all these four elemental kings look like this? He interrupts. Alright, are you done? You know about that, but what I am curious about is something else. Hanba hesitates, adjusting his collar before continuing. Whatever it is, a four-elemental king cannot lose. If you are curious about my skills, you will have to beat me first. Besides, it is class time now and we are short on time, but I am not going to fight anymore. Pulled out a pink pencil case, looking at Dagon with a smirk, saying he would give it his all from the start, so be careful. Dagon chuckled, replying, good thing, because you are not talking nonsense anymore. Just do whatever you want. I will go along with it. Namba lifted the pencil case and added, what I meant by showing you this pencil case is that I do not want to be defeated by you. Namba looked a bit confused, a skeptical look in his eyes along with the question, what do you mean, a pen? Suddenly, Namba took out a pen from the pencil case and confidently declared, I will beat Bai Ilgan, and I do not think it is just luck, so I will give it my all against you. However, Dagon still did not quite understand the situation, asking, but why a pen? Nambai shifted into a ready stance, confidently challenging forward, saying, actually, my strength comes from the school supplies taken from this pencil case. Our friend here immediately protested. Stop it. Do you think that is funny, using school supplies to fight me? I have lived 20 years, 17 years, and never met anyone like you. Chun-sim was worried, gripping her hands tightly, thinking, Anambe, I told you to stop fighting, and now you are causing trouble with a pen. Hudong raised his eyebrows with a confused question. That guy, he is using a pen as a weapon. How ridiculous. Dong Min, standing next to Lian Zenon, replied. Don't worry, it is just a pen, it can do anything. However, Norman Ho, standing beside him, had a very serious attitude, reminding him, no. This time, it is really dangerous. Dong Min still could not believe the pre-fight assessment. Rebutting, what nonsense are you saying? What can you do with a pen like that? Norman Ho hurriedly stated, I know exactly what to do with it, no matter what. Anambe will, I suspect he is the heir of Norman Nerio, and just mentioning that name made Dong Min freeze. Huh, if it is Norman Nerio. Norman Ho was knowledgeable, starting to talk about the nature of Norman Nerio, stating that anything in hand can become a weapon. Anything, even if it may seem harmless from the outside, but if you know how to use it correctly, it becomes much more frightening. Common school supplies found all around are the best weapons. Norman Ho suddenly turned his gaze towards his friend Chun-sim. So, for example, but before he could finish, Chun-sim interrupted. I really do not want to know. Do not explain anymore. Right after that, Norman Ho glanced at his friends and continued. For example. However, at this moment, Chun-sim's curiosity became apparent as she leaned in to listen. A good and powerful sword can be used by a beginner, compared to a master swordsman using just a branch. So the question now is, who is stronger? Norman Ho quickly rubbed his hands and continued. The correct answer is, Dong Min felt the urgency. He immediately chimed in, hey, I have not answered yet, Norman Ho asserted. Of course, the master swordsman will win. The moment the master swings the branch, it is not just an ordinary branch. At that moment, it had become the strongest sword. In the end, Norman Ho concluded that the so-called weapon, compared to how it is used, depends on who wields it. That is the most important thing. If he used the pen with all his strength, it would be at least 45 times more powerful. Unlike the barehanded fights we have seen so far, this would lead to bloodshed. Norman Ho's gaze shifted once again to where his friend Chun-sim stood, affirming that in the worst-case scenario, Chun-sim's eyes grew more anxious, asking if it was that dangerous. Norman Ho returned to his thoughtful demeanor, arms crossed in contemplation. The head nodding confirmed the level of danger. Chun-sim took in the information from Norman Ho. Unable to contain her emotions, her arm shot up to punch the air, demanding why he was still just standing there watching. To find a way to stop it, why just bow your head and sit there? After being hit like that, Norman Ho felt a bit uncomfortable, but he had to explain. After all, because I trust them. Over here, Nam China was still listening closely to the opponent, wondering if he heard wrong. Your expression seemed sincere. As if you really mean it. Nam B's attitude was completely different from our side. He stepped forward with a cold demeanor. He held an object, spinning it around, each movement exuding speed and professionalism. Nam Shin continued to try to stop the opponent, less joking around. This is not child's play. Indeed, it was not a game for kids. The weapon was spinning at a dangerously high speed. That weapon headed straight for the center of Daegun's eyes. A moment of shock froze our side in surprise. However, it was not too hard to injure Nam Chun. With quick reflexes and timing, our side completely avoided danger. Daegun looked towards the position where the weapon pierced. Nam Chin began to think in surprise. What was that? Did he just stab it back? After executing the first move, Nambe arrogantly asked Daegun, "Does this look like a child's game? What you saw earlier was not just a simple tool. It was a true blade. I am like that too. So you would better give it your all." Right now, Nambe's movements were extremely fast and precise. He charged straight towards our side without mercy, prompting everyone around to shout. Danger. The weapon Nambe used was indeed that tool. He used it with great skill. Unlike the simple plastic tool, combined with speed and practiced movements, that tool became mysterious and powerful. Daegun felt the extraordinary strength emanating from these weapons, his gaze intensely following. When Nambe entered battle mode, he immediately utilized his study supplies. The pen in his hand pierced through without stopping. Although he fought hard, Nambe still could not injure our side. The strokes moved quickly, piercing directly into Daegun's facial structure. But everything was not completely finished. Holding two different weapons, Nam Chen still managed to dodge the tricky moves. The transformations in Nam Be's actions have not stopped. He is relentlessly stabbing away, as if he wants to turn our home into 100 images. Nam Be's face is frenzied, every stroke merciless against Daegun's body. After facing off with Nambe, Nam Chin keeps questioning in his mind, is it really just a pen? It is completely different from the pen I use for threats. Can a pen truly be used as a weapon? Out of nowhere, Hamsun Jin appears, hurriedly declaring that Nam B is alias as Gorilla. It is not just because he enjoys messing around with everything. Normanho is surprised, his wrinkled eyes questioning how we got here. Jongmin stands behind, curious about where Senior Chun Sim has gone. Has she transformed into a boy? Hurry up, cute Chun Sim. Come here. Sanji is quickly pulled back by John, who is annoyed, shouting, wait. Normanho is still insisting. Pull him out. He is on the side of the four elements. Sunjin tries to shout louder. Wait. Let me explain a bit about the relationship between Nambe and the name Gorilla. Normanho seems to understand the issue. He asks. Grip strength. Right. Sunjin, with a raised eyebrow and clenched fist, continues. Looks like you know a thing or two. Huh. That red-haired Normanho. Some truths are gradually being revealed. Fragile pen. Not even having a grip. The reason it threatens like a real sword is due to the grip strength, as strong as Nambe's Gorilla, so even an ordinary pen, easily found in a pencil case, becomes a truly fearsome weapon in Nambe's hands, especially when facing an opponent with a weapon. One must be cautious. If fighting unarmed, one can gauge the distance of attacks through the arms. Now, with an added weapon, a single strike could be deadly. The battle between an unarmed opponent and one with a weapon is completely different. Normanho observes every action in the fight, commenting, just a bit of strength is already dangerous. That is the only way to win, especially in such an extremely tense, evenly matched battle. What Nam Chen needs to do to win is to take out that weapon. Sung Jin raises his hand, holding his thoughts. I told you, he has grip strength like a gorilla. Even if he dies, he won't let go of the weapon. It seems Sung Jin's prediction was wrong. Nam Shin has caused the ruler in Nam Ba's hand to fall clattering to the ground. In that moment, Nam Ba held himself steady, his bewildered gaze scanning around. Losing the weapon, his hand turned pale. Everything felt strangely confusing. Nam Shin looked directly into his opponent's face and said, "This is what you wanted, right?" I try to reconcile. How long are you going to keep messing with me? In Nam Ba's mind, irritation began to brew with overlapping thoughts. Why you? Why you? Why did you have to touch my ruler? No way. The look in Nam Ba's eyes, flames of hatred flicker. Was it just a coincidence? A coincidence happening twice. In the face of the opponent's frustration, our side remains very calm. Staring straight ahead, towards Nambe, he was replacing it with another weapon, his arm thrusting forward quickly and powerfully. The pen in his hand was moving back and forth, looking extremely awkward. Every action seemed aimed directly at the main character, the weapon swaying back and forth pitifully. The scoundrel's gaze suddenly changed in intensity. He punched straight into the body of Nambe. The punch was so strong that it sent the opponent's body reeling back and forth. At that moment, our side successfully knocked away the weapons from Nambe's hands. That guy's frustrated look suddenly became furious again. Quick punches were delivered from our side to the opponent. It was in that moment that Nambe could not bear the pain, raising both arms to shield himself, causing the weapon to fly high. The moment became increasingly awkward as Nambe was left with no weapon in hand, and our side advanced forward relentlessly. Nambe was terrified and in disbelief, wondering if it could fight against his weapon. In any battle, no matter how strong the enemy was, he had never lost his weapon. Yet, this guy, specifically Mini P. Trey, even No Manho could not believe his eyes, exclaiming in shock, "Whoa." He knocked the weapon out of Nambe's hands. If things continue like this, there might be a chance of victory. However, Sung Jin interrupted. saying, "No, the real terror of Nam-bae is just beginning, the true power in that pen." Nam-bae confidently declared, "Because this is extremely dangerous, I have tried to avoid using it." His gaze shot fire at Dean Gun as he spoke, preparing to unleash the maximum output mode. Sum Jin continuously watched the fight, predicting the full power of Gorilla. Right, what would happen if he used all those weapons? A special throw was approaching. In situations like this, if someone had flexible handling like Gorilla and threw the entire pen box away, the pencil itself would become a knife. At that moment, our hero's eyes lit up, an astonishing movement appeared in the space, and Zeingen quickly adapted to that danger. An object rushed towards the main character, which was precisely a comba, but it felt more like a spear, if he was lucky enough to dodge one. How long could he keep dodging with a barrage of weapons flying at him? How long could luck last? Nam-bae was still confidently attacking, while our hero could not get close. It was truly curious. Executing a series of throws at that speed was not something a human could do. But surprisingly, our hero could dodge it. Zeingen appeared completely calm and composed amid the battle's developments. Flying object came towards him, and with a light swipe of his hand, it flew backward, leading Zeingen to think, "What a joke." The object quickly flew to where Xkying Min and Norman Ho were standing, and they looked on with curiosity. Xkying Min bent down to pick it up, asking, "Hey, is there something special about this?" Norman Ho quickly explained with a bit of understanding. It might just be an ordinary eraser, but his grip turned ordinary school supplies into special weapons. That pencil case is intimidating. But the thing is, this only applies to regular folks like me. While for an opponent like Dagon, the protagonist is gradually closing in on Nam-bae. He firmly believed that it was indeed ordinary. I told him to stop right there. However, that stubborn Nam-bae refused to back down, pulling out a pen from somewhere. Once again, he hurled it straight at Dagon. This moment was an opportunity for our side to showcase their skills. Gripping the pen tightly, Dagon stepped in front, telling his opponent that he had way too many school supplies. "It is just school stuff, take off your glasses." This remark really caught Nam-bae off guard, his expression twisted in annoyance. That bothersome Nam-bae charged forward, clearly irritated. Not willing to back down, the protagonist continuously swatted away his opponent's arm while commanding him to take off his glasses. "I said take off your glasses." Not just stopping at words, Dagon created a bloody scene. The protagonist was very aggressive with his punches, and Nina kept reminding him to take off his glasses. "I told you to take off your glasses." The punches were increasingly damaging, blood gradually oozing out. Its trajectory was directly aimed, more brutal than all the previous punches. The speed and strength quickly overshadowed the massive figure of Nam-bae. He fell backward helplessly. Dagon was fully engrossed in this fight, each strike uncompromising and decisive. Nam-bae received a series of punches, his small stature crumpling to the ground. His glasses had fallen to the ground, the middle part bent to one side. Nam-bae curiously picked up the glasses, wondering if they were broken. The three guys outside stood still, questioning, "Damn, how can he still get up after being hit like that?" Indeed, one punch did not seem to faze him at all. Nam-bae himself did not expect this situation. It was quite confusing. How did it turn out like this? My original intention was just to punish you quickly. Earlier, I only drank to focus more on studying. Unfortunately for you, the effects of the drug have already started kicking in. The scene outside with the parked car. "Yes, boss. I am on the phone reporting. I am waiting in front of the address you mentioned. It looks like an ordinary villa. What should I do now?" The scene outside with the car parked. "Yes, big bro. I am on the phone waiting at the address you mentioned. It looks like a normal villa to me. What should I do now?" Hyan on the other end is dealing with the remaining aftermath, advising to park where the window is visible. "Just wait there for now." This underling looks around and has to admit there is a window, but he can see inside. "How long am I supposed to wait? I wonder how many hours it will take." Ian is busy with work, and this annoying underling keeps pestering him, asking, "Are you asking me?" The underling senses fear in his voice, lowering it. "No, I will wait until there are other instructions." "Okay, I will hang up now." As soon as he hangs up, he waits impatiently for Hyan, and this kid, just 20. Really? If he did not have backup, I would have killed him already. Han gradually pushes aside his anger, glancing up at the tall building. But what is the point of waiting here quietly when he can see anything? What is inside there anyway? Speaking about this club, he thought, is not it just a hangout, organizing underground fights? What important information could be locked up like this? A security lock that is extremely strict, not just in the D-Trong area, but nationwide. The scene shifts back to that night's fight, and Nam-bae spoke. 2 pills are the daily limit. I took 1 pill at school, so the other one has to be for diving into integrals. Namchin smirked upon hearing this. So you are using that stuff too? Huh. Sounds like it is measured. Right, and Nam-bae replied to him. You do not even know the basics and you are already getting into that stuff. This is serious. It is clear you are getting addicted to it. Using something without understanding it is dangerous. I do not know how you got your hands on it, but Nam Chin felt everything was getting out of hand. He interrupted. Wait, it seems like you are misunderstanding something. I am not. But every time he tried to say something, the other party cut him off. Oh, it is my fault. I was the one who said we should question after the outcome was decided. If I win against you, then you have to answer whatever I ask. But be careful. My pen is dangerously lethal. These threats obviously did not shake him. He replied nonchalantly. The pen appears again. Hanambe, filled with determination, challenged Nam Chin. So it is better for you to unleash all the power you can. Of course, just dodging one to leave you time for anything else. Hanambe's movements were incredibly swift. The thrusts came in quick succession, swiftly grazing past him. Dagon was no slouch either, pushing Nambe away with force, not giving him a chance to attack again. The successive thrusts utilized the strength from the pen Nambe wielded, but the accuracy was still quite limited. Nam Chin adjusted his movements according to Hanambe's rhythm. No matter which way he dodged, the opponent could not get past the quick and sturdy defenses of his. The fight between the two grew increasingly intense, their actions a blur. The pen was the weapon both sides were tearing at. That bastard Nambe took advantage of every opening in his movements to jab at him. Sun Jin, standing above, expressed his thoughts, that Nambe is only now taking things seriously. This guy, he is not even a match for you and is trying to act confident. His gaze pierced into Sun Jin, making the fat guy jump in response. Well, I have to admit it now, it has come to this. Kunde Gun is truly powerful, to the point where he can stand alongside the strongest people I have ever met. But Nambe is also the most reliable name among the four leaders. No ordinary man can be so stubborn. He admits that Hanambe's pen is indeed a standard, and his style is completely different from mine. It is a fact that Hanambe's penetrating punches are extremely dangerous, forcing Namjin to dodge and expend a lot of energy. The fight has not stopped for a moment. Hanambe is pouring all his strength to rush straight at Nam Chun. His expression and gaze are extremely unpleasant, and the pen is about to stab Daegun's arm. Faced with these relentless actions, our man has his own insights about the opponent. He is changing his approach. This guy is different from the previous ones in some way. Nam throws punches left and right, rapidly overlapping each other. However, he is still blocked by Nam Chun at the last moment. The massive figure of Hanambe is what makes people wary. However, even with that size, he still can't keep up with Daegun's counterattacks. Nevertheless, our man can sense that this is somewhat dangerous. What is with that move? Using that pen playfully while looking so serious clearly indicates this is no longer a joke. Nam Chian's immediate plan is to get rid of that troublesome pen. As soon as Nam Habe strikes, Nam Chi will execute his move to seize control. The punch from his arm comes crashing down on Nam Ba's other side. The chokehold is quickly revealed. But in that moment, Daegun lifts Hanam B's arm up. Hanam Bae stubbornly holds onto the chokehold without letting go. No matter what happens, that chokehold remains firmly on his arm. In this critical moment, Hanam Bae does not forget to raise the chokehold high, preparing to stab Nam Chun in the face. Though his actions are quick, they cannot overpower the destructive strength from our man. He is ready to deliver a punch to Hanam Bae. But this guy is not easy to hit. He dodges swiftly. The match is tense, with neither side giving in. The look on this guy's face is unpleasant as he speaks. Sorry, but there is no way I am letting you drop your weapon. Because, deep in Hanam B's eyes is a determination to fight to the end. He continuously thrusts the pen forward, confidently declaring, "Now, I have seen your movements." Even though he sees it, Hanam Bae struggles and still cannot touch Daegun's hair. His arm tightly grips what he calls a weapon. His gaze is intensely focused on the action, with quick and brutal movements. The accompanying punches are also extremely fierce. Unlike the opponent's hurried demeanor, our man remains very calm, his arm countering every blow from Hanam Ba. No matter how fast Nam B's arm is, it still falls short against Nam Chan's speed. He observes carefully. He gradually realizes that earlier he held the pen with both hands, but now it is only one. Why does he seem stronger now? Sanjin is equally surprised, remarking that Hanam Bae is different from the previous two fighters. Even though they use the same kind of technique, they employ completely different skills. In the case of An Hagan, he directly grabs his opponent's hand, or he catches his opponent's attack. He prioritizes focusing on the joints he catches in the blink of an eye. And in the case of Bai Yiljen, with a natural tendency for risk, the exhilaration from sucking enhances his boldness. With agile body movements, he attacks relentlessly as if fiercely pursuing his opponent. But this is more about body enhancement than technique. So the truth is he is weaker than a rational person like Qian Dadian. Sanjin has been talking nonstop, his gaze continuously affirming his enhancements and the application of his inherent Vietnamese techniques. Hanam Bae is somewhat of a special case. He claims to have used sucking in his studies, not for fighting, but it is still possible. What he means by studying here is analyzing and researching how to use sucking perfectly. Now, during the fight, Hanam Bae might have grasped Daegun's moves through analysis and research. The battle between these two fierce characters seems to have intensified. Hanam B's gaze is keenly observing, allowing him to see Dae Gen's actions. According to Sun Jin's observations, he is setting up the stage to launch a finishing blow, extending his arm towards our position. Hanam Bae acts with focus and meticulous calculation, gripping the male lead's head, aiming for a lethal strike, a direct thrust aimed at our eyes. The male Bae seems to be eagerly anticipating this moment, his gaze fierce and ready to strike, but Dae Jian manages to block this dangerous move in time. His arm clenches tightly, determined not to fall. Glances flicker, revealing hidden meanings. The moves unleashed are full of ferocity. This painful thrust lands on the adamant, causing Hanam B's facial muscles to tense up. His feet completely lose balance, leaving him in a state of staggering. He thinks to himself, unable to believe it. He had calculated perfectly, yet he did not expect to be countered. The more Hanam Bae thinks, the more frustrated he becomes, muttering to himself, why is it that his vision surpasses En Hee-gan, and his physique surpasses Bae Yo-jun? How could someone in peak condition like me still get hit? Your movements seem as if you are also in peak condition like me. How did you manage to use sucking? Did you drink it another way or a different type? The male lead listens for a while but still can't understand what the male Bae is rambling about, asking, what the hell are you talking about? I have not drunk anything. The male Bae wipes the blood off his mouth, nodding, so that is it. Indeed different. The gaze of the male Bae remains determined to challenge ahead. He stands still while thinking carefully, questioning Dae GM. Wait, you said you did not drink the preferred sucking. Nonsense. If you do not have sucking, how can you be like this? The male Bae feels everything is beyond his control. It is impossible. There is no way you could be in peak condition after just using it. The gazes of both sides clash intensely. The male lead once again lowers his clenched fist straight ahead. This time he successfully knocked the pen out of Nam Be's hand. The warning was clear. If you want an answer, wait until I win first. The No Manhwa group still can't take their eyes off this intense match. It is like a scene from a late-night drama. Suzy stepped into the ring with a series of frustrated expressions, complaining that she was exhausted today. Looking at the current scene, she was shocked to realize that Baeksu Hee-yu was not home either. What a mess, but studying so hard has made me feel a bit tired. I wonder if I can even get first place in the whole school with this kind of studying. Suzy kept glancing around, mumbling to herself about how Dae-gun had been focused on studying lately, but was not I the one who suggested going to the library? So annoying. The buttons on Suzy's shirt gradually popped open as she smiled. However, the more she thought about past scenes, the more speechless she became at Dae-gun's expression. I worry about him so much, and that kid, why did he suddenly show up and act so familiar? After mumbling for a while, Suzy finally changed out of her school outfit. While changing her dress, she could not stop talking. It is not that I am jealous or anything, but if he wants to mix in with someone else's stuff. Of course, I am not happy about that, but even if we face each other directly, that kid is still no match for me. I am getting stronger while he has not developed at all. Suzy reached out to grab a pink shirt. She was so curious that she could not stop chatting. But I really want to know what they did in the gym. I can trust just any book about it. They probably did not do anything. But did they just play ball games? I do not know. I can't stand this anymore. I need to meet them face to face to get answers. Pen weapon of Nam Bae was hovering in the air. Nam Chen struck with every punch, declaring, I will answer after you win against me. The battle scene became increasingly thrilling, and it was shocking how quickly things escalated. Can Nam Bae really block Nam Chen's current punch? Nam Bae was also confident in his strength, declaring that all his power was concentrated in this hand. You won't be able to move because of my power. However, Nam Chen immediately responded to this statement, raising his fist and saying, what are you talking about? I still have another hand. At this moment, Nam Bae realized he was right. Each punch from Nam Chen was ferocious. He could not just let things go without protecting his face. While defending himself, Nam Bae kept questioning himself, do I have to use both hands? If that is the case, the situation became urgent with Nam Chan's aggressive actions as he charged straight at Nam Bae with incredible speed. The punches were the same, moving so fast that others could not see the direction of movement at all. This time, Dae-gun even combined a kick straight into the forehead of Nam Bae. No matter how much Nam Bae tries to block his opponent's actions, he can't stop. This power, even if halted, will strike back. The main character does not just stop at random strikes. He lowers his center of gravity, gripping Nam Bae's arm tightly, while his other hand prepares a brutal blow. The next moves are unpredictable, evading and appearing suddenly, but wherever he strikes, Nam Bae's body shakes in response. In this tense moment, Nam Bae thinks to himself that he can't even defend anymore. The only option left is to intentionally create an opening. He has no choice but to aim for that opening. Nam Bae's arm extends to block the attack from our side. The tension in both sides' hands is extreme. Their hands are the source of ultimate attacks. They grip each other tightly, refusing to let go. The confrontation through punches suddenly shifts to a dance of hands. Nam regains his confidence and says, finally, I've got both your hands now. Just like I said before, I can't lose when it comes to holding on like this. The current state of the main character is extremely confident as he retorts. You think so? Nam Bei's face is completely different from the confident look just 10 seconds ago. His facial muscles flush with discomfort. His arm bulges like a branch, being gripped tightly by Daegun. In this moment of confrontation, it is a battle of wills between their two heads. The pressure causes Nam Bei's facial muscles to weaken significantly. His legs are also giving way, with his knees slowly bending. The main character has complete control of the situation, bringing Nam Bei down to the ground without hesitation. Daegun continues to taunt his opponent, wanting to see how long he can endure. Tired steps ascend the stairs. This person is Chun Sim. She wipes her sweat and complains. I am so tired. That pencil case is really dangerous, so I can't just sit still. As she moves up the stairs, she mutters, if we have to settle this, there must be a way. However, Nam Bei is very skilled at games requiring both offense and defense. However, the sight of the match shocks her, as our side is completely dominating the situation. Chun Sim questions, what are you two doing? Daegun's eyes narrow upon hearing her unusual words. Despite the pain, Nam Bei's eyes reveal curiosity. He asks Chun Sim, how did you get here? Chun Sim looks around, surprised, and says, Nam Bei, are you about to lose? Although the situation heavily favors our side, Nam Bei refuses to accept it, his eyes reflecting a hint of despair as he sinks into darkness, flashing back to when he was a child, playing rock, paper, scissors. Bori. A punch to the hand. A lie. It hurts so much. Young Chun Sim felt a lot of pain and asked, why did you do that to me? Nam Bei awkwardly kept apologizing. Are you okay? Chun Sim pouted and turned away, saying, it is fine. Just playing around, but it hurts so much that I can't play anymore. I am quitting. Hagen immediately jumped in, saying, oh, are not you stronger than the captain? Try me. Hagen looked at Nam Bei and said, what are you doing? You should be looking at me. It hurts so much. What the hell are you doing? Nam Bei did not look at Hagen at all. He just glanced away, which made Hagen shout, you are being too rough. However, Nam Bei firmly stated that it was not his strength. The real strength was when he faced his opponent. He called out, Kwon Dae-gyuna, I have lost. The scene shifts to another area. Hyen's underling was dozing off with his eyes closed. The girl from the upper floor started to notice something unusual about the black car parked below. It had been there for a long time. It seemed to belong to the Met group. But why were they here? The target could be either me or Daegun, but perhaps Daegun was with Nam Bei. The four great leaders. Nam Bei stopped challenging Nam Chun, standing across from him and said, actually, I already know about you. I suspected Chun Sim's friendly attitude and investigated. Let me explain. It seems you have beaten all those so-called bullies since transferring here. Daegun, looking at Nam Bei's scratched glasses, said, sorry, I will buy you new ones. Despite Nam Chun's words, Nam Bei replied, maybe that is why the classroom atmosphere has improved lately. You do not seem like someone who just wants to fight. What is your real purpose? Namchu was frustrated hearing such nonsense. No matter what you say, I still have to ask, what is meat? Nam Bei quickly replied, alright, let me explain. First, we need to talk about the drug. Initially, it was a drug used for high concentration. And nowadays, it is commonly used in this academy to focus on studying. Of course, it is a prescription drug used in hospitals. I also use it to study. However, Namchin still had many doubts. He asked, I see some differences. You have to tell Home. Nam Bei himself questioned back. The reason for the difference is that the four great leaders, including me, are using improved versions of existing drugs, which can be confusing for our group. The actual meaning allows for a much stronger concentration compared to existing drugs, but the result is that many side effects have occurred, one of which is the awakening state accompanied by extreme euphoria. We call that Nuntapitina. Daejunin grew more interested and curious. Wait, who came up with the term Napi Tam? Nam Bei answered, I only know that because I am getting guidance from Jibo Dam about medicine. Chun Shin suddenly interrupted Nam Bai. Don't talk about that. The strange term Jibo Dam made Daejunin even more curious. Who is that? Nam Bei decided to reveal the truth. That is the supplier of Menat for us. Still one of the four great leaders. The scene shifts to the hospital. Conversations echoed in the quiet setting. Is it still okay to be out like this? It is absolutely safe. I do not know. I can't stand rude things. You say you are a warrior, right? The guy puffed on his cigarette and said, that is a childish question. But how many regular people can you defeat? Such a childish question. You are a mama. A group of people is moving forward. Right. These two are confusing. Asking, who is that? Coming towards us, the red-haired guy glances around and says, is that mama? The fat guys are rushing in, speaking arrogantly. We know. You bastard. When you start being nice, then follow me. You are already hurt. If you do not listen, you will get hurt again. The red-haired guy looks around and says, what is going on? Are not you members of the club? I do not know how you know my name, but if you do not want to get hurt, stay away. The arrogant fat guy retorts, you talk too much. Do you need to bleed to feel scared? Just need to move a bit. It is pointless to fight like this. At this distance, the fat guy is dying. The words declare, that is the truth. I can be reckless and lost. The red-haired guy's eyes begin to show great anger. A laugh bursts out. Haha, that is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. The skinny guy next to him looks confused by the red-haired guy's attitude. Hey, are you okay? The red-haired guy replies, I'm fine anyway. You bastards. What about the distance and real fighting? Maybe you have watched too many movies. We should destroy all the theaters or something. You only care about scaring others. Huh, in the end, all you do is eat a lot. You are just like those idiots, gaining weight just to look bigger. I am the kind of person who thinks about how to kill someone. My health is not great, but no matter what, you all will die. The red-haired guy is still charging forward. It is not about breaking a theater now. It is about breaking you guys. I have seen enough of this. I need to warm up a bit. The fat guy's underlings are gradually closing in. Hey, you guys handle him. Borum has not arrived yet. Is that okay? I do not know. How do we deal with that? Try rushing and kill us. Both sides are getting closer. Ready for a fight. Punches are thrown, but none hit the red-haired guy's body. On the contrary, these guys are getting beaten up continuously. The question pressing, where are you aiming? The punches thrown by the red-haired guy land directly on the opponent's face. Their faces are bruised against each other. You are way too slow. The legs keep moving straight ahead. Powerful kicks keep coming. Just try again. These guys can handle a light kick and fall backward, so hurry up and charge again. The others sense that things are not going well. Whispering to each other, try to grab something to attack him. However, the red-haired guy realizes that intention. He strikes hard at the opponent. What the hell are you trying to do? The punches keep coming relentlessly. That is how it should be. The others take turns collapsing. The red-haired guy, still arrogant, says he wants to take down a warrior. Then make it quick. The fat guy's underlings are gradually being taken down en masse. Sprawled out on the ground, the next target is aimed at by the red-haired guy. However, that guy starts to run away. Refusing to give up, the red-haired guy chases after him. Where do you think you are running to escape? That fat guy is trying to explain. No, we have other matters to deal with. I am done with your issues. This fat guy is trying to make the red-haired guy understand. No, from the start we were not the only ones to come to the emerging program. It is still not here. However, after running for a while, Borum appears in front of the fat guy. He is surprised and asks, why are you here? What are we supposed to do if you do not show up? What is going on? What did you do? June Borum speaks up. It has been tough for you guys. If I can to stop, what can I do? Oh, I have gotten something on me. The fat guy looks at Borum's current actions. The question arises, have you drunk too much? That mommy you mentioned is causing a ruckus. That red-haired guy has run over. Found you. The fat guy screams in fear. That bastard is here. Do something. Hurry. Borum looks at the glass shard in the fat guy's hand and orders. Oh, looks like you have a nice item there. Since you have it, why not try using it? The fat guy, scared, can only say, this is just a threat. How can I stab it? You are chewing gum so casually. Huh. The red-haired guy quickly kicks the fat guy's head. Gotcha. Where do you think you are running to? Borum sees the red-haired guy and praises. Nice jump. The red-haired guy, curious, asks back, who are you? How do you know me? Are you with that other guy? Wait a minute. You look familiar. I must have seen you somewhere. Right. Borum is a bit surprised. You know me. The red-haired guy confirms. That is right. It is you. Recently, there is a guy attacking the warriors of that place in the shadows. Borum firmly states, that rumor is true. Finally, it is time. This guy does not even listen to what Chun Shim says anymore. We can control him because he is extremely dangerous. It is best not to get involved with him. A very ruthless guy. Hamsanjin observes the three below and clicks his tongue. Damn. Kwon-dagon, he is too strong. I never expected him to be this strong. Finally, he is about to defeat all of the 4 origin erasers. If things keep going like this, he will soon meet Su Hik. Manhwa hears this and asks, wait, are not there 4 in the 4 origin erasers? Hamsanjin softly replies, yes, that is true, but let us pretend there is no 4th person. Because, Hamsanjin suddenly sighs, he closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and says, honestly, I do not know what to do anymore. Everything is really hard to explain. Seeing this, Manhwa curses, damn. What are you talking about? That is so confusing. Why does your face suddenly change like that? Hamsanjin thinks for a long time and then decides to pull out his phone. Whether to say it or not is not up to him. He needs to consult first. Hamsanjin steps aside to take a call. Meanwhile, Jongmin tells everyone, should we go out there? But, will Dagon get angry if he knows we are here? Jongmin suddenly opens his palm and says, hey, look, just now I peeled it open to see if there is anything special and saw the eraser has Chun Sim written on it. Bang Ho-jong gasps and replies, hey, this is the eraser that Hanam Bay launched out here. Bang Ho-jong claps excitedly and says, oh, I know this. I have heard about it before. To put it simply, This eraser will write the name of the person you like on it. And when you use it up, that person will like you back. Jong Min. Hearing this, got goosebumps and turned to grab Bang Ho Jong by the collar, shaking him vigorously and shouting, "Hey, when did you do that? I am getting goosebumps here. You must be 3 years old to be doing that." Bang Ho Jong replied with difficulty, asking such nonsense. Jong Min laughed again. "Hey, your face already looks like a mess. And you still use that trick?" Ignoring the two of them teasing each other, Manho looked at the eraser in his hand, deep in thought for a long while. Suddenly, Hemsan jumped onto the wall, turned back to the group and said, "All right, I'm off. We will talk later." Manho was startled and called out, "Hey, wait. What are you planning to do?" When he saw Hemsan Jin not responding, Manho got frustrated and yelled, "Why are not you answering me? Hey, do not do anything stupid." Hemsan Jin did not say anything more, spreading his arms wide and jumping. Jong Min and Bang Ho Jong shouted, "What the hell? That is really crazy." In front of 6 pairs of eyes, Hemsan Jin landed safely near Hanam Bey, who turned to look at him and said, "Is that Hemsan Jin?" Hemsan Jin addressed the three, saying, "All right, sorry for showing up unexpectedly. I do not know what you have been talking about, but I have something to discuss with Daejun." Daejun stared at Hemsan Jin for a moment and then replied, "Aren't you Baek Suhi's friend?" Hemsan Jin stepped forward confidently, introducing himself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Hemsan Jin." "A runner," Chun Sim mocked. "Sounds a bit too proud." "Huh." Hemsan Jin rolled his eyes. "Well, do I need to say it? I am helping this strongest man in the world." Hemsan Jin got straight to the point, asking Daejun, "Kwon Daejun, who is your next target? Is it Jibo Ram from the 4-star generals?" Chun Sim frowned at Hemsan Jin, feeling disappointed. Talking about meeting him feels so far-fetched, so let us go with Baek Suhai instead. You should go tell Baek Suhai to show up. Hanam Bey also agreed, telling Hemsan Jin, "I agree. Just like Chun Sim said, do not consider him as part of Kim Long anymore. It is hard to think of him as a member. Worse, we do not even know where he is." Hemsan Jin rested his chin on his hand, looking dangerous. "Whoa, you guys do not know where Jibo Ram is. What if I do?" Chunsim was about to grab Hemsan Jin's hand when suddenly the fat guy quickly stepped back a few paces. Chunsim, annoyed, said, "Seriously, where is he? Just tell me." Daejun watched the fat guy, thinking to himself, "Whoa, he moves pretty fast for how he looks." Hemsan Jin turned back to ask Daejun once more, "Hey Kwon Daejun, tell me, do you want to meet Jibo Ram?" Daejun replied calmly, "Yes, lead the way." Hanam Bey suddenly interrupted, "Hold on. Even though you make me feel embarrassed, I still want to ask you this. How come you are always so focused without using any tricks?" Daejun casually replied, "You are asking the wrong question. All right, there are many things I want to ask. But first, I need to meet Jibo Ram. Can we save the other questions for later?" Hanam Bey watched him without saying anything more. Bang Ho Rong watched Hemsan Jin, still in disbelief, wondering, "Hey, can he really jump over there? He is so small, yet so agile." Jong Min noticed everyone was getting ready to leave and said, "Hey, it looks like Daejun is about to leave. We should head out too." Bang Ho Rong followed Jong Min and asked, "What are you planning to do? Going to the net cave?" Jong Min declined. "No way. I am going home to eat, not to mess around. Only Manho is staying behind." His eyes still fixed on the rooftop over there. He turned back and said, "You two go ahead. I have something to do." Jong Min, confused, replied, "Huh, what do you mean?" Manho, with a serious expression, responded, I am going to break free from yesterday's past and make a leap to welcome my tomorrow." Jong Min felt a headache coming on and interrupted Manho, "Stop with the nonsense. Just do whatever. See you tomorrow." Meanwhile, Hanam Bey was with Chun Sim picking up things in the building next door. Chun Sim sighed while collecting. "Oh man, why do you keep throwing things everywhere?" After complaining for a while, she suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, "Hey, should not you be looking for him? I mean Boram." Hanam Bey was putting items into a pencil case, paused for a moment, and replied, Why would I look for him? Isn't he trying to turn his back on us?" At that, he stood up suddenly, and Chun Sim struggled to her feet as well, groaning, "Oh my back. Are we really just going to leave things like this? He was like this before too. Just wait and see. This time I am going to scold him really hard," Hanam Bey said, putting the last pens into his bag. "That is it, right?" Suddenly, Chun Sim stared at Hanam Bey intently and asked seriously, "Wait, one more thing. What is that medicine? You said it was for medical research." Hanam Bey looked away, flustered, trying to come up with an excuse. Never mind. I am late for class, so let us talk about it later." Just as he finished speaking, Chun Sim punched him in the stomach. Catching him off guard, she threatened, "If you do not tell me, I will hit you with all my strength." Hanam Bey raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I will tell you." Meanwhile, in the building next door, Manhwa was standing by the wall, looking over at the yard next to him. He told himself, to surpass my brother, to become a master of weapons. I need to be stronger. I must do it. I must do it. Thinking this, Manhwa spread his arms out to the side and jumped into the other yard. He landed painfully in front of Chun-sim and Hanam Bay, shouting, "Ouch. Help me. It hurts." Manhwa, holding his knee, looked at Hanam Bay and yelled, "You bastard Hanam Bay. Did you set a trap, Hanam Bay?" Surprised, said, "Oh, is not that Manhwa? What are you talking about? A trap?" Seeing Manhwa in pain, Chun-sim rushed over and asked, "Goodness, are you an idiot? Why did you jump down from there?" Manhwa replied, trembling, I saw that fat guy jump down earlier." Chun-sim almost burst out laughing and said, "Oh, you were impressed by Ham San-jin. He actually has some special skills." Manhwa struggled to sit up and looked at Hanam Bai, saying, "I have something to tell you." Hanam Bai replied, "What is it?" Manhwa, with sincerity, looked at Hanam Bai and said, "Please take me as your disciple." Hanam Bai firmly replied, "Not interested." Manhwa pleaded, "Come on, let me be your disciple." Hanam Bai maintained his stance and repeated, "Not interested." Chun-sim looked at Hanam Bai and asked, "What is up?" Hanam Bai, with a straight face, replied, "Just ignore him." A Manhwa looked at Hanam Bai with a faint smile and said, "Ignore? How about this? What about the words written on that eraser?" "That thing." Hanam Bai raised an eyebrow. Slightly angry, he paused for a moment before continuing, "All right, you go to the hospital first." At the hospital, everyone was focused on their own tasks. The doctor was pressing and manipulating Manho's leg, causing him pain. He cried out, "It hurts so much. Doctor, be gentle." At the same time, Hanam Bai and Chun-sim encountered an acquaintance in the bed next to them. Chun-sim said, "So, tell me what happened with Boram." An Hee-gan struggled to sit up and replied, "Oh really? How can it be noisy while I am sleeping?" Suddenly noticing Hanam Bai's glasses were askew, An Hee-gan burst out laughing. "Ha! What is wrong with your glasses? Is it the trend now to wear glasses like that at school?" Chun-sim worriedly reminded. "Hey, do not tease him like that." Hanam Bai coldly said, "Well, if you can still laugh like that, it means you are not too hurt." An Hee-gan laughed. Did you break your glasses fighting that guy?" After saying that, he gently cracked his sore neck and sighed. Continuing, "Really, did the commander lose? But the next target is G. Boram. Do you want to meet him before Aiganen finds him?" "Well, I do not know. All we can do is fight. You know I enjoy fighting with him." Hanam Bai asked. "I know he fights in an underground arena." "Right." An Hee-gan's expression turned serious. "Yeah. I mean fighting on the street. He got kicked out of the underground arena a long time ago." After hearing that, Hanam Bai interrupted. "Wait, so how does he still get the stuff?" An Hee-gan laughed. "Hemph, I do not know either. Anyway, it seems he still gets it regularly. I rarely see him, and I just pass on what I get from him. I do not know how, but that stuff is really useful for us." Saying that, An Hee-gan sighed again. "But you know, the crazy effect of that stuff, after taking it, all I want to do is fight. I feel like I get stronger at an insane rate. It is quite a high feeling. But sadly, there is nowhere to fight." Then An Hee-gan recalled the past, saying, "Back then, he and I used to go everywhere together. We fought like crazy. Anyone we met got hit. Among them were students from our school. Like that, both of us were out of our minds. But this J. Boram, when he fights, he can never control his excitement. Sometimes he charges at me like he wants to kill me. Oh, that guy. After fighting, he apologizes. You know, the effect of the drug makes him uncontrollable. But how could I let him hit me like that? So, he and I ended up arguing. At first, it sounds funny, right? But then he seemed to lose all sense. He charged at me as if he wanted to kill me right there. I knew how crazy he was, but I did not think he could be that insane. He has quite an eccentric personality. But recently, it seems like things are getting worse at a rapid pace. Anyway, that is why I rarely see him unless I am buying drugs. That is all I know about him." Chun-sim noticed An Hee-gan had stopped talking and asked, "So, have you finished? Where is he now?" An Hee-gan waved her hand. "I am going to bed now. Go home, and do not disturb the patient's recovery." Chun-sim looked at An Hee-gan pleadingly. "Wait, you must know where he is. He said he would meet me. Let me see him. If things are getting worse, we need to meet to sort this out." An Hee-gan felt awkward and turned to Hanam Bai. Seeing this, Chun-sim exclaimed, "Hey, you two, stop looking at each other and do not hide things from me. You are both up to no good." Hanam Bai adjusted his broken glasses and sighed. There might have been an underground battle with Australia's Bakesy Sui. I think this is why he started using. Unlike us, he probably fought and lost all will. Everything is happening very slowly because he is usually tough in fights. That is why he used it, and he became obsessed with wanting to be stronger. but it seems he has gone down the wrong path. If he really is too dependent on it, we need to do something before it is too late. Anne Hagen shrugged and said, Hey, I do not know. He is not the type to listen to others. Figure it out yourself. But then, suddenly Anne Hagen paused and called out to Chunsim, Chunsim, you are our team leader, and you will be, but he is not the same as before. Even if you meet him, he won't be the Borum you once knew. Meanwhile, in the bed next to them, Manho had heard everything from start to finish. He fell into silence for a moment in the dark alley. Hem Sanjin looked at Degun and said honestly, I do not know where Boram is anymore. Degun replied irritably, Do you think I will go down with a few punches? Ham Sanjin quickly explained, I do not know now, but maybe tomorrow I will. Degun tilted his head suspiciously and asked, Tomorrow after? Hem Sanjin replied firmly, I will find out soon, but right now, I really do not know. What is he even doing? I really want to know how he is now. In a dark, cold high-rise building, a man in a black suit stood straight and reported, according to the investigation, all 8 members of the Mood Club are currently unable to fight. Basihijin sighed. All of them. The underling continued, because of what happened on the streets. And according to what I have learned about Mama, just as you said, suddenly, the man in black interrupted. Wait, is not it too early to deal with Mama? The suited man replied. Well, about that, Mama has already been attacked and is in a very serious condition. Hearing this, Basihijin's face showed a hint of concern. He ordered the suited man. All right. Go outside. The man in black blocked him, saying, Hey, is not he being too reckless? Where's the bitch Suhader C? First of all, where do you intend to take the beach Suhai C? The supply must be stopped at this point. Behijin firmly stood up and said, No, the bitch Suhader C just needs to be isolated until the next fight. The supply is not the issue. This situation is like G. Bora. He is already overdosed. As he hung up, he picked up the phone to call. All right. This is a good opportunity. Outside, the sky was getting darker. In a narrow alley called Green Pants Banana Hat. Boram, I brought some clothes for you. G. Boram scolded. It is so late for these guys. Then he threw on a rugged jacket. Complaining, Give me a cigarette, and wake that pig up. The guy in the gray shirt said, Okay, let me help you. G. Boram puffed on a cigarette. Mocking, Whoa. A guy wanting to be a gangster just got punched and went crazy. The gray-shirted guy asked, Hey, who are you talking about? Mama, the latest achievement of bitch Suhai Australia. A red-haired man lay face down on the ground, his face covered in blood. G. Boram looked at him and laughed lightly. Yeah, that is right. I could even cut bitch Suhai Australia's throat. Back at the hospital, Chunsim kept asking, Is there any way to meet Boram? And Hajim, annoyed, repeated, I told you not to meet him. Chunsim looked at Hagen pleadingly. Just once. Please tell me where he lives. And Hagen looked away, clicking his tongue. Fine. I do not even remember anymore. Chunsim shouted, Hey, are you trying to die? When you get out of the hospital, I will use 5 times the strength. Got it. Suddenly, Hanam Bey sighed and told the two. All right. You guys continue talking. I will just stop by for a bit. Manho sitting nearby was startled. Hanam Bey was getting closer to him, making Manho a bit anxious. He pretended to poke around his ear and said, Tesketsk, my hearing has been bad lately. I can't hear anything. Hanam Bey stood in front of him and asked Manho, Is your leg okay? Then he took a pen and handed it to Manho, saying, This is your pen now. Also, I want to get something back. I will let you know. If you try to threaten me with that eraser, it is useless, because the truth is something everyone knows. Manho obediently handed over the eraser in exchange for the pen. Thinking that was all, suddenly Hanam Bey reached out and said, Hey, let us shake hands. Last time I was too tired to greet you properly. Since we have shared a pen, we should at least shake hands. Right. Manho without suspicion extended his hand. As soon as he grabbed Manho's hand, Hanam Bey squeezed tightly, the veins popping up, making Manho gasp. Manho felt a sharp pain, trying to bend his body to avoid making a loud noise, while Hanam Bey calmly said, If you do not have the strength to grip, then no matter what weapon you carry, it is useless. So first, focus on your grip, then on technique. Manho strained to say, Hey, what about that other thing later? At that moment, Hanam Bey finally let go, looking seriously at Manho. I accept you as my disciple. Meanwhile, in a training room, Park Hee-jun asked his junior, How spake Soo-hyun? I have not seen him answer the phone. The junior replied obediently, He is probably showering and will be done soon. Just then a foot stepped out. Baek Soo-hyun had just finished showering and had not put on clothes yet when he asked Park Hee-jun, What is going on? Park Hee-jun ordered, Pack your things and come outside with us. Baek Soo-hyu did not understand, so he shot a glare at Park Hee-jun. Seeing this, Park Hee-jun had to explain. All right, I need you to lay low for a while. Whether it is the mountains or the beach. Where do you want to go? Just take a few days to relax. Park Hee-jun pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and Baek Soo-hyu leaned in and asked, Come on. What is the real reason? Park Hee-jun knew he could not hide it and replied, It is Jibo Ram. Baek Soo-higyu felt a wave of discomfort at the mention of that name. He responded, Huh. Does that really matter to me? Park Hee-jun opened the cigarette pack and said, Either way, I can't control what happened on the streets anymore. He got kicked out of the underground fight for using drugs. He brought the cigarette to his mouth, his eyes filled with worry as he continued. I am not sure if he overdosed like that, but you should not take any risks with him. The most important thing for you is fighting. Or rather, making money. Right? Baek Soo-higyu did not say anything after hearing that. Park Hee-jun turned to leave, but not before reminding him. Oh, by the way, you should stop by home for a bit. I heard you have a little sister. You should say goodbye to her before you go. At the busy street corner, in a loud bar, a couple was flirting. The guy said, You are so cute. I will tell you some jokes. Hee. At the same time, a chubby guy in a gray jacket was eyeing the girl with obvious lust. His eyes were glued to the girl's curvy backside. He muttered, Hey Boram, I have something to say. Instead of attacking him right now, we should create a stepping stone. Jibo Ram was playing and replied, What do you mean? I can just hit him. The guy in gray hurried over and whispered, I am just suggesting, instead of going straight for Baek Soo-higyu, we should take down his next opponent first. Jibo Ram frowned and replied, Annoying, just go away. Jibo Ram continued to focus on his hit, while the guy in gray kept whispering, Listen to me, we have already beaten Mama, so now you can take down Baek Soo-higyu too. But this time we will get ahead of him. We need to get more drugs, so we need to find out about his next opponent. Jibo Ram snapped, Why do we need to do that? It is so annoying. Right now, other than Baek Soo-higyu, everyone else is just a joke to me. The guy in gray kept talking. Hey, who knows if you are getting stronger or if Mama is getting weaker. Jibo Ram frowned at the chubby guy. Sighed. Fine. Chubby, you are persistent. Then contact the Spidey Club. The chubby guy quickly reminded him. Hey, you are speaking too loudly. Jibo Ram, feeling bothered, turned back to remind him. Shut up and call him quickly. The guy in gray startled and asked, Huh. Right now, Jibo Ram said casually. When else do you expect? I can't wait any longer. With that, he pulled the stick back and accidentally brushed against the girl's curvy backside. Jibo Ram turned back and saw the girl did not react, so he did not care. The girl looked at her boyfriend and asked, What is wrong? Why are you looking back? The boyfriend replied, Oh, sorry, it is nothing. I must have seen wrong. Ha! Jibo Ram poked again and slipped. He was getting annoyed. Jibo pulled out a cigarette and ordered the fat guy to hand him a lighter. The girl noticed and looked a bit displeased. The fat guy juggled the lighter with one hand while calling someone, saying, Oh yes, do not worry. We just need to set a time. Jibo kept flicking the lighter, which made the girl a bit irritated. She said, Hey, are we not allowed to smoke here? The boyfriend hesitated and replied, Yeah, that is right. The girl looked at Jibo with dissatisfaction and pouted, muttering, This is ridiculous. No one follows the rules. Jibo struggled with the lighter, then threw it at the fat guy and shouted, Damn it. This lighter is useless. Jibo felt like the whole world was against him. He turned and yelled at the young girl. Damn it. You little brat. Watch where you are pointing that thing. It has been bumping into me this whole time. He added, By the way, do any of you have a lighter? The couple froze in fear, not saying a word. Jibo was really annoyed, saying, What the hell? Are you too deaf? You are holding on to nothing. He then turned and shouted, Is there anyone here who has a lighter? The male friend saw the situation getting dangerous and grabbed the girl, saying, Let us get out of here. Hurry. But unfortunately, Jibo reached for a beer stick and hit the young man, breaking it in half with just one blow. He knocked the guy out cold. Jibo did not even glance at the guy as he said, I told you not to make noise. You idiot. The girl watched in fear, shaking uncontrollably, too scared to even breathe loudly. Jibo ordered the guy in the gray shirt, Hey you, get me another stick. It would be more fun to fight than play beer. As soon as the sound of fighting was heard, the bar staff warned Jibo, Hey buddy, I have seen everything. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? What the hell are you doing in this area? He then turned to the girl next to him and asked, Hey, are you okay? Oh man, she looks terrified. Seeing this, all three stepped forward with a fierce attitude and said to Jibo, Damn, you seem like just an impolite punk. Real gangsters do not mess with kids like you. Just as he finished speaking, he landed a punch straight to the black-clad guy's face. The guy flew back, blood gushing from his nose. Jibo smugly said, Instead of talking nonsense, why do not you just come and fight? The remaining two bar staff, the guy with black hair told his buddy, Hey, go get more people. This guy is no joke. Jibo laughed loudly. Ha, is that all? Hurry up and call them. I am waiting. Oh, do not just stand there. Come on, I am really excited. With that, Jai Boram kicked the next guy. One guy attempted to take advantage and attack from behind but was immediately spotted by Guy Boram. He turned around and smashed the black-clad guy's face. As the black-clad guy fell, others began to swarm in. Nearly a dozen people stood there, clearly angry, saying, "Who the hell is this guy? How can this even happen?" Jai Boram saw this and shouted, "You guys are pretty quick to show up. Seriously, you brought quite a crowd, huh?" While speaking, Gaboram grabbed something tied to his necklace. He quickly popped a pill into his mouth after a moment of contemplation for the medicine to take effect. The gangsters looked at Gaboram in confusion. Damn, who is this guy? But whatever, let us just charge in, and with that, they all rushed forward. Weapons ready, Gaboram said nothing as one of them struck him with a stick. In that moment, Gaboram transformed, his gaze unwavering as he raised his fist. He punched the guy who hit him, causing him to stumble back. The others took the opportunity to attack from behind, but they too were met with merciless blows to their faces. Gaboram kept attacking relentlessly, seemingly tireless. It felt like he was getting more and more excited. He was overjoyed from the fight, which sounded quite ridiculous. Most of the beer guys had been beaten down. The chubby guy nearby heard the sounds of fighting and covered his phone, saying to the person on the other end, "Oh, sorry, it is really chaotic here right now." When asked what was happening, he just chuckled, watching the fight between his guys and Jai Boram, and replied, "Oh, nothing much." Ha! Gaboram was incredibly excited in the fight, taking down one person after another. The more people rushed in, the more he felt it was not enough. He fought and wiped his brow. Damn these bastards. The room began to fill with the metallic scent of blood, and Gaboram was getting bloodied as well. Despite that, the smell of blood acted as a catalyst, making Gaboram even more aggressive. Even if 2 or 3 people attacked him at once, it did not matter. Gaboram defended himself against a group, skillfully grabbing a marble from the table. He then tripped one guy and violently pressed the marble against a sensitive spot. The guy cried out in pain, collapsing right there, while another rushed in from behind. Jai Boram quickly noticed and delivered a punch that broke the guy's mouth. Just as Gaboram was about to throw a few more punches, another guy swung a large stick at his face. The hit made Gaboram stagger back a few steps, and he spat blood. The man who struck him sighed, "This guy is such a pain, wasting my time." Jai Boram bent over and caught up blood. Jai Boram's body was heating up, and suddenly he burst into laughter. "Ha! Damn. This feeling, it is just it. Ha!" He loved this feeling. Gaboram looked at the group in front of him, smirking and speaking in a raspy voice. "You guys, can you really keep this up?" He felt a bit scared. Outside, darkness enveloped the city as Bixahai, wearing a black hood, headed home. He recalled what Pak Haijun had said earlier, that the most important thing for him right now was money, and Bixahik sighed softly. A moment later, Bixahik heard the sound of a door opening. He walked in and was surprised to see his brother, asking from head to toe, "Is that really you?" A few seconds later, she became annoyed and punched Bixahik, saying, "Hey, why are you back so late? Didn't I tell you not to bring back too much junk food?" Bexuik gently took off his hat and replied, "Sorry, I could not prepare anything for you. Just a little junk food." Bexuji scolded in a low voice, "Are you crazy? It is the cheapest already. You spend money too. Do not just save it for me." Then she touched Bexuhik's old torn shirt, raising an eyebrow at him. "What are you wearing? It looks like a pile of rags. It is so embarrassing." Bexuhik chuckled. "Hey, it is durable." Once everything was done, she jumped out the door in her shoes, not forgetting to say, "I do not know how to cook. I have to go out now." Bexuhik reminded her, "It is dangerous for a girl to be out this late." Bexuji found it a bit confusing, replying, "I am your sister. Everyone in this area knows. So what is the danger? Are you stupid?" Bexuhik did not respond, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. At the bar, after a while, everyone was beaten by Jai Boram, lying sprawled on the floor. Jai Boram, covered in blood, pulled out a cigarette and sighed. "Whoa, it has been hard just to find a lighter. Hey, are you still on the phone?" At that moment, the beautiful girl from earlier was still in the same spot. Jai Boram was surprised and asked, "Oh, you are still standing here?" Then he walked over, put his arm around her shoulders, and whispered, "Hey, I still have some stuff for you, so we need to do something. Can you help me?" He quickly touched her small lips, and the girl looked at Jai Boram, shyly responding, How?" Jai Boram scolded her from top to bottom and ordered, "Well, first take off your clothes." The girl was stunned and did not have time to say anything when Boram pulled off her outer jacket decisively. The streets outside were bustling at night. Jai Boram saw the girl hesitating again, so he repeated, "Come on, I really need to do something. Just help me a little." The girl, confused, asked, "Huh? What do you mean?" Jai Boram glared and said, "All right, first take off your jacket." Before the girl could protest, Jai Boram immediately yanked her shirt off, revealing her pale, soft skin and 2 round, white breasts. Seeing the girl hesitate, Jae-borum yelled, "Hurry up and take it off." Just then, the fat guy on the other end of the line said, "I am hanging up now." The girl felt embarrassed and blushed as her clothes came off, revealing her figure, which was just right where it needed to be. The fat guy turned and scolded, "What is that crazy guy doing?" "Oh, just washing my face." Jae-borum turned to the fat guy, looking displeased, and asked, "Have you finished your call? Who is the next opponent for Baeksu Haik?" The fat guy replied, "A guy named Nam Nat." "Not sure if it is accurate." Jae-borum was shocked and continued, "What? Nam Nat, just a scrub, as far as I know. There is only that jerk. What is his name?" The fat guy hesitated. "Well, I do not know his real name, just his nickname." Jae-borum wiped the blood off himself, then handed it back to the girl, looking at the fat guy and saying, "All right, let us put it aside for now and gather more information." "Got it," the fat guy quickly replied. "Yeah, I have already arranged to meet Jun." Jae-borum walked over to grab a stick and said to the fat guy, "All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us fight with Baeksu Haik." The fat guy replied, "But what if Baeksu Haik does not accept?" Jae-borum's face suddenly turned sour. He smiled faintly. "Huh, there are plenty of ways. If he does not agree, we will just attack secretly or target his sister instead." The fat guy stuttered, right. Yeah." Jae-borum picked up the stick and called out to the girl from earlier. "Hey you." The girl, holding Jun's blood-stained shirt, looked at him and said thank you. Jae-borum casually continued playing beer, asking her, "Isn't this more fun than playing pocketball?" The girl, confused, stayed silent. The chubby guy, seeing him so nonchalant, scolded, "What are you doing at this hour? You caused this mess and you are still playing beer. Hurry up and get dressed and leave here." After saying that, he glanced back at the people Jae-borum had just beaten and sighed softly. "Poor them, they seem like the pests of this area. They deserve it." The meeting was set. The man crossed his legs on the table and asked, "Are we done?" The underling replied, "Yes. I have delivered as you said. I will contact Jae-borum and his group right now. What should we do next?" A moment later, he stood up and turned to say, "All right. Good job, let us go." The underling quickly replied, "Yes, sir," suddenly remembering something. "Oh right, boss. This time, the opponent of Baeksu Haik is the top male student from Juryong. I know you intend to make him mess up, but have you thought this through?" The look in Baekhyun's eyes suddenly changed. He replied, "So what? The reason I am doing this is because who can fight Jae-borum right now?" The outside was pitch dark. The gun asked Ham-sun Jin in confusion, "Isn't the 4th generation cool a junior of Baeksu Haik?" Ham-sun Jin exclaimed, "What? Baeksu Haik is not the type to see others as his juniors." The gun was extremely surprised, looking at Ham-sun Jin without blinking. Ham-sun Jin rested his chin on one hand and slowly said, "Don't look at me like that. But it is understandable you think so. Everyone thinks the 4th generation cool is a junior of Baeksu Haik, but that is not actually the case, even though they all lost to Baeksu Haik. Strangely, for some reason, they all see Chung Chun Sim as their leader, yet they do not submit to anyone else. Saying that the 4th generation cool is under Baeksu Haik is incorrect. Instead of saying they are superior and subordinate, it is more accurate to say they are 2 independent factions that can be rivals. It seems the bloody battle between them continues, but they all share a common goal of rising to power. On the path to becoming the boss, they encounter countless opponents. Whether it is Baeksu Hain or the 4th generation cool, it is the same, to avoid too many pointless fights with other opponents. They all present themselves as if they are on the same side with Chung, aiming to control others. So many battles have ceased. Many people would run away just at the sight of Baeksu Haik raising an eyebrow, which is why all the battles were settled. But by the 3rd year, due to personal reasons like training, fighting, and finances, their unity gradually weakened. One of those reasons was Jae-borum participating in underground fights. Baeksu Haik also took part and defeated him to win the championship. This was incredibly humiliating for Jae-borum, to the point where he was expelled from the underground fights. It is hard to imagine the level of hatred he harbored for Baeksu Haik, possibly to the extent that he now sees Baeksu Haik as his enemy. Let me think. That is all the information I know and I have told you. Have you got your answer yet? Besides, I can't help you anymore. Haha. Dagon looks at Ham-soo-jin speechless, thinking, what an idiot. MSG, with a serious expression and arms crossed, looks at Dagon and says, "Now it is my turn to ask, what is your relationship with Baek-soo-jae?" Just as he finishes speaking, the phone rings. Dagon pulls out his phone and looks at the screen with a puzzled expression. He wonders, why is she calling me at this hour? MSG, seeing Dagon's face, is also curious about who is on the other end. He leans in and sees none other than Baek-soo-jae. Ham-soo-jin rushes over, trying to snatch the phone from Dagon. He shouts, "Hey, give that to me." Snatching the phone from Dagon is not easy. As he leans in to grab it, Ham-soo-jin misses. Ham-soo-jin looks at Dagon in frustration. He mutters to himself, This Dagon guy is really annoying. At the same time, Baek Suji is walking alone outside, with a perfect figure from her waist to her hips. If she were not Baek Soo-hye's sister, she would definitely be in danger. She keeps calling Dagon, but he does not answer, her face showing clear worry. Suddenly, someone picks up on the other end, and she quickly scolds, "Hello, why have not you picked up after all this time?" Seeing there is no response, she raises her voice. "What are you doing? Seriously? You pick up the phone but do not say anything. Does this guy want to drive me crazy?" Meanwhile, on the other end, Ham Soo-jin is confronting Dagon. Seeing Ham Soo-jin like that makes Dagon uncomfortable, and he feels curious too. Noticing Ham Soo-jin seems a bit anxious, MSG, tall and commanding, asks Dagon once again, "Alright, just tell me, what is your relationship with Baek Soo-jae?" On the other end, Baek Soo-ji feels a bit tense. Trying to turn up the volume to listen, she leans closer to the phone, trying to catch Dagon's answer. And on the other end, Dagon's voice comes through, saying, "So, we really do not have anything to worry about." Baek Soo-ji's steps slow down, and her heart aches as she listens to the phone. Then she turns around, feeling confused, and says, "What the heck? My brother finally comes home, and here I am out like this. How ridiculous." As she speaks, she looks down and walks quickly home, chastising herself, thinking, "I should have shared a meal with him. Why did I even go to meet that guy? What a waste of time." But even as she says this, her pretty face increasingly shows her heartbreak, realizing that knowing this relationship is better than staying in the dark. Once hurt, she would rather not go through it again. Baek Suji walks past two young men, who eye her hungrily. "Hey, do you see that? She is hot." The other one looks after her and replies, "Stop it. Do not you know, that is Baek Suji-he's little sister. Do not get involved or you will be looking for your face." But lately, I have not seen Baek Suji-he around. I heard he got sold to some superpower research facility. The other guy keeps watching Baek Suji and says, "Oh, he is there now. If it were me, I would not go anywhere with a hot little sister like that." Meanwhile, at Dagon's place, Ham Seung-jin is still cleaning up while attacking and scolding. "Don't he lie? How could those two not have anything?" Just as he finishes his sentence, Dagon slaps him on the head. Ham Seung-jin holds his head and curses, "Damn this jerk. Do not think I do not know." Dagon replies, "Sure, I already said there is nothing." As soon as Dagon says this, Ham Seung-jin holds up his phone and exclaims, "Look at this. How do you explain this picture?" Dagon looks at the picture of himself carrying Baek Suji home. His face turns sore, and he mumbles, "What is this? How did this happen?" Baek Suji has now returned home, and Baek Suji sees her and asks, "Why are you back so soon?" Baek Suji does not answer and asks him, "Have you eaten yet?" Baek Suji just got to the tree and replies, "Not yet." So Baek Suji quickly goes into the kitchen and says, "Let me make you some tteokbokki. Make it a bit spicy." Baek Suji reminds her, "Okay, remember to add some protein in there." A little while later, a plate of tteokbokki is set on the table looking delicious, and Baek Suji urges, "Hey, eat this, see if it is good." Then she quickly picks up a piece and puts it in her mouth. Baek Suji looks at her sister thoughtfully, and as Baek Suji takes a bite, she praises, "Whoa, it is so good, spicy too." Her whole body starts to heat up, her face flushes. Baek Suji has to tie her long hair up and fan herself to cool down. She furrows her brow and asks, "Did I make it too spicy?" Seeing Baek Suji still has not eaten, she presses, "Hey, why are not you eating yet? And you have been busy lately, coming home less." Baek Suji simply replies with one word. He was about to grab a piece of tteokbokki but changed his mind, switched to grabbing a piece of egg, then back to the sausage. Baek Suji kept reminding him not to overdo it. "Things are different now than when we used to share a bowl of ramen together. It is pretty full now." "Right." I see Baek Suji grab the sausage and ask, "Hey, why are not you eating the rice cake I made?" Baek Suji replied, "Because it is not filling." Hearing that, Baek Suji got angry and clenched his fist, shouting, "Are you crazy? Eating tteokbokki and not eating rice cake?" The two were eating and chatting casually. Baek Suji asked her how school was going. If anyone was bothering her, Baek Suji straightforwardly replied, "No. No one." Baek Suji continued, "So, do you have a boyfriend?" Baek Suji's expression suddenly darkened as she glared at Baek Suji and snapped, "Can you just be quiet and eat?" Baek Suji would not let it go and asked again, "So, do you like anyone yet?" Baek Suji's face turned red. She hurriedly said, "What is that? Just eat. Why are you asking these questions? Do you want to die?" Baek Suji stopped talking and just focused on eating, and he complimented, "Okay, this is delicious." The house suddenly fell into an unusual silence, and Baek Suji was lost in thought for a moment. Her face wore an indescribable sadness as she told him, "Well, actually, I do not really like anyone, but if I did have someone I liked, and for some reason, I had to fight with you, what would happen?" The room suddenly felt stifling, and the tteokbokki was starting to get cold. Baek Suji said, "What is up? Who is that person?" Baek Suji shyly hid his head and loudly said, What are you talking about? There is no one. After a moment, there was just one last sausage left in the pan. She grabbed it and put it in Baek Suzy-hyek's bowl, sighing. Come on. Eat more, and remember to come home often. You have a beautiful little sister at home. Do not you care? Baek Suzy-hyek hesitated, saying nothing, thinking that everything he was doing was for Baek Suzy. How could he not care for her? In a narrow alley, Ham Soo-jin was still chatting with Daejun. He had taken Daejun's phone, stumping his foot while looking at it and saying, after watching this, it is clear there has been a misunderstanding. Daejun told Ham Soo-jin, but that picture was really intentional. Right, who sent it? Ham Soo-jin honestly replied, I do not know. At first I thought it was a coincidence. Like I said, Soo-hyek has many enemies, and I have received a lot of provocative messages like that, but I forgot the main issue. I need to find a place here. It is tough. Ham Soo-jin quickly walked away but not before warning Daejun. From now on, make sure to act properly to avoid misunderstandings like this. Okay, I have to go now, and I will let you know if I hear anything about Jai Boram. After saying that, the chubby guy hurriedly walked away. His steps quick. Daejun watched him go, thinking, whoa, it seems like someone is watching me. Could he be an enemy of Baek Suhy-hyek? First, I need to investigate. Did they just use the term empathetic out of the blue? But that guy, do they have any connection to each other? I am actually a bit worried about this. At Soo-jae's house, she held a towel and told Baek Suhy-hyek, who was on the phone, hey, I will take a shower first. You can shower after. Baek Suhy-hyek did not respond. He asked the person on the other end, have you found the person in the picture yet? Ham Soo-jin scratched his head and replied, Suhy-hyek, that is a bit hard to say, he thought to himself. Tight-lipped, I wonder if it has anything to do with Soo-ji, but to avoid causing trouble for Soo-jae, maybe I should not report too much. Right, thinking that, Ham Soo-jin casually said to Baek Suhy-hyek, well, I am still searching. If I find any information, I will let you know. Don't worry too much, just focus on taking care of yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Baek Suhy-hyek immediately retorted, my health is not the most important thing to me. My top priority is money. I really need money. For that, I am willing to destroy my own body. Ham Soo-jin sighed, fine. If you want to earn that money, participating in the underground fights is the best option right now. So take care of your health. Baek Suhy interrupted Ham Soo-jin, reminding him, I want to reiterate, my priority is money. Because I do not want to go back to that period of poverty. Not really. It is just that I do not want to return to that miserable time. Soo-jin would go hungry, and that absolutely cannot happen. Ham Soo-jin silently listened to Baek Suhy-hyek. For him, Baek Soo-jin was everything. Baek Suhy-hyek would do anything for her to live safely and happily, without worrying about anything. The 3 plates from earlier were still sitting there waiting for Baek Suhy to wash. He looked at them and continued, I really want the girl to live comfortably at home without worrying about anything, living like a princess in a greenhouse. No, it should be like a queen. Baek Soo-jin was now in the bathroom, turning on the faucet. She comfortably let herself relax under the warm water. Her body felt incredibly pleasant. All her worries faded away. Baek Soo-jin reminded herself, okay, do not think about him anymore. Baek Suhy-hyek sat outside in the living room, still holding the phone, reminding the person on the other end, in case I am still with Soo-jin, then what I just said will definitely happen. However, I want everything to assure Soo-jin's safety, no matter how much money it costs. If Soo-jin is in danger, then there won't be a chance to use that money anymore. Ham Soo-jin found it a bit strange after hearing this. He asked Baek Suhy-hyek again, why are you suddenly saying that? Is something happening? The person on the other end said something. Ham Soo-jin became tense. He quickly said, what? Jai Boram. Baek Suhy-hyek nodded slightly. Yes, the drug seems to have affected Jai Boram. Now listen here, before Jai Boram does anything wrong, find him and bring him to me. Dangerous things are about to happen. I need to stop it beforehand. At the same time, Jai Boram was comfortably strolling down the street with her new stick. Baek Suhy-hyek reminded the person on the other end, you must bring that name to me. Remember that 77, in this dim night, the sound of a turtle echoed. Damn it. The guy said he would let you meet Suhy-hyek if you wanted. Why did not you answer the phone? So I will leave a message for you. The fat guy Soo-jin muttered as he walked. The phone displayed messages saying, Suhy-hyek wants to fight you. What do you say? Do you agree? Then give us the address. That Boram guy is so cocky, with that smug face and those ugly expressions. What strategy are those bugs planning? It won't work on me anyway. The fat guy next to him guesses the situation and calls out, hey, get ready. They are almost here. The fat guy anxiously looks around, his frantic demeanor showing he is scared. They are coming. A figure steps out of the car, and the fat guy respectfully bows and greets. You have arrived. This person hands over a type of drug and instructs Boram. This is a booster. Since it is stronger than the others, use it in moderation. You know, overdosing can be very dangerous. While Boram fumbles with the drug, the fat guy makes a request to the others. So, when can we start trading that stuff? We are all set here. However, the other character flatly refuses. Not yet. I have heard the internal supply will increase soon, so I will let you know if anything changes, but for now, use it for yourself first. The fat guy nods in agreement. Okay, I will wait. I believe I will do well. They exchange words back and forth. Alright, I trust you. What about the next opponent for Baek Soo-heek? Bo-ram takes a strong dose, and his face lights up, feeling on top of the world. The car slowly moves away. The fat guy bows goodbye. Take your time heading back, while Bo-ram keeps rambling. This drug is good, is not it? He even throws some mock punches at the fat guy, who grumbles in annoyance. Cut it out. Bo-ram, while punching, retorts. Are you ordering me around? You want me to throw you into a pig pen or what? The fat guy senses the power around him and assesses Bo-ram, noting that since he is a special case, the effects hit him very quickly. Bo-ram is excited for the upcoming adventure. Let us start tomorrow. Do you have a plan? I really want to punch him straight. The fat guy replies casually, thinking there is nothing to it. Bo-ram still does not grasp the meaning. What do you mean? The fat guy straightforwardly states. What else? Baek Soo-hyu has only one weakness. Baek Soo-gi. Bo-ram begins to see the intriguing aspects of the upcoming fun, his eyes glinting with determination. Back in the car, a subordinate reports. I have spread rumors about that top guy. So what do you think Gi Bo-ram will do now? Hae-jin responds with a glance. Even with an overdose, he seems fine. No, maybe he is very fine. A new day dawns at school. The bell rings. Everyone greets the teacher. And people start discussing. Are you ready for the exam? The main character stretches and replies. What? Recently, I have only been fighting, at the training center and on the way here. His friend sitting next to him adds helplessly. You fight at the training center too. Oh. But did not you want to join the training center? The main character starts to seriously reconsider joining the training center. Right, Hanambi said it is quite effective. Hu Ding is surprised by the main character's decision. Digen is going to the training center. A top guy. Are you kidding? The main character questions his friends back. Why should not I join? The image of Echting caught eating in class is interrupted as someone complains. Hey, what are you eating all class long? He immediately responds. I am always getting kicked out of class, so I am just practicing eating quickly. That comment really made me pause. You know, in the end, Digan was very curious. But why was the tutoring center involved? My classmate hesitated to answer. Oh. About that, the familiar girl appeared nodding along, saying the tutoring center sounds good. We should do that to have more time. My friend Minsu scratched his head, saying, oh, I also want to join the prep classes. Digan can come with me too. Nam Chain began to think carefully about the future. That is right, I need to have a future after this project ends. So I need to go to college. But now the project is still ongoing. If I study at the tutoring center, it will probably cost quite a bit. Minsu's curiosity was piqued, wondering why I was so worried. Nam Chain replied, I am considering how much it costs. Right. Minsu quickly understood this concern, thinking, oh, that is it. Using money for education requires the consideration of die. I can't decide on my own. Well then, Minsu was determined and said, let me check it out. I also want to learn about it. Nam Chain replied, sure. Minsu excitedly reached for his phone to call. It rang just as he picked it up. Digan, Ho Dong or Dong Min both asked in surprise. Manho, what is up? Is there something going on? The startled Manho's eyes widened as he spoke hurriedly. Something big is about to happen, so we need to discuss it quickly. The conversation scene was being observed by a watchful eye. Sanjin strained to eavesdrop, wondering what they were talking about. Although I had said for Digan to find Jibo Ram, the plan has changed now because Soo-hyu is also looking for him. If I say anything to him now, it won't be good. Helping Soo-hyu will benefit me more. You are too inexperienced to take down Jibo Ram. You should sincerely thank me. Chung-sin slowly delivered a painful hit to Sun Jin and asked, Hey, I'm Sun Jin. What are you doing? Are you playing tricks again? What did you say to D-Gun yesterday? Tell me. Let me know quickly. Right after that question, Sun Jin ran awakely to avoid the truth. Do not get your hopes up. Frantically running away, various thoughts raced through Sun Jin's mind. This is a big problem. If Chun also wants to find Jibo Ram, they might find him before I do. Chun-sin was really frustrated, which is why Sun Jin had run off so fast. She positioned herself among the group of male leads, and the chatter erupted. Oh, so you hurt your own foot. Huh. Idiot. He quickly dismissed that issue and got back to the main point. No, that does not matter right now. Yesterday, I overheard Senior Chun-sin talking about Jibo Ram. At that moment, the sudden gaze recognized that Chun-sin was here, instructing everyone. Hey, everyone knows that pizza is really delicious, but Chun-sin tried to interrupt the conversation and asserted, Stop it. I know you eavesdropped on us yesterday. It is better to stay quiet. Chun-sin shyly approached the male lead and whispered, Come here for a bit. I have something to discuss. The house responded with surprise. What is up? Chun-sin looked at the number of eyes focused on her and was surprised. It felt a bit overwhelming. Look somewhere else. This is embarrassing. I just want to talk to Dagon. The voices gradually faded and became quieter. Come closer. What is going on? You know, can I trust you? This is not an order or anything. It is fine if you refuse. The crowd outside was really curious. What were they saying? And Manhwa, are you really in so much pain that you need a cane? Manhwa immediately showed by raising the cane high. Oh no, it is not that. I just wanted to try it out. It is not as cool as using a gun, but I think it could be a good weapon. The scene of Chun-Sin talking to the male lead was very lively, with actions varying from playful to serious. The expressions on Chun-Sin's face changed dramatically, making it extremely tense. Tears flowed, causing everyone to be confused. Look, she is crying now. The male lead, still not understanding, shrugged and said, speak clearly so I can understand. This way, I can't grasp it. The crowd shouted and looked at the male lead's actions. Getting annoyed. What is going on? Dagon quickly explained. Oh, she wants me to help. She started crying after saying just a few words. Chun-Sin wiped her tears while explaining. I am a bit overwhelmed. The crowd urged the male lead. You are really too cold. They also turned to ask the senior. What do you need help with? We are ready to do anything to stop your tears. This is corn cake. You can use it to wipe your tears. Chun-Sin might only be weak in front of our house. She growled and threatened the crowd. Get away, or I will kill you right now. Finally, the male lead understood Chun-Sin's intention, so she wanted me to be bait for Boram. Chun-Sin tried to sound pitiful, saying, I am really sorry. You are the only one I can ask for help. If you see Boram, I will find a way to get him out of there. I know it is quite dangerous, so you might refuse. However, my family quickly confirmed, no, I am willing, but I do not intend to be bait. So what can we do to lure Boram out? Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Seung-hun appeared and asked, are you all here? We could use Dagon to draw him out, which is not bad, but calling it a strategy feels a bit simplistic. Seung-hun just arrived and is already trying to show off. Seung-hun started to analyze the reality, noting that the variable here is Boram. Just as he was speaking, the elder sister reminded him, you should refer to him as senior. Ignoring the surrounding comments, Seung-hun continued, since Boram has juniors, we do not know if it is dangerous, but we have enough people. Right, so if Boram shows up as planned, that would be great. The male lead suddenly interrupted Seung-hun and reminded him, let us wrap this up. Everyone do what you want. And you, Seung-hun, I have something to discuss. Seung-hun was surprised and asked. About school. Private conversation began. You understand what I mean. Right, if you find his hiding spot, let me know. I need to meet Boram one-on-one. Otherwise, it will be dangerous for Chun-Sim and the Normans. Seung-hun understood and replied, okay. Got it. Even so, Seung-hun was still a bit skeptical. Dagon, are you okay? If it is just you, the male lead replied confidently. No problem. If there is no one around, it is less complicated. Just as those two were about to leave, they encountered another character. It was none other than BX Suzy. The male lead asked about her startled reaction. Why are you so shocked? Suzy gasped, covering her mouth upon seeing him. Completely different from her usual aggressive demeanor, the male lead intended to ask further. Oh, by the way, did you call yesterday? Suddenly, Suzy dashed away without responding. She walked off without looking back, leaving both the male lead and Seung-hun puzzled. Seung-hun curiously questioned from Dagon's position, what is going on between you two? The male lead bluntly replied. Nothing. Suzy continued to walk away, her hands tightly clenched. When she reached a secluded spot, she collapsed. Breathing heavily, fear gripped her heart. Thoughts tangled. Why is this happening? My heart feels like it is about to explode. My heart. My stomach. It hurts so much. I can't take it anymore. The scene gradually shifted to the rooftop. Soon-jin was struggling to climb, his figure writhing against the wall. Soon-jin thought to himself, in a place where Boram might be hiding. This is the third spot. This time, my instincts tell me it is here. It could be, if he is here, it would not matter. However, the real issue is that he is not here at all. Soon-jin hesitated. Should I call? He opened his phone, which rang throughout the room. The woman said loudly, Hey, you have a call. Boram replied, Leave it alone. She insisted, It is ringing. Get lost. After saying this, both of them collapsed onto the bed. I want to sleep more, the fat guy grumbled loudly. Going to sleep again. What is your name? Never mind. Go outside so we can get to work. Boram, wake up quickly. Buck, it is time. Boram quickly replied. Got some good sleep. Let us go. Soon-jin was trying to hold on to the walls, feeling off balance, thinking to herself, just like I thought. No answer. But upon closer observation, Boram had woken up and gone outside. Sun-jin began to make up her mind. Indeed. Let us go. Curious about where Soon-jin was headed, I will follow. However, things were not that simple. Soon-jin had been spotted by someone. Thankfully it was not just anyone. Startled, Soonjin slipped and lost her grip. Even her legs could not keep steady anymore. She collapsed to the ground, falling without any support. The guy was just as surprised that Soonjin fell so quickly. What? It is not my fault. Finally, Soonjin hit the ground. In pain, thinking to herself, I need to catch up with Boram quickly. Boram looked down and realized, what, is that Soonjin? The chubby guy began to follow behind out of curiosity. What is going on? Who is he? One of Suhik's lackeys. Boram smirked. Get up. We have a mission. But it seemed like your leg is hurt, so you can't run. Right. The scene shifted to the school. The school bus waved goodbye. I will be in touch. The current appearance of the school bus seemed quite suspicious. Norman Ho noticed the tension between Namjin and the school bus. Our home team was moving down the road. Suddenly, Soonjin stepped out. Hey, Dagon, I need to talk. Can you spare a moment? Namjin replied, I am really busy today. Soonjin nodded sadly. I know you are busy, but I just need a little time. 10 minutes. Can you give me 10 minutes? Our home team finally agreed. Okay, let us talk while walking. The chubby guy started to follow Bake Susie and began asking questions. Who is that? I see Bake Susie always alone. The other lackeys were confused. What should we do? The chubby guy picked up the phone. Call Boram. Yeah. Boram. Boram arrogantly asked. What? Why so serious? Who is the guy with her? Beat them up or tell them to follow you. Bring Bake Susie to me. As soon as Soonjin heard Bake Susie's name, she was shocked. What? You bastard. What do you want with Susie? Do you think you can get away with this? Boram, looking at Soonjin's face, replied. Interesting. You are still quite strong. The chubby guy's lackeys questioned. What did he say? The chubby guy replied. Who knows what is in his head? Let us just follow them. We will get out of the alley and head straight to the main road. Then we will take down that guy and corner Bake Susie. 78. The sounds continued ringing out. You remember me now? That bastard Sehun Hoon was bringing fruit to flatter Haejin, who looked displeased and spoke up. Oh, good thing the kid was standing behind watching everything back then, along with that guy in the blue outfit. So now you want to know where G. Boram is hiding? Huh, I do not know. Smooth talking Sehun Hoon continued. The truth is, I heard from a friend. He said you know. That is why I came here. You did not say anything to protect Senior Susie. Right? Hagen smiled. Satisfied. Come here, kid. Hagen used his massive arm to choke Sehun Hoon and barked, You cocky little brat. How dare you act all high and mighty? What about Chun Sim? Should I let you sleep for a few days? Sehun Hoon struggled to raise his bright phone, words spilling out continuously. Senior Chun Sim and I are also trying to find a way to meet Senior G. Boram. We are planning to use Dagon as bait to provoke G. Boram. Although it is a risky move, we might actually get to meet Jai Boram. He is definitely going to get dragged into this. Haejin shoved Sehun Hoon aside, his tone firm. I have warned you all, but it seems you do not know fear. Haejin's gaze once again fixed on Sehun Hoon, asking, So what do you mean? Sehun Hoon could only force a smile and replied, If you give us information, we will act quickly to ensure Chun Sim does not get involved. We will decide the timing ourselves. Haejin still had many doubts, glancing back and forth as he asked, So what are you going to do? To this question, Sehun Hoon calmly responded, It is simple. Dagon will go to meet J. Boram. Would not that be better for you? The scene shifts to G. Boram's location. A threatening voice rings out. You really are pathetic, Han Sanjin. G. Boram's arm gripped Han Sanjin's hair tightly, saying, If I beat this kid up, nothing will change. Baek Soo-hyuk won't care, but if I kidnap Baek Soo-hee, he won't be able to sit still. That sounds much more entertaining. Han Sanjin's bloody face gradually rose, his voice rebutting, No, Soo-hyuk will come to save me, so do not drag Soo-hee into this. G. Boram's punches were brutal, especially for weak Han Sanjin, each hit causing him immense pain. I am not asking for your opinion. You dog, Sanjin said, bloodied but still trying to fight back. You bastard. You will regret this. Let me go and I will show you. J. Boram usually did not let anyone outsmart him, but his demeanor changed upon hearing Han Sanjin's words. What the hell are you talking about? And Sanjin's words were quickly silenced with tape. Boram warned, Soon, I will make you scream like a little girl. When Baek Soo-hee arrives, remember to scream loudly. The scene slowly shifted to a sunny day. The main character and Soo-hee walked forward, the atmosphere feeling quite tense. To break the tense atmosphere, Dagon decided to speak up first. Feel free to say whatever you want. It has been over 10 minutes of silence. Soo-hee was surprised. Really? That fast? Our side is getting anxious, reminding us constantly. We do not have much time left. Finally, it was time for Soo-hee to speak up. Okay, here's the thing, in her mind. She was thinking about all the things she wanted to say to him, but why could not she open her mouth? Her words were hesitant. The thing is, there is a short-statured senior. The main character guessed, talking about Chun Sim. Right, Soo-hee confirmed. Yes, that is right. Chun Sim, in Soo-hee's mind, everything became chaotic. She wondered, Is he called Chun Sim? Why does not he use honorifics? Suhee quickly recalled a show she had watched, where someone on TV said that to attract someone older than you, you should talk without using honorifics. Another character curiously asked, "Oh, why is that?" The answer is, if you drop the honorifics, it creates a sense of closeness and intimacy. When you were a teenager, did you use that method? Haha. Of course, the words always echoed in bitch Suhee's ears. The last time I met her, I spoke informally. Haha. And then what? At that time, Suhee was still doubting herself, just muttering questions like, "Come on, I always talk casually with everyone. I did that because they seemed easygoing. Do other people talk like that?" Back to the current conversation. Suhee spoke softly to our friend. "Do not misunderstand. And listen to me, now I'm asking you this out of curiosity. I mean no harm at all." The main guy did not want to say much, just nodded. "So, what do you want to ask?" Suhee's question came out shyly. "What is the relationship between you and that person?" The main guy was a bit confused. Scratching his head, he asked back, "What kind of relationship are you talking about? It is just senior-junior. Nothing else." However, with Suhee's suspicious nature, her words were quite harsh. "You are lying. If there is nothing, then why did not you speak formally? She is older than you." Just when the two were exchanging words, a guy suddenly lunged at Suhee's position. This guy was completely taken down. His body swayed and then fell flat on the ground. The main guy shot a sharp look at the opponent. "If you are not holding that, just one hit will do. If you are holding it, then 2 hits. This made the fat guy holding the glass bottle freeze in fear. The phone lit up with a message from Hansanjin, listing 5 places he could be hiding. "Before sunset, I will check all those spots. If there is any information, I will text you back at 6 p.m. However, Suhee looked at the clock. It was already past 6 p.m. and she still had not received any information. The car was gradually moving closer. It felt like they were getting very close. Suhee's eyes began to notice something unusual. A call from the manager came in, and he hesitated, wondering whether to answer or not. In the end, he chose to walk away, tugging at his shirt, completely covered, looking very mysterious and sneaky. The rain on the other end only received beeping sounds. The phone number was unreachable. Jun sensed things were spiraling out of control, so he ordered his men, "Check it out." The guys received the order and hurriedly jumped over the wall. He strained to peek through the door. However, he did not sense any movement. It seemed no one was home. Witnessing the series of confusing events, Jun was even more perplexed. "What are you planning to do? This backsuit seems to have new intentions." Meanwhile, Suhee was looking at the opponent with a disdainful look. She said, "Smart one." This fat guy was secretly using his phone. The main guy received the information. His legs slowly moved closer to ask, "Oh really? Hey, if you are awake, talk." Our friend got closer and pinched the opponent's ear. "You know what I want to ask, right? Tell me from the beginning to the end. Do not leave anything out." The fat guy gradually fell into a state of utter confusion. His words stumbled. "Where should I start? First, I was born into a wealthy family." Suhee irritably cut in, "That is not it." Our friend interrupted, "Give me the phone first." The phone quickly found its way into D-Good's hands. Thanks to the information in it, he discovered it was linked to Jiburam. Suhee could not hide her surprise and asked back, "Wait, Jiburam planned this, stopped on his own. I know he is pretty crazy, but lately, he seems quiet. Did he eat something?" The current opportunity was quickly seized by the main character, who instructed the fat guy, "Good, now I will take this, and I will make sure it gets to where it needs to go." The fat guy slowly did not understand the issue. Muttering, "Where it needs to go?" D-Good seriously asked, "You know where he is, right?" "Where's Jiburam? I will go meet him myself." The fat guy was still trying to force the issue in front of our house, saying, "I do not know." The main character, feeling annoyed, warned, "I won't repeat myself." A pill was soaring high, quickly dropping into Jiburam's full mouth. He seemed to be getting crazier, staring intently at Hansanjin and saying, "I really can't wait. I wonder when they will get here." At this tense moment, Bitch Soo-hik was on the move. The main character and Suzy were also in a very tense situation. All eyes were on Jiburam, the guy high on G-Gem. "I can't wait any longer." The main character traced the locations on the phone. He advised Suzy, "I will go alone, you go home." Suzy looked surprised and asked, "What?" The main character irritably reminded her, "Give me the jacket." Suzy still refused to listen, explaining, "You do not know what that place is like. How can you go there alone? Plus, this is also between me and my brother." The main character firmly insisted, "No, this is my issue." Suzy clung tightly to Degurn's jacket. Seeing the situation was taking time, he prepared to leave, saying, "Then just bring it to me at school tomorrow." Just as the main character was about to leave, Suzy could not help but grab him. With a worried expression, she said, "Please, at least let me go with you." The main character immediately changed his stance, putting 2 guys on Suzy's shoulders, speaking sincerely to make her understand. "Did not you see? You are their target. There could be trouble. If you follow now, you will be in danger. I have a responsibility in this too. Susie was easily swayed. The two words responsibility made her heart flutter. Are you responsible for me? The two of them exchanged words. Just close your eyes for a moment. Susie kept thinking about distant things with sparkling eyes. She responded, our relationship still stands. The main character softly advised, just a little bit. In this moment of closing her eyes, Susie seemed to have countless thoughts asking herself, why do I have to close my eyes already? I have not even confirmed anything. I do not know. I can't wait any longer. But as soon as Susie opened her eyes, in front of her was Degorn rushing ahead. It turned out to be just a psychological game the main character set for Susie. She got furious and shouted loudly, I want to kill that person. Wait for me. The main character glanced back at Susie, thinking to himself, is he really chasing after me? Then he had made a decision for this situation. A sudden burst of speed, and Jiang is nowhere to be seen. Jiang sprinting truly leaves Susie helpless, standing there mumbling about how he really is, but she also knows the address. Right, she opens her phone and starts to act, first needing to inform her brother. Then she will figure it out later. However, before taking action, Susie feels a worry. If those two meet, her brother will definitely ask questions like, do you like someone? Who is it? Meanwhile, at her house, they are always adamant with their remarks, calling Susie to come back. Susie immediately feels anxious, asking, can't you drop this? As soon as her brother answers the phone, Susie is so scared that she hangs up right away. After all, Susie is feeling very jealous. Those two might end up fighting, and she can't let that happen. Even if her brother does not know anything about Degun, Degun will still seek him out. But earlier, Degun went alone, and she is really worried about it. What should she do now? Susie is still very confused. All she knows is to pull her hood up and run. The murmurs still echoing. She does not know what to do anymore. Her head feels like it is going to explode. Sook is heading to Boram's place, grabbing the landlord by the collar, who is terrified. Please spare me. I do not know who Boram is. How could I know who rented the place before? Susie's phone keeps ringing. Her brother is calling her. She is scared and worried. What should she do now? Really, what should she do? After hesitating for a moment, she picks up the phone. Hello, brother. Meanwhile, she is running straight ahead. Glancing around nervously, he realizes Susie is no longer chasing after him. At the same time, the phone rings again. It is Sung Hoon calling. He quickly answers the phone. The scene shifts to the town under the blazing sun. Boram's underlings are sitting around, discussing things. If you do that, what am I supposed to do? The fat guy replies angrily. What do you want me to do? Can't you see I have been trying to find a way out? A skinny guy complains. If that guy loses to Boram, will I still be standing here? Still, the fat guy tries to reassure his teammates. Don't worry, you know me, everything is just a lie. Even the address is fake. The skinny guy is still questioning. What about my phone? They took my phone. The fat guy scratches his head. Confused, I believe they will go to the fake address. As for the phone, just buy a new one. It is cheaper than your life, he confidently says. The others are very curious about the fat guy. What address did you give them? If they find out you are lying, they will come back here. The fat guy snaps back. You fool. Do you think I am going to stand here waiting for them? He confidently declares about his place. He will take the consequences. He gave them the address of the area where they stayed last year. This address is the karaoke room. They have kicked us out of the money-making area. Remembering this, the fat guy reassures himself. That is not important. You know how the big shots in that area are. They won't let anyone survive. That guy will be beaten to a pulp. The skinny guy feels very excited about the ongoing events. His words come out satisfied. And everything will fall into the hands of those there. They will make a ruckus, and they can't do business anymore. Hey, our fat buddy is like your gi. Strategy. I heard those guys are really smart, and it is true. Thoughts flashed in the fat guy's mind. Wait, the next opponent of Biksu Hik, the jerk Biksuji mentioned earlier, is Kwon Dagon. Right, are those two the same guy or different? After chatting for a bit, these guys moved forward to find Biksuji. Maybe that jerk Kwon Dagon is just there alone. Lights began to appear, banners filled the area, the cold night fell, and Suji grew more and more scared. Where is this place? Where's Dagon? He got here before me. Right, after looking around for a while, Suji still did not see anyone. Why can't I find anyone? A disgusting snorting sound emerged. An old man shouted. Are they letting a young person work here? Suji screamed in fear. What the hell is that? The old man kept talking loudly. Is the girl here to work? Do you have any guests yet? If not, come to my room. Suji grew more uncomfortable hearing those weird words. This guy is nuts. What the hell is he talking about? The scene where Kavan would not stop. The old man's hand grabbed Suji. Let us go. The taste of claiming a beautiful young girl like you is really too frustrating. Suji slapped the guy hard across the face. That crazy bastard. How dare you touch me, you dirty old man. The strong slap earlier made the old man go dizzy. He yelled, You dare to hit a customer. I am a VIP customer. How can you? He was determined not to let this slide. Yelling, Where's the manager? I will call the cops. There is a young person working here. The manager quickly came out and asked what all the noise was about. We have not even opened yet. The old man squinted, pointed straight at Suji, and said, What is this? What kind of manager are you? Do you think I want to spread the word? Do you want me to close the place down? The manager shouted to everyone. Calm down. We have not opened yet, so please leave. The manager ordered the other staff. Hey, take him away. The old man stepped back, still yelling, I won't let this go. I just got hit after getting rid of that guy. The manager turned to Suji and asked, So, who are you? Here for an interview. Suji still did not understand what interview. The guy added, Aren't you here to apply for a job? We do not hire students. The manager's subordinates whispered nonsense. Boss, look at her tits. I have already prepared a contract for you. The manager slapped the subordinate and scolded. You idiot. Do not talk like that. Sorry, the strict manager warned. If you walk around talking like that, they will call you a loudmouth. Doing business illegally means everything has to be done against the law. Things like fake documents are just too much. Suji looked at the conversation in front of her, silently thinking, I should take this chance to escape. Suji's thoughts were interrupted by the manager. Where are you going? Listen to what I have to say. A girl working here can't do that. This brother can offer you a different job. It would be more convenient if we met privately to discuss. What do you think? Do you want to? Things are getting out of control. Suji stands frozen. What is he saying? Why is not he letting me? Curious sounds keep rising. When will Bika Suji get here? Based on the current situation, these guys are discussing among themselves. Just to be sure, I need to cover all tracks. One question arises. Have you heard anything from the kidnappers yet? Not yet. They are not answering their phones. Suddenly, Chun Sim asked, Is bitch Suji coming here? I am her fan. She is amazing. We should follow her on social media. These guys suddenly ask, Why are you still here? Chun Sim laughs and replies, Why not stay? Those guys can to stop giving orders. Are not you scared? This is your sister's flower garden. Right. Hey, this place is really scary. How old are you? I am 20, the girl responds. Then we are the same age as my sister. Haha. What are you talking about? This disgusting guy suddenly has a pang of conscience. Hey, what should I do? I feel too guilty for bitch Suji. She is about to face a jerk and end everything in front of a fan. The rain outside the door is getting heavier. The group is confused, wondering if someone is coming. I do not know. Open the door. The cautious guy replies, How can I open the door when I do not know who it is? Turns out it was the delivery person's knock. Chun Sim excitedly runs outside. Oh, it is me calling. The textbook order. She quickly receives the package with a thank you. Thank you. The others, seeing her receiving the package, become curious. What are you doing? Is this your home? She does not answer but invites, Want to eat with me? The other guy is still puzzled about Chun Sim's actions. Damn it. How did she know the address to order? This is not a place just anyone can enter. After a series of suspicions, these two start asking about the food. Is it good? Give me some. I am hungry too. How come I can eat? What else did you order? The rain outside is getting louder, making this guy more suspicious, asking, What else did you order? Chun Sim looks confused and replies, I did not order anything else. The situation is becoming tense. So who is out there? As the door opens, a question arises. Where is Ji Boram? In the scene on the other side, a punch is landing straight on the opponent's face, blood appearing at the same time. That brutal punch quickly sends the guy falling to the ground, his body swaying. Suzy still does not understand what is happening in front of her, her eyes bewildered. She thought it was the main character. She expresses, You startled me. However, she quickly realizes that the figure standing behind her is not Dagon but her brother. Suhai, are you okay? The worried staff rush to support the boss. Big bro, are you alright? The boss then orders irritably, Catch them. Suhai feels extremely uncomfortable seeing his sister being bullied, his voice lowering. You dare use that filthy hand to touch my beautiful sister. Is it your right hand? Then you want to be able to use it for 10 seconds. Tell me, who are you guys? Our guy appears at the door, interrogating, Where's Ji Boram? The other guy starts to panic. He does not even know who our guy is. A sudden kick flies straight toward him. The kick surprised everyone sitting there, their jaws dropping to the ground. The girl with the same name was confused by Nam Chan's appearance, questioning, Who are you? Why are you looking for Boram? Nam Chan did not even want to hear that question. He started making predictions around. This is definitely the place. Lai Sung Hun confirmed it. It seems like, is someone in there? The underling quickly glanced to stop Gun. You punk. Who do you think you are barging in here? Boram began to trigger sounds from outside. He held a weapon in his hand, mumbling, What is going on out there? The door swung open, and Nam Shijin kicked that staff member through the doorway. The once calm scene suddenly turned chaotic and disorderly. Sun Jin Nuo's gaze shifted forward. He was bewildered by Nam Chun's appearance. Kundigum. How did he get here? No matter what the surroundings were like, as soon as he stepped in, he challenged, "You are Ji Boram, right?" "What the heck? Why is Ham Sun Jin here?" That jerk Ji Boram raised an eyebrow, his dramatic tone matching his words. "I am Ji Boram. Do you know him? What do you want with me?" That question made Nam Chun hesitate a bit. What is going on? Like in previous actions, he took a step forward. A punch formed in his hand, ready to strike. On the opposite side, Ten Boram was no easy opponent. His muscular arm tensed with a metal rod in hand. In this speed confrontation, his punches always reached their target faster. He confidently declared to his opponent, "No need to know." 80. Like in previous actions, he took a step forward. A punch formed in his hand, ready to strike. On the opposite side, Ten Boram was no easy opponent. His muscular arm tensed with a metal rod in hand. In this speed confrontation, his punches always reached their target faster. Another punch aimed to counterattack. The gun struck right at Boram's ribs. The strong, precise punch quickly left his opponent breathless. Continuous punches rained down on Ten Boram's face. Nam Shin was getting more aggressive, the frequency and speed of his punches increasing remarkably. Both sides were measuring each other up, their arms forming powerful punches. However, his legs kept moving at full capacity, landing a strong kick to the stomach. It sent Boram flying without hesitation. His massive body slammed against the wall, an annoyed expression on his face. Boram began to marvel at his skill. "Whoa. You have got me impressed. I am starting to feel excited now." To get into the vibe of the match, he gradually senses something unusual. "You have taken some drugs or something." "Right," Boram responds nonchalantly, running a hand through his hair. "What you mean is the stuff I got from the club." "Right, I do not get why you are so fast, dude. But it is nothing special." While talking, Boram pulls out a piece of gum. The main character starts to think carefully about the match. Earlier he threw a punch with such force, yet he did not make a sound. After chewing the gum, Boram feels even more energized, stepping forward with a series of questions. "Why did you come here?" He also glances at Sun Jin, who is trying to shout through the tape. "What do you want to say? You jerk." Eventually, Boram figures out Dagon's identity. "Oh, you mean this guy? He is the one from the rumors, stronger than Bachik Suhik. Huh, whoa. Finally, I found someone who matches my vibe." Sun Jin senses something's off as thoughts arise. "Hey, he took drugs earlier, and now he is taking more." Boram mutters some confusing words. "So you did not come to fight at the club, but to find me." "Right, lucky for you. I am in the best shape right now." "Come here." Appetizer. "I am going to play with you a bit." Scene shifts outside, where the sun is still shining brightly. Sun Jin thinks to himself, Dagon must have arrived by now. I should head there too. Although Dagon told everyone not to come, how could I miss such an exciting fight? Just as Seung Hun is about to leave, his gaze meets the trio, No Mano, Jong Min, and Ho Jom. Seung Hun begins to predict. They must be heading to the hospital now, but it is pointless for them to go there. But if I do not tell them, then it is really... Hagen tightly grips his poor ear. The sound rises. "Calm down already. Whoever wants to step up first, come forward." "Hurry up. Who is it? Speak up." Jongmin senses something is off and thinks, "We can do this. Let us go." No Manho extends his arm to pull him back. "Wait, do not go." Hu Jong adds, "I do not want to die yet." No Manho whispers to the other two, "Let us all go together. He is alone. Plus, he is injured. If we grab him together, he won't escape. Then we will interrogate him and get information out of him, maybe even more." He Jan, lying in the hospital bed, chimes in, "I heard everything. I will take one as an example. Who is stepping up first?" No Manho quickly jumps up. Hagen cheerfully says, "It is you." "As expected, so I will beat you up." However, No Manho did not jump up to fight. He brought paper and a pen, asking him to help us. Senior. Hagen feels quite confused. No Manho keeps saying confusing things. "I heard there is not just one person there, but an entire organization. It is too dangerous for Dagon to go alone. Dagon is indeed strong, stronger than anyone I know. We might not get anything from him and just be a nuisance to him, but even so, it is still a very dangerous place. I can't let my friend go there alone." The confrontation between our team and Boram's is still very tense. This girl peeks over, curious, wondering what is going on. "Should we stop them?" The subordinate replies, "Do not go in. You will just cause them trouble. I do not know who that guy is, but Boram will be fine. They can handle it themselves. So just stay put and relax." That guy waves his arm, saying, "What are you doing? Come over here and lend me a hand." The two of them make some moves. "Alright." The girl seems very excited and says, "Whoa. Awesome." They stand up to observe the whole match. "We will stay here. If Boram wants to adjust the performance, we should just watch." Boram looks at the outfit of our team and asks, "Hey, are you wearing the Juryong High School uniform? Who are you? I do not think I have met you before." The main character felt annoyed by the questions and replied, "Do you want to fight or chat?" Boram quickly formed a punch, aiming straight for the main character's face. However, he was still blocked by our team. Blood trickled from Boram's nose as his body shook from the blow. His face was etched with anger. Daegun thought to himself, what a stupid attack. They continuously faced off directly, punches alternating back and forth. With each turn of the match, the main character carefully sensed and memorized. Just now he just took my punch and still managed to counter. Indeed, Boram is a tough character. Despite taking many hits from the main character, he still seemed very resilient, and his counterattacks were quick and powerful. Daegun's feet were firmly planted on the ground. With each punch that Boram threw, the main character anticipated and stayed one step ahead. That punch to the face always made Boram hesitate. The damage was enough to numb him. Neither of them was giving in, both throwing punches. The confrontation was incredibly fierce. Daegun felt a bit perplexed. This guy saw him throw a punch and still would not dodge. The battle between the two was getting increasingly intense. With varied and unpredictable fighting styles, this Boram would not let up on our team for even a second, and due to his low damage output, he kept trying to throw the strongest blows he could. The main character felt extremely annoyed as Boram charged at him, so he delivered an uppercut from below. Nevertheless, our team felt the counterattack was coming very quickly. Boram's punch was so fast it was hard to see, but the main character remained unaffected, his body completely normal without any blood. From Daegun's gaze, a few observations surfaced. Whoa. He kept targeting me, with punches and counteractions coming in rapid succession. The main character showed no mercy, always countering with quality punches, hitting right in the face. It made Boram grimace in pain. The counteractions from that guy were becoming more frequent. But unfortunately, they still did not deal significant damage to our team. The main character observed every move of Boram to conclude that he was exploiting being hit to launch his counters. It is truly incomprehensible. Boram was showing abnormal signs, his body moving erratically without clear targets. His movements had no trajectory of attack. He acted like a mad punching machine, with no punch landing directly on our team. Every moment and gesture was quickly caught and blocked by Daegun. The two of them were in a tense state during the fight, especially that name Boram, the ugly expression, the pent-up anger. Our guy's arm is always ready to strike the opponent's face. Daegun's gaze is fixed on the opponent. Thinking deeply, if Boram is still conscious, then he will dodge this blow. However, the punch from the protagonist once again hits its target. He truly did not expect what was happening in front of him. Boram keeps taking hits and then countering uselessly. Daegun is filled with doubts and a series of questions. It is hard to believe. Is this guy really out of his mind? The girl outside watching the match excitedly speaks up. Look, only Boram is taking the hits. Could he really be losing to that guy? He said he would not give up. The confused subordinate scratches his head. He must be trying to get hit on purpose. The girl still has many questions. What is going on? Is he dumb or something? Why ask such a question? I do not think so, the staff member comments quietly. He is just a little clueless. If someone just shuts him down or pins him, he won't feel a thing. Only when he feels the pain will he attack the opponent. Right now, it is like that. The girl really finds this situation strange. Even the subordinate is confused. Who knows? He is always like that. This woman seems very worried. But taking hits like that must hurt a lot, the subordinate explains. He personally does not feel that way. Probably just feels a slight pain. The punches our guy throws are becoming more and more frequent. Meanwhile, Daegun still feels something is not right in this tense confrontation. It is predictable that he takes a hit before striking, but recovering after taking damage, then seizing the opportunity to charge and timing it perfectly, is truly extraordinary. This Boram guy is rampaging, his punches becoming supercharged after taking hits. His massive arms combined with speed shine brightly. Boram's actions until now are something few ordinary people can achieve, along with the feeling, the pain of confrontation. Doesn't he feel any pain? Even after taking so many hits, he only seems to grow stronger. The protagonist's series of punches will become counterproductive if Boram maintains this state. Daegun has a plan in mind. Silently thinking, if that is the case, the next step will definitely be, the protagonist launches a punch close to Boram's face. His legs seem to be lifting to do something. The scene is very confusing. Boram's legs are flailing out to the sides, while the protagonist raises his arm high. Sanjin squints to see the situation. The two characters watching from the outside also pause. Puzzled, the actions of these two are becoming extremely unpredictable. Boram confidently declares, "Finally, I can see through your moves now." Boram's gaze becomes increasingly sinister. He stares directly at our guy and questions. "I did not expect you to block that hit. You were surprised by it too. Were not you?" The protagonist was immersed in the confrontation, analyzing the situation. Instead of dodging, the opponent retaliated accurately after taking a hit. Initially, his counterattack and that foolish fighting style were hard to understand. Boram's attitude grew more reckless after each blow, confidently declaring that if the next hit were any stronger, he would not be able to handle it. Daehol's gaze changed unusually, realizing many things internally. But now, I can see its effectiveness and that strategy. It only works when he reads my attack and movements. So he has read every move I made. Powerful punches slam into the opponent's flesh. The face is gripped by an arm and taken around, making contact everywhere. The other guy, terrified, screams for mercy. The scene becomes incredibly chaotic, with several staff members collapsing to the ground simultaneously. After a while of fighting, Soo-hyo confidently declares this is the last guy. He still worries about his sister Suzy. "Are you okay? Does anything hurt?" In response, Suzy affirms, "I've lied." Really? That said, Soo-hyo's curiosity kicks in. "But how did you get here? And why do you have that jacket?" Before Suzy can answer, he starts guessing. "Isn't he that a boys' school uniform?" Suzy dodges the issue, saying, "It is just my friends." Soo-hyo presses for more details, but his sister quickly changes the subject. "You do not need to know about that. Are we done yet?" Soo-hyo looks around, responding to check if anyone else is hiding here. Meanwhile, Suzy keeps glancing around, searching for Daegun. "This place is not right. I have searched everywhere and have not seen Daegun." Suzy recalls that chubby guy, and she becomes more certain he tricked them. She remembers the accusation from the chubby guy towards the main character. "Do you like that girl?" That comment makes Suzy brush off her doubts, thinking he does not seem like a liar. Then where could Daegun be? After checking for a while, Soo-hyo reports back, "No one else is here." Suzy still does not believe it. "Are you sure?" "Really? Let us go." Back to the fiery confrontation between Jebraham and the main character. That jerk arrogantly points and asks, "You are quite an interesting one. Unlike anyone I have met before." The main character replies, "Who could guess that strange fighting style?" Braham picks up his jacket, searching for something, mumbling, "I think you should join the underground fight scene, but I guess it is not necessary to go there. Those in the underground fights are just a bunch of weirdos, to be honest, except for one person, because he will soon be defeated by me." After a few words, Braham has 3 pills tightly in his hand. His gaze becomes sharper, his voice dripping with disdain. "So, I am glad to meet you. It has been a while since I have encountered someone as interesting as you, so I won to miss this chance." Daegun looks confused, reminding him, "Wait, you already chewed 2 pills earlier." Braham stands before Daegun's question, unsure how to respond. Sunjin silently ponders Braham's medication situation. He just took more than 2 pills. Using so many is very dangerous. However, Braham stubbornly replies, It is not too many. I've lied. It is better than being unable to strike effectively. I need its effect to satisfy my spirit. Against a stubborn opponent who disregards life like this, even our man is powerless to stop it. But if you keep using it, I think it will backfire on you." Braham fell into a state of excitement, his legs moving powerfully forward. A punch was forming along with a declaration. "If you want to know, go check for yourself." The main character's gaze captured the situation. A strong punch was launched to thwart Braham's frenzied actions. However, this guy is no pushover. His body is massive. His fierce and brutal face is full of cunning schemes. In direct confrontations, our man will always successfully strike the opponent first, decisively attacking with force. He can hit Braham hard enough to twist his face in anger. However, when Braham counterattacks, he is incredibly formidable. With a huge arm and pent-up strength, our man must be extremely careful with every move. How to block Braham's strike in time and deliver a punch to a vulnerable spot. The sharp gazes of both sides began to clash. The intense moment never paused as both sides struck, one suppressing the other without mercy. The main character was gaining the upper hand, his moves making Braham grimace. Once our man lands a hit, anyone should be afraid. A punch straight to Braham's face, instantly drawing blood. Braham's massive body was sent flying 2 meters from that punch. After the hit, Daegun warned his opponent, saying he did not care whether your spirit is rising or falling. "Anyway, it does not affect me at all." Sanjin, with half-closed eyes and a tight mouth, silently thought about the fight. It has only been a few minutes, and both have thrown so many punches. The girl watching the fight was also surprised. Why did he get sent flying like that? The subordinate was shocked by Braham, sweat pouring down, unsure of what was happening. The conversation suddenly stopped. After being knocked away, Braham slowly stood up, arrogantly asking our man, "Are you some kind of clown? Every time there is an opportunity, I seize it and attack. I really like your unique moves. You must be underestimating me." "Sorry, but it is really time now." Powerful running steps shook the ground. Braham was in an extreme frenzy. "I am making my move now. I am coming here." Braham radiating purple sparks, high as a kite. "I am coming with all my strength, putting everything into this move of Braham." However, that punch had a very predictable trajectory, and our man quickly dodged it. However, since he declared it the decisive punch, the next chain of actions showed no sign of stopping. He struck continuously with the aim of catching our man off guard. He kept attacking until Braham's hand reached our man's arm. It seemed like Braham was about to break the main character's arm. However, Daegun was not that simple. His eyes scanned the surroundings before moving his body behind Braham to avoid the direct blow. Once he escaped Braham's line of sight, our man took the opportunity to strike back. Braham's body reappeared once again. It seems like I am on the verge of losing in this showdown with the main character. Degorn still firmly insists in his mind that he won't give him a chance to counterattack. The main character can confidently assert that Braham is already much faster than before, thanks to that strange drug. Despite the opponent being stronger, the main character remains calm, restraining Braham's every move. Braham raises his body, throwing a punch straight at the main character. No matter how fast he is, he can touch Degorn before Degorn touches him first. His actions are incredibly indecisive and inaccurate. Other than his large build and continuous punches, Braham does not show any traits that surpass the main character. Every time their eyes meet directly, Braham's irritation is clearly visible on his face, contrasting sharply with our character man's calm demeanor. The excitement within him rises as he is getting hit by Degorn, blood spilling from his mouth. Trapped without an escape, the main character does not just stop at one punch. When he sees the opportunity, he will gradually wear down his opponent, especially with Braham. He does not even give him a chance to counterattack. The movements of the feet are also crucial. The main character observes every small detail in Braham's footwork. His intense gaze has detected something unusual. This time, Braham turns the tide, throwing a powerful punch that grazes Men's face. However, it was merely a brush of his hand in front of Degorn, leaving no damage at all. Seizing the chance, Degorn turns his face away, raising his arm to strike down from his elbow, promising double the strength and pain. Throughout the fight, the main character keeps thinking. Moreover, even when receiving a blow, he can still read his opponent's movements. This is not good. His agility is becoming increasingly light. That small pill really has an incredibly horrifying effect. The girl outside is too scared to look at the reality. What is happening? Boram is being pushed back. Is that right? Even that subordinate looks confused. I do not know either. Sanjin, with his eyes half closed, is flooded with thoughts. They want to be able to notice the difference from before because as a spectator, he truly wants to understand the differences in the match. Clearly, Boram has improved, but it is not just a matter of seconds. No, the speed differs from before. Even the instinct to fight has changed. Kwon Daegun, who previously dodged all of Boram's attacks, can't evade anymore and has to block them now. I have heard that Boram has a rather unique physique, but could it be that his skills have improved thanks to overdosing on drugs? It is unbelievable. The battle is becoming increasingly tense. Boram's legs rise before Men's face, making it hard to determine a clear victor. Boram looks even prouder, his gaze and expression making others feel extremely uncomfortable. The main character freezes, his body standing still without moving. Boram curiously looks around, asking, "What are you doing?" Now is the time to decide. Do not do anything stupid. Focus and watch. The gazes of both sides were incredibly tense, as if they wanted to swallow each other whole in that moment. Daegun's punches were back, and wherever his arm went, Boram's body twisted in pain, to the point where he could not help but turn his head back. With that same annoyed expression, Boram charged straight ahead. However, there was little progress as the main character intercepted the attack in an instant. Boram once again pushed his body back, struggling to regain his balance. Our man casually asked Boram, "Aren't you awake yet?" Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, eager to witness the unfolding of the fight. The two characters outside were taken aback by one surprise after another. Speechless, how could Boram do this? The main character questioned. "Did you just block my attack on instinct?" Boram's mind was in chaos, wondering to himself, "What is happening to me?" It felt like everything had started to crumble, as if he had been overwhelmed. Boram began to respond to Daegun's question. "Just me. It is not just me. Right, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you used this type of drug too?" Even Jin was surprised by the main character's strength and skeptical, thinking it made sense. Boram's gaze seemed to be eagerly awaiting the main character's answer. Our man confidently stated, "No." The other guy burst out laughing in disbelief, questioning, "You are not using drugs, then I would not be able to focus." Boram looked sharply at the main character. "What is your name again?" The scene shifted to a desolate dark area. A subordinate reported to Hiron, "Senior, Boram is fighting at the place of your residence, but the opponent is..." Hiron curiously pulled up the screen. "Show me." Indeed. Through the screen, the tension between the two sides was extremely high. Hiron casually smoked a cigarette while watching. He also instructed his subordinate, "Find Biki Soo-hik. Call me immediately when you find him." The subordinate quickly received the orders and coordinated personnel. "Go find Baek Soo-hee. Hurry up, let us go." The car began to move swiftly into the night. A different scene appeared, lights spreading everywhere. The car moved at an incredibly fast pace. Hiron sat in the car, mumbling to himself, "It has only been a little while. Is not it time for a break?" This Hiron seemed to be eagerly anticipating the arrival of Deagle's forces. Boram's gaze was extremely cunning, scrutinizing. Right, while our man's gaze remained fixed on confronting his opponent. Hagen was confused by the series of voices in his head. The car confirmed, "Deagle wants to go alone. Would not that be better?" while Hagen lay in the hospital bed. His conflicted thoughts did not stop. Normanho firmly stated to Hagen, "As friends, I can't let you go into danger alone." The more he thought, the more Hagen could not find peace. The thought echoed, "Friends, ha! How funny. How long do they think they can hold on to that friendship?" Nevertheless, Hagen was no longer stuck in that hospital bed. He stood up, speaking to the doctor. "I will pay for myself." The doctor was puzzled. "What?" But then he nodded and replied, "Okay." Gaborum was somewhat annoyed by the attitude of our side. Hagen was scrutinizing closely. "Huh. You are not answering me." Sanjin began his chain of curious questions. How did Hagen know Diganji's name? Was it because he was also in Sachianwanga, or because he participated in underground fights? Or what? Gaborum still had a frown with a series of questions. "Wait a minute. Your age. Ah, forget it. After this match I will find out." The next developments in the fight were just questions from Borum. "You said you have never used drugs. So let me ask you something. Do you know anything about possession? You have heard of it, right?" Tenji Borum's sharp gaze accentuated every word. "No matter what, the fact that possession can happen is just a myth. So what is the truth?" Digon's expression did not seem to change upon hearing his opponent's explanations. He continued speaking freely. "But you do not really care. Do you? Want me to tell you again? That is really a lie. To reach that state." While explaining, Borum's body became more aggressive, his fierce demeanor charging forward. Statement was firm, "So I must be strong first." The footage of Borum's body movement never stopped. He acted while trying to assert, "Let me tell you, that is not the truth." Hyen appeared. He asked Borum, "What is up?" That guy replied, "It feels like he is killing me." "What the hell is this?" Hyen insisted. "They call it possession. That is all I know." Borum was curious. "Possession? What the hell are you talking about?" The clothes on Hyen were quickly thrown off. His arm waved. "Come on. Instead of explaining, I will help you understand yourself. What does possession mean?" Their eyes met with tension. The two of them seemed ready to devour each other in that moment. Borum was throwing a direct punch. However, it was no different from previous times. The main character always accurately assessed the situation and dodged. Borum Sanjur was building up. His subsequent punches wanted to be more powerful but were lacking in strength. Everything was lacking precision. The punch was right in front of our main character's face. It seemed like it could take him down. But everything was not as imagined. Borum lost his balance. The final face fell. Losing focus, he had to voice his thoughts. "This bastard is like an eel, but I can still clearly see his movements." The main character's movements could be seen by Borum, but whether he could stop them was hard to say. Their arms intertwined without any mercy. Borum still asserted. He could see through the main character's actions. The moment of battle would reveal the truth. Whatever strike the main character made, Borum would counter. His exhausted appearance was drenched in blood. The clashes were getting closer. Both muscular figures were grappling like a storm. As of now, Borum was the one injured. Blood from his mouth could not stop flowing. The main character's massive arm and the opponent's relentless speed clash. The back-and-forth movement creates an intensely bloody standoff. Borum's wide-eyed glare is terrifying. The main character meticulously observes without hesitation. Punch lands squarely on Borum's nose. His handsome face quickly gets splattered with red. He is still frustrated, questioning in his mind, "Why can't I land a hit on him? Could this be fake stuff?" It is only now that Borum truly realizes the problem. Nothing seems different at all. Borum's punches are totally ineffective. His movements lack a fixed point of focus. Sanjin is genuinely curious about the main character's abilities. Borum is taking many hits. But what about Digun? What is his secret? Since I started watching Suhayuk's fights, this one is on a whole different level. The flow of time here feels just like a film reel, as if time has split and flows with their every movement, like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Instead of luck, precise timing is the decisive factor. This is a battle where both are acutely aware of time. It is as if they are completely absorbed in the moment. Both sides are nearly at a 50-50 standoff, swinging from 51 to 49. Each one takes turns gaining the upper hand. The punches keep coming endlessly. Just punching and punching, dodging and then getting hit, creating a chain reaction in the fight. And this effect keeps repeating. The one taking the most hits is none other than the loudmouth Borum. The punches dig deep into his face, leaving his opponent dazed. It is unbelievable for Sun Jin. This match is truly 1910. Talking about Borum's bloodied state in this fight, Sun Jin reflects. Borum's unique physique allows him to handle an overdose of drugs he has already stopped using, surpassing normal limits. Borum has reached that level. Our man is not falling behind either. With every strike from the opponent, the main character counters effectively and with great alertness. Even the punch Borum considers his strongest can take Dagon down. Although Borum has taken a large amount of drugs, he still finds himself overwhelmed by our man. He looks frail after absorbing those hits, his body crumpled on the ground. Dagon's gaze is fixated on every move Borum makes to keep the fight going. Sanjin is more surprised by the main character than ever. His curiosity piqued. Who is this young man really? The girl outside watches in fear, questioning if Borum is okay, wondering if he really won lose. The subordinate insists stubbornly. No way. I have never seen anyone take that kind of beating without reason. Plus, he has already taken quite a bit of drugs. The woman looks at the opponent with a confused expression. What is up with that stuff? The subordinate shakes his head. Unsure. Just knows that whoever sells it makes a lot of money. Curious. Why not give it a try? That statement was definitely Sungun's. He was there with the question. I did not arrive late. Right. These two characters, a guy and a girl, were startled by a fan. Shocked. Who are you? Who is he anyway? Sungun maintained a calm demeanor, scratching his chin. The question continued. What is going on? I thought there would be a lot of audience. But there are only two people here. Borum's subordinate looked visibly annoyed. The questions kept coming. Hey, I am asking you who you are. Sungun stubbornly refused to answer. Still puzzled. Can you give me more details about that drug? That subordinate began to show his irritation, gripping Sungun's collar tightly. You bastard. What the hell are you doing here? Sungun was not easy to let go. He yanked the opponent's hand hard, his cold demeanor causing the guy pain. Another guy suddenly burst through the door asking, why are you all here? The other guy was still being restrained, struggling in pain. Hey, you dog. What are you doing to me? The newcomer, witnessing how Sungun dealt with his comrades, felt afraid and hesitated. I have a stomachache, so I need to go to the bathroom. The other guy was annoyed and tried to stop him. Shut up and take care of this dog. Sungun looked at the chaotic scene and shouted. Come on, 2 against 1 and you do not feel ashamed. Suddenly, a fat guy appeared from nowhere. His high-pitched voice rang out. Make way. House Borum, is he inside? The guy sitting on the ground had not figured out his own life yet. Considering the situation, what about bitch Susie? The fat guy answered hastily. I do not know, do not ask me. This fat guy strained his eyes looking through the doorway. Mumbling, is anyone else here? What? Are they fighting? The fat guy did not expect the main character. That bastard, to come here, so my plan is ruined. The subordinate in Sungun's grip yelled out. Hey hell, do something to this guy, the fat guy. Not understanding. Asked back. Huh. Do what to him? You guys just stand there watching. Immediately after that command, the others started to move forward. Looking provocative. What is this? Should we send him off? The guy felt like he was about to be freed. Speaking confidently. Hey. Arrogant jerk. You think you can win 7 against 1? Sungun forced a smile as he responded. Well, 7 against 1 is a bit tough. However, with the voice and appearance of no Manhwa. Who is that? Sungun unexpectedly asked. You guys came here too. Dilling Min had just arrived and was already furious. Hey. Sungun, that bastard of yours. No Manhwa chimed in quickly towards Sungun. Luckily we arrived just in time. Is Li Gen still inside? Sungun rushed out to meet his friends and explained. Sorry, Li Gen told me to do this. Let us deal with these guys first and talk later. The others, upon hearing Sungun, could not help but laugh mockingly. Ha ha ha. What are you saying? Deal with whom? Do you think you can defeat us? Just with those friends who look like extras, plus a cripple. It is hilarious. If you want, I will let you go. If not, get lost quickly. Those guys were still at a loss, trying to push No Manho's group away. I said do not come in here. Get lost. What is wrong with you? No Manho, leaning on his cane, stepped further inside. Responding, if you can watch, then we can too. The rain of insults began. Why do you get to watch? Right after that statement, No Manho delivered a punch that sent the guy flying. Blood and chaos ensued. Try out my new weapons scent. Exong Hun shot a sharp look at the opponent, the one who was messing with the team. Look at that fool over there. Exong Hun landed a blow straight to the opponent's face. The scene here was becoming increasingly chaotic, and the others shouted in confusion. Let us take these bastards down. Brothers, Dongming Min and He Ding quickly moved into a ready position. Come on then. I will kill all of you. Just as the two sides faced off, a voice called out to stop them. Wait, He Gin officially appeared, reminding Ding Min's group that this place is too cramped. If they did not want to take too many hits, they should get out of here quickly. The fat guy started to shrink back upon seeing Hunyan. Why are you here? Hugon stepped forward and replied. It has been a while. Why would not I come? The fat guy looked around and mumbled. I did not mean that. Agian stared at the opponent, laughing loudly. Haha. My wound. Do you want to see if it is healed? The fat guy scratched his head awkwardly. No, it is not like that. With the authority of a big shot, Hugen raised his voice to address the surroundings. You guys are doing just fine. Are you listening? Gobung and the others froze in place. Yes. He Gian looked through the window and asked. Have they been fighting for long? The fat guy whispered back. I do not know. I just got here. Hugen Yan's gaze sharpened with the question. What about the drugs? The same old answer came back. I do not know. I just arrived. The battle scene was still tense, with the main character's kicks pushing Borum against the wall. That fighting scene excited the viewers outside even more. Borum was bewildered by the punches. asking himself, what is going on? I am clearly stronger now. His demeanor turned aggressive in an instant. Of course, I have immersed myself in it. I can even see things I could not see before, from dust to drops of sweat, and even falling blood. I see it all. His punches were thrown at the opportunity. The bloodied face struggled to get up. However, the situation remained the same. My team was still the quickest to strike. Borum wondered, why can't I hit them? This damn bastard. Borum was under the influence, throwing punches without hitting anything. He was lost in thought. I am sure I have immersed myself. Unfortunately, those thoughts were interrupted by a punch from Dijayan. He always knew how to push back the opponent, keeping just the right distance. In great pain, Borum struggled to get up. He seemed desperate, facing his fate, thoughts flashing through his mind. So, it is all just a simulation. The battle was gradually coming to an end. Hiron had said then that it was just a virtual reality effect, and now he would give him a vial of medicine. Borum was curious. Medicine? Could it be? Hiron interjected. You said you have many friends. I will give you enough, so let us go. Borum then asked further, if I take more than 2 pills. Hiron affirmed. Of course there are side effects, but that did not seem to be what Borum wanted to ask. He thought it should have double the effect. Hiron shot him a questioning glance. Haven't you researched it? Borum smiled slyly. In the current match scenario, the main character's a bit surprised to ask, what are you doing, you crazy guy? Pouring all those drugs into yourself, and just like that, he stands up boldly. Sanjin, frightened, says through the tape, Jay Borum has really lost it. He madly declares to everyone, I do not care about the real effects or illusions. Today I swear I will kill you. That is for sure. Suok tries to remind his sister, even though nothing has happened yet. You should still be careful, especially at this time. Before he finishes, Suji interrupts, yes, I know. She is not really focused on her brother's words but is constantly assessing the situation regarding the main character. I wonder if Dagon has found Jai Borum's hiding place yet. I have no way to find out. Just as she thinks about it, she suddenly shifts her gaze to her brother and asks, oh, and by the way, I am looking for his son Jin. Suhek is also confused, replying that he has not been able to contact him either. Why are you looking for him? Suji does not know how to explain. She does not ask, lost in her thoughts. Where could they be? The situation seems quite serious. Suhek can just stand still anymore. He instructs his sister, I will go search around the other places. Sujay, you should stay somewhere safe today. Don't go home because I can protect you there. Suji is becoming more and more anxious. So what should I do? Suhek instructs Suji carefully. Find a place safer than our home. I want you to be safe, so stay close to me. Hearing this, Suji angrily pokes her brother. So from today I am not free anymore. Right? From afar, someone speaks up unusually. Wait. That is, as soon as he sees Suhik, this group informs the other end. We found Suhik. I will proceed now. With quick instincts and awareness of the situation, Suhik realizes he is being followed, and he pulls Suji along. Let us move somewhere else. Hurry up. Suji still does not understand, her face confused. Why the rush? The group starts signaling each other. Send more people over. I will send the address right away. Sujay runs while fearfully looking back. Why are they chasing us? Sujay, confused, turns to her brother and asks, what have you been doing these days? You said that job pays well. Right? Suhyek, caught in a lie, can only reply, yeah. The situation is getting worse. Suhek thinks, running like this is not good. With you dressed like that it is hard to run. Let me carry you. As he runs, he speeds up, despite Suji screaming, brother, I am going crazy. What are you doing? Back at the center of the match between the main character and Borum, Jigan, confused, asks, what are you doing? The opponent becomes frantic. He is pouring a lot of drugs into his mouth. Hagan, standing outside, feels unwilling. His expression changes in a frantic rush inside. Jai Borum, what the hell are you doing? If you dump all those drugs. Before Hagan can finish his sentence, Borum charges at him violently, intending to hit Hagan directly. Just in time, Hagan manages to stop him. A swirling technique appears. Hagan does his best to block Borum's attack. However, it only reduces the direct damage, while his body continues to fall back uncontrollably. Borum coldly reminded, if you do not want to invite trouble, stay out of it. Hegian's eyes filled with helplessness towards the thick-headed Borum. This crazy guy, taking all those pills won't make you any stronger. Your body can't handle it. Despite Hegian's protests, Borum stubbornly declared, what do you know? Why should I listen to you? Hugon's arm seemed to be in great pain. He touched it as if he wanted to break the skin. Borum's bloodied face continued to look terrifying. He did not want to face Hegan anymore. Cursing, shut up and get lost. Borum focused back on the fight, reminding Namchiam, you have fought in many places. Right, so do not worry, let us just keep going. Before continuing, Namchin warned Borum not to overdo it, to which Borum laughed and replied, overdo it? I have not even started. Borum's head suddenly lifted high. his veins visibly bulging, his heart raced, and his body felt like it was on a drug high. Our hero slowly sensed the unusual signs from the opponent, his gaze carefully following. This Boram had truly reached a state of drug-induced frenzy, his eyes glaring uncomfortably. The body swayed as the drugs kicked in. D-Gun warned the opponent, "If you are like this, it will be hard to keep going. I may not know much about drugs, but overdosing like this makes it tough to fight." D-Gun urged Boram to stop, saying it is time to wake up. This guy was beyond help. He lunged quickly to take advantage of the opportunity against Nam Chun. Although surprised, D-Gun reacted quickly, raising his hand to stop the situation. Our hero was annoyed by this sneaky tactic. Because of this, he became even more determined to take down G Boram. With just one kick, D-Gun could push G Boram completely back. Unlike before, G Boram quickly regained his footing and charged in. His punches came out rapidly, eager to eliminate the opponent. The punches did not just stop at horizontal strikes. He also mixed in vertical punches from below. D-Gun whispered to his opponent, "What are you trying so hard to hit?" Indeed, J. Boram's punches seemed brutally powerful, but they were completely inaccurate. Our hero stood firm behind, feeling utterly helpless. J. Boram's arms became uncontrollable, wildly swinging punches around in hopes of landing something. The protagonist could feel the annoyance from the opponent's madness. He did not even bother to fight back heavily. Heijin watched from outside, looking confused and thinking, "What is the situation now? If he is not on drugs, I will be relieved. But it is hard to believe that after using all that, he is still fine." In the central battle, G. Boram raged, his eyes hollow as he threw punches. Our hero quietly confirmed about the opponent. Indeed, he had become unusual. The fat guy watched Hagen collapsed on the ground, mocking, "That guy is just ordinary." After speaking, he turned to point and order something to his subordinates. They quietly pulled out weapons, intending to ambush Norman Ho's group from behind. "You guys are dead." The situation is quickly coming under Norman Ho's control. However, before he could act, the other guys were knocked away instantly, and from somewhere a voice declared, "The battle has begun again." Norman Ho was utterly surprised to witness this appearance. "Master, that is Hanum B." The others were even more terrified, as more powerful figures began to gather. At the same time, Ella also stepped forward, making a loud noise. A bunch of half-wits. "Where's Boram?" Big Black observed the situation, thoughts racing, and now BLO is here too. The four elements have fully arrived. Heijin saw his teammate appear and immediately asked, "You are here? Huh. You are a bit late. Why did it take so long?" Before he could get an answer, Chun Sim rushed in with another question. "Where's Boram?" Heijin witnessed this appearance and was stunned. "Man, how did you get here?" Chun Sim ran quickly into the battle, calling out continuously, "Boram," despite Hagen trying his best to stop him. "You can't go in." Chun Sim paused and shot back. "Huh. Is something wrong? She is very stubborn." Bluntly declaring, "How ridiculous. Why can't I go in?" She ran faster and faster. Just as she was running, Hanum Bae stopped her in time, and Hagen breathed a sigh of relief. "Good job, Hanum Bae." Namba wanted to pull Chun Sim out, but she resisted, not wanting the worst situation to unfold. Heijin held Chun Sim's hand tightly, advising her, "Calm down. We can't do anything now. Right now, we can only watch." Chun Sim was not happy with that idea. She jumped up and said, "What? Just standing here watching them fight?" Hagen helplessly advised, "Oh my god, please be quiet and just watch. If you try to interfere now, she will just rebull for days." Chun Sim, wake up. Do you think you can control the situation now? The more you act like this, the worse it will get for him. Have you ever felt that way? Chun Sim stopped, tears in her eyes, replying that she understood that feeling. But Il saw Chun Sim tearful and ran over, grabbing Hagen by the collar. "What is wrong with you? Do not say things like that to Chun Sim. I will kill you right now." Hagen, irritated, shifted his arm to grab Il's hair. The challenge came pouring out. "Do you want to die? I did not tell you to leave Bae alone. Did I?" The two started exchanging blows. The sound echoed. "How dare you speak harshly to Chun Sim like that? That is too dangerous." "You fool. I can protect her." Big Black stood outside, instructing his underlings, "Do not fight. Just stay quiet and watch." "Got it." Hanam Bae took the opportunity while the two were noisy, advising Chun Sim, "I understand how you feel right now, but at this moment, we should let Ji Boram choose for himself, no matter if he wins or loses. We should just sit back and watch." After a while, Chun Sim understood the issue, nodding her head. "I know. I understand now." Hanam Bae suddenly curiously asked, "By the way, how many hits has he taken already?" Yulil, who was fighting, could not help but ask further. "Yeah, that is right," as everyone was confused. The girl who had been observing the match from start to finish came closer and affirmed, "I know." This woman vividly describes Boram's experience with taking the medication. "At first, he only took a little bit like this, then he took a lot like this, and eventually, he poured the entire bottle into his mouth." Hanam Bae was stunned when he heard this news. Completely overwhelmed, Chunsim did not quite understand these medications. Her mind was racing with questions. What is wrong? That can be good. Right? Anambi's face fell. His mind was filled with heavy thoughts. No matter how special Jibo Ram's physique was, this was still too dangerous. Thankfully, he was not experiencing any drug shock. Using it with moderation can be beneficial, but overdosing is quite dangerous, like a horse that can't fly. No matter how many wings you attach, everything has its limits. If he overdoses, the side effects will be significant. The body exceeds its tolerance. The mind will lose clarity. The body will completely regress and become sluggish. Chunsim still could not fully grasp what Nambai meant. I do not understand it well. Nambai explained it in detail again. Simply put, it is like he is fighting underwater, so he wants to be able to control his body as he wishes. As time goes on, it will feel heavier and heavier, sinking deeper, because his body is completely out of control. The woman was worried, clasping her hands, mumbling, so what will Boram do while he is underwater? Jibo Ram still maintained that bloodthirsty look, throwing punches at Dagon. His eyes and face were covered in blood, exuding an intimidating aura. The punches kept coming rapidly. Whether they connected or not was up to chance. Overall, his punches were very well executed. It just felt like his hand movements were not quite accurate. That is why Jibo Ram was not landing continuous hits, and his body did not show a single drop of blood. He still had time to assess his opponent. He was in a daze. The chaotic spirit was something I noticed in the other members of the 4 elemental forces. But this guy, his madness was evident, even more terrifying than all the other members. Jibo Ram was completely immersed in it, to the point where he lost all control of his body. While facing off against the main character, Jibo Ram became disoriented and lost his direction. His rationality could no longer control his body. The punches thrown were aimless. He was just punching without a specific target. This was the immersion Bo Ram mentioned later. Everything was becoming useless from this moment on. The main character threw a punch straight to the opponent's face, which was the way for Bo Ram to gradually realize it did not bring any benefits anymore. Bo Ram's body was completely like it was sinking underwater. The heavy body was out of control, while the main character seized every opportunity to punch that heavy body. Bo Ram's arm movements were no longer as coordinated and quick as before. He took a brutal punch from our side. Right after this vicious hit, Jibo Ram's body went limp, unresponsive. He waited for a moment before striking, feeling completely off balance about everything around him. His sense of punching faded, as if the targets were right in front of him, but the distance between them was immense. Jibo Ram could not have imagined she would become so wildly disoriented. Our side spoke softly. He would soon self-destruct, but I will also take action to end the fight. The main character controls this match, launching a flurry of strikes. Bo Ram's body fell back. Our side watched, the piercing gaze of a victor. Finally, Jibo Ram sat down on the ground instead of appearing bloodthirsty and fighting back after taking hits from Dagon. The two, Haejin and Il-ul, immediately stopped the fight. Chunsim and Nambae focused their eyes on the match. The girl and the chubby guy were no exception. Staring intently, Chun-jin, half awake, had to see the current situation clearly. Everyone was quite surprised by what was happening. The main character looked at the opponent who was down and spoke. Thanks to you, I know a bit about it now, but I still have questions. Like, what is up with you? And even my name. It all stems from Buck Hee-jun. Right. The car gradually moved into the night. The faint sound of the car door opening echoed. Inside, Daegun rushed toward Jibo Ram, quickly asking, is it Book Hee-jun? San-jin began to have thoughts related to this. If it was Book Hee-jun, then, Jibo Ram's arm twitched on the ground. The main character interrupted. Don't he get up? The fight is over. Chun-sim still did not fully understand the situation and asked, what is wrong with him? Haejin confirmed, he can't take it anymore. Just then, a figure appeared, catching Haejin's attention. Hee-jun arrived, smirking. I think I just heard someone mention me. His familiar tone made Daegun turn to look. Hee-jun officially came to provoke our side. Daegun, what did you just say to me? Suzy turned to see a group of people in black chasing after them, saying, those bastards, are they really after us? Then she turned to Baek Soo-hee, asking, hey, what have you been up to these days? Doing some high-paying job or something? Baek Soo-hee did not respond, instead hoisting Baek Soo-ji onto his shoulder and saying, let me carry you so we can run faster. Baek Soo-jae cried out, ouch. That hurts. You are squishing my chest. Baek Soo-hee replied, just bear with it a bit. Just as they were escaping, the black-clad figures blocked their path, and Baek Soo-hee halted. One of them said, Baek Soo-hee, the director is looking for you. Be quiet and come with us. Baek Soo-hee let Soo-ji down. She looked confused, glancing from the black figures to Baek Soo-ho, asking, what is going on? Who are these guys? Do you know them? Are they gangsters? Baek Soo-hee replied bluntly. Yeah. Hearing this, one of them said, hey, be careful with your words. Who are the gangsters here? Seeing this, the guy behind covered his friend's mouth and said, hey, watch your mouth. The leader of the gang then tried to be conciliatory. explaining. Calm down. We are not gangsters. Please do not say that. It damages our reputation. Then he looked at Baek Soo-higyu and said softly, Who? There seems to be a misunderstanding here. We just want to take you for a getaway. Why are you reacting like this? I do not know what you want, but you understand things well, so just do not say anything and come with us. Baek Soo-higyu did not respond, radiating a strange aura of death. The men in black seemed to sense this discomfort, and they thought to themselves, Damn it, why is he so quiet? You are really worrying me. Please, do not stay silent anymore, just follow along and do not create a fuss. I am begging you. Baek Soo-hee remained silent and turned to Suzy, saying, Suzy, can you step over there for a moment? Suzy looked at her brother in confusion, and the men in black began to feel worried as well. Finally, Baek Soo-hee smiled under his hood and glanced at the men in black, saying, All right, it is really dangerous to stay here. The men in black started to sweat in fear, thinking, Oh no, this is bad. Damn it, this is really serious. At that moment, a pair of feet, both strange and familiar, stepped in. Park Hee-jun entered with a cigarette, asking, Oh Daegun, did you just mention my name? Daegun turned around, his gaze turning cold as he said, Oh, Park Hee-jun. Huh. Park Hee-jun glanced to the side and saw Chun-sim and the gang standing there. Suddenly feeling a bit annoyed, he broke the cigarette in his hand and sighed, Tusk, these kids are really annoying. He then stepped in politely, asking, Do you mind? I would like to talk for a bit. Daegun looked at Park Hee-jun with disfavor and replied in a low voice, I hoped it was not you, but it really is you. Park Hee-jun casually stepped into the room, smirking, why would you hope it was not me? Isn't it a good thing we are meeting like this? Then Park Hee-jun bent down to pick up an empty pill bottle, looking at it with a smirk. Oh, you finished this bottle, huh? And you could not control it. Right, whoa. I think you are handling it better than I expected. Park Hee-jun turned to look at the person lying motionless on the floor and asked, Whoa, look at him. What is wrong with him? He must be a bit out of it. Watching him give up like a dog, I felt a bit embarrassed. I had placed my hopes on that kid, but it seems completely failed now. Ham Soon-jin did not understand anything and thought, Failed at what? Park Hee-jun exhaled and continued. Sure enough, counterfeit is just counterfeit. Right, how could it compare to the real deal? As he said this, he turned to look at Daegun, and the two exchanged glances, making the atmosphere in the room cold. Daegun stared at Park Hee-jun without blinking, asking in a low voice, What do you want? And what have you done with that useless drug? Park Hee-jun raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you talking about the last one? How did it go? Was it effective? Even if it is medicine, not everyone benefits from it. You can see it. Right, if the body can accept it. It only causes side effects, he said, as Park Hee-jun pulled out a pill from his pocket and continued. But you know, it is impressive. Just a little bit can really get you in the zone, even if it is only for a few minutes. Looking back, getting in the zone is a good thing. Do not you think? Daegun clenched his fists, trying to stay calm. Seeing this, Park Hee-jun bent down mockingly. Hey, why are you so quiet? Daegun. Feeling bad. Huh, don't get me wrong. I just want to advise you not to be sad. Oh right, everyone and their dogs have used that useless drug, taking it everywhere and always wanting to talk about being engrossed. So, you feel like you have lost something. Right, it is just a common word, nothing too serious. Ham Soon-jin listened, trying to understand what Deok was saying, just watching Daegun's reaction. Park Hee-jun was still rambling. Oh, but I understand how you feel. When the indie band is something only I know, they started to become famous, and I felt a bit disappointed. It feels somewhat like that. Right, Ham Soon-jin felt extremely uncomfortable, frowning as he thought. What are they talking about? They mean that being engrossed is something only Daegun knows. What is their relationship really like? I do not understand. Daegun reminded. Hey, stop talking. You won't drive me crazy, but I still want to ask. Suddenly, Jibo-ram stood up, leaning on the cabinet and stepping forward, calling. Daegun. His mouth pushed out scent, yet he still tried to talk to Daegun. Hey, I have heard about you, but I have never met anyone like you before. I thought that was ridiculous. But now, I see. Being engrossed, Daegun, with a fierce expression, turned back and reminded, Hey, I told you to stay there and lie down. However, Jibo-ram felt humiliated, raising an eyebrow and replying, Damn, this guy and that guy I fought with all my might, pushed to the bone, why am I seen as a disgrace? Saying this, Jibo-ram charged at Daegun, who was annoyed and turned around. Immediately, Jibo-ram was punched by Daegun with all his strength, flying towards the cabinet. Daegun's face looked a bit strange, his lips slightly curled, looking really scary. As Bo-ram crashed into the cabinet, his body continued to bleed, the shattered pieces cut into him, and blood flowed like a waterfall. Park Hee-jun stood by observing and clapped. Yeah, that is right. Daegun, I can remember the last time I saw that face of yours. You look better now. Dae-gun paused to look at himself in the mirror. Seeing this, Park Hee-jun added, sounding disappointed, "Huh, I thought I would never see that face again." At this, Dae-gun gritted his teeth, trying to hold himself back. Park Hee-jun sighed. "Oh man, it really reminds me of the old days when we were both so ferocious." "No, it was the three of us." Hearing this, Dae-gun's muscles tensed up. He signaled to Park Hee-jun, "You better shut up if you do not want to die." The cigarette he was about to light was thrown to the ground by Park Hee-jun. He clapped his hands on his face, grinning smugly. "Haha, what are you scared of? Death is what I want. Come on." "Right here. There is plenty of blood." Dae-gun stared at Hee-jun without blinking, his arm trying to tighten up, reminding himself to stay in control. After thinking for a while, Dae-gun exhaled, saying, "Get lost. I do not want to say it twice." Hee-jun raised an eyebrow, responding, "Oh, are you serious? You are quite perceptive. You would better hold back. Honestly, since you vanished, you have changed a bit now. I have never seen Dae-gun like this before." Meanwhile, outside, Manhwa was still waiting for Dae-gun. Jongmin anxiously asked, "Who is that guy? Are they related?" Manhwa replied, "I do not know. I can hear what they are saying." "It is so curious," and Hagan chimed in, "Related? I do not think so. It looks like they know each other." Dae-gun said once more, "I want you to disappear from my sight. Is that so difficult? Don't tell me you came to Daejong because of me." Hee-jun laughed. "What are you talking about? Dae-gun? Don't misunderstand. On the contrary, you are the one meddling in my business." Then Hee-jun turned to look at Ham-soon-jin. "Who is that guy?" "Never mind. You figure it out." But Hee-jun looked back at Dae-gun. "You think you can just walk away and live alone? Is that your responsibility?" "Haha, I have not had a reason to laugh in a while. But today, I have laughed a lot because you keep doing pointless things. Were you implying that I am stalking you? That is ridiculous." Dae-gun's face darkened, yet Hee-jun continued, "All right, to be more precise, that is what I wanted to ask. Well, I am done talking. Cheers. Let us take care of ourselves and do our jobs well. We are not kids anymore." With that, Hee-jun brushed past Dae-gun. At that moment, Dae-gun gritted his teeth, as if a memory from the past had thrown him into this state. Pain he could not express. Just as Hee-jun stepped outside, and Hagan asked, "So, what about Jibo Ram's condition? He has taken all the pills. What about the side effects?" Hee-jun glanced at Hagan and replied, "Yeah. So what? He is still alive. It is fine. Just sleeping a bit." And Hagan sighed, feeling a bit relieved inside. Ham-soon-jin sat there, his mouth covered, sweating, thinking to himself, "What is going on? What I just heard? I do not quite get it." Director Hee-jun and Dae-gun seemed to know each other. At that moment, Dae-gun turned back, calling out to Ham-soon-jin, "Hey Ham-soon-jin, I am going to take the tape off you, but I have one request." Ham-soon-jin looked at Dae-gun with wide eyes. Dae-gun extended his hand and continued, "Even if the tape has been removed, let us pretend it is still on. That way, it will be better for both of us. You understand what I am saying, right?" Dae-gun was peeling the tape off Ham-soon-jin's mouth as he spoke. Chun-sim chimed in at that moment. "Hey, let us go inside." As she stepped in, she called out. Everyone behind her looked at Chun-sim. Lee Song kissed and looked on, wondering what was going on. "Who is that man?" Dae-gun stepped out, and Manhwa hurriedly asked, "Dae-gun, are you okay? What were you guys talking about?" Dae-gun brushed past Manhwa without answering. Seeing this, Manhwa intended to call out, but Jongmin stopped him. "Hey, do not." Jongmin quietly told Manhwa, "I do not know what is going on, but I feel like he wants to be alone right now." Dae-gun put his hands in his pockets, walking neither fast nor slow, as if Dae-gun was enduring pain from the past. Outside, the sky had darkened, and the sound of traffic filled the air. A black car honked loudly from behind. The tattooed guy in the white car was annoyed. "What is this? Is he upset about something?" The girl with him quickly asked. "Did you do something wrong?" The tattooed guy replied, "No, I did not do anything wrong. Why is he acting like this? Is he crazy or what?" Hee-jun leaned back in the car. Then he bent down, gripping the steering wheel tightly, sighed, and quietly said, "Nice. It is not like that. I am sorry, Dae-gun. I said things I should not have to you. But it is your fault. I did not do anything wrong. It is all on you." The traffic light turned red, and the tattooed guy from earlier stepped out of the car while Hee-jun was holding his phone. A second later, he pressed the phone to his ear and replied, "Huh, what is going on?" Just then, the fat guy knocked on the window. "Hey, come out. I need to talk to you. Come out now." The girl saw this and quickly intervened. "Stop it. Stop." The tattooed guy was being too loud. "You are causing trouble with the wrong person." On the other end, the underlings were hastily reporting, "Is the senior still there? If so, we are definitely in trouble. This is really not easy at all." He is attacking us." Hee-jun glanced outside and replied, "He is not that kind of person. Did you do something to him? The underling spoke firmly. One thing is that his sister is with him. Could it be because of her? But anyway, can you get here quickly? No one can stop him, Baek Hee-jun responded. Got it. Try to keep him there. I will be there soon. The night was pitch black, and Ham Soon-jin rubbed her sore little butt and muttered. Damn it. My butt hurts so much, sitting for too long is unbearable. Then he pulled out his phone, the screen clearly showing 2 missed calls from Baek Soo-hyu. At the same time, in a quiet neighborhood, 3 people were sitting together drinking. The young man in a black shirt kept encouraging the beautiful girl. Drink up. Come on. How long will I have to shrug my shoulders for you? The girl smiled lightly and downed her drink. The young man saw this and excitedly shouted, Whoa. Look at my shoulders. They are already sore. Just after he finished speaking, a guy in black was thrown over and bumped into the drinkers. Baek Soo-hyu ran towards them, and the guys in black shouted, Baek Soo-hyu, it seems you misunderstood. Stop right there. Not listening, Baek Soo-hyu swung his hand and punched one guy in the face. While another guy rushed in but did not have time to strike, Baek Soo-hyu punched him hard, sending him flying. Seeing this, the others kept reminding him, Hey, Baek Soo-hyu, did you misunderstand something? Do you know what the consequences will be? You will never be allowed in the club again, and you will have to wander around like Jebraham does now. Baek Soo-hyu glared at him, and the guys in black whispered to each other, Hey, why are you saying that? You are dead for sure. Just as he finished speaking, the guy was punched away. Baek Soo-hyu stood aside watching the chaos, thinking to himself, what the heck, is this what a part-time job is supposed to be like? What a strange part-time job. Ridiculous. How dare you lie to me? You are definitely dead later. Suddenly, another guy approached the girl and said in a very earnest tone, You are Baek Soo-hyu's sister. Right. Please talk to your brother and calm him down. Suzy responded nonchalantly. Why should I do that? The guy in black tried to explain. Because this is not the time for that. I really do not understand him at all. But unfortunately, Baek Soo-hyu saw him approaching Suzy. Like a gust of wind, Baek Soo-hyu rushed over, slapped one side of his face, then forcefully slammed his head against the nearby wall. The others, panicking, whispered to each other, How am I supposed to deal with this? At the same time, a bald guy swaggered out and said, Step aside. You are blocking the way. Seeing this, the others sighed in relief, saying, Oh, why did you come now? Phew, I am so lucky to be alive. The professional team leader, Jiang Xianqi, ordered. All right. Back off. I will report to the boss. We have tried our best. A pet that does not listen is no longer valuable. What a pity, we have lost another contestant. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Xianqian was punched in the stomach, his legs buckled, and then Baek Soo-hoon delivered another blow to the head, sending him flying to the side. Baek Soo-hee looked at the others. The guys in black quickly pulled out their phones to call their loved ones. One person called his mom, saying, Yes, Mom. What are you doing? Thank you for everything. Someone else called his wife with a sad face, saying, Honey, do you know how much my insurance is? Congratulations. My dear. Soon you will be rich. A horse was running fast in the desert, so fast that no one could catch up to it. Its legs kept running tirelessly, to the point where one day it could grow wings and fly in the sky. Yet it was still just a horse. It could not fly as fast as a bird could, and in the middle of the ocean, suddenly it lost its balance and fell. Jebra was no different from that horse. He was drowning with water all around him. He struggled desperately but in vain, as there was no one around. Jebra only woke up when the person was washed ashore. It turned out it was just a dream. Jebra struggled to sit up. The other 3 stood by in silence. Anha was taken aback. Hey Jebra, are you losing your mind? Chun-sim looked at Jebra with concern, asking, Are you okay? Jebra did not answer, just rubbed his head and said, Where are those 2 guys? Hanam-bae replied, They left a while ago, but more importantly, how do you feel? Are you okay? Any discomfort? Jebra remained silent for a moment without responding, remembering the last blow that sent him crashing into the broken mirror. He thought to himself, that guy did not even use a mat. That really is true mastery. Chun-sim saw Jebra dazed. She reached out to touch his wound and asked, Hey, let me see your injury. But Jebra coldly brushed her hand away and said, Go away. Chun-sim was taken aback. A moment later, she quickly said, I am sorry. Are you in pain? I did not mean to hurt you. I just wanted to check if you were injured. Jebra stood up, ignoring her, and shouted, Where's that pig? As he passed by Chun-sim, he coldly reminded her, Hey, you are bothering me. Jebra asked the fat guy, Isn't there anyone else around? The fat guy replied, First, we need to go to the hospital. Chun-sim bowed her head and said nothing. The beautiful girl following Jebra rushed past Chun-sim, looking a bit worried, but then hurried to catch up with Jebra. Chun-sim thought for a moment, then turned to chase after Jebra. Be-yeon called out, Chun-sim, and Chun-sim hit Jebra's butt with all her might. He turned around and asked, What are you doing? Chun Sim looked at him and asked, don't you feel any pain? Jebra was surprised. Pain? Are you kidding me? Do you want to come with me? Chun Sim could not take it anymore, tears streaming down her face as she stuttered. Did you really not feel any pain? Asterisk sniff asterisk you really do not feel any pain. Chun Sim burst into tears, and the girl following Jebra hurriedly ran to an oh no, what should we do? Don't cry, girl. Hanambe signaled to Jebra. Come on, just say you feel pain. You know what I mean. Jebra chuckled softly. Oh. So that is what this is about. What can I say now? Are you guys still hanging on to that? Just then, Jabora suddenly clenched his fist, ready to strike Chun Sim. Chun Sim was so scared she stopped crying, not expecting that Jebora would be so close to her. She thought, Jebora, have you really changed? Suddenly, the punch stopped mid-air, and the other three were all in shock. Jebora looked directly into Chun Sim's eyes and said, if you want to play family, then go ahead, don't treat me like a kid anymore. Why should I pretend to be in pain? You are all just children. Jebora's words cut into Chun Sim's heart like a knife. She just stood there, silent, as Jebora turned to walk away. Baeowen rushed over to her, looking down worriedly. Chun Sim, are you okay? Chun Sim did not respond. Tears flowing, her cheeks flushed with anger. Seeing her cry, Baeowen felt heartbroken, and his expression changed as he was about to call Jebora back, but Chun Sim raised her hand to stop him. Then she yelled at the top of her lungs, I do not care, just as playing family is still fun, so do not ask to play with him again, that damn kid. You are even more childish than we are. Always fighting, just live well, you horse-faced monster. After hearing this, Jebora raised his middle finger in response. Once Chun Sim finished cursing, she stopped crying. Baeowen curiously asked, hey, but who is that girl? The girl looked somewhat like Chun Sim, and Hagen laughed loudly. Haha. Look alike. Where are your eyes messed up? Chun Sim suddenly turned around to glare at Hagen. She tried to punch him with all her might, and Hagen braced himself, but then he froze. Chun Sim let out a breath and said, fine. I won't hit you guys anymore, so do not pretend to be in pain. Baeowen awkwardly laughed. Pretend. What are you talking about? Chun Sim replied, I know everything. Do you think I am stupid? And Hagen then nodded and acted coy, saying, when did we stop feeling pain? Baeowen pretended to be clueless too. When did we stop feeling pain? At school. Back when they were elementary students. Sebaram and Hagen were wrestling with each other. Sebaram said, you broke the rules before, and Hagen retorted, but you crossed the line first. Just then, a small girl ran over, none other than Chun Sim, who shouted from a distance, hey, are you guys fighting again? And Hagen quickly said, oh no, she is back again. Sebaram, seeing Chun Sim, panicked and stammered, oh no, she is going to hit me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sebaram doubled over, and Chun Sim approached and Hagen. She put her hands on her hips and said, now you guys get one hit, is that fair? And Hagen awkwardly smiled, yeah, that is fair. Sebaram clutched his stomach and said, ouch, that really hurts. How come you are a girl and so strong? Chun Sim chuckled, well, that is because I am your leader. But hey, remember not to fight anymore, or I will make you pay for it. Got it, the four of them replied in unison. Sure, we will follow the leader's orders. Sebaram turned to Hagen and said, seriously, how is he so strong? Hagen flinched and raised his hand to remind him. But unfortunately, Chun Sim heard it. She said, Sebaram. Step forward. When they were younger, all four really felt a lot of pain, but as time passed, things changed. When they became middle school students, they started fighting with each other again. Chun Sim, annoyed, rolled up her sleeves and thought, I guess these four kids will always come to me for everything. She looked at the four of them getting ready to fight and said, hey, are you guys going to hold back? This time, all four of you are going to get a beating. With that, Sebaram went first, followed by Hagen. After Chun Sim hit Hagen, Sebaram asked, does it hurt? Hagen honestly replied, just feels like an ant bite. Gradually, as they grew older, Chun Sim's punches no longer hurt them. After Chun Sim hit Hanambe, she felt something strange this time and stared at her hand. Hanambe seemed to realize it. He jerked back and let out a shout. The other three looked at him in shock, thinking, damn, was that too much? Immediately, the three of them pretended to clutch their bellies in pain. Chun Sim noticed and thought it was odd but said, what is wrong with you guys? I only hit you a little harder. I told you not to fight, but you did not listen. Next time, I will go easier on you. Baeowen laughed and said, no, go ahead and give it your all. Back to the present, Baeowen sighed in disappointment. I know one day I will get found out, but hearing you say you know about it is kind of sad. So, when did you find out? And Hagen thought for a moment and then remembered. When Chun Sim hit Hagen, he accidentally shouted really loud, and Chun Sim looked at him suspiciously. Hagen recalled and embarrassingly said, Yeah, she probably suspected something then. Bayo grabbed his collar and said, "Dude, you yelled out pretty loud at that moment. Do you really want to get caught?" And Hagen smiled and said, "Hey, I was just joking at that time while you two were causing trouble." Chunsim sadly said, "Alright, it is all my fault. Maybe Boram is tired like this because of me." After hearing that, and Hagen looked at her, Chunsim's face turned red, and she started crying, feeling flustered. "It is because you all call me your leader and follow my orders. I accidentally treated you like children and even scolded you. Why did I do that? I am not your mother, am I?" Chunsim cried loudly. The three of them stood there, feeling awkward but not knowing what to do. Chunsim continued to cry, saying, "But when you guys hurt each other while fighting, it really breaks my heart. So I could not just stand by. Hitting you guys at least made you stop. That is why I did it. I did not want to see you fight. It was all my selfishness." Bayo pulled up the hem of his shirt. He tore off a small piece to wipe her tears, while Chunsim kept crying and said, "I really did not think things through. That is why it ended up like this." And Hagen said sincerely, "Hey, fighting occasionally is not a bad thing. It helps relieve stress. When bored, fighting can lift your spirits." Jebra said, "Not me." Chunsim firmly said, "Fine. I won't be the leader anymore." Owl laughed. "Come on. No, you keep doing it if you do not keep the peace for us. We can't be close like this. Everyone has their own personality," he said while wiping her tears, and Hagen agreed. "That is right. We are still very close. It is just that Jebra leaving made things like this." Hanabi patted her on the shoulder, saying not to worry too much about Boram. With his personality, he will be back soon. Anyway, we should give him a little space. Chunsim nodded, and Anne Hagen turned to Hanamb, asking, "So, what about that girl from earlier?" Hanabi replied, "What? Is there something special about her?" Anne Hagen laughed. "No, she just seems nice. Hee. Chunsim might actually want to meet her." Chunsim looked back at Anne Hagen, clearly displeased. Anne Hagen chuckled. "Come on, I am just joking. Don't look at me like that." With that, he patted his stomach and said, "Alright, give me one last hug, leader." Really tight. At that moment, on the street, a black car sped by, leaving behind a young man, tattooed and unconscious on the ground. While the girl with him looked on in fear, continuously slapping his face, he called out, "Hey, wake up." Baek Hee-jun answered the phone, asking, "How's Baek Soo-haik?" The younger guy replied, "He is gone. Everything happened too fast for us to do anything. The problem is, the boss's nephew is also injured, and it seems the organization has decided to confront Baek Soo-haik." Baek Hee-jun was momentarily stunned. Baek Soo-haik had already put on his hat and left with Baek Soo-ji. A voice came through the phone. "Hello." Ham Soo-jin spoke loudly as he walked. "Don't worry. I will tell you," Soo-haik replied. "Okay, I got it." Soo-ji, curious, asked, "What did Soo-jin say?" Soo-haik remained focused on replying to the caller. "I have no choice this time. I owe you." The cityscape slowly faded into darkness. In Soo-jin's room, a note was posted outside. "Please knock. I am not a kid anymore." There was a loud noise. "What? Soo-jin is not back yet?" From outside, a voice called, "It is me. I am coming in." The woman who entered was Soo-jin's mother. She walked in and asked the two, "I heard Soo-jin say you two are staying here for a few days. You have not visited lately. I have been sad." She looked over the two siblings and asked with concern, "Oh my. Soo-haik, what happened to your clothes? Take them off so I can wash," she said. As she reached to take off Soo-haik's clothes, he stopped her, saying, "I will do it." Soo-jin focused on eating. "You eat first." Meanwhile, at the window, Soo-jin peeked in and whispered, "Soo-ji." Finally noticing Soo-jin, Soo-ji exclaimed, "Soo-jin." San-jin gestured for the girl to be quiet, which only confused Soo-ji more. "What are you doing? Why do not you come in?" Soo-jin did not answer but asked, "How is Soo-haik?" The girl replied, "He is talking to you." Soo-gi looked at her older brother's face curiously. "What happened to your face? Did you get hit?" Soo-jin refused to answer any questions. He pulled his younger sibling closer, saying, "What is more important right now is come here for a moment. I need to tell you something. Remember to keep this secret from Soo-haik." Kundagan defeated Ji Bo-ram, and this news definitely shocked Soo-ji. Even though Soo-haik was far away, he heard a familiar voice and asked his sister, "What are you doing over there?" Soo-gi was a bit startled but deflected. "Oh, I am just admiring the sky. It is beautiful. I am going to jump up there." Mom called out to Soo-jin. "Soo-haik, wait, take off your shirt. I will get you another outfit to change into." Soo-ji seized the opportunity and urged her brother, "I am waiting." "Hurry up." Soo-haik did not think twice and left, saying he would be right back. Soo-gi continued to ask questions to Soo-jin. "What are you talking about? When? How?" Soo-jin whispered. "Calm down. There is no time, so I will get straight to the point. He has defeated the 4 elemental masters. Now it is just Suhaik left. Kwon Daegan might soon fight Suhaya. But actually, Kwon Daegan, he paused suddenly, and Soo-jin fell unusually silent. Sanjin decided not to mention Daegan's issues anymore and firmly declared, "Anyway, we absolutely cannot let them fight." Sugi added in support, "Of course, it is obvious that it is better if they do not fight. So I need to do something." Figuring out what to do next really troubled Soo-jin. That was the issue. Soo-jin seemed to have thought of a few ways. First, needing to buy time before figuring things out. At the same time, Suji came up with an idea. "Oh, I know a way." "What way?" When it came to this, Sugi suddenly went pale. That is, she imagined a scenario where she would talk to her brother. What if the guy she liked and her brother fought over something? Suhaik replied in surprise. How could that happen? Thinking about this made Sugi blush. "No, I was wrong." Suhaik reappeared. "Curious. Is someone there?" Sugi replied irritably. "What are you talking about? Put your shirt on." Suhaik kept pressing. "Can't you really hear anyone else's voice?" Taking this opportunity, Soo-jin moved away. In her heart, she thought, "Now I will find out about Daejun. Until I know everything about him, wait for me." The school scene appeared. In classroom number 1 of the first year, our character was sitting in thought. Other friends saw that thoughtful expression and began to discuss. Daejun looks so down. I feel a bad energy from him. He defeated the 4 elemental masters. But he does not seem happy. Jongmin boldly declared, "I guess it is because of that man in the suit. He seems to know Daejun. That guy feels like a gangster." Jongmin and Hojong kept discussing this issue. How could Daejun be acquainted with gangsters? There was something like being followed or something. The male lead was also questioning. How does that Hee-jun know about the project? Hee-jun had also warned our character. You should not trust that woman too much. And the more Daejun thought, the more confused he felt. Min remembered that he had told her to be careful before transmitting the information. How could that guy know? How much information does he have? Min had no way of knowing. Was Min completely exposed? Or rather, even though he could not see anything, our guy still sensed that something was off in the dim darkness. Hee-jun once said to walk your own path, and remembering that, our guy thought to himself, but one thing I know for sure is that it is a lie. Clearly, he said that to imply something. But the question is, what exactly does he mean? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Susie stood outside looking at the scene, her eyes worried, her thoughts anxious. What is up with him? He is running his fingers through his hair and seems moody. Is he going crazy? But his bangs actually look fine. The scene shifts to the 6th grade classroom. Susie brushed her hair while wondering in confusion. I can't believe he actually left me behind and went there alone. That idiot. I really want to do something right now. But seeing him like this, I can't bring myself to talk to him. A young man suddenly rushed over and said, Miss Susie, have you heard about Daegon and 4 Origins Master? Oh, you do not seem very happy. What is wrong? Susie furrowed her brows in annoyance and replied to her friend, Hey, how dare you ask about my mood? Are we that close? Hearing that, Zinmo awkwardly scratched his head. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to. Susie firmly tried to send him away. If there is nothing else, just go. Zinmo walked off, but he still felt uneasy, muttering to himself, No, something's definitely off today. Everyone's in a bad mood. Zinmo's imagination ran wild. That expression, she looks at me like I am trash. I mean, today's harvest is not bad either. Plus I did not get into any trouble. Iung-jong appeared out of nowhere with a disdainful look at Zinmo. Hey Zinmo, your expression is too much. Zinmo stopped, confused, and asked, What? What is the problem? Iung-jong looked around and whispered, Come outside with me for a bit, let us talk. The scene outside echoed with his voice. What is up? As Iung-jong walked and chatted with Zinmo, he said, You know about it, right? Kwon Daegan defeated the 4 Origins Master. Zinmo nodded. Yeah, I know. So what? Iung-jong confirmed. Honestly, I did not like Kwon Daegan at first, but thinking back, he did an impressive job this time. However, Iung-jong hesitated before continuing. But you know, Daegan is a bit lacking in romance. This made Zinmo freeze in confusion. Iung-jong began to express his thoughts. No, after a long time, I was the class leader until 2nd year, and I found that not collecting money is truly meaningless. So, what I want to say is, let us start collecting protection money. Zinmo jumped in shock. Are you crazy? Those who collect money get beaten up like dogs. Do not you see that? Ignoring Zinmo's warnings, Iung-jong kept making reckless comments. When push comes to shove, you have to act. Do not you see those 3rd years walking by and looking at us? Zinmo curiously asked, How do you know they are 3rd years? Iung-jong pointed at someone passing by and said, That guy, and that guy too. Whether they are 3rd year or 4th year, they naturally do not dare to look us 1st years in the eye. Zinmo glanced and replied, That is true, but Baek Soo-hee has not been dealt with yet. They are still the bosses. Is not that a bit tough? The footsteps continued to move forward. Why Young-jong's mouth never stopped, planning bad ideas, asking who Baek Soo-hik's sister is. Zinmo responded, "It is Suzy." The name Young-jong was confirmed. What kind of relationship does Kwon-dagon and Baek Suzy have? Huh. What do you mean? Sounds of surprise rose up. What huh? Young-jong froze and asked again. Are not they dating? Everyone says they are already in bed together. Kwon-dagon, that jerk really has no shame. Well, if they are a couple, that is good. But if they have already slept together, can there be no feelings at all? Zinmo did not know anything about this. After some discussion, Young-jong decided to bring up the issue. Since Baek Soo-hik is not here anymore, let us just collect the money. You, think of a way to build the relationship between Suzy and Dagon. The scene shifted to evening. Suzy was with her brother. She anxiously asked, "You did not see Ju-ri at all. They are close." "Right," Soo-huk replied. "I have things to do, so I will drop by later." This girl really worries about her brother, reminding him before he leaves, "Do not get hurt." Ju-ri was confused when she saw Suzy at home. "What? Why are you here?" Suzy shyly replied, "I need some advice." Ju-ri was truly taken aback. "You are asking me?" Suzy walked. "Flattering. You are the only one I can talk to. Let me in." At the same time, Soo-huk received a message from Soo-jin. "I will send you the address." Following that address, he rushed over there. The scene in the neighborhood appeared. Boram was injured all over, and the girl came and applied medicine, asking, "What should I do now? It hurts a lot. Just bear with it." Boram asked the woman in confusion. "Why are you following me?" She did not answer. Deflecting, "This is a scrape. Right, just like a horse," Boram irritably said. "Are you crazy?" The insults did not diminish the innocence in her smile and voice. "Sorry, but you know, there are many horses that are stubborn and do whatever they want. Usually, lions attack and eat herbivores, so when they see a lion, they all run away. But the stubborn horses can be quite crazy. They will cause a ruckus and face off against lions." These words suddenly calmed Boram down. He asked, "Really?" The girl continued, "No, it is just that I think they resemble you." She kept reminding him, "Do not underestimate them. Stubborn horses are really strong, but sometimes the lion will win." Boram understood the point. He nodded. "I get it now." This woman was extremely gentle in her gestures and words. "You do not know that, do you?" Surprised. Hey, this is knowledge from a 20-year-old. Boram was really curious. "But what is your name?" The girl looked a bit skeptical. "Really? Are you asking me?" "Well, I am asking you. What is your name?" She whispered her reply like a whispering breeze, making it hard for Boram to hear. "Huh. I did not catch that," because the other party could not hear clearly. The girl leaned in closer. Her proximity surprised Boram. "What are you doing?" She looked him in the eye and said, "You said you can hear me, so I will get closer." Boram's gaze was helpless. "If you keep causing a scene like this, I will kick you out the door." However, the girl confidently declared, "With your body right now, who is going to be kicked out the door? I am the one." The two of them were getting closer and closer. The romantic atmosphere faded away as Soo-hik appeared with a calm voice, saying it has been a long time since they last met. Boram was taken by surprise at this appearance. Soo-hik was tense, saying, "We have something to settle." Before the situation could change, Soo-hik punched Boram off the bed, his body crashing hard against the wall. The girl went from one shock to another, her big round eyes watching closely. Unable to hide her anger, she shouted, "Who do you think you are to do this? Stop it." Boram replied defiantly, "Are you trying to get on my nerves? But how did you know to come here?" Soo-hik responded, "At first, I'd no idea." His eyes fixed coldly on Boram. He said, "It is just that after hearing you were looking for me, I naturally found out." As the two men were talking, the girl slowly backed away, her hands searching for scissors on the table. But then Boram suddenly spoke up, "Don't do anything stupid." Right after that, he jumped quickly down below. His landing was incredibly fierce. The girl exclaimed loudly, "Are you crazy? How am I supposed to jump down here?" "You idiot." Boram taunted Soo-hik, saying, "Come down here. You and I should have a match. That spot is not too cramped, is it?" After the provocation from his opponent, Soo-hik prepared to face off. He looked down on his opponent with disdainful words. "I never thought I would have to fight a clown like you." Boram did not understand what his opponent meant, asking, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Soo-hik bluntly replied, "Because you are not worthy to be my rival. I have met countless guys like you, but I always wonder, do you realize that guys like you are not worthy? You are just prey for me to hunt." The scene shifted to another place. A declaration echoed. "We have to bring him back." The confused director stood up, saying, "What are you talking about? You want to bring someone back who does not want to cooperate?" Hae-jun, smoking, replied, "You know, without Soo-hik, we won't sell any tickets." The director remained stubbornly clueless, firing off questions. "Why can't we sell tickets? Haven't you grown a lot? Why is not there a player?" Hae-jun squinted, annoyed, and questioned. What are you saying? You just moved to the new club in Lisantrong less than a year ago. Players. Infrastructure. We are still lacking a lot. We need at least one player like Soo-hik. I moved here because I saw his potential, the director suggested. We could bring players from other areas here. But Haijun shook his head. Is there anyone who can replace Soo-hik? He is the one who attracts others to the club. Why do you think people come to watch underground fights? The director replied with a question. You mean they come to watch fights? Haijun continued. They could go to many other places to see fights. Boxing. Muay martial arts clubs are always in the media. Right, as long as you want, you can watch, with sophisticated techniques, cold fighting styles, and expressions that never change. The matches are rated as high quality by experts. But no, everyone seems unfazed by the damp stench and comes to the underground fight. Why is that? Aren't they here to watch a sports match? They do not come to enjoy the refined moves, but to experience something new. It is seen as pain evident in their words, anger clear in every punch, emotions overshadowing reason. Instead of analyzing and evaluating their opponents coldly, the fighters here rely on their spirit and ambitions to battle. This heats up the atmosphere. In the current match between Soo-hik and Boram, Soo-hik is dominating, his arm gripping Boram's face mercilessly. That arm forcefully pushes Boram backward. That horrifying moment leaves the opponent's face covered in blood, and Soo-hik's legs quickly accelerate forward again. The brutal punches piercing through Boram's body. His muscular arm grips Boram's head tightly, with Haijun's commentary still ringing in the air. Witnessing blood mixed with sweat, it excites them, even if it is quite gruesome. Truly, in the literal sense, club mood lives up to its name. Battles accompanied by a sense of despair as if stuck in the mud, a feeling of intense thrill and power, even if it is somewhat uncomfortable. That is why they forget their fear and disgust, ignoring the rules, immersing themselves in absolute strength. And right now, the one embodying that is none other than Baek Soo-hik. Soo-hik coldly looks at his opponent, reminding him to get up. Hein continues to explain to the director. That is why the audience goes wild for him. It is also why we need Baek Soo-hik. Having a fighter like him is a huge blessing. However, the director helplessly bows his head and sighs, saying no. I do not need to know anything else. Baek Soo-hik is out of the question. The director laments. Do you know my nephew and many others are in the hospital? I am Belmho Kim of Belmho Construction. That guy is just like a real gangster. To put it bluntly, even firing him would not be enough. How dare you defend a high school kid in this? Hein's expression is icy. He slowly stands up and says, I do not care whether that is true or not, gangster or whatever, it does not matter. The director looks at him, asking, what do you mean by that? Hein declares straightforwardly, why should I do that? I am here for work, not to find out what that gangster did. And also, I forgot to tell you. Recently, a company wants to invest in shares, only second to you. Director. Upon hearing this, the director jumps in shock. A thought arises. The second largest share, only behind me. Who could that be? Who else here seems capable of that? Before leaving, Hein keeps threatening. The matches are getting bigger, so think carefully. The director's attitude suddenly changes. He takes the initiative to light a cigarette for Hein. His voice lowers. Probing. Emotional business. Huh. It is a big deal. Should not I listen to the supervisor? That is why you are here. Right. Hein slowly walked away, the sound lingering. I will handle it. You do not need to worry. The director nodded in agreement. Okay. Just contact me if anything comes up. The scene grew increasingly dim. Jurai exclaimed, whoa. It is strange that you are asking for my advice. Suzy shyly responded, well, yeah, you are the only one I can talk to about this. So what can I do? Jurai expressed her curiosity. What is it? It is about Dijun and Soo-hik. Right. But first, you need to be clear. Yuri stared at Suzy and asked, do you like DGM? Suzy felt flustered, trying to brush it off. Hey, it is actually him who likes me, not the other way around. Juru was also exasperated with her friend, saying, it is ridiculous. You are just like a guy who would like you, and you have that quirky and careless personality. Suzy, annoyed, grabbed Juri's collar. What are you saying? Do you really dare? However, Juri would not back down. She quickly grabbed Suzy's collar. What did I say wrong? The moment Suzy fell flat, it made her embarrassed. Wait a minute. My dress. It is torn. That is the only one I have. Jura leaned closer to Suzy and asked, so, are you not going home? Because of Soo-hik. I already promised him. Juri sat there, lost in thought. What is going on? Suzy harshly replied, I do not know. Maybe I am just afraid those people will find me. If this keeps up, I might have to move again. I do not know. I feel more sensitive lately. Suzy warned Ju. You do not need to worry about my brother. Juri, startled, asked back, why should I worry? Suzy reminded her about that love letter. Juri reacted more intensely. What are you talking about? You said you were moving. It was just a breakup letter. I wrote it to thank him for helping me with sports. But you moved right next to me. It is really strange. Suzy shot a glance at her friend and asked, that was last year. Right, Jua reassured Suzy. Oh. Never mind. Do you want advice about Suhik? Is he upset with you? It does not seem like it, Suzy replied. Feeling down. No, he is still kind to me, but only to me. With others, he is really harsh and scary. With that harshness, if I ever cross paths with Dejun, a fierce battle will happen. Suhik had a tight grip on Boram's neck, his face cold as he spoke. You have been punched too much, so now you are all soft. Huh. Even cornered, Boram refused to back down and demanded his opponent to shut up. His fists kept pounding into Suheef's chest. Frustrated, Suheef countered by halting his opponent's movement. He pinned Boram down, calling his punches weak. Is that what you call a punch? It is like a rotten pudding. You prepared a rotten pudding to fight me. I am really disappointed. Suhikin's powerful and aggressive arms continuously inflicted damage on Boram's battered body. Each punch made Boram's bones crack. The state of his body was miserable, with a face smeared in blood. While fighting, Suhi kept lecturing Boram on fighting techniques, saying, whether it is a lion or a rabbit. Before hunting, you need to prepare properly to bring it down. Unless it rains, this battle is brutal. Boram's body is far from normal. He keeps taking punches from Suhayak. His body can't take it anymore, collapsing backward in immense pain. Suhayak approaches Boram, considering if there is any difference outside the ring, in the dark streets. Without lights, Suhayak's gaze is always sharp as he looks at his opponent, revealing no weakness. His feet are slowly pressing against Boram's head. Suhayak curses at his opponent, saying, if I am fighting not for money, but for my life, have you ever tasted that? Hearing this, Boram feels nauseous. Groaning, damn it, it is no different. I find it funny. You are proud to be the leader in such a dump. Anyway, you and I are just trash. Suhayak looks surprised, as if he does not understand what his opponent is saying. Boram announces to his opponent, I have fought Ryan's crew. The crew Boram reveals. You do not know that bitch. You must have heard Park Hee-jun say it, so I do not see you as pathetic anymore. Suhai keeps questioning Boram, implying that it is just a ruse to survive. I know that too, but that person is gone. Boram shakes his head in denial. Wrong. Still here, at Ryan's high school recording, the scene of the fight pauses. Now Boram and Suhayak are discussing the hidden stories within. Suhayak looks extremely surprised, asking, Jaimu, you mean the one who just joined that club? Boram confirms. Of course. Tell me, that dog is mine. You go back to your dog club. At the same time, a girl watching the fight from afar shouts in panic, hey, do you really like hurting others? Boram just got hit. Stop pretending to be tough with an injured person. If you hit him again, she tries to appear tense, but is confused about what to say next. The girl keeps asking, Boram, what is the name of the guy who hit you? Boram helplessly advises, you. Be quiet. Although he advises her, she does not care, still trying to think. Oh. Right. That guy is Kwon Dagon. It has to be Kwon Dagon. After saying that name, she yells out, I told you to go outside. Do not take it out on those who are tired and can do anything. Boram also reminds Suhayak, don't touch him. He is mine. After everything that just happened, Suhayak no longer wants to stay. He puts on his hat. He seems to leave quickly. His feet suddenly stop. Suhayak wants to say something to Boram. Whether to chase after him or not does not matter. Just keep going. Do not worry about me or anyone else. If you keep approaching me, I won't have any choice but to deal with you. Back in Jury's room, she keeps advising Suzy, worrying now won't solve anything. If those two still want to fight, we have no other choice, but you are still lucky. For now, everything is fine. From Jury's observation of reality, she spoke up, Daegun is more serious than anyone about the upcoming midterms. He will probably be super busy. Finding Suhaik will be tough too. Plus, once the exam is over, Suzy suddenly brings up an off-topic question about extracurricular activities. What will you wear? Jury replied in confusion. What else? We wear uniforms. Right. Can we wear something else? And hey, do not distract me. Jury continues analyzing. I think Daegun will be fine. We just hope Suhayak does not come looking for Daegun. While Jury was trying to defuse the situation, Suzy kept mumbling. Hey, are you even listening to me? In another building, a voice rang out. Is that not allowed? The boss keeps yelling at the subordinates. You idiots, look at how tall Suhayak is. Right, can't you see below? The boss keeps instructing the subordinates. Do it like this, from bottom to top. See, you are scared. Right, the footsteps of Suhayak gradually approached. The sound of scolding still echoed. Is it really that hard? What is so special about it? If I go, then Suhayak will just... The boss, who was loud, suddenly shifted his gaze. Terrified. So scared. He shouted. Hurry up, help me. While Hee-jun was inside the room, the knocking on the door grew more urgent. he ordered. Come in, knock lightly. Do not break the door. Just as Hee-jun turned his head, he gradually realized. Expressing, I was wondering who was making such a commotion. Then it turns out, where have you been, at your age? This body does not suit you at all. Hee-jun's words felt like punches in the other person's ears. Hee-jun moved closer to Soo Hee-jun and said, everyone dropped what they were doing to look for you. It is chaotic. Do you even know what you have done? Soo Hee-jun, with a cold expression, confirmed before Hee-jun, I already told you why. Even so, Hee-jun still took in the information with a sigh. Responding, I know about the personal matters. But at least you made it here. How do I put this? Back to the battlefield. You want that? Right, Soo Hee-jun asked curiously once again. Is that really okay? Hee-jun appeared calm, replying, it depends on you. You are making it really awkward for me. Hee-jun wanted to know what was on Soo Hee-jun's mind, so he asked very carefully, so you plan to never get involved in my club? Don't you need the money? Soo Hee-jun answered the previous question. Determined. I want to keep fighting. However, Hee-jun interrupted and advised, but there is one thing. Have you thought carefully about what comes next? Money is involved, and not only that, the scale of the battle is now double what it used to be. Losing your job is not something to take lightly. You need to be cautious. Taking in Hee-jun's warnings, Soo Hee-jun confidently stated, I will take responsibility for what happened last night. At this point, Hee-jun felt the issue was resolved. Nodding, okay, what can we do? It happened already. You just think about fighting. The schedule will be more intense than before. And with investment money, this thing is becoming more popular. If you keep performing well, I will invest and sponsor you. Hee-jun is offering some incredibly enticing perks and benefits for Soo Hee-jun. The area will likely be bigger, plus funding too. You could make more money. This is an important opportunity for both of us. So do not get distracted. Focus on that. Suddenly, Hee-jun pointed at the things on the table. And that jar too. Take it with you. Soo Hee-jun looked confused at that medicine. And Hee-jun reassured him, do not worry. It is the latest formula. Even so, Soo Hee-jun was determined to refuse. He knew it. He did not need this stuff. Hee-jun kept insisting. Just take it for now, if you are curious. Suddenly, Soo Hee-jun asked Hee-jun back, is Kwon Dagon here? I heard he is in Juryong too. Hee-jun's expression quickly changed when he heard the question about Dagon. The scene shifted to an internet cafe at night. Ham Soo-jin was busy searching for information related to our main character. Kwon Dagon. Let us see what is out there. After searching online for information about the main character, Ham Soo-jin got a series of results. Looking at them, he exclaimed, what kind of nonsense is this? Why are there so many? Are there really that many people with the same name? After searching for a while, Ham Soo-jin still could not find anything. His face scrunched up as he said, no, this one is not it either. These people are not the right ones. However, Ham Soo-jin suddenly scrolled past a post about a man named Ju Ji. He stopped and questioned, this is a post from last year. If he was 19 then, after analyzing it, Soo-jin came to a conclusion. Now he is in his 20s. Oh, that is amazing. Some information related to him says he lives in Incheon. Looking at the scan information he found, Soo-jin crossed his arms, concluding that there is no choice but to go there directly. The scene shifted to our main character's house early in the morning. He was washing his face after waking up. Dagon glanced at the mirror while thinking to himself, I did not sleep well last night. There are so many things to do. It really feels like a waste of energy. Thinking alone won't help at all. There is no need to worry about what was said. No need to be shaken by those words. The main character brushed aside what was happening around him. He was determined. Just focus on doing his own thing. The scene shifted to the school in the morning. In classroom number 1 of the first year, the main character was resolute. Okay, from today let us start fresh with a new mindset. Insu looked at the main character's expression, a curious look in his eyes. Dagon. Is something good happening? Our main character replied, the exam is coming up, so I just want to get my spirits back up. Dagon's mood improved. And that was something Norman Ho noticed as he said slowly, has Dagon really perked up? Jongmin chimed in from behind. The opportunity has come. Let us go. Hajong and Jongmin approached Dagon, and the main character replied, what is up? Jongmin quickly expressed his intention. The 4 heavenly kings have been dealt with. Let us throw a small celebration. Norman Ho added in support. Last time we were attacked while eating. We did not even get to enjoy ourselves. Jongmin stopped arguing and said something that made Dagon very happy. Jongmin tried to remind him of that day. Do not you remember that incident? The story involves Susie's broken forest. Do not you like it? Speaking of which, our family is starting to realize that he keeps explaining. Saying, no, that is not it. Dagon's face fell as he responded to the invitation to eat. Anyway, thanks for the congratulations. But let us postpone the celebration for a while. Right now, the upcoming midterm exam is the most important thing for me. Even though there is not much time left to study, I still want to do my best. Hujong is still waiting to call out. Just for a moment. While Null Manho and Jongmin recognize Namha's determination and give up, do not hold him back anymore. Dagon, keep it up. In his mind, he genuinely thinks, this is my second chance at high school, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know it well. No, my body still remembers the fitness books, the practice sessions, the time spent watching matches. At that time, I put in my all. He cared about everything from weight to training, height, and many other metrics. Because of all those things before, I made a resolution. I won't betray myself. There is only one answer. Namchen officially put on the smart glasses. Dagon's eyes lit up. It was the immersion he wanted to achieve. Only when focused can I block out the noise around me and study hard. Dagon thought to himself. This way, I can ignore whatever else is being said. Focus on studying. After a while of studying, Dagon stood up to observe. He complained, why is my desk so messy? Sitting for too long made my body feel uncomfortable and sore. He stood up to exercise. My big body kept training non-stop. I would not even allow myself to relax with video games. Dagon went for a run to unwind. In that moment, I made a resolution. This time, I must graduate with good results. Time flies quickly like a dog running in the field. Classroom number 1. First year. The exam has arrived. The teacher reminded the students, do not cheat. The exam day has come, and the results of my efforts are about to unfold. I tried my best to focus. The immersion mode was officially activated. Namchen wrote at super speed. The atmosphere gradually built up. Normanho sitting far away felt that intensity too, wondering what is happening with that fierce energy. Writing non-stop. Dagon, you have really put in a lot of effort. One arm concealed many mysteries. Normanho looked at it and thought to himself, I feel embarrassed for relying on tricks. Then I will be the same. I will only rely on my own strength. The cheating mode was quickly activated. I will win fairly. The exam time was coming to an end. The teacher reminded, submit your answers here. The female student came to collect the papers near Nam Chin's desk. I will take yours. Dagon's tired body handed over the paper. Minsu ran over excitedly. Dagon, how did you find today's exam? Dagon quickly replied, I am aiming for the finals. The efforts might betray me. Minsu watched the main character closely, scratching his head and thinking that his body had improved a lot, probably due to his mood. The scene shifts to the principal's office. The principal asked if the project was still on track, and only Beek Suigu was left. Almost done. Right, the girl replied. Yes, but since Beek Suigu has not come to school, we need a little more time. The principal nodded. Okay then, that is not the issue. The person you mentioned, do they really not think about money? The girl seemed a bit confused, her voice filled with uncertainty. If it is about money, then it can be paid. Are you suggesting that? The principal crossed his arms and stated firmly. After all, fighting is inevitable. Earn money and enjoy. That is good too. This woman reminded him. You know, the Z Yen guy only follows through with the management project contract. This project aims to improve the atmosphere in the school. Its content. The girl had not finished speaking when she received an exaggerated expression from the principal, who yawned and complained, it is so boring. I mean this project. Do you think it makes sense? The girl did not understand. Standing alone, and the old principal continued, why does everyone mock me? He explained repeatedly, using words to question whether using violence to suppress violence is right or wrong. The reason I must carry out a project that everyone opposes and gossips about. Let us see if my project is realistic. It is completely for. The principal pointed to himself and said, it is because of me. I find this very interesting. The purpose of the project, I honestly did not care about from the beginning. You know me well. At this age, what more can I do? He suddenly remembered something and instructed. Oh right, it is about time for a school outing, is not it? You will have enough time to think. Let me hear your answer after the outing ends. I will support you as much as I can. It is tough. The principal's words and plan made the girl extremely uncomfortable. Thinking, this is indeed unexpected. Was he planning for N-Gun to participate in the underground competition? The story continues in classroom number 1 for the first-year students. A group of students was curiously discussing, hey, where are we going for the field trip? Jeju Island. I really want to go to the beach. Amen. Overhearing their conversation, gradually had a thought. So after the exam ends, we are going on a field trip. Back then I could not go on field trips due to the high costs. Jurei ran up from behind and called out. Jian, are you looking forward to the field trip? Men hesitated to respond. Well, this is my first field trip too. Jurei explained in surprise. Well, it is all our first time. We are only freshmen. This made Ziguin think and mumble. Oh right, we are all 17 years old. Everyone is 17. Jurei curiously asked, what is wrong with you? The main character brushed it off reassuringly. It is nothing. Outside, the sky was brightening with the hot sun. The teacher stood at a distance correcting the students. Now let us carefully check if you have written the class name correctly. Put your luggage on the bus. Do not run. Hey you over there, why are you in casual clothes? The student replied, I am wearing uniform pants. Teacher. As soon as I got in the car, I received attentive care, with Dongmin saying, "Hey, I saved a spot for you. Right here. In the middle of the last row." However, this time, Daegon refused Dongmin's arrangement, saying, "I will sit in the front with Maiksu. I need to talk to her." Dongmin was taken aback by this refusal, his body stiffening. Stammering, "The front seat, I already know." Dongmin gradually moved back, and Hodong curiously asked, "Why just you?" Normanho was also puzzled, asking, "Where's Daegon?" Dongmin quickly explained to his two friends, "I do not know." He said to sit in the front. The situation increasingly confused Normanho. Mumbling, "What is going on? Doesn't he realize he is the big brother?" Jiori, sitting next to him, complained with a frown, "Is it really that serious?" Dongmin responded to Jiori's curiosity, "It is only natural for the big brother to sit in the big brother's spot." Hodong crossed his arms seriously, lowering his voice, "I do not think so." "What? That kind of thinking is outdated. It is selfish when you are young, yet you think so rigidly." Dongmin was frustrated, sarcastically remarking about the other, "I would rather have a face like yours." This left Hodong completely speechless. They charged at each other, fighting relentlessly. "You are dead." Jiori, annoyed, stood up to intervene. "Hey, stop it. It is giving me a headache." Normanho kept pondering Enanata's current actions, thinking, "But why does Daegon want to be the big brother? It is not like he wants to extort money like Pak Zoran or Kim Mong-jung. It is not out of a desire for big brother status, nor does he seem to enjoy fighting, or pursuing violence like Gyu Sunhwa. If that is the case, then we really do not know anything about Daegon." Dongmin, still focused on the fight, glanced over at Normanho. "So, let us play Chud or Daddy." Hodong quickly agreed, "That sounds fun." Juri was surprised, suggesting, "That sounds fun. I want to play too." Normanho reminded her of the situation. "We are playing in the boys' room." She was not giving up, insisting, "When I am going on the 6th grade bus." The teacher spoke up, "Is everyone from 6th grade here? Let us check attendance." Back Suji. The teacher kept asking but received no response. He curiously asked one student, "What is up? Where did Bake Suji go?" The girl replied, "I saw him go put his luggage away." "Where did he go?" It turned out Suji was in the main character's car, looking fierce, saying, "Hey, Four Eyes, go somewhere else." Minsu, hearing this, was bewildered. Suji continued loudly, "I told you to move. This is my spot." Minsu quickly recognized Suji, responding exasperatedly, "Aren't you from my class?" Suji maintained a displeased expression and a series of glaring looks. "Don't you understand?" Juri noticed her crazy friend, exclaiming in shock, "You are really going insane. What are you doing? Hurry back to our bus." Suji was determined to break free from Juri's grip. "I do not need you to worry. I will be there in a bit." Juri pulled Suji with all her strength, while Suji yelled in frustration, "I know. Where are you dragging me?" The main character looked at the scene with little concern. The only thing he cared about was that it had finally become quiet. Daegon returned to the conversation with Minsu. "So let us go over what we just said. The question from the test. I did not quite understand that one." Minsu looked at Nam Chen with surprise. "Oh, that question." He was also pondering it. Daegon seemed to be confused about something. "Actually, we are learning right now. From the start, I did not care about the grades anyway." Hasty sounds a code. "What is going on?" This girl's gaze was fixed ahead. The teacher stood in front, encouraging the students. "Come on. Just a little more. We are almost there. Let us hurry." "Oh." Finally we have arrived at the destination. When the students moved to the site, they saw a giant Buddha statue. Ho Ding raised his voice to calm everyone. "Stay calm. It is just a statue." But the other girls felt tired, and the sound of complaints spread. "Teacher, there is nothing fun here." The teacher started getting annoyed with the complaints. "You all came here to play. Experiencing reality is part of learning." No matter how the teacher explained, the students still thought, "We are here to have fun." "Teacher," the teacher kept trying to explain to the students, "Besides our school, there are other schools visiting too." He even specifically reminded H-Unang's group, "Do not make that kind of face, and do not cause trouble with the other school." Right after that, Dongmin looked at the other person angrily. "What are you looking at? Do not cause any trouble." Dongmin's gaze still showed surprise. Namchin gradually noticed the new things. The blue uniforms appeared, and Dongmin muttered some curses. "Oh, I am so tired I can't even breathe." The teacher overheard him and said, "Hey, what did you just say?" Dongmin, frightened, explained, No, I was talking about the front." Other students kept glancing over, their eyes curious, while the teacher remained focused. "After all, you have plenty of time to explore, so enjoy but do not be late for gathering." Juri mumbled, asking, "Why do other schools go to Jeju and ours is here? Boong really hates this place. I want to go to the beach." After a while, Dongmin suggested, "Hey, I heard there is an amusement park over there. Do you want to go? Juri seemed very excited and encouraged. Let us go. Dungmin tried to convince Nam Chun. We can go and come back. Right. What do you think? Good. Nam Shin was gradually attracted by the distant sounds coming from Incheon to Jeongju. Some students in the distance were discussing something important. Do you have cigarettes? Can we smoke here? Just go ahead. Daegun stared intently at them. Pondering, could it be, in Incheon, there is only one high school with blue uniforms, neighing. Luckily, I did not recognize anyone. Must be all boys. Huh. Juri suddenly ran over, pulling him along. Let us go. The amusement park. Nam Xian still could not shake off his worries. It would be awkward if someone recognized him. His friends kept calling out. Good. Good. He turned his head. What is up? Is something wrong? No, it is nothing. The other students from that school suddenly glanced around. Huh. Are they trying to pick a fight? That is not it. They began to have dark thoughts when they saw Susie's body. Susie did not pay attention to her surroundings. She mumbled. Where did Good go? These guys keep staring at her, whispering and debating. Oh, look at her. Are they flirting? Haha. You are definitely trying to hit on her. Come on, go for it. Right after you said that, the guy slowly moved in to approach Susie. At that moment, Susie saw her friends moving forward. What is going on? Where are they going? The guy rushed over and said, Hey, it means Susie has followed her heart's call, leaving these two confused. What is going on? Are they running away already? I just got clothes. Haha. I bet they are playing you. The other student from a different school angrily said. That girl did not even glance at me. How annoying. A question arose at the same time. Where did you come from? I am asking you. You dog. Why are not you answering? Finally, the answer came out. Honglong School from DA. Came to experience real-life situations, and the questions kept pouring in. Do you want to find someone to fight? Seungwo was making an offer to the students from other schools. If so, instead of those ordinary students, why do not you try fighting against our professional sports class? The other students were shocked. What is this? These crazy guys. We are not fighting with those idiots. Big bro. Bring them here. Seungwo's gaze turned uncomfortable as he asked back. Big bro. The scene gradually shifted to the outside street. Susie was confused as she followed the trail. What is going on? They were just here. Where did they all go? Oh. Where did they disappear to? At that moment, a hand popped out from behind her. A friend spoke up. Susie. Hey, it is me, Ara. Remember we went for Biku together before? Susie responded affirmatively. Of course. But why are you here? Ara quickly explained. I am just out by myself. Are you too? Or are you looking for the Vian gang? Susie, feeling exposed, expressed her discomfort. No way. Why me? Ara laughed and added. Actually, I wanted to hang out with Manhwa as well. Susie was taken aback. Oh. You are being so honest. Ara expressed her feelings, hiding that she was just tired, and Susie nodded in agreement. That is true. Ara started to entice. If you are free, do you want to join me? It will be fun. Susie thought for a moment. That sounds nice. I am feeling a bit bored. Before leaving, Susie could not help but be curious. But they were clearly here just now. Where did they go? Oh. It really is like that, Ara reassured her. Susie, you do not need to worry. There is nothing we can find. Seomin was moving towards the amusement park, excitedly saying, Whoa. There are so many people. Whoa. This is really fun. This is what I call real tourism. Although they were out having fun, Daegun was still pondering. If we are here, it should be fine. There are more normal people than students. Seomin asked everyone. So what are we playing? Are we going for the thrill or just warming up a bit? Normanho pointed in the distance, and Seomin guessed. What? Are we playing darts? Seomin did not like this game at all, making a silly face to refuse. Even if it is a warm-up, that sounds so boring. We are here and there are so many games in front of us. Still, Normanho is determined to point in one direction. Seomin can't refuse stubborn Manho, knowing that if they get full points, they can leave right away. Jiri is surprised. What is going on? Are you serious? Seomin is also helpless. What should we do? Just get full points and end it quickly. The boss calls out. Hey kids, do you want to get full points and end it quickly? Don't underestimate this game. Normanho hesitantly asks the boss. We can use both hands. Right, Jiri calls out from a distance. Hey, Daegun. Come here. We are playing. The boss responds to Normanho's question. Use both hands. You can use as many hands as you want, but do not get too cocky. Young man, getting full points might take until sunset. Jiri also thinks to himself. That is right. We do not have much time. If it goes on like this, we won't be able to play anything. The boss says it is not that simple. Jiri reassures. It is fine. If it is Manho raises his arm, and the dart is ready. Doubling up, it flies forward with a speed that grabs everyone's attention. The boss watches the dart fly. Standing there in shock, Normanho is flying while saying, It is not the first time. Let us start. Several female students gradually take notice of the dart game. Hey, look over there. Normanho seems to be putting on a deep performance, his arm throwing continuously without stopping. The dart hits its target every time, hitting the female students' favorites. It is really crazy. He is really skilled. The darts keep flying out in large numbers. Manho's gaze is focused. The boss anxiously shouts, "Hey, stop. That is not allowed." Dong Min is outside cheering. "Hey, blow more bubbles. Do you need my help? Get more stuffed animals ready, too. This is crazy. We will run out of stuffed animals at this rate." Jiri runs off. "I am going to recharge some money." Meanwhile, our guy looks around. There are even guns here. The female students are attracted to our guy's handsome looks. Nine looks over there. What is happening? He is so handsome. Are you going to play? The male lead shakes his head. No, the female students discuss among themselves. They must be in a group. That is good. Let us invite them out to play. Are they in a group? They keep looking and discussing. Is that person a teacher? They seem to have a good relationship with the students. They look like they fit in perfectly. The female students approach. "May I ask? We saw everyone playing darts over there. Can we come closer to watch?" Mano coldly replies. Passing on the skills is quite difficult. When Mano turns back, the female student is suddenly startled. Manho asks again, "What is wrong?" "Huh. Nothing is wrong." The female students discuss among themselves. "That red-haired guy's pretty cool. He looks cute. But by the way, where are you all from?" Jongbin replies, Honglong School in DA. Leldutton, how about you? "We are from Incheon, Nain School, too." The female students have not finished speaking. That guy over there seems a bit shy. "Either way, we have met. If it is okay, let us hang out together." The male lead declines. "No," while Jongmin agrees. "Sure." The boys from the other school discuss. "Hey, those girls are hunting for guys. I wonder what they are planning. I do not know what kind of idiot this is." This guy is the freshman vice captain Sang Hun. A chubby guy appears with a question. "What is going on? This idiot dares to touch the Nain girls from Tawa." "Which one? Where are those bastards? Is it this parking lot?" A character slowly appears. Footsteps approach, and a voice rises. "Compared to the rumors, it is quite normal. And the weather is nice too. Well, let us get started." The plan to spy on Deagle. A murky conversation begins. "Hello." Yes. The woman on the other end asks, "How's Deagle? I want you to pay attention to his feelings and mood today." Minsu hesitates at this. "About that, we agreed to go together, but it seems I have been left behind." The woman on the other end sighs in exasperation. Susie seems to have spotted the male lead and his friends. However, things are somewhat unpleasant. "What scene is this?" Ara replies, "That is the stunt I just heard about." Jiri comes back, questioning, "Hey, Susie, why are you here? What are you looking at?" Jiri's gaze shifts toward the group of people approaching. "Who are they?" Confused, they scratch their heads and ask, "But there are 4 of us." The female students are bewildered. "Hey, are not you the teacher?" "Unbelievable. And you do not have a partner either, right?" "Yeah." "Haha, now we." Right after that situation, Susie quickly approaches to ask those girls, "What are you doing here? Why are you at a different school's area?" The girls look a bit scared. Jai, "Who are you, trying to stop me?" Ara stands next to her, mumbling continuously. After finding the address, every morning the blonde girl is held tightly by Susie's hand, unable to resist. "What the heck? What strength is this?" The other friends try to advise. "Let go of him." Susie responds to them, "If you do not want trouble, then get lost. Get out of here before I mess you up." The blonde girl pauses a bit at this. "Mess you up?" Susie stands her ground, still not leaving. Her reckless behavior is so extreme that even the bold have to retreat. Jay tries to stop her. "Hey, why are you so aggressive?" Dongmin rushes in to persuade. "Come on. Take her out of here quickly." Dongmin walks away, turning back to apologize to those girls. "Let us hang out another time." Susie, annoyed, hits Dongmin. "Who do you want to go with?" "This crazy guy." Ignoring the chaos over there, the boss focuses on calculating how much he needs to pay. Nevertheless, Normanho comes back and says, "We have to go now. This is fun." "Oh, no need to bring the bills." The boss, hearing this, almost tears up. "Really, thank you so much. God will bless you." The female students leave in a state of shock. Crazy for real. So frustrating. What is wrong with that crazy girl? They quickly depart. Damn it. So annoying. Really want to kill that one. Then a big guy in black appears. "Hey, what is going on? What is up? We're not you guys heading over?" The blonde girl looks back and asks, "Did you see it?" "Nothing. That crazy girl just scared us." The big black guy asks, "Where did they come from?" The blonde replies, "I do not know. I think they said DA. The big black guy crushes the cotton candy in his hand, grumbling, "How dare those DA people look down on us. It seems there are a few girls too. Are they pretty? The short-haired blonde shook his head in confusion. The chubby kid revealed his disgusting nature, licking all the cotton candy off his hands and said, "Wait for it, I will be right back." The eager little followers thought it was time to fight, but the chubby kid believed it was not just a fight, it was a massacre. Those fools. The group of girls was also eager to go, but quickly warned, "Don't go, you will get hurt." The girls looked down the path, unsure if it was okay. The blonde girl insisted, "What is there to worry about? That is Odie. Hanmei, he is a monster." The scene at the amusement park appeared once again, surprise enveloping the atmosphere. Wait a minute, where's Dong Min? I just realized I have not seen him around. Didn't he go into the alley? Where's Dong Min? Everyone, come in here and see. Just then, Ara ran up to Norman Hall, thanking him for his help last time. I was so confused back then. I only dared to thank you now. This gratitude made Manhwa a bit hesitant. What happened last time? Recalling that day made Ara prepare for a headache. Luckily, Norman Hall came to the rescue. He intentionally asked for confirmation. "Oh, that path." Ara nodded. "You really are good. Can I have your phone number?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense as the chubby kid appeared with his booming voice. "Oh, are all of you here?" "Hello, everyone." The crowd seemed puzzled and anxious. Who is that?" "Who knows? I do not know either." This chubby kid officially introduces himself. "I am from Nidong School in Incheon. You guys said you are from DA. Right." Suzy was surprised. "What the hell?" Jiyuri hesitated. "Wait, how do you know we study at DA? The chubby kid's eyes shone with a hint of malice. "Whoa, you girls are really something." His words made the crowd feel the dark intent from the other side. Those guys were whispering and bad-mouthing the crowd. "Hey, do they have a teacher with them too?" I can approach that teacher. Over here, Ara was also a bit confused about their appearance. She wondered, why are teachers from other schools talking to us? The crowd reassured her, "Don't let his face fool you. That guy is just a student like us." One of them said, "What? With a face like that, he is a student." The crowd was bored. "I really sympathize with him." The chubby kid replied, "Hey, you are a student too." Huh. The others chimed in, "Oh, it is not easy over there, but they will definitely be defeated by us." The chubby kid boldly declared, "Well then, I feel more relaxed now. Why be so tense? Let us just take it easy." His words were too confusing, making Norman's group murmur. "What is he saying? He thinks we are tense. What is so hard to understand? He is provoking us." In other words, that was a challenge. The sky was filled with drifting clouds. The male lead's feet came to a stop at one point. He was untying his tie while thinking, "I need to take off my jacket and tie. If someone who knows my face looks at me, they would think I am just an ordinary person, not a student." Suddenly, a sound reached him. Surprising Diego, the guys from the other school shouted. "You bastards. What the hell is this? Who uses weapons?" Norman Ho countered. "Is there a problem?" The others replied, "Is there a problem? Are you from DE? Do you always fight like that?" Norman Ho nodded. "That is right," but Jong Min added. "Not really. Yet you act like it is true." That strange student continued. "Well, you must be under a lot of pressure facing Incheon. Right? Come on, it is just a pencil. We have been shot before." Jong Min and Ho Jong were shocked. "You got shot at Incheon? That is a big deal." "Huh, our guy just moved in and was already called out." "Deejun," he asked confusedly. "What are you guys doing? Is it them again?" The strange student began to speak again. "It is you. You are in their group, The main guy nodded. "That is right, but..." Our guy barely started talking when that guy interrupted. "If you do not want to get beaten, stay in there." Confused looks. "But why does this feel familiar?" The chubby guy seemed to recognize something. Flashback to that day. Everyone recounted. "I can forget that day. The day I got shot. I saw my teammates fall after the gunfire started. I could not do anything then. I got shot in the stomach, and I was startled by the loud gunfire." The reporter recounted. "As you have seen, these are the psychological aftereffects caused by gunfire. It is very hard to fully recover, because the memories will be deeply etched, and the brain is hard to forget, but the violence keeps hitting punch after punch." This body was shocked. The gun was right in front of my eyes. The opponent's gaze filled with utter fear. That was Dagoon with the deadly blows. These guys suddenly knelt before the main character. "Why are you here?" "I am kneeling." "You better shut up and bow your head." Dagoon was surprised. "What are you guys doing? Do you know me?" Our guy tried to think for a moment, finally remembering where these guys showed up. "Oh right, at the convenience store." Jong Min and Ho Jong looked at the expressions of the strange students. He was confused. What is going on? Why are they like this? I do not know. The strange female students gathered, making a lot of noise. "I told you not to follow me," stubborn blonde replied. "Just do not get in the way. Everything should be resolved by now." She even yelled at her two friends. "Hurry up, we have to beat them up to feel better." "First, for those crazy things, I have to make them hurt. However, when they got there, the blonde was surprised to see the boys from their school doing push-ups with their heads down. Their eyes widened in surprise, their feet froze. The moment they saw the group of girls, our guy felt the danger lurking. I might get exposed, so I have to try to keep everything quiet as much as possible. Dagon approached those people and said, Hey, why are you doing this? We do not know each other. This is our first meeting. Those people were still trembling. How could this be? Senior, I am sorry for not recognizing you sooner because you look more handsome than before. However, our guy raised his threatening arm. Shut up. From now on, if that mouth makes a sound once, you will die. Do you understand? Take all your friends and get out of here. Disappear quietly. Do not say anything about me. If you understand, nod your head. And disappear. Right after this command, those people disappeared quickly before the main character's last glance. Hurry up. Juri did not understand what was happening. What is wrong with them? What is up with Dagon? Memin turned to explain. Oh no. They are the juniors of my old neighbor. Just ran into each other. It has been a while since we spoke, but my husband is still confused. Yet as soon as they saw him, they knelt down. Norman Hawk spoke up. I was planning to use a new technique on them, but my husband is still very skeptical. Juniors. They do not seem to be the right age. Are reminded. We do not have much time left. Yeah, right. Let us hurry back to gather. Run. Run faster. I am anxious. The teacher started urging. Where have you all been? Come here. Hurry up. Get on the bus quickly. The bus quickly left. Strange schoolboys lay on the ground. Complaining. Dagon is really something else. That guy is strong. Now do not go picking on anyone else. We are not like that, a voice asked. What is up with Dagon? I do not know, but I have met that neighbor before. If I did not know, no one would. He sounds very lonely, and I am busy right now. Do not bother me. Just go. Sudin mumbled. What is he talking about? If he is a part-time worker, he should work here. Why come to school and not work, a lonely person? Sanjin kept speculating about the main character, but no way is Dagon a lonely person. If he was in Incheon then, just with the name, it is hard to figure out. Next is Nidong, where he dropped out. Sanjin walked into a very crowded place. He was scared. He walked into the wrong place, looking for another way then. Wait, maybe I can gather some useful information from them, whom Sudin was determined to greet. Hello, I am a student. I want to write a report about Incheon. May I ask a few questions? The group did not respond. Sudin looked around lost. Another guy approached Sudin. Oh, you are from somewhere else. What do you want to know? But first, give me some money. Sanjin frowned in response. Come on, can't you talk nicely? From this statement, Sudin knew he was about to get hit. Sure enough. Kanama, with just one punch, Sudin fell down. Everyone was confused. What is wrong with him? I do not know. Or should we strip him first? The scene gradually turned to dusk. The teacher reminded, you all go to the designated room. The one indicated to the room. Got it. The students discussed. Is Dagon alone in another room? The loud noise was reminded by the teacher. Who is causing the ruckus? If I catch you, there will be punishment. Seongmin reminded everyone. Let us play later. Right, it should be fun. Back jury, you also visit. Norman Ho was calming the main character. Do not worry. Dagon. There should be a way. A head peeked in. Jinmo ran over calling loudly. Miss Susie, I have good news. Dagon's room is 302. Susie questioned back. So what? Jinmo said, I heard the members in other rooms. I wonder if they will meet in Dagon's room. Susie still did not get the point. So what? So what if there is a truth game? The laundry room next to room 302. You can go there to do your laundry. And then what? So what if his blood type is that? He usually sleeps. So what? The conversation is getting more and more pointless. The main guy feels pretty bad. Susie keeps asking. So what? So what? Jinmo responds like that. Susie is what does that mean? Seriously? What can you do with that nonsense? Jinmo asked back in surprise. Am I being ridiculous? Susie walks away saying, it is all nonsense. I am not interested. I do not even care about the Dagon. Jinmo is confused. Really? Susie remains firm. So what? What do you want me to do? Susie mutters as she leaves. It is really useless. And I need to do some laundry too. I feel so restless. I brought some other stuff too. So what should I wear? The evening sky turned golden. The blonde girl exclaimed. The Didi. The brown-haired girl said with a smile. Oh really? He is really handsome. This is the first time I have seen him in person. The bald tough guy said. It is not easy to meet him. He is 3 years older than you. And suddenly he disappears, leaving only his reputation. The bull guy heard that and continued. Yeah right. I was wondering where he vanished to. Isn't he working part-time at the convenience store? The bald guy replied. But is not he here right now? The chubby guy stood up and put his hands in his pockets. asking, "Hey, what time is it now? How is he with those guys at this hour?" But they seem to only be freshmen. It is really hard to understand. The bull guy exhaled and turned to the chubby guy. "Hey man. Honestly, I still doubt whether he is really that legendary character or not. Didn't the rumors say that his eyes are very unusual? Are those rumors exaggerated?" The bald guy continued. "But anyway, let us not talk about that anymore. I do not need to know other things. Just know that the Dagon has become what it is now thanks to him. Maybe there is something we do not know." The blonde girl suddenly remembered. She said, "Hey, did not you say the Dagon is 20 years old? But earlier I saw him wearing a high school uniform. But it is also possible that people rent school uniforms to wear at amusement parks." The short-haired girl added, "Even though he is grown up, he can still rent a uniform to play. So this does not really mean anything." The three-part hair guy finally stood up and sighed. "All right, let us not guess anymore. Guessing further won't help. There is only one way. We have to go back and meet the big brother Eugen at the convenience store." The doorbell rang. The old man Biowu walked in. The blonde young man hurriedly said, "Hello boss, you are here." The old man replied, The store seems quiet. After all, this town is not suitable for business. But when I got here, I saw them in that alley. Now are you going to fight them or run away?" The blonde young man looked confused. "Huh, those young guys." Then the girl with the headband hesitated. "Well, I guess I will avoid them." The old man saw that and said, "Do not be afraid of anyone. Go back and teach them a lesson. When I was young, I could take on 4 of those guys by myself." The blonde guy interrupted. "All right, can I take the day off today?" The old man reluctantly replied, "Fine, you can go, but remember to take that shirt to the laundromat." The young man rushed out the door, responding, "Yeah, I got it. See you tomorrow." At the same time, Hamsung Jin was sitting on the floor, his shirt snatched away. He shouted, "Hey, give my clothes back. That is my limited edition detective outfit that I spent all my money on." The young man in black started to feel around the shirt, checking each pocket. He smirked. "Whoa, this is really a well-known brand." The young man in white urged, "Hurry up, see what is in the pockets. Notebooks. Glasses. What are you using those for?" "Huh, fatso." Hamsung Jin, annoyed, replied, "Hey, I am a detective." Watching the two rummage through his stuff, he thought to himself, "Damn it. If only I had not let my guard down, I could be taking them down with my special technique known as Bondan Bebf." As he thought this, they pulled out his notebook. Hamsung Jin yelled, "Hey, do not open that. It is confidential information." The guy in black kicked Hamsung Jin's hand and shouted, "Shut up, dog." As he opened the notebook, the first page surprised him. He muttered the name, Kwondega, Kwondega. Meanwhile, the blonde guy had been standing at the alley's entrance for a while. He peeked in and said, "Whoa, what is going on in there? First, you guys take a break, and as for you, Detective Buddy, can I borrow it for a bit?" Hamsung Jin looked surprised, thinking to himself, isn't he that the part-time worker from the convenience store? What is he doing here? The guy in black frowned and replied with annoyance, "Who are you? Get lost, or we will take care of you and everything you have." The blonde guy casually put his hands in his pockets and said, "Oh, I forgot to bring it because I lost it." The guy in black cursed, "You idiot, are you kidding me? I will count to 3, and if you do not hand it over, you will regret it." As he finished speaking, the young man was punched straight in the mouth. He did not have time to react, and even if he did, the outcome would be the same. The young man in black fell to the ground in front of everyone. Hamsung Jin was taken aback, thinking, "What the hell?" The others looked shocked and confused, staring wide-eyed. The two were struggling, and Hamsung Jin exchanged glances with them. The guy in white rolled up his sleeves and looked at the blonde guy, laughing, "Haha, I am really fired up now. I do not care who you are. You have been defeated so many times. Ha." Just as he finished speaking, he raised his arm, only to be continuously punched in the mouth by the blonde guy. He thought, "Damn, he is fast, but it does not hurt much. All right, I was just messing around before, now it is the real deal." He thought, and raised his fist again. The blonde guy bent over, looked up and cursed, "This guy is really wasting my time." The punch grazed the blonde guy's face once, twice, then 3 times. The young man smirked, "Huh. Looking at my face like this, you do not even know who my dad is." The young man in white responded confidently, "Haha, judging by your moves, you can be an ordinary part-time worker. Right, you know boxing, I am known for that around here." As he mentioned boxing, he threw a strong punch at the blonde guy's face, but it still missed. The blonde guy thought, "Huh. Really? Let us see how good you are." With that, he ignited his fists and made the guy raise his hands. Then he delivered a straight punch to the bed, sending electricity coursing through the young man's body in white. The guy cried out in pain, and the blonde guy felt a bit disgusted. "Hey, turn away, your face is gross." True to his word, He landed another punch to the guy's face. After just a few hits, the young man in white was already dazed. The guy behind him immediately slammed his head to the ground, and all of Ham Sung-jin and his crew were shocked. Just waiting for this, the others rushed in together. The blonde guy stood still, mumbling, "So, you all want this? Huh." He casually waved his hands, one by one. Each guy who approached him was met with a light punch. The guy behind him charged in alone, punching each one in the stomach. Everyone who rushed up got a kick from the blonde guy. Some stumbled while others flew. They all fell to the ground. With every step the blonde guy took, another person went down. There was one last guy left. Suddenly, he panicked and shouted, Wait, hold on. Can we talk about this?" The blonde guy stopped and smirked. "Talk about what? You do not want to fight." The young man in black thought for a moment and replied, "Well, we are part of the Alliance. If you have reached this level, I think you are not just any ordinary guy. So, let us introduce ourselves. May I ask which gang you belong to?" The blonde guy stood there confused. Ham Sung-jin thought to himself, "What gang?" "The Alliance." The blonde guy slicked back his golden hair and sighed. "You are in the Alliance and do not know who I am. That is really disappointing." The young man in black began to sweat, thinking, "Oh no, I do not know anything." The young man with short black hair finally realized. Stuttering, "It is Sunlight, the Sunlight brothers from Wydonggo School." The blonde guy laughed. "Oh, someone knows me. Let me introduce. The other guy is my brother." The young man in black chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you guys had short hair. Turns out you have long hair. Sorry, we did not know. We are also in our 5th year. Sorry for not recognizing you sooner. Let us wrap this up." But then the young man with short hair spoke up. "Hold on a second." With that, he stepped forward, patted his friend on the shoulder, and said softly, "The Sunlight brothers just made a name for themselves 2 years ago. They were key members in their first-year class back then, both twins with very distinctive golden hair, always riding bicycles through yellow lights, so they are known as the Sunlight brothers. Both are fighters, and there has been much debate about who is stronger, the older brother or the younger one." The blonde guy laughed. "Of course, it is me." Ham Sung-jin listened to them talk and thought, "What are they rambling about?" The young man with short hair had reached the part about the unification of the van car that took place 2 years ago. Suddenly, the blonde guy interrupted. "Wait, that is too long-winded. Just get to the point." The young man with short hair continued. "All right, let us get straight to it. As I mentioned earlier, the van car alliance was established last year, and the members of the alliance should not attack each other. You understand that, right? Besides, we have become members of the Alliance now, so you know how many lives we owe." The blonde guy laughed loudly. "Haha, this is interesting. So what should I do? Should I just give up?" The two guys in black said nothing, as if they did not know how to handle it either. The blonde guy brushed his hands off. "I dropped out of school, so I am not involved with the Alliance anymore. As you can see, I am working part-time at a convenience store. So now, beating you guys here is no problem at all." The young men showed a hint of fear on their faces. The blonde guy forced a smile. "Is not our relationship just like this? But thinking back, I did not want to fight in the first place. I just wanted to take that detective away." The guy in black turned to look at Ham Sung-jin and asked, "Is it just a coincidence? Because this guy also mentioned the name Kwon Dae-gun, and you are a junior of Kwon Dae-gun." The blonde guy firmly said, "Okay, let us stop. I want to take back what I said earlier. I want to defeat all of you." The guy in black was stunned, clearly surprised. "What is going on? Why the sudden change?" The blonde guy's expression turned cold. "Because I am not in a good mood." At the rest area, everyone was out looking for a room. Dae-gun just walked in. The person next to him said, "Whoa, the room is really nice." Dae-gun said, "There are 2 floors in the forest." The others exclaimed, "Whoa, this is the first time I have used it. Should I lie on top or on the bottom?" Dae-gun opened the nearby door, and it was the bathroom. He told everyone, "I will go wash my hands first." And everyone nodded happily. The sound of running water echoed outside, and the others waiting in front of the room suddenly left. Dae-gun quickly came out. He said, "I am done. You guys can take a shower now." As he stepped out, he saw those guys hugging pillows. He looked at them confused and asked, "Oh, what is this? Are you guys switching rooms?" Jongmin quickly replied. They agreed. Dae-gun smelled something strange here. He said, "Hey, are you sure you asked for their opinion? Or did you just come over?" Just as he finished speaking, Juri also walked in happily and said, "Whoa, hello Dae-gun." He was startled. Just as he closed the door, he asked, "Hey, do you really need to do that? I think it is a bit dangerous." Juri pulled him and excitedly said, "It is okay. They won T find out. Hurry and sit down here." Jongmin laughed and said, "Hee, is Dae-gun scared? This is a memorable high school time, so enjoy it." As the door closed, someone saw it. Suzy was hiding nearby thinking to herself, "Juri, you little brat, but I also want to play truth or dare." At the same time, the young man in black was knocked out on the ground. The blonde guy looked at him with disdain and said, "Huh, Is it convenient to call the name of Kwon Dae-gun like that? Twice even. If you can control your mouth one more time, you are definitely dead with me. The blonde guy walked away, and Ham Sung-ji ran after him saying, "What do you mean? Why is it Kwon Dae-gun? But I asked you and you said you did not know." The blonde guy replied nonchalantly, "I was just pretending. You even brought a notebook to take notes, so I found it suspicious." Ham Sung-ji asked, "Have you changed your mind now?" The young man with blonde hair replied, "I do not want others asking about him. Let me tell you myself. First, let us go somewhere. Actually, I would really appreciate it if you want to know about Dae-gun, but it has been a long time since we met, so you probably won't hear much." Ham Sung-ji asked, "Kwon Dae-gun, how old is he?" The young man with blonde hair replied, "What, age? So you really do not know?" "Sure, you said you are from somewhere else. But still, if you do not know anything, that is a bit unreasonable. Come here, let us rewind time together. Back to Seoul 2 years ago. It was chaotic. Incheon was a battlefield every day, just like in the Warring States period. And the Nadonggo school where I studied has a long tradition. It is a local school, which means it is somewhat irresponsible in communal matters, so it is normal to be bullied by surrounding schools. But then, someone appeared and took charge, teaching the nearby schools that bullied my school a lesson. The path he took was one of unification. 7 main areas of Seoul, 13 separate alliances, and 24 major schools. He accomplished everything, fighting countless foes. He completed it all in just 7 days. Incheon during the Warring States was unified by one man in just a week. That man is Kwon Dae-gun, my senior. Ham Sung-jin was a bit stunned after hearing this. He stammered, "Is he really that great? Feels like a character from a legend or a myth." The young man with blonde hair laughed. "Haha, at least to me, he truly is a legend. Whether you believe it or not. Oh, let me introduce myself a bit. You know I am a junior under him for a year. Right, but I am not just any junior. I am also his close disciple, his beloved junior. And moreover, his right-hand man after he left. I inherited the position of leader of Naidong High School and led it for a while. Now, I am working part-time at a convenience store. And finally, my name is Owen, the former leader of the 3 Sunlight brothers." Owen put on a helmet, and Ham Sung-jin curiously spotted the car. "Is that the Sunlight car?" Owen sighed. "This car is not from a few years ago, but it still runs quite well." He got on the bike and told Sunjin, "Oh, what are you waiting for? Get on. We can't just stand here chatting forever." At the resort, colorful pants were thrown on the bed, and Suzy had just finished showering, wearing only a crop top and small shorts, showcasing a figure fit like a beauty queen. She propped her chin and thought, "What color should I wear? I seem to have brought too many, so now it is hard to choose. I will go with cool tones." Alright, pants are chosen, but the more important question is, how do I get into that room? His room is 302, and that one is 402. Right? Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. She shrugged and muttered, "Tight. It is simpler than I thought." After a while, the machine was placed on the table. This is a lie detector, which detects lies by measuring heart rate. If someone lies, their heart rate will increase, and the system will shock the liar with electricity. Jongmin excitedly asked everyone, "So if the liar does not want to be caught by this machine, they could potentially avoid it?" "Right," Manhwa replied. "That is entirely possible." Jongmin held it with glee, saying, "Hee, then let us try to fool it once. If anyone can trick it, their power will be immense." Dagon looked at the machine and suddenly felt a bit worried. His whole body tensed up. Outside, Jang Jinmo leaned close to the wall to eavesdrop, thinking, "Sure enough, there are many people inside." He recalled Mang's earlier hint, that another way is to connect Baek Suzy and Dagon's group. But what would happen if a guy and a girl were alone in a room? I got it, Jang Jinmo thought. How clever I am. I have figured out a way. Ha! Inside another room, there was a murmuring sound. "Is there no more bottle for this, teacher?" The other replied, "Yes. There is only this bottle." Jang Jinmo entered seriously and said loudly, "Hello, teacher. Thank you for working all night. What is this?" Jinmo. Jang Jinmo continued, "Yes. I want to report something about Class 1. I know what I am doing is not very manly. But still, I want to live honestly, and that is, the students in room 302 have changed rooms." The teacher replied, "I do not know how to handle this. Are those kids drunk?" A while later, it was dark outside. The machine detected that truth and lies still had to operate. Jongmin said, "Hey, you look like you are going back to school for the second time." Bang Ho Jong replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Just as he spoke, an electric shock ran through him, causing him to exclaim, "Whoa." Jiu re-sighed at this sight, saying, "Well, what is there to lie about?" Bang Ho Jong rubbed his hands and replied, "Huff, it is really hard to fool you just with words." Turning to Jong Min, he angrily scolded, "You big-headed loser. What kind of weird question is that? It is really irritating." Jong Min shrugged and said, "Oh, asking for other information about you is not interesting either. Your face looks so fake. You really resemble someone going back to school for the second time. Always. Not faking at all. Dae-gun felt a bit guilty hearing Jong-min say that. Sweat began to run down. Jura noticed Dae-gun sweating and immediately asked, Dae-gun, are you hot? Why are you sweating so much? Or are you worried that it is almost your turn to play? That is so adorable. Haha. Just then, outside the window, someone was eavesdropping. That person was none other than Suzy, who heard Juri's words and felt annoyed. Muttering, what? Adorable. That damn girl. Suzy was sitting outside on the balcony, wearing just a tank top and shorts. A light breeze blew, making her shiver. Suzy muttered, oh man, it is dark and so cold. I should have worn a jacket earlier. But no. I can tee, because my plan says so, which does not make much sense. I will tell Dae-gun that while I was out on the balcony enjoying the breeze, a bat fell down here. I fell so lightly that I did not make a sound. My body is as light as a feather. That is definitely what I will say. Just then, a voice echoed in the room. It is Dae-gun's turn now. Suzy startled and listened intently. Dae-gun nervously reached for the machine. Manhwa quickly asked, Dae-gun, do you want to try my eye-catching technique? Juri saw this and immediately covered Manhwa's mouth, shouting, hey, why do you want to know about that? Don't waste your question like that. Who likes that cheating technique anyway? Meanwhile, Jong-bin looked at Dae-gun and thought, I definitely have a lot of questions for him. But if I ask too directly from the start, it might backfire. So I will start off gently. After thinking, Jong-bin boldly said, before I get to my main question, you mentioned you studied at Naewaidong before moving here. Right, Dae-gun replied, a bit surprised. Yeah. Bang-ho recalled the hot girls from yesterday and awkwardly said, the girls yesterday mentioned Naewaidong too. Seeing this, Jong-bin was secretly pleased and quickly said, hey, are you interested in this too? Bang-ho replied, yeah, that is right. If Dae-gun says they are juniors, then I will ask for their phone numbers. Something like that. Man-ho, feeling a bit suspicious, said, hey, I suspect you are a spy here to steal my skills. Bang-ho wrong awkwardly kicked him, saying, that is not what I meant. Stop thinking nonsense. Jong-bin looked at Dae-gun, forcing a smile to show his confusion. But we just started our first year. How can students of the same age be juniors to him in high school? Bang-ho wrong also understood at that moment and chimed in, yeah. How could that happen? Dae-gun started to get nervous. He awkwardly replied, well, it is a kind of junior-senior relationship. In terms of skills, Manhwa agreed. Right. So no matter how old they are, they can still be juniors. Bang-ho wrong nodded. Oh, is that so? Dae-gun was sweating profusely, his eyes darting around. Manhwa continued explaining to Bang-ho wrong. It is like a relationship between a master and a disciple of the same age. Juri, at this point, got really annoyed. Hey, seriously, what kind of stories are these? If you guys have nothing to ask him, let me do it. Dae-gun tightly gripped the device. The buttons on it started changing colors. Jong-bin immediately noticed this, thinking, whoa, the device is working. Juri and the other two also noticed. She exclaimed in surprise, oh, I have not finished asking my questions yet. Why is the device reacting like that? The device F sound grew louder, and Dae-gun, feeling flustered, squeezed it tightly. Meanwhile, at a deserted house, Jo-eun told Hamsun Jin, alright, now ask whatever you want. This is my hideout. No one will hear us. You can talk freely about any secrets. Hamsun Jin replied, okay, but first I have a side question. Do you really need to treat me like this? Why did you tie me up here? Yeon shrugged and said, well, because I still can fully trust you. That is why I need to tie you up. Now, I am starting to tell my story. But where should I start? How about starting from when I entered Naewaidong? Hamsun Jin interrupted. Hey, I am not interested in your story. Jo-eun frowned and said, hey, listen. You need to hear about all the characters involved. Hamsun Jin, annoyed, shouted, but do not go on too much about your past. What I want to hear is information about Dae-gun. Back to the past. At Naewaidong High School, which was located deep within the district. At that time, the Yeon siblings had just enrolled, and the two boldly walked into school with their bright blonde hair. Opening the door, they saw people sparring. It was not just two people, but a whole bunch fighting. Yeon sighed. What is this? Just starting school and already dividing ranks. Yeonbin was equally surprised. He said, hey, what kind of strange opening ceremony is this? Yeon looked at her brother and asked, is this the weakest school? Do you want to be the boss here? Just then, the two were also spotted by others. Yeon recounted how they had built a reputation at school. Back then they did not even have the nickname Sang-lei. They got angry when they saw us, acting all high and mighty. And more than that, they knew we were the famous brothers from Incheon. Yeon whispered to her brother, looks like the rumors have spread, as she puffed on her cigarette. Well then, we won't let you down, they said, and both rushed forward. A moment later, some other people arrived, curious, saying, whoa, what is going on here? Inside, the sound of fighting was still echoing, and those outside wondered. The spirit of those students must be something else to be heard from out here. What a show! Yeon swiftly punched each one. Just as the door cracked open, it was also the moment they had finished dealing with the earlier chaos. The man who walked in shivered at the sight and said, "So, you two are the freshman leaders. Your eyes really do give off a vibe." The tall man at the front introduced himself. "I am Daemonim, the leader of Naedong High's third year. Soon, there will be a match to establish rankings in Incheon. So you do not need to worry. Daemonim here has already become the boss of Naedong." The two brothers looked at each other. Speechless, Daemonim continued, "Now that I am the boss of Naedong, this school will reach a new position. The stepping stone to rise in the rankings in Incheon is the technical school in the Zongyu Incheon area next door. If all goes well, we will start tomorrow." But unfortunately, Daemonim was defeated by that school, and thus, Naedong remains the weakest school in the area. At that moment, the boss of the technical school was just a rising star, and Ham Sung-jin interjected, "Wait, where's our main character? I do not care about the other bosses. Whether it is Daemonim or anyone else, I just want to hear about Kwon Daegun." Yeon replied, "Oh, is my story not interesting? Alright, I will go to school too then." In a corner of the school, Yeon said, "Hey, there is a second-year student who just transferred here. I heard he speaks with Iksun accent." Yeon responded, "Oh, if he speaks with Iksun accent, then he probably is not that big of a deal. Now that we are the top of the first-year boys at Naedong High, we are practically seniors already." Just as he finished, a strange person appeared behind them, and Yeon reminded, "Hey, you." Back there, Daegun stood there, looking surprised, as if he had just been robbed. Yeon was startled by his face and said, "Oh my, you scared me. What is going on?" Daegun asked casually. "Where's the boss of this school?" Yeon replied, a bit annoyed. Looks like that is the new face." "Oh, it is you, the second-year student who just transferred." "Right, but if you have just transferred, you should not come near us first-year boys. And why are you looking for the boss?" There is a hierarchy here. You know that, right?" Daegun remained silent. Yeon boldly introduced himself. "I am Ie, a first year. No matter if you are a second year or whatever. First things first. Now on to the next chapter," Yeon said, and then quickly added, Hey, why jump to the next chapter? Keep telling the story." Yeon laughed. Ha. I do not remember what happened next," Jin asked in astonishment. "Whoa. Did he defeat you? What about your twin brother?" Yeon thought for a moment and replied, "Oh, you mean Yeogun." Alright then. Yeogun saw Yeon lying unconscious on the ground. He took a deep breath. Then he tossed the cigarette on the ground and clenched his fist, charging at Yeogun to throw a punch. Yeon turned to look at Jin and chuckled. Ha. Seeing this, Jin said, "Hey, why did you stop telling the story? Don't you tell me the outcome is the same as yours?" Yeon replied with a charitable smile. He then said, "Right, after that both of us passed out. We do not remember what happened next. But anyway, that was the first time I met Yeogun. The reason he sought the senior at school was to make a request." Jin found it puzzling and asked, "A request?" Yeon replied. "Yes," he said. "I want to live in peace." That was simply a request, not a provocation or anything. The guy from the same school fell silent upon hearing Daegun say that. Damon looked him up and down and asked, "What are you talking about? Are you hiding a camera on you? Your face is too dramatic. This is the kind of scene you see in movies from a few years ago." The underling pulled Daegun's collar and warned, "Hey, you transfer student. Are you asking for trouble?" Daegun responded with silence. Seeing this, the underling became even more furious, raising his hand and shouting, "Listen up. You punk, this is not a place for you to mess around." Yeon sighed. And so, Daegun took down everyone, including the guy from the same school. The project to live in peace had begun clumsily, but in reality, if he wanted to live in peace, he really should not have come to Incheon. A group from another school arrived at Nai to cause trouble. Ham Sung-jin curiously asked, Why not? What happened in Incheon? Who are those people?" Yeon was silent for a long time. He was thinking, should I tell everything? At that moment, the lie detector suddenly broke. Jongmin and the Jongbi gang were startled. Jongmin said, "What the heck? Did you break this machine? Why did it suddenly do that? You must have used too much force to break it." "Right." Daegun remained silent, feeling a bit guilty. He replied, "I'm sorry. Electricity just ran through it. This product must be faulty," Jongmin shouted. "But why did you have to crush it?" The Jong gang member turned to Daegun and said slowly, "Hey, so both Daegun and I got shocked. Daegun even broke it." Daegun mumbled, "I did not mean to destroy it." Jongmin rolled his eyes. "Well, if he got shocked, it means he lied. But what was that about?" Just then, the teacher came in and said loudly, "Hey you kids, I told you not to change rooms, did not I? All of you come here now." While speaking, the teacher pulled Jongmin out the door. Jongmin cried out as if being poked, and Daegun could only watch helplessly. The room fell silent. Daegun exhaled and wondered, Well, everything is still going fine. Right, well, I hope so. But I am sweating too much. I will just step outside for a bit to catch some breeze. As I opened the door, a strong gust of wind came in, making the air feel much less stifling. At that moment, he noticed someone on the balcony. Susie was curled up in a corner, shivering from the cold. He was startled and called out, "Susie." She let out a soft sound. "It is so cold." Dae-gun found it puzzling. He stood there looking at her and asked, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Susie replied with difficulty, "I am freezing. I can't even get up." As she spoke, she looked up at him with her big round eyes. Watching Dae-gun's reaction, her pale body was turning red from the cold. Honestly, who could see this and not feel a flutter in their heart? Jong-min was yanked by the teacher and yelped in protest. After everyone left, the room felt peaceful. He let out a sigh, thinking, so nothing happened. Right, I hope so. I have been sweating too much. I need some fresh air. As Dae-gun opened the door, the wind rushed in, bringing a slight chill. He thought to himself, whoa, it is a bit cold at this late hour. As he stepped outside, he noticed someone. Susie was curled up in a corner, shaking from the cold. Dae-gun was startled and asked, "Hey Susie, what are you doing here?" Susie shivered and softly said, "I am cold. I am freezing all over." Dae-gun was surprised. He was curious about why she was here. The temperature was dropping, and Susie hugged herself tightly. Seeing this, Dae-gun reached out to her and said, "All right, let us get back inside. Can you walk?" Susie looked up at Dae-gun and frowned, saying, "You do not understand what freezing is, do you?" "I am so stiff, I feel like an ice block." Dae-gun hesitated for a moment, looking at her intently. A moment later, he picked Susie up, her small frame fitting snugly in his arms, and she turned red from embarrassment, feeling Dae-gun's large hand on her skin. Susie could not help but think, "Oh my god, my skin is cold, and now a warm hand is touching it." On top of that, he was directly touching her thigh. Oh my. It was so exhilarating, it felt like her whole body was melting. Inside the room, Susie wrapped her legs and cuffed a few times. She thanked Dae-gun, who sat next to her and asked, "Why were you sitting there?" Susie replied as if reading from a script, "Because I am just a feather." Dae-gun, not understanding, thought to himself, is she frozen stiff in the head from the cold? He sighed and said, "All right, let us warm you up and get out of here. It is dangerous for us to be together like this." Susie looked away and said awkwardly, "Why is it dangerous? Sounds like you are about to do something." "I do not think being with you is dangerous at all." As she said this, she curled up her legs and looked at Dae-gun suspiciously. Just as she finished speaking, they both heard a loud noise. The fake teacher walked in and said, thinking it over, "I wonder if the kids have gathered to drink secretly behind my back." The teacher walked in and looked at Dae-gun, asking, "Be honest, where are you hiding the alcohol?" Dae-gun quickly jumped onto the bed, pretending to read a book, and feigned innocence. "What? Alcohol?" The teacher nodded and replied, "Yes, alcohol. Aren't you guys hiding in the room to drink?" Dae-gun explained. "No way, sir," the teacher continued. "Hemph, but I think I just heard someone talking. Are you alone in the room?" Dae-gun replied nonchalantly, "Yes, just like you said, sir." Susie was in a very awkward position, tucked under Dae-gun's legs, with her head down and her bottom up. The teacher searched around, saying, "All right, I will check. If you are telling the truth, I want to pursue it further. But is there really no one else in the room?" "Lying to a teacher is not allowed," he said. "There is nothing in the wardrobe either." "Nowhere," Dae-gun said confidently. "See, I told you there is nothing," the teacher insisted. "Really, there is nothing," Dae-gun replied. "Yes. Really, sir." He then turned to look at Susie hiding below. Realizing this position could easily be misunderstood, Susie felt extremely suffocated, her whole body starting to sweat. Her legs pressed against Dae-gun made it hard for her to breathe. She thought to herself, "Oh no, why is my heart racing so fast? My breathing is getting quicker." The teacher, while rummaging around, finally noticed, raising his voice, "You are talking to the teacher while sitting on the bed like that. Wait, why is your leg raised like that? Is there something in there?" Dae-gun was startled and looked down at his leg. The teacher glared at him and questioned, "Hey, a leg can't just raise itself like that." Suddenly, the teacher imagined Dae-gun sitting cross-legged reading, and shouted, "Hey, why are you sitting like that?" While talking to the teacher, Dae-gun replied calmly, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought sitting like this was really comfortable." The teacher stared at him in disbelief. The teacher thought, has the sun risen in the west? Even after scolding him like that, he still sits so disrespectfully. I guess from that day on, he has started to look down on me. Sure, this brat dares to challenge a teacher's authority. The teacher thought for a while and suddenly heard a strange sound. He turned to Dae-gun and asked, "Wait, is there some thumping noise coming from somewhere?" Dae-gun was startled, sweating like he was in a shower, and awkwardly replied, "What? I do not hear anything." "Sir, it must be your stomach growling." Susie, feeling worried and scared, and also suffocated, slightly moved and thought to herself, hang in there, hang in there. Oh no. My breathing is getting hotter. Oh no, I am feeling so dizzy. Susie's face is getting hotter by the second. She is about to suffocate. Daegun is so tense he does not dare to breathe. Sweat keeps pouring down. Susie thinks, oh no, I am about to lose it. I can't take this anymore. Sweat drips down Daegun. Susie can't hold back any longer and pokes her head out. The next moment, she sits up abruptly, revealing her round breasts and nipples, and shouts, damn it, I can't take it anymore. Daegun jumps, grabbing the book, his eyes darting to the door. Susie is startled too and turns around, just in time as the teacher steps outside. Daegun sighs in relief. Thank goodness. If the teacher had stayed just 1 second longer, we would be done for. Susie, can you just leave? Getting up too suddenly makes Susie feel a bit dizzy. She holds her head and complains. Wait, I can't even walk now to sing ounce. Daegun firmly says, but you need to leave here now. Just as he finishes, Susie suddenly says, hey Daegun, I heard you played a truth game earlier. Can I ask you something? Susie looks down, not daring to meet Daegun's eyes, her hands touching him. She whispers, and if you do not allow it, I will still ask, because I always do what I want. Daegun is tense. He does not understand. Susie's hands gripping his sleeve. He says, what is going on? You need to get outside. But as he finishes, Susie leans in closer to him. With both arms around Daegun's neck, they lock eyes. Daegun awkwardly asks, what is this? What are you trying to do? Susie looks straight into his eyes and clearly states, right now, I am being really brave, are not I? You too. Do not avoid it. Just answer my question honestly. Daegun nervously looks at Susie, wondering what this girl is up to. He remembers that day when Ham Soon-jin asked him, what is your relationship with Susie? That day, Susie was equally surprised to hear it over the phone. She tried to press the phone closer to hear better, telling herself to focus and listen. Just then, Daegun's voice came through the line answering Ham Soon-jin's question. There is nothing between us. Nothing at all. Susie recalls the painful memory. She looks at Daegun sadly and continues, what I mean is, do you really have no feelings for me? As she speaks, her eyes are locked onto Daegun's. Daegun is startled and replies, oh, what do you mean? Susie leans against Daegun, looking straight into his eyes and continues, even when we are this close, you really feel nothing. Daegun felt shy, his whole body stiff and unable to move. Susie was determined to keep him there, maintaining her seductive pose while looking at Daegun. When Daegun did not respond, Susie grew anxious, thinking to herself, what is going on? Why is not he answering? No matter what he says, our lips are so close, I can't hold back. If I am not careful, our lips will touch. Susie tightly grasped Daegun's shirt, closed her eyes, and told herself, I should not. I need to stay calm. But Daegun, why is he so composed? It is not fair. Because of him, I am about to explode. Susie wrapped her arms tightly around Daegun's neck. He startled and tried to push her away, but Susie said, just stay still. Daegun's hands froze in midair as Susie pressed against him. He thought, Susie is leaning on me. This is quite awkward. Susie buried her face into him and whispered, stay still. I need to check a few things. If you do not answer, I will decide for myself. As Susie held Daegun tighter, her alluring curves pressing against him, Daegun truly did not know how to handle it. He sat still at the table, feeling shattered. Looking back at the empty building, Ham Sung-jin asked Jo-eun if he really wanted to live in peace. Then he should not have come here. What does he really want in this place? Jo-eun looked up at the sky and replied, because Incheon is where a man's heart beats faster. It brings back the past. Although Daegun said he wanted to live peacefully, he had already taken down quite a few people, including the school's boss. As soon as he entered school, he wanted to hide this truth by having Demon continue as the boss of Na-I-dong, making his existence invisible. Thus, he continued to live peacefully to focus on his studies. Earlier, it was said that the boss of the technical school defeated Demon and took control of Na-I-dong. That guy is named John Ji-ho, and he came to Na-I-dong. People asked why he came. It was about the unification of Seoul. Our school is affiliated with the other schools in East Incheon, so we had to participate in that fierce battle. Although it was presented as an offer, in reality, it was an order. The fact that he was pushing us into hell, he forced Na-I-dong to sacrifice itself to shield the schools in East Incheon. At that time, Demon also showed resistance, but we had only one choice. At that time, Demon said, we are not interested in that. Can we refuse to participate? Denchan Jihoho replied, oh, is that so? You are not interested. Fine. If that is the case, you are out. After that, the henchman started to act, and Demon could not even grasp what was happening. Immediately, that henchman kicked Demon's leg hard, catching him off guard. Demon fell to the ground, and the rest was up to John Jiho, who grabbed one of Demon's legs and laughed. His face looked extremely deranged as he said to Demon, you can do this. If you are just going to be a useless dog at school, You might as well drop out. After saying that, the space became completely dark. Demon could only let out a loud scream. John Jiho turned to the other two and said to follow Demon, because he did not listen to me, so he needed to end this boring school period. Anyone else want to drop out? The other two turned pale upon hearing this. Hem Sung Jin asked, so, did Kwon Dae-gun show up at that time? Jun replied, no, I already told you. Back then, he just wanted to live a peaceful life, so he did not take any action. Hem Sung Jin found it confusing. Should not our main character have appeared by now? Is he still just sitting there? At this moment in Dae-gun's room, Suzy was still holding him tightly. Thinking, this might sound strange, but our hearts are closed together. I need to hear his heartbeat. Thinking this, Suzy pressed her round and soft chest against Dae-gun, thinking her heart was pounding hard. But is it just my heart racing? Are our hearts beating in sync? I really do not know. In this case, I need to try something else. Suzy boldly whispered in Dae-gun's ear. Dae-gun, keep that position. You have to stay still. You replied, I will figure it out myself. And then Suzy pressed against Dae-gun again, and it seemed their lips had touched. In the past, Dae-gun always wanted to live a peaceful life. Ham Sung Jin wondered why, if he wanted peace yet still went there. And even after everything that happened, he did not react. It was really confusing. Joe replied, that was his choice. But just listen, after Damon got injured in the leg and could not act as a leader anymore, the other two stopped following his orders. One time they collected protection money. The guy with a sly face said, pay up, that is a thick envelope. And another guy with a bandage on his face laughed and suggested, hey, before handing it over to the East Incheon Technical School, should we take a little bit for ourselves? Just a little, the sly-faced guy replied. What the hell are you talking about? We played the bad guys, so we should get paid. Right? Just then, Damon appeared, limping, and the sly-faced guy complained, why is he still coming to school? It is really annoying. The guy with the bandage shouted, hey, how are you? Is your leg okay? Damon looked at them and asked directly, hey, is that money collected from the other students? How much is it in total? The two guys saw this and quickly chased Damon away, hiding the money and shouting, what are you crazy? Damon angrily shouted back, show me. Seeing the guy still standing still, Damon got furious and shouted, why are you still standing there? You dog. When did you become so cruel? Collecting money 5 times more than before. And you are involved in this. Feeling a headache, the scar-faced guy kicked Damon, making him fall to the ground, saying, so what? Why are you being so nosy, daring to stick your nose in our business? He stepped closer to Damon and looked at him with a scornful gaze, saying, you should be the one to back off, dog. Stop pretending to be nice. When you were the boss, did not you do things you do not even remember? Why are you acting so nice now? Damon looked at them and replied, even if that is the case, I am not going to act like the filthy animals you are. Yet the guy with the messed up leg sneered. I know. Because your leg is broken. You can act like you used to anymore. Right. But you are still a jerk. You are just pretending to be nice, are not you? That scar-faced guy continued. Hey, do not get it twisted. Your kindness is not impressive at all. It just makes you look more pathetic. You need to understand that, if you can even crawl, you are just a weakling. Remember that we used to support you as the boss and stood in for you to do things like this. We are not bad people. We are sacrificing ourselves. Damon sat on the ground, watching those two, unable to say anything. After those two finished talking, they left, leaving only Damon sitting helplessly on the ground. They even told each other, let us go. If we are late, we will get beaten to death. At that moment, the twin brothers walked by, startled to see Damon sitting on the ground. Oh, brother. One of them crouched down to help Damon up, while the other looked at them and cursed. Damn it. How can you treat an injured person like that? Those bastards are getting too arrogant lately. Hearing this, Damon helplessly shouted, hey, listen to what I have to say. The top guys are so full of themselves now. Where are you going without a care? You spoke up. Calm down. Do you still have any self-respect left? Are you just going to keep holding back? At least say something to Kwon Dae-gun. Damon smirked. Yeah, say what now? What do I say to a kid who just transferred and wants to live peacefully? Tell him to go to Dong Incheon High and get beaten up. The opponent is Jie Hado, a well-known figure in the Incheon area. So what can we do about him? You guys are just the top guys. Do not butt in. This is really a grown-up-ass problem. With that, Damon struggled to take a step forward, while the twin brothers looked on, confused about what to do. On a street corner, Jeonjio stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, it is late. The two guys from the school laughed, holding a bag of money, saying, oh sorry, I tried to run as fast as I could. Jio did not care and replied, all right. Where's the money? The scar-faced guy reached out, and Jiho looked at him and continued, you know what happens if you steal money, right? The scar-faced guy replied obediently. Of course. I know. How could we dare to do that? As soon as he got the money, Jiho immediately noticed someone following them and asked, "What is that guy doing here?" The other two saw this and looked over, muttering curses. "Oh, that damn dog dared to crawl all the way here." Jiho looked at Damon in his school uniform and was a bit surprised. "Huh, a student uniform. That bastard is still in school." Damon suggested, "Let Jiho talk for a bit. It is not a serious matter, but continue lower the protection fee. You know, how many students in this area are wealthy? Not everyone can afford to pay." But Jiho did not care. He turned and slammed the bag of money into the faces of the two guys and shouted, "Hey, you useless dogs, you make me stay here to listen to this nonsense. Hurry up and give him a punch. What are you still standing around for?" The guy with the bandana immediately turned back, shoved Damon, and shouted, "Hey, you Damon. You should know your place. What is wrong with that? Why do you dare criticize us? Didn't I already tell you?" Jiho walked over, stifling a laugh. "Haha, look at them. Are not they friends? How interesting. Truly very interesting." After finishing his words, Jiho slapped those punks and then looked at Damon, saying, "Hey, come here. What do you want? Speak up. You are not satisfied about something, are you?" Damon was about to say what he wanted. However, the bastard Jiho immediately kicked Damon, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Jiho looked at Damon lying sprawled out and smirked. "Damon, looks like your eyebrows are not hurting as much as I thought. Then you should be grateful to me and be happy, because your legs are still in one piece. Right? Yes or no? Answer me quickly." Meanwhile, the twin brothers watching from a distance sighed to each other. "I knew it. It is really unbearable." Jiho immediately stepped up, intending to run to Damon to help, but Jiho's friend pulled him back, saying, "Wait, if we intervene, we might lose." Jiho, annoyed, turned back and said, "So we just stand here and watch." At that moment, familiar silhouette passed by. Ion turned back, a bit stunned, mumbling, "Huh." Dagon's gang. The Dagon gang marched straight towards Damon, who was being tormented by Jiho. One of Jiho's underlings was startled and wondered, "What is going on? Why is he here?" Without a word, Dagon immediately slapped him hard. He immediately collapsed onto the ground. Next up, Dagon swiftly grabbed the hair of another guy, who panicked and said, Wait, hold on. Why did you suddenly show up?" Jiho then asked, "Huh, who are you?" Damon turned to see as well. Dagon still had a grip on the guy's hair, his arm raised in the air. Jiho, seeing he was not answering, yelled, "Hey, are not you going to answer?" Dagon glared at Jiho and said, "Shut up and wait there. Your turn will come soon." Jiho quietly observed, thinking, "What? He dares to talk to me like that. He is wearing the Dagon uniform." Jiho looked the guy over and assessed, "I have never seen this face before. Does Dagon have students like this?" Just then, Jiho's two underlings approached. Dagon was dealing with the two traitors when he noticed the tension and Damon shouted, "Hey, Dagon, what are you doing?" Dagon grabbed the white-shirted guy's hair and turned to Damon, saying, "Didn't I tell you before? Don't he make me angry?" Damon stubbornly defended the two guys, saying, "But they did not do it on purpose." Dagon turned back and asked, "Oh, what would happen if I had not shown up?" Damon replied, "I am trying to handle it myself. You just live peacefully as you want." Dagon turned back to Jiho, reminding Damon, "All right, just sit there. I will take them all down." Jiho then patted his underling's shoulder, saying, "All right, I am counting on you." The underling confidently looked at Dagon and charged, lifting his leg to kick Dagon. Dagon quickly countered by kicking the underling's leg back, causing him to fall flat on the ground, and then there was a deafening scream. It seemed like his leg broke in two. Jiho looked at Dagon, feeling a bit tense. The twin brothers watching from afar were also surprised, not expecting Dagon to go this far. Damon was worried. Jiho ordered the next underling to step up, whispering, "That guy does not seem normal. Be careful." He turned away, taking off his watch while asking Damon, "Hey Damon, who is that guy? Why have I never seen him before?" Damon did not respond. That underling is charging at Dagon. These pathetic punches are nothing to Dagon. With just a few simple moves, he quickly took charge of the technical school underling. Jiho then delivered a solid punch right in the gut. The underling was taken down, collapsing to the ground. Dagon glanced back. Jiho looked at Dagon, smirk creeping across his face. "I guess you are not just any ordinary fighter. Huh." Yuan watched Dagon, thinking to himself, "Whoa, is he that strong? He wants to take on John Jiho." John Jiho stepped forward confidently and said to Dagon, "Hey, nice to meet you. I am John Jiho, the boss of East Incheon Technical School. At first glance, it seems your skills are above average. Truly interesting." As Jiho finished his sentence, he immediately threw a punch straight at Dagon's face. Yet Dagon simply raised his hand to block the punch, causing Jiho to stumble to the side. Quickly, Dagon used his other hand to punch Jiho straight in the stomach, leaving him no time to react. Dagon grabbed the underling's hair and slammed his head into a nearby toy machine. Jiho immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Dagon was about to move in for another hit when Jiho raised his hands in surrender. Wait. Hold on. My hand is injured. Next time, let us have a proper fight. Okay. By then, we will both be in top condition. Today, I am a bit. Dagon picked up a large toy hammer and said, Top condition. Huh. Holding the hammer in one hand and lifting Jiho's leg with the other, he asked, Didn't you just say you are not feeling well? Jiho, seeing this, quickly begged, Hey, please. Wait. Damon saw things were not looking good. If he did not stop Dagon, Jiho would surely be dead. He shouted, Forget it. Dagon, stop. That is enough. The more you keep going, the more trouble it will bring. John Jiho does not just have power in East Incheon. He has got connections in other areas too. If you do this, it will spark a full-blown fight, and Ne Dong will face serious consequences. At that moment, the two boys from Niwai Dong also woke up. Hearing Dagon just smirked. A fight. Huh. Then a moment later, he said something to Damon that he could not quite understand. All he remembered was that Dagon had a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he told Damon, Well, I think that could be fun. The two brothers from Niwai Dong jumped, asking, Huh. What did he just say? Damon, feeling confused, asked, But do not you want to live in peace and hate fighting? Dagon scoffed. Hate it. Who said that? Jiho looked at Dagon with a mix of confusion and fear. Dagon lifted the hammer, his face showing cold determination as he said, I warned you, do not provoke me. I am just holding back. You got that? Hamsung Jin thought to himself, This is not like the Kwon I know. Why is he so different? Is he really that violent? He asked Yoon. So, what happens next? Yoon continued asking. Before, what did you think the role of the school boss was? Hamsung Jin stared blankly. Huh. The role of the school boss. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Yoon replied. I do not know where you come from, but I am sure your area has its own school boss too. Hamsung Jin suddenly leaned back. Images of the great man from the Australian creek flashed in his mind. He told Yoon, Do you know, I have seen the strongest man before. His presence ended all disputes in the area. He has the greatest reputation and strength, although everyone acknowledges him as the strongest. No one calls him the boss. He has more enemies than followers. So his role is not that of a leader. He truly is the strongest up to this point. In a cold, dark corner, a door creaked open, and the man from the Australian creek stood before the mirror, exposing his muscular body. He took some slimy substance and rubbed it into his palms. His eyes exuded a cold indifference. A mere glance could send shivers down others' spines. Remembering when Park Hee-jun asked if he had ever heard of Jibo Ram, he wondered what he had done to him. The man from the Australian creek replied nonchalantly, He is fine. I took him to the hospital, and he talked about the mind and met Ryan's crew. Park Hee-jun lowered his head and said, All right, but do you remember Kwon Dae-gun, whom I mentioned? He is the real deal. Jibo Ram longs for that kind of power. I guess he is very curious about that strong man. You are curious too, right? The man from the Australian creek answered honestly. Not really. I just know he is an old friend of Trocking Fong. Beyond that, I do not know much. I do not care. He continued, As you said, what I care about now is just money, yes. Just money. Park Hee-jun fell silent upon hearing the man from the Australian creek say that. Seeing this, the man from the Australian creek straightforwardly added, We are in the same boat, so I hope you will pay a bit more attention so I do not feel controlled. Park Hee-jun smiled. Of course, nothing to worry about. As you know, your role is to exist as the strongest. The man from the Australian creek swept his hair back. At that moment, the only words in his mind were to exist as the strongest. Yes, he must be the strongest. On stage, his younger brother excitedly announced, Let us welcome the strongest, the terror of the arena. The champion, the man from the Australian creek. The man from the Australian creek stepped onto the stage. His massive body and cold gaze sent chills down others' spines. In the stands, Director Kim remarked, Hasn't he been fighting a bit too much lately? Park Hee-jun replied, What is wrong with that? I think we should focus on the fight. Director Kim hesitated, but Park Hee-jun immediately interrupted. There is nothing to worry about as the champion. He is just playing the role he was given. Bringing a lion to the arena, what could be more exciting? If anyone dares to challenge him, I truly hope that lion tears them apart. Meanwhile, in Daegun's room, Suzy and Daegun had indeed kissed. Suzy closed her eyes to feel it. She thought, Is this what a kiss feels like? There is a saying that the first kiss tastes like lemon. But instead, I feel it is more salty, and there is a strange feeling, and her lips felt dry. Just as Suzy pulled away, she noticed Daegun's hand blocking her mouth, with the clear imprint of her lipstick on his hand. Suzy, feeling annoyed, said, What is up with your hands? You scammer. Immediately, Daegun jumped up and wrapped Suzy in his legs. Asking her, Which room are you in? After rolling her up, he said, Step down from the balcony, so it is room 402. Right, okay. I will take you back. Later, in room 402, Gun gently let Suzy down on the bed, and her roommate exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, is that Suzy and his legs? What were you two doing down there?" Gun did not reply and quickly left. As soon as he got outside, he heard everyone in the room shouting, Gun, Gun, Suzy, Suzy, go for it," seeing that Suzy was taking too long to come out. Everyone asked, "Hey Suzy, are you not feeling well? Are you okay?" Suzy, embarrassed and not wanting to come out, felt like she could die. Gun walked alone in the hallway, thinking to himself, "Seriously, I did not know she had feelings for me to this extent. I will have to fight with Biksu Hyuk soon, so I need to end those feelings as soon as possible, to prevent her from getting hurt." Suzy curled up in the leg. Her emotions were truly hard to describe. Biksu Hyuk was getting ready to enter the fighting arena. He had to be the strongest. No exceptions. The Missy introduced once again. Stepping onto the stage was none other than the strongest man, known as the terror of the llama fighters. Not only that, but he was also the champion. His name is Biksu Hyuk. Biksu Hyuk stepped up with a cold face. Then the Mipsi introduced Biksu Hyuk's opponent, none other than Jo Sanja. Just then, a strange man stepped out, his eyes shining like motorcycle headlights. His face clearly showed how much he craved the fight. He looked at Biksu Hyuk and laughed. "You look pretty good, but whether it is a lion or a tiger, I will crush them all. Their meat is just as good." Director Kim, seeing this, was startled and said, "What is going on here?" North Hee-jun, confused, asked, "What is the matter?" Director Kim confirmed, "That guy Jo Sanja has definitely gone crazy." North Hee-jun casually replied, "That is just a sign of drug overdose." Director Kim looked at North Hee-jun with suspicion after hearing that. North Hee-jun continued to explain, with his hands in his pockets, "If he can still stand here, it means the drug is not having side effects. Everything will be fine. He is using a version that is a lot more stable. Moreover, I need someone who can provoke Biksu Hyuk." Meanwhile, on the fighting floor, the fighter Jo Sanja, drooling, looked at Biksu Hyuk and said, "Hello, lion. Where should I start? Your skill or your legs? What should I tear apart first?" Biksu Hyuk did not respond, and the Mephi raised his hand to signal the start of the match. "Ready, go." As he finished speaking, Jo Sanja grinned widely at the Messi's signal. Jo Sanja immediately rushed towards Biksu Hyuk like a bullet. Biksu Hyuk stood firm in place, waiting for Jo Sanja, who charged at him like a bull. He ran and laughed like a fool. First, Jo Sanja aimed a kick at Biksu Hyuk's face but was quickly blocked by him. However, Jo Sanja quickly changed tactics and aimed to punch Biksu Hyuk square in the face. Biksu Hyuk showed a slight opening, and he was startled. The punch hit Biksu Hyuk's face, causing him to turn sideways. Jo Sanja laughed with a grin. Biksu Hyuk glared at him, clearly underestimating this guy. Jo Sanja had now landed on the ground. Biksu Hyuk quickly hooked Jo Sanja's leg. He intended to use all his strength to flip him over and deliver a blow, but that did not happen. Jo Sanja acted faster than Biksu Hyuk expected. He lifted his leg and kicked Biksu Hyuk in the ribs. Suik was momentarily stunned. The wire snapped back at him but missed. Jo Sanja moved too fast. He jumped back, laughing loudly. "Ha! I am right here, you dumb dog. Ha!" Baeo Suok turned around to look at him. He clicked his tongue in admiration. "Whoa, that was amazing. Hey, kid, are you really known as the king of this sport?" Director Kim, seeing the situation, was startled and said, "Whoa, he is big and strong, but also quite agile." Uncle Haijun felt a bit intrigued. Smiling faintly, "Yeah, we do not need to talk about his physique. What is more important is his focus." Baek Siyok took a hit from him, then got countered, and he continued to throw punches. Whoa. He was completely different from his usual clueless demeanor. He knew how to focus and was in the zone. The guy, after dodging, lunged at Baek Suik like an arrow. This time Baek Suik did not stand still. He thought, he is big and strong, but not slow at all. Is it the effect of the stuff? Thinking this, his fist went straight for the stomach. The punch was quickly caught by the guy, who chuckled, but then Baek Suik made him spin in the air, and he panicked. Baek Siyuk was now ready, delivering a powerful punch to the guy's face, and the room echoed with the sound. A bone cracked, and the guy lay sprawled on the ground. The whole room shook from his deafening scream. Yet Baek Suik still wanted to move closer to continue. He raised his hand, ready to strike again, and seeing this, the girl ran over, panicking, shouting, "The match is over, it is over," but it was too late. The hall was filled with the sounds of screams and cries for help. The smell of blood permeated everywhere. Director Kim Kin-hai said, "A person who overdosed lost to someone with overwhelming strength, but not quite from the start. I was wondering if he was even human. The title of Lion surely was not given for nothing." The match ended with just a few hits. Would not the fights continue in one direction like this? The other guy must at least be on his level. Turning to him, he asked, "Is there really no one who can match him?" Bae Hai-jun replied decisively, "I will find one. Those who inherit artificial strength and rely on the stuff, they are no longer human anyway." Back in the anti-building area, Hum Sung-jin said to Johan, "Hey, Tell me about the next chapter, the part after John Ji-ho was defeated. Then they brought allies from Incheon. Right, Johan, hands in pockets. Slowly replied, I really only know a little about what happened next. Suddenly, he sat down, rummaging through his pockets for something, and Johan said to Sung-jin, there is something I am curious about. You, what are you doing here? Where did you come from? How did you know to come here? What is your purpose in coming here? Sung-jin felt a bit worried as Johan suddenly became strange. At that moment, Johan pulled out a small hammer, looking at Sung-jin stealthily, and continued, do you really know nothing? I can trust you enough to tell you everything. Now, it is my turn to listen to you. Holding the hammer, he slammed it down on a small bag. Johan stood up and walked over to Sung-jin with a dangerous look, and Sung-jin curiously asked what he was doing. Why was he breaking rocks? Without saying a word, Johan directly poured the stones into Sung-jin's lap. Sung-jin shouted, Hey! What the hell are you doing? Johan looked at Sung-jin with pain, slightly smirking, asking why he was breaking rocks. Because the finer the stones, the colder they get. If you do not want to be tortured, then you should tell me everything. As he spoke, Johan squeezed the stones through Sung-jin's shirt. Sung-jin exclaimed, I swear, I do not know anything. After hearing everything, I realized that this Yang Gun was not the person I was investigating. Johan furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Then why were you listening so intently? Sung-jin stammered, It is just so intriguing. Johan laughed, saying, Haha. Too kind. I am often complimented as a storyteller too. If you say so, then fine. Sung-jin, confused, asked back, Fine. Fine what? Johan quickly pulled down Sung-jin's pants, preparing to pour the remaining stones inside. He said, All right, I will pour this last bit in. Sung-jin shouted, No, do not do that. Sung-jin made a pleading face. Suddenly, Johan noticed something strange below. He asked, What is this? Then Johan pulled out a small piece of paper and asked Sung-jin, Oh, what is this? Why did you hide this? As soon as Johan opened it, he saw it was full of information and photos of Vagan. He was startled and said, Oh, it is him. How could you say it is not? Sung-jin momentarily did not know what to say. Johan grabbed his collar and scolded, You bastard. Who are you? How do you have his power? Just then, the sound of a motorcycle approached, as if Johan's twin brother had arrived. Upon hearing it, Johan was startled and said, Why are you here? Sung tensed up and asked, Who is it now? Johan turned back to Sung-jin with a serious expression and said, Detective, you should leave. Sung-jin replied, Why? Aren't you going to tell me any more? What happens next? At that moment, the twin brother had just stopped. Johan told Sung-jin, This time, I will let you go. If you do not want to die, you would better get out of here fast. The footsteps grew closer, and a voice rang out. Who is there? Johan, holding a metal rod, asked, Which bastard wants to investigate ZIM? Kill him. Sung-jin looked at Johan in panic and said, Hey, what is going on? Johan hurriedly said, What are you waiting for? Why are not you running? Do you want to die? Sung-jin looked at his tied hands and retorted, Hey, who wants to die? You forgot to untie me. Johan raised his eyebrow awkwardly and said, Oh, I forgot. As he untied him, he murmured, I think I tied it a bit too tight. Oh no, maybe it is because your wrists are a bit thick. He added. Sung-jin could not hide his fear and urged, Please hurry up. Suddenly, Johan whispered, The disappearance of the strong has led to what result? Sung-jin, confused, asked, What? Disappearance? Who disappeared? What does that mean? Johan replied, That is the content of the next chapter I want to tell you about. Think about it. Sung-jin was untied. He hurriedly ran off. Before leaving he said, What did you say earlier? I did not understand. Johan waved his hand. Fine. Get lost. Sung-jin quietly climbed over the fence, then jumped down, finally spinning in the air and landing safely on the ground. Johan watched, smirking. Whoa. You are quicker than you look. Just then his twin brother arrived and called out, Hey Johan. What are you doing here? Johan replied, How are you? What are you doing here? I am just resting after my part-time job. Johan Bin grabbed Johan's collar and said, What the heck? Why did you suddenly fight those guys in the alliance? Johan laughed awkwardly. Haha. Do you know everything now? Johan Bin said irritably. Did not I tell you to settle down when you dropped out? Just live your life. Why are you fighting? After that, Johan Bin looked in the direction where Sung-jin ran off and asked, But that guy, what is he doing with the Dagon army? Where did he run off to? Johan chuckled. Haha. I held him back, but he ran away. Johan Bin looked around with the metal bar and sneered. It is really funny. How could you let him escape? Does that make sense? Johan continued on purpose. He is really fast. You know, Lately I have been focused on my part-time job, so my body's all stiff. Yohan Bin turned to look at his brother for a moment and sighed. Then he threw the metal bar down to the ground. Yohan Bin suddenly became tense, thinking, Dagon Army, someone is looking for you. Hide well in there. At the arena, Baekhyjun met Baesudi FC and praised. Great job. We won again this time, but that guy used too much. He must have scared you a bit. Right. Baesudi UC turned around to look at Baekhyjun. So, you think you can scare me? That is really laughable. Baekhyjun exhaled. Huff, this is boring. Baesudi UC was a bit surprised after hearing that. He looked at Baekhyjun and asked, Huh. What are you talking about? Baekhyjun smiled faintly. Huff, fine. I admit defeat. Even if you did not use your full power, you are still fine. I admit it. Baesudi did not care anymore. He resolutely walked away. Baekhyjun bent down. Pondering for a moment, he told himself, well, what should I do now? At this hour, he has not even used it yet. He will pick it up and use it himself. I am sure of it. As he said this, he pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. The next morning, the teacher told everyone, now let us go back to class. On the 6th grade bus, the teacher saw someone and asked, what is your name? Susie looked up at the teacher with misty eyes and replied, Baiki Susie. The teacher looked at her confused and asked, why are your eyes so misty? Susie looked down into the mirror to check herself and complained. Sob sob. It is all because of Kwon Yin. He is so misty all the time. Hick heck. Just then, Kwon Yin also appeared by the bus door. He stood outside looking in but could not see anyone. A moment later, he called out loudly. Dagon. Over here, Susie. Not knowing how, spotted Kwon Yegan approaching and bent down. She looked at her phone and murmured. Honestly, I feel nothing, so why hide? He really has no feelings at all. Does he? As soon as Kwon Won got on the bus, his phone received a notification. Susie texted him about yesterday. That kiss did not mean anything. I hope you do not misunderstand. Dagon read the message while feeling confused. Susie recalled the intimate moment from yesterday and continued typing. Do not think that was real. Okay. At that moment, I knew it was your hand, not some stupid lips. I have kissed many times, so how could I not know what a kiss is? Writing this made Susie a bit shy. I have really never kissed anyone. Sob sob. Then she boldly messaged Dagon again. Of course, that was not my first kiss, haha. I am being serious. It is not the first time. Do you think that was my first kiss? Sorry for scaring you. You know, to be honest, I did not think you would reject me. Anyway, I am sorry for bothering you. After writing this, Susie's face was filled with sadness. Then she boldly messaged again. I won't bother you anymore. Do not worry. Dagon looked at these messages. He thought for a long while. He sighed. Wondering, does that mean she has closed her heart? It might be a bit uncomfortable, but ending like this is probably for the best. I wish I had rejected her more properly back then. Remembering a girl who confessed to him before, she looked at him sincerely and asked, Dagon, have you thought about what I said? I am really serious about you, Dagon coldly replied. I told you, I do not like you. Your seriousness has nothing to do with me. Don't bother me anymore. The girl felt heartbroken. She did not expect Dagon to be so harsh with her. From that moment on, the girl told herself, do not bother him anymore. This guy used to say to tell him if I needed anything. But now, he hates me. Fine, I get it. I won't like you anymore. Then I will hate you. Back to the present, Dagon thought. Until now, it was not just her. At some point, it would be hard for me to refuse. Should I reply now? Susie's phone buzzed with a message notification. She opened it up, and Dagon simply reacted with a like. Susie was stunned. This made her already broken heart feel even worse. She cried in the car, and everyone turned to look. The teacher asked, what is going on back there? Well, whatever it is, you need to go. The car sped off, and at the Tibetier Café, 2 cups of coffee were placed on the table. The chairman picked up a cup and smiled. On such a beautiful sunny day, it is really energizing. Right, if we do not go outside, it would be a waste. By the way, I have something to ask you. You are not under Chairman Kim Sao anymore. Right, I heard you are the owner of Mood Club now. Really? Park Hee-jun sat with his arms crossed, wearing a polite smile. The chairman continued. Whoa. You really like to make others feel uneasy, do not you? Park Hee-jun replied. Do I make you feel dissatisfied? Everything I do is just work. It is easier to walk in the shade than in the sun, although it may seem a bit quiet. You are not the type to make everything public. So what is there to worry about? The chairman laughed. Haha. Do you think I am worried? On the contrary, I think you are doing quite well. Park Hee-jun set his coffee cup down and replied. So that is why you said you would look for a contestant for me. The player you suggested performed very well. I am curious who you will let participate this time. The chairman replied. This time it is also a student from my school. Park Hee-jun laughed. Whoa. I wonder if they are any good. Seems like your school has quite a few skilled fighters. Huh. The chairman replied. His technique is quite good. But how should I put this? His personality is rather hot-tempered. So I am not sure if he is suitable for fighting there since he is not very violent. Park Hee-jun laughed. Well then, what is his name? Dagon. In the car at that moment, thought to himself, what is up with this strange discomfort in my heart? A new day arrived, and Hee-jun appeared in a troubled state of mind. As soon as he got into the car, the subordinate asked, was your conversation pleasant? And what about that person? Facing this question, Hee-jun buckled his seatbelt and replied, knave, that guy is really knave. It is rotten and spoiled. He is more suited for this field than for education. Well, he is very good at business calculations. Yeah, I see. Hee-jun gradually realized his opponent's purpose. They were definitely working on a project called Using Violence to Eliminate Violence. But he really did not know anything about Dagon. Hee-jun recalled that conversation with the old principal. So what is his name? Faced with this question, the old principal replied, Dagonist troops. There is a truth that Hee-jun discovered, that the one directly in charge of Dagon and planning is his subordinate woman. Although they work together, it does not mean they are on the same boat. Hee-jun told his subordinate about his intentions. How many players are there today? I want to persuade someone to team up with me. The subordinate obediently replied, I will prepare a talented person for you. Haha, being a little poor is fine. In that conversation, the old principal spoke. His personality is a bit gentle. They said about Dagon, can someone change so easily? The scene of a new day at school continued to unfold. In a room, the loud noise echoed, and the humorous Hodong looked toward the food. Whoa, it is pork chop. Minsu suddenly moved to the back of our house and asked, Dagon, what happened to Bake Susie, the main character? Confused. Asked back, why are you asking me? Minsu further explained the situation. I heard her current mood is very bad. Dagon still had no idea how Susie was feeling. Bad mood. Why is it bad? No matter how she is, I do not care. The scene gradually shifted to classroom 6-5. Everyone was worried and inquired about Susie. It is lunchtime. Are not you going to eat? Susie, with her head down on the table, sighed. I do not want to eat. Her friends, upon hearing this, could only turn away, whispering behind her back, is she on a diet? That is impressive. Of course, to have a beautiful figure, you have to work hard. If I am beautiful, I will die to maintain my shape. In the cafeteria, Dagon felt the rice was not tasty at all, as the girls kept glancing over and whispering, so handsome. He is just perfect. While Hodong was busy eating, a sudden question popped up. You guys do not believe that rumor, right? Hodong was confused. What rumor? Minsu quickly answered Dagon's question. Oh, are you talking about the collapse incident? Of course, I know that is not true, but despite that, the people around kept chattering. Really? It seems like those two have something going on during this field trip. Oh my god! Why are you so stubborn? Minsu wanted to lift the mood, but the surrounding chatter broke that atmosphere. It seems like the rumors about those two are getting more frequent. Is it not true? Dagon replied bluntly. No. A male student approached to ask for more food, only to be loudly told by the kitchen staff, step aside. I can't see anything. The student froze at the unusual attitude. The kitchen staff impersonating Ham Sun-jin quickly realized and apologized. Oh, I did not mean that. Just grab your food and go quickly. Okay. Sanjin was very curious about the identity of our side. Kwon Dagon over there, and in the story, is Kwon Dagon really the same person? Damn. I am so eager to know what happens in the next chapter. Hem Sun-jin had heard a few snippets, and the more he pieced things together, the more curious he became about the absence of the local faction. He did not know what happened next, but he did get some useful information. First of all, as he said, if they are indeed the same person, then even if Suhik is the strongest, he would still be defeated by Dagon. The order in Daejin, which Suhik had upheld until now, would collapse immediately. Sun-jin was thinking so much that his head felt like it might explode. Damn. What am I even thinking? That won't happen. The kitchen staff nearby worriedly asked, hey, are you really okay? If you are too tired, just take a break. Sun-jin stubbornly thought he could not imagine the scene of Suhik being defeated. Kwon Dagon. If necessary, I will deal with you before that happens. Sun-jin's intense thoughts made Death Ul, sitting far away, feel a chill down his spine. Lately, I must be a bit sensitive. Minsu suddenly spoke up in front of the main character. By the way, Dagon, now that the exams and the field trip are over, the only thing left is Bake Suhik. Normano also nodded in agreement. Oh right, so what are you planning to do now? The main character thought about this, still feeling a lot of pressure. What else to do? Just like before, Minsu usually spoke little. But when it came to matters, he analyzed everything in extreme detail. If classified, Bake Suhyuk and Daejong is considered superior to all. You can't underestimate him like the others. However, Dagon still responded casually. Then that is even better, Minsu worriedly reminded. This is not a joke, but in reality, he has not shown up in a long time. Even if I wanted to fight, it would be hard to meet him. Dagon had to nod in agreement. That is true. Bake Suhyuk was mentioned in the project. I need to fight him to complete the project. The sky gradually shifted into evening, and a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Susie walked home, looking tired and sighed. Hey, It has been a while since you came home. Where are you going now? Well, goodbye then. Soo-hyuk had intended to leave, but seeing his sister's expression, he hesitated. Wait. It seems like your weight and appearance have changed. You look completely drained. What happened? Suzy lay tired on the bed. Inga still denied it, saying it was nothing. Her brother showed concern, but Suzy firmly refused, saying she could handle it, and told him to close the door. Staying in that room, Suzy knew she needed to take a shower, but she truly had no strength left. A message came through, stating that today was an important match. Get ready. Do not be late. Upon receiving the message, Soo-hyuk's expression turned cold, looking at his sister lying on the bed. He did not know what to do. Gradually shifting away, he said he would step outside, and if anything happened, she should call him. Dagon's neighborhood appeared in the evening light. He was diligently working out. His mind was filled with thoughts. Recently, he had fought a few matches, so his body felt relaxed, but at the same time, it was harder to control his strength. Everything depended on his emotions and self-control. There was only one match left, the final battle with bitch Soo-hyuk. After this match, the project would come to an end. After this, no one would fight with him anymore. The woman near the principal felt suspicious and peeked through the curtain. Thoughts crossed her mind. That car had been parked here for days. Was it watching her? The target was her or Dagon's crew. One of the two, or maybe both. She was fine, but Dagon's crew rarely stayed alert. The project using violence to quell unrest was just a facade. Now its true purpose was revealed. She felt very confused, her mood swinging, and she could not let an unrelated person be sacrificed. Nor should Dagon's crew get involved any further. Right after that thought, she moved to the male lead's room, knocking on the door repeatedly while calling for Dagon. However, there was no response, so she curiously leaned in to listen. Are you in your room? As soon as the door opened, she stepped inside and asked if he had seen anything outside. I saw someone out there. He suddenly froze. The male lead stepped out of the bathroom. Muscles rippling, the two faced each other, awkwardly blushing. The tension dropped as everything fell to the ground. Adding to the drama, they were still in their own place. He reminded her that even though this house was provided by the project, coming in and out of his room so casually was unacceptable. The girl bashfully lowered her head, apologizing, saying she was really sorry. I had something urgent to discuss with you, but could not get in touch. Oh. Thanks. I think I am a bit impatient. I assure you this won't happen again. The male lead nodded. Of course, it should not, but what is the urgent matter? The girl began to get to the point. Oh right, although the project using violence to suppress violence is still underway, but I want you to stop right now. Transitioning to the underground fighting arena, the announcement sounded, let us wait for our contender today. Soo-hyuk appeared with a very fierce demeanor. A cold silence filled the space. Haejun's group is making some remarks. He seems weak. It will be hard for him to fight Soo-hyuk. Those idiots do not know what they are talking about. Right, that contestant bursts out laughing at Haejun's comments, confidently declaring that, in fact, he is already bouncing back and forth to get ready. He runs fast while saying the opposite. Right, it is a tough see. The host excitedly introduces the character, and at his first appearance, he set his sights on winning the championship. A newcomer full of energy. His name will be revealed. I can't believe it. I am so eager for the moment he steps out. Haejun taunts that clueless contestant. Show me what real focus looks like. The contestant appearing this time is none other than the top student from BC Jo-jin. He arrogantly declares that he really wants to know who those idiots are that said those words. The audience below bursts into a noisy smile. Jo-jin keeps saying, those bastards did not even bet on me. What are they cheering for? The host quickly shifts focus. Let us welcome our challenger, the current champion. Soo-hyuk feels something a bit off upon his appearance. They say this is quite an important match. The unexpected opponent is that kid, but Jin still can shake off his habit of cockily teasing others. He speaks, bitch Soo-hyuk, looking at you this way, you do look different. The underground fight director is surprised. They know each other, so this is the person that the Beaky manager has been training recently. But is the training time too short to face Soo-hyuk? Oh. I did not mean to belittle your training level. Haerun annoyingly challenges the director. Go ahead and try. The match between these two will be interesting. But Jin eagerly rushes in. Soo-hyuk calmly moves with each step. His demeanor shows he is throwing a punch straight at Bucky Do-jin. It seems like this is a match Do-jin has been looking forward to. His gaze is locked on continuously. The distance between them gradually widens. Do-jin quickly moves to close in behind Soo-hyuk. The two sides face off directly. Punches are thrown continuously. Do-jin's nimble legs hook at the unpredictable opponent. It seems that the hook will make Soo-hyuk fall, but the one who actually falls is Buffy Do-jin. Soo-hyuk's gaze shifts to his actions. The punch he throws is precise and faster than ever. His eyes are cold every time he strikes. It is this gaze that instills fear and pain in his opponent. However, Buffy Do-jin is quite satisfied with himself as he strikes, his eyes in goofy smile. The host shouts, I can't believe it. The first blow has hit our arena king. A great ace has appeared. Haijun looks at his trainee and confidently declares to the director, "It is completely different from before and now." Baekdoo-jin taunts the opponent, "So is bitch Soo-hyuk the king here? Do you know how to play cards? The ace can beat the king," still in the territory of the male lead. Warnings echo. Something like this won't happen again next time. The project uses violence to quell violence. I want you to stop here. The male lead paused in shock upon hearing this. What a crazy situation. Just because I saw him in his underwear he wants me to stop the project, that woman firmly declared. Let us just say it is done. Everything has wrapped up sooner than expected. We have achieved the project's goals, so you do not need to worry about it anymore. Of course, we will still provide you with all the compensation you proposed. Does not that lighten your load? Because you do not have to fight those you do not want to anymore. However, Degorn's feelings right now are hard to express. Lightening the load is not something he can figure out. Back in time, that woman asked Dae-dun, "Are you married?" He replied, "Well, now I can be a student." However, she is still not quite satisfied. "You should get a haircut too. This is the project's content. Do you have any more questions?" Our house replied, "I can understand part of why you chose me. But, how much do you know about my past?" The girl's eyes glimmered. Her voice responded, "Fighting. I know you do not like it, so, just hitting a few key characters is enough. And the final opponent is also the most important character, completing the match with Big Brother 53. Soo-hyuk will conclude the project." Degorn readily agreed. "Okay, then let us finish the project as soon as possible." It is those words from the past that made our house even more suspicious. Bitch Soo-hyuk, the final character, why stop so abruptly? Just one more fight. It would only take a few minutes to finish. I can find him quickly, yet that woman remains resolute. Just you alone is insufficient. How will you find him? Have you ever seen the shadow of bitch Soo-hyuk? A question struck the heart of the male lead. His gaze faltered in thought. This woman keeps reminding our house, no matter how long the fight takes, to fight him, you have to meet him first. But right now, where is bitch Soo-hyuk? No one knows. Degorn still has some doubts, his voice curious. That is strange. The project was planned very thoroughly, yet a student in the school cannot be found. Is that reasonable? Could it be that there is something hidden that I do not know? You called me to fight, and now you want to stop. She can't sit still anymore. Her posture tense as she speaks. It is about fighting again, because the time has come to halt the project. Isn't it better for you this way? Ending a project you have been reluctant to do from the start. And I have also said I would provide you with everything as agreed. It is all beneficial to you. I really do not understand why you are reacting like this. It is this statement that made Degorn stop and reflect on what he was thinking. If the project guide suggests, if it is because you want to fight, then I have nothing more to say, but there is a way. The underground arena over there is still very lively. The standoff between Soo-hee and Pak Dojin is getting more intense. The boss of the arena is a bit surprised and speaks up. Wait, the opponent fighting bitch Soo-hee. Is that really that kid from back then? Hyan whispers. I intervened with him a bit. What you said made the director even more curious. Are you saying that now he is like this because you intervened? Of course, it is not that I doubt your training skills, but just in a short time. Oh, it reminds me of that moment. You brought him here to make money, but we have faced quite a bit of trouble because he is so clueless. That packaging is always stubborn with unpleasant words. Damn it. I said I would borrow it and I would return it fully. That makes the staff there uncomfortable. Really ungrateful, yet Pak Dojin refuses to see reason. His attitude is getting worse. Can I borrow some more? You have this much, or I want to let it go. I am serious. The aggressive staff erupts in anger, slapping Pak Dojin in the face. You crazy kid. Do you want to die? Do you even know where you are? Go brush your teeth and sleep. I will knock all your teeth out right now. The hit to the head sends Dojin reeling, his eyes darting back. Damn it. Why did you hit my head so hard? That staff member is also a tough guy. His voice growling. What are you to dare? Right after that remark, Pak Dojin punches him across the face, his body swaying and losing direction. Pak Dojin's words erupt in madness. You are the one who is going to lose your teeth. You dog. The crowd around starts shouting. Catch him. Despite that, Dojin still manages to throw a few more punches. Drop the habit. Pak Dojin's relentless punches could not be stopped. Even though those around him tried to intervene, they even got injured from the blows delivered by Pak Dojin's hands. The chubby director is stunned. Who is that crazy guy? Dojin tries to break free from the crowd blocking him. Let go. In the noisy room, Heejin walks in coldly. Everyone's already tired. No need for this. You can use your body to pay your debt. Pak Dojin is annoyed by what Heejin mentions. Why do you keep bringing up my body? You perv. Heejin maintains his cold demeanor, turning away with the words, take him to the gym. Pak Dojin still refuses to back down. Just wait. If we fight again, I will win. Let us bet big. In a cold room, Heejin knocks the opponent down to the floor, saying, maybe you do not know what fear is, huh? Alright, we will work together, go outside and straighten things out. The director looks up. Questioning Heejun. That kid, are you not letting him fight you? Heejun replies straightforwardly. No, he is too weak. The director nods in agreement. You see that too? Right, I knew it. He is a hopeless case. But Heejun's intention is completely surprising. He declares, I will cancel other schedules. Focus on private training for him and the others. The director is stunned. What? You said he was weak. Heejun's eyes are filled with schemes and tactics. I assure you, right now he is the weakest one here. That is clear. But that guy is ridiculously talented. The director had to rethink his judgment to be fair. That kid, maybe he has a decent physique. Heejun continued the story about Pak Dojin, saying on the contrary, he could not utilize his body at all, including recovery rate, transmission curse, strength, and his seemingly perfect physique, but his physical ability was insignificant. He used to attack without any calculations, so his technique is the worst. No, to be more precise, tends to fail spectacularly. Fighting is just like playing cards. If you only know how to choose and guess randomly, then you will definitely lose everything when playing that way. After that, if you just rush in like a moth to the flame, you will likely lose sight of the light altogether. The solution is simple. The player just needs to realize the question. Can they win with that style of play? Do they really want to play that hand? Pak Dojin's face twisted. What is with that arrogant talk? High run. With his cunning strategies. If he can't give up the so-called gambling, then he should apply the paradox. Instead of guessing the cards himself, he should force his opponent to guess, a match filled with mutual suspicion. There are many ways to attack, but he does not need to think about which one to use. He must force his opponent to think about how he will attack. Among those countless ways to attack, his opponent will have to think to guess what his real attack will be. Pak Dojin's spirit was rising high. He was fully immersed in his actions, excitement radiating from him. A kick sent towards Suhyu. Pak Dojin's grin was full of delight. The battle showed no signs of stopping. The two sides clashed like guillotines. Punches and hits were exchanged rapidly, creating a ringing sound. According to Haijun's assessment of the match, he had to think about what lies behind those observable attacks. The cards were gradually being revealed. Suhyu's techniques were laid bare. Were there any hidden moves left, or was it just both sides attacking relentlessly? Pak Dojin extended his arm, looking like he wanted to corner Suhyu. Unfortunately, this time Suhyu blocked that move. Dojin was surprised. He did not think his opponent could do this. He struggled after Suhyu grabbed him, just like a child squirming in a parent's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Suhyu raised his fist high, preparing to pierce through his opponent with a punch. A wild swing that lost its direction. Pak Dojin looked up and declared, I am still alive. Meanwhile, Suhyu did not care about his opponent at all. He threw off his shirt. The director outside watched in shock. In such a short time, he had reached this level. Really? Hiron explained. Actually, the key here is not the punching technique. Do not you know, the moves and techniques, do they work against Suhyu? It is just that I gave him a drop of the strongest drug. How he deals with Suhyu right now is like being in a trance. The director was surprised by the substance. Hiron always had faith, primarily in the effects of the substance, but it also had side effects. Therefore, it should be used in limited doses, even if it is dangerous. However, there are a few exceptions that have no side effects. The director was a bit skeptical about this exceptional case. The truths behind it gradually occurred to Hiron, instead of being artificially absorbed. Thus, the bodies of such individuals will absorb it naturally. They will completely assimilate the substance, and there will be no side effects that can be assimilated in the simplest way. Because of that abundance, even though Pak Dojin was injured, his spirit remained incredibly high. Determined to charge at Suhuk, both sides simultaneously unleashed their most powerful moves to pin down the opponent. The punches soared with astonishing speed. Suhuk's face during the fight was always tense and cold. The opponent's body gradually curled up after each strike from Suhuk. Although the strikes and attack style were very effective, Pak Dojin could still resist. He always dodged from side to side, his body enduring every punch even when thrown far away. The high attacks gradually lowered over time. The focus of the battle between these two loosened. The end of the fight approaching, their bodies collided like balls. Then they slowly flew apart to both sides. In every match, Suhuk was always the silent type, acting more than speaking, not even giving the opponent a glance. Meanwhile, Pak Dojin revealed his concerns. Having played this game many times, he thought it would be better to take it slow. If the opponent is Baek Suhuk, then careful calculations are necessary instead of relying on luck, and end it decisively. The director also experienced a slight shift in mindset. Questioning Hyuk. So, do you think Suhuk will lose? Huk's gaze was distant. I guessed Baek Suhuk, the cold figure in the fight, facing the thief Pak Dojin. The combat situation was incredibly unpredictable. Dojin's eyes darted around cautiously. Immense Suhuk was the ace of the match. His punches moved like a decisive strike against Dojin. When Dojin realized the opponent was approaching, that was also when he received a painful blow, as if Suhuk could no longer be beaten. Taking that devastating punch, Dojin's body flipped up high, his mouth agape. His whole body was pushed back like a paper flying. The match approached its conclusion. Pak Dojin lay defeated at Suhuk's feet. The director was also taken aback. shouting, "What is going on?" Clearly, Pak Dojin had the advantage. Huck could only laugh at this naivety. Baek Soo-hyuk was truly interesting. I fed him so much, and he only performed like this. Is that all he has got? Then look forward to the next match. Baek Soo-hyuk punched Pak Dojin hard in the stomach again. Pak Dojin only had time to let out a piercing scream. Then he was thrown by Baek Soo-hyuk into the protective barrier. The director, witnessing this, was left speechless in shock, murmuring, "What just happened? Is he really that strong?" Then he turned to look at Pak Hike, who replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that. I do not find it surprising at all." Just like every other time, Baek Soo-hyuk lets the opponent land a few hits. He looked up at Baek Soo-hyuk, thinking to himself, could it be that all those foolish movements were intentional? Baek Soo-hyuk looked at Pak Dojin as if he wanted to devour him whole. Pak Hike continued commenting, saying that from the outside, this looked like every other match, but Baek Soo-hyuk surely noticed that compared to before, Pak Dojin had improved quite a bit. And that was all thanks to the helmet's effect. Baek Soo-hyuk raised his head to look at Pak Hike, realizing there was something off about this match. Pak Hike, observing Baek Soo-hyuk's attitude, seemed to guess part of his thoughts, and with a slight smirk said, "I wonder if you are feeling excited yet." At the same time, at Gigon's house, he asked in surprise, "What? An underground fighting ring?" The manager sighed. "That is right. It is also known as the Suck Club, under the guidance of the chairman. The male students, especially Pak Dojin and Baek Soo-hyuk, are currently fighting there as competitors." Jigon recalled the image of the chairman and thought to himself, why is the chairman involved with the fighting ring? This is really funny. And that Suck Club, is it related to Pak Hike? It definitely is Pak Hike, but why is the chairman involved with that damn club? While lost in thought, suddenly an arm reached out. The manager called, "Hey Gigon, what the hell are you thinking about?" Jigon instinctively grabbed her wrist hard. A moment later he realized it, quickly let go, and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I was so deep in thought I got startled." The manager rubbed her wrist and sighed. "All right, are you okay? I do not know what you are thinking, but you do not need to worry. I want to make you participate in that fight. That place is worse than you think. We want to take you to a place like that, but the problem is, the chairman really wants you. He wants you to be a competitor, just like Bitch Suya," she said as she approached the balcony door and pulled back the curtain. Jigon looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Why? Why would a chairman of an educational institution be involved in places like that?" The manager carefully looked outside and replied, "I am sure you have many questions, but it is hard to explain everything clearly. The method I want you to pursue is not about going to the underground fighting ring. Time is of the essence. You need to prepare immediately," she said as she walked straight up to Jigon. He stared blankly, confused, and asked, "Prepare? Prepare for what?" The manager leaned closer to Gigon and whispered, "That is right. First, we need to do the following things." At the underground fighting ring, Bitch Suya, wearing a hooded jacket, quietly moved through the darkness. As he stepped outside, Pak Hee-jump, standing above, thought to himself, surely he has sensed the effect of the suck, even if it is just indirect contact, but still, he is not showing any signs of excitement. Indeed, perhaps he feels he does not need to get stronger anymore. Let us see. The appetizer I have prepared might have sparked that craving in him already. Bitch Soo-hyuk walks on. Unaware that Pak Hee-jun has spotted her, Pak Hee-jun takes a long drag on his cigarette and quietly says, "All right then, time to serve the main dish." At Daegun's housing area, the manager carefully steps outside to check around, finding no one. But after a few steps, she suddenly notices something strange. There is a black car parked outside, and the manager slows her pace to observe for a moment. Inside, a man is sleeping. She thinks to herself, he is asleep, but Hanji shows no reaction. What a sloppy job. Calling this surveillance is just foolish, she mutters while rummaging through her handbag. A lip gloss falls to the ground, and the slight noise surprisingly wakes the man in the car, who opens his eyes and wonders, what is that? Just then, the manager bends down to pick up her lip gloss, and he notices her curvy backside. Letting out a sound, he decides to pretend to ask, "So, anything fun happening today, miss?" In reality, he is checking if the manager outside can hear anything to report back. Seeing her not respond, he hurriedly grabs his phone and calls, "Hello. Yes. During close surveillance, I have spotted her. She has left the building and is heading somewhere. Should we follow her?" The voice on the other end asks, "Do you see anything else?" He replies, "Oh, I can see her backside. No, I mean I can only see her from the back. She is not coming this way." Saying this, he quickly exits the car, replying to the caller, "Yes, I know, she is walking. All right, I will keep following her." The manager walks ahead, while the man trails behind. She glances back, thinking, so, the main target is indeed after me. But why? Isn't he from Belmo Construction? But I wonder who sent him. He is working so carelessly. Deagle is watching from above, reflecting on the scene and thinking, wait, am I being followed? But the chairman and the person involved, it seems they are not very trustworthy. Huh. Suddenly, a memory flashes in Deagle's mind of Park Hee-jun saying, "Whoa, your husband is great now. It has been ages since I last saw you." Deagle glares back at Park Hee-jun. Park Hee-jun playfully slaps his cheek and taunts, Hey, hit me here. You did a great job. Why not give it a try?" Deagle is furious to the point of shaking, but he knows that whoever loses control first loses. He exhales deeply and tells himself, "No, I have changed," remembering the past. Deagle was never afraid of anyone. Getting blood on his clothes was normal. Suddenly, he feels a tightness in his chest, and he breathes out, saying, "Whoa, I have indeed changed. But this time, it won't be like that. It will definitely be different." With that, he quickly takes off his wet shirt. He reveals a body that young men dream of, with abs and a muscular chest. Deagle thinks, this project is just for the benefit of a few people. He steps outside in a dark blue hoodie, carefully looking around. Once he is sure no one is following, he quickly strides through the gate. Cloaked in darkness, Bitch Suyuk walks slowly on the sidewalk. Just then 2 members of the organization are having tea nearby. Both of them froze when they saw Buffy the Australian water dragon. A few seconds later, they dropped their food and followed Boxy the Australian water dragon. Suddenly, Bixie the Australian water dragon opened his phone and looked at it for a moment. At that moment, Bike's face suddenly turned tense. It seemed he had discovered something. So Beck the Australian water dragon took off running ahead. The 2 men in black immediately chased after him, calling and reporting urgently. That is Beef the Australian water dragon. Not sure where he is going. At the pharmacy, Bake the Australian water dragon came out with a small bag. The 2 men in black quickly hid and reported back to the other end. "Hello, there is nothing to worry about. He just bought some medicine. He is just heading home on that familiar road." "Yes, I will keep an eye on him." But why did Beak the Australian water dragon suddenly come here? Actually, what Bucky read on his way here was Susie's message. She said, "Hey big bro, can you buy me some medicine on your way back? It is nothing serious, so do not make a fuss. Just quietly buy the medicine and come here." Susie looked at her phone, lying down and breathing heavily. Why does it feel so uncomfortable? It does not seem like a cold. She shifted on the bed. Susie sighed. Should I urge him to come faster? No, it hurts too much. Just that message is not enough. A stream of memories flowed through Susie's mind. She had been sick like this before. She called Beck the Australian water dragon, saying, "Hey, where are you? I am in pain. Please buy me some medicine." Just as she finished speaking, a loud crash sounded from the other end. Susie was startled. The next day, the news reported that last night, a person had broken the pharmacy's glass door with just their body. The incident of Bake stealing painkillers and fleeing became a hot topic. The young man B confessed the same day, admitting he did it out of concern for his sick sister. After hearing the story, the pharmacy showed leniency. Susie, playing a game in front of the TV, froze upon hearing the news. She could not believe something like this had happened. Susie told herself, "No, he's going to cause a ruckus again like last time. Just let him come here quietly." But see, the Australian water dragon stood in front of the pharmacy checking if he had enough medicine, then immediately took off running ahead. The 2 men in black panicked and said, "Damn it, he is running again." However, Bake the Australian water dragon suddenly stopped, stumping his foot hard forward. He remembered Susie's words, to return home quietly. Listening to his sister, he slowed down, but his posture looked very awkward. The 2 men in black following behind wondered, "Hey, what is wrong with him? Is he injured? He is walking really strangely. He looks a bit odd, but we still have to follow him." Beak the Australian water dragon also noticed someone following him. He gripped the medicine bag tightly and intended to run home. But suddenly, he remembered Susie's words about being quiet. He reminded himself, "Calm down. Susie is sick. She is waiting for me." Thinking this, Bake the Australian water dragon became calmer than ever. He took a detour through the park to get home. As soon as he stepped in, he saw someone sitting on a nearby bench. The Australian shepherd paused for a moment. Sensing something ominous, the man bowed his head, shrouding himself in his hood. The Australian shepherd confidently approached the man. Then, he brushed past, thinking nothing would happen. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the Australian shepherd to stop. "Hey, you are the Australian shepherd, right?" The Australian shepherd thought for a moment. Then he turned to look at the stranger, and when he did not respond, the man asked again, "You are the Australian shepherd, are not you?" The Australian shepherd did not turn around. He replied, "What? You know me?" At this point, the Australian shepherd felt a bit uneasy. He turned to ask, "I have never met you. Who are you?" At that moment, Dagon slowly stood up, sighed, and said, "You do not need to know. If you are the Australian shepherd, then that is fine." Just as he finished speaking, Dagon lunged to attack the Australian shepherd. The Australian shepherd quickly raised his arms to block the strike. He saw half of the man's face exposed. He thought to himself, could it be him? Dagon kept attacking the Australian shepherd relentlessly. The Australian shepherd moved incredibly fast. The two danced around each other, and the Australian shepherd suddenly stepped back a few paces. Dagon also halted. The Australian shepherd looked at the man before him and asked, "I guess you are one of Dagon's men, Right. Digon's man stared at the Australian shepherd without answering. Earlier at the apartment complex, the manager told Digon, "The method I am about to share with you is not about fighting in an underground arena. To be able to take on the Australian shepherd, since you are quite confident, I will explain it." She leaned closer and whispered to Digon, "I will provide you with information about the Australian shepherd's movements." At that moment, Digon thought, "Is it really necessary to go to the underground arena? I will find and confront him outside first. The chairman and Mitty Club both have plans, so I will have my own plan too." Thinking it over, Digon went to the park the manager mentioned. He thought, "If I wait until then to fight, I will have a hard time." The manager said the Australian shepherd would pass through this park. "All right then, I will wait here." Just as he set his hopes down, Digon suddenly remembered an important issue. He did not know what the Australian shepherd looked like. He wondered, should I just sit here waiting in vain? I can to stop everyone who passes by to ask their names. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard footsteps from afar that startled him. Digon turned to look in the direction of the noise and saw a tall, hefty man who looked very mysterious. The man emitted an aura of death. Digon raised an eyebrow, thinking, could that possibly be the Australian shepherd? The whole space fell silent, with only the sound of the Australian shepherd's footsteps growing closer to Digon. Digon sat still, waiting until the Australian shepherd passed by. He finally mustered the courage to ask, "You are the Australian shepherd?" "Right." Seeing the Australian shepherd hesitate, he thought to himself, "Whoa, it must be him." At that same moment, two men in black were making a phone call to report. "Yes, he is talking to a young man, but it is unclear who. I do not know what the situation is now. We must continue to monitor." Just as he finished, a scuffle broke out, and both sides started to clash. The two guys in black jumped and shouted, Hey, why are they suddenly fighting?" The fight was getting fiercer on both sides. Basu Australia moved quickly. He stepped back. He looked at Digon as if he wanted to swallow him whole, saying, "I guess you are Digon's guy." "Right." Digon finally took off his hat and replied, "Oh, how did you know?" Basu Australia honestly replied, "Oh, I do not know how I knew. Maybe it is just my instinct telling me you are the biggest threat that Bak Hairan mentioned." Digon looked at Baksui Australia with a smirk. "Haha, I am here. It has nothing to do with Bak Hairan. This is my plan. I am now Digon of Riam Ryan School." Basu Australia interrupted. "Oh, it does not matter. Anyway, if you want to fight, I am ready, but I do not have much time, so I want to finish this fight a bit faster." With those words, Basu Australia placed his medicine bag on a nearby stone bench. Digon replied, "Oh, fine. I want to fight quickly too." As soon as he finished speaking, Basu Australia shot like a rocket toward Digon, delivering a powerful punch that could kill if he was careless. Basu Australia raised his fist. His gaze at Digon was terrifying. The first punch missed, and Digon quickly dodged it. Both Basu Australia and Digon seemed to realize they had met someone at their level. Basu Australia relentlessly attacked, not giving Digon a chance to strike back. Digon dodged while thinking, "Damn, he is too fast." Contrary to his large size, he struck and moved faster than Digon expected. "Alright, this is my chance to counterattack." Basu Australia suddenly turned around and aimed a kick right at Digon's face. But luckily Digon dodged it. Digon stepped back a few paces, and now it was his turn to attack as he charged forward with a fist. Basu Australia easily blocked Digon's punch. The two hands clashed with a cracking sound, and Digon let go. He intended to change his attack direction, but Basu Australia quickly sensed it and raised his fist to slam down on Digon's head. Digon was equally quick to block the dangerous blow. After that, Basu Australia changed direction, hitting faster than Digon anticipated. With an uppercut, Digon's expression changed, colder and scarier than ever. Basu Australia realized this too. He quickly raised his hands to shield his face. As Digon's punch forced Basu Australia to step back a few paces, Basu Australia looked at Digon. A hint of worry flashed across his face. Digon looked at Basu Australia cautiously. Basu Australia shook his hands, seemingly feeling a bit of pain from the previous blocks. Digon also felt his hands trembling at this point. He thought to himself, he is blocking me. He won't let me hit them, because if I hit them, he will run into trouble. Right. Basu Australia saw the look in Digon's eyes and thought, looks like he figured out my intentions. In a corner of the street, the manager entered a narrow alley, while the man in black stubbornly followed her. She pretended to rummage through her bag. The man in black noticed something strange, and the manager suddenly stopped. The man showed no sign of hesitation as he continued to follow her. From the alley, the manager rushed out with an electric bat. The man in black was quickly electrocuted and collapsed, while the manager snatched the phone from his hand. She hesitated to unlock the phone. It opened very quickly, and the first name in the call history surprised her a bit. She wanted to be sure, so she pressed call to try. On the other end, Bak Haijun answered. "Hello, what is going on?" At the park, the two men looked at each other, and Bek Sudiasi spoke up. "Good. I have never had a situation where I could not finish a match in one blow." Igen sarcastically replied, "So you mean, you always easily win against anyone?" He recalled what his friend had said, Baksudi Didusi superior to everyone. Igen doubted. "Really, is that true?" Baksudi honestly replied. "In reality, You can't finish a match like this with just one blow. If we keep fighting, who knows how long it will take to finish. But I can't delay any longer. I really need to end this right now. Just as he finished speaking, the organization's vehicle arrived. Several men in black suits shouted loudly, "Over there. They are getting ready to fight again." From the vehicle, a whole team rushed towards Ziegen and Aik Suyedi, and Ziegen did not understand. A guy in black standing next to the guy shouted, "Hey Bek Sudixi, are you really going to take risks again? Did you forget what you wrote in the contract?" Li Yen felt a bit annoyed and asked, "Who are these people? What is going on?" "What contract? But you seem to not care much." "Huh," Baksudi replied. "Right, no need to worry. As I said earlier, I do not have much time." And just as he finished, Baksudi charged forward to attack, but the guy in black was startled and confused. Yi Gin dodged the punch, causing those nearby to panic. One guy stepped in to take Bek Sui's punch. Baksudi was in a hurry and missed a few strikes. Yi Yin reminded him, "Wait, we can't continue this fight. A third party will get involved." But Sukiidu seemed to deliberately not hear, still raising his leg to continue attacking. Li Yin sighed and dodged the blow. He said, "This guy is so hasty." And unfortunately, one of the men in black got hit by Baksuduse's kick. He flew several meters away, and then the black-clad guys jumped in to grab Baksui Ace like ants, shouting, "Catch him. Hurry. Do not let him fight anymore." Baksudi X, annoyed, brushed the ants off, cursing, "Damn it. This is ridiculous. Let them be. Just finish this fight." Baksudi then fought off all the people grabbing him. He hurriedly rushed towards Z again. Seeing the chaotic mess, Iin wondered, what is going on? Why does it feel so strange? But in this situation, winning does not mean anything. The last guy was thrown behind Igan by Baksui. Zigian thought to himself, "Whoa. It seems they are from the underground fighting ring." Just then, someone approached. A guy in black called out to him, "Hey you. We have a mission to do. You should leave. Do not cause any more trouble here." Yi Gyun turned around, annoyed. "What are you talking about?" The guy in black said, "Leave quickly before we give you a beating." Just after he finished speaking, the guy in black was immediately hit by Zigan. Just one blow knocked him unconscious to the ground, and Zigan asked the remaining guys, "What the hell are you all doing? This is not your business, it is mine." The guys in black trembled as they looked at the Yugan, stammering, "No, it can't be, this is too urgent." Ian Gyun glanced at the nosy crowd bothering Butch Sui Easy and said, "I will take care of everything. Just sit tight and wait for the results." The guys in black hesitated and said, "Wait, are you going to take us out too? What have we done?" As soon as he finished, Yi Gin lunged at them, shouting, "Damn it. Shut up, P. Hyrium. You bastard. I am getting pissed." Ian quickly took down the last two guys, while Butch Sudi AC swiftly dealt with the remaining ones. Both felt these guys were just a nuisance, wasting their time. Bitch Sudi, annoyed, threw in a few extra punches. Suddenly, another black car stopped by the road, and Butch Sudi A's gaze wavered when he saw it. He thought to himself, "Damn it, he is here." He looked at the bag of medicine on the seat. At that moment, Susie at home was also anxious and called, "Hey, why is not he back yet? He does not even answer my calls. Did he get into trouble again?" Buck Sudiasi grabbed one guy, scanning around to see how many people there were. Those guys surprisingly grabbed his jacket. Butch Sudiasi thought for a few seconds, then decided to ditch the jacket and escape. He dashed towards Yen Gen, thinking they were going to continue their showdown. However, Ian had already dodged the attack. Butch Sudiofi ran straight for the bag of medicine and grabbed it. Izigin watched Beach Sudieji. Butch Sudiosi dashed away. As he ran, he thought of Susie, worrying about her, silently saying, "Susie, wait for me a bit." This speed colleague gone off guard. He wondered, "Hey, what is going on? Does he have multiple personalities? Should I follow him?" Just then, another black car appeared on the street. Zi Yin turned to look. A familiar figure stepped out of the car. He felt a bit uneasy. Book Haijun got out of the car and was a bit surprised to see Yang Gain. He asked, "Hey, what are you doing here? Plus, who gave you permission to hit him?" Susie was so worried that she came out to check. She anxiously walked around, saying to herself, "Why has not he come back yet?" Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. He ran so fast that Susie jumped in surprise. She yelled, "Hey, you startled me." Bitch Sudidixi told Susie. "All right, let us go inside." He asked, "Did you buy the medicine?" Susie replied, "Yes, I did." After saying that, Butch Sudi AC looked around. Susie eyed her brother with suspicion. "What are you looking at? Did you cause trouble at the pharmacy?" Buck Sudi AC honestly replied, "No, I did not do anything." The guys he fought still lay unconscious on the road. No one showed signs of waking up. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Who told you to go fight with him?" Bige Jun looked at Dengan with a judging expression. Bak Digan remained silent. The henchman looked at Digan and whispered into Bak Haijun's ear. After listening, Baek Hye-jun stuffed his hands in his pockets and stepped forward to speak to Dagon, saying that the guy from Australia was a recruit working for him. But sorry. They were not allowed to fight unless he permitted it. This time, it was Dagon's turn to look at Baek Hye-jun with a judgmental expression. He thought to himself, what does it matter to you? Baek Hye-jun smirked. Huh. Do you want to fight that badly? Explain yourself. Let us see how this goes. He then tilted his chin and looked at the guys lying unconscious on the ground. Baek Hye-jun continued. Honestly, saying one thing and doing another reminds me of you back in the day. Dagon closed his eyes and sighed, saying, no. This time, Baek Hye-jun cut him off. Okay, you mean this time is different. Right? Dagon shot a glare at Hye-jun. Hye-jun smirked. Huh. I know that, which is why I am trying to help you. I will set up a ring for you and that guy from Australia. The fight between you two will go as planned. Hearing this, Dagon felt annoyed and turned to walk away. Baek Hye-jun watched him leave, feeling very uncomfortable. Dagon gritted his teeth, trying to hold back, and reminded him, don't you get bored, just stop it. Baek Hye-jun handed something to his henchman and said, give this to him. The henchman hurriedly followed after Dagon as he was leaving. Dagon turned around, startled, ready to hit the guy, but the henchman quickly explained, no, I just wanted to give you a business card. Dagon took the card and glared back. Baek Hye-jun said, if you need anything, contact me. We are friends after all, DAE. Without saying anything, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked away. The corner of Baek Hye-jun's mouth curled slightly. Huh. This will definitely be mine. At Dagon's apartment, I threw my bag onto the table. The manager immediately glanced at the computer screen, thinking they had to intervene in the club's affairs, even though it was not in the plan. But he was already involved, so they had to calculate everything carefully. There might be risks, but it was also a good opportunity. Just then, the phone on the table rang. The manager picked it up and answered. Hello. Dagon, I am coming over to your place now. The manager's voice echoed in the room. She looked at Dagon, confused. Wait. What? Fire? Why? You said it would only take a few minutes. Dagon crossed his arms, eyes closed, deep in thought. He replied awkwardly. Well, everything's like a machine with a faulty input. He was fighting and then suddenly ran away. The manager continued, so fast that you could not keep up. Dagon hesitated. Well, not really. It was Baek Hye-jun's fault. Oh no. It is because of the witness. It is fine. Next time will be better. There won't be any problems. The manager thought for a moment and replied, if you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come. Alright. First you should take a break from school for a while. It will be better. Dagon was startled to hear this. His discomfort was evident. The manager pulled the curtains and suddenly remembered something. So she reminded him, oh, by the way, it is better if you do not go outside. Dagon spoke up, hey, are you saying you are locking me in here? The manager replied, yeah, just for a short time. If we really have to go to the underground fight, we need to minimize the risks. Dagon anxiously replied, but starting now. The manager said it was broad. That is right. If you need anything, just let me know. I will support you as much as possible to avoid any unnecessary risks. Dagon was not satisfied. He tried to speak up, but that is too inconvenient. The manager shook his head as he walked to the door and said, it is fine. Just call me if you need anything. As the door slammed shut, Dagon bowed his head and wondered, how long is she planning to do this? Dagon pulled out the card that Park Hee-jun had given him earlier. He looked at it and thought for a long time before coming up with his own solution. He told himself, that is the only way. The first thing that came to mind, in the old building, Director Kim saw his subordinates with swollen faces and anxiously asked, what happened? How did it end up like this? You guys have a mission to monitor and let it go like this. Well, take a break. He was too annoyed. What time is it now? The subordinate went out the door thinking, all he does is scold. Director Kim told Park Hee-jun, the money Baek Suik earned, I have already used to take them to the hospital. Park Hee-jun frowned and replied, still not okay. Director Kim continuously complained, that is right. The management fee for the players has now turned into expenses to deal with fights. Anyway, it is good that I got them to come as you said. Did you know there would be fights? Park Hee-jun did not answer. He was thinking, to be precise, everything was going almost smoothly as he wanted. He must be feeling it clearly now. Kwon Dae-gun, a power never seen before. He is also sensing another character similar to Kwon Dae-gun, Baek Suik. In a dark alley, a tall figure stepped out. Park Hee-jun and the others had arrived. He asked, did you cause this? Baek Suik stood among the unconscious people lying on the floor, each one looking like they could not recover. Park Hee-jun asked, what are you doing here? Baek Suik looked at Hee-jun and replied, money. Did you give it to them? Seeing this, Park Hee-jun's subordinate loudly reminded, what are you talking about? You punk. Park Hee-jun frowned in confusion and said, money. At that moment, Baek Suik looked extremely displeased. The most important things to him are money and his sister, and yet they dared to touch them. Park Hee-jun finally realized, oh, you mean the underground fighting ring? Of course. I will give you the money if you win. Just as he finished speaking, Bak Suik lunged at Hee-jun like a gust of wind. Park Hee-jun held up his hands and told him, Bak Suik, you are really impatient. The person you need to hit is not me. Bak Suik punched one of the subordinates, knocking him out cold. Then he turned to attack Park Hee-jun. Hee-jun struck hard at his hand, causing him to miss the attack. Bak Suik was the strongest man. He always won against the crowd with pure strength. Bak Suik seemed to have noticed something was off. He turned to look at Park Hee-jun. Then Bak Suik suspiciously asked, What have you done? How can it be like this, back in reality? Park Hee-jun was waved at by the director in front of him. The director called out, Hey, what is wrong with you? You have not answered me yet. I heard Bak Suik suddenly ran away. Why would he do that? Park Hee-jun was rummaging through his bag while answering, suddenly running away. I do not know either. Director Kim reminded him. Right, he did run away. Check if he has any issues. Like with love, for instance. Haha, but to be fair, that is a bit unreasonable. I just said it casually. Park Hee-jun felt there was some truth to it. He held a cigarette, and the director instinctively lit it for him. At that moment, Park Hee-jun thought, well, maybe that is true. Whatever, I do not need to worry about other things. Earlier, Bitch Suyuk already said, Kwon Dae-gun is not his concern. What he wants is to fight a lot to make money. Just money. For Bitch Suyuk, his number one priority is money. There is no reason he would fight outside if he was not making any. He chuckled lightly and turned to tell the director, I think it is fine. He seems to want to focus more on the underground fighting. The director sighed in relief. Oh really? If you say so, that is great. In the area near Susie's house. Susie looked at the pile of medicine Bitch Suyuk bought. She sighed. What is with all this medicine? You bought too much. Bitch Suyuk was busy in the kitchen for a while. He brought Susie a small bowl, and Bitch Susie looked at him and said, eat before you drink. The bowl was placed on the table, and Susie kept looking at the bowl and then at the black box on the stove. She asked, What kind of porridge is this? Ji seemed to have understood. She tiredly told him, This is exhausting. Why do you keep adding protein? I really want to hit you one good time. Maybe I will just go to sleep for a bit. Do not wake me up. Okay. As Susie stood up, Bitch Suyuk immediately said, Kuyix. Susie jumped and turned back, confused, asking, Huh? What? Huh? Bitch Suyuk repeated, Kuyix. Susie waved her hands in surprise and said, What? What are you talking about? Huh? Why? Whatever, I do not know, Bitch Suyuk straightforwardly replied. I only just said a name. Susie was now feeling cold over. She said, Oh yeah. Right. She walked straight into the room, breathing heavily, telling him, Maybe I am just a bit tired. I am resting here. Yet Bitch Suyuk attacked again, asking, Kuyix, has he ever been in this house? Susie froze, thinking, Oh no, what should I say now? What should I say? Bitch Suyuk looked at her, and Susie was so scared she trembled. She quickly slammed the door shut, saying, I do not know. I am sleeping here. Bitch Suyuk was suspicious. He picked up the phone to call someone, saying, I have a few things to discuss. A moment later, the outside was eerily quiet. Bitch Suyuk asked, Why did not you say anything? The guy in that photo is Ku the Agon. Sung Jin hurriedly knelt down and said, Heck. I'm sorry. Bitch Suyuk, because the information is still unclear. I am afraid it will affect you. You are focusing on fighting in the underground. You should not get involved in punishing others. Bitch Suyuk suddenly sighed and continued. Susie is also worried. That guy. QQDE. You. Susie is afraid I will kill that guy. He has deceived me. Sung Jin then raised his face and asked, Is not it your intention to kill him? Bitch Suyuk said firmly, I love Susie more than anything else in the world. Love does not mean restricting. Susie should not be restricted from anything. She should be freer than anyone else. No. More accurately, she should be allowed to do what she likes. Whatever she wants, she should have it. Sung Jat quietly listening to Bitch Suyuk speak, thinking to himself that he truly is a kind brother. Bitch Suyuk continued, saying that no matter what, men are no exception. Susie must have it all. To me, I think that is freedom. Sung Jin said hesitantly. But what if that man does not like Susie? Bitch Suyuk replied with a glare. Even if I have to use force, I will do whatever it takes to make him like Susie. Sung Jin, curious, asked, So what are you planning to do about DA? You. Bitch Suyuk looked off into the distance and replied, You probably do not know, but DEA, you, is already 20 years old. Sung Jin was startled and said, Huh. How do you know that? Bitch Suyuk shook his head and said, No, Susie must be free, but first she needs to be safe. I do not know what his intentions are, but that unidentified man named D.U. could pose a danger to her. I can't let him be near Susie. The next morning, the sky looked like it was about to rain. At D.U.'s apartment, the phone rang. D.A.E.U. He picked up the phone and sighed. So that means I have to skip school. How boring. He remembered himself at the convenience store and thought, Well, at my age, skipping school is only natural. But indeed, not going to school feels a bit strange. He sat up and looked out the window, wondering if he would have to continue school after the project ends. Well, maybe that would be a bit awkward. Right, at Susie's house, bitch Soo-hyuk grabbed the doorknob. Susie was changing clothes to get ready for school. She yelled, "What is going on? Are you crazy?" "I am changing," bitch Soo-hyuk said. "You are not feeling well. You should stay home today and rest." Susie paused while taking off her shirt and said, with her fair skin and tiny waist, looking quite attractive. She replied, "I can take care of myself. I told you I am fine." "You are just overreacting," bitch Soo-hyuk replied. "Oh, if you do not rest, you might need to go to the hospital." After hearing this, Susie climbed onto the bed. She replied, "Fine, I will rest." "What is with the hospital? Can you stop worrying so much?" After Susie got on the bed, bitch Soo-hyuk closed the door and said, "Okay. Good night." He turned and walked straight to his room, opened the closet, and took out a long unused shirt. Outside, the sun was blazing when suddenly clouds covered it, making the sky unusually gloomy. Happy students were walking to school, step by step, when suddenly they noticed something strange. Everyone turned to look. Two boys whispered to each other, Hey, is not that the person?" Seeing this, the person next to them kept pressing their phone. "Oh man, this is insane. Really insane." In first year class 1, Lee Sung-hun asked, "Has not Dae-hun arrived yet?" Jong-min replied, "Why is that? It is the first time he has been late to school like this." Suddenly, a message notification pinged, and after reading it, he felt like he got shocked. He hurried to the window to look down, and Jong-min asked, "What is wrong? Is something happening?" Lee Sung-hun, unable to believe his eyes, said, "Why is it like this all of a sudden? Why is he at school?" Jong-min, confused, asked, Who are you talking about? Who is at school?" From afar, heavy footsteps were moving towards the school. Wherever they went, everyone felt a chill, and the footsteps made everyone look back. Everyone on the floor looked down, while Jong-min stubbornly asked, "Who is it?" His footsteps grew faster as Baek Soo-yosi entered the school. At that moment, Jong-min realized, his face clearly showing fear. While Lee Sung-hun was so shocked he froze. Baek Soo-dc had returned to the school. Baek Soo-dc felt that the atmosphere in the school seemed to change, becoming a bit suffocating. Was it because of that guy Zi-hun? The scene darkened, and the forest felt eerily silent. One thing was certain. Lee Yang-hun, a character who transferred to GM Ryong, had defeated all the first-year boys. Then he took down the middle school gang and the second-year leaders. Next, he defeated the 4 top leaders. Hem Soo-jin's face fell, his mind racing with countless speculations. His next target was none other than Baek So-yis. San-jin continuously affirmed in front of Baek So-si that he wanted to defeat him and become the champion of GM Ryong. Soo-si felt a bit curious why. Even Han Sun-jin could not figure it out, saying he was confused and had a headache. Admitting he did not know what San-jin was after, Baek Soo-hagyu seemed to suggest that the relationship between the two was still a mystery, so he had no choice but to question directly. Han Sun-jin crossed his arms to reassure the other, saying not to worry, that no matter his plans, he was not a match for him. Baek Soo-hagyu had to admit that the opponent was indeed strong, and Han Sun-jin did not deny it, acknowledging the truth. But then, this Sun-jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Surprised, "What did you just say?" Soo-hagyu calmly replied, "He has been waiting to fight me on the way home." San-jin seemed to struggle to believe what he just heard, and tried to clarify. Wait, if you are so calm, you must have beaten him. Right, Soo-hee responded. "Although we fought, we still have not determined a winner." That chubby guy clenched his fist angrily, as Han pressed for more information from Soo-hee. Wondering how it could take so long, Soo-hee thoughtfully confirmed, "He is very strong, and also very dangerous." Those words seemed ordinary, yet they made Sun-jin collapse to the ground, questioning in his mind, "Do you really see him as a threat?" It was hard to believe. Regardless of what was happening, Soo-hee remained completely calm, asserting that if he had more time, he might find out the outcome, since bitch Susie was sick and he had to bring her medicine. So the fight had stopped. "So tomorrow, while I am not home, please take care of Soo-hee for me." Sun-jin looked at Baek Soo-hee, trying to hold back a series of questions. "Are you going to school tomorrow?" Soo-hee always acted with a clear purpose. He revealed, "I will personally investigate what his goal of coming to this school is and whether he poses a danger to Susie." The look of this guy Han Sun-jin was quite defiant. He was determined in his mind. "Bitch Soo-hee will come to school today. I also want to go to school. But what mission do I have?" The fat guy opened the door and said loudly, "Susie, I am here to take care of you." But Susie quickly greeted him with a big pillow. "Get out." Sun-jin's gaze was intense, his arms crossed tightly as if bothered by something. His mind was racing with thoughts. "So she is still okay. My mission today is to take care of Butch Susie and not let her go to school." Clearly, due to lack of time, that is why this situation arose. Sun-jin affirmed in his mind that if Butch Soo-hee had time, that little punk would be taken down immediately. The scene of the school gradually came into view, with each step heading straight there. The story was building up to a tense climax. But Suhigu officially arrived at Jingryong School. The classmates began to talk about him more, asking if that was Suihiyu. What is with that hairstyle? They did not even recognize him. His hair covered those scary eyes. He looked terrifying. If I looked directly into his eyes, I would probably pee my pants. Where did he come from? Why is he suddenly at school today? Jungmin also joined the noisy chatter, not being able to see anything. Is that Ian Genan or who? I have to call him first. It was a distant voice responding. Gian did not pick up. Jungmin heard this news, his eyes wide with panic. He was afraid it would be like last time. Could we be taking the beating for him again? Seung-hun rubbed his chin and said, let us see. It seems that bitch Suihigyu is a Buddhist. But Jungmin still could not calm down. No matter what religion, we are definitely done for. Suihigu's footsteps were still moving forward. Wherever he went, the gazes of his classmates followed him. For a moment, those eyes glanced into the classroom. The students inside looked out in confusion, each of their faces dripping with sweat. But it seemed they had not found the right target. Suiyu continued to walk away. His gaze darted around. A series of footsteps echoed from somewhere nearby. A group of students poked their heads out and exclaimed, really? That is Beach Suihiyu. What is he doing here? No one knows. It has been a long time since he came back to school. Why is he just wandering around like this? Oh, maybe like a king inspecting his subjects. The king at this moment. At the same time, there were hurried footsteps approaching, running in a very familiar way. Chun-sim appeared and irritably said to Suihiyu, stop wandering around the hallway. Follow me now. The scene gradually shifted to another position. The little girl struggled hard to shake the door, but still could not succeed. Crying out, what is going on? The rooftop is locked. Let me go get the key. But before Chun-sim could even move, Suihiyu reached out to unlock the door. He put all his strength into his hands. The wood creaked ominously. In just a few seconds, the stubborn door was thrown open, and Chun-sim reminded him, remember to fix it back after. As the little girl walked away, her curious mouth could not stop asking questions. And you? Why did you just appear out of nowhere? Do you know how hard it was for me to manage alone? Huh. Why are not you saying anything? The silence from the other side made Chun-sim even more curious, as he continuously asked, why did you come to school? Suihigu still had not replied, and he casually found a spot to sit down. The persistent question hung in the air, whereas Kwon Tae-yegan, the scene shifted to the main character's house. His gaze was fixated ahead. Looking tense, he was recalling Hiron's statement, you two can fight without my permission. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he again became. Mulling over, Hiron, you want to watch me fight Ba Suheu, do not you? Even now, your obsession has not changed a bit. If that is the case, there is no need to wait until the underground arena. The atmosphere here is eerily quiet. Hiron's name lingers with a bunch of Beta's dreamers. In his mind, he confidently asserts that the guy will contact him soon. No need to worry. With those thoughts, he reaches for a bottle of perfume, mumbling to himself that he does not need to think about that anymore. Even if he pretends like nothing's wrong, I can still smell that scent. Look at him trying to suppress his cravings. Contrary to his calm facade, the truth is he is more brutal than anyone. He craves violence, and I understand him better than anyone else. What he needs right now is BX Suhayu. I want you to do that for me. Hiron's schemes and thoughts are becoming increasingly vile and inhumane. The girl lying on the bed suddenly sits up and exclaims, hey! Someone's calling. She looks at the screen and reads out 010. However, Hiron rushes in to stop her, his face showing annoyance as he warns, hey! Who gave you permission to look? His actions are extremely brutal, pressing down hard on the girl's arm, commanding her to shut up, even though she keeps bowing her head and apologizing. I'm sorry. He starts the phone call. Hello, and the voice on the other end responds, is this a date? They agree to meet and talk. Hiron's face lights up as if he knows good news is coming. Responding excitedly, is this a date? Of course, it is. I have been waiting for you to call. What time and where? The other end responds quickly, I will decide. Hurry up. Get here. The abruptness of the call leaves Hiron unable to react. Sky appears, and the crazy Hiron gazes at it, nodding. The weather is really nice today. Before leaving, he plays with some girls. Hey, this is the new drug. Who wants it? The girls perk up at the mention of the new drug, eagerly responding, me. Let me have it. Hiron's demeanor always instills fear. He plots and says, but what can I do? There is only one pill. I will leave it here. You girls can split it among yourselves. Back to the rooftop scene. Suhiki is confronting her friend about what happened while I was away. The school was already chaotic. You said you could handle it. Hearing this, Chun-sim becomes furious, retorting, what are you talking about? I did my best because you said it did not matter if the boys fought. That is why I let it be, and the second boy was too quick for me to stop. But then, I scolded him afterward. Isn't that enough? Suhiki's face is thoughtful as she asks, what about the fourth group? Chun-sim shyly looks down and replies, Because they were the ones who started it first. But you said you did not care about school anymore. You only came here because you heard rumors about my sister. Right? Suhiki's still confused, not understanding what these rumors are. Chunsim looks surprised. You did not know. This rumor has not even reached Suhai's ears yet. Chunsim recalls, he has heard some gossip before. Do you know anything? They say Quan the Yen and bitch Sugai are always causing trouble. Chunsim fearfully covers his mouth. Let us pretend I did not say anything. He even stops the other person, saying, no, do not come here. There is really nothing going on. The scene outside the street appears. The guy Haijun stands confidently with his arms crossed by the car, looking at the crowd moving. He feels even more frustrated. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes. Unfortunately, the pack is completely empty. The driver inside the car peeks out and asks, Sir, have we been waiting too long? Did we mix up the time or place? However, Haijun remains determined, saying, just wait a little longer. Soon after, a car starts to move toward them. The woman in the car reports over the phone. Yes, they are waiting where you said. She even asks the male lead, by the way, Koindiyint, how did you know they would be here? However, before she could finish speaking, the call gets cut off. Our side hung up and put the phone back in their pocket. In his mind, he plans. Now that Haijun is off to the side, there is no one stopping him anymore. This time, he must settle the score. Chunsim checks around Suhik and asks, are you okay? You are not hurt anywhere. Right? Whoa. If it were not for your sister, you two would not have fought. Would you? Suhei's attitude gradually reveals itself, with both hands clenched tight as he says, I realized something today at school. Quan Li Yansuma's presence will put Gam Ryong in danger. Chunsim still does not understand what danger he is referring to. Suhaik reminds him, your friend is a top student. You should think about their safety, and for Suzia's safety, I must protect this school, even if I have to use a heavy hand. Only then can peace be maintained here. Suhaik officially declares, Koindiyint, I will make sure you can lift your head. That arrogant jerk, Chunsim exclaims, calming him down. I do not know why you think that. He is not that bad. Even explaining, Suhaik still holds Chunsim back, his arm close to her head. He reminds her, you do not need to worry about that stuff. Just live peacefully like you are now. Protecting the peace in school is the responsibility of the student leader. The footsteps are getting louder. Chunsim quickly recognizes those strange sounds. Her confused face asks, what is that noise? She can hide her curiosity. Glancing down. Eventually, her expression becomes very frightening, as if witnessing something strange approaching. Is he just now going to school? Along with that are the footsteps echoing around. The appearance of the male lead makes the surrounding students chatter. Jian, here comes Giem. Is he going to fight Bxu Heek? Normanho stepped up to ask men, why are you late for school? What is wrong with you? He did not want to beat around the bush. Questioning, Bxu Heeki is here. You said you would fight him. Right. Namchun's gaze was intensely focused, staring up at the higher floor. His attitude was overwhelmingly serious as both sides officially recognized each other's presence. Suhik stood waiting, seemingly eager for what was about to unfold. He provocatively said, I am waiting for you. Come up here. The steps appeared before him. Namchin gradually made his way up, maintaining an unusually calm demeanor. Before heading up, Namchin reminded his friends, you guys should not follow me. It will be dangerous. Chunsim was still trying to stop Suhaik. Are you stupid? Why are you whispering? He won't hear you, and it is not certain Dagun wants to fight you. Suhaik's attitude remained firm. No, the Dagun crew will definitely come up here. He really wants to defeat me to become the boss of Riem Ryan. Chunsim felt a bit confused about the goal. Dagun wants to be the boss of the school. The students below were curious to jump up to see the fight. The scene was chaotic amidst the shouting. Get out of the way. Let us up there. However, Normanho rallied his crew to block them. Don T let them up. His gaze followed Nam Chen's every step, muttering despite Dagun's orders. But everyone was eager not to miss this fight, the battle for the leadership of Riem Ryan. Who will become the boss of the school? The Dagun crew or Xu Heek? Today was a cool, beautiful day, perfect for hanging out. Inside the house, Jin paced nervously, wondering if Haksuk had arrived at school yet, and if he knew about the Dagun crew by now, whether they were already fighting. He had many questions running through his mind. He recalled the night before when Xu Haiki told him he was very strong, asserting that Nam Chun had what it took to be a threat to him. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The power of Dagun, which he did not want to acknowledge, was recognized by Xu Heek like a direct slap to the face. He thought to himself, even though Xu Heek had fought 20 to 30 guys from other schools or even gangs, he had never spoken like that. Hamsun Jin's anxiety was clear as he stomped his feet, almost wanting to break through the ceiling. He could not believe that there would be a day he would witness that scene. But that was not even true. He had not even seen the fight between the two of them with his own eyes. Hamsun Jin felt like he was going to lose his mind. He was so worried he bit his finger until it bled, letting out a yelp, but he quickly realized the situation. He thought he should be quiet since Su Hai was sleeping and he was about to make noise. A thought flashed in his mind. Is Exu really asleep? Then he could just leave. At that moment, he really did not want to be on guard. He wanted to go watch the fight between those two. Immediately, Sung Jin knocked on the door and called out to Xuhai. How are you? Are you asleep? But he did not know that Xuhai was not asleep inside. She had stealthily escaped out the window a while ago. She also did not know where she got the shoes. But the girl ran quickly down the street, wanting to get to her destination as fast as possible. Su-jae, dressed in a buttoned-up shirt, hurriedly ran down the street, not understanding what was happening. She did not know the connection between them. But suddenly, the two wanted to fight, and she was eager to know the reason behind it. At Bongjunsa Technical High School, a student's loud voice announced to everyone that Baek Su-hai was currently fighting, causing chaos. A major battle at Ryong, at the base of the Holy Blood Gang from both Ryong and Jisa. They had also heard the news but still needed to confirm if it was true. At the heady out of the Middle Road Gang from both Ryong schools, Jai Maiwang, holding his phone, immediately asked Jak what was going on, and the soldier told him he was in his room, in the temple. Kwon Ji was meditating quietly in his room but had to show his face. He could sense this was a battle of Aurora. It was indeed a battle of two strong individuals. From a day that started off clear and cool, dark clouds had gathered, and the weather began to turn ominous. On the rooftop, the strongest guy of the day was preparing for a showdown, with everything set to be resolved through punches. While Su-hai stood stiffly like a statue in her serious stance, Kwon Dae-gwon calmly approached with his hands in his pockets. The two exchanged glances, only for the other guy to break the silence. So, Dae-gyun, you are here. Su-hai, with her muscular build and long flowing hair, looked at our male lead with a gaze of disdain. Our male lead was no pushover either. He stared back at the guy with a face showing no fear. Jongmin and Manhwa were standing on one side, watching eagerly. Manhwa mentioned that it was the first time he had seen bitch Su-hai up close like this. Jongmin had a question too. How could someone so big be a high school student? He looked like he could crush everything, just like stepping on a plastic shell. Gu Songwoo also came to witness the fight. He could feel the pressure radiating from the battle, and the atmosphere became frighteningly heavy. The underlings below thought to themselves that it really was intense. Just then, Sehongwoo was distracted by something else. A blonde person pushing through the crowd of underlings, yelling them about what they were doing and to get out of the way. It was Eung Jong making his way through the head of the underlings, and while he apologized a bit, it was not significant. The underling beneath Sehongwoo looked up and asked, "Who are you, and why are you pushing in here?" Eung Jong ran over to Sehongwoo and asked, "What do you think about this big fight? Have you fought Kwon Dae-gun before? Share some tips." Sehongwoo replied to him, "Kwon Dae-gun is very strong. I used all my skills and still could not win. He has something beyond the ordinary." He continued explaining, "So you are betting on Kwon, right?" Sehongwoo recounted that in terms of physicality or technique, he was just human, which is why he would bet on someone of superhero caliber like Baek Su-hyo. Hearing this, the three friends turned to refute him, with Jongmin also turning around to shout, "Sehongwoo, you traitorous bastard. Are you saying you won't side with Daegun?" He had a serious expression. "Are you guys stupid? From the beginning, I did not belong to any side. The outcome of a battle can't be judged by personal feelings." Even his face made the other two feel disheartened. He further analyzed for the three of them. "Let us analyze the physical conditions of Baek Su-hyo and Kwon Dae-gun. Kwon Dae-gun, our main character, is 17 years old, 1.88 meters tall, weighs 88 ki, with a physical score of 197. His opponent, Baek Su-hyo, is 19, 1.92 meters tall, weighs 188 h, with a physical score of 211. Clearly, Baek Su-hyo outmatches him in every aspect, so his stamina is also superior. But he emphasized, if we only consider physicality, it does not mean much. The reason Baek Su-hyo is called a superhero is not just due to his physique and strength. Before Seung-ho could finish analyzing, Jongmin signaled for everyone to be quiet. "Listen to what they are saying." Baek Su-hyo asked first, "What is the reason the main character came to Joryong and caused a commotion here? What is your purpose?" Daegun was still pondering for a moment. Then he replied loudly, "Causing a commotion. What are you talking about?" he firmly stated. Observing around, noting that the older students at the school were absent and realizing that the protection money collection had been stopped. Hearing this, the main character rubbed his neck. "Are you talking about protection money? That is not a big deal." Then he seriously told him, "Those things should not exist in schools. Everyone needs to get rid of them because they bring many consequences later on." Daegun continued, "That protection money makes students' lives worse, so is not it right to get rid of it? If you are talking about chaos, that was the term used for this school before I appeared." Su-hai reminded Min that Joryong was the strongest school in the Daejeong area. To maintain that position, it is not just about the present but also the past due to the system you inadvertently dismantled. Thanks to the protection fees, the strongest people in the area all gathered at Joryong. Those strong individuals would take on the roles of leaders in each class and grade, their positions extending beyond just the school. Although they instilled fear in other students, their strong reputation ensured everyone outside knew about Juryong's strength. Keeping the school safe, he said that those class leaders were like powerful guardians, ensuring the students in this school were safe when they went outside. And that protection fee was something they deserved for agreeing to study here. He gave an example. If you eliminate the big spider in front of you, the other pests will notice and cause trouble. He continued, you say that systems should never have existed. But what is the alternative for getting rid of those outside who are always lurking around this school? In other words, what is the way to maintain peace in this Juryong school? It is surprising how the system, which he once thought was useless, actually held such significance. Your friend next to you is also asking, you came here to study because of your brother, not for the money. Right? Jongmin also spoke up, saying that the strong gathering in the Juryong environment has become a long-standing tradition. So what will the Dagon troops think about this? At this moment, our Emmy rubbed his neck, showing he was not paying attention to what that guy said. Replying, what do you mean by a spider? If you like fables, keep them to yourself, protect whatever you want, but you can't ensure peace in school or anywhere else just by words, he said while loosening his clothes. He issued a direct challenge, stating that the two sides have different views, so we just need to fight and settle it. Right? Ochanshim, who had been quiet until now, spoke up, saying, if we keep discussing, we might narrow the differences. She tried to suppress the impending fight. Suhaidc said he did not disagree with the Disan troops. He was just curious about their purpose. He also began to take off his outer jacket, removing his jacket and throwing it to the ground. He taunted Nam Qian, saying, now I will hit you with all my sincerity. Suhaiv rushed in, and Nam Chen discarded his vest, ready to fight. He added, you deserve this, while his hand tightened, preparing to throw a punch. Nam Qian countered with a punch. Both charged at each other, ready to settle the score. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Then, their punches missed each other, but with his size advantage, he seemed to have put Dagon at a disadvantage. He continued to press down, forcing Nam Chen to lean back and dodge the blow. Seung Ho managed to announce that they were already using force against each other. They were not only different in physique and endurance but also in skill. Although his feet did not touch the ground, he remained balanced. Indeed, Dagon was not someone to be underestimated. Seeing that Nam Qian had leaned back, Suhaidc immediately threw a punch with his other hand. Luckily, Nam Qian managed to get his feet back on the ground. He turned just in time to dodge Suhaidc's powerful punch. Dodging that powerful strike, Dagon needed to reassess the situation. With that massive frame, he could easily dominate the space and throw quick punches. Moreover, despite his large size, his speed was not sluggish at all. The opponent continued with left and right punches, but he easily dodged them. Even though he could evade the attacks, Nam Qian could still sense the danger from this guy. Not just punches. As he focused on dodging, the opponent suddenly launched a knee strike that caught him off guard. But fortunately, he managed to use his hand to deflect the force of the knee strike. The impact was so strong that when he landed, created a significant force. Following up with more strikes, this time it was an elbow. Dodging the elbow, he then threw a hook punch that, if it landed, would probably knock him out immediately. It is amazing. Sung Ho keeps praising those skillful moves. He has got the physique, stamina, and exceptional judgment, truly a superhero. Zhang Bin, on the other hand, criticizes, asking why he is so impressed when he said physical strength alone is not enough. Is technique more important then? The other curious one of the trio wonders why Dagon has not retaliated yet. Manhwa admit, I hate to say it, but maybe he can't counter that overwhelming attack. As Sungwa said, the nickname superhero for Baeksu Hegyu is not just for fun. At this moment, Min is still dodging relentless attacks. If he slips for just a second, the match will be decided. Baeksu Hegyu does not stop. He keeps attacking, giving our protagonist no chance to counter. And finally, this time he lands a direct punch right at Dagon. Luckily, our guy managed to block the blow, but with the force behind that punch, even a strong arm would take a beating. Just one punch from Suhigu was enough to push Dagon back several meters, showcasing his strength. At this point, Suu paused. He asked the protagonist why he was fighting differently this time, or if he still was not ready. The protagonist, with a puzzled expression, replied, "What? You are good at provoking. How much longer do I have to wait?" Suhiyu did not grasp the meaning of that statement. He did not understand what Kwon Dagon was waiting for. Dagon took a breath and calmly said, "It is not easy fighting like this. If you say you will give it your all, then why are not you focused?" With that, he charged in at a speed no one could follow, catching his opponent off guard. The opponent was also slightly startled as Dagon quickly shifted from defense to attack. Just as the opponent realized our protagonist was right in front of him and threw a counter punch. Luckily, Suhiyu managed to raise his hand to block it. However, Min's strike was equally fierce, causing him to stumble back. The opponent could not help but gasp at the sudden change, while Min taunted his friend. "What did you say earlier? That punch. while partially blocked, still landed on Baek Soo-hye's face, making blood run from his nose, and the crowd erupted with cheers. Hitting him right in the face. Seizing the moment, our protagonist pressed forward to attack, but the opponent knew to retreat and bolster his defense. At this point, he had to reassess the match. Dagon was using the same strength as before, but before he could finish his thoughts, a powerful kick came at him from both legs, and even though he tried to brace himself, he could not defend against it. Getting knocked back, Gwondagon withdrew his foot, pushing him far away, and without stopping, Dagon charged back into the fight. This time, Dagon's strikes did not surprise his opponent anymore. It seemed he had grown accustomed to this attack style, but so what if he is familiar? Dagon launched a straight punch at his opponent Duhan, who tried to step back to evade it. Sungha and Ian Jong were left speechless, not understanding what was happening. The battle was just beginning. Everything was still incredibly tense, with both sides bracing themselves, waiting for the other to make a move. This time, Dagon initiated the attack first, but Soo-hye was also ready to counter. The beast's punch was so powerful it even made a hole in the wall. Yet our hero managed to dodge it and sidestep into a latch Hwa. Taking full advantage of that latch, he delivered a precise elbow strike to his opponent's waist, causing him to stumble to the side. Then both raised their hands, ready to strike together. The quicker one was the hero, landing a straight punch to the head that easily disoriented the beast. The superhuman green fighter was not just for show. That relentless attack was still not enough to phase such a muscular body. While focusing on the attack, Dagon sensed something unusual in the monster's stance and quickly shifted to a defensive position. Although he was very fast, Dagon's speed was in a league of its own. He could not let that last punch cost him the advantage. So he turned and delivered a heel kick to block the beast's leg strike. At the same time, he surprised him with a quick recovery, preparing to launch another straight punch to the face. He put a lot of force into that punch, so even though the beast raised his hands to block, he still flew far away. By this point, the beast had to brace himself on one leg against the furious attacks from Dagon's team. Everyone was shocked, unsure of what was happening as the tables suddenly turned. Young Jong and Sungwa looked pale, asking each other what had just been said, to which Sungwa hurriedly denied. Min continued to provoke, urging him to carry it out as he still had not made a move. Soo-hye had calmed down after receiving a thorough beating from the guy 2 years younger than him. His expression had turned serious, devoid of any humor, resembling a beast ready to pounce on its prey. He told him that being so detached while fighting was just boring. Both sides' feet remained firmly planted on the ground. The hero, confused, asked his opponent, "What the hell are you doing? Are you still not ready to fight?" Dagon's earlier punch had severely injured his opponent's nose, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Despite being foes, our side still reminded Soo-hye to focus. Fighting like this was just too dull. The phrase focus had thrown Soo-hye's mind into confusion. He recalled the question Heejin had once asked him. Have you ever been fully immersed? Whether at the gym or while reading something, have you ever gotten so absorbed in something that you lost track of time? That is nothing special for you, right? Soo-hye had replied back then. Does that mean time has stopped? Heejin nodded. I get it now. So you did not realize it. You were immersed but did not notice you were. It is like a switch being turned on and off. You can control that. If you used an automatic switch, as opposed to a manual one, you could immerse yourself freely, that is, turning the switch on and off at your will. What do you think would happen then? Are you curious to find out? Soo-hye's gaze dropped, and he spoke up. What I am curious about is when I was immersed. At this tense moment in the fight, he responded to our side based on what I have heard. There is a case where you can immerse yourself freely. It is not like my ability. Dagon pressed his opponent with another question. Are you saying it is impossible to immerse yourself? Clearly. Back then. Even so, Soo-hye still tried to assert that focusing was not just to make herself stronger. When facing a strong, towering opponent, she would use it against him. Along with her words, Soo-hye charged forward quickly. She boldly declared to Wondadun, so you do not need to worry about me. This level of strength is enough to make you dizzy. The scene gradually shifted to another position. A group of people moved in a very strange manner. The second-year student, Hi Ryan, smirked with a disdainful tone. It has been a while since I have been to the gates of Riam Ryan High School. They looked at each other and discussed. The school gate is closed. Let us climb over. One guy hesitated, saying climbing over the gate is not a good idea. Another guy suggested, then let us break the door down. That is a bold idea that made others wary. The sound of hurried footsteps approached the school gate. Susie had traveled a long way to get here. Her body was completely exhausted, and she was panting, feeling so tired. Moreover, she was confused seeing their presence. Who are these guys? Why are they at another school? These guys immediately turned their heads, their voices revealing their true nature. Whoa. Is not that Susie? This is the first time I have seen her up close like this. Come on, sis, have someone open the door for you. If you climb over, they will see your dress, so we will close our eyes. Hirian asked Susie. You are running here to see your brother's match, right? You are drenched in sweat. Do you want me to dry you off? Disgusted by the people in front of her, Susie coldly replied, "Every time these pests get close, I break into a sweat. You want to wipe my face? I can get near those bugs." Hearing was somewhat stimulated, his attitude irritated, but his rude mouth, just as I heard, makes me want to give you a hit. I heard you rely heavily on your brother, which is why you are always so cocky. Now, your brother is fighting. What will happen to you if he loses? You and your brother have accumulated a lot of karma lately. So what will your life be like from now on? Should you be more obedient? Susie felt extremely irritated, her tone clearly rising as the tension increased. Unable to bear it anymore, her foot lifted high and struck the opponent. The kick made Harrian scream out in pain. The others also started getting injured from Susie's attacks. A girl with impressive strength, she kept punching relentlessly. She punched so hard that the opponent's face slammed straight into the ground. The others cursed, "That crazy girl. Damn it." His hand raised high, wanting to grab Susie. Strange moves were unleashed. Chaos ensued, the faces of those who were scheming combined with cowardly techniques. However, another character suddenly appeared, creating chaos. With just one push, the outside students fell flat on the ground. The remaining ones were confused, not daring to charge anymore. Susie was a bit surprised by the unexpected support from the guy, who even told her to go ahead. However, the situation was still not over. Susie heard footsteps getting closer and closer. A crowd of people gathered. "You said, hey you idiot. Have you forgotten the no-violence deal between Bongjin and Ryong? Not only are you bald, but you are also brainless." Susie, even though she was ready to leave, felt extremely confused. What more do they want? The gaze of the crowd was unsettling. "No need to worry. Just run to your brother. Leave this to us. The gang will handle them." In this situation, Susie could only comply, with a pleading attitude, asking for their help. The guys from other schools stood frozen in confusion. "What? You really want to fight?" I saw that. Their eyes gleamed with hatred. The strength of the spirit surged within him. Words rose up. That is the power of the deity with a heart that cares for all beings. Yes, helping others is the duty of this body. Following Susie's hurried steps, she was picking up speed. As she ran, she recalled Suhyok's words. "You better take a day off school." It was only now that Susie realized that was the reason he told her to skip class. Why is it so annoying? A crowd of students filled the hallway, their eyes turning to look at Susie. She started to doubt as she moved forward. Everyone had a strange attitude, whispering, "The queen is here. Make way. What the hell? Do not bother me." Another guy nudged Susie. She had to push them aside. She looked up anxiously. The space was extremely cramped. She did her best, maneuvering past each person, with no way out in sight. Halfway through, she stopped to sniff the air. "Wait, who just touched me?" Her face turned bright red, unable to move forward. Feeling frustrated, she ran off, letting those people enjoy the show. "I will take this route, and I will go back there." However, while walking, Susie encountered the teacher, who looked confused. "Where did all the kids go? It is almost time for class." Ignoring the teacher's presence, Susie ran quickly, saying, "Get out of the way." The teacher tried to stop her, asking where she thought she was going at this hour. Susie tried to explain, "I am just going to the bathroom." The teacher shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are talking to? Do you dare tell me to move? Where is everyone else?" Another person appeared with a question. "Do you need help, sir? You should take a nap for a bit." The teacher was furious. "You little punk, I was too nice last time." Still, the teacher had to lie down on the floor. Susie watched the scene with concern, wondering if this was okay. Transitioning to the rooftop, the crowd was intently watching the match. The male lead was throwing powerful punches nonstop, his feet firmly planted on the ground. His stance while executing moves was striking. Suhyu seemed a bit slower, but his gaze was focused. However, he was still strong, quickly countering with a punch. Our guy watched and understood. He could not follow through as he wanted. The fighting was too intense, the speed so fast it was hard to see. The feet moved quickly, synchronizing with each beat of the fight. Our guy's foot swiftly connected with Suhye's abdomen. However, in the end, Dagon was knocked back by a counterattack. He absolutely refused to stop, moving to dodge the opponent's strikes, determined to keep going no matter what. Neither side was backing down. Fighting fiercely, Dongbin declared from the sidelines, "I know Dagon is very strong, but how could he possibly knock down such a tall person?" Seongo was also puzzled. It was incredibly strange, like snapping your fingers to send a steel ball flying. Dagon's weight was recorded at 88 kilos. I had secretly glanced at his student file. Could it be that he gained weight after transferring schools in such a short time? Norman Hall stared, not understanding what Senior Chunsim was doing. She was darting back and forth. The punches could startle her. Norman Hall realized the problem. The fight was expanding the radius, and Senior Chunsim's safe zone was gradually shrinking. So she was predicting their attack direction to avoid it. The situation in the arena was becoming increasingly dangerous. She was playing with her life. The battle raged on, oblivious to the surroundings. Dongbin panicked and pointed out that if she ran between those two to get outside, It would be like running into 8 lanes of traffic. If she gets hit, she will die. That is the current situation for Senior Chun-sim. We need to save her. A loud call rang out. Senior Chun-sim, you are trapped. The stakes were incredibly high. Chun-sim was thrown back, but luckily she was caught. A perfect catch that did not affect her condition. That person was Ewol, who kept asking, Chun-sim, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Seung-ho identified the newcomers. They were Bae-ewol from the 4 generals, meaning others were also present. Hanambe appeared cool as ever, observing intently. The 2 names outside kept discussing. Could the 4 generals be teaming up with bitch Soo-hyo? Oh, then I will win this bet. The other guy retorted, but it is no longer a fair fight, so that does not count. They are not the type to bully the weak just because they have numbers. If the battle continues like this, then that money will be mine. A brutal battle accompanied by many predictions. Neither side showed signs of yielding. The sounds of punches echoed. The speed of our team's hands always made others wary. Hanambe muttered, the Daegon troops are superior. I never expected him to surpass even bitch Soo-hyo. Really not what I thought. Haningen appeared from nowhere, chattering noisily, monkeying around. So what is up? The fight is not over yet. Right, Nambe responded. A bit late, Haningen explained. Oh, I ran into someone on the way here. Nambe updated briefly on the current situation. Although the winner was not yet determined, it was clear that Daegon's troops were superior. We need to see the fight directly. If it keeps going like this, Ryangebek Soo-hyo is leading, Haningen added, predicting the situation will get chaotic. Right, their fight was won without mercy, and no one could stop it. Our team's punches kept coming relentless, with no sign of fear as they attacked. His evasive maneuvers are quite professional. Soo-hyo holds his ground, delivering powerful and swift attacks. His eyes dart around, assessing the opponent, while his face tightens with each blow. Hee-nin is eagerly wondering if the king of the Ryan bed will be defeated. Her feet are anxiously lifted. Hegan introduces this appearance, mentioning there is another girl. I ran into her and brought her along. Sugai is confused and does not understand. She asks, what did you two just say? The battle intensifies into a moment of madness. Suhigu is haunted by the question, when did I become so invested? Hiron replies with a grin, is not it obvious? Haven't you ever felt it? That is when your opponent is stronger than you, and you get caught up in the thought that you can win. But the truth is, you absolutely must win. Suga stands from afar and shouts loudly. His brother's gaze shifts in response. The punch is ready to strike directly at us. Indeed, it is a punch more powerful than any thrown so far. It can push Daegorn back without mercy. The onlookers outside the army are in disbelief. Even Hegan and Nam B are surprised by this turn of events. Suji's eyes widen as he witnesses the 2 important men fighting each other. The events unfold in an incredibly unpredictable manner. Nam's gaze gradually clarifies the situation. So now, are you really invested? At this moment, Butch Sudiexi looks like a massive gorilla, exuding a terrifying aura. The man who beside him exclaims at the sight, what is going on? He looks so scary. Suddenly he is terrifying like that. Hee-nin comments that Nam B looks quite similar to how he was back then. Hanam B sighs. Well, anyway, surely this situation is for the same reason as back then. He turns to look at Suji. Sugi looks at her brother, worried to the point of sweating. She whispers, he looks so strange. Suddenly she shouts, bro. Upon seeing that Nam B immediately intervenes, saying, he can hear anything. Suji turns around, stunned, and replies, huh, what do you mean he can hear? She looks towards Buk Sudiesi, who is rising up, facing Yi again. Indeed, Buk Sudiesi can hear. But why? Sujai, not believing it, calls out again, Kuli Yix, bitch Sudi. Stop fighting. I have something to say. En turns back to see Butch Sujay. He thinks to himself, huh, is the reason Butch Sujay suddenly got so invested because of Butch Sujay? Sujai, in midair, keeps calling, Kuli Yix, do not miss me. Please listen to me. Kwon Yin looks at Sugi but continues to step forward, thinking, Tusk, the reason he is so invested is to protect someone. Huh, that is quite romantic. Unlike me. Thinking this, he rushes towards Butch Sudiace, who seems a bit dazed. Kwon Li even prepares to punch Suasi in the face. But suddenly, Butch Sui AC's eyes brighten. Butch Sudidusi swings his arm to counterattack. Luckily Yin manages to dodge, just in time. Yin nervously watches every move of Butch Sui. The guy from Australia is attacking like a madman. He is bound to expose himself. Daegon thought to himself, this guy is truly in the zone now. The big Australian is moving incredibly swiftly despite his size. But his relentless punches are forcing Daegon's men to step back, as the Australian seems to be using all his strength to fight them off. Suddenly, Daegon's troops planted their feet and began to fight back. Just as they were about to close in on the Australian, his fist was nearly hitting Daegon's face. Daegon's forces changed direction and leaned back to retreat. But the Australian would not let up, continuously launching powerful strikes. If Daegon's men were not careful, they could easily take a hit. Just as he finished speaking, the Australian landed a punch on one of Daegon's hands. Daegon looked at the Australian with some concern. How extreme was his focus, and again remarked that even if that strike could be blocked, it would definitely result in injury. How could he throw such a deadly blow? Hanam calmly analyzed that despite everything, they had to get closer. If Dagon wanted to face the Australian, who had the upper hand, he would have to close in. However, unlike in previous fights, the Australian was now fully focused. In this state, he would not allow anyone to cross that line. Even Dagon would find it difficult. Now, we will just have to wait and see how Dagon plans to attack effectively. The Australian's eyes flashed as he targeted one of Dagon's shoulders for a strike, a blow that would be extremely annoying for his opponent. Hanam gasped, wondering what would happen if Dagon managed to close, and just as he finished speaking, Dagon attacked from below, forcing the Australian to turn around. The Australian continued to punch at Dagon. Dagon knew he could not avoid the incoming blow, so he immediately raised his hands to protect his face. The Australian's punch hit him, sending him flying several meters away. Dagon's eyes also lit up as he charged toward the Australian. The two engaged in fierce attacks against each other, two equally matched young men. Watching this was quite intriguing, as no one knew who would emerge victorious. While the Australian fought like a relentless machine, Dagon raised his hand to block the incoming blows, and Hagan, witnessing this, felt a bit breathless. Ne remarked that we fought against him like this too. Dagon would surely be surprised by his opponent's actions. Hanam remained silent. At the same time, Wook Sung-ho told his friend, "Hey, I just remembered. Let us make it interesting by betting 100,000 on this fight." Kim Myung scoffed. "Come on. I do not have that much money." Suzy helplessly turned to Hanam, saying, "Please. We need to win this bet. If we leave it like this, it will be dangerous." Hanam sighed and shook his head, saying it would not work. The Australian was fully focused now. He would not hear anything else, and Hagan, nearby, also looked at her and said, "This is the first time like this. Is not it making you worried?" "It is true that all girls are like this," Suzy asked suspiciously. "What do you mean? What is going on?" Hanam turned to her and said, "Oh, I thought you already knew. Last year's incident. The reason for the Bong Euler school agreement." Suzy did not understand and asked him, "What do you mean? Can you explain more?" Going back to the past, one night when Suzy was walking home alone, suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. A fat guy, looking like a pig, had been following her for who knows how long. Just looking at his face, it was clear he had no good intentions. Suzy stopped, turned around, and said, "Hey, why are you following me like this?" The fat guy smirked and replied, "What are you talking about? I am just a guy. I am only 20 years old." Suzy shot back, "So what? That beer belly is disgusting. What else should I call you?" The fat guy shamelessly smiled and said, "You're too cute. Be my friend." He then moved closer to Suzy and asked, "Oh right, do you smoke? I have some good stuff here. If you want anything, I can buy it for you." Suzy took a few steps back. This time, she clearly showed her discomfort and said loudly, "I do not smoke. I am a student. I do not like you, so please do not follow me anymore." The fat guy just laughed lewdly, saying, "Oh, a student. But you look like a grown-up." Suddenly, another man appeared behind him. Suzy said, "Hey, get lost." The fat guy, not getting the hint, retorted, "Come on, join me." Turning around, he saw Bukkak Saiki standing there for who knows how long, and he clicked his tongue, asking, "What is going on? What does it have to do with you?" Suzy reminded him, "Hey, that is my brother. I warned you to leave." Bike sees a big guy, suddenly asked the fat guy, "Who are you?" The fat guy innocently shouted back, "What is it to you? Are you wearing a uniform too? How dare you talk back to me?" As soon as he finished, Buck C2C kicked, sending him flying several meters. Suzy felt a bit scared seeing the fat guy knocked out. After dealing with him, Bike C turned to Suzy and said, "Let us go." "Sis," Suzy hesitated and said, "Is that okay?" Bike CE replied, "It is fine. Just ignore them. They are just a bunch of losers." Back to the present, Suzy looked at Heenam Bay with some apprehension and said, "That is how it was back then." Heenam Bay listened thoughtfully for a while and then replied, "Next. The Bonjun School Agreement was formed because of this incident. At that time, there was an organization that supported Bonjun School. It was a money extortion organization. And unfortunately, that fat guy was a member of that group. The fat guy had come to the school. After he found out what uniform Beksaisi was wearing, they came to the school to cause trouble. Even the security could not stop them. They brazenly walked into the school and searched each classroom to find Beksaisi. He passed by a classroom and saw someone sleeping on the desk who looked like Beksaisi. He shamelessly grabbed the person's head, which was really rude. He arrogantly kicked the tables and chairs, shouting, "Where did that bastard go? You guys should not be studying. Working hard like this will just end up in trouble. You all, come out here." That annoying guy with the styled hair. Just as he finished speaking, Beksaisi appeared. He did not even have time to insult him again before Beksaisi punched him several times in the face. Immediately, the fat guy collapsed. Beksaisi turned to his followers and asked, "You guys came all the way to my school. This is a classroom, and everyone is trying to learn to become useful people later. Not like you thugs." The other three were stunned, staring blankly. Before he could say anything, he was immediately given a few light slaps by Baek-seodzi. His steps moved continuously yet very lightly. Baek-seodzi successfully took down the next guy, and the last one rushed in from behind. Just like that, he was quickly taken down as well. All three of them lay unconscious on the ground. The students in the class looked on in horror. A moment later, the thugs were dragged away. Baek-seodzi threw them into a small corner behind the school, where old desks and unused items were thrown out. Just then, a group of people came out. A guy asked, probably wondering what all the noise was about. Baek-seodzi, what is going on? A guy grabbed Baek-seodzi by the collar and yelled, what did you do to let them cause a ruckus in school? Because of you, everyone is in danger. Baek-seodzi replied, these thugs won't let this go. The guy looked around and then asked, what kind of thugs are you talking about? Because of you, Chun-sim got dragged into this. What do we do? Baek-seodzi replied, do not worry. Chun-sim is not around here. The guy sighed in relief after hearing that. He said, you are lucky because Chun-sim went to have breakfast. He is probably in the cafeteria by now. Besides that, could you not cause chaos in school and turn it into a dangerous place? If this keeps up, it will be quite troublesome for the students here, especially since your sister is starting next year. Right? You should think about whether it is safe for her to study in such a dangerous place. Mentioning his sister, Baek-seodzi's face turned serious. The guy observed for a moment before speaking up. These thugs seem to be a newly emerged gang. I heard that this gang has many members from Bongjun School. They provide protection and demand money. Baek-seodzi asked, do you know where their office is? The guy replied, next to Bongjun School, and Hagan, noticing something odd, asked, why do you want to know? Baek-seodzi turned to leave, saying, it is my fault for bringing them here to cause trouble. I need to make sure nothing happens anymore. I have to go there and take them all down. And Hagan was startled and stood up, saying, oh, you are going right now. The other guy called out, hey, you are leaving right away, and you plan to go alone. Baek-seodzi continued forward without hesitation or a word. Seeing this, everyone followed Baek-seodzi without asking questions, and Hagan sighed. This guy is too eager for a fight. The other guy urged, all right, let us hurry and follow him. It will help keep everyone here safer. Jaeboram, feeling excited, said, let us go. This should be fun. And Hagan hesitated but replied, okay, let us see what happens. Thus, the five of them headed to the office to resolve the situation. Hanambae thought. Looking back, that was still a very dangerous action, as they had no idea if those thugs were armed or not. Plus, they had to face many people. But the most dangerous part was not fighting with those thugs. At that moment, Jaeboram noticed something strange about Baek-seodzi. Baek-seodzi quickly took down all the thugs effortlessly. At that moment, Baek-seodzi looked incredibly intimidating. His eyes sparkled with a strange light. The atmosphere was different from usual. He was in a trance, but the strange thing was that he could not tell friend from foe anymore. Just like that, Baek-seodzi charged into attack, taking down a whole bunch of people in the hallway within mere seconds. Incredibly fast, the soldiers did not even have time to react. Some were knocked out, others crashed into windows, breaking limbs. Baek-seodzi continued to seek out each person to take down. The black-clad men looked at Baek-seodzi with a hint of concern. He radiated a menacing aura that I still can't comprehend. Anin, witnessing this scene, called out to Baek-seodzi and then asked Hanambae, hey, should we stop him? Hanambae let out a sigh. Continuing, once Baek-seodzi gets into a trance, it is hard to stop him. The four of us had to jump in, and we all ended up injured. At that moment, I realized how dangerous he becomes when he is focused. At this point, Baek-seodzi and the Dagon soldiers were locked in fierce combat. Baek-seodzi moved incredibly fast in front of the Dagon soldiers and launched a 5-punch combo. But Dagon was just as quick. Dodging the attack, the Dagon soldiers fell back, but Baek-seodzi kicked them instead. He truly would do anything for his sister. That was his sole intention and pure focus. However, once you dive too deep into it, it is easy to lose your reason. The Dagon soldiers were cornered by Baek-seodzi, and he felt a bit tense. Baek-seodzi lifted his knee, and the Dagon soldier raised his hand to block. Everyone was on edge, and Hagan said, whoa. He has been pushed into a corner. Seems fate has decided for Baek-seodzi. Victory seems to be leaning towards him. Baek-seodzi delivered a powerful blow to Dagon, pushing him against the steel fence. The Dagon soldiers were at risk of falling down below. Gradually, the steel mesh was starting to give way. Suzy watched this scene, unable to hide her anxiety. The wire behind the mesh also snapped. The tear was widening by the moment. Baek-seodzi quickly threw another punch. With such force, the Dagon soldiers would surely fall. Manhwa and Bangho shouted in panic. Hey, stop. One more hit and Dagon will fall down. Stop it. At this moment, the Dagon soldiers also seemed different. His eyes were shining brightly. Just as Baek-seodzi struck, the Dagon soldier quickly dodged to one side. Thus, the distance between him and Baek-seodzi closed in, and the Dagon soldier began to counterattack. Anne again looked a bit stunned, while Onlap said, no way. Has Baek-seodzi's focus been caught up with? Baek-seodzi attacked the Dagon soldier again but missed. Baek-seodzi moved so quickly that ordinary people found it hard to see. He kicked the Dagon soldier, who quickly retreated. Baek Suok realized this immediately and turned to move towards the Dagon soldiers. Once he got within a striking distance, Baek Suok began to rain punches on him. However, it may be due to losing his rationality. Baek Sadi's attacks gradually revealed openings. His moves were easily dodged by the Vivan troops. The Zhejian troops would take a step back, and Baek Seoc would advance a step. Baek Sidi moved at the speed of light, continuously attacking. Indeed, Baek Seoc is an ideal big brother. As his sister can do anything, the Zhejian troops fought while thinking. This guy is big but moves really fast. The Zhejian troops quickly fell back. Kim Myung, upon seeing the two circling each other, was stunned. What kind of insane move was that? Instantaneous movement. It is possible. But still, no, it can't be. That mass of flesh can move like that. Wuxung responded. No, it is true. It is clearly happening right before my eyes. My vision is sharp. I can be mistaken. Speaking of the physicality of those two right now is really absurd, as both are demonstrating beyond human limits. How could this happen? He Gian said. That is a high level of immersion. Each person has their own way to reach that state. But what Bikasurusi is showing is something else entirely. He replied. He has trained his body for agility and applied it to combat. While I, besides enhancing my overall strength to become stronger, have focused on delicately controlling weapons with my grip. Of course, I can do this because I have trained to control that high level of immersion. And at that point, I just need to keep my rationality from being overwhelmed by emotions. But on the contrary, Baek Sidofi right now has suddenly and violently fallen into a high state of immersion. The obsession to protect his sister has overwhelmed his rationality, leaving only primitive emotions. Now all he has left is the instinct to tear apart his opponent. Suzy listened, her heart heavy, unable to speak. At this moment, Baek Sidosi was like a fierce and bloodthirsty demon trying to swallow his prey whole. The two continued to clash fiercely. Both sides were evenly matched. Guess if the outcome will match your predictions. Baek Saisi dodged an attack from the Aegean troops. Baek Sidi's gaze at the Aegean troops looked terrifying. He charged at them and punched. Baek Sididu. I must protect Suzy, to give Suzy a full and free life. It must be this way. I will not let us return to the days of poverty like before. I will make sure Suzy does not suffer for another second. Thinking this, the Zgyum's eyes glinted. Baek Saisi exposed an opening, and the Zhejian troops quickly punched him in the face. The last blow was quite powerful. One of Baek Saixi's legs buckled. The Zhejian troops quickly followed up with another strike. In the moment the fist raised before him, Baek Sai saw images of Suzy from the past. In the pouring rain, he could not stay alert anymore. The punch from the Yangon troops sent Baek Saisi flying backward. Blood began to spout out. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had been injured like this. Amidst the pouring rain, Suzy's cries echoed, calling out, "Big brother." At that moment, a stream of memories ran through Baek Siosi's mind. That was the moment the stepfather caught them and hit them. Baek Suyuk felt a surge of strength, his eyes suddenly shining. Baek Suyuk sprang back. Images of little Suzy kept flashing in his mind. Baek Suyuk continued to charge forward recklessly. The Deagle soldiers were strangely calm at this moment. He moved quickly to close the distance. Baek Suyuk was a bit taken aback. Once again, Deagle managed to land a punch, causing Baek Suyuk to bleed from his nose. Blood sprayed out like a waterfall. However, the more blood he lost, the more Baek Suyuk felt the need to fight. His hand clenched tightly, turning to charge at Deagle. At the same time, Deagle was also rushing toward Baek Suyuk. The two strongest men collided. Deagle blocked Baek Suyuk's recent punch. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. He began to counterattack. Deagle moved at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was close to Baek Suyuk. His fist was now raised. At that moment, Baek Suyuk suddenly felt dizzy, his mind going blank. The back of his eyelids turned pitch black. The scene flashed back to when little Baek Suyuk was walking down the street. Not seeing a car speeding toward him, he hurriedly pulled Suzy onto the sidewalk. Baek Suyuk held on to Suzy tightly. The recent situation made his heart skip a beat. After a moment, he looked at her and reminded her to be careful next time. It is very dangerous. Suzy smiled brightly and said, "Then I have to move even faster to protect you." Baek Suyuk fell silent. Pondering, after a moment, he replied, "All right, let me try my best." Suzy walked home with him. Skipping along the way, she happily kicked a stone on the road. Baek Suyuk reminded her, "Don't kick stones around like that." "But Suzy, I can't always be by your side, so be a little careful. As long as you are with me, I will always protect you." Just as he said this, a man suddenly appeared beside them. Suzy looked at him nervously. At that moment, Baek Suyuk turned around. He was a bit startled. Right then, punch landed squarely on Baek Suyuk's face. It felt just like before, when Deagle had punched him, leaving his face bruised and bloodied. Baek Suyuk felt a bit humiliated. He thought to himself, "I wonder how many years it has been I have been hurt this badly. Whoa, time really flies." Meanwhile, in another area, Bao Jun had just entered a convenience store. He bought a new pack of cigarettes, raising one to his lips while wondering, what is going on? Suddenly, a raindrop fell. Quickly, the rain began pouring down, and Bao Jun looked visibly annoyed. Just then, another guy ran over and shouted, "Senior, it is Bat." Something's happened. Beksuik is Axiom Ryan School. Hearing this, Mihun froze, his face growing increasingly grim. At school, the rain had also started. Everyone was worried. Looking anxious, the first-year gang, along with the Manhwa group, all stood there gaping. Suzy was also stunned at this moment. She softly called, "Big bro, Hanambe." At that moment, he sighed softly, thinking this is the first time I have witnessed such a scene. The sight of Bika Suigi failing so miserably. The rain poured down, soaking his clothes completely. Kwon Ligan stepped closer to look at Baiki Sudiezi, his gaze emotionless. He exhaled and said, "All right, that is it." Baksudi Yefi lay unconscious on the ground. In his mind, he could only remember that rainy night when Baik Sudiosi kept saying, "Big bro will definitely protect you." Jinchi deity had been beaten unconscious by him. Blood everywhere. On another rainy day like this, his whole body was soaked. Suzy, witnessing this, felt a bit scared. Baksudi reassured her. "Don't worry, Big bro will protect you till the end. Just relax." In the evening, trains zipped by, and the countryside where Baike Sudiis and Suzy lived felt strangely peaceful. B. Sudi Yifi reminded, "Suzy, it is dangerous, do not go near the power lines." Suddenly, Suzy hugged her stomach and said, "Big bro, I am so hungry." Baksudi Idiki looked up at the sky and sighed. "All right, the sun is starting to set. It is almost time for mom to wake up. Let us go home and eat." Suzy jumped with joy, following him, saying, "Hooray, let us go." The sweet girl ran home happily, exclaiming, "We are back." Suzy quickly took off her shoes at the door. B. Sudi Yifi reminded, "Hey, put your shoes neatly." He did not notice that Suzy had frozen at the door. The little sister suddenly grew anxious, turned back and called, "Big bro." Seeing her worried gaze, he stood up to check. Suddenly, a man appeared in the house, eating. Suzy, scared, hid behind Sudi A. Suki stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" The man, Ziki Dia, lazily looked up and replied, "And who are you?" Bek Sudiosi replied sternly, "I am asking who you are." The man, with a lazy look, snapped back, "Really annoying. Who is about to eat you? What is with that look?" Just then, a woman stepped out from the back and said, "Oh, you are back. Let me introduce you to your new guardian." B. Sukihi frowned and replied, "Aunt." "Guardian." The scruffy man laughed heartily. "You will find out soon enough. But you have not eaten yet. Come here and eat. You all look quite good." Suzy pursed her lips, about to cry. Their mother reminded, "What are you doing? Sit down. Are not you hungry?" Baksudi Idusi turned back, and Suzy, feeling uncomfortable, hid behind him, unable to take it anymore. Suzy ran outside and shouted, "I am not hungry." Baksudi Idusi was startled. He hurriedly chased after his little sister. Inside, their mother scolded, "Where did you get that attitude from?" The scruffy man replied, "It is fine. It is fine. She is just shy." Suzy and Beksuido sat down on the ground outside. Beksudi Yeki asked with concern, "Are you really not hungry?" Suzy hesitated. "I do not know. We have a guardian now. It is the first time. If this keeps up, I will have 100 guardians." Then she turned to him and asked, "Don't you feel anything?" Suzy replied, "It is about that $100 thing." Suzy shook her head. No, one person is enough." Suzy, the girl with the braids, responded, "Is not it better than having no one? Mom would not be lonely anymore." Suzy frowned. The little girl interrupted him. "No, I do not mean it like that. It is not about being lonely or not. It is about the money. Because mom does not work, and we are poor, that is why it is always like this. We only have these terrible people." The little girl said softly, shivering and curling up. She lowered her gaze and said, Why can't I have a good father? If I had a dad, maybe others would like us. Right. The two siblings sat there, feeling lonely and lost, with no one to lean on. It was then that Bixuzia realized just how powerless he truly was. Deep down, he really wanted to solve this, but he did not know how. Truly, he did not know what to do. The next morning, while their mom was still asleep, Suzy pulled her short shirt and said, "Mom, my clothes are too small. This time I need to buy new clothes." The mother replied as she groggily woke up, "You are still small. You do not look small in those. Just wear them for now. I do not have money." The father saw this and called out, "Suzy, come here. I will give you some pocket money." Suzy was thrilled, running over with her hands out. "Really? Thank you, uncle." The father took out some money from his wallet and said to Suzy's mom. Suzy's mom, kids at this age grow fast, and then he turned to Suzy and said, "Here's your money. Go buy new clothes to wear." Suzy politely bowed her head and said loudly, "Thank you, uncle." The mother heard this and interjected, "Why do you call him uncle? You should call him dad." Suzy took the money, looking around awkwardly and mumbling, "That feels a bit embarrassing." The father just patted her head and said, "It is okay. When the time is right, She will call him that. Saying that, the father went outside and told Susie, I am going to work now because I want to give you some pocket money. Susie bowed politely and said, Goodbye, Uncle. Susie jumped up in joy when she got the pocket money. The father had already walked quite far away. The mother suddenly came out and snatched Susie's pocket money, shouting, Give it here. Why does buying clothes cost so much? I will keep it for you. And when you grow up, I will give it back. Susie's face showed her displeasure. She shouted loudly, Why? You never pay me back. Susie felt a bit uncomfortable watching this. Seeing Susie start to cry, he felt utterly useless, but Susie chose to turn away. Indeed, whether laughing or crying, it was all because of money. Later, someone offered a bunch of fallen threads and asked, Do you want more? What are you saying? This neighborhood does not have enough houses to fry that much. Susie took the fallen threads and confidently replied, I will fry it on the passing train. There might be plenty of places to fry it there. The man was taken aback and said, But that is not the issue. Susie looked at the man and said, Don't worry, I will finish everything today. After saying that, he went around all the alleys in the town to fry the fallen threads. After finishing frying in the town, he rushed to the train station. He not only had a few bundles in his hands, but also had some in his bag. He had to finish everything today. Susie ran across the train tracks because his sister had to risk everything. By late evening, Susie finally got home, exhausted and drenched in sweat, when he suddenly heard voices inside the house. He walked in to see his uncle praying. Damn it, it is crazy. Susie asked, Uncle, what are you doing? The man replied, Oh, Susie, you are back. Have you seen your mom anywhere? Susie replied, She is not home. The man sighed. Tusk. Where did she run off to? He slumped into a chair and commanded, Hey, go get me some liquor. Susie obediently replied, Yes, sir. Susie placed the liquor on the table, and the man started again. Hey, your mom. She must have run off again. Go catch her. That woman can stay sober. If she is a good mother, her daughter must be the same. You understand what I mean, right? All right. Go ahead. Susie responded, Yes, I will go. At that moment, Susie was quietly sitting in her room, chopping wood and writing something. The man called out loudly, Susie, do not you need any spending money anymore? I will give you some pocket money. Okay. Susie perked up and ran out, responding, Yes, you said pocket money. I need it. The man laughed. Ha. Well, sit down and talk to me. Susie was so happy that she jumped around outside, happily shouting, Yay! Pocket money. Susie went outside to start looking for her mother, checking every nook and cranny. She peeked inside a place, wondering if her mom might be there. Suddenly, a man in a black suit called out, Hey, are you looking for your mom? The man was with another woman, he said. You probably won't find her. The woman next to him chimed in, Hey, why are you teasing the kid? Susie frowned and replied, Who are you? Do you know my mom? The man nonchalantly said, Look at that face. But whether you know or not does not matter. I have not been able to contact her lately, so she has not been coming here, but just in case, you can stand there and wait. They say maternal love is profound. Remember, your mom might come back. And with that, the man turned and walked away. As he walked, he told his mistress, After all, nothing is better than money. Right, you are with me for the money too. The mistress replied shyly, What are you talking about? That is not true. Susie quietly watched the two walk away. At the home of the two siblings, Duding finished his drink and let out a breath. He seemed to be drunk already. Susie had been writing and had not seen him give her money, so she reminded him, Uncle, when are you going to give me money? Dong smiled. Oh, money. Then suddenly, he changed, lightly sucked on his finger and looked at Susie with a lewd gaze. He laughed. Oh right, I will give it to you. With that, he pulled out his wallet and handed money to Susie. She joyfully exclaimed, Yay! Dong reminded her, All right, you have to say thank you. Susie obediently bowed and said loudly, Thank you, Uncle. Du sat with his legs crossed, looking at her from head to toe. Susie quickly turned to leave, and Dijin watched her with a greedy look. He called out, Hey, where are you going? Sit here. Susie turned back hesitantly. Seeing that Diding said, Hey, I told you to sit. Susie hesitated and did not want to. She replied, But, why? The old uncle began to raise his voice and said, Why? I asked you why is that? Oh man, wait. If you do not give me money, then I do not want to sit with you, he said while pulling the chair and standing up. He leaned close to Susie and said, Do you know how much money I have given your mom? Susie started to feel scared. She hid the money behind her back, stuttering, What? Why are you acting like this? The dirty fat guy began to yell, Call me brother. Hurry up and call me brother, you little brat. His loud voice made him dizzy and he lowered his head. Seeing this, Susie took the chance to turn and try to run away, but the fat guy immediately grabbed her wrist. He looked at Susie hungrily and said in a flat tone, If you do not want to see me as a pervert, that is fine, because I do not want to see you as a girl either. Susie's fear became more obvious. Her whole body trembled as she looked at him. His narrowed eyes stared at her, becoming increasingly terrifying. A glance was enough to reveal his intentions towards Susie. He kept staring at her for a while. Suddenly, he grabbed Susie's hair and said, "Damn it. You look just like your mother. It is so annoying. Damn it. All right. Just looking at your face, I can tell you are just waiting to get hit. Right? All right. I will give you what you want." Susie is still too young to endure this. She started crying loudly, then screamed, "Let go. Let go." The fat guy yelled, "Let me teach you a lesson. I am the one supporting you and your mom. Right? I gave you money and now you treat me like this." Susie cried while shouting, "Brother. Brother. Save me." Hearing this, the fat guy thought she was calling him brother. He shook Susie's hair and said, "All right. I like you calling me brother. Keep saying it. Keep saying it." Susie was in pain, tears streaming down her face. Truly a pity for her fate. Susie screamed again, "Brother. Brother. Save me." Her cries shattered the usual gloomy atmosphere. Bitch Susie FC sensed something was wrong and ran home. Without hesitation he raised his fist and punched the fat guy in the face, making him bleed from the nose. The fat guy stumbled back. Luckily B Susie AC arrived just in time. Susie, still terrified, looked at B Susie AC and called out, "Brother. Brother." The fat guy, bleeding heavily from his nose, still tried to get up and look at Beach Susie Ace, cursing, "Damn you. You bastard." At that moment, Beach Susie Dosi seemed to transform into a different person, exuding a strange aura of death. He looked at the fat guy and said, "I do not need to know about anything else, but do not you dare touch my Susie." Beach Susie C took a few steps forward and said, "Old man, you better get lost." The old man grunted as he struggled to get up. "I fed you, gave you a place to stay, treated you like human beings, yet you act no differently than animals." Beach Susie Osi sneered and said, "Treated like a human? I have heard that every time you get drunk, you..." Suddenly, the fat guy lunged at Big Susie Assis. He threw Beach Susie Assis against the wall. Susie panicked and called out, "Big brother." The fat old man cursed, "You little brat, pretending to be tough. What do you think you can do by rushing in? Looking at you all, it is clear you are a bunch of ill-mannered kids. Fine. Let me teach you a lesson." Susie hurriedly ran to Beach Susie's side. Beach Susie Diak sat there in shock, not saying a word. The chubby guy rushed out the door, shouting angrily, "Arguing with those filthy animals. I disgust you all." Beach Susie OC felt a bit short of breath, and Susie quickly rubbed his back, asking him, "Are you okay, big bro?" The next morning, on the bustling streets, Beach Susie did not notice the truck speeding toward them, but thankfully Beach Susie OC pulled her back. Both of them were a bit startled. Once Beaky Susie OC calmed down, he patted her back, reminding her not to walk too close to the edge of the road. "It is very dangerous." Susie smiled and replied, "Then you have to be faster to protect me." Susie DC could not refuse the girl a smile at that moment. He replied, "Okay, I will try my best." Susie happily kicked a stone on the road, and Big Susie Effie quickly reminded her, "Do not kick things around. What if you hit someone? Besides, I won't always be by your side, so be a little more careful." "Okay, anyway, as long as I am by your side, I will always protect you." But Susie DC did not notice that someone had suddenly appeared next to him. The damn old man Ding shouted, "Hey, where's your mother hiding?" Susie felt a bit worried upon seeing this man. She asked Big Susie E, "Big bro, what is Ding saying? What about your mom?" But Susie OC pushed her back. He replied, "Oh, it is nothing. He is probably just drunk and talking nonsense." That old man grabbed Big Susie Za by the collar and shouted, "Get your mother out here, or you two will pay me back. Hurry up," while raising his fist. Just as B. Susie AC was about to argue back, he was punched in the face, his body flew back, and Susie screamed, "Big bro." She intended to run to Beach Susie Asi but was shoved back by the old man, who shouted, "Shut up. How do you plan to pay back your mom's debt?" Susie crouched down, stammering, "We do not know. If you want something, go ask our mom." "Why are you scolding us?" That damn old man raised his hand to hit Susie, shouting, "Damn it. You dare to talk back to me." Susie braced herself for impact. At that moment, Beach Susie Uffy rushed in like a rocket from behind, tackling the chubby guy, and the two pushed each other back and forth for a moment. The old man, annoyed, cursed, "Damn it. What the hell are you doing?" The old man then threw Beach Susie away, crashing into a fruit stand. He did not approach Big Susie OC but shouted, "Damn it. You just took a punch from me yesterday and are not scared. Today you are gonna pay. What do you want?" He watched Big Susie OC struggle to get up, sneering, "Tusk. I should break your arms and legs and toss you into the hospital to see if your mother comes looking for you. Huh. Probably not. Right? If she were a good mother, she would not have abandoned you." Those words cut into Beach Susie Assis' heart. causing him pain. No matter what, even as a boy, Beach Suziosi was still just a teenager at that moment. The old man suddenly lunged at him. Damn it. I need to vent my anger on you. True to his word, he kicked at Beach Suzy Ace, but thankfully he dodged. Beach Suziosi turned around. He intended to punch the chubby guy, but his skills and experience were lacking, so he got hit back instead. Beach Suzy felt completely paralyzed. The old man keeps treating Beach Suziosi like a punching bag, hitting him without care, while two men in black suits watch the whole thing from a distance. The man with glasses says, "Oh, there is some fun to watch," to which the other responds, "Hey, why intervene?" The man in glasses watches as Beach Suzy gets hit, shaking his head. Whoa, that is brutal. That kid really has some endurance. But Suziosi grits his teeth and endures as the old man keeps hitting him. Suzy wants to save her brother, so she lunges forward with a pumpkin. She throws it at the old man's back, but her strength is too weak, so he turns around to look at her. Then the old man swipes at her with one hand. Suzy falls to the ground. The man with glasses shakes his head and says, "Well, this is not fun anymore." The man with the noble face also agrees and steps forward, saying, "All right, let me intervene." Suddenly, the man with glasses notices something strange and quickly tells the noble-faced man, "Wait, let us see what happens." At this moment, Beach Suzide stands up and leaps forward. Beach Suziaci now attacks from behind with a fist. A hit to the head almost sends the old man flying. The old man, caught off guard by the sudden attack, stumbles back a few steps. He clutches his head, cursing, "Damn. That hurts." Just as he finishes speaking, Beach Suziosi charges in and lands another punch to his cheek. Beach Suzy looks incredibly strange now. His eyes are bright with intensity. His punches are becoming more and more powerful. Beach Suzy grabs the old man's hair. He slams the old man's head down onto his thigh. The smell of blood starts to fill the air, and blood spills out like a waterfall. Beach Suzy jumps onto the fat man's thigh. Then, gaining momentum, he throws an elbow strike right to the fat man's face, causing him to scream in pain. Both of them fall to the ground. The man with glasses watches this scene, somewhat astonished. Beach Suziaci continues to punch the old man's face. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, he punches the old man in the face countless times. Indeed, predators hunt to survive, because if they do not hunt, they become prey. Beach Suzidusi experiences the taste of blood for the first time. He suddenly reflects, "It seems I have forgotten my true nature. I forgot that I am also a predator." The rain gets heavier. The man with glasses urges, "Let us go. We will meet again soon anyway." Beach Suzici finally stops, his breath a bit irregular. The old man lies unconscious on the ground. Beach Suzy gradually stands up. Suzy, standing behind, looks at the scene in fear. The old man seems to have stopped breathing. Beach Suziaci has become the victor, protecting Suzy, ensuring he does not become prey. Beach Suziaci has transformed into a predator. For the first time, he tastes blood, mixed with rainwater. It is indescribable. In the evening, Beach Suziaci searches through the entire cupboard but can find what he needs. His mother's clothes have also disappeared. Suzy asks him, "What are you doing, big brother? And mom, has she really abandoned us?" Beach Suzida stands still for a moment. He opens his metal box, feeling a pang in his heart. "I think, it is not here. It was clearly here 2 days ago. All the money we have saved up, has it all been taken away?" Suzy froze in shock. She called out, "Big bro, what is wrong?" Suddenly, someone outside said, "Excuse me, what is going on? Isn't the door locked?" Suzy stepped out from the house. The man in glasses sighed and said, "Thanks for making a quick decision, but I did not expect you to move out so soon." The man entered the house and saw Suzy, and Suzy continued, "Well, if you are moving, it should be done properly. Leaving this mess behind. What do you want me to do? But I guess you need time to pack, right? All right, I will give you until next week to move out." Suzy was startled and replied, "Why are you suddenly saying this to me?" The man in glasses suddenly said, "Oh right, one of my guys got seriously hurt. It was that guy you just dealt with." Suzy turned pale upon hearing this. The man continued, "With you like this, he can't work anymore. How do you plan to take responsibility? You can pay with money or with your body." The next morning, at the bar, countless people in black were drinking, and one person asked, "So that is why you sent the kid there? Isn't it dangerous?" The boss replied, "Oh no, I think it will be more interesting." Suddenly, a young man at the next table was eating watermelon and spitting seeds, which caught the attention of the man in glasses. The man looked at him and said, "Hey kid, do not spit seeds like that. It is very rude." The younger guy immediately bowed his head and hurriedly said, "Yes, I'm sorry, sir," and the man in glasses waved him off. "Swallow it." The younger guy, looking confused, stammered, "Huh. Eat it." "Oh yes, I will eat it." As he bent down to pick the watermelon seed and put it in his mouth, someone walked in. It was Bifixui, standing in front of the man in glasses, making him a bit surprised. Bifixui respectfully said, "Here's the money. I brought it back." The man in glasses told the younger guy next to him, "This kid is pretty stubborn. They won't easily give you the money. After saying that, he turned to Bikiksuigi and said, "Alright, you can go," but Bikiksuigi said, "How about, can I take on more work?" The man in glasses, who was opening the bag to check, paused and looked up at Bikiksuigi in surprise. Bikiksuigi gathered all his courage and continued, "The money I earned today, I can keep earning like this. Right? Trust me. Just give me the work." The younger guy sitting next to him raised an eyebrow and said, "Hey, really? You think this is just a joke?" At that moment, the man in glasses smiled slightly. He told the younger guy, "Alright, give him the office address. As for where he is staying now, let him stay there for a while." Bikiksuigi was a bit surprised to hear this. He quickly bowed 90 degrees and said loudly, "Thank you, sir." In that moment, Bikiksuigi thought to himself, "Alright, now I can use my own strength to protect and take care of Suzy." Earlier, Bikiksuigi had been punched in the face. The fat man hit him like a dog, beating and cursing at him. Just thinking about Suzy gets Bikiksuigi pumped up, and he defies the man there, resulting in him bringing back money for the man in glasses. The chairman, seeing Bikiksuigi for the first time, asks, "What are you doing here? You should be at school." Bikiksuigi looks at the chairman with a wary gaze, his bruised face making him look truly pitiful. At that moment, the man in the black suit stands up and says with a smile, "Let us discuss specifics when we get there. You go ahead, I will follow." The chairman stands up and kindly reminds Bikiksuigi, "A kid like you should not be in places like this. You will learn a lot more if you go to school." He then walks past Bikiksuigi, noticing his gaze and exclaims, "Whoa, that is a good look in your eyes." The man in glasses pats Bikiksuigi on the shoulder and says, "It will be tough at first, but you will adapt soon enough. Let me give you some advice." Bikiksuigi looks at the man with hope. He raises an eyebrow and says very seriously, "If you have chosen to solve everything with violence, then do not do it halfway. You must see it through to the end." The chubby man hands a bundle of money to Bikiksuigi and says, "Take this." Bikiksuigi opens his bag and puts the bundle of money inside. He watches the man go in, feeling a strange emotion, recalling the time he hit his dad. Bikiksuigi brings the money back to the man in glasses, who laughs loudly. "Really? Haha. He definitely won. Dare to tell anyone he was punched by a kid." "Hey kid, you are quite resourceful," he says cheerfully, pointing at Bikiksuigi. He then pulls out an envelope of money and says, "Here's your payment. Go buy something nice for your sister." Bikiksuigi holds the bundle of money, opens it, and thinks, "I have made money." The man looks at Bikiksuigi, who suddenly becomes tense, reminding him, "But do not forget, peace comes only after war." Of course, that applies only to the strong. Bikiksuigi looks at the money in the envelope, then thinks about what his boss told him, and replies, "Yes, I will remember." In the evening, Bikiksuigi excitedly runs over and says, "Bro, is that chicken?" Bikiksuigi raises the bag for Suzy to see, and she exclaims, "Whoa, that is awesome." Then she reaches out to pinch him, saying, "It is not my birthday, but I still get to eat chicken. Am I dreaming?" But Suzy frowns and says, "Hey, pinch your cheek." Suzy giggles. "No way, it hurts a lot." But Suzy subtly turns around to look behind. The scene behind him changes. He thinks to himself, "I do not have to worry about what I have to do anymore." Seeing Suzy wants to eat chicken, he hurries. "Come on, let us go. I am hungry." But Suzy finally turns back to look at Suzy and smiles slightly, thinking, "Whoa, what I am doing now can support Suzy." In the following days, Bikiksuigi follows his seniors to fight. One after another, he receives payment after each match. Family meals gradually become more abundant. He started to see Suzy smile more often, thinking, using strength to bring peace. Bikiksuigi is getting regular money. Suzy was growing up. She did not have to wear those tiny clothes anymore. A romantic storm was brewing when a car suddenly stopped. As the car halting, men stepped out with baseball bats. As the thugs got out, the atmosphere became even more tense. The shouting stopped. Among those who just got out of the car was Bikiksuigi. "Just need to slowly break down those massive concrete blocks." The man in glasses sighed, saying, "Whoa, looks like everything is about to wrap up." Then he turned to Bikiksuigi, saying, "Time really flies. You did great." Bikiksuigi said nothing, looking at the mess before him, avoiding the man's gaze. The man with glasses climbed the stairs laughing loudly. "Haha, that silly kid has grown taller than me now. I can't look down at you anymore, unless I stand on the stairs." Saying this, he took out a bag of money and handed it to Bikiksuigi, saying, "Here, this should be enough for you and your sister to start a new life." Bikiksuigi hesitated when he saw the bag of money. Noticing this, the man urged, "Take it quickly. It is your severance pay. I will be leaving here soon. So what will you do when you are all alone? Turn around. Why are you still here?" But Bikiksuigi turned around, thinking, "Whoa, it is true. Everything here has changed." The man with glasses patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go to school. I will ask an acquaintance to take you in. Go there and learn. Forget everything here, okay?" Whenever Bikiksuigi got into a fight, he remembered those words, thinking, no, I do not intend to forget everything. All the things from that place, Susie, I must never forget. But Susie thought, there is no wrong way, the surest way to achieve peace. Just like suppressing something will lead to resistance. Violence too. Violence brings violence, a cycle of violence, with absolute power, with absolute violence and suppressing it. And certainly, the reward is only for the strong. Peace, to achieve peace. Violence with violence, back to reality. But Susie struggled to stand up. The Manhwa Association shouted loudly. He has been pushed back. At the same time, Owell hugged Chun Shim while she pulled her hair and shouted, "Let me go." Owell replied, "Not yet." But Susie looked at Dagon turning towards him. He held his head up and stood up. Dagon seemed to sense something, but Susie finally stood up straight. He brushed his hair back. He said, "Whoa, I forgot one thing. You have an answer too." Dagon stopped and replied, "Looks like I misjudged, but it is not like that." At that moment, a black car sped down the road. The rain was getting heavier. The underlings in the car asked, "Sir, are not we going straight to Khao Trung Hong Long?" But Susie is fighting someone outside that arena. "Are not you going to stop him?" Baek Jun replied, "They have already started. It will be over soon. What is the point in going there?" With that, he looked out, thinking, surprising indeed, but having someone stab him in the back would not be so bad. But it is a pity I won't get to witness that match with my own eyes. But maybe it is for the best. That place, it should suit you. Right? Dagon. Dagon walked in the rain. Dagon looked at Baek Susie with a piercing gaze. He took another step forward, standing in front of Befi Susie. He said, "What did you just say?" P. Susie replied, "Huh. What is forgotten is not just the heart, thanks to you. I remembered. After all, we are all the same." He Jan, standing above, saw this and asked, "Hey, did he hit you?" Hunambi replied, "Hard, truly out of control." Susie looked at the two, her voice trembling slightly, saying, "Similar. Very similar." Hunambi looked at her in surprise, seeing her face turn more terrified than ever. She said, "Even though I am not sure where, but I can feel it." But Susie looked at Dagon with a faint smile. "Huh, I can feel it. The two of us are very similar." Saying this, Dagon's fists tightened. Baek Susie looked at him and continued, "Well, the life you have lived, I can sense it through your punches. I do not know what your past is like, but I am sure it was not pretty. You rely on violence as your only option. Well, how should I put it? I feel like we are a lot alike." At this point, Baek Susie's eyes suddenly lit up, with a rather ugly expression. He laughed. "Your life is haunted by violence, is not it? Isn't that sweet? Regardless, denying it is pointless. Your body tells me that." Dagon felt frozen, unable to move as he heard Baek Susie's words. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. "How do you handle violence without resorting to violence?" Dagon innocently asked Park Hee-jun. "It would be an endless loop. What if they seek revenge?" Park Hee-jun casually replied. "Then just beat them to a pulp." Dagon asked again. "And if they keep coming back?" Park Hee-jun smiled. "Well, just keep pounding them." Dagon sighed. "See, that is why I said it is an endless loop. Using punches is not the answer." Park Hee-jun laughed loudly. "Ha. Look, Dagon, strength has always been like that. If there is another force at play, we have no choice but to hit back harder. Otherwise, it will just be a constant push and pull. One day you will stand on top." Dagon said, forming a fist. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Stop it." Park Hee-jun looked at him skeptically. "So you are saying there is still another way?" Dagon sighed and looked up at the sky. "Well, sort of, it is hard to explain. But," seeing this, Park Hee-jun stood up and said, "Forget it. I am not good at complex thinking. Let us just forget it and go. Today was really exhausting." They left behind a pile of people lying unconscious in their blood. Back in reality, Dagon wished he could look up at the sky while covering his face and laughing. Manhwa, seeing this, felt worried. "What is going on? Dagon, are you laughing?" Susie saw this scene and felt a bit startled. Her gaze turned sharper as she asked Baek Suyuk, "So, have you finished talking?" Baek Suyuk looked at Dagon in silence. Immediately, Dagon punched Baek Suyuk again, blood gushing out like a waterfall. Baek Suyuk could not react in time. Dagon landed another punch. "Damn it. How many times do I have to hit you for you to realize that my punches are talking to you? Huh. Open your mouth and say something, you damn fool. Are you going to talk or not?" Baek Suyuk raised his fist to retaliate but was too slow. Dagon was too quick, slipping under Baek Suyuk's arm. He punched directly at a sensitive spot, causing Baek Suyuk to let out a cry. Once again, blood sprayed from his mouth as Dagon tightly held onto Baek Suyuk. He forcefully smashed Baek Suyuk's head into his thigh, breaking a bone inside Baek Suyuk's body. Baek Suyuk was in so much pain that he could not say anything anymore, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Dagon, however, continued to punch him right in the face. Baek Suyuk fell backward. Everyone was astonished, from the Guseongwa group to the others. D-Gun laughed. Haha. Is that enough for you to feel the message my punches wanted to convey to you? You bastard. In the rain, blood is spilled. Sui took a heavy blow from D-Gun, causing him to bleed and clutch his stomach, collapsing to the ground, while our main character stood tall and imposing. Tyne approached, watching Suhyuk on the ground with a face full of disdain. D-Gun pointed down at him, tauntingly telling him not to be afraid, to get up. The fight was far from over. Continuously taunting his opponent from the main character's position, Suhyuk had a mouthful of blood but still tried to retort to D-Gun's taunts, his expression remaining calm despite being beaten badly. Then he stood up and told the main character that it seemed he did not like being compared to him, while Suhyuk stood, ready to defend himself, wiping the blood from his mouth. He continued, "Your response does not need acknowledgement." Then he slowly stepped forward. Both returned to the fight under the pouring rain. "I will accept it myself," he shouted as he quickly rushed towards D-Gun raised his fist, ready to attack, but our main character stood still with a terrifying calmness. Just as he struck, the main character swiftly used his left hand to block the powerful punch while his right hand prepared for a counterattack. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Suhyuk felt D-Gun's hand right in front of his face. He knew that this punch was truly unpredictable, but luckily for him, with his fighting experience and quick reflexes, he managed to curl his arm to block his own powerful counterattack. Unfortunately for D-Gun did not just use one hand, he swiped D-Gun's cheek with his other hand, twisting his head 90 degrees, saliva flying everywhere. Not giving Suhyuk a moment to rest, he landed another punch with his other hand, leaving him dazed. Yet, despite taking 2 direct hits, his physical strength was extraordinary, and he quickly regained his composure and saw an opening, throwing a straight punch at D-Gun. But the main character quickly reacted, ducking just in time. However, he had just thrown his attack and was not ready to defend, and D-Gun was already below him. He threw a hook punch immediately, but Suhyuk was no slouch. In a flash, he raised his left hand to block that attack. Another punch landed straight to his stomach. The difference in power was too great. Suhyuk could only block one of D-Gun's strikes, while the other hit him directly. If the ones taking the hits were the spectators, each of them would probably only handle 2 hits at most. Despite the rainy and windy weather, he still managed to steady his feet, preparing to bounce back. Now, after being hit in the face repeatedly, he was no longer happy. His eyes looked fierce as if he wanted to kill someone. This punch was the most unexpected, right after the main character attacked. Leaving no time to defend, his hand was poised to finally land a hit, but he was not about to be hit so easily. Even though the punch was only 2-3 centimeters from his face, he managed to dodge just enough to the side. Despite that, he successfully turned 90 degrees to evade his punch. And not only that, he managed to return a punch with his left hand. Suhyuk took the hit, his mouth twisted, saliva and mucus mixing and spraying everywhere. But he still refused to give up, his left hand preparing to counter with a hook. Whether he would dodge again or just take another hit was uncertain. Outside, the other soldiers were still commenting on the fight. The red-haired guy wondered if Suhyuk's previous punch had connected with D-Gun. Hinembe confirmed that the punch had landed, but it seemed that was exactly what D wanted. As he spoke, he continued to observe the fight, not wanting to miss any details. The strikes being exchanged seemed like the main character was just toying around, while Suhyuk lunged forward to retaliate, and the main character remained still, waiting for him. He landed a powerful punch to Suhyuk's right side, causing him to arch in pain like a cat, blood splattering everywhere. His face turned angry, veins bulging, blood still flowing. He thought doing so was like walking a tightrope. D-Gun continued to unleash his moves. This time, both exchanged a powerful punch, pouring all their strength into it. D-Gun stood firm and delivered a painful blow that sent Suhyuk staggering back a few steps. Continuously, that was the main character's fighting style. Suhyuk just took one hit, and in just a few seconds, he was struck again without having time to react. D-Gun is surprised by the showdown between 2 strong opponents, but is not that just a battle based on instinct? Suddenly, Oh-chun notices something. Both of them are smiling at each other. The main character is smiling brightly because he is facing a strong opponent. The battle is no longer easy. Suhyuk likely shares the same sentiment. Even though he has been beaten to a pulp, this is a moment of satisfaction for both of them. This time, D-Gun successfully delivers a hook that makes him spit blood again. The punch truly disorients him, causing him to fall back. Suhyuk still thinks, "Do you need any more answers?" D-Gun, our main character, does not say much and charges straight in, ready to zap his opponent, not allowing anyone to stop. The main character attacks in very critical spots, including the head, and Suhyuk has to admit, that is an outstanding answer. Falling back, his vision is limited, but he sees D through the flurry of arms. Gon remains oblivious, not knowing how to evade. Then Suhyuk opens his eyes only to see nothing but hands continuously attacking him, and then Suhyuk officially falls down. Victory has been decided. But he still thinks that he and the main character are of the same kind. He has never seen anyone as evil as D-Gun. Even though his opponent is not at death's door yet, continues to attack relentlessly. And this time it is another hook. His fist is getting closer to the man's face, and San shout jolts Soo-hyuk awake, slowly opening his eyes. He realizes he no longer has to fight the monstrous main character. He lies on the ground and sees the familiar figure of a woman. The more he looks, the clearer it becomes. It is Sue. She has escaped and come all the way here to find him. Closing his eyes again, he returns to reality, and before the battle ends, he quietly reminds his opponent to take care of them. He steadied his legs. Despite being battered, the rooftop was still damp after the rain. Soo-hyuk and Daegun delivered their final blow together. Soo-hyuk was certain that the cycle of violence would not end here. He believed the cause was definitely the main character growing stronger every day. And then the final blow was struck. A powerful punch right to the nose of the older brother, pulling his hand away from his face. Daegun saw that his opponent was severely injured, and his fist had relaxed. On this side, a brown-haired guy lying on the ground could not hold back. Drooling, even though Gyu Miying reminded Ogyeoljiu to end things quickly and leave, did he intend to miss the big fight? On this side, one guy was still struggling to lift his head, saying, "I am warning you," which annoyed Ogyeoljiu. He continued, "You started this, so the agreement between the high-tech school and the Ryala High School stands." Before he could finish, Gyu Miying interrupted him, saying there was time to talk later, but they had to leave now. This made the guy incredibly frustrated. After dealing with the crowd outside, the bald older brother noticed something surprising that he could not believe. A massive amount of Azura energy was emanating from the house, slowly dissipating with the strong wind. Ogi was overjoyed. The Azura energy around the school was slowly disappearing. It could not be. At the battlefield, Suhiki had collapsed, but Zi Jingin caught him. Showing respect, he glanced at his subordinates, signaling them to help him up. The two guys above immediately understood and took action. As soon as Sugi arrived, she was immediately silenced, only managing to call out to him. The red-haired older brother covered Suji's mouth and took her away, saying, "I'm sorry, but there is nothing I can do. She needs immediate treatment." He looked at the girl and explained, he needs treatment in a safe place. Don't worry, just leave it to us." Sujai, with tears in her eyes, watched the red-haired brother trying to help her calm down but no longer resisted. Meanwhile, Anambei came down to help Suhike and still had to congratulate him. He had done enough to claim the title of the school's champion. He also gently reminded the main character that it seemed he had lost his cool for a moment, but he hoped that was just his perception. In the city, the rain was getting heavier over time. A white car was tirelessly chasing a black car ahead. In the white car sat a girl with an elegant face, brown hair, and glasses. She wore a serious black suit with a black tie. While chasing the black car, the latter suddenly turned back. The girl was confused as to why that car turned back since the road to school was this way. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the screen showed she was receiving a call from the director for Gabriel. At school, another white car stopped right at the school gate, the loud screech of brakes indicating it had rushed here. As the car came to a halt, the driver hurriedly opened the door and ran around to let someone out. But before he could fully open the door, that person yanked it open, revealing a large, muscular man who looked very angry and rushed. He jumped out of the car quickly and moved into the school, ignoring the rain, prompting many staff members to rush over with an umbrella for him. He shouted angrily, "Bitch Suhie, Day, Jorn, find them quickly." Our main character witnessed all this from above and was talking to someone, telling them that the man had just arrived. He then slowly walked toward the back gate where a white car, the one the girl had been driving earlier, was waiting. The main character quickly got into the car and met the girl, who started saying, "You lost them. Now come here." Day, Jorn replied, "I only came because I was told to." As they discussed the situation, the girl immediately took off in a priority vehicle to another location. On the way, the girl told him, "Forget about the UD club. It seems the chairman's people have all been stabbed in the back." She reminded him that they definitely would not let it go easily. He also responded with a difficult statement. "What if I do not stay put?" Upon hearing this, the girl clicked her tongue in frustration, saying it would be troublesome to do that. She advised him that no matter what, she would investigate and let him know later, so it is best if he lays low for a while, maybe go back to his hometown. Degorn coldly looked out the window and replied in a sad tone, "I do not have much of a hometown." Hearing this, the girl also felt awkward and suggested another place, saying it did not have to be his hometown. "Just tell me where you feel comfortable, and I will cover the accommodation costs." "Sure, I will support you." "Oh." And the girl said this to catch Degorn's attention. She looked at him intently for a moment and said, "Congratulations on your project of using violence to eliminate violence." Degorn listened and pondered, realizing everything was now over, thanking him for the effort up to this point. Hearing about violence eliminating violence, Degorn looked at himself in the mirror, reflecting on what he had gone through. He recalled every fight, from when he first entered the school, the first punch, the fights in between, and numerous other battles, like when he took down the bosses of each class. He fought them relentlessly to eliminate the violence that should not exist in this school environment. Despite the strong opponents, no matter how big they were, they eventually fell under his hands. and those fights replayed in his mind. Images of each opponent falling appeared in chronological order, culminating in today's battle. But Soo-hyo had been defeated by him. He had officially beaten all the opponents in this school, but he remembered his face in today's fight. Something caught his attention. That was what Hanam-bae had told him. There was a moment he had lost control, and he kept thinking about it. Then suddenly, he remembered someone who had fought Dagorn before. That was Park Hee-jun. As soon as he thought of this man, he immediately said, "Wait a minute," telling the girl, "We need to stop by this place first." In an old, patched-up building, someone's voice is booming. A few underlings are bowing their heads in apology, and the man looks very worried, sweat pouring down his face. It is the former leader of 5-3, the Sanglight brothers from Naewaidong High School, interrogating his underlings. "Are you guys joking with me? Don't you know what the consequences will be if you mess with Dae-gorn?" The underlings panic. "Really? We did not dare to chase him like that." Yeo crosses his arms and leans back, contemplating. After a moment, he says, "So what you mean is that my brother is just a student at a place called Diam Ryan High, wearing his school uniform, having fun at an amusement park, and while trying to pop a balloon, he got chased away, but turns out he had someone with him." The other two underlings are still bowing their heads, and hearing Jin summarize the story, they find it a bit odd. While Jin stands up, adjusting himself, "How dare you bring such a distorted and ridiculous piece of information? Just saying it is an insult to my brother." Angry at the humiliation of his brother, While Jin says angrily, "Sorry, but I can forgive you for disrespecting him. A wooden stick is still better than using fists. Right, but this stick is dipped in fire." One underling folds his hands, apologizing. "I am begging you, bro." He insists that what he said is the truth. Defending himself, "It might sound strange, but please believe me, I was also shot at that time, so I could not possibly confuse his eyes with someone else's." Other underlings chime in, "If you find it too hard to believe us, we will go to Daejeong ourselves and bring back evidence, like photos or something." At this point, Weil Jin asks his underlings, "Is there anyone here who can run a convenience store?" One person replies that he can, but does not know why he is asking. Hearing this, he says, "Do it for me." The expressions of the underlings look confused at Weil Jin, and seeing this, he says, "I will go to DE. Myself." His serious expression conveys, if those guys are imposters, they will have to pay. The scene shifts to a bustling area. Most shops are closed, making it very quiet. The quiet is broken by the sound of a phone conversation, with a well-groomed man with a Mueller Mark vest. It is Heejin talking and giving orders to someone to close the branch at D. Johnny. He is strolling towards the office, saying to the other end, "It is fine, that place is not making any money anyway. I will clean up and head over soon." He then tells the other person to meet him there to talk. "I have to hang up now," and he opens the doorknob. Before he puts down the phone, he sees something surprising waiting for him in the office. A dark figure is already sitting there, waiting for him. Heejin remains calm as he looks at the dark figure seated. Then he approaches the figure that is still sitting. Deep in thought, Heejin speaks first. "Why are you here? This is my place." His face clearly showing displeasure. The dark figure still sits in silence without answering immediately. Then that dark figure slowly reveals the form of the person sitting there. "It is our main character," he says. "Back, Heejin. I admit you were right." Their eyes begin to meet directly. Heejin speaks up, "I was right." "About what?" Amen shows a hint of doubt, hesitatingly asking, "You said, the surest way is to use strength to crush others." Heejin ignores all these words, focusing solely on criticizing, questioning why he would say something so obvious. Daegun's attitude is unusually calm. He denies, "I do not believe it, but lately I keep saying one thing and doing another. So now, I am trying to acknowledge this." Heejin maintains his condescending attitude, chuckling lightly. "Not surprised? I prefer to prove things through actions rather than words. So why did you come to find me? You said there was nothing to discuss with me, but you keep showing up in front of me. I say one thing but do another, and so do you." After a few exchanges, our main character finally stood up, seeming to say one thing but meaning another. Heejin's gaze was fixed, closely following every move of Z-Gun. In this tense situation, the main character started making declarations. "Neither of us is the type to be easily swayed by words." Heejin puffed on his cigarette. Curious. "So what now?" With a punch ready to go, the main character moved aggressively straight towards Heejin. At that moment, Heejin's gaze suddenly became oddly calm, showing determination. The fight officially entered a violent phase, both sides countering impressively. Our main character's arms delivered rapid and powerful attacks against his opponent. The surroundings seemed to fade away, leaving the stage clear for the two-sided battle. Z-Gun's gaze seemed to focus all his strength on taking down Heejin in front of him. That punch was quickly dodged by Heejin. Twisting his body to the right, a counterattack followed, coming right before Z-Gun's face. Both sides spun around, the sound of their blows ringing through the air. The expressions and determination of both fighters were extremely cold, powerful arms intertwined in a confusing way, both holding each other through their locked limbs. Heejin's gaze paused, questioning, "That is a strong punch. This is not your style." Neither side was willing to back down, the heavy atmosphere of challenge spreading. Brutal punches flew from side to side. However, there were still moments when those punches were completely blocked, both sides separated from the powerful punches. The atmosphere was tense and filled with anticipation. Heejin took a few seconds to steady himself after receiving punches from Dae-gun. He muttered back, "Long time no see, the two of us. There are many old stories, but I am a bit busy, so I will let my friends take care of you." Right after that, Heejin slowly moved back, before leaving completely. He added, "See you later." Dae-gun had to warn this stubborn opponent beforehand. It would be better for both if you moved aside. The gloomy scene inside closed and Heejin moved outside but still had a lot on his mind. His gaze kept looking back to observe something from inside. Heejin mumbled to himself, "Death-un, you still do not understand yourself. What kind of person are you?" The chaotic scene inside reached its peak, with the main character facing the enemy troops alone. However, that was not a big issue. Wherever he moved, he knocked down the opponent. Heejin swaggered outside, trying to call and give orders, "Get ready to go." Not the warhorse of the flag. Back in the interior scene, our guy was very focused on taking down the small fries. The punches were flying continuously as if he was training his arms. Very quickly, they all had to lie flat on the ground. The situation was under control, and our guy quickly moved down. Just as a car rolled up, he gradually noticed this arrival, his eyes following. His demeanor exuded confidence as he tossed away his outer shirt. He continued to move towards the car that had just arrived to pick him up. The girl in the car started asking, "Is it all over now? Are you done with your work? If not, then do not worry about it. I will drive." Our guy had not said a word, but the girl kept talking. "Just take a moment to rest. And by the way, where did you say you wanted to go?" Transitioning to a desolate place. The scenery is unusually gloomy. Elgin is moving step by step. Hui Nai is filled with many thoughts in her mind. If what they said is true, what if I really am about to meet him? He keeps staring at the device in front of him, racking his brain. This motorcycle feels like a longing of his. Quickly, Elgin decides to grab the key, the sound ringing out. "Sorry, can I borrow the motorcycle?" While riding, Elgin continues to question himself. Meeting him might not be a good idea. Xiaobin finally returned, straining to look around when he could not find his bike. His bewildered gaze starts to analyze the situation. He stares intently at his phone. The map locates the position of the motorcycle that Elgin is riding. The speed is so fast that the path is barely visible. One part of the light had already turned red. The old mechanic asks, "Hey, where's the motorcycle?" "The problem is, I need to fix it. Driving now would be very dangerous." Xiaobin tries to ask again, "What if it is a long trip?" The scene shifts to another neighborhood. The director of the underground tournament is frustrated. Pushing aside all the documents, his voice rises loudly. "What? Biksu-hik is not at the mood club but at school. What are you all doing?" Voice responds, "Actually, a champion losing to another student means he has lost his value. Where is that kid Biksu-hik?" The director still does not understand what is happening. His doubtful gaze returns. "Why is that?" The old man replies slowly, "None of our kids can compare to that guy." Over time, everything has built up. The scene of the hospital appears. Higan is advising Male Bay, "Just go outside." Su-hik is lying on the bed, still trying to comfort Suzy. "It is okay, do not cry." Suzy softly responds to her brother, "I am not crying." During this injury, Su-hik is still trying to reassure Suzy. Kwon-daegan, "If that kid is around, then Zurian High School will still be safe, even after I graduate. And you too, Suzy, as long as both of you maintain a good relationship." Suzy shyly declines, "Oh, that is not it." Meanwhile, the brother sees through everything and expresses that he does not fully understand those feelings. But he can see his sister's eyes. That kid is someone he acknowledges. "So do not worry about school anymore. Outside of school, I will protect you." Suzy places her hand on her brother's hand, speaking seriously. "Brother, you can stop now." "No, stop it right now. I am very grateful. I know everything you have sacrificed for me, so do not worry. I will do my best. Do not push yourself too hard anymore. Just take a good rest now." Sook also feels helpless with his sister. It sounds like she is talking to someone who is about to die. On the other side, the car is moving at high speed. This car is driven by Heejin, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The speed keeps increasing. Finally found the place we needed. Heejin rushed out of the car and quickly moved inside. The sound rang out. "Oh, here comes Bakey." Heejin asked again, "What about the juice?" The girl still had a towel on her head, asking, "Ready? Are you still not done with the drugs? Then you have not seen the full effect. Huh. Your lungs have always been weak. You probably won't die early. Right?" Heejin teased while taking off his shirt. "By the way, you look pure today, but that heavy makeup does not suit you. You should clean yourself up properly." She replied, "What are you talking about? I am not planning to wash you." Heejin looked ahead. Curious. Are you planning to experiment on someone? That body is not from a cleaner. The girl briefly introduced that guy, saying he had been the champion for a long time and was very good at absorbing the juice. Heejin warned. Alright, you said you knew the test beforehand. He seems pretty confident. Great. I can look forward to this, Heejin said determinedly as he stepped inside. The opponent's gaze was fixed on Heejin's movements. Heejin ordered. What are you standing there for? If the drugs are working, let us get started. The battle officially began, and both sides began to throw the first punches. Heejin matched his opponent in strength and determination. One punch was enough to knock his opponent's teeth out. His whole body fell to the floor. Heejin, feeling frustrated, complained, "What the heck? And that was called a test. You went down after just a light hit. I am the strange one here. Testing someone like that, is there no one else?" The girl outside replied. "You are right about being strange and also about there being a lack of people. Now cleaner is just a fixed member. Even his spot is still hiring. This is not going to help. He is going to be under so much pressure." Heejin reminded her. "You know how it is here." The girl expressed her thoughts. "What I mean is Kwon Dagon. Do you think he is being a bit too slack? With that last incident, there is a chance the Mood Club will use cleaner to lure him in." Nevertheless, Heejin maintained his viewpoint, explaining to the girl, "You know, it is going to be complicated. You need to dive deeper. Our car is still heading to the necessary area." His gaze looked outside. "We have arrived. Incheon is where Dagon wants to go.